3 hours remained until the descent of the Crimson Slaughter. The voice on the broadcast was cold and mocking, reminding us pariahs to struggle hard if we wanted to see tomorrow's sun. On the podium, the teacher, Wang Tang, methodically blew a hole through the thigh of a female student trying to escape, then smilingly aimed the muzzle at the center of my brow. In your next life, remember not to walk in front of people from the inner city. The gun fired, and I fell. But this was not the end. The nightmare era that made all of humanity tremble had only just begun, and I became the only bug in this nightmare. 3 hours until the Crimson Slaughter descends. Please, all you pariahs, try your best to survive. The broadcast crackled with static, and the classroom was dead silent. On the podium, Wang Tang, that noble teacher from the inner city, methodically closed his book. A girl in the front row, scared out of her wits, bolted for the door. Bang! The gunshot was deafening. The girl screamed miserably and collapsed at the doorway, a bloody hole in her thigh. Wang Tang walked over, stepping on her wound as if stepping on trash, his Desert Eagle still smoking. Didn't the teacher teach you that you should let the teacher leave first after class? Wang Tang smiled elegantly and pervertedly. The girl rolled on the ground in agony, yet didn't dare scream too loudly, only squeezing out pleas for mercy through her teeth. Satisfied, Wang Tang stepped over her body, whistling as he left, dropping one last sentence: pariahs should have the awareness of pariahs. The class instantly exploded into chaos. Everyone began packing their things like madmen to flee. Even though the girl was named Li Ranshan, a model student on normal days, no one spared her a glance. In this world where people were grated into tears, lives in the pariah district were thinner than paper. I shouldered my bag and was about to leave. But Li Ranshan crawled over and hugged my leg, her face covered in blood and tears. Luchan, I beg you, take me with you, I have money. She pulled out a crumpled 100 yuan bill. In the pariah district, this was a huge sum, it could buy a life. I hesitated for a second. I wouldn't be a saint in the apocalypse, but for money, I could play the good guy once. 100 to stop the bleeding, add another 50 and he'll take you home. I squatted down and tore her skirt to bandage the wound. Deal, she agreed, trembling. But I was destined not to complete this transaction. Just as I helped her up, a figure appeared in the doorway. It was Wang Tang, who had returned. He stared at the money in Li Ranshan's hand, his eyes full of greed. Private tutoring during break time is strictly prohibited. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. I only felt a chill in the center of my forehead. And my vision instantly plunged into darkness. Dying at the hands of this trash, how fucking suffocating. I thought I was dead, until that cold voice exploded in my brain. Host death detected. Triggering specific conditions. Congratulations, unlocked God tier skill, immortality. Effect, immune to all forms of death. Damage received heals painlessly within 1 minute. Please begin your reckless life. My vision suddenly returned. I was lying on the ground. I saw Wang Tang with his back to me, rummaging through my corpse, humming a tune. He was clearly after that 150 yuan. Damn it. Robbing my money and killing my client? I touched my forehead. The bullet hole was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did it not hurt, it actually tickled a little. I sat up silently, reached out like a ghost, and snatched the Desert Eagle tucked in his waistband. Teacher Wang, looking for something? Wang Tang spun around, his exquisite face twisting into an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. You're not dead? Your head was shot through. I grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Surprise? Lu Chen, I'm from the inner city. If you dare touch me, the enforcement squad will. Fuck your inner city. Without another word, I lowered the muzzle and fired right at his crotch. Bang! Ah! Wang Tang curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp, clutching his lower body. His screams were 10 times more miserable than Li Ranshan's earlier. I walked over and kicked him in the face, one kick after another, until his jaw was pulverized and he passed out. Not done yet. I picked up a broken table leg and jammed it ruthlessly into his temple, twisting it hard. Squelch! Red and white matter sprayed across the floor. Kill completion detected. Triggering specific conditions. Congratulations, unlocked God tier skill, infinite extraction. Effect. Can extract ability stats from the killed target. Stacks infinitely. Another God tier skill? I looked at the thoroughly dead Wang Tang. Pity this guy was just a normal human, didn't extract any special powers. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that in this apocalypse, I had completely turned the tables. I looted the spoils, 452 yuan, 3 magazines. I washed my face, wiped away the blood from my healed head, and checked the time. It was almost dark. On the night of the Crimson Slaughter, monsters would descend through teleportation arrays. For others, it was hell. For me, possessing immortality and infinite extraction, this was an Aleocaniate buffet. But right now, I needed a handy weapon. I tucked the gun behind my waist and headed north toward the Skull Gang. The Skull Gang's territory was an abandoned warehouse. No one dared approach within 500 meters. I glanced at the burly man guarding the door and pointed at the blood on my clothes. Here to do business. The guard was intimidated by my murderous aura and actually let me pass. Inside the warehouse, the bald boss, Long Kai, was sitting with his legs crossed, watching his subordinates abuse two naked women. Seeing me, he gave an insincere smile. "Kid, you look new. Brought money?" "Buying bullets, and a beast-slaying saber," I said straight to the point. Long Kai had someone bring out 2 boxes. Bullets were 12 yuan each, the knife was 300. I calculated. Not enough money. "Can I put it on a tab?" I smiled shyly. Long Kai froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Around us, a dozen gun barrels instantly aimed at me. "No money? Then leave your life as interest. So we can't negotiate?" I sighed, then suddenly spat a thick glob of phlegm right onto Long Kai's face. Tui. Dead silence filled the room. Long Kai touched the spit on his face, his cheek twitching violently. "Turn him into a sieve." Rat-a-tat-a-tat. A dozen AKs fired simultaneously. Tons of fire swallowed me instantly. The feeling of bullets piercing my body was strange, like countless little hands pushing me, but it didn't hurt at all. The volley ended. The smoke cleared. The ferocious grin on Long Kai's face froze, then turned into extreme horror. I stood in place, covered in bullet holes like a rag doll, but the wounds were writhing with granulation, healing at a terrifying speed. I patted the dust off my clothes, picked up a dropped magazine from the floor, and smiled kindly. "Done shooting? My turn." "Ghost." "It's a ghost." The thugs broke down, dropping their guns and running. I casually grabbed an AK and pulled the trigger at the retreating backs. Da-da-da-da. Whether they ran or knelt, I dropped them all. In the end, only Long Kai remained, paralyzed on the floor, his pants wet. Big brother. I have money, the password is 3839s, don't kill me. Thanks. I blew his bald head off with one shot. Stats extraction successful, strength 2, agility 1. Sure enough, killing people makes me stronger too. I didn't rush to leave. I went on a $0 shopping spree in the warehouse. A Barrett M82 sniper rifle, a beast-slaying saber, several high-explosive grenades, and piles of food. After eating and drinking my fill, I shouldered the rifle and climbed to the top of the highest nearby building. Night fell. The moon in the sky turned crimson. Roar! As space tore apart, countless grotesque soul beasts fell onto the streets like dumplings into a pot. The feast had begun. I set up the Barrett and aimed at a giant meat chicken monster 2 stories tall. Bang! The monster's head exploded. The gunshot attracted a predator in the sky. A black eagle with a 5-meter wingspan spotted me, screeching as it dove down fast as black lightning. I didn't dodge. Thud. Its claws, sharp as knives, instantly pierced my chest and abdomen, lifting me into midair. Internal organs ruptured, blood sprayed wildly. Anyone else would be dead as a doornail. But I just frowned, grabbed the claw stuck inside my body, swung myself up using the momentum, and ruthlessly drove the beast-slaying saber into its defenseless anus. Screech! The black eagle let out a scream that changed pitch pain that transcended species. Scream all you want. Expressionless. I pulled the knife out and stabbed again. Every stab was accompanied by the black eagle's miserable wailing. It rolled crazily in the air trying to shake me off, but I hung onto it like sticky candy, turning it into a sieve. Finally, it lost its strength and we plummeted from an altitude of 1,000 meters. Boom! The eagle corpse and I smashed heavily onto the ground. More than half the bones in my body shattered. I was like a pile of mud. 10 seconds later, the bones reset. 20 seconds later, the muscles reconnected. I pushed the bird corpse off me, split its skull open with the knife, and dug out a clouded dual-colored soul orb. Crushed it, absorbed it. A warm current swept through my body, and my back itched terribly. Rip! A pair of black wings burst out from my back. Extraction successful. Obtained ability, Flight Tier 1. Is this the dominance of infinite extraction? The first mob dropped a superpower? Bang! A muffled gunshot suddenly came from the distance. My head exploded like a rotten watermelon. The vision went black again. Shit, headshot again? I lay on the ground, motionless. Through my blurry perception, I heard cheers coming from a rooftop 1,000 meters away. Great job, Rose. That's a clouded dual-colored soul orb. It was 2 men and 1 woman. The funeral flower squad. They thought I was dead and were greedily crawling toward me, wanting to loot the corpse. 1 minute later, my head grew back. I touched my new nose. Straight and tall, not bad. The wings on my back flapped violently and I rose silently into the air, hovering in the night like a bat waiting for prey. The 3 of them were still crawling on the ground, afraid of being spotted by monsters. The female sniper, Rose, crawled the slowest, her rear in the air. I dove down, a speed that surprised even me. Thud! I landed like a cannonball right in front of them. The burly man named Sunflower had just looked up when I drove my knife from the crown of his head through to his chin, nailing him to the floor. Who? The remaining two were scared out of their minds. The leader, Two Bros, saw my face and dropped to his knees immediately. BB Big Brother? You're not dead? The female sniper named Rose turned pale, still clutching her sniper rifle. I pulled out the knife and shook off the blood. That shot earlier was pretty accurate. Two Bros pointed at Rose and shouted, "It was her. She fired the shot. It has nothing to do with me." Rose gave a miserable laugh and closed her eyes. Winner takes all. Make it quick. Your wish is granted. I raised the Barrett, pressing the muzzle against her forehead. You gave me a shot, I'll give you one back. Fair. Bang. Red and white splattered. As for the begging Two Bros, I backhanded the knife across his throat. Trash. Didn't even qualify for a bullet. After cleaning up these three fools who didn't know death when they saw it, I threw all the grenades downstairs. The explosion attracted the soul beasts from the entire street. Dozens of monsters roared and charged over. Some had 3 heads, some were wreathed in fire. An ordinary supernatural would have fled long ago, but looking at them, I saw piles of walking XP packs. Come on, dinner is served. I retracted my wings and jumped directly into the herd of beasts. Squelch! A 3-eyed leopard bit my throat. A fire ape tore open my stomach. I was crushed at the bottom, covered in monsters. But not only did I not die, I used their bodies as cover. My beast-slaying saber-reaping lives frantically. A stab to a stomach here, a chop to a neck there. No defense, just output. This suicidal fighting style terrified even these brainless soul beasts. They bit me once. I chopped one to death. They tore off a chunk of my meat and it grew back before it even hit the ground. 20 minutes later, the whole street fell silent. I sat amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, bathed in gore. 45 bodies lying at my feet. Massive energy absorption detected. Triggering specific conditions. Congratulations, unlocked God tier skill, Divine Space. Effect, infinite capacity, time stasis can store living things. I was ecstatic. With this, I could rob whatever I saw and never worry about carrying it. I waved my hand and the monster corpses on the ground vanished instantly. Then I kicked open the door of the supermarket next to me. Wherever I passed, the shelves were cleaner than if a dog had licked them. After stocking up, I spread my wings and flew high, planning to find another spot to grind mobs. I hadn't been flying for 2 minutes when I saw flames soaring ahead. Outside a church. Gunfire was intense. I hovered in midair, narrowing my eyes. It was a survivor squad attacking a church shelter. The most conspicuous one was a 300-pound fat man walking through the hail of bullets. Every bullet hit an invisible wall half a meter in front of him and fell to the ground. A telekinesis-type supernatural. My infinite extraction instantly grew thirsty. If I killed him, that bullet-blocking god skill would be mine. Just as I was preparing to dive for a sneak attack, the tightly closed church doors suddenly opened. An old man wearing black robes, leaning on a cane, walked out slowly. In that instant, I instinctively felt a chill. Outside the church, an old man with a head full of white hair walked out from inside the church. Through the crack of the door, one could see children and women seeking refuge inside. As soon as the old man stepped out, both sides consciously ceased fire. Everyone knew that what was about to unfold was a duel between extraordinary beings. The two faced each other. The old man spoke first. "Young man, this is not a place for you. Leave now, and I will pretend I did not see your slaughter. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for using my strength against you." As he spoke, the air around the old man suddenly stirred without wind. A violent energy surged around him. Although there was no tangible attack, it gave the impression that this old man was very powerful. Although Lu Chen in the sky did not understand, he could still sense that the old man seemed formidable. So he temporarily abandoned the idea of joining the battle, thinking that as long as the fat man's head was fine, he would likely retreat. At that point, he could just follow and kill the fat man. However, the fat man's next move surprised Lu Chen. Faced with the old man's fierce aura, the fat man merely scoffed, looking at the old man who resembled a fierce tiger, and astonishingly said, "Old Ma, do you think I, Pangdahai, am a fool? I have investigated you thoroughly. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Upon hearing this, a hint of discomfort immediately appeared on the old man's face, but it vanished quickly. Old Ma still shouted imperiously, "Kid, whether you are Pangdahai or Golden Voice, I will count to 3. If you do not leave, you will remain here." With each word the old man spoke, everyone felt the surrounding energy intensify. Except for Pangdahai, everyone else felt a bit anxious. After all, from appearances, Old Ma had not even made a move. Yet his presence was already so overwhelming. If a fight broke out, the newly awakened Pangdahai would surely be no match for him. But Pangdahai was not intimidated at all. Just as Old Ma finished counting to 1, Pangdahai took the initiative. He clenched his right fist to gather energy and then suddenly punched out. This punch did not hit old Ma, but the added mental force directly sent the old man, who had been standing there like a deity, flying several meters away. The once imposing old Ma, who seemed like a transcendent being, was now lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, cursing, "Young man, no martial ethics, ambushing me." "Shut up, idiot," Pang Dahai said impatiently, landing a punch directly on old Ma's forehead. This punch also added mental force. Old Ma's frail body could not withstand such a full-force blow. His head tilted and he was done for. What was expected to be an intense battle of the extraordinary unexpectedly turned into a one-sided slaughter of old Ma by Pang Dahai. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, including Lu Chen, who was watching from the sky. He could not comprehend how such a seemingly strong old man could be so easily defeated with a single punch. Was the old man's awakened ability just a bluff? In fact, as Lu Chen suspected, the church in the slum district could hardly afford any combat-type extraordinary beings. The money they provided was only enough to hire some actors, like old Ma, who was frail and elderly but could give the illusion of being a transcendent master. Moreover, old Ma's ability was indeed to create an aura, something superficial. So to those who did not understand, old Ma appeared to be a very powerful extraordinary being, and Pang Dahai had long known this through friends in the church. That was why he attacked the church right after killing the soul beast, taking advantage of the fact that it had not yet respawned because he thought the same as Lu Chen. To enter the main city, a large amount of money was needed. Even though he was an extraordinary being, he could not escape such worldly constraints. Without the means of a powerful figure like Pang Dahai, he immediately thought of the church sanctuary. As long as he could conquer this place, he would have heaps of money. Not to mention, inside the entire church, there were so many beautiful children and women. These people would become his last revelry before entering the main city. Pang Dahai killed old man Ma and turned his gaze to the guards of the church, coldly saying, "I am Shudao Mountain. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons and kneel to surrender immediately." Although this statement was somewhat insulting, the only extraordinary being in the church was already dead. How could these ordinary folks possibly stop a powerful extraordinary being? Immediately, those armed personnel dropped their weapons. One by one, they knelt on the ground, not daring to meet Pang Dahai's gaze. Seeing this, Pang Dahai's subordinates rushed forward. They confiscated the weapons of the armed personnel and bound them all with ropes. Just when those who surrendered thought they could survive like this, Pang Dahai cruelly laughed and issued the order, "Kill them all, leave none alive." "No, you can't do this. We have surrendered. You devil, how can you go back on your word? Damn you, Pang Dahai." Tat tat tat. The desperate curses gradually faded amidst the gunfire. Dozens of people were easily annihilated. Pang Dahai's subordinates did not spare their bodies. They acted like madmen, continuously shooting at the corpses as if this was the ultimate form of entertainment. Until those people were turned into piles of flesh, Pang Dahai finally told them to stop. "Brothers, what is our slogan? Women, money, pleasure. Where are the women? In the church. Where is the money? Also in the church. Where is the pleasure? Still fucking in the church. So what are you waiting for? He gaga, charge." Under Pang Dahai's mobilization, about 180 people crazily rushed towards the church. The church's main door could not withstand the impact at all. Almost as soon as they made contact, the door was completely destroyed. Looking inside, they saw a group of girls and women huddled together, their faces filled with despair. The faces of those madmen were filled with extremely perverse smiles. The two sides, it was too fast. Everyone present failed to see how Lu Chen made his move. A living person was just beheaded like that. This scene created a stark contrast in expressions between the two groups. Pang Dahai and his subordinates wore serious faces, each unconsciously stepping back a few paces, wanting to distance themselves from Lu Chen. The trapped civilians, on the other hand, wore expressions of dawn and hope. If it weren't for the people in front of them, they would have rushed to be within Lu Chen's protective range. Even they could see it. The young man standing at the door had terrifying strength. "I don't like it when others interrupt me while I'm speaking. Remember that in your next life," Lu Chen muttered to himself as he kicked the already dead bystander. Then, he turned his gaze to the group behind Pang Dahai and said with a grin, "If you don't speak, they'll take it as your consent, 100 each. You brat, you're too arrogant." Lu Chen's blatant disregard for Pang Dahai's actions infuriated him. As soon as he said this, the 100 or so fully armed subordinates immediately began to pull the triggers at Lu Chen. Duh-did-day. Duh-did-day. The gunfire seemed to form a symphony. Countless bullets rained down on Lu Chen, creating holes in his body. Flesh, blood, and shell casings flew everywhere. However, soon everyone widened their eyes in disbelief because they saw that the terrifying young man was advancing towards them, braving the hail of bullets. Although his body was severely damaged, nothing could stop his steps. Seeing this scene, Pang Dahai's pupils contracted. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled out 2 grenades from the pants of a nearby person, pulled the pins, and while throwing them towards Lu Chen, shouted, "Fire in the hole!" At this shout, everyone stopped shooting and hurriedly sought cover. Just as they found their hiding spots, a massive explosion erupted from Lu Chen's position. In an instant, smoke billowed, and chunks of flesh flew. Although Pang Dahai and the others couldn't see Lu Chen at the center of the explosion, they could see the severed limbs flying out. At this moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was their first time witnessing such a monstrous, extraordinary being. His body was riddled with wounds. Yet he could still approach them swiftly. But now, he was blown to pieces. Surely he couldn't recover from that, right? However, the outcome was always unexpected. Before the smoke had even cleared, an unscathed figure charged out from the haze. It was Lu Chen, wielding the beast-slaying blade. Damn! A devil! No way, I want to report this person is cheating. Damn it, go die, ah! In an instant, curses and screams erupted. At this moment, Lu Chen displayed absolute power suppression. His speed, while not faster than bullets, was still beyond what these ordinary people could block. 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles, no escape. Evenly based poetry couldn't capture Lu Chen's prowess. In the span of 10 steps, at least 7 or 8 heads fell. At this moment, Lu Chen was like a god of death, constantly braving the hail of bullets, reaping the lives of those evildoers. Seeing this scene, Pang Dahai felt that the situation was dire. Only an extraordinary being could truly understand how strong Lu Chen was. He knew he would be no match for Lu Chen. If he fought him, the only outcome would be death. Although Pang Dahai wanted to escape, the exit was completely blocked by Lu Chen. He had no confidence in getting past him to leave this church. As Lu Chen drew closer, Pang Dahai's gaze turned to the group of hostages behind him. In his view, Lu Chen was here to save people. As long as he held these hostages, he could leave safely. Just thinking about this, Pang Dahai immediately grabbed 2 young girls, his hands placed around their necks. Although it seemed like there was no threat, Pang Dahai was an extraordinary being capable of using mental powers. Once he activated his abilities, he could easily snap the necks of the 2 beautiful girls. The moment Pang Dahai took the hostages, Lu Chen had already slaughtered all his subordinates. The ground was littered with heads, and blood flowed like a river. If someone unaware walked in, they wouldn't be able to tell who the villain was. However, Lu Chen clearly didn't care about such things. He elegantly flicked the blood off his knife and curiously looked at the trembling Pang Dahai not far away, teasingly saying, "What's wrong? As an extraordinary being, you don't dare to face me, heathen?" Hearing this, Pang Dahai wasn't angry. He didn't respond but instead stated his purpose. "Big brother, this time I admit defeat. Let me go, and everything here is yours. You take your money and your women, I absolutely won't disturb you. How about that? Heh, do you think I would let a tiger return to the mountain? With your 200 or 300 pounds of body, you can't even muster a single clever thought, can you?" Lu Chen said with a hint of amusement. Seeing this, Pang Dahai immediately tightened his grip on the girl's neck. The 2 beautiful girls turned pale instantly from the squeeze. They wanted to struggle but didn't dare to because the one holding them was a ruthless, extraordinary being. A sudden move could mean death. Therefore, they could only look at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Only if Lu Chen agreed to let them go could they be saved. This was exactly Pang Dahai's intention. In his view, Lu Chen came to save people, whether for money or something else. At least he had some conscience. In front of such a person, letting him go to save 2 lives would definitely be a viable option. Unfortunately, Pang Dahai overestimated Lu Chen's conscience. Who among those who survived in this apocalypse still had such a thing as conscience? Lu Chen looked at the 2 poor girls who were captured and smiled apologetically, saying, "To ensure your lives are not threatened, I've decided to kill you first." Hostages? Pang Dahai. Just as he spoke, Lu Chen took advantage of Pang Dahai being stunned by his words. He shot forward, quickly darting out. However, Lu Chen did not use the beast-slashing knife to attack Pang Dahai. Instead, he touched both hostages with his hands. At that moment, Pang Dahai finally reacted. He was about to use his abilities to kill the hostages, but suddenly realized that the 2 living people in his hands had vanished the moment Lu Chen touched them. "You think you can fight me, and you're still stunned." Lu Chen grinned, and the previously empty right hand once again held the vanished beast-slashing knife. Without saying a word, he made a diagonal slash towards Pang Dahai. After all, Pang Dahai was an extraordinary being, and his reactions were much better than an ordinary person's. At the critical moment, he used his abilities to slow down Lu Chen's strike and quickly retreated a few steps. But that was all he could do. After missing the strike, Lu Chen didn't give up. Instead, he stuck to Pang Dahai like a stubborn plaster. It must be said that dealing with extraordinary beings was somewhat exhausting. Even though Lu Chen's awakening level should be one rank higher than Pang Dahai's and his physical quality was significantly superior due to the nature of the abilities, every time Lu Chen aimed to strike Pang Dahai, it felt like his hands were filled with cement, causing his speed to suddenly drop and giving Pang Dahai a chance to escape. In that moment, he fled, he chased, and the hostages flew along. Lu Chen knew that before Pang Dahai's immense mental energy was exhausted, he couldn't kill him at all. So what he needed to do now was to prevent Pang Dahai from capturing the hostages. It wasn't that he cared much about these hostages, but they were all his financial backers. Losing one person meant losing $100. How could Lu Chen not be concerned? At this moment, Pang Dahai was truly at a loss for tears. Originally, his luck today was through the roof. Not only did he smoothly kill a soul beast, but he also fortuitously awakened a powerful ability. As long as he survived these 3 days, he could rise above in the main city. But unexpectedly, he encountered a transcendent being even stronger than himself in the slum area. The most critical part was that this transcendent being was hellbent on killing him. This left Pang Dahai utterly devastated, knowing that in just a few minutes he would be unable to use his abilities due to exhaustion. After narrowly dodging Lu Chen's strike again, Pang Dahai made a shocking decision. He suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his head and pleading, "Big brother, my good big brother, please stop hitting me. I'll give you money, whatever you want, just spare my life." This sudden act took Lu Chen by surprise. But wasn't he just offering his head for the chopping? Without a second thought, Lu Chen's beast-slaying knife swiftly descended. Pang Dahai's eyes were filled with remorse and regret. He probably regretted begging for mercy at the last moment of his life, because he realized too late that Lu Chen was dead set on killing him. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through the air was quite pleasant. The next second, Pang Dahai's hefty pig-like head fell to the ground. This man, who could be considered half a chosen one, was ultimately killed by Lu Chen. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being. Your ability has been automatically extracted. Telekinesis. Telekinesis converts one's mental energy into telekinetic power, capable of producing very powerful effects, including but not limited to, controlling objects, increasing destructive power, resisting attacks, and flying, making it a widely applicable, versatile, and extremely powerful ability. Finally got it. Lu Chen looked at the prompt for endless extraction, his mouth breaking into a smile. He knew this fat guy's ability was powerful. Now that he saw the description, it was indeed like a cow celebrating its birthday. So impressive. Isn't this even cooler than his flying ability? In short, to sum it up, Lu Chen was extremely satisfied with the extracted ability. In a good mood, he released the 2 girls he had previously stored in the divine space and said to the group of still shocked people and the 2 girls, "Alright, I've successfully rescued you all. According to our agreement, please pay the treatment fees." Okay. The 2 startled girls were the first to hand money to Lu Chen. With 2 people leading the way, the rest quickly took out money from their chests, underwear, and socks, handing it over to Lu Chen. Those who could come here for refuge were considered wealthy in the slum area. Even though they had just paid a hefty protection fee, they still had $100. Soon, a total of 132 people paid Lu Chen 13,200 yuan in support fees. Lu Chen happily accepted the money and even kindly helped them fix the door. After doing all this, a middle-aged man dressed in a priest's robe crawled out from behind a statue. He gratefully shook Lu Chen's hand, tears of gratitude in his eyes, saying, "Sir, you are truly a savior sent by my Lord. Thank you for saving us. Everything you have done will become blessings in the future. May my Lord bless you, amen." "I don't believe in the Lord, I only believe in money." Lu Chen interrupted the person in charge, smiling as he extended a hand. "Give me 10,000 or I'll send you to meet God." He had no good feelings for someone who only showed up at the last moment. So, his rescue fee had increased from 100 to a staggering 10,000. After all, people like this had money. Just think about it, if one person gives him 500, how much would over 100 people give him? Lu Chen didn't directly kill and loot, which he considered a small mercy. When the priest heard Lu Chen's words, his expression turned strange, and he asked, "Why are they 100 and I'm 10,000? "Because they have money, and it's not 10,000 anymore." "Then how much is it?" 20,000. "If you say one more word, it'll go up another 10,000. After Lu Chen's remark, the priest quickly shut his mouth. He wanted to say no to Lu Chen, but the severed bodies scattered around seemed to be telling him, "No matter who you provoke, never offend this person in front of you." Thinking of this, the priest willingly handed over 20,000. After taking the money, Lu Chen didn't make things difficult for them. Instead, he took the opportunity to dispose of the bodies outside the church. This served 2 purposes. One was to warn others that this place was not to be trifled with. The other was that if so many bodies were left indoors, when the next wave of soul beasts refreshed, this place would become a target for their attack. Lu Chen couldn't stay here to protect them forever, so this was all he could do. During this time, he also familiarized himself with some uses of telekinesis. It must be said, this ability was truly incredible. With just a thought, he could control over a dozen corpses. This was merely Lu Chen's current limit, not the ability's limit. It's not hard to imagine that if abilities were ranked, telekinesis would definitely belong to the top tier. Once everything was done, Lu Chen ate something to replenish his energy and left the church without looking back. After leaving the church, Lu Chen checked the time. There were less than 10 minutes left until the next soul beast refresh. He looked around and decided to stay in this area for the time being. After the recent battle, most of the other bounty hunters had been driven away. With fewer clueless humans around, it would save him a lot of trouble. Plus, there were many bodies here. After the soul beasts refreshed, they would likely gather together, making it easier for him to kill them. With this in mind, Lu Chen casually found a clean spot, lay down, and closed his eyes to sleep. This move was unprecedented. Unless one's body had surpassed human limits, even allowing these low-level soul beasts to attack wouldn't break their defense. Otherwise, any other person, even those extraordinary beings in the main city, would probably not dare to be as audacious as Lu Chen, sleeping in the middle of the road. But Lu Chen had the capital after all, he was immortal. Perhaps he was too exhausted from the battle. Lu Chen lay on the street and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he felt something licking him. His whole body was itchy, a bit hot, and a bit wet. Opening his eyes, Lu Chen wanted to stretch comfortably but found his vision engulfed in darkness. Upon closer inspection, he saw a group of soul beasts gnawing at him. Lu Chen didn't know how long they had been at it, but from their suspicious looks, it was clear that these soul beasts were beginning to doubt their ability to kill him. Roar! Lu Chen's awakening caught the attention of some soul beasts. They immediately fled from him as if they had seen a ghost. This situation was unexpected for Lu Chen. He had originally thought that he could take advantage of their presence on him to harvest a few for some fun. But when he woke up, all those soul beasts had run away. Am I a demon? Am I that terrifying? Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, his battered body rising from the ground. At this moment, those soul beasts instinctively took several steps back. If there had been a mirror for Lu Chen, he would probably have realized just how terrifying he looked right now. But unfortunately, Lu Chen was quite oblivious in this regard. He simply twisted his body a bit, and with a grip of his right hand, the Beast Slayer knife reappeared out of thin air. Looking at the soul beasts that were eyeing him warily, Lu Chen's lips curled up as he muttered, "Just right, let's see how to use telekinesis in battle." With that, Lu Chen extended his unarmed left hand towards the nearest soul beast. With a thought, a powerful telekinetic force instantly surrounded that soul beast. No matter how it struggled, its body was completely out of control, unconsciously flying rapidly towards Lu Chen. When it got close enough, Lu Chen easily plunged the knife into the soul beast's kidney. A thrust, a pull, a withdrawal. With just these three simple actions, a tall and mighty soul beast was effortlessly dispatched by Lu Chen. This ability really is useful, Lu Chen noted as he felt the energy consumption. Given his current physical attributes, he could probably keep pulling over a dozen soul beasts without rest, which was quite efficient. At least it consumed much less than when he was in flight mode, chasing after these soul beasts. With this thought, Lu Chen looked at the group of soul beasts and revealed a nuclear smile. The next second, another soul beast was uncontrollably pulled over. Put! Another knife strike and it was instantly killed. Those soul beasts had no way to resist Lu Chen's telekinesis. Under Lu Chen's control, they were completely like moving experience packs. What soul beast wouldn't be confused by this scene? Although their intelligence wasn't high, they weren't fools. Seeing this human so terrifying, they all immediately turned tail and ran. But Lu Chen wouldn't let them escape. The speed of his telekinesis was far faster than their running speed. Basically, whichever unlucky one he set his sights on was directly sentenced to death. After a few minutes of this, Lu Chen wanted to use telekinesis again but felt his spirit waning. Looks like I've reached my limit. Lu Chen stopped, not pursuing the fleeing soul beasts. He took out some food from the divine space and started eating. Normally, a person only needed 3 meals to maintain energy. But with Lu Chen using his abilities like this, he needed to replenish some food roughly every 10 minutes. Fortunately, he wasn't lacking in food for now, so he could eat with peace of mind. When the food in the divine space ran out, he could always do a zero-cost purchase by the roadside. After all, during the blood-red slaughter, anything could be blamed on the soul beasts. After simply replenishing his stamina, Lu Chen stretched out a big yawn. By the time he was done eating, the surrounding soul beasts had long since fled. But Lu Chen didn't particularly mind. After all, during the blood-red slaughter, there was no shortage of soul beasts to ensure he had enough. With that in mind, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the sky. Just like before, the soul beasts in the sky dared not approach Lu Chen. They were more like vultures, preferring to feast on dead food. Previously, Lu Chen hadn't had any good methods to deal with them. But now, it was time to stock up on some flying soul beast corpses for his space. He collected the corpses of the soul beasts on the ground into the divine space. Lu Chen didn't immediately open them for inspection. Instead, he planned to hoard a batch of corpses before coming back to unveil them. After all, with his current strength, he was practically rampaging through the entire commoner district. Wings appeared behind Lu Chen, and with a casual flap, he quickly soared into the sky. The flying soul beasts scattered in all directions upon seeing Lu Chen approach, terrified. But at this moment, in peak condition, how could Lu Chen allow them to escape alive? He employed the same old trick again. With telekinesis, he targeted one soul beast, pulling it over and delivering a fatal blow in an instant. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, without any unnecessary movements. Lu Chen transformed into a merciless killing machine, taking down more than 10 soul beasts in just a few minutes. Feeling hunger strike again, Lu Chen immediately landed on the ground, took out food, and began to replenish himself. Taking advantage of this time, he also retrieved the corpses of the 42 soul beasts he had just killed. While eating, he cracked open their skulls. This time, luck was not on his side. Out of the 42 soul beasts, only 5 soul orbs emerged, and all of them were murky in color. Looking at the solitary 5 soul orbs, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Indeed, luck doesn't always favor one. Although the haul this time was minimal, Lu Chen did not feel discouraged. After all, it was only the first day. Not even half the time had passed. A small yield this time meant he could work harder next time. With a positive mindset, Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. He then crushed all the soul orbs and absorbed them. This time, the absorption did not bring any significant enhancement. However, Lu Chen was surprised to discover that absorbing these soul orbs not only increased the so-called experience points but could also be directly used to replenish stamina and energy. This discovery thrilled Lu Chen, and a bold idea formed in his mind. After finishing the absorption, Lu Chen took off again, leaving the area. It wasn't long before he spotted a large number of soul beasts in another region. The battles here were intense. Originally, soul beasts were distributed relatively evenly and generally did not leave their designated areas. However, Lu Chen's recent actions had caused the soul beasts in his area to flee. Naturally, the ones suffering were the bounty hunters in other regions. Lu Chen could clearly see many soul beasts on the ground feeding on humans. Even more humans were shooting at the frenzied soul beasts from their defensive fortifications. With so many people below, Lu Chen had no intention of joining the fight. His target was up in the sky. Based on his earlier experience, the drop rate of those flying soul beasts was relatively higher. Without hesitation, he activated his telekinesis and began his frenzied brain harvesting again. This time, however, Lu Chen had to crack open their heads after killing each one. If the soul orbs could be supplied continuously, his rest time would be significantly reduced. Perhaps Lu Chen had a special affinity with these flying soul beasts. After taking down 7 or 8 of them, he once again extracted a murky soul orb. This result made Lu Chen ecstatic. He immediately absorbed the soul orb and chased after the flying soul beasts to harvest their brains. Those flying soul beasts, upon seeing Lu Chen, fled as if they had encountered a natural enemy. This scene formed a stark contrast with what was happening below. The joys and sorrows of humanity sometimes differ greatly. On the ground, soul beasts were attacking humans. In the sky, Lu Chen was hunting soul beasts. Lu Chen's luck was quite good. Essentially, for every 5 or 6 flying soul beasts he killed, a murky soul orb would drop. Each absorption not only quickly replenished his energy but also slightly increased the number of times he could use telekinesis. Thus, Lu Chen became a perpetual motion machine in the sky. Originally, using telekinesis for a few minutes required over 10 minutes of rest to replenish stamina. But now, Lu Chen had been rampaging in the sky for nearly an hour and a half. The flying soul beasts that fell to his hands numbered no less than 300, if not 500. In an instant, the entire sky over the slum area fell silent. The once densely populated sky, where no one could contend, was now dominated by him. Now all had perished at Lu Chen's hands. When Lu Chen absorbed the last murky soul pearl, an unparalleled sense of sublimation once again filled his entire being. A dozen seconds later, Lu Chen felt the surging energy within him and couldn't help but clench his fist, saying, "It seems I've leveled up again. At this rate, it won't be long before I become one of the top existences among the extraordinary." The current system of extraordinary beings was still quite unfamiliar to Lu Chen. These things were not taught in the schools of the commoner district. Lu Chen also didn't know what level of strength he currently possessed within the extraordinary system. However, even so, he could vaguely sense that his rate of advancement should be the fastest. After all, no one else could chase after soul beasts and kill them like he could with an immortal body. Just as Lu Chen was experiencing another sublimation, the sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. Visible to the naked eye, thunderclouds gathered from all directions to one spot. Lu Chen looked in that direction. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared where the thunderclouds converged. This scene piqued Lu Chen's curiosity, as the crack was far more significant than the disturbances caused by other soul beasts. By the sound of it, something big was about to emerge. Sure enough, just as Lu Chen had anticipated, a figure over 5 meters tall slowly walked out from the crack. Its form was that of a dark-colored tiger, with a pair of large wings on its back. Just standing there, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. And just as this dark-feathered thunder tiger appeared, the thunderclouds in the sky roared down. Dozens of lightning bolts struck the dark-feathered thunder tiger. In an instant, purple patterns appeared on its body, and arcs of electricity flickered around it. Seeing this, Lu Chen was instantly overjoyed and whispered to himself, "It seems this big guy can use skills. If I kill it, can I also plunder its abilities?" Lu Chen was not afraid of such a colossal creature. After all, even if the most powerful beast king in the world came, it wouldn't be able to kill him. Instead, Lu Chen was more concerned about how to kill this soul beast and seize its extraordinary powers. Suddenly, Lu Chen's ears perked up. He clearly heard some people talking. "No way, why is the Blood Lord appearing in our commoner district? We're all doomed now." "Yeah, isn't the Blood Lord supposed to only appear in places with dense blood energy? I remember it hasn't shown up for years. Why is it appearing now and in the commoner district? I can't accept this." When the Blood Lord appears, nothing survives. Ordinary soul beasts won't attack buildings, but the Blood Lord is different. It will destroy everything in sight. Not only are we finished, but our families are too. I just hope the people in the main city notice that the Blood Lord has appeared here. If those extraordinary beings in the main city don't come to stop it, we're really done for. Don't hold your breath. The people in the main city are high up on their walls and won't pay attention to our commoner district. We might as well wait to die, at least we won't have to struggle in this filthy world. The moment this dark-feathered thunder tiger, known as the Blood Lord, appeared, both those hiding inside their houses and those fighting soul beasts let out desperate sighs. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with such a creature, and from the conversations he had just overheard, it seemed that this Blood Lord had been summoned by him. It was likely that after Lu Chen had killed hundreds of soul beasts, this big guy was summoned as a result. If we were to liken it to a game, this creature would be a boss. If it's a boss, killing it will definitely yield a lot of rewards, right? As soon as rewards were mentioned, Lu Chen was no longer tired. No matter what blood-colored lord or unkillable killing machine it was, as long as there were rewards, Lu Chen was absolutely confident that he could beat it to the point where even its mother wouldn't recognize it. Just thinking about this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he quickly charged towards the dark feather thunder tiger. This blood-colored lord was definitely going to be killed by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's speed was incredibly fast. His perspective was different from that of ordinary people. If this blood-colored lord was truly as rare as those people said, even within the main city behind the walls, teams would definitely be dispatched to kill the blood-colored lord. Not to save anyone, but to seize this super precious reward. So, at the first opportunity, Lu Chen flew towards the dark feather thunder tiger. At this moment, he couldn't care less about hiding. Lu Chen's actions naturally attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. They were all shocked to see Lu Chen racing through the sky, because they had not noticed that there was actually a transcendent being in this lowly area. What the hell, a transcendent being? Are we saved? Go for it, big shot, kill this blood-colored lord. Charge, Superman. In an instant, everyone began to cheer for Lu Chen. Because in their eyes, if no one could stop this blood-colored lord, then today the entire lowly area would be flattened. Humanity had already noticed Lu Chen as the blood-colored lord. The dark feather thunder tiger had naturally long since discovered this tiny human. Seeing Lu Chen flying towards it, the dark feather thunder tiger didn't even glance at him, merely huffed in his direction. Suddenly, thunder rumbled. Several bolts of lightning quickly gathered in front of the dark feather thunder tiger. In less than a second, at least 4 bolts of lightning shot towards Lu Chen. How fast was the lightning? At least before Lu Chen could react, his chest, head, abdomen, and buttocks were all pierced by the lightning. This terrifying speed and destructive power left the previously excited humans in despair. Even in their eyes, the lofty transcendent being didn't even have a chance to survive a single round against the blood-colored lord. And just when they thought fate had been decided, the seemingly about-to-collapse Lu Chen suddenly had a Barrett rifle in his hand. Without saying a word, the huge gunshot echoed through the sky. Roar! The dark feather thunder tiger seemed to mock Lu Chen, letting out a disdainful sound. This seemed to imply, "Do you, foolish human, not know that ordinary bullets can't harm me?" Though that was the case, the dark feather thunder tiger possessed human-level intelligence. It didn't let its guard down but instead used its wings to block the path of the bullet.
Its wings were notoriously hard, not to mention ordinary bullets couldn't harm them, even some specially made bullets couldn't break through their defense.
The trajectory of the bullet was not hard to predict. The Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's judgment was correct, and just as the bullet was about to make contact with its wings, Lu Chen suddenly smiled. He made a turning gesture with his left hand. The bullet, which had a fixed trajectory, suddenly veered to the left as if it had been pulled by something. The Dark Feather Thunder Tiger was startled by this sudden change. It was still searching for where the bullet had gone.
Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through its right eye.
Roar! A roar like a mountain collapsing erupted from the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's mouth.
Countless bolts of lightning began to wreak havoc around it. This time, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger was truly enraged, because its right eye had actually been blinded by a tiny human. Its massive wings began to flap. The Dark Feather Thunder Tiger fixed its remaining eye in an angry glare at Lu Chen not far away. It wanted to devour this human, to chew him countless times, dissolve him into mush with its stomach acid, and finally expel this damned human through its anus. With a sudden leap, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger charged swiftly towards Lu Chen. Despite its massive size, it was incredibly agile. The speed was so fast that it left Lu Chen a bit dazed. But fortunately, Lu Chen was no pushover either. Although the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger was faster, he was able to keep up completely. Come on!
Lu Chen excitedly licked his lips. To him, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger was not a ferocious beast, but a moving treasure trove. Despite the obvious size difference, Lu Chen had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged forward with his beast-slaying blade aimed at the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger.
Roar! The Dark Feather Thunder Tiger launched the first attack. With its mighty roar, lightning surged around it.
This lightning attribute skill was not only incredibly fast but also possessed top-tier destructive power. Even from such a distance, it could easily hit its target. At this close range, Lu Chen barely had time to react before his entire body was pierced by the lightning. But that was not the end. The terrifying current rendered Lu Chen completely unable to move his limbs. In such a state, let alone killing the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger, he couldn't even manage a simple attack.
And it didn't stop there. The enraged Dark Feather Thunder Tiger, seeing Lu Chen unable to move,
immediately opened its massive jaws and swallowed him whole.
Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone watching Lu Chen being eaten fell into utter despair. No matter how powerful Lu Chen had seemed in battle moments ago, now everything was set in stone. Because no extraordinary being could survive inside a soul beast's belly. Just look at the blood-soaked mouth of the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger. It was clear that the once formidable extraordinary being had met his end. However, was the situation really as the onlookers thought? The answer was, of course, no. From the very beginning, Lu Chen had intended to be swallowed by the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger. This included using telekinesis to manipulate bullets to blind the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's eye, thereby provoking it. Everything was part of Lu Chen's plan. As for why he did this? Of course, it was to kill this damned Dark Feather Thunder Tiger. The low-grade beast-slaying blade Lu Chen had bought could only deal with the highest second-tier soul beasts, and even then, only a few of them. This newly appeared Dark Feather Thunder Tiger was at least a 4th to 5th-tier existence. Such a powerful soul beast could not be harmed by the beast-slaying blade from the outside. So how could he kill it? The conclusion is self-evident, right? Therefore, everything Lu Chen did was intentionally to be eaten. This way, he could kill the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger from the inside. Now, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger was continuously chewing Lu Chen. Its body was being destroyed, and he couldn't recover. He could only wait until he was swallowed into the stomach, then take out the beast-slaying blade from the divine space to cause destruction. This was probably a bug of the immortal body. When continuously subjected to damage, the flesh would remain unable to return to its original state. Fortunately, this state did not last too long. After nearly 1,000 chews, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger finally swallowed the long-awaited Lu Chen into its stomach. And this decision would become the most regrettable decision of the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's life. Gulch! Accompanied by the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's swallowing, Lu Chen, who had been chewed countless times in its mouth, finally slid down the esophagus into the stomach. During this process, although Lu Chen's body had been crushed, his consciousness remained incredibly clear. Moreover, no matter what kind of injury he sustained, he could always recover completely within a minute. It's the super strong effect of being immortal. Quietly lying in the stomach for a minute, Lu Chen had already returned to his original form. This stomach was very small, and Lu Chen couldn't stand up at all. However, that didn't stop him from causing destruction here. With a thought, the beast-slashing blade, which had disappeared, reappeared in Lu Chen's hand. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen directly manipulated it with telekinesis, slicing upward and piercing through the weak stomach wall of the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger. But that wasn't the end.
Under the influence of telekinesis, the beast's slashing blade transformed into a darting monkey, continuously slashing wildly inside the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's body. In less than a minute, a large amount of blood surged back into the stomach. In an instant, the entire stomach became a sea of blood. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely drown in the blood. But Lu Chen was not an ordinary person. Even when completely submerged in blood, he did not stop his destruction. Meanwhile, outside, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger, which had just let out a satisfied belch, suddenly turned extremely pained. The next second, its massive body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Its tough exterior skin meant it wouldn't be injured from the fall. However, the internal destruction caused by Lu Chen made the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger roll on the ground in agony. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger had been invincible, effortlessly killing extraordinary beings, and now it was inexplicably writhing in pain on the ground? At that moment, someone conceived a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the extraordinary being that was just swallowed was actually a toxic person? What a noble sacrifice! At this time, the vast majority of people thought this way. In their eyes, Lu Chen was sacrificing himself for their sake. As for the fact that Lu Chen was still alive, they didn't even dare to think about it. Roar! The Dark Feather Thunder Tiger let out another miserable cry. If it could speak human language, it would definitely curse Lu Chen as a scoundrel. Others didn't understand what was happening, but as the victim, how could it not understand? The damned human it had just swallowed was now crazily slicing its internal organs. The stomach was completely gone, and several sections of its intestines were severed. A large amount of internal bleeding caused currently. The beast-slaying blade in Lu Chen's hand cannot break open the head of the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger from the outside. This means that he cannot extract the soul pearl from within it. If the soul beast dies and the soul pearl is not extracted for a long time, the energy of the soul pearl will quickly dissipate. Fortunately, Lu Chen has a divine space that is not bound by time. Even if it is kept inside for 100 years, the energy of the soul pearl will not dissipate. Otherwise, Lu Chen really wouldn't know how to deal with this corpse. After putting away the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger's corpse, Lu Chen did not linger and immediately left the place. According to his guess, it wouldn't be long before someone from the main city would arrive. Staying here any longer could likely lead to conflict. Such a pointless endeavor was beneath Lu Chen. However, what Lu Chen did not know was that when a blood-colored lord in an area is killed, the bloodshed in that area would come to an early end. In other words, when Lu Chen killed the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger, the bloodshed in the entire Illusory Sea City, including the main city and the Commoner District, would immediately stop. On the streets, all the soul beasts that had been teleported over vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground covered in corpses and blood on the dilapidated streets. Meanwhile, at the walls of the main city, a 5-person team arrived at the junction. As soon as they stepped into the Commoner District, the soul beasts on the street completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, the young man leading the group furrowed his brow and said with some surprise, "The soul beasts have all disappeared. Does this mean someone killed the blood-colored lord in the Commoner District? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Chen, don't joke around. Even the blood-colored lord appearing in the Commoner District would have at least 5th-tier strength. While there are indeed extraordinary beings in the Commoner District during past bloodshed, at most they would be awakened 3rd or 4th-tier extraordinary beings. How could they possibly kill a 5th-tier blood-colored lord?" Just as Chen Si finished speaking, a teammate behind him rebutted. The others nodded in agreement, supporting this statement. After all, they had spent a whole year in the main city, using resources from various great families just to reach 5th-tier strength. How could they believe that someone in the Commoner District achieved 5th-tier awakening through their own efforts? In response, a woman named Ting Mei proposed a hypothesis. Is it possible that a team from another faction arrived here before us? Chen Si stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. That is a possibility. But since we are here, let's go find out. If a super newcomer really has emerged, we can also recruit them in time. Hearing this, everyone nodded and headed towards the central area of the Commoner District. After each bloodshed ends, a batch of newly awakened extraordinary beings appears in the Commoner District of Illusory Sea City. Therefore, when the bloodshed ends, some factions from the main city will send representatives to the Commoner District to recruit people. Chen Si and his team came this time not only to see if they could kill the blood-colored lord but also to recruit those newly awakened extraordinary beings. The 5 of them quickly arrived at the central area of the Commoner District. They were dressed extravagantly and exuded an imposing aura. It was almost unnecessary to guess. It was clear they came from a major force in the main city. The arrival of the extraordinary beings from the main city instantly brought life to the long silent Commoner District. Everyone stopped attacking each other and gathered at Longmen Square.
This square is located in the center of the commoner district, where the forces from the main city would recruit those who became extraordinary beings after the bloodshed. Thus, it also carries the meaning of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Looking around at the crowd that had gathered, Shensi, as the captain, stepped forward and asked in a flat tone, "Can anyone tell me who killed the blood-colored lord that appeared here, and where is its corpse?" The blood-colored lord not only had a valuable soul orb, but his entire body was made of precious materials. Just a moment ago, while on the way here, the scouting Shensi's team wanted to search for the blood-colored lord's corpse. However, he was astonished to find that at the site of the battle there were no bodies to be found. This situation was quite rare. One must know that the size of the blood-colored lord generally exceeded the capacity of ordinary spatial artifacts. Unless the person who killed the blood-colored lord possessed a high-level spatial artifact, how could such a large corpse possibly vanish without a trace? Upon hearing this, everyone looked bewildered. Only a few individuals raised their hands, seemingly wanting to take credit. Shensi scanned the crowd and casually pointed to a man, signaling him to recount what had happened. The man, not daring to waste time, immediately began, "My lord, the situation is like this." He recounted everything he had witnessed. An extraordinary being flying in the sky had not clearly seen what it looked like. Then this extraordinary being was devoured. Shortly after, the blood-colored lord died. After his death, the corpse instantly disappeared, and no one knew where it went. After listening, Shensi's expression turned serious. According to this person's account, the extraordinary being must have awakened a flying-type ability. This part was not in question. A newly awakened extraordinary being could not possibly be a match for the blood-colored lord, so this extraordinary being was killed in an instant. But the problem arose when, shortly after being consumed, the blood-colored lord seemingly died from poisoning. Shensi found this very strange. Generally, extraordinary beings could only awaken one type of ability. Only those with exceptional talent would awaken a second ability. The extraordinary being mentioned by the onlookers gave Shensi the impression of being a dual-type extraordinary being, one flying type and one poison type. Only in this way could it poison the blood-colored lord after being swallowed. As for the extraordinary being still being alive, that was simply absurd. This hypothesis could hold. But the problem was that Shensi had never heard of any dual-type extraordinary beings of that level among the major forces in Huanghai City. Could it really be a super genius from the commoner district? Shensi muttered uncertainly, struggling to accept this fact. Ting Mei, standing behind him, seemed to know what Shensi was thinking and cheerfully said, "Captain, you're overthinking it. Whether it's a super genius from the commoner district or a hidden ace from any force, the person is dead now, so there's no need to worry about it. Or do you think someone could enter the blood-colored lord's belly and still come out alive? That's true, you do see things clearly." Shensi was suddenly enlightened by this reminder. Indeed, whether the deceased was a super genius or a hidden ace had nothing to do with him. He had only two purposes for coming here. One was to kill the blood-colored lord, which was no longer possible. So, only the other remained: to recruit newly emerged extraordinary beings. With this in mind, Shensi tossed a roll of money to the man who had provided the information and then announced loudly, "We are one of the 10 great families of Huanghai City, a vassal of the Chun family. We have come here to recruit like-minded companions. Anyone among you who has awakened an ability during this bloodshed can come to me to sign up. Those who are hired will receive generous treatment." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Some knowledgeable individuals immediately began to explain to those around them. It turned out that the forces in Huanghai City were divided into two main parts. The first part, the 10 great families. The second part, the Extraordinary Association. Besides these two main parts, there were also some smaller forces. In the past, it was always the smaller forces recruiting people. Unexpectedly, this time it was one of the 10 great families that had come. Lu Chun, who was mingling in the crowd, was also somewhat surprised that he had just learned about the power dynamics in the main city of Illusory Sea from an enthusiastic passerby. I must say, the title of the 10 great families was quite appealing to Lu Chen. But to be honest, Lu Chen didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others. So after careful consideration, he decided to suppress the impulse to go out and apply for a position. After all, no matter how good the so-called 10 great families were, they were merely the top tier of a small place. Lu Chen's sights were set on the whole world. He looked down on the 10 great families, but others were eager to cling to their legs. In the past, during every blood-soaked massacre, only about 7 or 8 extraordinary beings would appear. But this time, nearly 30 extraordinary beings emerged from the crowd. This surprised Lu Chen a bit. What he didn't know was that some people had awakened powerful abilities and had no intention of joining small factions. They would all enter the main city alone after the bloodshed ended, seeking to visit the various major factions and find a way to join them. However, this time, the recruitment personnel from the major factions had come.
Naturally, these individuals wouldn't want to create trouble for themselves, so they all stepped forward.
Of course, these people weren't all of them.
There were also some clever individuals who preferred to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix.
After awakening their extraordinary powers, they didn't leave the commoner district because, in their view, going to the main city and joining those major factions meant being at the very bottom.
So they were willing to reign supreme in the commoner district.
After glancing for a few minutes, Lu Chen felt even more fortunate about his plans.
The offer Chen Si made to those extraordinary beings was a monthly subsidy of 3 murky 2-colored soul orbs, to sell themselves for such a small number of soul orbs.
Lu Chen found it completely incomprehensible.
After all, if he were given a month, he wouldn't even know how many murky 2-colored soul orbs he could produce.
Why bother to take orders from others for such a small amount of silver? But it wasn't that Lu Chen couldn't understand.
After all, not everyone was as abnormal as he was. Ordinary extraordinary beings could only team up to hunt in the wild or obtain some soul orbs during the blood-soaked massacres. They couldn't hunt outside the city alone. Thus, the already low drop rate of soul orbs would yield extremely low returns when divided among several people.
Moreover, the risk of hunting soul beasts was very high.
So, tasks that only required helping others kill a few people or protecting family and goods could be considered low risk with extremely high rewards.
As for dignity, what use is that in such an apocalyptic world? After glancing for a few minutes, feeling bored, Lu Chen left first.
Because the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger had been killed by him, the blood-soaked descent that was originally expected to last 3 days ended early. The invading soul beasts disappeared, and the extraordinary beings from the main city came to recruit. The streets, which had been chaotic, returned to tranquility. Well, except for the 0 yuan purchases and invasions in the corners and alleys.
It took Lu Chen about half an hour to return home.
Unfortunately, because he hadn't reinforced the doors and windows, his home had already been ransacked upon his return. Dramatically, there was a corpse in the house, shot in the back. Looking at the wide-open eyes that seemed unable to close, it was likely that he had been backstabbed by his own partner. Such things, let alone in the commoner district, even in the main city, often happened among extraordinary beings. This was also why Lu Chen had not made any friends during his time in this world. Shaking his head, Lu Chen tossed the corpse outside. After tidying up the disheveled bed a bit, he collapsed into sleep.
Today's experiences were so incredible that Lu Chen was laughing wildly in his dreams.
Fortunately, there was no one in the room.
Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be seen.
Perhaps it was because the battle had lasted too long and he was simply too tired. Lu Chen rarely slept until 2 in the afternoon the next day. Stretching as he got out of bed, Lu Chen's gaze fell outside the window. The bloodstains and corpses on the street had all been cleaned up. Even the damaged areas had specialized extraordinary beings to repair them. The bloody slaughter had ended, and everything had returned to normal. If anyone still wanted to commit crimes openly now, it would depend on how strong their wings were. Lu Chen brushed his teeth and took out some food to nibble on.
Today, he planned to leave the slum district. He probably wouldn't be coming back again. After his home was ransacked yesterday, there was nothing valuable left.
The other worthless items had also been smashed to pieces.
So Lu Chen didn't take anything from home.
He took out his phone and dialed a real estate agent's number. Soon, a sensually dressed woman in black stockings arrived at Lu Chen's place.
TSK, looks like you were robbed last night.
With your situation, the price of the house will drop significantly. She began to pick at the details as soon as she arrived. Clearly, as an agent, her goal was to constantly find faults and drive down the price.
To this, Lu Chen didn't mind and directly asked, "Just tell me, how much?" 1,000. The agent stated a figure outright. This number was extremely low.
Although it was in the slum district, a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house of 89 square meters was worth at least several thousand.
Even though the house was in ruins, this price was truly exploitative.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen didn't pay much attention and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'm in a hurry to leave here.
You give me the money, and this house is yours. Come on, I'll get you the money right now."
The female agent was overjoyed to hear Lu Chen's words. If this deal went through, she would make a quick profit of a few thousand. She seemed very afraid that Lu Chen would back out. Without a second thought, she pulled out 500 yuan in cash from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen was also straightforward, accepting the money and immediately handing over the keys to the female agent.
Although that door was practically useless.
"Pleasure doing business with you." "Handsome, pleasure doing business." The two shook hands amicably.
While the female agent was still lost in the joy of scoring a deal, Lu Chen hurriedly left the house, casually tossing his SIM card away.
After Lu Chen had walked far enough, the female agent finally realized the property deed hadn't been transferred yet.
But at this point, Lu Chen was long gone.
The female agent could only stare at the unregistered property, cursing loudly because a house without a deed wasn't worth even 100 yuan. She had foolishly given away 500 yuan. Indeed, there's no such thing as free money falling from the sky. While thinking others are fools, she didn't realize she was the real fool. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was withdrawing money from an ATM. This card had previously belonged to the skeleton gang's Long Kai. After asking for the password, Lu Chen didn't even have time to withdraw the money. Now looking at it, it was indeed impressive for someone dealing in arms. The bank card had a balance of 50,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, this was a considerable amount. After withdrawing all the money, Lu Chen's current assets had reached an astonishing 80,000 yuan. This didn't even include the many corpses in the god's space. Besides the dark feather thunder tiger, the other corpses could probably be sold for several tens of thousands. However, those things would only be collected in the main urban area. After finishing all this, Lu Chen completely said goodbye to the slum district. He made his way alone to the entrance of the main urban area. Standing here, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the exaggerated 100-meter-high wall. Behind that wall was the main urban area of Illusion Sea City. There were 7 or 8 extraordinary beings guarding the entrance. The slum dwellers had neither the ability nor the courage to force their way in. There were 2 ways to enter the main urban area. One was to showcase one's extraordinary abilities, proving oneself as an extraordinary being, which allowed free entry into the main urban area. Another option is to pay a residence fee of 10,000 yuan and also give the guard on duty a tea fee of 1 or 2,000 in order to obtain a precious pass from them. Lu Chen originally wanted to pay the money to get in, but he really couldn't bear to part with that 10,000. So after thinking it over, he decided to use the first method. Before he even reached the entrance, the poorly dressed Lu Chen was stopped by an armed guard. This is a border area, no idle people are allowed to approach. I want to enter the city. Enter the city? The guard looked at Lu Chen suspiciously and kindly warned him, "Kid, let me tell you, you can't just say that. If you really want to enter the city, just go ahead, they will tell you how to get in. If you're joking, then leave here. If you go in and can't enter the city, you'll be caught and made to do hard labor." "I understand, thank you for the reminder." Lu Chen smiled back. He would naturally be polite to those who were kind to him. Following the guard's guidance, Lu Chen walked a few hundred meters forward and arrived at a booth. The person sitting there didn't even lift his eyelids and asked in a flat tone, "So, which method do you plan to use to enter the city?" "Extraordinary." Lu Chen's words made the guard look up. Seeing the handsome young man in front of him who couldn't be concealed by his plain appearance, he took out a testing mirror and said, "For elemental, nature, and mental systems, just release your abilities directly. If it's enhancement, support, or special systems, place your hand on it after releasing the skill. Do you understand?" Lu Chen nodded and raised his hand to summon several bolts of lightning. Boom! Lu Chen pointed, and several bolts of lightning instantly struck down. Not missing a beat, they hit near the guard. Although they didn't strike him directly, the explosion kicked up dust, leaving the guard covered in grime. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away." Lu Chen smiled apologetically. He was used to fighting enemies and hadn't yet learned how to control his strength. A careless move meant using all his power, but fortunately, the quantity of thunder didn't represent much. Otherwise, Lu Chen's strike would have exposed his strength. The guard pointed at his face and sprayed a thin stream of water to wash off the dust. After about 10 seconds, once the dust was cleared away, the guard's attitude did a complete turnaround, smiling at Lu Chen. "It's fine, from now on we are all people of the main city, what's a small matter like this? Little brother, since it's your first time here, do you want me to give you some advice? It only costs a meal." "Sure." Lu Chen agreed without a second thought. Upon hearing his agreement, the guard immediately took Lu Chen away from the booth and headed towards a certification hall. As they walked, he introduced himself. "My name is Yun Ma. I'm a few years older than you can call me Brother Yun." Generally speaking, the only thing new extraordinary individuals need to do in the main city is to go to the Extraordinary Association for registration. After registering, you can come and go freely in the city and take on some bounty tasks in the association hall. Of course, you can also find a position in some major forces. I see that you have awakened the nature-based lightning ability, which is quite a rare attribute. If you want to find a job somewhere, I can recommend a few places. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood. It turned out that Yun Ma's change in attitude was because he had released what was known as a nature-based ability. Lu Chen wasn't very familiar with this aspect, so he immediately asked, "Let's not rush into work, brother. Can you tell me about the extraordinary system? You know, they don't teach this outside." "Hey, that's true." Yun Ma patted his own head and immediately introduced to Lu Chen. "I just told you that abilities are divided into 6 categories: elemental, natural, enhancement, support, mental, and special.
Among these, elemental, enhancement, and support are the most common, while natural, mental, and special are the rarest.
For example, your lightning power belongs to the natural category. It's fast and has incredible destructive power. Generally, anyone who awakens this type of ability has a basic talent of a grade or above. Talent? Lu Chen heard a new term.
Yunma nodded and further explained, the system of extraordinary beings has talent, just like some people are born geniuses while others are born fools.
The higher the talent, the higher the potential.
Let's assume two people of the same level and the same ability are in a duel. The one with higher talent will unleash a more powerful ability that lasts longer.
Does that make sense? I see. Lu Chen nodded in understanding.
While they were chatting, they arrived at the certification hall.
There was no one here. The staff were idly picking at their feet.
When they saw someone come in, they slightly restrained themselves.
Under Yunma's guidance, Lu Chen approached a counter. Yunma introduced, "Here, you need to undergo a test to accurately determine your level and potential. How do I get tested? Pay 1,000 yuan and a drop of blood will suffice for the test."
This time, it was the person behind the counter who explained.
Lu Chen felt a bit resistant to this.
After all, he could now be considered to possess 6 abilities: enhancement, flight, mental telekinesis, natural lightning power and divine space, recovery, immortality, and special limitless extraction.
With so many abilities, how could they be tested? Thinking of this, Lu Chen didn't proceed with the test directly but pulled Yunma to the side and whispered in his ear, "Is this test really necessary?
I don't want my abilities recorded.
Can you help me out?"
Well, Yunma shook his head regretfully and said quietly, "I want to help you, but there's really no way around this.
If we get found out, we'll face serious punishment." "Alright, then I won't make it difficult for you." Lu Chen knew he couldn't avoid it.
He could only pay 1,000 yuan and received a testing kit. After dropping a drop of blood from his fingertip into it, Lu Chen handed the box to the staff. At this moment, he still felt a bit nervous. After all, so many of his abilities were about to be exposed.
Lu Chen was even prepared to throw these people into the divine space if necessary.
However, the situation was not as dire as he had imagined.
When the test report came out, Lu Chen's tense heart finally relaxed.
Talent, S-grade ability, natural lightning level 1 level, awakening stage 3? Yunma looked at the test report, his eyes nearly popping out. He had thought Lu Chen would be A, or even S, but he never expected Lu Chen's talent to be an astonishing S-grade.
Moreover, it was the rare natural S-grade.
At this moment, Yunma almost knelt down, because the person before him was undoubtedly a future big shot.
"What's wrong? Is my report strange?" Lu Chen looked at Yunma with some confusion, unable to understand why he was so surprised.
The only thing that could be surprising on the report was probably that S. But just now, Yunma himself said that the worst talent for a natural extraordinary being is A.
Isn't it normal to go from A to S? But in reality, Lu Chen didn't understand the system of extraordinary beings.
Don't be fooled by the jump from A to S, which skips A, S, and S3 levels. As long as one reaches S grade, they are definitely destined to be a big shot, not to mention that Lu Chen is actually S level. This is just a step away from reaching the legendary SS level. You have to know that the last time an extraordinary being with SS level talent appeared in the entire Federation, they have now become an unattainable disaster level extraordinary being. Looking at Lu Chen's bewildered expression, Yunma immediately explained these data. Talent is easy to understand, ranging from F to SSS, with each level having 2 minor levels of plus and minus. As for the extraordinary beings levels, they are divided into Awakening, Firefly, Starlight, Bright Moon, Radiant Sun, Firmament, Disaster, and Annihilation. Each level is further divided into 9 tiers. Beyond that, Yunma didn't know. That was beyond his level of access. The levels of soul beasts are similarly categorized. The 1st to 9th tiers correspond to Awakening 1 to 9, while the 10th to 18th tiers correspond to Firefly 1 to 9, and so on.
Lu Chen not only achieved an astonishing S-level talent, but he also reached Awakening Tier 3.
This data, for someone coming out of a slum area, is absolutely explosive, like a bomb going off at home.
In response, Lu Chen nodded knowingly but didn't feel any pride. Because if he were to reveal the skills given by the system, it would probably scare Yunma and these staff members to death, right?
Soon, Yunma led Lu Chen to obtain his extraordinary being credentials. After receiving the credentials, Yunma specifically reminded him it's best to update these credentials at associations around the world every month. When you're out, these credentials are the best proof of strength and can save you a lot of trouble.
Sure, thanks a lot, brother.
Saying this, Lu Chen took out 5 10 yuan big bills and handed them to Yunma as a reward for leading him here. He then quietly left, keeping his achievements and name hidden. A few minutes later, Lu Chen finally stepped into the main city area. Upon entering, he was greatly shocked. Paved roads, tall buildings, clean streets, this is what you can truly call a city. The slum area he had been in before was simply a cesspool.
Lu Chen's naive demeanor attracted the attention of those around him.
Another slum dweller has come to the city. If this continues, this city will be polluted by these filthy people.
Exactly,
I think the entry fee for slum dwellers should be raised to at least 50,000. A meal here costs several hundred. Even if these slum dwellers come in, they'll have to beg on the streets, which tarnishes our image.
You can't say that.
If these slum dwellers don't pay 10,000 to come in and work, who will do the jobs of cleaners and dishwashers in our city? So, these slum dwellers should treat us like their reborn parents.
Ha ha ha.
These people spoke without reservation, almost as if they were talking directly to Lu Chen.
If it were before, Lu Chen would have definitely pretended not to hear, but now, he is an extraordinary being.
There's no need to indulge these self-righteous folks.
With that thought, Lu Chen focused his mind.
The next second, the pants of those few rude individuals fell to the ground, revealing their embarrassing little underwear.
Ah, why is this happening?
The few of them immediately squatted down in humiliation. Their actions drew comments from others around. Lu Chen was simply returning the favor, letting them experience what it feels like to be judged by others. In the main city area, using firearms or supernatural abilities to attack someone is illegal.
If discovered, the Law Enforcement Bureau would issue a citywide wanted notice.
Either pay a hefty fine or be sent to the front lines as labor.
However, Lu Chen was completely unafraid.
First, he didn't harm those people, he just made them lose face. Secondly, his identification marked him as a nature system lightning extraordinary, which had nothing to do with the mental system. This was something Lu Chen had figured out. Although he possessed various abilities within him, it seemed that due to the system, only the ability he had recently used would show up in the energy and blood tests. So even if those people had just called the police on him, there wouldn't be any strange issues. To prevent such things from happening again, Lu Chen's first stop was a clothing store. The patched clothes he wore were indeed a bit too conspicuous. Fortunately, when he entered, he had picked up a map from Yunma. It didn't take long for him to find an affordable shop.
As soon as he walked in, Lu Chen took out his extraordinary identification.
Upon seeing that he was an extraordinary, the staff, despite his ragged appearance, didn't dare to look down on him.
After Lu Chen mentioned he would make his selections, the owner nodded and bowed, leaving him alone. It must be said that the status of an extraordinary was indeed high. Even in this Illusion Sea city, the so-called 10 great families treated powerful extraordinaries with utmost respect. No one disturbed him. Lu Chen quickly chose 3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes.
Just as he was about to check out, he was shocked by the price of the clothes.
3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes cost 1,600 yuan.
This was after a 30% discount for extraordinaries. It made Lu Chen suspect that he had been scammed. Just as he was about to question the owner hurriedly explained, the maintenance costs in our main urban area are very high, so the prices for food, clothing, and housing are several times higher than outside. This price is truly not a scam. You know that angering an extraordinary is not beneficial for our small business.
I understand.
Lu Chen reluctantly believed the owner's words, as he had already used up the cash he had reserved. He had no choice but to take out 3,000 yuan from the divine space in front of the owner.
This operation wasn't rare in the main urban area, as some wealthy extraordinaries owned expensive spatial accessories, so the owner wasn't too surprised. After paying, Lu Chen left the clothing store wearing a brand new outfit.
Next, he planned to find a place to stay. However, this time he was smarter and compared prices from several shops first. The clothing store owner was right, the prices in the entire main urban area were particularly outrageous, especially for food and accommodation. Food prices depended on the ingredients, with some meals costing dozens of yuan and others reaching over 100,000. Accommodation was also expensive. The cheapest room cost 100 yuan per night. He understood why those people were willing to work as bodyguards for those big powers, not to mention the soul beads they received monthly. Just the free food and lodging could save them thousands each month. Fortunately, Lu Chen wasn't short on money at the moment. He directly found the cheapest hotel and booked a night. Even the cheapest hotel in the main urban area was a bit better than the one in Lu Chen's slum area. Anyway, Lu Chen was quite accustomed to staying there. After washing his hair and taking a shower, Lu Chen went out to look for something to eat. He casually ordered a bowl of beef noodles without beef, which cost him 50 yuan. Since he hadn't used his abilities much, Lu Chen's diet was still relatively normal. One meal could last him half a day without any problem. After taking care of his physiological needs, he planned to get down to business. The first step was naturally to deal with the soul beast corpses in the divine space. For this, Lu Chen specifically asked around and arrived at a place that processed soul beasts. As soon as he entered, a bald man covered in blood holding a cleaver directly asked, "Are you here to process or to sell materials? Can you introduce the 2 options to me?" What's the difference? Processing means you give us the corpses of soul beasts, and we help you strip away the valuable parts, which you can then sell yourself.
The processing fee for each one is $50.
Selling materials means you package the materials and sell them to us, we'll give you a price based on what we see.
After listening to the two proposals, Luchan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "How much do you think this one is worth?"
With that, Luchan took out a soul beast's corpse from the space of the gods. The bald man's eyes changed when he saw the corpse. He stepped forward to examine it closely and couldn't help but praise, "This is handled beautifully, a single fatal cut, and the integrity is preserved quite well.
For this, I can offer you 200 each. If I sell in bulk, can you add a bit more?" Lu Chen asked.
"Of course, if you have a large quantity of this quality, I can give you 400 each." The bald man readily agreed. Clearly a straightforward person.
However, he curiously asked, "When you say a large quantity, how many are we talking about? It can't be just 7 or 8, right?"
"Of course not." Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "About 300 of this quality, and there are also over 50 that are slightly worse." The bald man was stunned after hearing this. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, sizing him up. After confirming that Lu Chen wasn't joking, the bald man curiously asked, "Did you raid a soul beast nest? How did you manage that?" "I have my own methods, just tell me if you can handle it." "Of course."
"Alright, give me your contact information.
I'll arrange a place tonight, just bring your tools to pick them up." The two exchanged contact information. The number of soul beast corpses was too large. Even for a specialized processing factory, some tools would need to be prepared. On Lu Chen's side, he could take them out at any time. But he would definitely not expose this skill of his. After reaching an agreement, Lu Chen left. After processing these soul beast corpses, Lu Chen went to Weapon Street. This was the main area in the city dedicated to selling weapons. There were specialized firearms, ammunition, and also custom cold weapons. The main focus here was weapons that could deal with soul beasts. It could be said that they had everything one could need. As for firearms, Lu Chen couldn't afford them for now. The price of firearms alone exceeded 50,000, and ammunition was even more expensive. So his attention was still on cold weapons. After walking for a few minutes, Lu Chen entered a store that specialized in cold weapons. As soon as he walked in, a salesgirl warmly approached him. "Sir, do you need help with anything? I need a beast-slaying knife. Do you have any recommendations?" "For beast-slaying knives, you can take a look over here." The salesgirl led Lu Chen to a counter. A whole wall was lined with a dozen beast-slaying knives. Although there were already tags on them, the salesgirl enthusiastically introduced the condition of each knife. From her, Lu Chen learned that weapons also have classifications. Generally speaking, the classification of weapons is similar to that of soul beads, consisting of muddled grade, ancient bronze grade, blue jade grade, secret silver grade, dark gold grade, purple gold grade, blood moon grade, and rainbow brilliance grade. However, unlike soul beads, weapons are only distinguished as upper, middle, and lower grades. For example, the beast-slaying knife Lu Chen bought outside before was actually a muddled lower grade, and it was even worse than. The worst ones sold in this store are all muddled lower grade, which can break through the defenses of third-tier soul beasts. The highest is the blue jade upper grade, which can break through the defenses of 27th-tier soul beasts. The price isn't particularly high. The best blue jade upper grade beast-slaying knife is only sold for 130,000, which can be considered a good deal. This is the knife that Lu Chen liked the most, although he currently didn't have enough money. After dealing with those corpses at night, he would definitely have the means to acquire this exquisitely crafted knife. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen asked, "This knife is nice, can you hold it for me for a day? I'll come back to buy it tomorrow." "Of course, sir. You just need to pay a 20 deposit and we will hold the knife for you." "All right." Lu Chen didn't hesitate and immediately took out 26,000 yuan to hand to the sales assistant. After registering his information, Lu Chen left the place. Next, he needed to find an empty area without people and notify the butcher to come collect. The butcher was that bald man. He hadn't given Lu Chen his real name, just a title. Lu Chen didn't mind that. After wandering alone on the streets for several hours, Lu Chen didn't find any deserted places in the main urban area. There was no choice, he had to leave the main urban area and head to the slums he was relatively familiar with. There were many uninhabited open spaces here. Checking the time, it was about right. Lu Chen notified the butcher to come for the goods and began to transport the corpses of the soul beasts from the divine space. He hadn't counted them before, but this time Lu Chen took a look and found there were 322 complete corpses and 68 relatively incomplete ones, totaling 390 soul beast corpses. At an average price of 400, they could be sold for around 156,000 yuan. Not long after he finished moving them, a series of rumbling sounds came from a distance. Following the sound, Lu Chen saw more than 20 super long trucks driving towards him. In this era, it was uncommon to use such a convoy for transporting goods.
However, Lu Chen thought carefully, others couldn't store them in the divine space like he could, and aside from using these large trucks, there really wasn't a better way. Soon, the vehicles stopped. The butcher was the first to get out of the truck. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing the butcher's expression, Lu Chen knew he would definitely make a good profit, otherwise, why would he be so thrilled? But making money was the butcher's skill. The price he offered was indeed higher than the market rate. Let's check the goods. There are some second-tier soul beasts in here, so the price will have to go up a bit. Lu Chen smiled. That's not a problem. The butcher eagerly agreed and immediately called his subordinates to inspect the goods. The entire process went very smoothly. After about 10 minutes, the butcher had finished checking and immediately calculated with Lu Chen. I just checked, according to the previous price. First-tier complete soul beasts are 400 each, totaling 285, and second-tier complete soul beasts are 700 each, totaling 37. The slightly damaged ones are all first-tier soul beasts, and I'll count them at 200 each. That makes a total of 153,500. To make it round, I can give you 154,000, how about that? 155,000 please. I don't like the number 4, it's unlucky. Alright, 155,000 it is. The butcher was a straightforward person and immediately agreed to Lu Chen's request. He signaled his subordinates to start loading the goods. He and Lu Chen moved to the side, and the butcher pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking it towards Lu Chen. Want one? I don't smoke, it's bad for health. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, declining the butcher's kindness. The butcher didn't mind and skillfully lit a cigarette. He took out several stacks of money from his space ring and handed them to Lu Chen. Count it. Lu Chen just glanced at it briefly and said, that's right. It'll be on my way now. Wait. What? Lu Chen smiled at the butcher. Bored in the slums, he always felt that this wait wasn't a good sign. However, Lu Chen wasn't afraid of them turning against him. In fact, he even hoped they would, but unfortunately the butcher asked Lu Chen to wait, not intending to kill and rob, but rather seeking cooperation. I see you have extraordinary skills. In the future, if you have any soul beasts to sell, come to me first. You can rest assured about the price, it will definitely be higher than the market rate. After hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and agreed, no problem. I'm a person who only recognizes money. As long as your price is higher than others, I guarantee you will have a large number of soul beast corpses to process. Alright, then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. This time, both parties were very pleased with the collaboration. After reaching an agreement, Lu Chen left the slum area first. Once he was gone, the butcher's subordinate approached him and asked, Boss, why did you let go of such a fat sheep? He can carry so many soul beast corpses by himself. He must have a very high-level spatial artifact. If we could get this one, we wouldn't have to worry for the rest of our lives. After hearing this, the butcher looked at his subordinate as if he were an idiot and scolded, you saw it too. He dared to come here alone, even specifically choosing the desolate slum area. Is he afraid of us robbing him, or does he hope we will? I think your head has been muddled from killing pigs. After being scolded, the subordinate dared not say anything further. In the butcher's view, Lu Chen was the young master of some big family. Because that spatial artifact capable of carrying so many soul beast corpses was something only people from wealthy families could afford. Even if that weren't the case, there were definitely many experts nearby protecting Lu Chen. Because with so many corpses, a large number of spatial artifacts would be essential for transportation and storage. So no matter what, even if the butcher had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to confront Lu Chen here. Cooperation between both parties would lead to a win-win situation. Lu Chen was unaware of the butcher's thoughts. At this moment, he had already returned to the main city. Since it was too late, the weapon shop had closed. So Lu Chen could only grab a bite to eat before returning to the hotel to sleep. The next morning, in a good mood, Lu Chen took the money and bought the virtue to persuade. There were no interruptions during this process. After spending this huge amount, Lu Chen still had about 100,000 left. After purchasing the knife, Lu Chen returned to his hotel room. Now what he needed to do was extract the soul pearl from the dark feather thunder tiger. This kind of blood-colored lord was basically a must-have soul pearl. The previous beast-slashing knife couldn't cut through its skin. But now this blue jade-level virtue to persuade could easily slice through the thunder tiger's skull. With one stroke, a fortune was made. Inside that massive head lay a very murky soul pearl. From its color, the soul pearl had actually reached the murky 6 colors. Immediately, without any hesitation, Lu Chen absorbed this soul pearl. In an instant, a vast energy filled Lu Chen's body. It took about a minute to completely absorb the energy of this soul pearl. When the last trace of energy dissipated, Lu Chen's body underwent another sublimation. Unexpectedly, upon absorbing this murky 6-colored soul pearl, he actually leveled up again.
It seems that talent is indeed related to absorption, he recalled Yun Ma mentioning yesterday. The level of talent affects the efficiency of soul pearl absorption. He stated in unverified conclusion, when the energy of a soul pearl is absorbed into the body, it varies based on one's talent, leading to different energy absorption rates. The general idea is that for the same soul pearl absorption, a person with a level talent can only retain 60, level talent can retain 70, level talent can retain 80, level talent can retain 90, and a level talent can retain 100. Basically, by the time one reaches a level talent, the absorption rate is already maxed out, but the most crucial part is here. With S-level talent, the absorption rate has completely overflowed. According to some studies, the absorption efficiency of S-level talent is about 150, S-level is 300, and SS-level is 600. To put it simply, if a person wants to upgrade from Awakening Stage 1 to Firefly Stage 1, and a level talent would need to absorb 60,000 murky soul orbs, and S-level talent would need to absorb 40,000 murky soul orbs. A person with SS-level talent only needs 10,000 murky soul orbs. Therefore, Lu Chen always felt that his upgrade speed was incredibly fast. Most likely, his bonus talent should be calculated at the highest level. It might even be much higher than the top SSS level. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this. After everything was taken care of, Lu Chen stored the corpse of the Dark Feather Thunder Tiger. After cleaning up the blood in the room, Lu Chen headed out to the Extraordinary Association. To establish a foothold in the main city, a large amount of money and reputation is needed. Where can these be obtained? Of course, at the place with the most extraordinary individuals, the Extraordinary Association. Here, extraordinary individuals can take on tasks suitable for themselves. Not only can they earn money, but they can also gain reputation. As soon as Lu Chen arrived, he was stopped by 2 security guards at the entrance. After showing his credentials, he was allowed inside. The entire building has 2 floors. Upon entering, the European classical decoration style immediately caught Lu Chen's eye. Dim lighting, classical music. A few people sat in chairs drinking, forming small circles. As soon as they saw a new face enter, the extraordinary individuals in the lobby immediately became excited. They looked at Lu Chen with eager eyes. Although no one spoke, it was strangely as if everyone was communicating. Lu Chen was unsure of their situation and approached the bar, ordering a cocktail, and asked, "What good tasks do you recommend here? Just look for yourself, everything is here." The black-clad beauty behind the bar mixed drinks while placing a tablet in front of Lu Chen. This tablet was special. It required the user's extraordinary credentials to unlock. Under the explanation of the barmaid, Lu Chen quickly swiped his credentials. According to her, once unlocked, it contained tasks available for extraordinary individuals of Lu Chen's level. The tasks were divided into 3 main categories. The first type is special tasks, which do not have specific work content. The task taker must connect with the task issuer and there is a strict confidentiality agreement. Generally, this type of task has the highest price but also the greatest difficulty. The second type is bodyguard tasks, which are straightforward. They involve acting as bodyguards for people or goods in certain scenarios. The price is linked to the level of danger, and they are mostly group actions, requiring high cooperation among the team. The third type is collection tasks, which require extraordinary individuals to gather specific materials, usually found in areas abundant with wild soul beasts. Because the time requirements are more flexible, aside from collecting some materials, extraordinary individuals are not required to do anything else, so generally, the prices are not high. After briefly understanding the 3 types of tasks, Lu Chen had a clear goal in mind. He opened the list of collection tasks. After glancing through it, he ordered all of them. At the same time Lu Chen placed his orders, the machine behind the bar began to print task details frantically. The continuous sound of printing drew everyone's attention. Looking at the long list, they were all very curious about how many tasks this newcomer had taken on. You just took all the tasks from the collection area?" The barmaid picked up the task list and looked at it, her eyes filled with shock. It should be noted that although collection tasks have a more relaxed time frame, that doesn't mean there are no time limits. If one dies outside, that's one thing, but if they return alive without completing the task, there will still be a hefty compensation. The young lady casually glanced and saw several material collection tasks in different directions. She completely didn't understand why there were tasks that were so out of the way. As for what Lu Chen was going to do next, regarding this question, Lu Chen just smiled faintly. "I plan to stay in the wild a bit longer. If I don't die, completing these tasks won't be too difficult." After confirming that Lu Chen hadn't accidentally clicked the wrong thing, the barmaid didn't say anything more. Lu Chen put away the long list of tasks and downed his cocktail in one go. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a group of people appearing around him. "Hey, little brother, you've got some guts, taking on so many tasks right off the bat. It must be tiring to do it all alone.
How about you get to know our team? We're just about to leave the city, and it would be nice to have a companion on the road. What road are you talking about? With the way you speak, you think anyone would want to join your team? Little brother, come with us, we're just about to head out of the city. We can take you to a few material zones, and you just need to give a little money as a token of appreciation. Stop fighting, stop competing. Little brother, you should team up with us. We have 4 different types of ladies here. If you join us, we can have some fun on the way. In an instant, Lu Chen was surrounded. After seeing that Lu Chen had taken on so many tasks, each of them started calculating their own interests. Some with higher levels wanted Lu Chen to pay to join them. Some who needed companions planned to pull Lu Chen along. Others who were weaker needed Lu Chen to protect them. But Lu Chen was completely uninterested in teaming up. His abilities were too unique, making it unsuitable for him to travel with these people. After declining their invitations, Lu Chen left the extraordinary association. Instead of returning to the hotel, he went directly to a convenience store. After buying some water and camping supplies, he headed straight to the city gate. This gate was different from the one leading to the commoner district. Upon arrival, Lu Chen saw many armed individuals patrolling the area. They were not carrying ordinary guns but specially made ones designed to deal with soul beasts and extraordinary beings. Ever since the disaster began 100 years ago, the wild has never been human territory. As the only open entrance, this gate naturally had several times more military presence than other places. Additionally, countless extraordinary beings left the city through here every day. Therefore, the process of exiting wasn't particularly complicated. It was just a matter of showing identification and registering some information. The guard responsible for the gate then let Lu Chen pass. Once outside the city gate, Lu Chen could feel the air filled with a unique scent of soul beasts. Looking ahead, there were dense bushes and a dilapidated road. Before coming out, Lu Chen had also inquired with the convenience store clerk about the situation outside. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any soul beasts within 2 to 3 kilometers around each city, as the city officials would periodically clear the area. Over time, this had formed a sort of safe zone. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry, walking slowly on the old road while enjoying the surrounding scenery. The untouched ecological environment, free from human destruction, was truly beautiful. Walking here, he felt as if he were in a fairyland. Of course, this was assuming there weren't so many terrifying soul beasts. As he walked, Lu Chen unknowingly stepped out of the so-called safe zone. The trees and bushes along the road began to thicken, and he could occasionally hear strange noises around him. Just as he thought it was getting dangerous here, in the grass to the left of Lu Chen, a 3-headed venomous snake suddenly shot out. The snake was as thick as a palm and who knows how long. The distance was too close and the speed too fast, so Lu Chen didn't even have time to react. The 3 fierce heads accurately bit into Lu Chen's arm. This type of snake was a 3rd-tier soul beast, and each head contained deadly poison. Now that all 3 heads had latched onto Lu Chen, they were frantically injecting toxins into his bloodstream. Just 1 second passed. The skin where Lu Chen was bitten visibly began to turn dark purple. The wilderness was this dangerous. Not to mention someone like Lu Chen, a 4th-tier awakened little Karami. Even a 9th-tier extraordinary being would find it hard not to be attacked in such a surprise assault. And once attacked, the only fate awaiting the victim was death. The 3-headed snake began to fantasize about how to devour this human. However, the next second, the 3-headed snake felt a sharp pain. They raised their 6 eyes to check, only to see that the human had bitten into them. Many question marks appeared above their 3 little heads. I bite you, and you bite me back? Don't you know I'm covered in deadly poison? Clearly, Lu Chen didn't care about that at all. He just wanted to taste what spicy strips were like. Sure enough, one bite in, it was all spicy. So disgusting. Lu Chen spat on the ground. Taking advantage of the 3-headed snake's surprise, he wielded his weapon and directly pierced its vital spot. Hiss! The 3-headed snake let out a low growl in pain. They felt their hearts had been damaged but did not release their grip. Instead, seizing the last bit of breath, they crazily increased the output of venom. It's not without reason that snakes are called vicious. The 3-headed snake knew its time was short and wanted to drag Lu Chen down with it. But in the end, its plan fell through. Not only did it fail to poison Lu Chen, but it couldn't even make him pause for a moment. Compared to having its bones broken and being unable to move, the spread of the 3-headed snake's toxin was slower than Lu Chen's terrifying self-healing speed. Basically, as soon as the toxin entered his body, it was purified by his immortal Boda's horrifying healing rate. Lu Chen also wanted to experience the feeling of being injured, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Before dying, the 3-headed snake seemed to have guessed this. Seeing the human, who should have died long ago, still standing there full of life, it ultimately breathed its last with regret. Lu Chen dug open the 3 heads. He initially thought that 3 heads might yield 3 soul pearls. but in reality he was overthinking it. This guy had no soul pearls in any of its 3 heads. Infuriated, Lu Chen cursed the 3-headed snake as useless, unable to produce even 1 soul pearl with 3 heads. Fortunately, the 3-headed snake didn't hear this. Otherwise, even if Lu Chen hadn't killed it, it would probably have died of anger. After putting away the corpse of the 3-headed snake, Lu Chen tidied his clothes and continued walking forward. The wilderness was extremely dangerous. Although soul beasts had a strong sense of territory, without direction or a map, it was easy to wander into the territory of powerful soul beasts. Generally, people had to tread carefully in the wild. But Lu Chen didn't care. He hummed a tune and walked recklessly down the road, as if he were afraid the soul beasts wouldn't see him. After walking for nearly a few hundred meters, Lu Chen suddenly stopped, calming himself to listen carefully. Huff, huff, huff. A heavy breathing sound came from a certain direction. Ever since he awakened his flying ability last time, Lu Chen's vision and hearing had become extremely sharp, and he instantly pinpointed a direction. Out of curiosity, with nothing to do, Lu Chen walked toward that direction. The closer he got, the louder the breathing became. He walked for about 200 or 300 meters. Lu Chen suddenly saw, not far away, 2 wolf-type soul beasts happily mating. A third-tier soul beast, teddy wolf. This type of wolf is notorious for its lewdness, with males being indiscriminate and females equally so. Their long whips are a great tonic. Damn, it's so eye-watering. Lu Chen cursed under his breath and immediately targeted the panting male wolf with his telekinesis. In the next second, the male wolf, which should have been on the female, was forcibly separated. Its body uncontrollably flew towards Lu Chen. The teddy wolf, seeing the suddenly appearing human, immediately began to curse. It was minding its own business in a hidden place, breeding its offspring, and hadn't provoked you at all. You human, do you have to be such a dog? Is breeding illegal now? If you want to kill me, wait until I finish mating. Damn it. Looking at its face full of grievance, even if Lu Chen couldn't understand, he could roughly guess what the teddy wolf was cursing about. But clearly, Lu Chen didn't care how it felt. The weapon in his hand, the virtue spear, was directly thrust into the heart of the teddy wolf. A pull, a stab, and it was killed again. A whoa! Seeing its mating partner killed, the nearby female wolf let out an angry howl. But just as it finished its howl, the next second, thunder from a clear sky. Several bolts of lightning fell from the sky, directly sending the female wolf, which had just been howling, to the western paradise. Show affection, die quickly. Lu Chen snorted coldly, putting the male wolf's corpse into the divine space. As for the female wolf, it had already turned to charcoal. There was no value in recovering it. The earlier thunder had attracted the attention of nearby extraordinary beings. Lu Chen could hear many footsteps approaching him. These sounds were different from soul beasts, they should be human voices. Not wanting to cause trouble, Lu Chen immediately turned and left. When the surroundings were quiet, Lu Chen realized that his first awakened ability was actually not as useless as he had imagined. Not only could it provide him with flying capabilities, but his body had also been significantly strengthened due to the enhancement system. For instance, his extremely keen hearing was incredibly useful in the wild. Relying on this hearing, Lu Chen perfectly avoided the activity range of others. At the same time, he also quietly made his way to a gathering place of soul beasts. In front of Lu Chen, 13 fourth-tier soul beasts tank pigs were leisurely drinking water by the river. They were completely unaware that Lu Chen, the old six, was lying in the grass behind them. Tank pigs are known for their sturdy bodies, possessing remarkable resistance to physical attacks, and like tanks, their charging power is immense. Moreover, being social soul beasts, the danger level of encountering them is very high if they are of the same level or not too far apart. They can be said to be a soul beast with a low cost-performance ratio for killing. However, even so, Lu Chen was determined to kill these tank pigs. Because he had a task, which was to obtain the ears of these tank pigs. My virtue spear should easily break through their proud defenses. I just need to stand out and wait for them to charge at me to counter-kill them. Lu Chen mentally drafted a battle plan. In reality, calling it a battle plan isn't entirely accurate. Because of his immortal body, Lu Chen's combat style was very plain and unadorned. But there was no choice. After all, he hadn't encountered an enemy yet that could make him think. Putting aside his thoughts to avoid alarming the snake, Lu Chen did not use telekinesis to start. Instead, he directly stood up from the grass. The movement naturally caught the attention of the tank pigs. Upon seeing someone there, their beastly instincts flared up. One by one, they rubbed their hooves, making ho-ho sounds. Lu Chen also took out the virtue spear, waiting for them to charge. As soon as their eyes met, the battle was about to break out. When the tank pigs saw Lu Chen preparing for close combat, their confidence in defense led them to immediately unleash a brutal charge. The enormous tusks in their mouths appeared particularly sharp under the sunlight. It's not hard to imagine that if one were to be gored by these tusks, they would not only be injured but could be left crippled. However, Lu Chen had no intention of dodging. As he saw the herd of tank pigs rushing towards him, he excitedly licked his lips, harboring a very bold idea. Soon, the herd of tank pigs arrived as expected. Just as their tusks were about to pierce Lu Chen's body, he unleashed his telekinetic power with full force. 13 massive tank pigs came to an abrupt halt in that moment. Seizing this brief opportunity, Lu Chen danced a deathly dance at the fastest speed he could muster. The weapon in his hand swiftly slashed their throats. The moment he finished this, in the next second, his telekinetic power completely dissipated. After instinctively charging forward for a short distance, all 13 tank pigs collapsed to the ground. Lu Chen was also pierced through the body by the enormous tusks, blood flowing profusely. But he didn't care, simply detaching himself from the tusks. He felt no pain and would not die from it. However, Lu Chen's face turned a bit pale, and his stomach was extremely hungry because he had just expended all his energy controlling the 13 tank pigs for 10 seconds. 10 seconds, not too bad, Lu Chen thought, feeling somewhat satisfied with the duration of this crowd control. After all, the tank pigs were 4th-tier soul beasts, roughly at the same level as him. Controlling 13 beings of similar strength for 10 seconds, could he not be satisfied? Just like killing these pigs, 10 seconds was enough for him to take lives. Taking out some food from the space of the gods to replenish his strength, Lu Chen proceeded to cut off the ears of these pigs. The client wanted 10 pairs and he had obtained 13 pairs. This task was considered complete. After cutting off the ears, Lu Chen began to dig into their massive heads. This time, luck was on his side. From the 13 4th-tier pigs, he unearthed 3 murky 4-colored soul orbs. Just as he was about to use them, a cold arrow suddenly shot from behind. No way, not again? Lu Chen heard the sound of the arrow slicing through the air and couldn't help but complain. He knew what his fate would be next. Sure enough, just as Lu Chen finished speaking, in the next second, a sharp arrow pierced through his head. But that wasn't the end. It seemed the opponent was afraid Lu Chen wasn't dead yet. Swish, swish, swish. A few more arrows were shot into his head. Done. A cold and beautiful woman with a specially made compound bow stood on a tree several hundred meters away, a charming smile gracing her lips. After confirming that the target was dead beyond recovery, she signaled to her teammates. Seeing this signal, the 4 people waiting below walked orderly towards the place where Lu Chen had fallen. The cold and beautiful woman from the tree also jumped down to join the formation. This team, consisting of 2 men and 3 women, was a group of awakened 5th-tier individuals. The leader, a stunning woman named Bai Lianhua, was the next heir of the Bai family, one of the 10 great families of Huanhai City. She was a super genius cultivated by her entire family, having reached the 7th tier of awakening at a young age. With the ability of the nature system silent and soundless, she was the strongest and most influential leader in the team. They had encountered Lu Chen while heading to the lightning strike site and had been following him ever since. However, Bai Lianhua had used her ability to conceal the sounds of herself and her teammates, which was why Lu Chen's keen hearing had not been effective. Under her leadership, the 5 of them arrived at Lu Chen's corpse. At this moment, Lu Chen's head wound had already healed, but with arrows still embedded in it and blood on the ground, Bai Lianhua and her group did not notice that Lu Chen's injury had self-healed. At this time point, one of the sycophantic men kicked Lu Chen and flattered, "Miss Xiao's ability is indeed useful. We've been following this guy for so long without being discovered. This unlucky fellow probably never expected to die at our hands like this. That's for sure. Miss Xiao's ability can eliminate any sound, which is a godsend for ambushing soul beasts and for unfortunate souls traveling alone like this one," another short-haired beauty chimed in with a smile. In their eyes, such solitary adventurers were incredibly foolish. Just like the person lying on the ground, he looked powerful and was an extremely rare psychic type. If he had a suitable team, he would definitely wreak havoc on the outskirts. But this person was overly confident and ventured out alone, and now he had become prey for them. Alright, stop talking. Quickly search him for his belongings, lest others or soul beasts come sniffing around the blood, Bai Lianhua said cautiously, instructing her teammates to act quickly. One of the quiet young men nodded and began to search Lu Chen. At first, it went smoothly. He took the few soul beads from Lu Chen's hand. But as he continued to search, his expression began to change. Because, not only did he not find any spatial accessories, but when he touched Lu Chen's chest, he felt a very faint breath and the sound of a heartbeat. This discovery shocked him, and just as he was about to report it, suddenly, a strange voice rang in his ear. "Have you had enough touching?" This voice made everyone fall silent, because they saw a corpse with arrows sticking out of its head and a bizarre smile on its face, speaking to them. Holy shit, this is insane. Attack, quick, attack. After a brief silence, there was a frenzy of attacks. At that moment, Lu Chen had no idea how many attacks he had received.
but now that he had revealed himself, he naturally wouldn't continue to play dead.
Withstanding the storm of attacks, Lu Chen stepped closer to Bai Lianhua and the others, step by step. Impossible, how can he be immune to so many attacks? No, it can't be, I must be dreaming. Is this even a human? This is simply a monster. Damn, is he cheating? Why is he so strong? At that moment, everyone was filled with despair. Whether they attacked with weapons or used their abilities, the person in front of them could always ignore all damage. Although it was slow, he was steadily approaching them step by step. This unbelievable and horrifying scene made Bai Lianhua and the others feel a sense of retreat. Seeing that their attacks truly couldn't harm Lu Chen, Bai Lianhua immediately made a decision. Retreat, quick, retreat. Can't afford to provoke, can I not escape? As the heir of a prominent family, Bai Lianhua naturally understood this principle. No matter how much this person ignored damage, as long as she could run away, wouldn't that be the end of it? Even if this person returned alive to Huanhai City, would there be any evidence to report her crimes? Even if he had evidence, could a person without a background still touch her? Normally, attacking extraordinary beings in the wild would result in punishment if discovered. At worst, fines, at worst, being sent to the front lines. If Bai Lianhua were an ordinary person, she might really hesitate to return like this. But she was the heir of the Bai family, one of the 10 great families. As long as she could leave now, she would definitely be safe once back in the city. However, her calculations were too good. The reason Lu Chen wasn't attacking them wasn't because he couldn't, but because he wanted them to understand what fear and despair truly meant. Seeing these people trying to retreat, Lu Chen stopped pretending. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pointed at the young man who had first started to touch him, and coldly shouted, "Crush the darkness with thunder." With that one sentence, it was like thunder striking the ground. The young man hadn't even reacted when, in the next second, he was shattered by the thunder. Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Fire manipulation. The young man who had kicked Lu Chen earlier saw his friend get taken out in an instant and cried out in anguish. In the next moment, his body suddenly lost control. He involuntarily flew towards Lu Chen's location. "No, miss, save me. I don't want to die." The young man named Li Yi, knowing he couldn't resist, hurriedly called for help from the 3 girls running ahead, including Bai Lianhua. But none of the 3 girls, including Bai Lianhua, paid any attention to Li Yi's cries for help. Each of them was too scared to look back. If Lu Chen had only shown terrifying defense and regeneration abilities earlier, now he was demonstrating an incredibly terrifying offensive power. The instant awakening of the 5th tier thunder power left Li Yi, who was also at the 5th tier, without any ability to act. This kind of terrifying offensive power made it impossible for the 3 of them to dare to stay behind. Watching their teammates' retreating figures, Li Yi was instantly filled with despair. At that moment, he had already flown in front of Lu Chen, being forcefully pinned to the ground. Looking at the terrified Li Yi, Lu Chen sneered, "So it was you who kicked me earlier?" "No. Big guy, let me explain." Li Yi tried to argue, but Lu Chen didn't give him that chance. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard. In an instant, it was chaos. After 0.05 seconds of silence, Li Yi let out an incredibly miserable scream. "This kick, I'm returning it to you." Lu Chen looked at Li Yi, who was rolling on the ground holding his groin in pain, and coldly said. After that, Lu Chen didn't kill him. Instead, he chose to subdue him with virtue, severing Li Yi's legs. Yes, Lu Chen was very angry, and the consequences were severe. He wanted this young man who had kicked him to feel what true pain was. After doing all this, wings appeared behind Lu Chen. In the next second, he quickly vanished from the spot. He had heard their conversation just now. The reason he had been followed for so long without noticing these people was because of that woman with the composite bow. Her ability could eliminate sound, making it impossible for anyone to know she was approaching. This ability was simply a perfect counter to Lu Chen's hearing. It could be said that once they left his line of sight, it would be very difficult to find them again. But unfortunately, Lu Chen was not just keen of hearing. His initial ability also enhanced his top-notch vision. So at this moment, as Lu Chen soared in the sky, that incredibly vast field of view made it impossible for any movement below to escape his notice. Flying so boldly in the wild was almost no different from courting death. The moment Lu Chen took to the sky, many flying soul beasts came to attack him. But at that moment, Lu Chen didn't have time to care about them, allowing them to attack him freely. His gaze was still searching for the 3 girls fleeing below. Found them. After flying for about 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Chen finally spotted the 3 people running quickly below. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen directly turned to dive down. The huge sound of wind also caught the attention of the 3 girls below. They looked up at Lu Chen, who was diving down at high speed, and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The three by Lianhua never expected that the terrifying man would actually unleash 4 abilities? Super healing, thunderstrike, telekinesis, flight. Did this guy really not have any cheats? No, I don't wanna die, I was wrong. The short-haired beauty, upon seeing Lu Chen aiming at her, immediately burst into tears, looking as pitiful as a weeping pear blossom. To be honest, her delicate, pampered face truly evoked a sense of sympathy. However, it had no effect on Lu Chen at all. In a flash, the blade gleamed. Lu Chen grabbed her head, and it fell to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Enhanced perception. He casually tossed the short-haired girl's head to the stunned by Lianhua duo and sneered, "Who's next to die? Demon, I'll fight you to the death." The girl beside by Lianhua, probably fed up with this mental torment, immediately charged at Lu Chen with a dagger. Her speed was so fast that it surprised Lu Chen. However, he was left with nothing but surprise. Lu Chen neither dodged nor blocked. He allowed the girl's sharp dagger to plunge into his temple. "You come to kill me for no reason and call me a demon?" Lu Chen looked at the girl who was now so close and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He had been killing soul beasts just fine, but after being ambushed by them with arrows, now he was the one to kill them and he was called a demon? If it weren't for his immortal body, he would have already met his end in the northwest. The girl completely ignored Lu Chen's words. At this moment she was frenzied, repeatedly stabbing Lu Chen's temple with the dagger. His blood splattered all over her face. But no matter how she attacked or how hard she tried, Lu Chen stood there as if nothing had happened. Looking at the girl before him who had gone mad, Lu Chen shook his head lightly and placed one hand on her chest. The next second, the blade of righteousness, pulled back from the realm of the gods, pierced through her heart. "Sad," Lu Chen said expressionlessly, pulling down the blade in his hand. The girl's body was instantly split in half by the sharp edge. "Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being and your ability has been automatically extracted. Enhanced speed." This terrifying scene frightened by Lianhua so much that she immediately lost control of herself. In her eyes, Lu Chen was like a demon from the abyss, cold-blooded, powerful, and cruel. Although her level had reached awakening stage 7, she had no courage to fight Lu Chen. Watching Lu Chen approach her step by step with the knife, Bai Lianhua retreated while crying, "Don't come any closer. My father is the head of the Bai family in Huanhai City. If you kill me, you definitely won't have a good outcome. Let me go, and I'll pretend today never happened." "Bai family?" Lu Chen recalled carefully and then asked, "Are you talking about the Bai family, one of the 10 great families?" Yes, that's the Bai family. As long as you let me go, I won't tell my family about this." As soon as Bai Lianhua heard Lu Chen's question, she immediately responded. In her view, her background was the greatest assurance. Most people would give her face upon hearing her background. After all, regardless of how powerful the Bai family was, they were not some ordinary, backgroundless extraordinary beings that one could provoke. This was also why she dared to come here for training without bodyguards. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chen did hesitate, but it was only a moment of hesitation. Seemingly sensing Lu Chen's hesitation, Bai Lianhua let out a slight sigh of relief and said to Lu Chen, "As long as you let me go, not only will I keep this matter a secret, but I will also compensate you as an apology for my offense. How about that?" "Sure, that's a good idea." Lu Chen smiled playfully, then his tone suddenly turned cold. "Then let your death be the compensation." Bai Lianhua. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen suddenly struck. The sharp blade of righteousness directly cleaved Bai Lianhua in half. The white lotus flower, lying on the ground and not yet dead, couldn't comprehend why she was dying. With her last breath, she struggled to speak. Why? However, Lu Chen had no interest in answering her question. In Lu Chen's dictionary, there were no grudges that lasted overnight. The white lotus flower had killed him once, so naturally, he had to return the favor. As for the next heir of the Bai family, it was precisely because of that title that the white lotus flower had to die. Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to believe this woman's nonsense. If she were truly allowed to return to Huanghai City, what awaited him was almost self-evident. Thus, the white lotus flower, filled with unwillingness, regret, and pain, struggled for a few seconds before finally breathing her last. At the moment of her death, Lu Chen successfully extracted the white lotus flower's supernatural ability. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being, and the ability has been automatically extracted for you. Silence can create a silent space within a certain range, erasing all sounds unheard by other beings. As the ability grows, it can also produce a silence that suppresses magic. This effect is really quite singular. Lu Chen remarked with a hint of disdain as he looked at the prompt before him. The characteristics of the white lotus flower's ability were quite obvious. It could eliminate all sounds. But aside from that, it had no particularly significant use. It needed to continue growing to gain the effect of suppressing magic. However, it was fortunate that the growth of supernatural abilities was relatively simple. As is well known, supernatural abilities also have levels. Take Lu Chen's initial ability for example. When it first awakened, it might have simply added a pair of wings, granting him the ability to fly. But as Lu Chen's level increased, his ability would also undergo some changes. This change was that later on, Lu Chen's eyes and ears became sharper than before. So although this ability currently had a singular effect, after growth, it could still be considered a somewhat useful ability. After all, having more skills is never a burden. Lu Chen thought, no matter what ability it is, he would welcome them all. After tidying up his mood, Lu Chen did not touch the spatial accessories of the three women, because people from such large families would likely leave some hidden doors on their spatial accessories. If he took the spatial jewelry, it was possible that the Bai family would trace his identity. Knowing when to be greedy and when to hold back was crucial. Although this Bai family's young lady surely had many valuable items on her, it was not worth being hunted down for those riches. So Lu Chen set fire to the area and then turned to leave, returning to the location where Li Yi was. That unfortunate man who had lost his legs and was without Koan at this moment had completely succumbed to pain. Seeing his feeble state, Lu Chen was merciful and gave him a quick end with a knife. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being and the ability has been automatically extracted for you. Fire manipulation due to the extraction of a duplicate ability. Fire manipulation level 1. Duplicate? This was the first time Lu Chen encountered such a situation. He hadn't expected that both of these individuals had the same ability, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible. When they attacked him earlier, there were only flames and weapon strikes with no sign of other abilities. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After all, what he lacked the least was probably supernatural abilities. After reclaiming his soul pearl, Lu Chen collected the corpses of the tank pigs and, following the same method, set fire to the area. Level 2 fire manipulation was much more powerful than level 1. The flames quickly engulfed everything around. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt relieved to leave. This way, even if the Bai family came looking, they wouldn't suspect him, because his current identity was just that of a lightning-type transcendent being. On the other side, not long after Lu Chen killed the White Lotus Flower in the city of Illusory Sea, the Bai family was thrown into chaos. The head of the Bai family, Bai Xiafeng, watched as the soul lamp of his daughter extinguished and he immediately erupted in fury. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Who dares to kill my Bai family's children? The murderous intent radiating from Bai Xiafeng was palpable. He himself was also an extraordinary being, his strength reaching the 9th tier of star radiance. He was just a step away from the Moonlight Realm, which was known as the dividing line for extraordinary beings. With such power, he was among the top in the entire Illusory Sea city. At this moment, heartbroken, he summoned his subordinates and rushed towards the place where Bai Lianhua had died. Just as Lu Chen had thought, Bai Lianhua possessed 3 spatial accessories, each containing some pheromones. These pheromones were colorless, odorless, and formless, invisible to ordinary people. However, the person who left the pheromones could locate the accessories through them. As a group of aggressive individuals sprinted down the street, the people in the city were left bewildered. Isn't that the head of the Bai family? Why is he so furious as he leaves? Did something major happen? Oh my, but I feel like his gaze could kill. Let's wait and see if there are any rumors later. I have a bold hypothesis. Wasn't the young lady of the Bai family out training earlier? Do you think the head of the Bai family is rushing outside the city because his precious daughter has been harmed? My heavens! Brother, you shouldn't say such things. Who doesn't know that the head of the Bai family dotes on his daughter, especially since she was born late in his life? If she really has been killed, that person is in for a world of trouble. The murmurs of the crowd naturally reached Bai Xiafeng's ears, but he had no time to care about that now. He wished he could immediately appear by his daughter's side and tear apart the one who killed her, feeding the pieces to the dogs. With a swift gallop, Bai Xiafeng quickly arrived at the place where Bai Lianhua had died, accompanied by more than 30 subordinates. The great fire had already been extinguished by the soul beasts. They would not allow the ecological environment to be harmed, so they used their powers to douse the flames. By the time Bai Xiafeng and his group arrived, the area had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Only 3 charred bodies lay scattered in different places, reduced to cinders. After confirming with a subordinate nearby, Bai Xiafeng approached Bai Lianhua's body. Looking at his daughter, not only had she been cut in half by someone, but she had also been burned to ashes by the fire. Bai Xiafeng's eyes instantly turned blood red. It seemed he had suppressed his emotions for too long. In a fit of rage, Bai Xiafeng shouted, "Who dares to treat my daughter this way? I will kill you, I will definitely kill you ah!" Accompanying this roar, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. The originally clear sky suddenly filled with heavy snowflakes. The temperature in the entire area plummeted rapidly. Frost quickly formed on the ground, turning to ice. The people around were shivering from the cold, yet none dared to speak.
A ninth-tier extraordinary being had actually caused a small-scale phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Such power was terrifying. Li Dan, go to the city gate and retrieve the records of those who left the city. Capture and interrogate all fire-type extraordinary beings who have not yet returned. Huang Yao, immediately issue a bounty. Anyone who knows any clues about the murderer of my daughter will receive a reward of 100 ancient bronze 6-colored soul beads and a cash reward of 500,000 after verification. Additionally, you several lead a search of the nearby area. I permit you to use memory reading on everyone you encounter. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Bai Xiefeng quickly issued several commands. Although he was experiencing the pain of losing his daughter, he did not succumb to impotent rage. Instead, he issued several correct orders, especially the third one, which mandated memory reading on everyone they encountered. This matter violated federal regulations, but at this moment he couldn't care less. According to his speculation, the person who killed his daughter shouldn't have gone far. And indeed, that was the case. However, Bai Xiefeng never imagined that he had only raised his voice slightly. Everything he said was heard clearly by Lu Chun from a distance. Fortunately, I didn't take any spatial accessories. There really is a hidden door. Listening to Bai Xiefeng's words, Lu Chun couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment he was over 1,000 meters away from Bai Xiefeng's location. Normally, even with his keen hearing, he wouldn't be able to hear sounds from a kilometer away. But when he killed that short-haired beauty earlier, endless extraction had granted Lu Chun a perception enhancement. The effect of this thing was quite singular. It enhanced his 5 senses, which naturally included hearing. If it were just a single effect, it wouldn't be so impressive. But this ability could directly augment his original hearing. In other words, Lu Chun's already sharpened hearing, enhanced by his beastification ability, became even more exaggerated under this ability's boost. So as long as Lu Chun wanted to listen, he could clearly capture sounds from a kilometer away. Just now, he had noticed the commotion over there and had opened up his hearing. To his surprise, he directly heard Bai Xiefeng's conversation. Knowing Bai Xiefeng's plan, Lu Chun naturally wouldn't let them find him. Without any hesitation, Lu Chun activated his wings and quickly left the area. During this process, he also used silence to envelop himself. This way, all the noise generated by his flight was completely erased. While flying, Lu Chun listened to the sounds around him. This time, the commotion was quite loud. After Bai Xiefeng issued his orders, his subordinates quickly dispersed. Basically, every team would have someone who could read memories. This kind of mental ability was relatively rare. Even after years of accumulation, the Bai family had only recruited about 5. But that was already enough. After Lu Chun left, they quickly subdued the people around and forcibly conducted memory readings. This action made everyone very angry. But upon learning that the other party was the Bai family, they all dared not voice their anger. After all, not everyone dared to challenge the Bai family. Even those from other prominent families, upon hearing that the Bai family's young lady had been killed, cooperated fully, but as key figures of their families, they wouldn't have their memories read. Only the inconsequential subordinates around them would be subjected to memory reading. This tactic was originally quite effective. However, it was unexpectedly seen through by Lu Chun, making it impossible for them to find him. As for other directions, Lu Chun wasn't worried at all. His purpose in setting the fire was to divert their attention to the fire-type extraordinary beings. This goal had already been achieved. As things continued, no one would know that the White Lotus was killed by him. This farce lasted for over an hour. Bai Xiefeng's subordinates conducted forced memory readings on everyone in the vicinity. But no one had any clues. Upon learning this result, Bai Xiefeng was furious. In his anger, he froze a large area. In the end, he could only return to the city and wait for news. After confirming that they had left, Lu Chun finally emerged from a soul beast den. When he came out, he was still carrying the heads of 2 cliff leopards. Earlier, to avoid Bai Xiefeng and the others' inquiries, Lu Chun had randomly found a cave to enter. He didn't expect to end up in a soul beast den. Worried that fighting would attract their attention, and since it wouldn't hurt anyway, Lu Chun let the cliff leopards bite him. After Bai Xiefeng's subordinates had left, he skinned and dismembered the 2 cliff leopards that had been gnawing on him for over half an hour. Finally gone, Lu Chun stretched his body and removed the leopard heads from himself. The moment his head was thrown away, the bite wound healed instantly. This recovery ability was simply terrifying. Now that the troublesome person was gone, Lu Chun first went to the riverbank to wash the blood off his face. With his reckless fighting style, he could easily lose dozens of liters of blood every day. So after each battle, his face was basically covered in blood. In the wild, having blood on your body was normal, but having so much blood on your face, anyone who saw it would think something was wrong. If only I could extract a water-type ability from somewhere, then I wouldn't have to look for water, Lu Chun sighed as he looked at the clear river water. Just when he was worried about not having a place to extract a water-type ability,
A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Can I collect this water into the divine space? Once this thought emerged, it lingered in Lu Chen's mind. Since the divine space claimed to be able to collect anything, collecting a river shouldn't be too much, right? If that were possible, then could he just collect the entire planet? Would that mean he could become invincible right where he stood? With that thought, he placed his hand over the river. With a thought, the flowing river water instantly began to surge wildly into Lu Chen's hand. This situation made Lu Chen exclaim in surprise. He never expected that the divine space could really carry away the river water. Although it wasn't exactly what Lu Chen understood as carrying away the river water, this direct extraction of river water opened his eyes and made him feel like he had discovered a new world. Seeing the river water he had collected stop flowing, Lu Chen halted his experiment. Immediately after, he placed his hand on the ground. If he could collect river water, could he also collect a planet? With a thought, the land beneath his hand was quickly drawn into the divine space. But as expected, the collection of a planet did not occur. At this rate, Lu Chen estimated he could dig a hole through the planet straight to space. Forget it, no more dreaming. Lu Chen stopped his actions and spat out the soil he had just collected. He had originally hoped to achieve invincibility by directly collecting a planet, but it seemed that becoming stronger still required taking it step by step. However, soon Lu Chen thought of another possibility. Since the divine space could collect other objects, could he also collect himself? If that could be done, then when facing any pursuit or assassination missions, he could just put himself into the divine space. Wouldn't that be perfect? The most important thing was that there were no time rules inside. Did that mean that once he entered, he could achieve immortality? Although his immortal body had already granted him eternal life, being immortal didn't mean he wouldn't age. If entering the divine space meant he wouldn't grow old, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lu Chen was a person who believed in the unity of knowledge and action. He wasn't afraid of not being able to come out after going in. He directly touched his own body. The next second, Lu Chen vanished into thin air. When he became visible again, he found himself in an endless space with no visible end. Here, everything he had collected was wrapped in a special bubble. Whether it was the river water he had just collected or the food he had preserved for a few days, everything was completely still. The entire space looked just as described, with no flow of time. But he was different from these objects. In this space, Lu Chen could move freely and also feel the flow of time, which meant that his dream of immortality could not be realized through the divine space. Sigh, what a pity. After testing the functions of the divine space, Lu Chen thought and exited again. This time, he took advantage of his leisure to expand the use of the divine space. Although it didn't achieve the effect he wanted, its function was much greater than before. It was not just about collecting things, now it can still be used in some specific scenarios. After coming out, Lu Chen casually chose a direction and left straight away. In this wilderness, it is very difficult to discern direction. Lu Chen didn't have a map, so he could only wander aimlessly. Anyway, he had taken on many tasks, and wandering around would surely allow him to collect materials. Not long after he started walking, Lu Chen heard a commotion of fighting not far away. Hurry, hold on. Damn it. How are we so unlucky to encounter a 9th-tier soul beast out here? I just got someone else's wife pregnant, and before I could enjoy the pleasure of taking over the nest, am going to be killed by this damn soul beast? Damn. Boss, think of a way. If this goes on, we're finished. Shut up, damn it. I don't want to die either. Lu Chen listened carefully and immediately became very interested. A 9th-tier soul beast is equivalent to a human awakening to the 9th tier. Its appearance in such a remote area is indeed unusual. As the saying goes, where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. Lu Chen estimated that there must be some good treasures there. With a mindset of not missing out on the excitement, Lu Chen immediately used silence, muffling his own sounds. He quickly headed towards the direction of the battle. Along the way, the screams of the extraordinary echoed continuously. By the time Lu Chen arrived, he saw a 5-meter-tall werewolf standing on 2 legs, devouring the corpses of those humans. Its belly was unusually large, giving the impression that it was pregnant. Is this a sky-devouring werewolf? Lu Chen called out uncertainly, but fortunately, due to the effect of silence, his voice was not detected by the sky-devouring werewolf. His understanding of soul beasts was quite limited, but he had heard of this peculiar creature, the sky-devouring werewolf. This creature starts at a very low level, but its lineage is extremely noble. In other words, its potential for growth is very high, but the mortality rate is equally high. It is rumored that all soul beasts will reject attacking the sky-devouring werewolf, killing them in the cradle before they can fully grow. Therefore, their value is incredibly high. Even a corpse can be sold for 100,000. If it were a living cub, its value would be immeasurable. The reason Lu Chen had heard of this soul beast was also because of money. He never expected that today, right in front of him, there would be a pregnant sky-devouring werewolf. What luck he had. He just didn't know when this sky-devouring werewolf would give birth. Lu Chen was calculating in his mind. There were no other people nearby, so he could go over and take this sky-devouring werewolf away. His current strength indeed couldn't overpower this sky-devouring werewolf, but once he became powerful in the future he could make it give birth, which would be the most effective solution. Otherwise, he could only watch it leave helplessly. Who knows if attacking it would cause it to miscarry. If it died, that would be fine, but if the baby in its belly died, that would really drive him crazy. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to implement his plan, suddenly, the sky-devouring werewolf let out a painful howl. Lu Chen immediately turned his gaze over. He saw the sky-devouring werewolf, which had been eating the corpses, now crouching on the ground in pain. A large amount of blood was flowing from its rear, and he could vaguely see a head stuck there. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just now he was wondering when it would give birth, and unexpectedly, it was giving birth right now? At this moment, Lu Chen was extremely nervous, feeling like he was the biological father of these cubs. But he couldn't be blamed. It was impossible for him not to be anxious. The sky-devouring werewolf was indeed not his offspring, but it was real money. 1 cub would be 1,000,000. 2 cubs would be 2,000,000. If he was lucky enough to have 300,000 would be in his hands. How could Lu Chen not be nervous in this situation? But soon Lu Chen noticed something was off, because that head was completely stuck in that damned thing. At this moment, even if Lu Chen had no knowledge in this area, he knew that this was a difficult birth. Damn! Is my luck this bad? At this point, Lu Chen found himself in a dilemma. If he went to help, he was afraid the sky-eating wolf would be scared off by him. But if he didn't help, the 1,000,000 would turn into 100,000. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the sky-eating wolf, which was losing strength. Lu Chen sighed and stepped out from the bushes. As soon as he emerged, the sky-eating wolf noticed him. Seeing a human approaching at this moment, the sky-eating wolf immediately bared its teeth, ready to attack Lu Chen. However, the pain in its body and the thing stuck below made it difficult for it to even stand, let alone attack. It could only growl continuously, trying to scare Lu Chen away. In response, Lu Chen raised his hands, signaling that he posed no threat, and said, "I'm here to help you. Don't get agitated. If you do, your baby will be crushed." He was genuinely afraid that the sky-eating wolf would go berserk. If it felt threatened, it would immediately kill the baby and flee. So Lu Chen could only try to calm its emotions first. This soul beast had a very high intelligence. Although it couldn't understand what Lu Chen was saying, it could sense that this approaching human did not harbor much hostility. After pondering for a moment, it finally lowered its guard. At this moment, seeing the sky-eating wolf relax, Lu Chen slowly moved closer. This process went very smoothly, probably because the sky-eating wolf really didn't have the strength to attack Lu Chen anymore. When Lu Chen got closer, he realized that this sky-eating wolf was basically on the brink of death. Its body was covered in wounds, some of which even exposed its internal organs, yet its belly showed no signs of injury. It was clear that it desperately wanted to give birth to this cub. Lu Chen felt sympathy for the sky-eating wolf and smiled at it, saying, "Don't worry, your baby will definitely be born safely." As he spoke, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the thing stuck below. Although he didn't know how to assist in childbirth, rescuing this cub was quite easy. Lu Chen reached out to the stuck cub's head. With a thought, he instantly pulled the cub into the divine space. With another thought, he released the cub. As soon as the sky-eating wolf saw its baby emerge, it immediately used its last bit of strength to lick off the amniotic sac. This process was crucial for a cub in a difficult birth, otherwise, the cub could die from inhaling amniotic fluid. Clearly, the sky-eating wolf understood that Lu Chen, being human, wouldn't know about this. So even though it was on the verge of death, it continued to lick its cub, its eyes filled with maternal love. After a minute, the previously purple-faced, motionless cub finally let out a faint sound under its mother's licking. Seeing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Is there another one in there?" The sky-eating wolf tiredly shook its head and slowly closed its eyes, leaving behind its cub and a stranger as it passed away. "It's dead." Lu Chen looked at the sky-eating wolf taking its last breath, then at the cub it left behind, feeling a mix of emotions. In reality, if this sky-eating wolf hadn't been so severely injured, or if it didn't want its child, Lu Chen could have pulled it into the divine space, and when the opportunity arose, he could have saved it. But Lu Chen had no reason to do so. The sky-eating wolf had not given up on its child. Watching the little sky-eating wolf still nursing from its mother, after a few minutes, the little cub was finally full. Looking at the little guy sleeping soundly, Lu Chen suddenly had an impulsive thought. That was to keep this cub by his side. Everyone said that the growth potential of the sky-devouring werewolf was extremely high, so he wanted to see just how far this sky-devouring werewolf could go under his care. With that in mind, Lu Chen put the mother sky-devouring werewolf into the divine space. This way, he could prevent the loss of milk. Although the milk in her belly would only last a few days, at least it would allow the little sky-devouring werewolf to drink a bit more.
After doing all this, Lu Chen stuffed the little sky-devouring werewolf into his pocket. He was afraid that if he put it into the divine space, it wouldn't grow. After finishing all this, Lu Chen searched the bodies of the 5 people that had just been eaten. He originally wanted to see if there were any spatial accessories, but after checking for a while, he found that these guys were really poor. Among the 5, they couldn't even gather a single spatial accessory. Shaking his head in boredom, Lu Chen continued on his way. After walking for a few minutes, he heard a sparse sound. Immediately, Lu Chen wrapped himself in silence and stealthily moved towards the direction of the sound. Not far ahead, he saw a group of 2-headed rhinos resting in the grass nearby. Lu Chen didn't originally recognize this soul beast, but there was a task on his list that required the horn of this creature. No matter which world, rhino horns were hot commodities. However, in this world, hunting these 2-headed rhinos was not only legal but also highly encouraged. No wonder ordinary people don't take this task. The 2-headed rhinos are at level 6 and move in packs, just like those tank pigs. Once they charge, even an equally ranked extraordinary being can hardly withstand it. Even if 5 people come, they would likely need to carefully plan their battle strategy, or else they might get hurt. Lu Chen counted the number of 2-headed rhinos. Their numbers were slightly more than the tank pigs, reaching over 20. With this number, even a team with an average awakening of level 7 or 8 would definitely not be able to confront them hidden. But still, Lu Chen was different from others. He could handle these 2-headed rhinos alone. After listening carefully for a moment and confirming that there were no other extraordinary beings around, Lu Chen made his move. He placed the little sky-devouring werewolf into the divine space, then took out the weapon Virtue Overcomes All and leaped out of the grass, charging towards the group of resting 2-headed rhinos. This action naturally caught the attention of the 2-headed rhinos. As their gazes met, the 23 2-headed rhinos charged at Lu Chen. "Come on, take this hit." Lu Chen smirked. The next second, a scorching aura radiated around him. Lu Chen's hand formed a circle and placed it near his mouth as he shouted, "Fire Release Storm Dance." With that, a massive wave of flames erupted around him. The intense fire quickly formed a tornado, sweeping up the charging 2-headed rhinos. In an instant, the group of 2-headed rhinos was engulfed by the fiery tornado. Roar! Immediately, cries of anguish filled the air. The 2-headed rhinos were very similar to the tank pigs. They had excellent physical defense but poor magical resistance. Moreover, Lu Chen's fire ability had reached level 2, significantly enhancing its power. So with this strike, more than 20 2-headed rhinos lost their ability to attack. Seeing that he was about to roast them thoroughly, Lu Chen finally retracted his powers. If they were really cooked, those horns would be ruined. With his powers withdrawn, the 2-headed rhinos lay on the ground, emitting white smoke, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat, almost making Lu Chen drool. But business had to come first. Lu Chen wielded Virtue Overcomes All, taking down one little friend at a time. In less than a minute, these utterly defenseless 2-headed horned rhinoceroses were all taken down. Sometimes, Lu Chen felt quite fortunate. He had directly purchased this high-quality blue jade to subdue them. Breaking through the defenses of these low-tier soul beasts was as easy as breathing. As usual, after cutting off their horns, Lu Chen began to dig into their large heads. This time, luck was equally on his side. From the 23 2-headed horned rhinoceroses, he unearthed 8 murky 6-colored soul orbs. Without hesitation, Lu Chen absorbed all of these soul orbs. After the last soul orb was absorbed, Lu Chen's level increased once again. "I've awakened to the 5th tier. According to the Federation's calculations, he should now have reached the 5th tier of awakening. However, this was merely on paper. In actual combat, not only could no one kill him, but in terms of attack power, he could at least go toe-to-toe with someone at the 9th tier of awakening. He stored the bodies in the divine space. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost mealtime. He took out a tank pig's corpse from the divine space to prepare it. Then, using his fire-type ability, he quickly began to barbecue it. It must be said, the fire-type ability was incredibly useful. Without this ability, starting a fire to roast this pig would take a lot of time, and who knows how long it would take to cook it thoroughly. But with his level 2 fire-type ability, he didn't have to worry about any of that. In just a few minutes, he had roasted the earless tank pig to a perfect crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. The tank pig was filled with expensive ingredients, just like an ordinary pig. Whatever an ordinary pig could eat, it could eat too. Moreover, it tasted better and had higher nutritional value. The already fragrant roasted meat, sprinkled with some seasonings he had brought along, was simply irresistible. Unable to contain himself, Lu Chen began to feast right there. Pig snouts, pig head meat, pigtails, pig trotters, every part was roasted to perfection. However, happiness is always fleeting. As he was eating, Lu Chen suddenly put down the pig trotter. His ears twitched involuntarily and he looked in a certain direction. Before long, another 5-person team appeared before Lu Chen.
More people coming to deliver abilities? Lu Chen thought instinctively that they were there to kill and loot. It wasn't surprising he thought this way, the entire world operated on this principle. If Lu Chen and his teammates encountered a lone wolf in the wild, there was a high probability they would choose to ambush and kill that lone wolf together. However, this time, the team was a bit different. The young man leading the group, upon seeing Lu Chen, immediately signaled his subordinates to stop. He was afraid Lu Chen would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I am Su Ming, the heir of the Su family from Huanhai City. We mean you no harm. We came here because we smelled something delicious." The Su family. Lu Chen felt a bit speechless. Did these big family members not bring bodyguards when they went out to play? The White Lotus he had killed earlier was like this, and now this Su Ming was the same. But thankfully, the Su Ming wasn't here to pick a fight, otherwise, today would surely become the most nightmarish day in the history of their so-called 10 great families. 1,000 per person, and there's only this much left. Lu Chen paid no mind to the other person's identity and pointed at the roasted pig in front of him. He could roughly guess why they were here. Since it was mealtime, they naturally had to pay. 1,000 for this roasted pig wasn't expensive. 1,000 per person, you really are asking for a lot. Before Su Ming could speak, one of his teammates was the first to disagree. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the price, but rather that most of the good food had already been eaten, there's only a bit of dead meat left, and yet it's still so expensive. However, while they might have objections, Su Ming certainly wouldn't. He nodded and was quite generous. He walked directly in front of Lu Chen and took out 5,000 to hand over to him. This action surprised Lu Chen, because this young master seemed completely unafraid of it being a trap. Soon, at Su Ming's invitation, the remaining 4 also sat down. However, they still kept a safe distance from Lu Chen, just in case something unexpected happened. After receiving the money, Lu Chen happily offered them some water. A group of people sat together. Although they didn't talk much, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. One might think they were old friends. Seeing that they bore no hostility, Lu Chen didn't make a move to stir trouble but instead curiously asked, "You young masters don't hire bodyguards when you go out? What will you 5 do if you encounter danger?" "If we encounter an unbeatable danger, we just die," Su Ming said casually while gnawing on a pig's trotter, smiling lightly. "You think we make a grand show when we go out? Don't be fooled by our status in Huanhai City. Once we go elsewhere, no one will give us face. The best way is to become stronger." At this point, Su Ming looked up at the sky, paused, and continued, "And the most direct way to become stronger is to experience a lot of killings. Those who rely on soul beads given by others will become useless at the first sign of life-threatening danger, so we generally don't bring bodyguards when we go out." "I see, that does make sense," Lu Chen replied. "What, Brother Lu, you're not thinking of harboring ill intentions just because we didn't bring bodyguards, are you?" Su Ming joked. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately laughed. "How could that be? I just wanted to ask, since you're so fearless walking around here, do you have a map of the area?" As soon as Lu Chen said this, everyone looked at him in confusion. The expressions of these few people showed they were a bit bewildered, and they asked, "What, did I say something wrong?" "Rather than saying what you said was wrong, it's more like you're wrong." Su Ming looked at Lu Chen as if he were a monster and said, "You're wandering around here without a map, and you dare to do so alone? It seems Brother Lu's strength is quite impressive." "Not really," Lu Chen said, summoning strands of electric arcs with a smile. "It's just that ordinary soul beasts really aren't my match." Nature's system lightning. Upon seeing Lu Chen use his ability, Su Ming and the others immediately lit up with excitement. It seemed they had thought of something. Su Ming exclaimed, "Damn, I thought your name sounded familiar when I heard it just now. I didn't expect Brother Lu to be that talent in the lightning system." "Ah, really, am I that famous?" Lu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. This time, before Su Ming could speak, a female member of the team jumped in. "Brother Lu, your reputation is much bigger than you think. After you entered the city yesterday, everyone from the various families was trying to figure out how to invite you to join them. Our Su family is no exception. We didn't expect to find you in the wild after not locating you in the city. In a sense, this is fate." Right, Brother Lu, would you be interested in visiting our Su family?" Su Ming, upon realizing that the person before him was the super genius sought after by all the families, suddenly found the pig's trotter in his hand less appealing. In response, Lu Chen hadn't anticipated the situation to develop this way. He looked at the few people enthusiastically promoting the Su family to him and smiled politely. "Let me think about this when I get back. I still have many tasks to complete in the wild. Do you have an extra map to give me?" "Yes. We definitely have one." Su Ming directly took out a map from the spatial accessory and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "This is the map of the area around Illusion Sea City. Although it's not very detailed, the major danger zones are marked. Generally speaking, as long as you don't get too close to the dangerous areas, you should be fine." Lu Chen took the map and examined it carefully. The map was indeed detailed. Although it didn't mark the locations of materials, it did indicate most of the soul beast habitats. After a quick glance, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Just for the friendship shown in this map, I will seriously consider our matter when I return to the city. Hee, then he'll wait for good news, Su Ming replied with a cheerful smile. To be honest, he gave off a very casual vibe, quite different from the previous White Lotus persona. He seemed to think very highly of himself. When encountering people in the wild, he would shoot without even asking. Thus, he paid the price for his actions with his life. But someone as approachable as Su Ming, a scion from a prestigious family, was not at all unpleasant to Lu Chen. Half an hour later, Su Ming and his group finished off the remaining tank pigs. They didn't ask many questions or disturb Lu Chen further. The two sides agreed to meet again in the city and then parted ways. This encounter was indeed a bit unexpected. Su Ming found Lu Chen, who was being sought after by various families. On the other hand, Lu Chen obtained a detailed map. Their meeting did not end with drawn swords but rather with laughter and goodbyes. After Su Ming left, Lu Chen followed the map to the next location. Without a map before, he had to rely on luck wherever he went. But now, with the map given by Su Ming, Lu Chen immediately switched to travel mode. If we talk about who travels the fastest, it would naturally be Lu Chen. He had the most suitable flying mode for travel and a silent ability that could mask his presence. With these two combined, Lu Chen would hardly attract the attention of humans below. Only the flying soul beasts in the sky would continuously come to attack him. But Lu Chen had found a solution for that. He would wait until those flying soul beasts got close, then suddenly unleash his thunderous power. Thunder strikes flying creatures. This Pokemon-type weakness also applied in this world. Once those flying soul beasts were hit by lightning, almost none would survive. Even if a few occasionally did, Lu Chen would swiftly take care of them. The key point was that all of this happened without any sound. At an altitude of over 1,000 meters, Lu Chen unleashed lightning, set fires, and used telekinesis to take them down, all while doing as he pleased, releasing all his extraordinary powers. How fierce was Lu Chen when he went all out? In less than 10 minutes of flying, he had already taken down over 60 flying soul beasts. This achievement would have shattered everyone's worldview if anyone had seen it. Those soul beasts that people approached with caution and fear were, in Lu Chen's eyes, merely moving treasure chests and experience packs. His imposing and powerful demeanor was invisible to the humans below, but the soul beasts in the sky could see it clearly. As a result, the flying soul beasts spread the word among themselves. For a while after that, Lu Chen didn't encounter a single flying soul beast, which was a stark contrast to being surrounded just moments ago. However, Lu Chen didn't mind too much. Because overall, the soul orbs gained from going all out still couldn't compare to the consumption. If he continued to kill like this, he would be forced to land and rest. So this situation was quite good, at least he could focus on completing his task. During his flight, Lu Chen also witnessed many dark aspects of human nature. For example, just now I saw a team composed entirely of women being defeated by a team of all men. Those 5 women desperately called for help and finally summoned another team, but that team did not assist them. Instead, they joined the previous team and played those 5 women to death. Another example, there was a team that, in broad daylight, was frantically attacking a giant lizard. One can only say that in an environment where death could come at any moment, the pressure on everyone is indeed immense. Not only did they encounter women, but even some female creatures could not escape misfortune. Other incidents, such as murder and betrayal by teammates, occurred frequently, with several cases seen at intervals. Lu Chen calculated simply. The number of extraordinary beings who died at the hands of soul beasts was not many. But the number of extraordinary beings who died at the hands of their own kind was alarmingly high. In a certain sense, this is quite tragic. Because there were no disturbances from other soul beasts, and with the map's markings, Lu Chen spent most of the day smoothly completing all tasks. During this process, Lu Chen intentionally avoided those extraordinary beings, so he did not kill any humans. However, while humans escaped a calamity, the soul beasts were not so lucky. While completing the tasks, Lu Chen also killed over 200 soul beasts. His level once again rose from Awakening Level 5 to Awakening Level 6. In one day, he leveled up twice. This speed of leveling up is truly unprecedented. But there was nothing he could do. Lu Chen wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. Looking at the sky that had completely darkened, Lu Chen chose not to continue the slaughter but planned to return and report his tasks. On the way back to the city, Lu Chen inevitably encountered some people, but since they were near the city, everyone restrained their actions, and it could be considered peaceful. When he arrived at the city gate, Lu Chen noticed that the Bai family was taking over the city's defense. They were strictly checking everyone returning to the city. Lu Chen had already learned about this through his hearing before returning. The Bai family's forced memory reading of everyone in the wild had caused quite a controversy within the city. Everyone was very displeased with this behavior. Although the Bai family is one of the 10 great families, they are not the only dominant one. Other families, in order to appease the emotions of the city's extraordinary beings, exerted pressure on the Bai family, which led them to dare not conduct memory readings on those entering the city. Otherwise, Lu Chen wouldn't have dared to walk in so boldly. Soon, it was Lu Chen's turn to enter the city. One of the Bai family members said in a harsh tone, "Show your extraordinary credentials." Lu Chen nodded and took out his credentials. The other party examined it closely, and their expression changed slightly. Then, as if they had seen that glaring talent, the Bai family members' attitude did a complete turnaround. They returned the credentials to Lu Chen with both hands and said softly, "Sorry for wasting your time, you can go in." "It's fine." Lu Chen took back his credentials, smiled slightly, and left. The Bai family members had been successfully misled by Lu Chen. Their main focus was on extraordinary beings with fire abilities. As for those with other abilities, it was merely a formality. After all, such a large fire could only be produced by fire-type extraordinary beings. It was unlikely that the one who killed the White Lotus was a dual-type extraordinary being, right? The probability of that is extremely low. Even if, for the sake of argument, it really was a dual-type extraordinary being, the Bai family truly could not provoke them. Lu Chen took a quick glance at the city gate and then headed to the Extraordinary Association. As usual, he ordered a free cocktail and smiled at the bartender, saying, "What is the fastest completion record for collection tasks here?" 28 hours, I think. "Then starting today, I will hold that record." Lu Chen smiled confidently. He then took out the long list of tasks he had printed that morning from the Space of the Gods and handed it to the bartender, saying, "I've completed all the tasks on this list. Is there time to verify them now?" Are you sure you've completed them all?" The bartender couldn't help but raise her voice a few notches. She was indeed shocked by Lu Chen. It wasn't her shift in the morning, but she had heard about a peculiar individual who had taken on all the collectible tasks available. She had even mocked the situation at the time. Little did she expect to meet this person in the evening. Even more unbelievable was that this person claimed to have completed all the tasks. It wasn't that she didn't believe Lu Chen, but anyone would find it hard to believe. Just as someone was about to voice their doubts, Lu Chen took out all the materials for this task in front of everyone. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Damn, this guy is serious. Is this even humanly possible? In less than a day, he completed over 30 collection tasks? How on earth did he manage that? Did he spend a fortune to buy them? I have to say, aside from that possibility, I can't think of any other explanation. That's a wilderness filled with soul beasts. How could anyone complete over 30 collection tasks in a day? Exactly. Even if those soul beasts just stood there for him to kill, he might not finish in a day. What level is he? There's no way he could be that impressive. For a moment, everyone present questioned Lu Chen's abilities. As for their comments, Lu Chen didn't care at all. People can say whatever they want, he couldn't stop them. There was no need to cater to their doubts or prove whether he could do it. What Lu Chen cared about was simply money and fame. He ignored the clamoring voices behind him and said to the bartender, "Don't just stand there, be professional and verify the tasks." "Okay, please wait a moment." The bartender immediately began counting the task items. After about 5 minutes, the bartender announced with a look of disbelief, "You have exceeded the completion of 35 collection tasks. Please wait, I will help you apply for your rewards." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Because Lu Chen not only completed the tasks but exceeded them. Such occurrences were extremely rare. For example, the task of collecting tank pig ears required 10 pairs. Within the task's acceptable level, tank pigs were definitely a tough opponent. Generally, if someone could complete 8 pairs, it would be considered a successful task. Even capable individuals would stop after completing 10 pairs because staying in the wilderness for another minute meant more danger. Not to mention that tank pigs themselves were hard to deal with. If one task was so difficult, Lu Chen had completed all the excess tasks. Even though they didn't know exactly which tasks Lu Chen had taken, they understood that at least 10 to 20 of those 35 tasks required killing soul beasts to complete, which were high difficulty tasks. At this point, they all fell silent. One by one, they buried their heads in their drinks, changing the subject. Lu Chen looked at them with interest and then mockingly sneered, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well." Even though Lu Chen openly ridiculed them, no one stood up to refute him. Because someone with such strength was not someone they could provoke. And that was the truth. If they dared to challenge Lu Chen, he guaranteed they wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. After this incident, the bartender soon came back with the rewards and approached Lu Chen, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu, here are your rewards for completing the tasks, a total of 30 murky 5-colored soul beads and 320,000 in cash. Please take care of them." "Thank you." Lu Chen smiled, feeling quite pleased. Making money as a transcendent is that simple. Look at Wang Tong. How much does he earn teaching in the commoner district for a month? After becoming a transcendent, just completing a task casually brings in thousands. So, you see, people in this world are always divided into ranks. Commoners, citizens, transcendents with backgrounds, powerful transcendents. With a slight sense of emotion, Lu Chen downed the cocktail in one go. He didn't bother counting the rewards. Lu Chen directly stored these items in the divine space. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he left the Transcendent Association. Originally, Lu Chen thought there would be a few reckless ones who, after seeing his rewards, would come to ambush him, but in reality he was overthinking it. Although the Transcendents in the association had low observational skills, each one lived very cautiously. This made Lu Chen feel quite bored. Otherwise, he could have extracted a few more abilities, right? Let's deal with the soul beast corpses first. Lu Chen glanced at the time and immediately called the butcher. Boss, calling me this late, do you have another big order for me? After a simple phone ring, the butcher's boisterous voice came through. After the last transaction, the butcher had made a fortune and had become more familiar with Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't care about that and directly said, I do have another big deal for you, a total of 340 high-quality soul beast corpses, levels between 4 and 6, give me a quote. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the sound of swallowing could be clearly heard on the other end of the line, and the distinct sound of zeroing echoed. It was easy to imagine that the butcher was calculating how much to quote Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't rush him. After waiting for less than a minute, the butcher said, Ahem, 1500 for level 4, 2000 for level 5, 3000 for level 6. If there are some rare varieties among them, the price will increase accordingly. What do you think, boss? Alright, it'll be at the usual place in an hour. Lu Chen calculated for a moment and then hung up the phone. Some soul beasts are quite rare, and their prices naturally rise. For example, the little devouring wolf he plans to raise himself costs over 1 million each. Although the soul beasts at this stage aren't as exaggerated as the devouring wolf, there are still some relatively rare varieties. Lu Chen wasn't too clear about these. What he was more concerned about was whether he could earn his first million tonight. Soon, Lu Chen returned to the commoner district. Compared to the heavily guarded entrance to the city, this place was still relatively unmonitored. Lu Chen arrived at the open space where he had traded before and threw out all the corpses he had collected. While waiting for the butcher to bring people, Lu Chen released the devouring wolf and the little devouring wolf. He let them drink some milk. Lu Chen held the little one, allowing it to get familiar with his scent. The little devouring wolf was very affectionate. When held in Lu Chen's arms, it would occasionally nuzzle its head against his hand. This time passed, and after about half an hour, Lu Chen's keen hearing picked up the distant sound of cars roaring. At this moment, Lu Chen put the little devouring wolf back into the divine space. Not long after, the butcher's convoy had already stopped. The butcher was the first to jump out of the car. Looking at the pile of soul beast corpses on the ground, he laughed excitedly. Boss, you really are something. Just a day has passed and you've managed to gather so much stock again. If I were a woman, I'd definitely spend the night with you until dawn. Seeing the butcher so excited, Lu Chen couldn't help but shiver and honestly replied, if you were a woman, I'd probably be disgusted to death by you. The butcher's enthusiasm suddenly cooled, and he could only awkwardly laugh a few times. Lu Chen had no particular thoughts and directly said, stop the nonsense, let's count the money. Alright, the butcher replied cheerfully, not minding at all. He immediately ordered his subordinates to start counting the goods. The counting of the goods didn't take much time. Before coming, Lu Chen had already roughly mentioned the level range. They found it quite easy to recognize. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but marvel at Lu Chen's strength. Just yesterday, he had sold so many first and second tier soul beast corpses, and today he had brought in so many more. And it didn't stop there. The quality today was directly doubled compared to yesterday. Goodness! Even the male protagonist in a novel wouldn't dare to write like this. Each of them wondered in their hearts, could this young man before them be a young master from some super family in a big city, honing his skills? Otherwise, how could one explain his powerful purchasing ability? The butcher was also curious. But he was smart enough to know that when dealing with someone like this, the best approach was to ask nothing at all. After a simple calculation of the amount, the butcher immediately took out a calculator and showed it to Lu Chen. As previously mentioned, you have 125 4th-tier goods, each at 1500, 163 5th tier at 2000 each, and 52 6th tier at 3000 each, a total of 669,500. How about I make it 680000 for you? This time, the butcher had learned to be clever. Without Lu Chen needing to say anything, he proactively added money for him. Lu Chen didn't rush to respond but carefully calculated. After buying weapons, he had about 100,000 left after excluding the small change, and Su Ming and the others had given him 5,000, so that made 110,000. Completing 35 collection tasks rewarded him with 320,000, bringing it to 430,000. If he added this 680,000, that would be 1,110,000. Just thinking about it made Lu Chun smile with satisfaction. No problem. Alright, I'll get you the money right away. Saying this, the butcher took out a large stack of red bills from his spatial accessory and placed them in front of Lu Chen. Boss, count it. No need, if there's a mistake, they'll come find you, Lu Chen joked. He then collected all the money. This time, he had sold only the intact corpses. Those that had been struck by lightning and turned to charcoal were simply not sellable. The intact corpses were mostly brought over with telekinesis and easily harvested with a single cut. Otherwise, tonight, just selling the corpses could easily bring in 1 million. But now, it was still good. Just 2 days after entering the main city area, Lu Chen had earned his first million in life. The efficiency of making money was truly unmatched. Alright, you take your time moving the goods, I'm going back to sleep, Lu Chen said cheerfully, patting the butcher on the shoulder before leaving the commoner district. Back in the main city area, Lu Chen indulged himself for once and booked a room with a sauna. This small room cost 1,000 yuan for a night, but Lu Chen didn't feel any pain in spending it. For him now, he was no longer the poor kid from the commoner district. Just casually taking on a task would start at least at 10,000. What was wrong with using such a sauna room to relax his tired body? In fact, it wasn't that Lu Chen was wasting money. Even though he had an immortal body, fatigue would still accumulate. To put it simply, after using his abilities once, he could replenish his energy by eating or absorbing soul beads. However, starting from the second time, the effect would gradually diminish. As the number of times increased, it would continue to decline. After reaching a certain number of times, if he didn't rest in time, his body would become extremely fatigued and weak, forcing him to take a mandatory rest. Otherwise, someone like Lu Chen, with an immortal body, could just keep killing endlessly. In less than a year, he would most likely have conquered the world. Just like today. After an extended battle, it was impossible for Lu Chen not to feel tired. However, compared to others, he possessed greater endurance and physical fitness. But once he relaxed, the fatigue in his body quickly swept over him. This was also why he needed this expensive sauna to unwind. Soaking in the sauna, Lu Chen savored the delicious red wine. Looking out the window at the brightly lit city, he suddenly felt that being wealthy was truly wonderful. A simple bath and a bottle of red wine, and he effortlessly spent what commoners worked their entire lives to earn. Just a few days ago, Lu Chen couldn't have imagined that he would become so rich. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Delivery of computer parts. What the hell? While Lu Chen was deep in thought, a sudden knocking came from outside the door. Confused, he wrapped himself in a towel and went to the door. He had no recollection of ordering any computer parts. When he opened the door, there was no one outside, just a letter left on the ground. With a face full of questions, Lu Chen picked up the envelope. Upon opening it, his expression instantly turned grim. The reason was simple. Inside the envelope was only a photograph. And in that photograph, Lu Chen was using his fire-based supernatural ability. Although it wasn't a picture of him burning a corpse, the fact that someone sent such a photo carried significant meaning, and Lu Chen knew without guessing what it was. Flipping the photo over, he found a phone number written on the back. Lu Chen composed himself and dialed the number. Beep. After a brief tone, a young voice came through. Hello, big shot. I'm glad you could contact me. So, how do you like the gift I sent you? Who are you, and what do you want from me? Lu Chen asked directly, without beating around the bush. In his view, even if this photo couldn't serve as direct evidence, if the other party handed it over to the Bai family and they sent someone to capture him and forcibly extract his memories, everything he had done would be completely exposed. Moreover, Bai Xiefeng had offered a hefty reward for finding the murderer of his daughter. If it were Lu Chen himself, he would definitely use this photo to claim the reward. So he couldn't figure out what the other party wanted. After hearing Lu Chen's question, the voice on the other end chuckled lightly. I think you know that I'm not particularly interested in the Bai family's reward. As long as you help me with one thing, I guarantee that no one will know about it. Are you threatening me? No, I just want to make a deal with you, big shot. If you're not interested in my proposal, I can also discuss this deal with the Bai family. What do you think? Very well, what do you want me to do? It's simple. Just help me kill all the heirs of the 10 major families, and I promise no one will know about it. I can provide you with intelligence, and the rest depends on your skills. How about that for a deal? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen already understood the other party's intentions. Clearly, he couldn't be trying to frame him to get captured by the heirs of the 10 major families. So it was highly likely that the other party had a grudge against them.
Lu Chen initially wanted to refuse outright. After all, he had no reason to fear this person. Worst case, he could just walk away. But before he could voice his refusal, he suddenly reconsidered. He couldn't let this mysterious person who threatened him off so easily. He had to find and kill him. As for the heirs of the 10 major families, after killing one, he wouldn't mind killing a second. With that thought, Lu Chen pretended to compromise and agreed, "Alright, I accept." On the other side, in a dimly lit large room, a boy whose face was unclear looked at the photos on the table, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was under his control. He murmured softly, "How wonderful. What a perfect killer." The photos depicted Lu Chen in various states while unleashing different abilities: flying, flames, thunder, telekinesis. Almost every power Lu Chen could showcase had been captured by this boy. Originally, someone like him would be beyond his reach. However, after conducting some investigation, he discovered that the person in the photos had no background at all. Just someone who had emerged from the lower class district. How could he let go of such a perfect tool? As for worrying about Lu Chen's retaliation, as long as he stayed hidden in the shadows, who could find him? With this thought, the boy's gaze shifted to the monitor on the table. Among the countless divided screens, there were images of all the heirs from the 10 major families, including Lu Chen. This was the boy's ability special type, Insect Web. A peculiar power that allowed him to control insects and share their vision. Although this ability couldn't be used directly in combat, it could make him the most powerful information broker. With this information, he could easily kill his target without lifting a finger. Using others as a weapon was the boy's ultimate tool. And this time, Lu Chen was the tool he had set his sights on. Little did he know, he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At the hotel, after Lu Chen hung up the phone, he went to the front desk to check the surveillance footage. Although he successfully found the messenger, he learned through questioning that he was just an ordinary courier. Guided by the phone call, he had picked up the envelope in a deserted area, unaware of who the sender was. Lu Chen felt helpless about this. In this world, there was no real name system. Otherwise, he could have found the sender in no time. Returning to his room, the first thing Lu Chen did was close the curtains and check his clothes for any strange items. After inspecting, he found no tracking devices or anything of the sort. Lu Chen lay on the bed, carefully examining the photo sent by the mysterious person. This photo was taken when Lu Chen was fighting the two-headed rhinoceros, but he was certain that there were no humans around at that time. Unless the other party had an invisibility or stealth-type ability, otherwise, it was impossible for someone to take this photo without him noticing. "I can't be that unlucky, encountering 2 such old 6s in a row." Lu Chen sighed in exasperation. Sometimes, the world of the extraordinary was just too prone to accidents. In an ordinary world, who could take a photo like that without being discovered? But in this world, there were indeed plenty of possibilities. The most frustrating part was that even if someone self-destructed, you still couldn't find them. It was quite annoying. However, Lu Chen wasn't without some insights from the photo. First, the angle of the photo was very strange. Its perspective didn't seem like a normal shot. It looked more like someone was lying in the grass or crouching in it. Lu Chen couldn't understand why the other party would take it this way. Were they afraid of being discovered, or was there another reason? Forget it, he'll ask someone tomorrow. Lu Chen decided not to overthink it and instead lay down to sleep. Rather than racking his brain here, it was better to face challenges as they came. After all, the more information the other party exposed, the more initiative he could grasp. In terms of mindset, Lu Chen was relatively optimistic. In the lower class district, it was uncertain if one could even survive until tomorrow. Let the unhappy things remain unhappy. A night passed without incident. At 8 in the morning, Lu Chen woke up in his soft bed. As soon as he awoke, he received a text message from the mysterious person. The message contained a photo and a piece of text. "This morning at 10 o'clock, Wang Jin, the heir of the Wang family, one of the 10 great families, will head to the Empire State Building. You go there first, and I will notify you as soon as there is an opportunity." This guy has quite the intelligence network. Lu Chen looked at the photo of Wang Jin and the text left by the person calling themselves X, and couldn't help but sigh. It's impressive that they can eavesdrop on such secretive itineraries of family heirs. Lu Chen also understood why the other party had managed to capture his photo. "Let me see if you leave any evidence behind." Lu Chen sneered at the message. To catch this puppet master, he had to go to the scene. If luck was on his side, he might catch this person directly at the scene. Even if this person wasn't there, capturing Wang Jin would still be useful. As for whether Wang Jin was pitiful or not, that was not something Lu Chen could concern himself with. After all, who told him he had such bad luck to be targeted first by this mysterious person X? With that thought, Lu Chen changed his clothes and left the hotel. During this process, he didn't forget to glance around, hoping to find any information about X.
But the result was disappointing. Lu Chen didn't spot any suspicious individuals on the way. Without thinking much, he casually bought 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. While having breakfast, he arrived at the clothing store from before. "Welcome." The owner shivered upon seeing Lu Chen, thinking he had come to complain about the poor quality of the clothes he bought 2 days ago. Just as he was about to kneel down to Lu Chen looked around and said, "Boss, bring out all the clothes that fit my size." "Ha?" The owner was taken aback, unsure of what to do. Seeing the owner's expression, Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing and said, "I'm not a devil, why are you so afraid of me? Or is the clothing you sold me defective?" "No, absolutely not." The owner chuckled awkwardly a few times, then hurriedly brought out all the clothes in the store. "Introducing, these are the clothes that fit your physique, you can try them on slowly." "No need, they'll take all of these, just ring me up." This. Happiness came too suddenly. The owner was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only quickly pack all the clothes and, with the calculator working at lightning speed, finally concluded, 52 sets of clothes, a total of 35,700, but he'll charge you 35,000. "Alright, throw in some shoes too." "Sure, a total of 40,000. Here." Lu Chen took out 40,000 cash from the divine space and tossed it to the owner. He selected a suit that looked relatively formal and headed to the changing room. After changing, Lu Chen looked at himself in the full-length mirror and nodded in satisfaction. This body was already handsome, and after dressing up, it exuded an even more outstanding aura and appearance. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to enter the Empire State Building. With that thought, Lu Chen stored the other clothes and shoes back in the divine space and set off for the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building is a place where the wealthy gather in the main urban area. Most of the people who come here are social elites. Even extraordinary individuals cannot easily enter, unless you can provide proof of financial capability and pay the guards a decent tip. On the way there, Lu Chen learned the rules. As long as you take out $10,000 from your spatial accessories when entering and pay the 2 guards at the door 1,000 each as a tip, you would generally be allowed in. This amount of money was something Lu Chen could manage. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of a tall building. The time was 8:40. The heir of the Wang family Wang Jin had not yet arrived. Lu Chen looked up at the 30-plus story building and approached the entrance with his hands in his pockets. Just as the 2 guards were about to reach out to stop Lu Chen, Liu Chen changed his hand with a flick and 10,000 yuan appeared out of thin air. For the vast majority of people, spatial accessories are a symbol of wealth. The cheapest one costs at least 100,000 to acquire. Lu Chen took out 2,000 yuan from the 10,000 and handed it to the guards, smiling as he said, "It's my first time here. Could you introduce me to the activities?" As the saying goes, money makes one generous. The 2 guards, having received double tips, were naturally eager to provide Lu Chen with information. From their words, it was clear that this empire building truly deserved its reputation as a haven for the wealthy. The 1st to 10th floors were dedicated to the Soul Pearl Hot Springs. Generally, they operated on a private booking model. Guests paid a hefty fee, and the building's management would add a large number of low-tier soul pearls to the hot springs, allowing guests to enjoy the euphoric sensation while soaking. The 11th to 16th floors were regular dining areas. The minimum consumption on the 11th floor was marked at 50,000 per person, 60,000 on the 12th, and by the 16th floor, it reached 100,000 per person. This level of spending was considered relatively low here, as Lu Chen had previously learned that extravagant meals costing hundreds of thousands were served on the top floor of the Empire Building. The 17th to 30th floors were accommodation areas featuring private bars, private pools, and private entertainment zones. Similar to dining, the 17th floor had the lowest consumption, costing 50,000 per night, which only included regular meals without Soul Pearl energy. Each subsequent floor required an additional 10,000. This price included customized private services. What does customized private service mean? It means that once you check in, you can choose from the building management's special service team the unique packages you desire. For example, COS package, Syrian orphan package, water hell package, and so on. As long as you pay enough, you can indulge in any perverse activities. Even if you end up dead, you won't have to deal with the aftermath. Some individuals are specifically bought from the lower class areas by the Empire Building staff. This is legally considered acceptable loss. The top floors, 31 and 32, are the restaurants where the true big shots dine. The minimum cost for a meal there is a staggering 300,000. After hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. When it comes to having fun, these wealthy people really know how to play. Indeed, having money allows one to do as they please. Although he was shocked internally, Lu Chen maintained a knowing smile on the surface. He patted the shoulders of the 2 guards and entered the building's interior. The lobby on the 1st floor was quite simple, featuring only a lounge area, a bar, and a few elevators.
As soon as Lu Chen stepped through the main door, his phone received a text message. Upon opening it, he found it was from that mysterious ex again. The message was straightforward, instructing Lu Chen to go to the 11th floor. According to XS Intel, Wang Jin would be dining on the 11th floor that morning. The timing of this message was quite suspicious, making Lu Chen wonder if he was being followed. Otherwise, how could he receive this message right after entering? Scanning his surroundings, Lu Chen dismissed the thought. He had activated his enhanced hearing on the way here. This meant that if someone were truly following him within 1,000 meters, they couldn't escape his auditory detection. Thus, Lu Chen could confirm that the mysterious person X was likely using some ability to monitor him. This could be troublesome, Lu Chen muttered to himself. The most troublesome situation was having an opponent in the shadows, unaware of what methods they were using to track his every move. Unable to think of a way to break the deadlock for now, Lu Chen approached the counter and took an elevator card for the 11th floor. The elevators here operated on a one card per floor policy. Without an elevator card, it was impossible to access other floors. With the help of the two security guards, Lu Chen swiped the card for the 11th floor. He soon arrived on the 11th floor, where many wealthy individuals were already dining. It wouldn't seem too abrupt for Lu Chen. He casually chose a spot near the restroom and called over a waiter to place an order. The minimum consumption here was 50,000. So Lu Chen didn't select any specific dishes and simply asked the waiter to bring a 50,000 package. He also paid the waiter 1,000 as a tip. It must be said that most of the people working here are likely from prominent families or well-connected individuals. After all, just collecting this tip must earn them at least 10 to 20,000 a day, right? Soon, the dishes were served one after another. The ingredients for these dishes were mostly from 5th or 6th tier soul beasts. However, unlike ordinary barbecues, the chefs here added some other ingredients or supplements during cooking, ensuring that the dishes were not only flavorful but also had the effect of enhancing the energy within the body. Overall, 50,000 is a bit pricey, but the effects are indeed noticeable. Lu Chen casually took a few bites and felt a warmth spreading through his body. Since he had already eaten breakfast, he didn't consume much. After tasting for a short while, Lu Chen's ears suddenly perked up as he heard someone downstairs call out "Young Master Wang." Checking the time, Lu Chen confirmed that the person coming was likely Wang Jin from the Wang family. He immediately got up and headed towards the restroom. While waiting earlier, Lu Chen had also considered how to take action. There were cameras and extraordinary beings guarding every corner of this floor. According to Lu Chen's estimation, the guards here should be of a high level. Although Lu Chen himself wasn't afraid of death, being discovered would be quite troublesome. So the only place where he could act without being monitored was the restroom without surveillance. Utilizing the characteristics of the divine space to bring Wang Jin into it was currently the best solution Lu Chen could think of. Although doing so might expose his divine space, wasn't his purpose for coming here to find clues about the mysterious person X? He had never considered letting this mysterious person X live. For someone he had already sentenced to death, what harm was there in letting him know a bit more? Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the restroom. As soon as he entered, he knocked on each stall door. After confirming that there was no one in the entire restroom, he waited for Wang Jin's arrival. In the quiet environment, Lu Chen could listen carefully to the sounds outside. He had already heard Wang Jin's voice. If anyone else came, he wouldn't go out. If it was Wang Jin, he would go out and take him away. Although this would cause some commotion, it didn't concern him much. After all, how could a person disappear in the Empire Building not be blamed on the Empire Building itself? Of course, Lu Chen anticipated that he would encounter some trouble. But compared to the threat of the mysterious person X, these troubles were completely negligible. Wang Jin didn't keep Lu Chen waiting too long. About 5 minutes later, Lu Chen heard Wang Jin say he was going to the restroom. His subordinates didn't follow him because no one dared to target the customers inside the Empire Building. Their conversation was clearly heard by Lu Chen. Knowing the opportunity had come, Lu Chen stepped out of the single stall, pretending to wash his hands at the door. At that moment, Wang Jin happened to walk in. Their eyes met for a brief moment. As they brushed past each other, Lu Chen suddenly reached out his hand and touched Wang Jin. Just as Wang Jin turned around, ready to curse Lu Chen, in the next second he vanished into thin air as if he had never entered at all. After successfully capturing him, Lu Chen walked straight out of the restroom. Less than 5 seconds had passed since Wang Jin entered. This way, when the commotion arose later, no one would suspect him. After all, how could a living person disappear in just 5 seconds? Once outside, Lu Chen didn't leave the restaurant but pretended as if nothing had happened and continued dining. Lu Chen knew that if he left now, he would be listed as the prime suspect. Instead, staying here would prevent the Wang family from suspecting him. At most, he would just face some questioning. Lu Chen was very confident in his acting skills.
After all, having spent so long in the slums, he had honed his craft to perfection. About 10 minutes passed. During this time, several people entered and exited, but their young master did not come out. This made the Wang family's lackeys realize something was off. They immediately rushed to the men's restroom to search, only to despairingly discover that Wang Jin had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lu Chen knew the show was about to begin. Sure enough, one of the lackeys ran out of the restroom, panic-stricken, and rushed to the restaurant manager, saying urgently, "Quick, seal off this entire floor, don't let anyone leave." "What happened, sir?" "My young master has gone missing in your restroom. Seal off the whole floor immediately and get your manager here, or you'll have to face the wrath of the Wang family." The lackey screamed hysterically. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Even Lu Chen pretended to be surprised. The manager turned pale at these words. The heir of the Wang family, Wang Jin, one of the 10 great families, had just disappeared from the floor he managed. He could not bear that responsibility. Without any hesitation, the manager instructed everyone to stay put while he called his superiors. The Wang family also notified their head, Wang Defa. After a few minutes, the person in charge of the Empire building was the first to arrive at the scene. She was a cold, long-haired beauty, around 30 years old. Lu Chen learned from the conversations of others that this woman was named Yi Bingyu, also from the Yi family, one of the 10 great families. Upon arriving, she apologized to everyone present, saying, "I'm sorry, everyone, something has happened here today. Please cooperate with us and wait until we investigate thoroughly before leaving. As compensation, I will waive your dining fees for today and provide you with 10 vouchers for a stay in our top-floor suites. I apologize for the inconvenience." Hearing Yi Bingyu say this, the manager immediately arranged for his staff to process refunds for everyone and distributed 10 vouchers to each person. This was no small amount. For one night, it would be at least over 100,000, and for 10 nights, that would be over 1,000,000. Lu Chen never expected that by coming here to take someone away, he would receive such benefits. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was truly unfathomable. Although everyone had some complaints, they knew there was no way out of this situation. The heir of the Wang family had disappeared here. How could they dare to leave? The Empire building had already offered compensation and a way out, so naturally, they wouldn't continue to make a fuss. After all, if they hadn't done anything wrong, they had nothing to fear. At most, they would be questioned here and could leave safely. With such generous benefits, they certainly wouldn't continue to cause trouble. After calming the emotions of those present, Yi Bingyu and the Wang family members went to investigate the men's restroom. Lu Chen did not go to look, but he could hear through the conversations. Yi Bingyu seemed to be using a power detector to scan the restroom. According to her, this device could check for residual energy from abilities used within the last half hour. If someone had used their powers, it would be detected by this device. At this point, Lu Chen felt quite nervous. But fortunately, the goddess of fate was on his side. The divine space awakened by the system, strictly speaking, could not be considered an ability. Or rather, it was not something this little machine could detect. Yi Bingyu carefully surveyed the area and shook her head helplessly. As you can see, there is no residual energy from abilities here, which means young Master Wang was not killed here. This statement sounded a bit absurd. The entire restroom had only a small window, hardly enough for anyone to pass through. They had been stationed outside and hadn't seen Wang Jin come out. So, if no residual energy could be detected, could it be that Wang Jin really just vanished into thin air? Without needing the Wang family's subordinates to say anything, Yi Bingyu herself knew how bizarre this conclusion was, but the facts were right in front of her. What could she do? She was just as helpless. Yi Bingyu sighed softly and said, "Now there's only one last resort, which is to check the surveillance footage and see who else was in the restroom at the same time as young Master Wang. We all have registration records from when we entered, so if some people's abilities could do this, you can inquire with them. If not, at least you can't make things difficult for the customers inside the Empire building." The few of them exchanged glances, completely unable to make a decision. They were just ordinary subordinates and couldn't make such decisions for their master. Fortunately, their luck was quite good. Just as everyone was at a standstill, the head of the Wang family, Wang Defa, arrived on the 11th floor. Head of the family, Uncle Wang. As soon as Wang Defa stepped out of the elevator, Yi Bingyu and Wang Jin's subordinates immediately greeted him. Clearly, Wang Defa was not in the mood for small talk. With a dark expression, he struggled to contain his anger and coldly asked one of Wang Jin's subordinates, "You tell me, what exactly happened?" "Well, the thing is," the subordinate recounted everything word for word. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa directly slapped him across the face, angrily scolding, "You're such a waste. I gave you soul beads and money just to follow my son, and you didn't even go in with him to the restroom? What the hell do I need you for?" The subordinate, publicly humiliated, dared not speak back.
Although most people from the 10 great families were ordinary, their heads were all genuine extraordinary beings, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Lu Chen, witnessing this scene, was glad he hadn't joined that Chen family, otherwise, while it might not have been this embarrassing, it wouldn't have been much better. After the slap, Wang Defa's gaze turned to Yi Bingyu, and they naturally recognized each other. Wang Defa didn't dare to yell at Yi Bingyu directly, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying as he said, "I'd trouble you, niece Yi, to take me to see the surveillance. Uncle Wang, this way please." Yi Bingyu nodded and immediately led Wang Defa to the surveillance room. During this process, everyone still couldn't leave. Lu Chen also kept a low profile, attentively listening to the conversation between Wang Defa and the others. "This is the surveillance room. I'll pull up the footage." Yi Bingjia's fingers danced across the controls in the surveillance room, and soon a segment of footage appeared before Wang Defa. It showed Wang Jin preparing to enter the restroom. Shortly after, Lu Chen came out from inside, just a few seconds apart from Wang Jin. "Look at this person." Wang Defa pointed to Lu Chen on the screen. As the first person, Lu Chen naturally caught Wang Defa's attention. If Lu Chen had left immediately at that moment, Wang Defa would have definitely concluded that the culprit was Lu Chen. However, after Lu Chen came out, he didn't leave directly. Instead, he returned to his seat and began to eat heartily. This action eased Wang Defa's suspicions, and he gestured for Yi Bingyu to continue. After Lu Chen exited, there was no one in the restroom for a short time. But soon, the second person walked in. After he went in, it was almost the time it takes to urinate. This much adds up. From Wang Defa's expression when he came out, there should be no signs of a struggle inside, nor any unusual phenomena. Otherwise, this person would have informed the staff. Not long after, a third person also went in. The time he spent inside also matched perfectly. It wasn't just him. Before Wang Jin's subordinates went in, a total of 10 people had used the restroom. All 10 of them went in to urinate. There was simply no time for a crime to occur. The most critical point is that during this time, not a single person left the 11th floor. It was as if Wang Jin had simply vanished from the restroom all by himself. Seeing this, Wang Defa's face was darker than Bao Zhang's. Yi Bingyu was also encountering such a bizarre situation for the first time. Wang Jin's strength was at the 6th tier of awakening. This level of power is weak, but not so weak that he couldn't even make a sound before being killed by an assassin and taken away. Moreover, there were absolutely no signs of a struggle in the entire restroom. Not even a hint of psychic fluctuations. So how did Wang Jin disappear? Although she was puzzled, Yi Bingyu looked at the silent Wang Defa beside her and still spoke to comfort him. "Uncle Wang, although this matter is very strange, no one can prove that Wang Jin is dead. Perhaps the other party just wanted to capture him for ransom. Have you thought about whether you've offended anyone recently? Ha, don't play dumb with me. My son disappeared on your turf, and who the killer is doesn't need to be said. Only you could pull off something so seamless. Today, even if I have to turn your empire building upside down, I will find my son." This time, Wang Defa had completely turned hostile. In his view, the surveillance was fine, and there were no traces in the restroom. So who was most likely to accomplish this? There was hardly any doubt, it was this woman in front of him. The Yi family could easily make someone disappear on their own turf, right? It wasn't that Wang Defa was a fool, but this was the only explanation that made sense. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingjia's expression gradually turned cold, and she said coldly, "Uncle Wang, I know you are heartbroken over your son's loss, but my Yi family's territory is not something you can search at will. We have already cooperated with you a lot, and if you continue to make unreasonable demands, I will have to ask you to leave." "Just because of you?" Wang Defa sneered, suddenly turning aggressive. He grabbed Yi Bingyu by the neck, lifting her off the ground, and with a sinister smile said, "I give you face, treating you as my niece. If I don't give you face, you're just a little bitch. It seems I need to teach you what it means to respect your elders and understand hierarchy." Yi Bingyu never expected Wang Defa to suddenly turn aggressive. She was so taken aback that she couldn't even think of resisting. Because Wang Defa's ability was a special type of energy absorption. Once caught by him, all the energy within the body would be completely absorbed. In simple terms, anyone caught by him would be unable to use their abilities. Just when Yi Bingyu thought she was about to die, a sudden gust of wind blew through. The few lackeys who had been following Wang Jin instantly turned into bloodied figures. One by one, they fell to the ground, seemingly killed in an instant. The ones who killed them were the very winds that had just blown through. Not only them. Even Wang Defa's back was cut with several bloody marks. At the same time, a middle-aged man walked into the monitoring room. He glanced at the sister being lifted and finally turned his gaze to Wang Defa, who had his back to him, speaking in a calm tone that sent chills down the spine. "Your subordinates have failed in their duties, and I have already taught them a lesson for you. Let go of my sister, and I will pretend today never happened."
Otherwise, our two families will go to war. Wang Defa turned to look at the man, laughing in anger. Fine, today I'll give you, Yi Shilua, some face. If I find out that my son's disappearance is related to you, I will definitely not let you off. After saying that, Wang Defa delivered a heavy punch to Yi Bingyi's stomach. The force of the punch was immense, causing Yi Bingyu to roll her eyes back. Then, Wang Defa tossed her aside like garbage to Yi Shilua, sneering, "This punch is my gift to you. Next time, tell your sister to show some respect to her elders, or else next time it won't just be a punch. I'll return that statement to you verbatim. If you touch my family again, it won't just be two of your subordinates dying so easily." Yi Shilua narrowed his eyes and retorted. Clearly, this grudge was now established. What the hell? This is explosive. Others might not know what had happened downstairs, but Lu Chen heard everything clearly. He never expected things to develop this way. Not only did no one suspect him, but the two families were now directly at odds. This bizarre turn of events was something even a novel wouldn't dare to write. However, after thinking it over, Lu Chen realized it wasn't entirely unreasonable for Wang Defa to think this way. Just consider it from another perspective. If his own child disappeared on someone else's turf, with no signs of a third party involved, anyone would suspect it was the Yi family's doing. It's just that Wang Defa didn't know if it was his original personality or if he was truly distraught over losing a child, leading him to lose control and resort to violence. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Yi Shilua, the head of the Yi family, Yi Bingyu might not have died, but she would have been severely injured. From this incident, Lu Chen could also see that the 10 great families were not living in complete harmony. It's only natural to think so. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and here there were 10 tigers. So Lu Chen speculated that the mysterious person X must be the second son of one of the 10 great families, as only then could he stir up conflict among them through this incident, and with the heir dead, he could smoothly take the position. I just wonder who this person really is. Lu Chen felt that his theory was quite plausible. Although he didn't know exactly who it was now, one day this guy would surely reveal his true colors. While Lu Chen was lost in thought, Yi Shilua had already taken Yi Bingyu away. Before leaving, he instructed the manager through the intercom, signaling him to let Lu Chen and the others trapped here leave. After receiving the order, the manager smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry everyone, the situation has been temporarily resolved. You can leave now. I apologize again for what happened today. It's fine, it's not a big deal." Yeah, who would have thought that the young master of the Wang family would go missing in public while we were just out for a meal? I said our city has been quite unstable lately. The young lady of the Bai family was just killed in the wild yesterday, and now the young master of the Wang family is missing. Will it be another family's heir next? Shu, brother, don't speak the truth so openly. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you can gossip behind backs. The sky of Huanghai City belongs to the 10 great families. Be careful of ears on the walls. Yes, got carried away. Let's go, let's find another place to have a drink. Once the group learned they could leave, they all chatted freely. It wasn't until someone reminded them that they closed their mouths and left. Lu Chen naturally blended in and left the Empire building. In fact, just as those onlookers said, in just 2 days, one heir from the 10 great families was dead and another was missing. Even the bystanders felt that those families should be cautious. So how would the remaining families react? This was definitely not favorable for the plans of the mysterious person X. According to Lu Chen's speculation, they would likely be going out soon, surrounded by bodyguards who would not leave their side, making it difficult for the mysterious person X to take action. This gave him time to find him. In fact, Lu Chen already had some clues about this mysterious person X. All that was left was to interrogate Wang Jin to find out more. On the other side, in that dimly lit room, not a single ray of light penetrated during the day, making it extremely dark. On the chair, the mysterious young man finished reviewing the entire incident and couldn't help but applaud. Impressive, truly impressive. I never expected this tool to actually complete the task. Not only coming out unscathed but also successfully igniting a rivalry between the Yi and Wang families. This is beyond my expectations. But how did he manage to do it? Is there an ability I haven't discovered? The young man leaned back in his chair, carefully recalling everything that had just happened. In reality, his insects didn't dare enter the bathroom, so they didn't capture the moment Lu Chen took Wang Jin away. He knew the methods of these families. If Wang Jin had really been killed inside, the Yi family would definitely use an ability detector. At that point, the insects he controlled would also become targets. This led to him not seeing how Lu Chen accomplished it. But seeing the Wang and Yi families in such a fierce conflict, the young man guessed that Wang Jin must be dead. Watching Lu Chen walk towards the hotel on the screen, the young man composed a text message and sent it. Ding! The phone in his pocket rang. Lu Chen took it out to see another message from the mysterious person X. Well done, I knew you had this strength. Wait for my next message. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be another operation tonight. Ha! Lu Chen let out a cold laugh and put the phone back in his pocket.
In his view, this mysterious person X, although possessing a strange ability, had a very childish mindset.
Did he really think he was following his orders? In reality, who the prey was remained unknown.
According to Lu Chen's guess, this mysterious person X was very likely someone from one of the 10 major families. Because when he saw the ability detector, Lu Chen realized that this person was very familiar with the methods of the 10 major families.
Therefore, his divine space might not have been discovered by the other party.
The mysterious person X would be wary of the ability detector and wouldn't dare to monitor him in places where he could take action.
This was not hard to guess. Moreover, the text message didn't mention this matter.
That line "I know you have this strength" seemed to imply that he knew all of Lu Chen's cards, but in reality, it was just a deliberate statement for Lu Chen to see. Lu Chen couldn't say much about other things, but when it came to wordplay, he was indeed better than this mysterious person X. Now, he just needed to get to a safe place and interrogate Wang Jin. The identity of this mysterious person X would likely be revealed. Soon, Lu Chen booked another room in the hotel. The first thing he did upon entering was close the curtains and check every corner. Not even a single insect was overlooked. After confirming that he was the only living being in the entire room, Lu Chen focused his mind and disappeared from the room. When he became visible again, he had arrived in his divine space.
Lu Chen approached Wang Jin.
At this moment, Wang Jin still retained the posture of wanting to turn around.
If Lu Chen hadn't lifted his restrictions, Wang Jin wouldn't be able to see him.
Without deliberately disguising himself, Lu Chen touched Wang Jin.
The next second, Wang Jin turned around and cursed, "Are you blind? You bumped into me."
After saying that, Wang Jin didn't care about anything else and slapped Lu Chen directly. Lu Chen had initially wanted to talk to him properly, but some people just don't know how to cherish the opportunities given to them.
With a thought, Lu Chen instantly halted Wang Jin's hand. The next second, Lu Chen raised his foot and delivered a precise kick to Wang Jin's groin. Crack! Wang Jin fell to the ground in pain, clutching his groin and wailing, my balls, damn it. Do you know who my dad is? Damn. Lu Chen didn't indulge him and kicked him again.
This time, Wang Jin became much more obedient, quickly crying and begging, "Spare me, good man.
Please stop. If you keep hitting me, it'll be ruined."
"All right," Lu Chen said with a faint smile, retracting his foot. He looked at Wang Jin, who was lying on the ground, and coldly said, "I'll say one sentence, you respond with one.
If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll castrate you immediately. Do you understand?" I understand."
Wang Jin immediately surrendered. It was at this moment that he noticed he was no longer in the restroom of the Empire State Building, but in a very strange place. In this place, apart from him and the person in front of him, everything else was completely still, floating in the sky.
It wouldn't be surprising if it were ordinary objects.
But Wang Jin was shocked to see that this space actually contained a large amount of water. Forgive Wang Jin for his ignorance, he had never seen such a magical and bizarre place. Although his groin still throbbed with pain, he dared not utter a word now. Lu Chen also had no penchant for cruelty. Seeing Wang Jin behave, he asked, "First question, tell me, as far as you know, how many children do the current heads of the 10 major families have, and how many children are there in their branches?
Who would benefit and become the heir if an heir dies?" This.
Wang Jin was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the other party knew who he was and would treat him like this. But shock aside, Wang Jin could only obediently answer the questions.
After pondering for a moment, Wang Jin revealed, "In our 10 major families, the current head's children are mostly only children.
There are some children in the branches, but even if we unfortunately die, it's unlikely for them to become heirs. After all,
the heads are mostly still in their prime and can easily have more children."
At this point, Wang Jin paused slightly, thought for a while, and continued, "However, there are a few families that might have such situations. The first is the Yi family. The head of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoluo, is an only child, but his sister, who is the manager of the Empire State Building, Yi Bingyu, has a son. Although he is still young, the relationship between the siblings is very good, and it's possible that Yi Bingyi's son could benefit. Another is the Chen family. The head of the Chen family initially had a pair of twins, both male, but the inheritance rights have always been with the older brother. Normally, the younger brother wouldn't gain inheritance rights."
After hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Besides these two families, is there no one else?"
Wang Jin frowned, unsure if it was from pain or deep thought, and after a while shook his head. "No, that's all I know.
But I can't rule out the existence of illegitimate children."
After listening to Wang Jin's answer, Lu Chen sat down, his mind racing. According to Wang Jin's account, Lu Chen first analyzed the situation of the Yi family. Yi Bingyu has a son, and judging by how she looked when he saw her today, she was at most not over 40. In this world, having a child at 18 means that at 40, the child would be 22, and at 35, the child would be 17. Taking an average, her son is at least 15 years old. At 15 in this world, he is definitely a little adult.
If he were in the commoner district, he might not even know how many lives he has taken. Although this isn't the commoner district, the education and competition among families are equally fierce. So subjectively speaking, this person could indeed be the mysterious person X. After all, as long as the heir of the Yi family dies, he, as a branch, would have the opportunity to rise to power. But there is one point that doesn't make sense. If this mysterious person X is Yi Binjia's son, why would he kill Wang Jin on his mother's territory?
Assuming he doesn't know he has the divine space.
Normally, Wang Jin would die in the bathroom. In that case, if Yi Bingyu caught him, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he wasn't caught, he would definitely be pressured by the Wang family. At that time, he might be completely hidden away in the family. This makes no sense, right? Or is it that the mysterious person X sees himself as a disposable item? Then, killing Wang Jin on his mother's territory would allow Yi Bingyu to catch him and take credit?
Although this could be explained, Lu Chen still felt something was off.
He didn't continue to dwell on it.
After analyzing the Yi family's situation, Lu Chen also looked into the Chen family's situation.
According to Wang Jin,
the Chen family has twin brothers. When the younger brother is born just a few minutes or even seconds later, he loses the qualification to inherit a large family. If it were Lu Chen himself, he would likely consider hiring someone to kill.
There isn't much information on this aspect at the moment.
Lu Chen just logically deduced that if the mysterious person X is indeed one of these two families, he is more inclined to think that the younger brother of the Chen family is the mysterious person X. Because as the child of the family head, if the older brother unfortunately dies, the younger brother would naturally take the initiative to step up. And the most crucial point is that his ascension wouldn't require the family head to have a second child. This logic is more coherent than that of the Yi family. After all, if the heir of the Yi family dies, the head of the Yi family can easily have another child. For these large families, even at 60 or 70, they are still in their prime. Moreover, in this world, there are various supernatural abilities. Even if some people have congenital issues, they can be healed by some restorative extraordinary beings. But even though Lu Chen is almost certain that the mysterious person X is the younger brother of the Chen family, he still asked Wang Jin once more, "Do you know about the family relationships of the Yi and Chen families? For example, how old is Yi Binjia's son this year, and what is his ability? How is the relationship between the Chen brothers? Are there any rumors of discord, and what are their abilities?" "Boss, I really don't know about this. Our 10 major families don't have much interaction. I know nothing about Yi Binjia's son, I rarely hear news about him. The Chen brothers seem to have a good relationship on the surface. But there are rumors that the younger brother feels it's unfair and has quarreled with the head of the Chen family several times. I also don't know what their abilities are, as this is confidential for every family."
Wang Jin immediately shared what he knew. Lu Chen could tell he wasn't lying.
It seemed that he wouldn't be able to extract any useful information from Wang Jin.
So Lu Chen looked at him and maliciously asked, "Last question, what is your ability?"
"Me?" Wang Jin didn't think twice and immediately replied, "My ability is special type, explosion is art."
"Boss, are you asking this because you want me to help you with something?
Just say it. I, Wang Jin, will definitely get it done."
"Alright, I happen to have a favor I need you to help me with."
"You say it, boss."
"Help me say hello to King Yin." "Wang Jin?"
Wang Jin looked confused, and the next second, his head fell. Until his death, he never understood. He just went out for a meal. How did he get assassinated out of nowhere? If there is a next life, Wang Jin swore he would never go out to eat again. "Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Explosion is art. Explosion is art. You can attach the energy from your body to anything you throw, and the thrown object can explode at any time according to your thoughts. The power and range of the explosion depend on your ability level and physical energy. Oh, it can also act as a timed bomb?" Lu Chen didn't expect this ability to be quite good. He originally thought that this ability was just about throwing bombs. Looking at the effect, it could also serve as a timed bomb. This practicality had suddenly increased significantly. As for the power, well, there was no place to test it for now. After all, this was Wang Jin's ability, and Lu Chen didn't dare to use it carelessly outside. One could only say that the awakened abilities of the heirs from these big families were quite impressive. With this in mind, Lu Chen cast a grateful glance at Wang Jin's head, thankful for his death that brought him such a good ability. In reality, it wasn't that Lu Chen wanted to kill Wang Jin, it was just that he had to die. Not only because he had seen Lu Chen's face, but also because he had seen the god's space. If he were to be sent back, the mysterious person X would come looking for trouble. Wang Jin, who had his egg shattered by Lu Chen, would definitely seek revenge. This was evident from the very beginning when Wang Jin resorted to violence over a disagreement. So without a second thought, Lu Chen took action to end him. After all, killing someone as wicked as Wang Jin didn't weigh on his conscience at all. Coming out of the god space, Lu Chen already had a rough plan in mind. He needed to find a time to learn about the abilities of the second heir of the Yi family and the second heir of the Chen family. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he would be monitored. Lu Chen couldn't figure out what was being used to surveil him. This made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to go out. Wait a minute. Even though I can't go out, don't I have a helper? Lu Chen suddenly thought of someone. That was the butcher he had collaborated with. He had the butcher's phone number. If he could ask him to help find Su Ming and have Su Ming investigate the situation of the two families, then the butcher could relay the information back to him. This way, he wouldn't have to leave his house to deal with that elusive surveillance, right? With this thought, Lu Chen immediately activated Silent and Soundless. He wrapped this room with the skill so that the people outside couldn't hear the conversations inside at all. Without further ado, Lu Chen dialed the butcher's number. After a brief wait, the butcher's voice came through the phone. Boss, are you looking for me today because you have goods to sell? No. Today I have something I need your help with. Need my help? The butcher's voice clearly paused. His first reaction was that Lu Chen wanted to borrow money. After all, in this day and age, most requests for help were about borrowing money. Especially from those who hadn't been in touch for a long time, and when they did, they just said, "Are you there?" However, the butcher quickly realized that this big boss wouldn't be short on money. Even if he had run out of funds for trading soul beasts, that incredible storage ability meant he could easily sell a trinket for a good amount of cash. So the butcher didn't think for long and immediately said with a smile, "Boss, just tell me, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely help you." Here's the thing, I have something I can't leave right now. Can you go to the Su family and tell their young master that Lu Chen is looking for him, and give him my phone number? When I get back, I'll send you a few more soul beasts. Lu Chen conveyed his request to the butcher. On the other end of the line, the butcher was silent for a moment before asking, "Boss, are you familiar with the young master of the Su family? It's not that I'm afraid, but that place isn't somewhere just anyone can go. If you're not familiar with the young master, it would be easy to get turned away. Don't worry, that kid Su Ming still owes me a meal." Lu Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, the butcher's heart instantly relaxed and he agreed, "Alright, I'll go right now. Wait for me a few minutes." Wait. Just as the butcher was about to hang up, Lu Chen hurriedly called out to him and instructed, "When you see Su Ming, don't speak. Just communicate with him through text. If I'm not mistaken, his residence should be under surveillance." "Got it, I understand." The butcher also realized that the situation was not simple, but he still decided to help Lu Chen out. After all, the big shot has a need for help. And at this moment, providing timely assistance is definitely the right thing to do. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen wasn't sure if this time it would be successful. But this was the only method he could think of so far. If this also failed, Lu Chen figured he would have to confront the mysterious person X directly. On the other side, after agreeing to Lu Chen, the butcher immediately drove to the location of the Su family. Originally, he had no right to know where the Su family was. However, in the past 2 days, he had acquired a large number of soul beast corpses from Lu Chen. After releasing the news, the Su family, upon receiving the information, took the initiative to contact him for a purchase. This fortunate turn of events allowed him to learn the location of the Su family. Therefore, it could be said that since Lu Chen found the butcher to sell soul beasts, the wheels of fate had quietly begun to turn. After an hour's drive, the butcher quickly arrived at the entrance of the Su family manor. Before he could get out of the car, the guard stepped forward to block him, saying, "Leave here immediately, this is a private estate. If you don't leave, you will bear the consequences." "Bro, I'm here to see your young master," the butcher said, following Lu Chen's instructions. "I know you might not believe me, but please tell young Master Su that a person named Lu Chen is looking for him, and inform him that he is being monitored. He should not speak lightly. If young Master Su remains indifferent to this matter, I am willing to accept any punishment." The butcher was risking it all to help Lu Chen. Upon hearing that their young master might be under surveillance, the guards dared not ignore the butcher's words. One of them kept an eye on the butcher while the other immediately ran off to make a phone call. At that moment, Su Ming, who was in his study reading The Art of War, received a call from the guards. When he heard that Lu Chen was looking for him, Su Ming immediately showed great delight. But soon, his expression returned to normal, and the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, turning into a cold response. "Alright, bring him to the reception room." The guards, having received the message, immediately let the butcher through. The butcher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everything Lu Chen said was true. Otherwise, he might have lost half his life here. Led by someone, he arrived at a reception room. The butcher finally met his target, Su Ming. Just as he was about to type something, Su Ming casually smiled and said, "You don't need to be on guard, brother. This is the reception room. It is soundproofed and equipped with ability detectors.
No one can monitor here. Really?
The butcher looked around until he saw several ability detectors, finally feeling at ease as he said, this time. I was instructed by Boss Lu to come here to seek a conversation with you.
If it's convenient for you, please give Boss Lu a call.
Saying this, the butcher handed Su Ming Lu Chen's number. Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately picked up his phone to dial. He was also curious about why Lu Chen said he was being monitored and what trouble Lu Chen had encountered that required his help.
Beep. Hello, is this Brother Lu? I'm Su Ming. Lu Chen answered the phone and heard Su Ming's voice.
This was the first time he felt the benefits of having a friend. The butcher helped him find Su Ming, and Su Ming was willing to meet with the butcher. All of this was fate's arrangement. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately said, I should have kept your number last time. It wouldn't be so troublesome now.
What's wrong?
I see you sent this brother here in such a hurry, saying him being monitored.
Is there an urgent matter? Indeed.
I need you to help me find out as quickly as possible about the son of Yi Bingyu from the Yi family and the one among the Chen family's twin brothers.
What are their abilities? Is this something you can do? Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Su Ming fell silent on the other end of the line.
It wasn't that he couldn't handle such a matter, but Lu Chen said nothing and insisted on investigating the information of the other two major families. This was somewhat incomprehensible to Su Ming. In fact, Lu Chen was well aware of this.
But how could he explain? Should he say that he killed the Bai family's heir, Bai Lianhua, and was then discovered by someone who threatened him into killing the Wang family's heir, Wang Jin? If he really said that, wouldn't it make Su Ming want to distance himself from him?
Lu Chen also knew that Su Ming was in a difficult position, so he said again, this matter is very important. I can't explain the reasons right now, but it will definitely not harm you.
On the contrary, it will benefit you. Whether you help me or not depends on you.
If he helped, Lu Chen would be grateful to him from then on. If he didn't help, they would part ways from that moment. With Lu Chen putting it this way, Su Ming knew he had to make a choice. After a brief silence, he finally made up his mind and said, Alright, I trust Brother Lu.
Give me half an hour, and I will get this information to you. I'll wait for your good news. Hearing Su Ming agree, Lu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was actually quite afraid that Su Ming would refuse. If that happened, he would be in a very passive position. But now it seemed that everything was developing in a positive direction. On the other side, when the butcher came to visit Su Ming, it naturally caught the attention of the mysterious young man. Fortunately, Lu Chen had explained the situation in advance. The mysterious young man, who had been monitoring Su Ming, did not hear any useful information.
Once Su Ming entered the reception room, he lost both the visual and audio feed.
Just as Su Ming had said, the reception rooms of the major families were generally equipped with ability detectors.
He didn't dare to place his bugs in there. Therefore, the young man missed this conversation.
But he didn't realize anything was amiss.
Many people would line up in advance for a successor like Su Ming. In his view, the person visiting was probably someone wanting to follow Su Ming. Unfortunately, the young man could never have imagined that this person was actually a messenger sent by Lu Chen. After realizing he was being monitored, Su Ming did not leave the conference room. Instead, he made a few phone calls, instructing his subordinates to gather the information. The young master was efficient in his work.
In just over 10 minutes, Su Ming's subordinates brought back news. He glanced at it briefly and then took a photo to send to Lu Chen. Lying on the bed, Lu Chen's expression instantly became animated upon seeing the two photos sent by Su Ming. How is this possible? According to the information Su Ming had gathered, Yi Bingjia's son was named Ji Tiankai, with an ability in the support category target weakness, an ability that weakens the target, which clearly could not be used to monitor himself. The Chen family's twin brother was named Qin Jian, with a special ability All Swords Return to Origin, an ability that can convert mental energy into sharp arrows, akin to an explosion being an art form. Clearly, neither of these was an ability that could monitor him. Thus, both of these individuals could be completely ruled out. Who could be the mysterious X? Lu Chen fell into silence for a moment.
Because according to this report, all previous assumptions had been overturned.
At this moment, Su Ming's phone rang again. How is it, Brother Lu? Is this report helpful to you? No. But still, thank you. Lu Chen was clearly in a bad mood and didn't know what to say.
Su Ming also sensed something was off. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, I don't know why you want to investigate the information of those two, but I guess it's related to the deaths of Bai Lianhua and Wang Jin, right? This time, Su Ming directly pointed out the matter.
This made Lu Chen instantly alert.
He didn't know how to respond to this question. Su Ming said again, actually, when you called just now, I had a faint suspicion of this possibility. Plus, after Wang Jin's incident, our families held a meeting, and while watching the surveillance, I inadvertently saw that you were also at the Empire State Building this morning.
Putting these two things together, it should be you, Brother Lu, who did it, right? Seeing that Su Ming had made himself so clear, Lu Chen decided to drop the pretense and smiled. You're right, it was me. Do you want to expose me? How could I? Su Ming chuckled upon hearing Lu Chen's admission. From the moment you sent this brother to remind me that I was being monitored, I knew you considered me a friend. I, Su Ming, may not have much ability, but I would never betray a friend. Coincidentally, I, Lu Chen, have never had friends. Surviving in the slums, I only believe in one principle, that nothing is confidential except for the dead. However, I've decided to trust you this once. After saying this, Lu Chen felt relieved. He then recounted the entire situation regarding the mysterious person X. Su Ming was quite surprised after hearing it. Based on his understanding of Lu Chen was a lightning-type extraordinary being. After Bai Lianhua's death, a massive fire was set. That wasn't a fire that could be ignited with a lighter, but one created with supernatural powers. So Lu Chen had both lightning and fire abilities? And it didn't end there. He had watched the surveillance of the incident at the Empire State Building today. Wang Jin vanished into thin air after entering the restroom. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find Wang Jin. So this could prove that, besides having lightning and fire abilities, Lu Chen also possessed a more powerful spatial ability? Thinking of this outcome, Su Ming suddenly felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have pierced that veil and learned so many of Lu Chen's secrets. Because being from a prominent family, he understood one principle as well. The less you know, the longer you can live. Now it wasn't Lu Chen who was afraid Su Ming would expose him, but rather Su Ming who was afraid Lu Chen would silence him. To the extent that the usually clever Su Ming asked what might be the dumbest question he would ever say in his life. Brother Lu, after saying so much, you're not planning to kill me to keep me quiet, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. You really asked that? If I were going to kill you to keep you quiet, would I notify you in advance? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Ming on the other end of the phone finally reacted, awkwardly laughing a few times. It wasn't that he was foolish, but Lu Chen's secrets were truly terrifying. If anyone learned of such a powerful secret about Lu Chen, they would probably worry about being targeted by him. Su Ming shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said, I already know about this matter. Indeed, as you said, Brother Lu, this mysterious person X is very likely the second heir of one of the 10 major families. My understanding of the situation is about the same as yours. If we exclude the possibility of an illegitimate child, the only ones who could possibly rise to power are Yi Tiankai and Chen Jian. But as you can see, neither of these two has surveillance-type abilities, yet they can still grasp our every move. This is hard to explain, Lu Chen said. After saying this, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, by the way, do you think it's possible that someone has aligned themselves with them, so this ability might belong to one of their subordinates? After listening to Su Ming, Lu Chen carefully analyzed the situation and shook his head in denial, saying, this is unlikely because the chances of the second heir taking power are very slim. Moreover, the ones monitoring are all heirs from the 10 major families. If the matter is exposed, the second heir will definitely distance himself from it. Even if they know what that person said is true, to maintain harmony within the family and their reputation outside, the one who gets executed in the end will still be this lackey. So, unless someone is out of their mind, they would never do such a thing. After hearing Su Ming's words, Lu Chen fell silent again. Indeed, Su Ming made a lot of sense. It was already foolish for an ordinary person to side with the second heir, let alone help him monitor the 10 major families. If the mysterious person X had such die-hard loyalty, then there would be no need to threaten him to work for him. He could just let him join directly, right? While Lu Chen was lost in thought, Su Ming spoke up again on the other end of the phone. Actually, I have something I'm concerned about. Go ahead, Lu Chen said. It's about what my subordinate just reported to me. He mentioned something he heard about this Yi Tiankai. Someone once discussed how difficult he is to serve, always locking himself in his room and never going out. There are always a lot of bugs near his room, and if you use insecticide to kill these bugs, this Yi Tiankai would fly into a rage. Bugs. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly said, that's it. It's bugs. What's wrong, Brother Lu? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. I know who the mysterious person X is now, and I also know how he is monitoring us. If I'm not mistaken, this Yi Tiankai is definitely a dual-system extraordinary being, and his second ability must be related to bugs. Ha ha ha, I knew it had to be related to this. Su Ming laughed along with Lu Chen. The reason he brought this up was also because he had a similar thought. Normally, Lu Chen's previous judgments would have to be overturned because no one in the 10 major families fit this logic. But Su Ming suddenly thought, is Yi Tiankai called Yi Tiankai because he really is a genius? And dual-system extraordinary beings usually only register one system. Wouldn't that perfectly match Lu Chen's judgment? Of course, he couldn't draw conclusions for Lu Chen and could only share this with him. After hearing this, Lu Chen was now 100% sure that the mysterious person X was indeed Yi Tiankai, the second son of the Yi family. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled excitedly and said, "Thanks to your help this time, once I deal with this Yi Tiankai, I'll treat you to a meal." "Brother Lu, you're too polite. We're friends, so it's only right to help each other," Su Ming smiled back. However, he quickly put away his smile and asked with concern, "But Brother Lu, even if you know the mysterious person X is Yi Tiankai, as you just said, he hardly ever goes out. How are you going to find him for revenge?" This question indeed put Lu Chen in a difficult position. He didn't have a good way to deal with this Yi Tiankai. The guy never went out. Was he supposed to storm into the Yi family? Thinking of this, Lu Chen awkwardly asked, "Could Brother Su help me with one more thing?" "I knew you would say that." Su Ming casually smiled and said, "I've already thought of it. I can't make Yi Tiankai meet you, but I can persuade my dad to hold a banquet tonight. All the heads of the families will bring their heirs and relatives to attend. What happens afterward, I don't know." "Ha ha, I understand. Thank you, Brother Su." Lu Chen naturally understood Su Ming's intention. As long as the head of the Yi family and Yi Bingyu could leave the Yi family, then with only a small number of guards at the Yi family, Lu Chen was confident he could make a move. At that time, he would make the threatening Yi Tiankai pay with his life. The two discussed the details for a while. Su Ming then hung up the phone. He looked at the butcher sitting across from him and smiled, saying, "We're now in the same boat, so we need to stock up on some high-quality ingredients tonight. Can you send some over? Young Master Su, just say the word, and I, the butcher, won't dare to delay. Before dark, the ingredients you need will be delivered," the butcher assured, patting his chest. He was still the most confused at this point. He came to help Lu Chen deliver a message, but somehow got inexplicably caught up in a big plan. However, he also knew that if this deal went smoothly, there would be a bond of life and death between him, Lu Chen, and Su Ming. The butcher was quite sure of this. Both Su Ming and Lu Chen were not the kind of people who would forget their benefactors or burn bridges. Soon, the butcher left. Su Ming also made a call to his father. Not long after, the head of the Su family, Su Feiguang, used the excuse of this attack to invite the heirs and direct relatives of various families to gather at the Su family estate. Among the various families, except for the Bai and Wang families whose heirs had already died, all the other families accepted the invitation to this gathering. Yi Bingyu also received instructions from Yi Xiaoluo and arrived outside her son Yi Tiankai's room. Looking at the tightly shut room, which was crawling with insects, Yi Bingyu sighed and knocked on the door. "Tiankai, there's a gathering of the 10 major families tonight. Do you want to come with us?" "Gathering?" Yi Tiankai pondered for a moment. He didn't open the door but directly refused impatiently. "I told you not to call me for these gatherings. I don't want to go out. You haven't been out for a long time. Keeping yourself locked up here will lead to trouble sooner or later. Mom knows you resent your dad, but you can't torture yourself like this. Get lost, don't mention my dad in front of me." Upon hearing this, Yi Tiankai instantly exploded. He smashed things around the room and raged wildly. Seeing this, Yi Bingyu could only sigh again. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only leave helplessly. In the dim room, Yi Tiankai, like a madman, smashed everything in front of him into pieces. He hadn't been this dark before. The heir of the Yi family wasn't him, and Yi Tiankai had never felt anything wrong with that. But everything changed after his father died. His father, Li Gongla, had once married into the Yi family. At first, the Yi family treated Li Gongla as one of their own. But later, due to an accident during a public assignment, Li Gongla became disabled. After that, the Yi family's attitude towards Li Gongla changed. Yi Xiaoluo, perhaps not wanting his sister to take care of a disabled person for a lifetime, began to indulge and incite the family to make things difficult for Li Gongla while Yi Bingyu was on a business trip. This ultimately led to the unbearable humiliation that drove Li Gongla to commit suicide, likely to avoid implicating his wife. This left a significant psychological shadow on the young Yi Tiankai. Due to Yi Xiaoluo's instigation and his mother's lack of awareness, Yi Tiankai began to hate this family and this world. What he actually wanted to do was kill Yi Xiaoluo's son and then become the heir of the Yi family himself. But to keep his intentions hidden, he chose to have the heirs of other families accompany him to the grave. This way, no one would suspect him. Originally, Yi Tiankai also struggled with not having a tool to implement his plan. He had been searching in the wild for evidence to threaten someone to help him. Until he accidentally took a photo of Lu Chen, he discovered this perfect tool. It was as if heaven was helping him. Before he even threatened Lu Chen, news of the death of the White Lotus flower spread through the city. After understanding the situation, Yi Tiankai immediately thought of a plan. That was to use Lu Chen to achieve his own goals, and if something really happens, he can perfectly shift the blame onto someone else. This plan was originally good, but unfortunately, Yi Tiankai picked the wrong person. However, the current Yi Tiankai is not aware that he has already exposed himself.
He looked at the screen, where the heirs of various families were displayed. With a quick thought, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Chen. The content of the message was very simple. To let Lu Chen sneak into the Su family manor tonight and kill his cousin, the heir of the Yi family Yizun. When Yi Tiankai sent the message, Lu Chen was confirming the guest list for tonight's gathering with Su Ming. Just as the two of them thought, Yi Tiankai would not attend the gathering at all. Everyone of significance from the Yi family would be present except for him. Just then, Lu Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and couldn't help but laugh in anger. It turned out that Yi Tiankai was treating this gathering as an assassination venue, needing Lu Chen to go and kill the Yi family heir, Yizun. Knowing the scale of this banquet, Lu Chen instantly understood Yi Tiankai's intention. The implication was clear: help me kill Yizun tonight and you can die afterward. Then Yi Tiankai would announce Lu Chen as the murderer of the White Lotus and the Wang family, using this news to ascend to the position of the Yi family heir. This tactic is truly ruthless. But unfortunately, the one who will die tonight won't be your brother, but you little bastard. Lu Chen coldly chuckled a few times, his inner fury reaching its peak. This Yi Tiankai not only dared to threaten him to do his bidding but also wanted to kill him to silence him, intending to use him as a stepping stone to rise to power. Such behavior infuriated Lu Chen. He decided that tonight he would use the most brutal method to kill this damned Yi Tiankai. On the surface, he agreed to him. In secret, Lu Chen had already begun to prepare. Although most of the Yi family members had gone to the gathering, there would definitely still be a considerable number of guards left in their manor. How to avoid these people was a crucial question. Otherwise, a major battle was inevitable. The battles between extraordinary beings are not like those fought with weapons. Even though Lu Chen is immortal, the various supernatural abilities would severely hinder his actions. If some of these guards had control abilities, they could easily capture him without needing to kill him. But now was not the time to consider this issue. The urgent matter was how to leave the hotel without being discovered by Yi Tiankai's bugs. If he went out and killed the bugs, Yi Tiankai would definitely become suspicious. But if he didn't kill the bugs, he couldn't shake off the surveillance. Lu Chen thought carefully and immediately came up with a plan. He called the hotel front desk, signaling them to send food to his room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a female server arrived at Lu Chen's room. As soon as she entered, Lu Chen carefully checked to see if any bugs had come in. Then he used silence to seal off all sound in the room and said to the server, "I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Give me your clothes." The female server was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. She hesitated for a moment and shyly said, "This guest, that's not very good, right? I'm just a server." Lu Chen had no time to waste on her nonsense and raised the offer, 20,000, take it off immediately. Could you turn around, please? Seeing Lu Chen pull out 20,000 yuan in cash, the female server no longer hesitated. Working here for a month only earned her 1,000 yuan, and this person was offering her 20 times that. Enduring a little discomfort for nearly 2 years' worth of salary, this deal was a steal. Of course, the main reason was that this person in front of her was very handsome. So troublesome. Lu Chen didn't care what the waitress thought and turned his body around. Seeing this, the waitress began to busy herself. After a few seconds, she shyly said, "Sir, you can turn around now. It's my first time, so be gentle." Before she could finish her sentence, a hand chop came at her. She felt a sharp pain and fainted the next second. However, in that moment of fainting, what crossed her mind was not why she was hit, but how extravagant this customer was. Lu Chen reached out and pulled the waitress into the god space. The reason for knocking her out was to prevent her from seeing the god space. This way, even if he released her later, she wouldn't remember anything about the god space. After doing all this, Lu Chen quickly changed into the waitress clothes, and after confirming he wouldn't be discovered, he opened the door and pushed the cart out of the room. At that moment, Yi Tian naturally noticed the waitress had left. But due to the insect perspective, he didn't realize that the waitress' height was off. He just glanced at her and didn't pay further attention. Little did he know, it was this oversight that would completely change his fate ahead. Phew! Looks like I'm finally out. Lu Chen smoothly passed through the back kitchen and left the hotel. After confirming there were no insects following him, Lu Chen returned to the god space and changed into another set of clothes. When he came out again, he was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, making it impossible to tell who he was from the outside. This was also thanks to the fact that he had bought so many outfits before going to the Empire State Building yesterday. Now they were coming in handy. Now I should go stake out near the Yi family. Previously, Su Ming had given Lu Chen the address of the Yi family. However, that place couldn't be reached by taxi. Taking advantage of the daylight, Lu Chen decided to walk there. To avoid drawing attention, he strolled leisurely down the street. After walking for over 2 hours, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Yi family's estate. This was the boundary between the Yi family estate and the main urban area.
Going further would lead into the Yi family's private territory. He casually found a coffee shop to sit down. Using his vision and hearing, Lu Chen continuously confirmed the positions of the guards inside the estate. He had to admit, his vision and hearing were incredible. Especially for tasks that required infiltration, these two abilities were practically divine skills. Based on his deductions, Lu Chen roughly sketched a deployment map. Although the positions of these guards might not be fixed, at least he could be cautious when passing through this area, right? The most troublesome thing now is the cameras. It's hard to sneak past those. Lu Chen glanced at the cameras in the distance. He could use his hearing to avoid patrolling guards, but he had no way to deal with the cameras. Mainly, damaging the cameras would attract the attention of other guards. It was quite difficult to get in unnoticed. Wait a minute. Just as Lu Chen was feeling troubled, he suddenly noticed a construction team nearby. Watching the construction team drilling into the ground, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. A bold plan gradually formed. If I can't go up from the ground, can I go in from underground? Once this thought appeared in Lu Chen's mind, it was impossible to shake off. Although he didn't have Earth-type abilities, he could dig underground through the god space and then move beneath the surface to enter the estate. As for the cameras inside, he could also avoid them using this method. After all, the god space wasn't considered an ability, so it wouldn't trigger the ability detectors or make any noise. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be discovered at all. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen immediately left the coffee shop and found a deserted spot. He confirmed the direction of the manor and quickly began to dig into the ground using the god's space. Clods of earth were instantly absorbed by Lu Chen. Before long, he successfully entered underground. Before going down, Lu Chen made sure to block the hole above him, leaving only a small gap for air circulation. Without air, although Lu Chen wouldn't die, his efficiency would significantly decrease. After confirming the airflow, Lu Chen used both hands to start moving frantically underground. It's worth mentioning that even beneath the surface, Lu Chen's hearing was exceptional. He had initially feared getting lost underground, but by discerning sounds, he reached directly beneath the manor in just over 10 minutes. At this point, he stopped and listened carefully to the sounds above. Ha, what bad luck! The master has taken the main members to the Su family for a gathering. We should have had a day off, but unfortunately, there's still a second young master at home who won't go to the gathering, forcing us to work overtime. What a nuisance! Isn't that the truth? He just stays locked up all day, and with all those bugs in his room. It must be filthy. I'm a bit impressed that this second young master can endure that environment. You guys, stop calling him second young master. He's just a piece of trash from a collateral branch. If it weren't for the master's regard for Lord Bingyu, how could such a waste be called second young master? Sigh, forget it, let's just consider ourselves unlucky to serve such a master. But since this second young master never leaves the house, we can throw a party outside. After all, no one would dare to attack our Yi family. Exactly, let's not just talk. Let's play some Dodiju, Nyonyo, and Jajin Hua while the master is away. Quick, let's get a few rounds in. Come on, come on. Listening to the guard's conversation above, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. It seemed that Yi Xiaolua and the others had already set off. In the entire house, apart from Yi Tiankai, only some guards were left working overtime. Lu Chen had initially worried that these guards would increase their patrols, making it difficult for him to invade. But hearing their conversation, he felt completely at ease. He continued to move forward, carefully listening to the sounds on the surface. After walking for a few minutes, the entire manor fell silent. At this moment, Lu Chen drew a large space underground. Then he took out his phone and dialed Yi Tiankai's number. This was to confirm Yi Tiankai's location. Now, Lu Chen could only hope that Yi Tiankai's phone wasn't on silent. Beep. The call connected. Lu Chen immediately held his breath and listened intently. A second later, the phone rang and Lu Chen squinted his eyes, quickly moving towards that direction. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Yi Tiankai answered Lu Chen's call, but no one spoke on the other end. Silence. What's this guy up to? Yi Tiankai wondered as he hung up and called back. I didn't Bru Bayu. What is that sound? Yi Tiankai looked around his room in confusion. He could clearly hear a peculiar sound swirling around his ears, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. As the sound grew closer, Yi Tiankai suddenly lowered his head to look at his feet. In the next second, his expression turned to one of sheer terror. It seemed he had thought of something extremely horrifying and wanted to escape from there. But before he could act, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed silently. At that moment, a long hand emerged from the ground, accurately grabbing Yi Tiankai's foot. Almost instinctively, Yi Tiankai lowered his head to check. He saw Lu Chen, who should have been in the hotel, used by him as a tool. At this moment, he unexpectedly appeared right beneath the floor of his room. Lu Chen looked at Yi Tiankai, who was stunned by fear, and a wicked smile crept across his face as he said playfully, "Finally caught you, it's impossible. Surprised to see me here?" Yi Tiankai instinctively nodded. He might not have even realized that at the moment he saw Lu Chen, his face twisted in horror. His pupils were filled with deep fear, because he knew that if Lu Chen captured him, he would face inhumane torture. So, after a brief moment of shock, Yi Tiankai shouted desperately, "Guards, there's an intruder! Help! He. Lu Chen completely ignored Yi Tiankai's cries for help, chuckling as he said, "It's useless, even if you scream your throat raw. I've blocked the sound here and the people outside can't hear you." As he spoke, Lu Chen seemed to fear that Yi Tiankai wouldn't believe him, so he kindly gave him a knife. The flash of the blade cut through the air and a piece of flesh was scraped off Yi Tiankai. The pampered Yi Tiankai had never experienced such pain before. Just losing a piece of flesh made him instantly break down in tears, writhing in agony. His wretched screams were truly chilling. Lu Chen shrugged, smiling as he said, "So, I told you it's useless to scream, right? I'm going to kill you. Yi Tiankai roared in anger, his energy fluctuations surging. The insects around him began to riot. But how could Lu Chen allow him to unleash his powers? With a thought, Yi Tiankai instantly vanished from the room. Lu Chen seized the opportunity to retrace his steps back. At this moment, the guards outside were still happily gambling, completely unaware that the person they were protecting, Yi Tiankai, had already been abducted by Lu Chen in his own room. As Lu Chen retreated, he returned the soil. A few minutes later, he had followed the path he came from back to an empty alley. Once outside, Lu Chen casually found a nearby hotel and booked a room. The first thing he did upon entering was to store himself in the god's space. Watching Yi Tiankai, who was about to unleash his powers, Lu Chen reached out and touched him. The next second, Yi Tiankai felt the flow of time resume and shouted, "Die for me!" The atmosphere suddenly became very strange. Yi Tiankai wanted to unleash his powers, but there was no response. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood confidently across from him, watching Yi Tiankai's panicked expression, trying hard not to laugh. "What's wrong? Are you all thunder and no rain? Come on, hit me." Yi Tiankai endured the pain and attempted to use his powers again. However, this time, he didn't use the insect web but the registered auxiliary ability target weakness. The ability took effect instantly. Lu Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Although he still had some fighting power, it was reduced by about half compared to usual. Seeing Lu Chen weakened, Yi Tiankai limped towards him. A flower protected at home is this fragile. Lu Chen watched his snail-like speed and couldn't help but shake his head in boredom. The blade in his hand struck swiftly. The next second, Lu Chen severed Yi Tiankai's entire right foot. The excruciating pain made Yi Tiankai fall to the ground, rolling in agony. Lu Chen stepped on his wound, pressing down hard, and sneered, "So, how does it feel to be treated like a tool?" "I was wrong, I was really wrong." Yi Tiankai didn't dare to be tough this time. His strength was already inferior to Lu Chen's. Coupled with years spent at home, he had no experience in combat. Even after Lu Chen was weakened, he could still easily overpower him with one hand. So at this moment, he could only beg for mercy. Knowing he couldn't leave alive, Yi Tiankai could only plead, "Please kill me, just don't torment me anymore." "Realized your mistake?" Lu Chen chuckled sarcastically, squatting down, and inserted a moral lesson into Yi Tiankai's right hand, twisting it as he asked, "I can kill you, but you have to tell me where the photos are first." "They're in my spatial accessory. I'll get them for you right now." Yi Tiankai gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain and uttered these words. Immediately, he hurriedly took out all the photos hidden in the spatial accessory. Lu Chen looked at them and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. This guy had basically captured all his abilities in photos. "It seems the abilities you've hidden are quite useful," Lu Chen said with a malicious smile. He then crumpled the photos into a ball and held it to Yi Tiankai's mouth. "Eat these, and you'll be free." Really? Yi Tiankai could hardly believe his ears. If he ate these, would this demon in front of him really let him go? To this, Lu Chen nodded lightly. With Lu Chen's confirmation, Yi Tiankai immediately began to gulp them down. Although the photos were hard to swallow and difficult to chew, in the face of his survival instinct, he quickly swallowed them whole. At that moment, he realized that Lu Chen had already distanced himself from him. This unusual behavior gave Yi Tiankai a bad premonition. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly smiled at Yi Tiankai, made a praying gesture, and said, "I hope you can find the so-called freedom in that world, amen." Yi Tiankai? Boom! Bang! With Lu Chen's words, a violent explosion occurred within Yi Tiankai's body. Countless severed limbs and chunks of flesh flew everywhere. The second young master of the Yi family, Yi Tiankai, was dead beyond recovery. Lu Chen had just used the explosion as an art form to empower the photos. The photos that were eaten instantly turned into bombs. Under Lu Chen's command, they exploded within Yi Tiankai's body. This was the final way Lu Chen granted him to die. Not even a complete piece of flesh was left for Yi Tiankai. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being and your ability has been automatically extracted. Target weakened. Target weakened. Can weaken the physical abilities of targets in sight by 30, increasing by 10 for each level, with a maximum of 70 physical function weakening. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being and your ability has been automatically extracted. Insect web. Insect web. After acquiring this ability, you can control insects within your line of sight, turning them into your weapons, scouts, etc., and you can share the insect's vision and hearing, forming an all-seeing web. With this explosion, the grievances Lu Chen had suffered over the past few days were finally alleviated. He emerged from the divine space, took the remnants of Yi Tiankai's flesh and blood, and flushed them down the toilet. Thus, this crisis was perfectly resolved through the cooperation of Lu Chen, Su Ming, and the butcher. Lu Chen also did not forget to express his gratitude. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Ming, roughly saying that he had succeeded. After that, Lu Chen left the room in a good mood. Departing from this area of trouble, Lu Chen perfectly embodied that line of poetry: kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Once the matter is settled, I leave without a trace, hiding my name and self. This poem seemed tailor-made for Lu Chen. Yi Tiankai's death was not discovered early. Ironically, his disappearance was only noticed the next morning by the servant who brought his meals. At this moment, all the prominent figures were gathered in Yi Tiankai's room. Yi Bingyu was already in tears, blaming herself. It's all my fault. If I had been by Tiankai's side, this wouldn't have happened. He's just a child. It's our negligence. Yi Xiaoluo also felt some guilt. He had thought that the mysterious killer's targets were all heirs. So when Yi Tiankai didn't attend the gathering last night, he didn't think much of it. Besides, Yi Tiankai had been staying in his room the whole time. It should have been fine. But unexpectedly, just like that, Yi Tiankai went missing from his room. Just like Wang Jin's disappearance. Neither the guards nor the surveillance captured how Yi Tiankai vanished. This left Yi Xiaoluo with a headache, because his sister was heartbroken at this moment. In desperation, Yi Xiaoluo had no choice but to issue a reward notice, just like the Bai family. This method was quite useless, but it was all he could do. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was in a hotel private room celebrating with Su Ming and the butcher. Lu Chen raised his glass and sincerely thanked the two, saying, "This crisis was perfectly resolved thanks to both of you. From today on, you are my only two friends. Cheers." Cheers. Ah, cheers. The three of them drank heartily. The butcher remarked with some emotion, "I really didn't expect it. It turns out that Bai Lianhua and Wang Jin were all orchestrated by you, Boss Lu. I've never admired anyone in my life, only you, Boss Lu. This glass is for you." Saying this, the butcher poured himself a glass and downed it in one go. Lu Chen, in a good mood, accompanied him and said with a smile, "You all know I was born in the lower class, always wary of people. But I didn't expect that it was thanks to you that I could resolve this matter so perfectly. Fate is something that can sometimes be hard to fathom. Yeah, I still remember the first time we met. You tricked me out of $5,000, and now we've accomplished something big together. If it weren't for the fact that this matter can't be disclosed, I would want to tell the other families that it was you, Lu Chen, who saved them. Otherwise, the heirs of the 10 great families would definitely have been wiped out." After yesterday's events, Su Ming now looked at Lu Chen with new eyes. Not only did he capture Wang Jin at the Empire Building, but last night he also quietly infiltrated the Yi family estate and captured Yi Tiankai again. Even though the family head and other experts were not present, it was still the heavily guarded Yi family. So just imagine, if Lu Chen wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as pie? At this moment, Su Ming was very glad to be on Lu Chen's side. Otherwise, he really didn't know when he would be killed by Lu Chen. To this, Lu Chen just smiled faintly. In fact, he had considered killing to silence them. After all, Su Ming and the butcher knew too many of his secrets. But he was a person who distinguished between gratitude and enmity. He would eliminate his enemies but naturally repay his benefactors. So the thought of killing to silence them was quickly dismissed by himself. If Su Ming and the butcher really betrayed him, he could just walk away. After all, he didn't have to stay in Illusory Sea City. The three of them clinked glasses for a while. Su Ming, feeling the effects of the alcohol, directly asked, "Lu brother, what are your plans next? Are you interested in becoming a guest of our Su family? What does being a guest mean?" Lu Chen asked with a smile, clearly not understanding what it meant. Su Ming had not yet answered when the butcher interjected, "Boss Lu, the guest of honor is a distinguished guest of the Su family. Usually, the Su family offers decent tasks. You can take them or leave them. However, if the Su family encounters difficulties, they will ask for your support, and you can receive a generous monthly reward, the amount of which depends on young Master Su's discretion."
You sure know a lot, Su Ming teased with a smile, then turned to Lu Chen seriously and said, basically, as the butcher said, we will provide you with soul orbs of corresponding levels each month, and you will have free activities most of the time. So, are you interested? Alright, considering your help this time, I can accept your invitation. But let me make it clear, I won't be staying in Illusory Sea City forever, so don't try to stop me from leaving when the time comes, Lu Chen said half jokingly, half seriously. Upon hearing Lu Chen's agreement, Su Ming immediately smiled and said, no problem, I won't be staying here forever either. Then it's settled, well do as you say. Lu Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Su Ming's. They agreed to go to the Su family tomorrow to sign the agreement. This matter was temporarily settled. In fact, it was akin to investing in Lu Chen's future. The so-called guest of honor had only one mandatory clause: when the Su family was in danger, Lu Chen needed to provide unconditional support. However, it did not require Lu Chen to fight to the death. But this clause, if the Su family faced life and death situations, would not matter even if Lu Chen did not comply. So overall, Su Ming's invitation felt more like a welfare benefit for Lu Chen. As for whether it was moral, that was up to Lu Chen himself. This time, it wasn't just Lu Chen who benefited. The butcher, as an assistant, also gained considerable advantages. Not only did he become a main supplier for the Su family, but he also received their protection. To express his gratitude for the butcher's help, Lu Chen agreed to sell him the corpses of soul beasts at a discount in the future. This made the butcher so happy he could hardly contain his smile. Unlike Lu Chen and the others who possessed powerful abilities, he just wanted to conduct his business quietly. A stable supply and a strong backing were the best rewards for the butcher. The three of them enjoyed their drinks, and the gathering lasted from noon until evening. At the restaurant entrance, Su Ming, slightly drunk, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll come to pick you up, brother Lu, to our home. Alright, it's a deal, Lu Chen replied with a smile. The matter Su Ming had mentioned still required signing a contract at the Su family. Lu Chen had no objections to this. Soon, Su Ming's driver arrived. Lu Chen saw him and the butcher off, waving goodbye as they got into the car. Once the car started, two small flying insects emerged from Lu Chen's sleeve. These two little insects followed the car, gradually drifting away. As the saying goes, one should not harbor malicious intentions, but one must also be cautious. The survival rules from the commoner district had kept Lu Chen on guard, so he sent out two small bugs to monitor the two. Watching the car disappear from view, Lu Chen muttered to himself, I hope you won't let me down, my friends. One must admit, this insect surveillance ability was truly useful. Who would notice that a bug flying in the sky was a monitor? Lu Chen now understood why he had been watched so closely in the past. Su Ming and the butcher were unaware that Lu Chen had acquired Yi Tienkai's ability, so they did not know they were being monitored. Fortunately, both of them genuinely wanted to be friends with Lu Chen. The butcher, of course, was the type who was trying to climb up to Lu Chen, making betrayal nearly impossible. After learning about Lu Chen's abilities, Su Ming was completely impressed by him. After returning home, he told his father about his decision. Su Feiguang, upon hearing this, did not blame him. Instead, he praised him. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally let go of his heart. He allowed the bug to leave and drifted into a dream. The next morning, as soon as Lu Chen had fed the little Shirtian werewolf a bottle, Su Ming's car had already arrived downstairs. Just as he stepped out, Su Ming warmly embraced him and said with a smile, Brother Lu, please get in the car. No need to be so formal between us. Lu Chen smiled and got into the car. This was his first time riding in such a luxurious vehicle. It must be said, the life of the wealthy is truly extraordinary. Inside, it didn't feel cramped like a car at all, but more like a small room, a refrigerator, a kitchen, everything one could need. As soon as Lu Chen sat down, the chef on the car presented a steak to him and said, Mr. Lu, please enjoy. Just in time, I haven't had breakfast. Lu Chen cheerfully accepted the steak. At that moment, Su Ming also sat down and said with a smile, this steak is made from the meat of a fifth-tier soul beast, the delicious cow. If one piece isn't enough, just ask for more, no need to be polite. I definitely won't be polite with you. Lu Chen said with a smile, then began to enjoy his breakfast. While Lu Chen was eating, Su Ming spoke up, last night after I got back, I discussed it with my father and decided to offer you 50 pieces of the murky 5-colored soul beads a month, along with a cash payment of 100,000 a month. We will reassess every month. What do you think of this arrangement? If it doesn't work, I can discuss it with my father again. It's acceptable, we can talk about it next time, Lu Chen said while chewing on the steak. For him, the higher the reward he received, the greater his responsibility. This was quite good. Seeing that Lu Chen had no objections, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, once we arrive, I will introduce you to my father. After we sign an agreement, you will be our honored guest in the Su family, and everyone in the Su family will treat you like the head of the family. You handle it, and bring me another one.
Lu Chen was clearly distracted. His attention was entirely on the steak in front of him. Su Ming felt helpless about this, but he could understand. After all, Lu Chen came from a lowly district and rarely had the chance to eat such exquisite food. Moreover, the delicious cow was known for its rich meat quality, and few could resist such temptation. Just as he thought, Lu Chen wanted to be a bit reserved, but the steak simply wouldn't allow it. The melt-in-your-mouth texture, combined with the delicious flavor dancing on his tongue, truly made it hard to stop at just a few pieces. So during the hour-long drive, Lu Chen devoured a total of 15 steaks before he finally got out of the car, satisfied. As soon as he stepped out, Su Feiguang was waiting at the door with a group of people. The scene was truly impressive. Even Su Ming was taken aback by his father's actions, as he clearly had no prior knowledge of this. However, Su Ming quickly regained his composure and smiled as he introduced, "This is my friend Lu Chen." "Lu Chen, this is my father, Su Feiguang." Following Su Ming's introduction, Lu Chen politely greeted, "Old Master Su, it's a pleasure." "Ha, a pleasure indeed." Su Feiguang and Lu Chen shook hands briefly and smiled. "Come, young friend Lu, please come inside. We'll go to the reception room." "All right." Lu Chen smiled and followed behind Su Feiguang. During this process, the members of the Su family cast curious glances. Clearly, they did not understand why someone as young as Lu Chen could become an honored guest. Yet, the family rules of the Su family kept them from speaking out. In fact, this was also why Lu Chen preferred Su Ming, because the entire Su family was not the type to bully others with their power. Although they were decisive in their actions and bore many lives on their hands compared to other families that relied on their influence to oppress others, the Su family gave Lu Chen the impression of being non-confrontational yet unafraid of trouble, which made him feel much more comfortable. Soon, a group of people arrived in the reception hall. How much did Su Feiguang value Lu Chen? He didn't even sit in the main seat but instead sat alongside Lu Chen. At that moment, he sat opposite Lu Chen and handed him a contract, saying, "Young friend Lu, this is our contract. Please take a look and see if there's anything you want to modify. If not, just sign this contract, and we will be like family from now on." "Alright, let me take a look." Lu Chen took the contract and carefully read through its contents. It wasn't that he was afraid of any traps, rather, it was a show of the respect that was due. During this process, Su Feiguang did not rush him. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Chen picked up the pen on the table, wrote his name, and stamped it with his handprint, smiling. "Done." Decisive. Su Feiguang had initially thought Lu Chen would haggle, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. He then signed his name on the contract and stamped it as well. At that moment, the fireworks that had been prepared around them also burst forth. Su Feiguang, in high spirits, announced in front of all the Su family members, "Everyone listen up. From now on, young friend Lu will be our esteemed guest in the Su family. Seeing him is like seeing me. Is that clear to everyone?" "Understood. Call him sir." With Su Feiguang's words, all the Su family members, including Su Ming, bowed and called out in unison, "Mr. Lu." In terms of face, the Su family was generous. For a moment, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, a servant walked in from outside carrying a soul orb and money. This part was expected, nothing surprising about it. However, Lu Chen and Su Ming were astonished to find that the amount was much more than what had been previously agreed upon. Su Feiguang approached Lu Chen and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "This part is the agreed-upon reward, and the other part is my personal thanks to you, young friend Lu. Without you, my son might have been assassinated one day in the future. Thanks to you for killing the murderer. I hope you won't mind that it's a bit less." "Not at all, I'm just happy to receive it." After saying that, Lu Chen eagerly took the items. The reason was simple, these items were valuable. Just the murky 5-colored soul orbs amounted to 200. The cash was a direct 1 million. With such a reward, how could Lu Chen possibly think it was too little? It was completely an unexpected gain. Su Feiguang's gesture greatly increased Lu Chen's goodwill. Previously, Lu Chen didn't care much about such matters, but now, after all, one does feel soft when receiving help. Lu Chen also decided in his heart that if there was ever a chance to help in the future, he would definitely do his best. After accepting the reward, Su Feiguang held a grand welcome ceremony for Lu Chen. At the dining table, Su Feiguang introduced every member of the Su family to Lu Chen. In the future, if they met outside, at least they wouldn't be killing each other. Fortunately, there weren't too many important members of the Su family, so Lu Chen was able to remember each face. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Feiguang looked at the wildly eating and drinking Lu Chen and said, "Young friend Lu, in a week, it will be our annual martial arts competition in Huanhai City. Each family can send 5 people to participate, and anyone under the age of 25 can join. I wonder if you are interested in this competition?" "Martial arts?" Lu Chen put down the beast leg in his hand and asked with interest, "Are there rewards?" "Ha, of course there are." Su Feiguang briefly explained the rules of the competition. The competition was divided into 2 parts. One was a 1v1 duel on the arena, and the other was a wild hunting competition. The arena duel was quite simple. Each side would send one person to the arena, and it was only about winning or losing, not about life and death. Of course, if someone accidentally killed their opponent, as long as they weren't direct relatives, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, supernatural abilities are blind. It's inevitable that someone will be unfortunate enough to be hit in a vital spot. The hunting competition is also easy to understand. It involves teams conducting outdoor hunts for soul beasts, lasting 3 days. The team that collects the most soul orbs wins. The champion of this single competition can receive 20 ancient bronze tricolor soul orbs, 2 million in cash, and a piece of blue jade quality equipment. I have to say, this reward is indeed very attractive. Originally, this spot was reserved for the group of Su Ming that Lu Chen encountered in the wild that day. But now, it's clear that Su Feiguan wants to give this opportunity to Lu Chen. Naturally, Lu Chen is very interested in this. After all, money is never too much. Even though he already has 2 million, he hasn't really spent it. If he were to actually use it, it wouldn't be enough at all. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Is this competition only limited by age, with no restrictions on level?" "No, as long as you're under 25, even if your level reaches star level, no one will say anything." Su Ming, sitting next to Lu Chen, explained, and continued, "Additionally, if any family's team wins the championship, they will become the rotating city lord for a year, and a month later, represent Huanhai City in a competition held jointly with other cities. If Brother Lu comes, we'll almost have the championship locked in." Su Feiguan doesn't know Lu Chen's strength, but Su Ming knows it very well. It can be said that if Lu Chen agrees to participate in this competition, then winning the championship is just a matter of time. After all, Lu Chen is such a freak, it's like a dimensional strike. In a small place like Huanhai City, there really isn't anyone in the same age group who can be Lu Chen's opponent. Even if Su Ming considers himself strong, he has to admit the gap between him and Lu Chen. Lu Chen was already quite tempted, and upon hearing that winning would allow him to participate in higher-level competitions, he immediately smiled and agreed. "Alright, they'll come and play with the other family's kids." "Ha, with young friend Lu joining. Our Su family's chances of winning this year are very high," Su Feiguang said happily, then turned his gaze to the 4 who were supposed to compete. "Who among you is willing to give up a spot for young friend Lu? Don't worry, the family will compensate you." Me. The 4 almost raised their hands at the same time. Such a scene is quite rare. Generally, if someone's original spot is taken, they would definitely be furious and unhappy. Even if they don't explode in front of others, they would still engage in petty actions behind the scenes. But from their expressions, it seems they are completely willing. He has enough insight to see that. So there's only one possibility: either they really love this family, or the compensation Su Feiguang offers is definitely not small. Soon, Su Feiguang chose one person to give up their spot. The selected person happily went to the finance department to collect the money. The other 3 looked on with envy. After all, this kind of thing, which requires no effort and can yield a large reward, is truly a dream come true, right? After the final list was confirmed, Su Feiguang said again, "Young friend Lu, don't you have accommodation here? Would you like to stay at our Su family? This way, you can also practice teamwork together." "Sure." Lu Chen agreed without a second thought. Previously, when the Chun family was recruiting, he looked down on it. He thought Huanhai City was just a small city, and there was no need to sell his freedom for a few trifles. But it's different with the Su family. He signed an equal treaty with the Su family, and he can leave whenever he wants. He won't be bound by anything. In this situation, Lu Chen could only think of one phrase: orcs never become slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. Although he is neither an orc nor wants to be a slave. But as long as there's food and shelter, what can't he do? Seeing Lu Chen agree, Su Feiguang immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare the best guest room. Lu Chen continued to eat and drink here, completely unconcerned. After the banquet ended, Su Feiguang left first due to some matters. Su Ming then took Lu Chen to his exclusive room. "Rich people are indeed different," Lu Chen said, looking at the luxurious and spacious bedroom, giving a thumbs up. This bedroom alone was at least 150 square meters. The decor was extremely lavish, 1,000 times better than any hotel Lu Chen had ever paid to stay in. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "This is the best guest room in the Su family, and now it belongs to you, Brother Lu. From now on, you can stay here, and you can roam freely throughout the Su family. There's nowhere you can't go." At this point, Su Ming introduced the servant to Lu Chen. "This is Xiao Chang. During your stay here, she will be your personal housekeeper. Just let her know if you need anything." "Hello, Mr. Lu," Xiao Chang said, bowing slightly to Lu Chen. It was then that Lu Chen noticed the girl who looked a bit youthful. Xiao Cheng appeared to be no more than 14 years old, with 2 dimples when she smiled, quite adorable.
In other families, such a girl would definitely be a warm bed companion for the young masters. But seeing the bright smile on Xiao Qing's face, Lu Chen knew she had not been bullied in the Su family. This made Lu Chen's impression of the Su family rise a bit more. Because a person who treats their servants so well surely wouldn't be from a despicable family that profits from betraying others. Thinking of this, Lu Chen reached out and patted Xiao Qing's head, smiling, "They'll be counting on you from now on." The two exchanged greetings. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear and whispered in a voice only Lu Chen could hear, "Brother Lu, Xiao Qing is just a servant. If you have any special requests, just tell me. But please don't make a move on Xiao Qing." Clearly, Su Ming took Lu Chen's earlier action as some kind of signal. To this, Lu Chen merely rolled his eyes and quietly replied, "I'm interested in you. Want to come to my room tonight?" This. Su Ming shivered at once, looking at Lu Chen with an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "You can't be serious." Seeing that he actually believed it, Lu Chen burst into laughter and poked Su Ming in the side, saying, "Just kidding." "Aha, I knew Brother Lu was normal," Su Ming said with an awkward smile, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, Brother Lu, I have great faith in your personal abilities, but there's a team competition coming up, right? So if you go hunting this week, take us along." "You want to coordinate well?" Lu Chen asked. Su Ming didn't press Lu Chen but replied, "Yes, but of course, if it's really inconvenient for you, then forget it." "This is actually a bit tricky," Lu Chen said, feeling a headache about the matter. Su Ming knew he had many abilities, but the other three did not. Lu Chen subconsciously found it hard to trust others. He could trust Su Ming, but not the other three. If he revealed his strength in front of them, it always felt like something would go wrong. But if he didn't expose those abilities, Lu Chen's combat power would be greatly reduced. In that case, his immortal body would also be at risk of exposure. Su Ming actually understood Lu Chen's uniqueness. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it can be like this, as long as you don't use your fire or space abilities, it's fine to show off your dual abilities. Others will only marvel at your strength and won't suspect anything. After all, very few people have dual abilities or more." Lu Chen pondered for a while and nodded, "Alright, they'll just adapt to how to hide my strength while fighting." Upon hearing this, Su Ming was instantly depressed. Can you believe this is how people talk? Others are trying every possible way to showcase their strength. Lu Chen, on the other hand, needs to adapt to hiding his power to fight. But unfortunately, Su Ming has no way to refute this. Because he knows that Lu Chen is absolutely right. If Lu Chen doesn't hide his strength in battle, who of the same age could last even a round against him? "Alright, I won't disturb Brother Lu's rest any longer. Just find me if you need anything," Su Ming said, unable to stay any longer, and hurriedly bid farewell to Lu Chen before leaving. After he left, Xiao Qing also politely took her leave, saying, "Mr. Lu, if you need anything, just press the bell next to the door and I will be there within a minute. I won't disturb you any further." After saying this, Xiao Qing intended to leave. But Lu Chen suddenly called out to her and asked, "Do you have milk?" Xiao Qing looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Then she suddenly thought of something embarrassing and said with a hint of anger, "Mr. Lu, please respect me." Oh no. Lu Chen realized he had misspoken and quickly explained, "I meant to ask if there is goat's milk here." Goat's milk. Xiao Qing understood that Lu Chen meant no harm and immediately smiled, saying, "Yes, I'll get it for you right away. Please wait a moment." With that, Xiao Qing left. Lu Chen glanced into the space of the divine realm. The milk from the mother-devouring werewolf had already been consumed. Based on his experience from his past life raising animals, generally, the small kittens and puppies that left their mothers would be replaced with goat's milk. Although this world doesn't have normal sheep, that kind of drinkable goat's milk can still be obtained. Soon, Xiao Qing returned with 2 large buckets of goat's milk in front of Lu Chen. Despite her small stature, she surprisingly had great strength. Lu Chen estimated that Xiao Qing must also be an extraordinary person. "Mr. Lu, this is the goat's milk you requested, sourced from the 4th-tier soul beast. Mei Yang Yang, which is more nutritious than the goat's milk before the Great Cataclysm," Xiao Qing introduced. She even handed Lu Chen a baby bottle. Lu Chen knew he had definitely been misunderstood by this little girl, but he said nothing because he really needed that bottle and nipple. "Thank you, I'm fine now, you can go back to your work," Lu Chen said after expressing his gratitude, allowing Xiao Qing to leave. Once Xiao Qing was gone, Lu Chen remained very alert, checking every corner of the room. After confirming there were no cameras, he finally felt at ease. Let's feed Shi Tian first. Shi Tian was the name Lu Chen had given to the little devouring werewolf. He released Shi Tian from the divine space. It must be said that the little guy's growth rate was indeed fast. After just 2 days of drinking milk, it had already grown a bit compared to when it first arrived. Lu Chen filled the bottle with milk and placed it by Shi Tian's mouth. The hungry Shi Tian, who was howling, immediately quieted down as it started sucking on the nipple. Looking at Tian in his arms, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. I never expected that one day I would become a dad. Little guy, you must grow up to be very strong, or else I would have raised you for nothing. Awo Tian seemed to understand Lu Chen's words and howled in response.
This reaction made Lu Chen laugh.
Using warm water on a tissue, he wiped Tian's bottom. When small animals are young, their mothers would lick them to stimulate their bowel movements.
Humans can't do that, so we just use warm water to wipe.
This method indeed worked on Tian. Not long after wiping, the poop that had been held in for 2 days came out. Since there was no one to disturb him here, Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to put Tian away.
Instead, he let it crawl freely around the room. After tidying up a bit, Lu Chen went to the bed and took out all the soul orbs that Su Feiguang had sent. Looking at the bed filled with soul orbs, Lu Chen smiled in a good mood. With so many used up, I guess I can level up again. With that thought, Lu Chen began to absorb these soul orbs frantically. It took almost 10 minutes, but all the soul orbs were absorbed by Lu Chen. After the last trace of energy was absorbed, Lu Chen once again felt a sublimation within his body. Without needing to guess, he realized he had indeed leveled up. Since entering the main city, it had been less than a week.
Lu Chen's level had rapidly soared from the first tier of awakening at the time of his awakening to the 7th tier of awakening now.
This rate of improvement could easily be described as riding a rocket.
One could say that apart from the heirs of large families, no one else could upgrade like this with such resources. At his age, Lu Chen could definitely be called the king of upgrades. After absorbing the soul orbs, Lu Chen hid the devouring sky and rang the calling bell. Soon, within a minute, Xiao Cheng appeared outside Lu Chen's door.
As soon as the door opened, Xiao Cheng smiled and asked, "Mr. Lu, what can I do for you?" "Well, I wanted to ask if the Su family has any instruments to measure the level of supernatural abilities?" Lu Chen expressed his request. He was very interested in the level of his own supernatural ability. However, he was hesitant to go directly to the Extraordinary Association, as it would surely expose his abilities. So, Lu Chen thought that someone from a prominent family like Su Ming would likely have strict confidentiality regarding information, and there was a good chance they had measuring instruments at home. Although it might still expose him to the Su family, it was at least better than revealing it to so many strangers, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng tilted her head and thought for a moment, then tapped her hand and said, "We do have what you're asking for at home, but you need the head of the family's permission to use it." "You can go ask," Lu Chen said, not wanting to put Xiao Cheng in a difficult position, allowing her to inquire on her own. Soon, Xiao Cheng called Su Feiguang and explained the situation. Although she was far away, Lu Chen's extraordinary hearing still caught Su Feiguang saying that all of Lu Chen's requests could be met without needing to consult him. If he agreed in front of others, it was to give Lu Chen face, but if he was so accommodating behind the scenes, it meant that the Su family truly regarded Lu Chen as one of their own. Shortly after, Xiao Cheng told Lu Chen and went to fetch the instrument. After about 5 minutes, Xiao Cheng took out a mirror from her spatial accessory and placed it in front of Lu Chen, saying, "Mr. Lu, this is the supernatural ability detection mirror you wanted. The method of use is the same as the machine at the Extraordinary Association. You just need to release your supernatural ability towards the mirror." After saying this, Xiao Cheng wisely left.
Once Lu Chen confirmed that Xiao Cheng had left with his ears, he couldn't wait to smile and said, "Let me see how much my supernatural ability has grown now." He had never tested his supernatural ability level before, not even knowing what his ability was called during his first awakening. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Lu Chen decided to test his flying ability first. This enhancement type ability could be directly released and then touched to the mirror. Lu Chen spread his wings and reached out to touch the mirror. About 5 seconds later, words began to appear on the mirror. The text was faint and unclear. After another 10 seconds, the text finally became clear. Supernatural ability, enhancement type rock level, 3 effect, possesses flying ability, enhances personal speed, and has sharp vision and hearing. As the level increases, the ability will further strengthen. It really is that Black Eagle. Lu Chen vaguely guessed this result. However, he still didn't want to believe it. Until now, the supernatural ability mirror had given him the most accurate answer. Forget it, next one. This ability could only be considered average. If it were beast transformation, it should turn into those mythical creatures to be impressive. Clearly, the rock was not a high-level species. But Lu Chen wasn't upset. After all, he had plenty of supernatural abilities. After testing one, Lu Chen began on the next ability. The second ability is Enhanced Perception, which is at level 2, and its effect is to strengthen one's 5 senses. The third ability is Speed Enhancement, which is also easy to understand. After use, it boosts one's speed. So far, Lu Chen has not used Speed Enhancement because it hasn't been necessary. The fourth ability is the testing of the power of thunder. He unleashed it against the ability mirror, and words immediately appeared on the surface.
Ability, Power of Thunder level 3 effect, Slight. The Power of Thunder is actually at level 3? This was unexpected for Lu Chen. He hadn't used the Power of Thunder for a long time. He didn't expect it to also rise to level 3 along with his own level upgrade. Then that means telekinesis must also be at level 3. Lu Chen immediately used telekinesis and unleashed it against the mirror. Sure enough, the second ability he acquired, telekinesis, also reached a height of level 3. Next, Lu Chen tested all his remaining abilities and the final results made him very happy. The level 3 abilities are Beast Transformation Rock, Lightning Power of Thunder, Mental Telekinesis. The level 2 abilities are Fire Flame Manipulation, Enhancement Perception Enhancement, Enhancement Ability Enhancement, Special Silent as the Grave. The level 1 abilities are Special Explosion is Art, Support Target Weakening, Special Insect Web. These are all the abilities Lu Chen currently possesses. If others knew that Lu Chen had so many abilities, they would probably be scared to death. Of course, these are just the abilities Lu Chen has extracted. His real trump card is the powerful divine skills granted by the system. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I met the triggering conditions for a divine skill. What exactly do I need to do to obtain a divine skill again? As soon as Lu Chen thought of this question, he fell into deep contemplation. The system's function is to awaken a divine skill when specific conditions are met. It started off smoothly. The first death awakened 1. The first time becoming an extraordinary being awakened 1. The first kill awakened 1. But after these 3 quick awakenings, he hasn't awakened any more since. Each awakening emphasized the attribute of being the first time. So Lu Chen is certain that awakening a divine skill is related to doing something for the first time. But he has had many firsts now. For example, the first time entering the main city, the first time earning 1,000,000, the first time killing soul beasts at various stages, or the first time killing a formidable opponent, but none of these triggered specific conditions. Does it really require doing something particularly special to trigger a divine skill? For instance, would the first time making love with a woman awaken it? Or, would the first time eating Oreos also trigger it? The system shouldn't be that mischievous, right? Just thinking about this made Lu Chen shiver. But aside from some unique things, he couldn't think of anything else. However, soon Lu Chen thought of a possibility. That is, if he wins a competition and becomes a champion, wouldn't that have commemorative significance? Logically speaking, if he really became a champion, even if it's just a trivial title, in a certain sense, it's also a milestone in life. So Lu Chen suddenly became extra focused on the competition a week later. But if I contract this little guy, would I also gain a divine skill? Lu Chen looked at the Sky Devourer crawling freely beside him and a thought arose in his mind. Under normal circumstances, humans can also tame soul beasts. The first method is to raise them from a young age, just like Lu Chen is doing now. This way, when the soul beast grows up, it will treat you as a parent and protect your safety. The second method is through a contract. This method can only be used by extraordinary beings with contract abilities. Previously, it was mentioned that the sky-eating werewolf could be sold for 1,000,000. Specifically to those extraordinary beings with contract abilities, under normal cultivation without triggering specific conditions. Therefore, Lu Chen boldly speculated that if he could obtain a contract ability, the first soul beast of the contract would also hold significant commemorative value, right? With this thought in mind, Lu Chen pressed the calling bell again. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Xiao Cheng, even when being summoned like this, showed no signs of complaint. She maintained a polite smile on her face at all times. Lu Chen didn't want to trouble her like this, but there was no other way. Some things could only be done more quickly by Xiao Cheng. After returning the ability mirror to Xiao Cheng, Lu Chen asked, I want you to check if there are any pursuit or assassination missions, and the target's ability must be a contract soul beast. If there are such missions, just let me know. Alright, please wait a moment. Xiao Cheng took the ability mirror and left. This time, Xiao Cheng didn't return quickly. About half an hour later, she came back to Lu Chen and said, Mr. Lu, I have checked all the missions from the Extraordinary Association, and currently, there are 2 missions that meet your requirements. Let's hear it. The first mission, find and kill the wanted criminal Li Jianshou. There are reports that he entered Illusion Sea City a few days ago, but there is currently no news. The bounty is 100,000, and 20 turbid 5-colored soul pearls are required. You need to be awakened to level 7 or above to accept it. The second mission is to go to the wilderness and eliminate a criminal gang. They average level 5 fireflies and you need to be level 5 fireflies or above to take it. The reward is... Stop right there, let's go with the first one. Without a second thought, Lu Chen chose the first mission. It was a joke. Although he wouldn't die, he wasn't confident enough to challenge a level 5 firefly criminal gang. If things went wrong, he could end up locked away. So, while it seemed there were 2 missions, in reality there was only one he could choose.
Just in time, he had advanced to level 7 awakening, meeting the conditions to accept this mission. After hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately said, "This mission requires you, Mr. Lu, to go to the Extraordinary Association to accept it and present your identification. Xiaoqing cannot replace you. I know, please arrange a car for me."
Alright, the car will arrive at the main entrance in 5 minutes. Xiaoqing left after receiving the order. After putting away the sky-eating werewolf, Lu Chen also went to the main entrance.
When he arrived, the car had just pulled up. Xiaoqing had already mentioned the destination, so as soon as Lu Chen got in the car, it started moving. It's worth mentioning that Xiaoqing followed along.
Her task was to be Lu Chen's personal steward. Therefore, when Lu Chen was out, she had to stay by his side. However, she wouldn't accompany Lu Chen on missions, just waiting for him to return at the Extraordinary Association. Soon, the car arrived at the Extraordinary Association. Having been there before, Lu Chen skillfully found the testing room. After paying 1,000 yuan and updating his identification, Lu Chen found the mission that Xiaoqing mentioned on the bartender's tablet. "Here is your mission list, please take it." After the last incident, the bartender looked at Lu Chen with newfound respect.
Especially upon seeing Xiaoqing, the steward from the Su family, following him, the bartender switched to using honorifics.
Lu Chen picked up the mission list and took a look. This time, the list was different from before. It contained some information about the target. The last time Li Jianqiu committed a crime was the night before last at 10 o'clock, using his contract soul beast to abduct a woman. By the time this woman was found, only her skeletal remains were left. Such a heinous event naturally led to Li Jianqiu being wanted. However, Li Jianqiu had a strong counter-surveillance awareness. Although some people had taken on this mission, so far there had been no results, and he continued to commit crimes. When Lu Chen received this bounty, his level had already increased twice. Because it was written that another extraordinary being had been killed by Li Jianqiu. It seems this guy's soul beast is quite special. Lu Chen could tell at a glance what Li Jianqiu relied on. He was no longer a novice in the extraordinary realm. He had his own insights into some extraordinary abilities. For example, contract extraordinary beings can share the abilities of their contracted soul beasts. If Li Jianqiu's contracted beast is a soul beast that can become invisible, then naturally he wouldn't be so easily found. Lu Chen continued to look through the information.
In the past 2 or 3 days, Li Jianqiu had committed 5 crimes, and each victim was a young and beautiful girl.
So Lu Chen estimated that if he used a fishing strategy, he could quickly lure this guy out. However, he didn't know many women and couldn't possibly pay women to cooperate with him, wanting to fish but lacking the means.
But soon, Lu Chen's gaze turned to the little Qing behind him. He suddenly sized up little Qing from head to toe, then smiled mischievously. "Little Qing, I need your help with something."
"Don't even think about it."
Little Qing immediately rejected Lu Chen's request.
She may be young, but she's not foolish. Who doesn't know what Lu Chen is up to?
Such a dangerous thing is definitely not within her job description. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't force her and could only tempt her. "You're working for money, right?
Name your price. As long as you're willing to be the bait, I'll pay you."
Upon hearing this, little Qing hesitated for a moment. But after a struggle of thoughts, she extended a finger and astonishingly said, 1 million, and I'll be willing to be the bait.
Lu Chen almost let out a stream of curses.
But considering she was a child, he held it back with great effort, took a deep breath, and said, "You're really asking for a lot, at most 80,000, no more."
80,000 won't do,
the minimum has to be 100,000, and you must guarantee my safety. Little Qing had clearly made a concession.
Lu Chen thought for a moment and directly agreed. There was no way around it.
Such a dangerous task indeed had no one willing to take it.
Mainly, Lu Chen didn't want to expose too much in front of strangers.
So he finally agreed to little Qing's terms. "Alright, 100,000 it is." After little Qing agreed, Lu Chen immediately took her to a clothing store. Don't be fooled by her young age. In modern terms, she was what one would call a childlike beauty. Once this little one was dressed up, she would definitely catch the eye of that deadbeat Li Jianqiu.
Lu Chen arranged for little Qing to wear a style he had often seen online, a type of Lolita outfit. So far, Lu Chen had not seen anyone dressed like this in this world. Therefore, when little Qing came out, she would surely amaze everyone. Sure enough, when little Qing tied her hair into twin tails and put on white stockings and a Lolita skirt, even Lu Chen, who had seen a lot, was almost tempted to commit a crime. "How do I look?"
Little Qing clearly felt a bit uncomfortable in this outfit. But for the sake of that 100,000, she awkwardly turned around in front of Lu Chen. Very good." Lu Chen quickly regained his composure, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Just like this, when you walk on the street tonight, Li Jianqiu will definitely come out to catch you."
"Mr. Lu, I'm putting my life in your hands. Please make sure to catch that criminal." To be honest, little Qing was still a bit nervous. After all, she had no ability to resist. If Lu Chen was careless, she could very well end up in danger today. Seeing little Chang so tense, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee you won't die. Alright, let's head out after dinner." With that, Lu Chen took Xiao Chang for a stroll in the commercial district, eventually arriving at a restaurant for a meal. To ease Xiao Qing's nervousness, Lu Chen splurged and ordered a table full of dishes. However, upon seeing the spread, Xiao Qing completely lost her appetite and, with a bemused expression, asked, "Mr. Lu, this wouldn't be what they call a farewell meal, would it?" "What are you thinking? Do I look like a bad person to you?" Lu Chen replied, equally bemused. Xiao Qing looked at Lu Chen intently for a moment, then nodded, saying, "You do have a bit of that look." "Fine, if you don't want to eat, then don't." Lu Chen didn't feel like explaining further. He was tired, let her be. But Xiao Qing was just saying that to relieve her own tension. After noticing Lu Chen's slight irritation, she obediently began to eat. While eating, she remarked, "I was just kidding earlier. You must be quite capable to be our Su family's honored guest, otherwise, you wouldn't have taken on this task." "Heh, woman. I'm not a woman yet, I'm still a girl." "Alright, girl, you're not wrong." Lu Chen downed a glass of expensive white liquor and confidently smiled, "After tonight, once I catch the criminal, you'll get the money, and everything will head in a positive direction." Xiao Cheng didn't say much but continued to eat in silence. Soon, the sky darkened. At this point, Lu Chen had already begun to deploy the final plan. Based on the recent crime scenes, Li Jianqiu has always chosen old, unmonitored roads to strike. I checked, and aside from the few routes he used, only Shangguan Road remains without surveillance. In a bit, you'll head to Shangguan Road alone, playing on your phone while walking. Remember, don't show any fear, understood? I got it. Xiao Chang nodded calmly. After a series of reassurances from Lu Chen, her anxiety and unease finally dissipated. After discussing the details, Lu Chen signaled that Xiao Qing could head to Shangguan Road. The place they were currently at wasn't too far from Shangguan Road. Walking there would take about half an hour. During this half hour, Lu Chen intentionally let Xiao Cheng walk alone. Because if it were him, knowing he was wanted, he would definitely observe the prey beforehand and confirm whether it was a trap. Before Xiao Cheng left, Lu Chen placed a nanobug on her. This bug is small, with a wide field of vision, making it very useful for surveillance. This way, he could share Xiao Qing's first-person perspective at any time. Meanwhile, while no one was paying attention, Lu Chen released a few more bugs. These bugs would observe Xiao Cheng from all directions, and if anyone followed her, Lu Chen would be the first to know. But that wasn't all. Just as the insect network was set up, Lu Chen focused his attention, listening carefully to the conversations around him. This was actually quite annoying, as there were too many sounds within 1,000 meters. For instance, in a nearby apartment building, a couple was fighting, and the guy was going crazy, making the girl scream for 7 minutes before it finally stopped. Otherwise, Lu Chen would have been driven mad by the noise. Everything was prepared flawlessly. Now, all that was left was to wait for Li Jianqiu to fall into the trap. Time passed quickly. Xiao Qing turned from the bustling street onto a secluded path. Following Lu Chen's instructions, she pretended to chat on her phone. Throughout, she wore a smile. Like a middle school girl talking to her best friend about meeting someone she liked that day. Although Xiao Qing had seemed very scared before, her actual performance in the moment was surprisingly composed. This relaxed and natural demeanor even made Lu Chen take notice. Xiao Cheng performed so outstandingly that Lu Chen naturally would not neglect his duties. Since entering the small path, the number of insects under Lu Chen's control had increased significantly. Moreover, the noise in his ears had diminished. After walking about a third of the way, Lu Chen suddenly caught a peculiar sound. This sound was not produced by a human, but rather resembled the sound of a soul beast swallowing. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen immediately directed the insects towards the source of the sound. He saw that the location was a necessary path for Xiao Qing to move forward. But strangely, according to the insect's vision, there was no one there. Yet Lu Chen could clearly hear that the sound was coming from that direction. Furthermore, the closer Xiao Qing got, the more pronounced the sound became. It seemed to evoke the excitement of a hunter seeing its prey about to fall into a trap. There was no mistake. Li Jianqiu was right there. In an instant, Lu Chen confirmed the target. Although he couldn't see Li Jianqiu, it no longer mattered. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen controlled the insects to fly towards that area. This action did not attract Li Jianqiu's attention. After all, in such a dim and dilapidated street, insects were quite normal. However, just as several insects approached the area where Li Jianqiu was located, suddenly, a strange sound emerged. The next second, those few insects instantly exploded violently. Poor Li Jianqiu didn't even know how he died, as he was blown to pieces by the powerful bomb in an instant. Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being.
And your ability has been automatically extracted. Soul Beast Contract. Soul Beast Contract. After obtaining this ability, you can sign a contract with a Soul Beast, allowing the Soul Beast to serve you, and when not in use, you can store the Soul Beast in the Soul Beast space. Additionally, the current number of contracted Soul Beasts is 1, and each time you level up, the number of contracts increases by 1. Furthermore, as the ability grows in the later stages, you can also share the abilities of the Soul Beasts. It worked. Lu Chen laughed excitedly a few times. Just as he had guessed, Li Jianqi's ability level was relatively high. He had already obtained the ability to share Soul Beasts. His Soul Beast ability was also similar to what Lu Chen had previously speculated, which was an ability to become invisible. This was the reason why Li Jianqiu could not be captured. But all of this could not escape Lu Chen's dual reconnaissance. The insect network could not detect Li Jianqiu, but the rock's hearing could. So Lu Chen decisively ordered the explosive insects to approach Li Jianqiu. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had quite the imagination. Originally, insects did not possess such explosive capabilities. However, Lu Chen had an ability called Explosion is Art. This ability allowed anything he touched to turn into a bomb. When Lu Chen released the insects, he transformed them into bomb insects. With this combination technique, Lu Chen could completely kill without a trace in the future. Putting aside his excitement, Lu Chen quickly came to Xiao Qing's side to check her injuries. Are you okay? I'm fine, but Mr. Lu, could you please notify me when you're about to attack? Xiao Qing looked at Lu Chen, her face covered in dirt. Because Lu Chen controlled the explosion range, Xiao Qing was not injured. She just looked a bit disheveled. Aha, don't mind the details. Lu Chen patted Xiao Qing's head and smiled, saying, anyway, our mission is complete. So, how about it? Did it end just as it began? Yes, Mr. Lu, you're the best. Although Xiao Qing's words were sarcastic, her mood was indeed quite good. Because this operation posed no danger, she would earn a hefty sum of 100,000. How could she not be happy? Seeing that Xiao Qing was fine, Lu Chen approached the pieces of Li Jianqi's remains. To be honest, it would be very difficult to bring back something blown to bits like this for the mission. However, Lu Chen still planned to give it a try. He searched diligently for a moment. Finally, they found a larger piece of meat. Holding this chunk, Lu Chen and Xiao Qing were just about to leave when the Enforcement Bureau personnel had already surrounded the area. With such a commotion, it would have been foolish for the Bureau not to show up. 7 or 8 specially made guns were aimed at Lu Chen. Clearly, Lu Chen was mistakenly identified as a criminal. One of the officers shouted, "We are the enforcement team. Please immediately put your hands on your head and squat down to accept our detention." Before Lu Chen could respond, Xiao Qing quickly took out the Su family emblem and said, "We are here on a mission." People from the Su family? The captain of the enforcement team saw this and immediately ordered his subordinates to lower their weapons. He then approached Xiao Qing and Lu Chen, changing his previous attitude, and smiled apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, could you please show us your mission list and explain what just happened?" Of course. Lu Chen took out his mission list and pointed to the pile of minced meat, saying, "The mission target, Li Jianqiu, is here." The officer glanced at the mission list and then at the pile of minced meat, momentarily at a loss for words. If you're doing a mission, why create such a huge commotion? Besides, how can you tell if you killed the right person when you've turned the target into mush? In reality, it wasn't entirely Lu Chen's fault. Up until now, he hadn't learned how to control his strength. There was no helping it, his power had surged too quickly. Even though he used the same amount of force, the rapid upgrade meant that every move he made was a big deal. He couldn't be blamed for that, could he? The officer could also see that Lu Chen hadn't done it on purpose. He shook his head and made a phone call. Soon, after finishing the call, the officer looked at Lu Chen and said, "I've spoken with the higher-ups. Your mission target, Li Jianqiu, has been confirmed dead. I will issue you a kill certificate shortly, and with this certificate you can complete your mission." "Thank you," Lu Chen said with a smile. Not long after, another officer prepared the kill certificate and handed it to Lu Chen. One must say, the influence of a big family is indeed impressive. Under normal circumstances, situations where the body is unrecognizable are troublesome. One must first test for residual abilities before confirming the deceased. Lu Chen had originally planned to take a piece of the minced meat to the association for identification. If it could be identified, great, if not, then so be it. He didn't take this mission for the meager reward. But unexpectedly, the enforcement team, considering the Su family's reputation, was so accommodating. Lu Chen could only say that no matter which world it is, it's all about who you know. After receiving the certificate, Lu Chen took Xiao Qing back to the Extraordinary Association. They smoothly collected their rewards. The two then got into a car and headed to the Su family estate. On the way, Lu Chen kept his promise, taking out 100,000 and giving it to Xiao Chang, wrapping the back seat space in silence, and said, "Don't tell anyone about tonight, including Su Ming and Uncle Su. If they find out you accepted money without permission, they will punish you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang tilted her head and looked at Lu Chen. Her little eyes, though silent, clearly expressed one meaning. "Do you think him a 3-year-old child?" It was obvious from his words that Lu Chen didn't want her to leak the information about him taking on a loss-making mission to others, as it would definitely raise suspicions. Even Xiao Qing herself couldn't understand why Lu Chen would rather give her 100,000 than let Li Jianqiu live. The mission reward was clearly not much. However, Xiao Qing wasn't a fool. She knew that speaking about this would be bad for everyone. If her words led to Lu Chen encountering any trouble, she would become a target for Lu Chen's wrath. There was no doubt that Lu Chen would do such a thing. Xiao Qing had long understood from the recent events that Lu Chen was a very cold-blooded person. If Lu Chen had the intent to kill, he wouldn't spare you just because you were a woman or still a child. So Xiao Qing obediently nodded and promised, "Mr. Lu, please rest assured, I understand the reasoning, and I won't tell anyone." That's good to know. Lu Chen patted Xiao Qing's head and then fell silent. Soon, the car returned to the manor. After telling Xiao Qing to rest, he couldn't wait to return to the house. This time, what he needed to do was to contract the Devourer. If his guess was correct, this time he would definitely unlock specific conditions and obtain a brand new divine skill. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Chen immediately released the Devourer. In fact, he wasn't sure if such a small soul beast could be contracted. But Lu Chen couldn't worry about that anymore. If the Devourer couldn't be contracted, he would just go out into the wild and contract another one. After all, this world was not lacking in soul beasts. Looking at the fist-sized Devourer, Lu Chen reached out and placed his hand on it. The next second, a halo appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Visibly, the halo seemed to sense the contracting target, continuously extending threads of light that spread into the Devourer's body. After about 2 minutes, the halo completely disappeared. At the same time, a new thought suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's consciousness. It was the spiritual connection between him and the Devourer. As long as he focused his mind, he could bring the Devourer into the newly formed soul beast space. Detected host's first contract, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the divine skill universal enhancement. Please continue to work hard to unlock more skills. Universal enhancement consumes money, can enhance and upgrade any target. Different targets require different amounts of money for enhancement and upgrade. The system will provide prompts when enhancement and upgrade are needed. It worked. Lu Chen looked at the newly appeared system prompt, and his mouth broke into a wide smile. Just as he had guessed. As long as he completed the first contract, he would gain a new divine skill. And this newly acquired divine skill was equally explosive. As long as he spent money, he could enhance and upgrade anything. Lu Chen couldn't wait to experiment immediately. The first target was the hungry Devourer on the ground. After focusing on it for a few seconds, a prompt box popped up. Devourer Werewolf Juvenile, enhancement cost 100,000 yuan. Do you want to spend money to enhance it? Enhance. With a thought, the next second, the Devourer Werewolf instantly grew larger. 100,000 yuan made the process that would have taken 3 months to reach this size complete in an instant. This was the power of enhancement and upgrade. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this effect. After all, the Devourer was too small, and by the time it grew up, he would probably have become a god. At that time, this little guy would just be a burden, unable to provide any combat power. But if he could use money to make it grow quickly, Lu Chen felt this deal was very worthwhile. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen enhanced the Devourer again. But this time, the cost doubled to 200,000 yuan at once. This time, the Devourer gained nearly 3 months of growth again. 3 months for a soul beast was nothing like it was for humans. Even for a high-level soul beast like the Devourer, after receiving 2 enhancements, it had completely outgrown its infant stage and looked like a parkour-running child. The Devourer seemed to know that it was Lu Chen who had brought about such a change. Now able to stand on its own 2 feet, it affectionately rubbed its head against Lu Chen, making baby-like sounds. Awo awo. Interestingly, although Lu Chen couldn't understand what the Devourer was saying, but he could sense its meaning. Lu Chen reached out his hand and stroked Shi Tian. Then he once again enhanced and upgraded Shi Tian. To be honest, although this enhancement was incredibly powerful, it required a lot of money. During the third enhancement, the system asked Lu Chen for 300,000, an increase of 100,000 from before. If it weren't for the fact that the effect was truly extraordinary, Lu Chen would have been reluctant to spend that much money. After spending so much, he was left with only about 900,000. Previously, Lu Chen thought of himself as a wealthy person, but now he felt like he had been reduced back to being poor. However, seeing Shi Tian grow larger once again, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and continued to enhance Shi Tian.
4th enhancement 400,000. 5th enhancement 500,000. After Lu Chen had spent all the money on him, Shirtian, after 5 enhancements, finally grew as tall as its mother. At a height of 2 meters and 30 to 40 centimeters, even Lu Chen felt shorter in front of it. At this moment, Shishin's size was already that of an adult, but its level was still not very high, only about 4th tier strength. Awo Shirtian hugged Lu Chen tightly, licking his face with its tongue. It was just too excited, like a devoted pet. Alright, Shirtian, you're really good. Lu Chen was also in a great mood as he patted Shirtian. Looking at the little guy from before, having grown so quickly after several enhancements, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. The system truly produces quality products. Although the 5 enhancements cost Lu Chen 1.5 million, which seemed quite expensive, looking at it from another angle, if Shirtian were to grow to its current form normally, it would take at least 2.5 years. Now, having Shirtian grow ahead of time, Lu Chen believed that the value Shirtian would bring over the next 2.5 years would definitely exceed that mere 1.5 million. So this deal would absolutely not be a loss. Shirtian, perhaps due to suddenly growing up, was quite playful, constantly pawing at Lu Chen and wanting to play. Lu Chen had no choice but to put it into the divine space, where they played for about 2 hours before Shirtian finally fell asleep, satisfied. After Shirtian fell asleep, Lu Chen checked the costs for enhancing other things. Upgrading a first-tier ability once required 1 million. Upgrading a second-tier ability once required 2 million. Upgrading a third-tier ability once required 3 million. This also depended on the specific ability. For example, abilities like perception enhancement and speed enhancement were relatively cheaper to upgrade, but abilities like thunder power, telekinesis, and explosive art were far more expensive to upgrade than the numbers mentioned above. Aside from abilities, Lu Chen also checked how much it would cost to enhance his own body. The result left him speechless. Currently, he was at the 7th tier of awakening, and to perform one enhancement, it would cost a terrifying 5 million. All of this was completely beyond Lu Chen's financial capacity. After looking around, Lu Chen gazed at his empty wallet and sighed. Money really is something you only realize you need when you run out. With a sigh, Lu Chen took a shower and went to bed. Now broke, he planned to call Su Ming to do a task together the next morning. The next morning, Lu Chen asked Shao Qing to bring him breakfast. After eating, he called Su Ming to tell him he was preparing to leave the city today. Soon, Su Ming arrived at Lu Chen's door with 3 other teammates. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." As soon as the other 3 saw Lu Chen, they immediately greeted him. Lu Chen carefully recalled and finally remembered their names. The tall, thin man on the left, nicknamed Monkey, has an uncertain real name. His ability is the enhancement type Thousand-Handed Guanyin, which allows him to turn his hands into many. He occupies the front line, close combat position in the team. The bald, muscular man in the middle is named Yu Yu, and his ability is the elemental type Metal Frenzy, which allows him to manipulate any metal and turn himself into metal, often serving as a tank or meat shield. The last one, the bespectacled man on the right, is called Lu Cha, but due to the homophone, he is also referred to as Green Tea. The funniest part is that his ability is the support type Sweet Aroma, which releases a fragrance to restore energy to his teammates. All 3 of them are hired by the Su family, and their levels seem to have awakened to the 9th tier early on. Compared to Su Ming and Lu Chen, they are still a bit higher. After greeting each of them in turn, Lu Chen finally turned his gaze to Su Ming and smiled. "Let's go to the Extraordinary Association to pick up some tasks, and then we can head out for some hunting." "Sure, this time Brother Lu, you take the lead, and we will follow your command." "All right." Lu Chen did not decline and accepted the position of captain. The 5 of them took a vehicle to the Extraordinary Association. Here, Lu Chen once again took on all the collection tasks. This move did not astonish the extraordinary individuals in the association. Instead, it shocked Su Ming and the others accompanying him. Looking at the long list of tasks, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lu, are you sure you want to take on so many?" "Of course." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, we can definitely complete them within a day." Everyone looked at each other, speechless, but seeing that others had no reaction, Su Ming finally realized. Perhaps such an exaggerated thing was something Lu Chen had done before. After accepting the tasks, the 5 of them headed outside the city. During the walk, Lu Chen also thought about which abilities he should showcase. Thunder and fire are abilities that Su Ming knows about. However, since the Bai family is still hunting him down, he cannot use the fire type. The abilities of explosion as art, insect Skynet, and silence also cannot be displayed in the wild. Telekinesis and flight, as well as the newly acquired contract, could be considered for demonstration. Considering the need to complete so many tasks, Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to reveal the existence of the Devourer, as having an extra helper would definitely speed up the task completion, whether for training the Devourer in actual combat or for efficiency. With this in mind, as the five entered the outer forest, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. Su Ming looked at Lu Chen with some confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Lu? Is there an ambush?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to let you know in advance that I plan to summon my contracted soul beast. Once you see it, don't mention it to anyone else, understood?" Lu Chen's words were actually directed at the other three. Su Ming wasn't afraid on his end. The three had enough self-awareness and immediately nodded. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly summoned the Devourer from the soul beast space. Awah! As soon as the Devourer appeared, it immediately bared its teeth at Su Ming and the others. It thought its master had summoned it because he was in danger. Although it knew it couldn't win, the Devourer still stood protectively behind Lu Chen. This action significantly increased Lu Chen's favorability. "It's fine, these four are all my friends." Lu Chen patted the Devourer's head and introduced it to Su Ming and the others. "My contracted soul beast, the Devourer werewolf, named Devour." "Damn, Brother Lu, you really are like a cow celebrating its 100th birthday, so impressive. You've managed to get a rare breed like the Devourer werewolf." Su Ming was the first to be stunned by Lu Chen's actions. He had already been shocked when he heard that Lu Chen had a contracted soul beast. Now seeing that the contract soul beast is actually the precious sky-devouring werewolf, he couldn't hold back any longer. Su Ming just wanted to ask one thing. How is Lu Chen's body structured? Generally, a person with a single-type ability needs luck to awaken it. A bit more impressive would be a dual-type ability, right? I've heard of triple-type abilities too. But how many types does Lu Chen have? Su Ming knows that Lu Chen already has 4 types of abilities. Who knows if that's all Lu Chen has? The other 3 people shared the same thoughts as Su Ming. They didn't know how many abilities Lu Chen had, but when they saw the sky-devouring werewolf, they were all stunned. The sky-devouring werewolf is definitely an extraordinary being with contract abilities, one of the best contract beasts. However, the number of sky-devouring werewolves is extremely rare, and they are very prone to dying young. Not to mention that there isn't a single one in Huanghai City. Even in big cities, they are rarely seen. They never expected that Lu Chen would have one. And judging by its size, it was actually an adult. Lu Chen could feel that the 3 of them looked at him with awe and admiration. Lucky, encountered it in the wild. Lu Chen didn't say much to them, but directly took out a map, identified the direction, and arranged the formation, saying, You go in front, Sky Devourer, stay close to you, monkey, change your position, switch from close combat to a distance. We don't need that many close combat fighters. Your ability can also turn you into a terrifying long-range shooter. Got it, Captain Lu. In the original formation, you and monkey were at the front. Then the person who was pushed aside by Lu Chen and Su Ming was a long-range fighter. Now that they were lacking a long-range fighter, Lu Chen asked Monkey to change positions. The thousand-handed Guanyin ability, if equipped with enough weapons, would definitely be a terrifying killing machine. As for Su Ming and Lu Cha's positions, they remained unchanged. Lu Cha was a support, so his position couldn't change. Su Ming's ability is a special type, Fate Judgment, which is a very powerful ability that randomly deprives the target of one ability. It could be mobility, combat ability, or even a supernatural ability, so his position couldn't change either. He could only safely use his ability under the protection of others. After rearranging the formation, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the 5 of them set off towards the mission location. This was the first time this team collaborated. In the past, Lu Chen alone could definitely handle monsters much more easily than with these 5 people. But in order to win the competition in the future, Lu Chen had to put up with it and temporarily act with others. Along the way, to save time, Lu Chen used his keen 5 senses to help the team avoid some people and some trash soul beasts. He had completely lost interest in those soul beasts below level 5. At least they needed to be above level 5 for Lu Chen's group to take action. Everyone was quite surprised, because throughout the journey, under Lu Chen's leadership, they hadn't encountered anyone at all. They just didn't realize that this was Lu Chen's new ability. Instead, they attributed everything to the Sky Devourer. They hadn't walked for long when Lu Chen suddenly told everyone to stop, quietly using silence, and said, "Not far ahead is our first mission target. There are about 50 level 6 soul beasts, the Azure Wolf. Are you scared?" 50. Su Ming was a bit shocked. 50 level 6 soul beasts, this team might not be able to handle that. The other 3 didn't speak, but their expressions were equally grim. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "If you're scared, I can go alone, otherwise, you can just watch me perform and shout 666. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Devourer seemed to understand, giving Su Ming and the others a disdainful look. This made the 4 feel a bit awkward. For the first time, they were looked down upon by soul beasts. Su Ming, fearing that Lu Chen would be angry, quickly explained, "Brother Lu is joking. We are a team, so we naturally go together. Since Brother Lu is confident he can take them down, we will certainly accompany you to the end." "Right. Well, accompany you to the end.
The other three chimed in, cracking their knuckles. They weren't afraid, they just worried about returning empty-handed. Of course, if they could defeat these 56th-tier soul beasts under Lu Chen's leadership, it would certainly give them something to talk about when they went out for drinks later, right? Seeing that everyone agreed, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and turned his gaze to the monkey. How many ranged weapons do you have over there? I didn't prepare many ranged weapons because guns are cheap but bullets are expensive. I only have about 5 that can harm soul beasts and there are just over 100 rounds of ammunition, the monkey replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked at the remaining 3. You all give your ranged weapons to the monkey and make sure to stock up on ammunition. When dealing with these wolves, the monkey is absolutely key. After hearing this, the 3 immediately pooled together 6 guns and nearly 100 rounds of ammunition. Once the monkey had loaded the bullets, Lu Chen made a gesture to cancel the silence effect. As the silence effect disappeared, the wolf pack not far away quickly noticed Lu Chen and the others. Almost as soon as their eyes met, nearly 50 azure wolves charged towards them. Yu was the first to bear the brunt. He immediately transformed his body into hard metal and charged forward alone, giving his teammates time to attack from behind. Shirtian followed closely behind. Although its level wasn't high, due to its bloodline, it still had a certain suppressive power against these azure wolves. As they charged to the front, the monkey also took action. Suddenly, more than 10 hands appeared behind him, each holding specially made firearms. Without needing Lu Chen's command, the monkey's 10+ hands simultaneously pulled the triggers. In an instant, gunfire erupted everywhere. These bullets, due to their special design, were highly lethal against these soul beasts. In a flash, several soul beasts were shot down. At that moment, the monkey single-handedly suppressed 50 azure wolves. One must say, Lu Chen's insight was truly sharp. The monkey had never thought of fighting this way before. He only knew to wield melee weapons and engage in close combat with those soul beasts. Although the lethality was still considerable, it couldn't hold back so many wolves. But now, after listening to Lu Chen's advice and switching to ranged weapons, the effect was simply amazing. So much so that the monkey became a bit wild, laughing maniacally while firing his gun. Su Ming watched this with admiration and gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. The wolf pack that originally might have overwhelmed the 5 of them could now be easily managed with 2 people and 1 wolf. Of course, this was assuming the monkey had enough bullets. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction at this effect, and then he didn't rush to take action but instead looked at Su Ming beside him and said, Brother Su, help the monkey share some of the output. Okay. Su Ming did not refuse. His eyes turned a dazzling blue. The next second, his gaze fell on an azure wolf, and that azure wolf would inevitably be deprived of something. If lucky, blindness, deafness, loss of taste. If ordinary, loss of mobility, organ failure, attribute deprivation. If unlucky, organ deprivation, loss of limbs, loss of life. One could say, Su Ming's ability was quite bizarre. Basically, if he set his eyes on someone in such a battlefield, it meant death. After looking at about 10 or so, the blue light in Su Ming's eyes faded and his face turned a bit pale, his breathing becoming rapid. Lu Chen knew this was likely Su Ming's limit at the moment. At this time, Lu Cha hurriedly released his ability. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma filled the air. After inhaling these fragrances, one would quickly regain energy. Although Lu Cha's ability is singular in effect, it must be said, if I had to choose one person among these 4 to be my teammate, I would unhesitatingly choose Lu Cha. At this moment, the bullets in the monkey's gun had run out. The 50 Bite-Song wolves were nearly all dead or injured. Seeing this, Lu Chen had a good understanding of his teammates' strengths. He nodded in satisfaction and smiled. I already know your strengths. If we maintain this momentum in the team competition a week from now, the championship is basically ours. But, Captain Lu, the bullets are too expensive. If we need enough bullets to support 3 days of hunting, the competition prize money will have to be much higher. The monkey voiced his concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately laughed. Bullets are indeed too costly, but you can switch to bows and arrows. That way, the consumption will be much lower. But that would greatly reduce efficiency. If we encounter a group of soul beasts again, it could put you and young Master Su in danger. That's because I haven't made a move yet. Lu Chen smiled confidently, then turned his gaze to a patch of grass not far away, smiling mysteriously. Now that I understand your strengths, let me show you mine. As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly reached out, pointing at the patch of grass, and coldly laughed. Mighty heavenly power, guide me thundercome. Boom! Accompanied by Lu Chen's words, the next second, the clear sky was split by thunder. Dozens of terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely at the patch of grass Lu Chen had indicated. Su Ming and the others had yet to react to why Lu Chen was doing this. The next second, more than 10 corpses of bloodthirsty snakes appeared before them. Bloodthirsty snakes. Su Ming, well versed in such matters, was the first to recognize this deadly creature. These snakes were of the 7th rank, about the size of electrical wires, but their lethality was terrifying.
They could easily enter the human body. Once they got inside, they would transform into gluttonous snakes, rapidly devouring any organs they encountered. If not treated in time, the mortality rate would reach 100. Moreover, bloodthirsty snakes were small and usually hid in the grass, launching attacks when humans were unprepared. Therefore, in this rank, they were undoubtedly extraordinary killers. Unexpectedly, while Lu Chen was fighting here, he discovered the bloodthirsty snakes over there. This level of observation was indeed terrifying.
Of course, what shocked Su Ming and the others the most was Lu Chen's destructive power. With a simple strike, more than 10 bloodthirsty snakes were instantly killed. At this point, they understood why Lu Chen had the confidence to walk alone in the wild before.
Alright, let's dig for soul orbs.
Okay, I'll go. Yu was the first to go dig for the soul orbs.
Tian went to a corpse of a Baixan wolf and began to tear into it.
For soul beasts to level up, aside from using soul orbs, the best method was to eat the flesh of these soul beasts. Because this meat also contained a large amount of energy. Coupled with the previous attack, the corpses were not very intact.
So Lu Chen did not collect the bodies, allowing Tian to have a buffet.
Perhaps due to Shishin's lower level, after eating a few Baixan wolves, its level rose from 4 to 5.
At this point, with Shishin's bloodline suppression, it should be able to crush 7th rank soul beasts unknown. Lu Chen and the others had decent luck this time.
After collecting the task materials, Yu dug out 16 murky 5-colored soul orbs from the corpses of over 60 soul beasts.
This drop rate was quite good.
Lu Chen divided them according to the number of people, giving each person 3 orbs. As the captain, he took 1 extra. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. But he wasn't here to do charity work, he had to think, exert effort, and ensure his teammates' safety.
Asking for a little more wasn't too much, right? The others didn't think it was unreasonable either. Without Lu Chen's command, they wouldn't have been able to take down so many soul beasts so quickly. Alright, let's head to the next destination, Lu Chen ordered, leading everyone to the next location. Under Lu Chen's guidance, everyone walked with ease.
In the past, when they ventured into the wild, everyone had to be on high alert, watching their surroundings. With every step, they had to be cautious of any soul beasts lurking beneath their feet.
But ever since Lu Chen became the captain, they completely relaxed their pace. They didn't have to worry about encountering other teams or being ambushed by soul beasts, because Lu Chen was there to handle everything. Although Lu Chen hadn't displayed any other abilities, after spending these few hours together, they had all fallen in love with the feeling of teaming up with him. It was just too easy. So easy that they began to feel an illusion that they were all tourists, out in the wild for a vacation. And Lu Chen was like a tour guide. It seemed that as long as he was around, nothing would go wrong. Under Lu Chen's leadership, they didn't waste a single ounce of energy, nor did they take a single unnecessary step. After finishing one task location, they moved on to the next. This meant they completed all their tasks in just 7 or 8 hours. At this moment, Yu dug out the last soul pearl, grinning from ear to ear, and said, "Captain Lu, this is the 80th soul pearl of the day. We've completed all the tasks we took on. Should we head back to the city, or continue hunting in the wild?" Lu Chen couldn't even remember how many soul beasts they had killed. With 80 soul pearls earned, Su Ming and the others each received 13, while Lu Chen got 28. Although the earnings were shared, to be honest, Lu Chen hadn't exerted much effort aside from leading the way. The income from 28 murky 5-colored soul pearls was not insignificant for him. Plus, everyone had completed so many tasks. So, all in all, it could be said that everyone had reaped a bountiful harvest. Thinking of this, Lu Chen replied, "Let's head back for now. If we want to continue, we can take on new tasks tomorrow. Right now, without any tasks, just relying on killing soul beasts isn't very cost-effective." Alright, well, follow Brother Lu's lead, Su Ming and the others obediently agreed. They could only be this relaxed with Lu Chen around. If he were to leave the team, they wouldn't be able to stay in the wild any longer. Moreover, Lu Chen was right, they had completed all the tasks they had taken on, and without any new tasks, the benefits of hunting in the wild were indeed minimal. It was better to go home and rest. Soon, Lu Chen and his group returned to Illusory Sea City. When they left, each of them had taken on many tasks. Back at the Extraordinary Association, they couldn't wait to exchange their rewards. The bartender, seeing that Lu Chen and the others had returned, immediately gathered staff to start counting. After the first time, everyone was no longer so surprised. As long as Lu Chen was there, records were bound to be broken again. Sure enough, the record Lu Chen had set before was once again shattered by himself. This time, Lu Chen completed a total of 33 tasks. Since the level of the tasks had increased, the rewards naturally did too. In total, he earned 40 murky 5-colored soul pearls and 650,000 in cash.
The others, while not as crazy as Lu Chen, also received quite generous rewards. Thus, the day's team hunting came to a successful conclusion. Originally, Lu Chen planned to go home and sleep directly. However, the three monkeys insisted on treating Lu Chen to a late-night snack to thank him for leading them through so many tasks today.
Lu Chen couldn't refuse their kindness.
The five of them went to a barbecue stall, casually ordered some items, and ended up spending 20,000. It must be said, barbecue is a lucrative business, no matter which world you're in. The three monkeys raised their glasses and laughed. Thanks to Captain Lu's command today,
we were able to complete the mission so smoothly. This toast is for you.
Yes, cheers to Captain Lu.
Cheers to young Master Su.
The three raised their glasses and downed them in one go.
Lu Chen also drank a glass and smiled, saying, "It's nothing.
Tomorrow, after the monkeys change their weapons, we can continue hunting in the wild. That place is just like my backyard."
Ha! With Brother Lu saying that, "Well, stick with you," Su Ming, who was nearby, joked in a good mood. He didn't have many ulterior motives and was quite magnanimous. After all, following Lu Chen meant getting extra rewards. Why not enjoy it? As for the captain and decision-making, were those really important? The group chatted and laughed, enjoying themselves. Little did they know, while they were chatting, a shadow quietly merged into Lu Chen's shadow. At this moment, at the Wang family estate, the head of the family, Wang Defa, was watching the images transmitted by the shadow. Looking at the endlessly smiling Lu Chen, Wang Defa's eyes were filled with rage. Bang! Unable to endure any longer, Wang Defa slammed his hand down, shattering the table, and said angrily, "Lu Chen, is it?
My son was killed by you." Last night, when Lu Chen killed Li Jianshou, Wang Defa, who had been investigating his son's whereabouts, noticed this police record through connections. The record stated that an explosion occurred, resulting in one person being blown to pieces. This news quickly caught Wang Defa's attention because his son, Wang Jin, possessed explosive abilities. Initially, Wang Defa just wanted to see if it was his son, and after discovering it wasn't, he didn't think much of it. After all, the possibility of ability duplication was relatively high. Just because Lu Chen had explosive abilities didn't mean his son was killed by him, right? However, during Wang Defa's investigation, he discovered many points of suspicion. The first point, Lu Chen was officially registered as having lightning abilities, but clearly, yesterday's explosion was not caused by lightning, which meant Lu Chen possessed a second ability. The second point, Lu Chen's current information indicated he had joined the Su family. The relationship between the Wang and Su families was neither good nor bad. Logically, the Su family wouldn't hire someone to kill their own son. But with this connection to the Su family, Wang Defa conducted a more in-depth investigation into Lu Chen. The more he investigated, the more furious he became. Why? Because he found Lu Chen's information in the client records from the day of the empire building incident. It was at this moment that he remembered the first person his son came into contact with was this Lu Chen, who had brushed past him. With this, all the clues pointed to Lu Chen. Wang Defa didn't go to the Su family to demand a person because he had no evidence. So after learning they had left the city today, Wang Defa sent his subordinate, Shadow, to wait at the city gate. When Lu Chen and the others were eating barbecue, Shadow took the opportunity to attach himself to Lu Chen's shadow. The purpose of this was simple, to abduct Lu Chen while he was asleep at night. At that time, he could ask Lu Chen about his son's whereabouts. On the other side, after a hearty meal, Lu Chen and the others returned. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely unaware that someone had attached themselves to him. They returned to the estate without incident. After bidding farewell to Su Ming and the others, Lu Chen went back to his room alone. He locked the door, took a shower, and then lay down in bed, falling into a deep sleep. The shadow remained hidden in Lu Chen's shadow, making no sound. It wasn't until he heard Lu Chen was sound asleep that the shadow finally emerged from Lu Chen's shadow. Looking at the sleeping Lu Chen, the shadow was quick and nimble, pulling out a syringe and swiftly plunging it into Lu Chen's arm. The sudden movement instantly jolted Lu Chen awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a figure in black standing at the foot of his bed. Just as he wanted to resist, Lu Chen felt all his strength drain away, and the energy within him was completely unusable. The worst part was that Lu Chen couldn't even manage to speak. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and he slowly fainted. "Boss Wang, the target is already unconscious. Please give instructions." The shadow checked Lu Chen's pulse and took out his phone to report to Wang Defa. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa immediately burst into laughter. "Bring this kid back to me. I want to interrogate him personally." "Yes," the shadow replied, then grabbed Lu Chen and vanished into the shadows. When Lu Chen woke up again, he found himself in a dimly lit interrogation room. His hands and feet were restrained by a special metal, rendering his abilities useless. At that moment, the iron door of the interrogation room opened. Wang Defa, with a dark expression, walked in from outside. Seeing that Lu Chen was awake, he appeared somewhat surprised.
The drug used by the shadow could put even a soul beast of level 10 or above into a coma for over a day and night. Unexpectedly, this Lu Chen woke up so quickly? Wang Defa couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the shadow had just brought him back and applied the ability suppressor, otherwise this meticulously planned operation could have easily failed. At this moment, Wang Defa sat down not far from Lu Chen, while the shadow stood beside him. Upon seeing the shadow, Lu Chen could roughly guess this person's ability. Thus, he felt that this world was too troublesome. Some peculiar abilities were truly hard to guard against. For instance, this shadow, one wouldn't even know of their existence, making it impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Lu Chen was immortal, otherwise he would have really fallen here. Lu Chen, right? As long as you answer my questions honestly, I will let you die with clarity. While Lu Chen was lost in thought, Wang Defa, puffing on a cigar, said this with a self-righteous tone of pity. Lu Chen almost retched upon hearing it. He didn't indulge Wang Defa and directly scoffed. Have you lived so long that you've ended up in a latrine? You're going to kill me anyway, what do you expect me to provide you with? Why not just get straight to the point and use some methods? Cough, cough. Wang Defa never expected that this Lu Chen, whom he had captured, would still have such a sharp tongue in this situation. Did he not know what happens to those who offend him? Thinking of this, Wang Defa immediately snapped his fingers. The shadow standing behind him quickly grabbed a knife and waved it in front of Lu Chen. The next second, all 5 fingers of Lu Chen's right hand were severed at the root. Seeing this scene, Wang Defa laughed maniacally. Ha, let's see if you can still be so tough. If you don't cooperate, next time I'll castrate you and then we'll see how tough you can be. Are you done laughing? Lu Chen tilted his head, looking at the crazily laughing Wang Defa with a look of disdain. This interruption made Wang Defa realize something was off. He looked at the 5 fingers that had fallen to the ground, then at Lu Chen, who wore a mocking smile on his face, utterly bewildered. Did the shadow cut off fake fingers? Why was this little brat not only silent but also mocking him with a grin? Was he too strong? People whose fingers had been severed could still laugh? Unconvinced, he stood up from his chair, snatched the knife from the shadow's hand, and viciously stabbed it into Lu Chen's right leg. But that wasn't the end. Wang Defa quickly thrust the knife in and out of Lu Chen's thigh, causing blood to spray everywhere, splattering his face. He didn't know how long he had been stabbing. Wang Defa raised his head again, just as he was about to ask Lu Chen if he was still laughing, still being arrogant, still being stubborn. He suddenly looked up to find a mouthful of phlegm from Lu Chen heading straight for him. Lu Chen, he too, you're nothing. Lu Chen, I'm going to kill you. Hit by that mouthful of phlegm, Wang Defa was completely driven mad. Who is he? The head of the Wang family, one of the 10 great families of Huanhai City. In the entire Huanhai City, who wouldn't respectfully call him Mr. Wang upon seeing him? When did someone dare to spit in his face? Immediately, Wang Defa prepared to kill Lu Chen on the spot. But the next second, he was suddenly shocked to find that the knife originally stuck in Lu Chen's leg had inexplicably vanished. What's going on? Wang Defa was momentarily taken aback. Lu Chen was supposed to be restrained by the ability suppressor, making it impossible for him to use his powers. So why did his weapon disappear? Just as he was bewildered, Lu Chen seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he kicked directly at Wang Defa's family jewels. With insufficient strength, Lu Chen didn't manage to crush Wang Defa's eggs with that kick. But even so, Wang Defa was in so much pain he couldn't breathe, instantly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the shadow beside him wasn't just watching. He quickly retrieved a weapon and slashed towards Lu Chen's head. Swish! Lu Chen's head was severed with a clean cut. It rolled right to Wang Defa's feet. Watching Lu Chen's head fall, Wang Defa, though in pain, managed to squeeze out a cold smile. Whether or not you killed my son, today I'll take revenge for him. Saying this, Wang Defa took the blade from the shadow's hand and plunged it into Lu Chen's forehead. The sharp blade easily pierced through the hardest skull. Wang Defa even twisted the blade continuously, smashing Lu Chen's brain to bits. To be honest, he was being very cautious. Normally, who could survive such a series of attacks? Even someone with super healing abilities would be dead by now. Isn't it said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is? Wang Defa's first move was a guaranteed kill. But unfortunately, he was up against a cheat. If he had observed closely at that moment, he would have noticed that Lu Chen's fingers, which had just been severed, were already regrowing. Just as he was feeling pleased, the shadow, who had been shocked the whole time, suddenly let out a terrified voice. Mr. Wang, you need to look. What is it, panicking like that? It's not like you. Wang Defa was about to say that such a tone didn't fit the shadow's character. But the moment he looked up, his face instantly turned pale, because he saw a bizarre scene he had never witnessed in his life. Lu Chen, who should have been restricted by the ability suppressor, had completely broken free from his shackles. And it wasn't over yet. What shocked Wang Defa and the shadow the most was that Lu Chen's body, without a head, actually stood up from the seat. What the hell is going on? Even the well-informed Wang Defa had never seen such a strange occurrence. But he also knew that being shocked wouldn't solve the problem. Immediately, Wang Defa released his powers and reached for Lu Chen's body. His ability was energy absorption, capable of absorbing the energy within the target he grabbed, rendering them unable to use their powers. He didn't know how the ability suppressor had disappeared, but he could still deal with Lu Chen. Wang Defa was fast. So fast that Lu Chen didn't even have time to react before Wang Defa grabbed his right hand. The next second, Lu Chen felt the energy within him being frantically absorbed by Wang Defa. It was clear that if this continued for 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Chen, with his energy completely drained, would lose even his life force. But still, as the saying goes, Lu Chen was a cheat. What did a cheat have to fear? Lu Chen completely ignored Wang Defa and walked directly to his own head. He embraced his head and placed it on his neck. At that moment, something bizarre happened again. The head that was placed there instantly reattached itself completely. Lu Chen twisted his head slightly and smiled playfully at Wang Defa, who was holding his right hand. Have you improved at all? What kind of monster are you? Wang Defa was truly shattered this time. The person in front of him had absorbed energy from him and could even restore his head? How was this possible? Lu Chen was probably the most terrifying monster Wang Defa had ever encountered in his lone life. In response to Wang Defa's question, Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. Want to know? Then you should stay inside. Inside? As soon as Wang Defa uttered this, he suddenly vanished into thin air. This scene startled the shadow beside him. If even his own master, Wang Defa, was no match for this young man, how could he possibly be a contender? Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow prepared to flee. But the next second, he suddenly felt his body weaken, and before he could guess what was happening, he felt as if his movements were being controlled by someone. The steps he intended to take were now impossible to move. This move was Lu Chen's combination of weakening and telekinesis. If he had used telekinesis directly, it would have been impossible to deal with a shadow of much higher level than himself. But if he weakened first and then used telekinesis, the effect would be entirely different. Just as the shadow was forced to stop, Lu Chen activated his speed enhancement and took a swift step in front of the shadow. Looking at the fear in the shadow's eyes, Lu Chen coldly smiled, holding the weapon of virtue. Send my regards to King Yin. As he spoke, Lu Chen swung the weapon of virtue down with great force. The poor shadow wanted to dodge, but was powerless to do so. He could only watch helplessly as the blade drew closer. Rip! The sound of tearing flesh echoed throughout the interrogation room. Accompanied by this sound, the shadow was cleaved in two. Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Merge with darkness. Merge with darkness. You can perfectly hide your body in any darkness, move faster in the dark, and ignore collisions with objects, making you immune to attacks. However, be cautious, as exposure to strong light will force you to reveal yourself. Damn it, if it weren't for my immortal body, I would have really been done for today. After dealing with the two, Lu Chen finally sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. This crisis was greater than any he had faced before. First, Lu Chen was caught off guard and knocked out by the shadow's tranquilizer. This kind of anesthetic invades the body without triggering its self-repair, so Lu Chen had no resistance and was taken away by the shadow from the Su family. Then, Wang Defa actually set up an ability suppressor to prevent Lu Chen from using his powers. This situation was extremely dangerous. Without his abilities, even with his immortal body, Lu Chen couldn't escape from here. But fortunately, Lu Chen had more than one cheat. When Lu Chen was at a loss, the divine space played a crucial role. Anything he touched could be stored in the divine space. Therefore, the ability suppressor could naturally be stored as well. That was how the earlier scene unfolded. If it had been anyone else, even if Su Feiguan were in Lu Chen's position, they would have undoubtedly met their demise. But unfortunately for them, they had just picked the wrong person to mess with. Speaking of which, Wang Defa and the shadow were also pitiable. Wang Defa's level was very high, reaching the 9th tier of Star Radiance. The Shadow's level also reached the 9th tier of Firefly. Their strength can be said to dominate the entire Illusory Sea City, and they are not afraid even when facing members of other families. Yet, they insist on targeting Lu Chen, this hanging loser. Now look at this. One has been locked away, and the other has been directly killed. After confirming that no one would come, Lu Chen focused his thoughts and transported himself into the space of the gods. He arrived in front of Wang Defa. At this moment, Wang Defa still wore the expression of fear and confusion he had when he was brought in. To be honest, Lu Chen greatly appreciated Wang Defa's expression. After all, Wang Defa is the head of one of the 10 major families in Illusory Sea City. It's worth noting that someone of this caliber was someone the former Lu Chen had no right to even approach. Even now, Wang Defa remains an insurmountable mountain for Lu Chen.
But now, this terrifying existence, this being capable of a bloodbath with a single command, could only maintain such a fearful expression in front of Lu Chen. He could only be sealed like this, waiting for Lu Chen's judgment upon him. Should I kill him, or find a way to support a puppet? Lu Chen stroked his chin, looking at Wang Defa with great interest. After all, the other party is the head of the Wang family. If there's a way to support him as a puppet, he could seamlessly take over all the assets of the Wang family. This is a tremendous temptation for Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen currently does not possess the ability to control others, and even if he did, it would be impossible to control someone like Wang Defa who is on a much higher level than him. So, after thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided, maybe I should just kill him. Saying this, Lu Chen did not hesitate. The weapon in his hand, the Virtue Blade, appeared and slashed towards the unresponsive Wang Defa. The characteristic of the space of the gods is that objects touched by Lu Chen will restore the flow of time. Even using an object to attack counts as a touch. But even so, in Lu Chen's view, this reaction time of less than a second would not lead to any mistakes. Swish! The sharp blade sliced through the air, accurately striking Wang Defa's neck. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The once invincible Virtue Blade completely failed to cut Wang Defa. The moment the blade touched Wang Defa's skin, Lu Chen felt a tremendous backlash, and his right hand gripping the hilt instantly went numb. And it didn't end there. The high-grade Virtue Blade actually dulled at that moment. Damn, did I buy a fake? Lu Chen just complained. The next second, he was attacked and quickly flew backward. Even though Lu Chen couldn't feel pain, he sensed that at least 7 or 8 of his ribs had broken. Lying on the ground, Lu Chen stood up again. At this moment, Wang Defa had restored the flow of time. He touched the shallow wound on his neck and said, still shaken, damn, I didn't expect that I, the head of the Wang family, almost died at the hands of a junior. As he spoke, Wang Defa's gaze fell on the blade in Lu Chen's hand, and he couldn't help but smile. So you bought a defective product, huh? It seems you can't do anything to me now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Defa's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lu Chen. He admitted that he couldn't kill Lu Chen. However, if he couldn't kill him, he could use Lu Chen as a punching bag. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Wang Defa punched towards Lu Chen's abdomen. Just as the fist was about to hit Lu Chen, suddenly, Lu Chen transformed into darkness and vanished in an instant. This furious punch ultimately struck only air. Before Wang Defa could react, Lu Chen had stealthily arrived beneath him and, without a word, punched upward. The target was right between Wang Defa's legs. Damn, here it comes again. Wang Defa had no way to dodge and could only shrink into a defensive posture in a panic. But in such a place, being punched by Lu Chen, saying it doesn't hurt is a lie. After taking a punch, Wang Defa immediately rolled away from Lu Chen's attack range. But in the shadows, Lu Chen's speed was greatly enhanced. Almost as soon as Wang Defa rolled into position, Lu Chen was already back beneath him. Lu Chen's goal was very clear, to become a master of groin attacks. Taking advantage of Wang Defa's moment of confusion, he threw another punch. Damn it, all you can do is hit below the belt. This time, he had space to dodge. At the moment Lu Chen threw his punch, he avoided the critical area. But even so, Wang Defa was drenched in cold sweat from the attack. This led him to angrily curse, you little brat, if you have the guts, come out and fight me Onion. Do you think I'm stupid? If you have the guts, come hit me. Lu Chen retorted defiantly, then went for another groin attack. This action infuriated Wang Defa. He truly hadn't expected that Lu Chen had gained the power of shadows. Although this ability had no direct lethality, it excelled in stealth and immunity to physical attacks. The space here was already dark. Using this ability, Lu Chen essentially became like air. Coincidentally, Wang Defa's own ability was not energy-based. He had no way to deal with Lu Chen, who had infiltrated the darkness. Moreover, with Lu Chen's bizarre physique that could regenerate even when severed and felt no pain, Wang Defa was well aware in his heart that even if Lu Chen just stood there and let him hit, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The best method, in fact, should have been to negotiate with Lu Chen. But upon seeing Lu Chen gain the power of shadows, Wang Defa could confirm that Lu Chen was the murderer of his son. This situation made it impossible for him to put aside his pride and negotiate with Lu Chen. Thus, he could only dodge while fantasizing about exhausting Lu Chen's stamina. But Lu Chen had already grown tired of the game. After sufficiently annoying Wang Defa, he realized he couldn't kill him for the time being. So, after getting bored, Lu Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed Wang Defa's ankle. The next second, just as Wang Defa was about to attack, he once again lost the flow of time. Still want to waste time with me? I'm not playing with you anymore, idiot. Lu Chen made a face at the immobilized Wang Defa, then left the divine space. Since Wang Defa couldn't be killed for now, he would just seal him instead. Lu Chen didn't believe he couldn't deal with this old beast. Coming out of the divine space, Lu Chen looked around.
He casually picked up a weapon and swung the dull-edged one at him. Lu Chen wanted to find a weapon harder than the dull-edged one. But clearly, there was nothing like that in this interrogation room. Even though Lu Chen had already determined that the dull-edged weapon was a fake and its level definitely didn't reach that of a top-grade blue jade, all these weapons broke at the slightest touch. There wasn't a single one harder than the dull-edged weapon. This made Lu Chen sigh. Looks like I can only leave here first and think of other methods. With that thought, Lu Chen transformed into shadows and left the Wang family. At this time, the sky outside was already dimly bright. Lu Chen walked alone on the way back to the Su family. As he walked, he pondered how to deal with Wang Defa. Now, the possibility of silently killing him was gone. When Lu Chen was out shopping, the best weapon he had seen was this dull-edged one. This meant that Lu Chen didn't have a weapon capable of breaking through Wang Defa's defenses. To kill him, he would either have to rely on someone else's hand or wait for his own growth. But the key was that in just a few days, the martial arts competition of the 10 great families would take place. If Wang Defa went missing, it would definitely cause some unexpected consequences. After all, the head of the 10 great families has mysteriously disappeared. This is a shocking event for the entire Illusory Sea City. At that time, the cancellation of the competition would be just the beginning. Lu Chen had a premonition that the 10 great families would unite to conduct a thorough search of the entire Illusory Sea City. There was no doubt that his identity would soon be uncovered. Either way, I will be found out. Should I tell Su Ming about this? Let the Su family take action to eliminate the Wang family. Although this would mean giving up some benefits, it should strengthen my relationship with the Su family. A bold idea surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. If he informed Su Ming, and then Su Ming told Su Feiguang, there would only be two possible outcomes. The first scenario was that Su Feiguang, fearing for his own power, would choose to ally with other families to capture him. But to be honest, with the divine space and the immortal body as two superbugs, even if the 10 great families came together to capture him, it was highly likely they would return empty-handed. At worst, he could just lock himself in the divine space and wait it out, seeing who could last longer. The second scenario is that Su Feiguang accepts his suggestion and they discuss the benefits, allowing the Su family to take over the Wang family. Although this would cause dissatisfaction among other families, it would be profitable. And the chances of the Su family agreeing would be higher. After considering it all, Lu Chen felt that since he would be discovered anyway, it would be better to inform the Su family first. This way, he would also have more time to prepare. While Lu Chen was lost in thought, he had already walked back to the Su family's estate. The guard at the gate was quite surprised to see Lu Chen, as he hadn't seen him go out at all. So out of duty, the guard stopped Lu Chen and asked, "Mr. Lu, how did you get out?" "I was taken out by the enemy," Lu Chen replied irritably. Then, seeing the guard stunned by his words, he added, "Please call the head of the family and young Master Su. I have something very important to discuss." The guard was overwhelmed by the amount of information he had just received. He stood there in a daze for quite a while. Normally, it would be inappropriate to disturb the head of the family and the young master at this time. But given Lu Chen's status, if what he said was true, that he had been taken away by the enemy from the Su family estate, then this matter was indeed very serious. With this in mind, one of the guards took Lu Chen to the conference room, while the other went to notify Su Feiguang and Su Ming. About 10 minutes later, a visibly anxious Su Ming was the first to arrive at the conference room. Clearly, he had heard the guard's words on his way there. As soon as he entered, Su Ming asked with concern, "Brother Lu, what happened?" "Let's wait for Uncle Su to arrive before discussing it," Lu Chen replied while sipping tea. From Lu Chen's appearance, he seemed to be fine. Moreover, Lu Chen's safe return proved that the crisis had been averted. With this thought, Su Ming nodded and sat down beside Lu Chen. He had barely settled in when Su Feiguang, dressed appropriately, hurried into the conference room. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, Su Feiguang asked, "Nephew Lu, I heard from my subordinates that enemies took you away from home. What exactly happened?" "Since you are all here, I will briefly explain the situation," Lu Chen said, suddenly smiling, "but I must warn you before I begin that this matter is quite outrageous, so be mentally prepared." Upon hearing this, both men felt a vague sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Lu Chen's next words completely dropped their jaws. "Hey Race, what happened? Last night when we returned, I was possessed by a shadow from the Wang family. While I was asleep, they drugged me and took me back to the Wang family, where I was interrogated. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong person. So, what do you think happened in the end?" "What happened?" Su Feiguang and his son replied almost in unison. Seeing their expressions, Lu Chen grinned and continued, "One was captured by me, and the other was killed by me. This means that the Wang family is now in a state of vacuum." "Uncle Su, I wonder if you are interested in taking over the Wang family." Silence. A deathly silence. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Feiguang and Su Ming were both stunned. Their brains had not fully processed this information. What kind of situation is this?
The Wang family secretly abducted Lu Chen, and as a result, one was killed and the other was captured.
The most important thing is that the one who was captured is actually the head of the Wang family,
an extraordinary being at the 9th level of star radiance.
How could someone like that be captured by Lu Chen? How are Su Feiguang and Su Ming supposed to accept such information? Lu Chen, seeing their dazed expressions, did not urge them. Instead, he calmly sipped his tea. What actions he would take next completely depended on how the Su family father and son chose. He did not want to break this brief moment of peace and tranquility. After several minutes had passed, Su Feiguang was the first to come to his senses. He forced a bitter smile and confirmed, "Lu Xianzi, are you sure you're not joking? This joke isn't funny at all." "Of course not."
Lu Chen set down his teacup, crossed his hands under his chin, a faint smile on his face, and slowly said, "I'm telling you this news first because of the kindness you and Su Ming have shown me. Now, Uncle Su, your decision will change the future of the Su family and Huanghai City. I hope you can think carefully about whether you want to rule Huanghai City together with other families or be the sole king of Huanghai City." To be honest, Lu Chen really liked the Su family duo. So even though his words carried a hint of threat, he was also expressing that he did not want the Su family father and son to make a decision different from his own, because that would make this beautiful moment of 1 or 2 days disappear. As the head of the family, how could Su Feiguang not understand the meaning behind Lu Chen's words? But he found it really difficult to choose. Yes. Logically speaking, since Lu Chen had already captured Wang Defa, wanting to destroy the Wang family would be as easy as pie. In other words, Lu Chen was equivalent to a one-man army against the Wang family. Su Feiguang only needed to agree to this matter to smoothly take over most of the Wang family's assets. Those are the assets of one of the top 10 families in Huanghai City. Even as one of the top 10 families, Su Feiguang was coveting them. He could reap so many assets without lifting a finger. Why wouldn't he agree to such a good deal? Because, once he took over the Wang family, other families would join forces against him. Su Feiguang knew he could not withstand the attacks from the other families, but the thought of betraying Lu Chen had never crossed his mind. No matter what purpose Lu Chen had, he was the first to tell him this matter. That meant Lu Chen trusted him. Betraying someone who trusts him was something Su Feiguang could never do. So now Su Feiguang was in a deep dilemma. Because, as Lu Chen said, the decision he made now would directly affect the Su family and the entire Huanghai City. Lu Chen did not urge Su Feiguang to make a decision. He knew this matter was difficult to choose. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having digested Lu Chen's information, eagerly asked, "Lu Xiong, where is that Uncle Wang?"
"Wang Defa now, and what is his condition?" "Him? I can't say for sure." Lu Chen seemed to think of something and smiled. "Why don't you go in and take a look for yourself?" "Go in?"
"Yes, it's my ability that can make people disappear without a trace. At this moment, Lu Chen also laid his cards on the table.
If the Su family accepted his proposal,
then he and the Su family would be like grasshoppers on the same rope. It wouldn't matter if they knew about his abilities. If the Su family did not accept his proposal, then it was highly likely that both sides would become mortal enemies, and for enemies, knowing more didn't matter at all. Upon hearing this, Su Ming instinctively swallowed hard,
because Lu Chen's words could be interpreted in 2 ways. 1, I consider you trusted partners, no more pretense.
The other, if you don't accept my proposal, then you might disappear for no reason.
However, after a brief moment of fear, Su Ming smiled openly. "Come on, I want to see what state Wang Defa is in right now. It will be beneficial for both of us." "All right." Lu Chen nodded and grasped Su Ming's hand. In the next second, both he and Su Ming disappeared from the conference room. "Mingger!" Su Feiguang, seeing the two vanish, immediately became anxious. No matter how he sensed it, he couldn't find any trace of Lu Chen and his son.
Even the ability detector in the conference room failed to detect any fluctuations. This bizarre ability was something he had never seen before. At this moment, he roughly understood why someone as strong as Wang Defa could be easily countered by Lu Chen. Just a touch, and a person could be taken away. This ability was truly too overpowered. On the other side, Lu Chen and Su Ming appeared simultaneously in the space of the gods. Because Lu Chen was holding on to him, Su Ming was not suspended in the flow of time. At this moment, he saw the infinite space and also the expression of Wang Defa, who looked furious, as if permanently frozen.
"Wow, Brother Lu, this is too amazing!" Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. Lu Chen merely smiled faintly and joked, "Aren't you afraid he'll kill you to silence you now?"
That joke doesn't quite work, does it?" Su Ming laughed and playfully tapped Lu Chen's chest. He approached Wang Defa and poked his finger at Wang Defa's face. After seeing no reaction, he curiously asked, "In your space, is time completely paused?"
"You could say that.
As long as I touch the frozen object again, it will be unsealed."
"Do you need me to unseal Wang Defa so we can have a chat?" No need.
Su Ming quickly shook his hand in refusal. What a joke. Once Wang Defa was unsealed and saw him, he would definitely take him hostage to force Lu Chen to let him go. Would Lu Chen agree to that? The answer was naturally no. Seeing Su Ming so nervous, Lu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. I was just joking with you. So, how do you feel about cooperating with me now? Do you think you can't compete with those families? Hearing Lu Chen make it clear, Su Ming sighed. Brother Lu, I know you've given us a great gift, but this gift is too much for our Su family to handle alone. Aside from Wang Defa being captured by you, there are still 8 others as powerful as him. Although Su Ming didn't finish his sentence, Lu Chen understood his meaning. Indeed, Su Feiguang alone could not face the other 8 extraordinary beings attacking him. Not to mention they had several times more extraordinary beings under their command. Once war broke out, the Su family would undoubtedly lose. Lu Chen had thought of this long ago and then asked, actually, I've considered this point, but in reality, this problem is quite easy to solve. Brother Lu, what do you suggest? I'm all ears. You should find an extraordinary being with mimicry or transformation abilities, have this person take on Wang Defa's appearance, and replace him to return to the Wang family to take charge. This way, the other families won't notice for a while, and we can slowly drain the Wang family, then wait for the opportunity to take down the other families. By then, the entire Illusion Sea city will belong to your Su family. This method is feasible. As soon as Su Ming heard this, his eyes lit up. Previously, they had all been stunned by Lu Chen's explosive news. So much so that no one had thought of such a simple solution. Su Ming immediately asked Lu Chen to let him out. Once both of them were outside, Su Ming quickly relayed Lu Chen's proposal to Su Feiguang. Upon hearing it, Su Feiguang also felt that this plan was viable. Of course, he was initially reluctant to take this risk, but with Lu Chen both capturing people and providing a solution, refusing would seem somewhat impolite. With that thought, Su Feiguang immediately expressed his serious stance. Young Master Lu, we accept your proposal. The Wang family's assets will be divided 6-4 in favor of my Su family, and this distribution will continue in the future. If anything happens, my Su family will bear the brunt. I wonder if the young friend finds this plan acceptable. Sure, it's a deal. Lu Chen replied with a satisfied smile. Lu Chen happily agreed to this matter. Firstly, the ratio offered by the Su family was quite good. They were taking on most of the risk and claiming 40 of the profits was entirely reasonable. Lu Chen, as the main contributor, taking 60 was also very fair. However, what Lu Chen valued most was not these resources, but the abilities possessed by the family heads. Those who could become heads of the 10 major families inherently had powerful and strange abilities. For example, Wang Defa's energy absorption was simply the perfect counter to abilities. Killing them and obtaining these powers was what Lu Chen was most interested in. The two sides reached a cooperative intention without signing any agreements. It was clear that such matters were not suitable for the public eye. If the federal government were to investigate, both the Su family and Lu Chen would face endless pursuit. So, Lu Chen directly took Su Feiguang and Su Ming into the divine space. Looking at the frozen Wang Defa, Su Feiguang regarded Lu Chen with newfound respect. Young Master Lu is indeed remarkable. Wang Defa's ability is energy absorption, which basically renders most abilities ineffective against him. The energy within you is far inferior to his, yet you managed to capture him here. Truly impressive. Not bad, nothing to be proud of, Lu Chen said modestly, leaving Su Feiguang speechless. However, he was indeed once again awed by Lu Chen. With such strength, who couldn't he capture? Uncle Su, I plan to unseal him. When the time comes, please leave him with just a breath, and he'll take care of the rest, Lu Chen said, handing the ability suppressor to Su Feiguang. Although Su Feiguang didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted to kill Wang Defa himself, he agreed to the request. He placed the ability suppressor on Wang Defa. This was another bug of the divine space. As long as Lu Chen didn't touch anything, anyone else touching any object wouldn't cause time to resume its flow. This meant that if Lu Chen wanted, he could have Su Feiguang kill Wang Defa right now. But to obtain his abilities, he had to unseal him first. After putting on the ability suppressor, Lu Chen touched Wang Defa. The next second, Wang Defa continued the thoughts he had before being frozen, just as he was about to compete with Lu Chen in stamina consumption. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. Su Feiguang. Wang Defa had never expected to see Su Feiguang here. As he looked at Lu Chen and Su Ming behind Su Feiguang, he immediately understood what was happening. Just as he was about to activate his ability to attack, Wang Defa then realized he had unknowingly been fitted with an ability suppressor. Su Feiguang, so you are the mastermind behind this. Knowing his fate, Wang Defa stopped struggling. If he were facing Lu Chen, he wouldn't fear for his life. But now, he was up against Su Feiguang, who was of the same level. He already knew that today was undoubtedly his last day. There were no pleas for mercy, no fear. All that remained was an infinite hatred for Su Feiguang and Lu Chen.
Su Feiguang did not waste words with him. His expressionless face spoke as he said, "Old friend, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Let me send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feiguang transformed into a streak of light. The speed was so fast that Lu Chen couldn't even catch a glimpse. By the time Su Feiguang reappeared, Wang Defa was already covered in wounds. At this moment, Su Feiguang handed the sword in his hand to Lu Chen. "I've pierced all his blood vessels. If you don't kill him within 5 minutes, he will bleed to death." "Okay, 5 minutes is enough for me to torture him." Lu Chen took Su Feiguang's sword, approached Wang Defa, and sneered, "I hold grudges, are you ready?" With that, Lu Chen sheathed the sword and directly severed Wang Defa's 5 fingers. The pain of losing fingers made Wang Defa scream out loud. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen swung the long sword again, chopping off the fingers of Wang Defa's other hand. Then, he plunged the long sword into Wang Defa's groin, twisting it left and right. Kill me. You little brat, if you have the guts, just kill me." This pain was beyond what any normal person could endure. Even Wang Defa, at that moment, truly wished for death. But unfortunately, how could Lu Chen let him off? Yesterday, he treated Lu Chen this way. Although he felt no pain, Lu Chen was always one to repay grudges. Whatever Wang Defa did to him, Lu Chen would return it double. Ignoring Wang Defa's screams, Lu Chen continued to twist the sword in his groin. The long sword turned into a meat grinder, turning his flesh into mush. Watching this scene, both Su Feiguang and Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. For some reason. Upon seeing this, both felt a chill in their groins. So much so that they didn't dare to breathe, fearing that Lu Chen might go mad and turn on them. After about a minute, seeing that Wang Defa was on the verge of collapse, Lu Chen stopped torturing him. He raised the long sword and beheaded Wang Defa. Thus, the head of the Wang family, one of the 10 great families of Huanghai City, was tragically slain by a junior like Lu Chen. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being. Your ability has been automatically extracted. Energy absorption. By physical contact, you can absorb all energy and nullify your opponent's abilities. As you grow to a higher level, you can also become immune to energy attacks lower than your own abilities. Detected that the host has killed a key figure for the first time, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations. The host has unlocked a god-level skill, Resurrection of the Dead. Please continue to work hard to unlock more skills. Resurrection of the Dead. When you kill a target, you can choose whether to pay money to resurrect the target. Once you choose to resurrect, the dead will come back as a living corpse, undetectable by outsiders, retaining their strength from before death, but will not continue to level up. Injuries will automatically heal unless you die. Otherwise, the resurrected dead will not die and will obey your every command. What the hell? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise in his heart. He never expected that this time, killing Wang Defa would unexpectedly grant him a divine skill. The most crucial part was that this divine skill was extremely applicable to the current predicament. Not only could he use this skill to turn Wang Defa into his living dead servant, but the resurrected Wang Defa would also possess all his strength from before death. Wasn't this just perfect max-level combat power? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately focused on Wang Defa's corpse and a prompt box appeared. To perform Resurrection of the Dead on this target, a payment of 5 million yuan is required. Current balance insufficient. Please recharge and try again. Damn, so expensive. Lu Chen looked at the prompt and couldn't help but complain in his heart. But then again, reviving a star-level 9th tier powerhouse for 5 million doesn't seem too expensive. However, Lu Chen simply doesn't have that much money at the moment. So, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Su Feiguang beside him and said, "Uncle Su, I have a better method that can resolve your previous confusion." "What do you mean?" Su Feiguang asked, puzzled. Lu Chen smiled and astonishingly said, "I can revive Wang Defa, and it will be a full revival. That way, our camp will have 2 star-level 9th tier experts." "What?" Su Feiguang and Su Ming exclaimed in unison. How explosive is this news? They had heard of abilities that could revive people, but the conditions for revival were always extremely harsh. Either the time couldn't exceed half an hour, or the revived person would become a fool or disabled, or it would require the user's lifespan to exchange for the deceased's revival. But clearly, the revival Lu Chen spoke of did not belong to any of the above categories. Shocked as they were, Su Feiguang and his son had already gotten used to it. After all, Lu Chen was someone who couldn't be viewed through common sense. Moreover, both sides were now in the same boat. The stronger Lu Chen became, the happier they were. With this in mind, Su Feiguang immediately asked excitedly, "Will Wang Defa, whom you revive, still hold hostility towards us?" "Of course not, otherwise, why would I revive him?" Lu Chen replied with a smile. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Su Ming, who was beside him, also asked excitedly, "What will it cost to revive him?" Generally speaking, resurrection spells come with a price. This was something even Lu Chen couldn't avoid. Originally, Lu Chen didn't want to share his skills with them, but now he indeed needed their help.
Moreover, Lu Chen could sense that the more powerful he became, the less likely they would choose to betray him. With this thought, Lu Chen directly stated, "Please prepare 5 million for me, and I can revive Wang Defa and make him my slave."
Alright, they'll go get the money from the vault right now.
With that, Su Feiguang turned to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he felt awkward because he was still trapped in Lu Chen's divine space.
Lu Xianzi, could you please let us out?
Su Feiguang said awkwardly. At that moment, he realized how powerless he was. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not his enemy, otherwise, just being trapped here could have been a death sentence.
Soon, Lu Chen released Su Feiguang and his son.
5 million was a huge sum for Lu Chen, but for Su Feiguang and his son, it was just a small part of their assets. It didn't take long for Su Feiguang to bring the 5 million to Lu Chen. This time, Lu Chen entered the divine space alone. After staring at Wang Defa's corpse for a few seconds, the system prompt appeared again. However, this time, Lu Chen had enough money to pay the revival fee. Deducting 5 million, reviving the target, please wait. Accompanied by the system prompt, the originally shattered Wang Defa began to autonomously restore himself.
In less than a minute, the lifeless Wang Defa stood up from the ground.
Finally, he slowly knelt before Lu Chen, not daring to raise his head. "Thank you, my lord, for the grace of revival. I will definitely serve you with all my heart until death. Get up, slap yourself twice."
Yes. Wang Defa obeyed Lu Chen's command and stood up from the ground.
Then he fiercely slapped himself twice without any hesitation.
Due to the excessive force, a trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and issued another command, "Slap yourself." This command was something that ordinary people would not follow, but Lu Chen wanted to see how far this puppet could go. After receiving the command, Wang Defa did not hesitate at all and immediately began his performance. It should be noted that the puppet Wang Defa is now also an immortal being. Like Lu Chen, he feels no pain and cannot die. Even if injured, he can heal himself. So Lu Chen was not worried about breaking him. After a few minutes of testing, Lu Chen finally instructed the puppet Wang Defa to stop. The tests confirmed that he would obey commands unconditionally. Now, Lu Chen needed to test another aspect, the most crucial one: memory. Without Wang Defa's memories, he would not be able to fulfill the role of the Wang family's head and could only be used as a thug. So Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Tell me how you think your son died." Upon hearing this, the puppet Wang Defa immediately replied without hesitation, "My son Wang Jin was taken away by you, master, at the Empire building, and he must have been killed by you. I happened to see you using explosive powers, so I confirmed you as the murderer." It seems there are no issues with memory either. This ensures everything is foolproof, Lu Chen said with a satisfied smile. He then instructed the puppet Wang Defa to take out the valuable items from the spatial accessories. This search directly brought Lu Chen 4 million in cash, as well as over 40 blue jade tricolor soul orbs and more than 300 ancient bronze 6-color soul orbs. "I've struck it rich, really rich." Lu Chen looked at these items, grinning from ear to ear. Indeed, the Wang family's foundation is profound. Just the items he carried with him were so numerous. One can only imagine how much the entire Wang family possesses. Lu Chen felt a bit excited. Thinking about what would happen if he took down the remaining 8 great families, wouldn't that mean an instant rise to power? With this pleasant thought, Lu Chen brought Wang Defa out of the divine space. This time, it took a bit longer. It made Su Feiguang and his son worry that something might have gone wrong. Fortunately, Lu Chen successfully brought Wang Defa out. Looking at the intact Wang Defa, Su Feiguang, although he already knew this would be the outcome, was still surprised and said, "Nephew Lu, you truly possess great abilities. If you were willing to reveal this skill, the entire Federation would flock to you." Lu Chen casually smiled and replied, "But it's also possible to encounter many unnecessary troubles, so it's wise to keep a low profile until one becomes strong." "Ah, you see through it all, Nephew Lu," Su Feiguang praised, then asked, "Since you have such a divine skill, can we start planning to take action against the next target?" After learning about Lu Chen's strength, especially knowing that he could kill and then resurrect to turn enemies into allies, Su Feiguang was eager to proceed with the next step. Because if things continued this way, in just 3 or 4 days, their strength would surge. In this ebb and flow, at most within a week, the 10 great families of Huanghai City would become a thing of the past. In their place would be the Su family and this terrifying Lu Chen ruling over everything. Lu Chen understood Su Feiguang's thoughts. He pondered for a moment and smiled. "Since you're so eager, Uncle Su, let's start with the Yi family today." After tasting the sweetness of success, Lu Chen also wanted to take action against other family heads. After all, it meant endless wealth, resources, and the ability to gain powers. With so many temptations, Lu Chen felt he could hardly resist. As for whom to target first, wasn't it all random? In the end, every family would be destroyed anyway. Su Feiguang had no objections upon hearing this. He had completely regarded himself as one of Lu Chen's subordinates. Yes, he had positioned himself correctly. Since Lu Chen could easily wipe out other families, he could naturally do the same to theirs. Therefore, Su Feiguang did not feel he was in a dominant position. Hearing that Lu Chen and his father planned to take action against the Yi family, Su Ming asked, "Brother Lu, how do you plan to deal with the Yi family? You can't possibly infiltrate their home again, right?" "Of course not." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then looked at Su Feiguang and said, "How about this, Uncle Su? You contact Yi Shilduo and tell him that we found the murderer of Yi Tiankai. Ask him and Yi Bingyu to come over. I don't believe they won't come upon hearing this news, and once they do, eliminating these two core figures will make the Yi family ours." "That's a brilliant plan. They'll contact them as soon as dawn breaks." "Yes. Let's do that." Lu Chen nodded, then yawned and said, "I'm going to get some sleep now. After you notify the Yi siblings, wake me up." He hadn't slept all night and still felt a bit tired. After saying goodbye to Su Feiguang and his son, Lu Chen returned to his room to rest. Once Lu Chen left, Su Feigang's gaze shifted from the direction Lu Chen had gone to his son, and he said earnestly, "Son, I think the best thing you should be grateful for in this life is befriending Lu Chen. Otherwise, just by himself, our whole family might not stand a chance." "Yeah, I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so incredibly strong. Compared to him, I feel like a waste," Su Ming said with lingering fear. "No, it's not that you're a waste, it's that Lu Chen is truly a monster." Su Feiguang chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, "Regardless, you young people should communicate better. Once this upheaval in Huanhai City is over, I think Lu Chen will leave this small place. You should go with him then." "I want to. But who knows what kind of monstrous level Lu Chen will have reached by the time this is over." After Su Ming said this, both of them sighed simultaneously. Then, they fell into a long silence. Time quickly passed to 10 in the morning. To ensure Lu Chen got a good sleep, Su Feiguang, who originally planned to implement the operation at 8, pushed it to 10. At this moment, he took a deep breath and dialed Yi Ziyuluo's number. "What brings you here today?" On the other end of the line, Yi Ziyuluo's voice came through first. Su Feiguang smiled calmly. "I have good news to tell you. I, along with Brother Wang, have found the murderer of your nephew." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Yi Ziyuluo's voice rose several degrees. Realizing he had lost his composure, Yi Shilduo lowered his voice and asked seriously, "Brother Su, is this true? Please don't joke about this." Anyone in this circle knew how much Yi Shilduo cared for his sister. After Yi Tiankai went missing, Yi Bingyu locked herself away every day, and the business at the Empire Building was no longer being run. Even with a sky-high reward offered, no one could provide even a hint of a clue. Yi Tiankai had vanished from the face of the earth just like Wang Jin. So when Su Feiguang said he had news, Yi Ziyuluo's first reaction was disbelief, because Su Feigang's child was fine. Why would he be so kind as to help another family? But when he heard that Wang Defa was also involved, the credibility increased significantly. This was also why Su Feiguang wanted to mention Wang Defa in this matter. Seeing that Yi Shilduo believed him, a smile crept onto Su Feigang's lips as he replied decisively, "How could I joke about this? Bring Bingyu over, and we can discuss our next steps together. Right, Brother Wang?" As he spoke, Su Feiguang brought the phone to the mouth of the puppet Wang Defa, who had already received Lu Chen's instructions and would follow Su Feigang's lead in his absence. So the puppet King Defa immediately spoke up, "Brother Su is right, this guy is also the culprit behind my son's disappearance. You all hurry over, I won't wait for you after an hour." "Alright, well set off right away. Once we catch that murderer, we'll celebrate together," Yi Shilduo replied as soon as he heard Wang Defa speak. Although he had previously had conflicts with Wang Jin, it was clear that in this matter, both sides were victims. Finding both of their children was the priority over harboring resentment towards each other. Yi Shilduo hung up the phone and hurried to Yi Binjia's room, saying, "Sister, the Su family and the Wang family called, saying they found the one who kidnapped Tiankai and Wang Jin. Change your clothes, we need to go immediately." "No, we're going right now." Upon hearing that the murderer had been found, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yi Binjia's previously despondent expression. Ignoring how disheveled she looked, she immediately grabbed Yi Shilduo and headed out. Yi Shilduo couldn't keep up with her, so he had to bring her makeup bag and clothes, signaling for her to tidy herself up on the way. Just as they were about to leave, Su Feiguang had Xiaoqing wake up Lu Chen. By the time Lu Chen arrived in the reception room, 10 minutes had already passed. "So, have they arrived?" As soon as he entered, Lu Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Su Feiguang chuckled and said, "With the puppet arranged by young Master Lu, Yi Shilduo probably never imagined this would be a trap." "What trap?" Lu Chen smiled and pointed to himself. "Isn't the murderer right here?" Su Feiguang was momentarily taken aback, then he started to laugh. Lu Chen was right. This didn't count as luring them into a trap because the murderer was indeed here. Lu Chen felt no psychological burden about killing these people. Take Yi Bingyu for example. Although she was in pain from losing her son, how many people had she harmed, causing them to lose their children? How many lives had she taken? Not to mention that Empire State Building. The women inside were worth less than a dog, especially those slaves bought from the lower class districts, who could easily be killed by customers. So don't be fooled by her pitiful appearance. It was all retribution for the many bad deeds she had done. As for the head of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoluo, there was even less to say. To establish such a large power in a city filled with extraordinary beings, he must have committed countless acts of arson, murder, and robbery. Taking advantage of the time left, Lu Chen and Su Feiguang discussed the battle plan. Just as they finished laying out the plan, a guard reported that visitors had arrived. Yi Xiaoluo and Yi Bingyu entered the Su family estate. Then let's proceed as planned. This place is up to you, Lu Chen instructed before leaving the conference room. At this moment, everyone felt a bit tense. It wasn't because they were afraid of an attack from the Yi siblings, but rather because they feared the plan being exposed and triggering a fight, which would attract the attention of other families. This would be very detrimental to the upcoming plan. Soon, a guard led the hurried Yi Xiaoluo siblings to the conference room. As soon as they entered, Yi Bingyu, who was already looking somewhat presentable, couldn't wait to ask, Master Su, please tell me who the murderer that took my son is. Bingyu, please sit down first. Su Feiguang gestured for them to take a seat, then continued, since the incident with your two families, I have started a secret investigation into this matter. As the saying goes, one should be wary even in times of peace. Although my child is safe for now, as long as this matter remains unresolved, we will all live in the shadow of it. Fortunately, through my investigation with Brother Wang, we have discovered the identity of the one who kidnapped your children. At this point, Su Feigang's gaze turned to Wang Dfa.at. This moment, Wang Defa clenched his fists and said angrily, speaking of this murderer makes me furious. I was so close to him before, yet I didn't realize he was the killer. Stop keeping us in suspense, Brother Wang. Just tell us who this person is and where he is now. Yi Xiaoluo asked anxiously. It seemed he had completely forgotten that not long ago, the two of them had been at each other's throats. At this moment, Lu Chen, disguised as a waiter, walked over with a tray of tea. He was the first to reach Yi Xiaoluo's side. Because Lu Chen was wearing a waiter's uniform and Yi Xiaoluo was eager to know who the murderer was, he only glanced at Lu Chen before shifting his attention back to Wang Defa. Before Wang Defa could speak, Lu Chen, who was standing beside Yi Xiaoluo, calmly said, the murderer is me. Yi Xiaoluo? Before he could react, he saw Lu Chen touch him. In the next second, Yi Xiaoluo vanished into thin air. At that moment, Lu Chen shouted, attack! Hearing this, the puppet Wang Defa immediately dodged and appeared in front of Yi Bingyu, swiftly grabbing her as she tried to get up, sneering, the debt we didn't settle last time will be continued this time. You, what do you mean? Yi Bingyu was confused. She hadn't heard Lu Chen's words and didn't understand why Wang Defa was controlling her. But no matter what, she knew that she and her brother had fallen into a trap. Thus, Yi Bingyu could only place her last hope on Su Feiguang. She could only hope that Su Feiguang was not on Wang Defa's side. But unfortunately, such unrealistic fantasies would ultimately shatter. At this moment, Lu Chen took off his cap, revealing a handsome face. How could Yi Bingyu not recognize Lu Chen? He was the first person Wang Defa suspected, the one who had first come into contact with Wang Jin. In an instant, she seemed to understand. This person must be the murderer who had kidnapped Wang Jin and her son. Where is my son? Give me back my son! Yi Bingyu shouted with a flushed face. Lu Chen then took the weapon from Su Feigang's hands, stepped in front of Yi Bingyu, and said to himself, I am a merciful person and do not like to torment others too much. Your son once threatened me, so I made him disappear. At this point, Lu Chen smiled faintly. When you go down, ask your son for me if the biggest regret of his life was provoking me back then. With that, Lu Chen didn't give Yi Bingyu much chance to speak. With a swift motion of his sword, Yi Bingyi's neck was instantly severed. A large amount of blood flowed from her throat. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Soon, Yi Bingyu collapsed to the ground, completely breathless. Congratulations, you have killed the extraordinary being. Your ability has been automatically extracted. Funeral of Ice. After obtaining this ability, you can convert the energy within your body into ice elements, freezing the target and causing frostbite effects. To resurrect this target, a payment of 2 million yuan is required. Do you wish to resurrect the target? Yes. With a thought, Lu Chen immediately chose yes. The once dead Yi Bingyu was revived once more. Like Wang Defa, as soon as she revived, she knelt before Lu Chen, and only when he allowed her to stand did she rise from the ground. Although she already knew that Wang Defa was no different from a real person, seeing someone who had died come back to life again left Su Feiguang and Su Ming in awe. Alright, now it's time to go in and deal with Yi Xiaoluo. Lu Chen's plan was actually quite simple.
They would talk inside, and Lu Chen would pretend to be a waiter to approach Yi Xiaoluo. Once he captured Yi Xiaoluo into the divine space, everything would unfold as planned. Su Feiguang and the puppet king Defa immediately restrained Yi Bingyu, allowing Lu Chen to deliver the finishing blow. The two of them, along with Lu Chen, then headed to the divine space to eliminate Yi Xiaoluo. The second step was now complete. It was time to wrap things up. With that thought, Lu Chen led Su Feiguang and Wang Defa into the divine space. As for Su Ming, he was left outside. This was because Yi Xiaoluo's ability was a group attack and there was no one to protect him inside. Lu Chen returned the weapon to Su Feiguang and asked, "So, are you ready?" "Of course, but Lu Xianshi, you need to be careful. Yi Xiaoluo's ability is the Wind God's Blessing. A terrifying ability that not only provides defense but is also a full-fledged group attack. Are you really okay staying here?" Su Feiguang asked with concern. He was unaware of Lu Chen's immortality and was worried about him being caught up in the battle. In response, Lu Chen simply smiled lightly and said, "It's fine, Uncle Su. You just focus on dealing with Yi Xiaoluo. Also, Wang Defa, you take the lead. After all, you won't die anyway." "Understood, Master," Wang Defa replied. Although Su Feiguang was puzzled since Lu Chen had said so, he had nothing to worry about. Su Feiguang knew that Lu Chen's matters were not for him to fret over. This seemingly unassuming young man surely had many hidden cards yet to be revealed. "Alright, let's get started," Lu Chen reminded the two. He then approached the sealed Yi Xiaoluo and gently tapped with his finger. An extraordinary battle was immediately triggered. As soon as Yi Xiaoluo woke up, Su Feiguang transformed into a streak of light and charged towards him. His ability was the enhancement system, Light Speed Meteor, a terrifying ability that allowed him to reach the pinnacle of speed. Under the influence of this ability, Su Feiguang almost instantaneously appeared before Yi Xiaoluo, thrusting his sword fiercely towards Yi Xiaoluo's heart. "Su Feiguang, Wang Defa, you actually teamed up to harm me." At this moment, Yi Xiaoluo was well aware of the situation he was in. After all, he was a 9th-tier star radiance powerhouse and also a speed-type extraordinary being. Even though his speed was not as fast as Su Feigang's, his reaction speed was still there. The moment Su Feiguang closed in, a fierce wind erupted around Yi Xiaoluo. Almost in an instant, a splash of red stained Su Feiguang. Yi Xiaoluo's ability was particularly effective against melee extraordinary beings. In battles of equal strength, the countering of abilities and one's own understanding became crucial. Su Feiguang knew that Yi Xiaoluo's ability was very effective against him, but he had already thought of a countermeasure. "Brother Wang, it's up to you." "Coming." At this moment, Wang Defa finally caught up to their speed and immediately positioned himself in front of Yi Xiaoluo. Countless wind blades struck him but vanished instantly. The last time Yi Xiaoluo managed to injure Wang Defa, it was mainly due to a sneak attack. As the saying goes, one thing overcomes another. Yi Xiaoluo was very adept at dealing with Su Feiguang, but similarly, Wang Defa's energy absorption was very effective against extraordinary beings that relied on ability output. Damn it! Yi Xiaoluo realized that if this continued, he would not be a match for the two. His first thought was to escape. After all, Wang Defa couldn't catch up to him, and Su Feiguang, who could, was unable to do anything to him. But just as he turned around, Yi Xiaoluo was shocked to find that there was no exit here at all. All around him was an endless expanse. It was as if this was a magical space of its own. How could this be? Distracted in battle, you really underestimate me, don't you? At the moment Yi Xiaoluo was distracted, Su Feiguang seized the opportunity and instantly appeared before him. His sword once again thrust forward. This time, Yi Xiaoluo couldn't completely evade the attack and could only force himself to dodge. This led to Su Feigang's sword piercing directly into his chest. "Damn it, die for me." Injured, Yi Xiaoluo was furious and his energy began to surge violently. It was clear that Yi Xiaoluo was prepared to fight to the death. At this moment, even someone like Wang Defa, who could absorb energy, could not completely immunize himself from the attack. Unless he too was willing to fight desperately like Yi Xiaoluo. But the two of them were clearly not at that point. According to the tactics laid out by Lu Chen earlier, Su Feiguang, seeing Yi Xiaoluo in a rage, did not act recklessly. He instantly returned to Wang Defa's back. The burly Wang Defa stood in front of Su Feiguang, using his body to block the terrifying wind blades that sliced through him. Just how terrifying was the enraged Yi Xiaoluo? Even though Wang Defa had activated his energy absorption, his flesh still cracked in large chunks. The deep gashes were utterly bottomless. Under normal circumstances, Wang Defa would definitely have fought back. But the current Wang Defa was a resurrected corpse brought back by Lu Chen. Even when injured, he would heal rapidly. As long as Lu Chen was immortal, he would not perish. Therefore, the puppet Wang Defa did not need to fight desperately. He just needed to endure this wave of the most powerful output. Meanwhile, the situation was the same for Lu Chen.
Even standing far away, he could not escape Yi Zayuluo's wide-range attacks, but he also completely ignored the damage, allowing the wind blades to slice through his body. At this moment, the enraged Yi Zayuluo was puzzled. It was already unbelievable that Wang Defa and Su Feiguang, who were of the same level, could ignore him like this. Why could this little waiter also disregard his attacks? Come on, this made him look weak, right? Originally, Yi Zayuluo just wanted to casually kill one of them to see if he could escape this space. But now, he knew he was done for. Going berserk meant pouring all the energy within him out. It was usually a move that would lead to mutual destruction with the enemy. In other words, once his internal energy was exhausted, he would be nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This time, his plan was completely disrupted by the two freaks, Lu Chen and Wang Defa. The energy within a being of this level was immeasurable. Even at maximum output, Yi Zayuluo bombarded Wang Defa and Lu Chen for a full 10 minutes. Wang Defa was fine, only losing a bit of flesh. But Lu Chen was in a dire situation, not knowing how many times his limbs had been severed, and there were several instances where he was directly cut in half. This was just the aftermath. This battle also made Lu Chen realize the terror of the strong. But unfortunately, it all came down to one phrase. You can be strong all you want, but the immortal body is wild. With an immortal body, Lu Chen was indeed this wild. I never expected that I, Yi, would die at your hands today. Truly unexpected. At this moment, the energy within Yi Zayuluo had completely run out. He smiled faintly, his face pale, and then turned his gaze to Lu Chen, who had been standing at a distance, hardly moving, and said, "You are the mastermind behind it all, right? Can you tell me who you are?" At this point, Yi Zayuluo finally realized. This mysterious space was created by Lu Chen, and Su Feiguang and Wang Defa were following his orders. He was very curious about who this young man was. At the very least, he wanted to know whose hands he had fallen to. To this question, Lu Chen kindly replied, "I am just the one who will kill you." Saying this, Lu Chen took Su Feigang's weapon and approached Yi Zayuluo, smiling, "Don't worry, you won't be lonely down there. Soon, those enemies and friends you once had will come down to accompany you." With that, he struck a fatal blow. Yi Zayuluo looked at Lu Chen in despair. He used his last bit of strength to try to grasp Lu Chen's hand, but in the end he still couldn't reach it. The Yi family thus exited the stage. Congratulations, you have killed the extraordinary being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Blessing of the Wind God. Blessing of the Wind God converts the energy within the body into wind elements, allowing for wind enhancement, wind protection, wind slicing against enemies, wind tornado effects, and more. Seeing the extraction prompt, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. The two siblings of the Yi family were completely dead now. All that was left was to resurrect Yi Zayuluo, and then the party would have 3 generals at the starry 9th level. Thinking of this, Lu Chen grinned at Su Feiguang and extended a hand, saying, "Uncle Su, lend me another 5 million. Su Feiguang. Su Feiguang looked at Lu Chen with a bit of speechlessness. This guy is great in every way, but he's too stingy with money. A 5 million loan didn't affect Su Feiguang much, but 2 5 millions made him feel a bit of pain. However, considering he could take over 40 of the Yi family's assets, Su Feiguang still nodded in agreement. Soon, Su Feiguang went to the finance department to get 5 million and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and immediately proceeded to resurrect Yi Zayuluo, deducting 5 million, reviving the target. Please wait. After a brief wait, Yi Zayuluo's revival was quickly completed. He knelt on the ground, not daring to meet Lu Chen's eyes, and expressed his loyalty, saying, "Master, get up. From now on, you will manage the Yi family together with your sister, but the financial matters will be handled by me and Su Feiguang, understood?" Lu Chen instructed. To avoid drawing the Federation's attention to this situation, Lu Chen and Su Feiguang privately discussed retaining the titles of the major families. The original plan was to expel the other 9 families. This would have been the best and most direct approach. But there was a problem. Su Feiguang did not have an overwhelming advantage in strength, and the Federation would check the situation in various cities every year. If they discovered that the structure of Huanhai City had changed, they would conduct a secret investigation. This could potentially expose Lu Chen's identity as the mastermind. Therefore, Lu Chen felt that they should retain the titles of the 10 major families, but they would all respect the Su family. This way, even if an investigation occurred, there would be no issues. Understood, Yi Zayuluo replied. From the moment he was revived, Lu Chen became everything to him. Other families' sons could all go to hell. After the resurrection, Lu Chen took Yi Zayuluo out. At this time, there were already 3 living dead puppets in the hall, Wang Defa, Yi Zayuluo, and Yi Bingyu. Along with Su Feiguang, a strong starry 9th level expert, Lu Chen's side had become quite powerful. But that wasn't enough. Lu Chen and Su Feiguang exchanged glances, and it seemed they both thought of the same thing. That was to continue causing trouble and lure a family head over to kill.
The next unfortunate soul had already been chosen by Lu Chen, by Xiefeng, who had also lost a child.
Uncle Su used the same reason to call Bai Xiefeng and then Yi Xiuluo.
You and Wang Defa will set the stage to trick Bai Xiefeng over to be slaughtered. Lu Chen issued a command.
Su Feiguang immediately nodded and began dialing the phone. This call went very smoothly.
Bai Xiefeng had no conflicts with the others, and upon hearing that the three had news, he immediately rushed over eagerly. But unfortunately, just as he arrived at the conference room, before he could even sit down, he was taken away by Lu Chen, who was acting as the guard.
In the divine space, Bai Xiefeng faced the siege of 3 equally strong opponents alone. He was defeated in less than 5 minutes, not even given a chance to fight back.
Similarly, Bai Xiefeng, who was half dead, was finished off by Lu Chen. Congratulations, you have killed the extraordinary being, and your ability has been automatically extracted frozen 3 feet. Because the extraction of the ability type was repeated, the level of the ice funeral increased by 1.
This time, Lu Chen didn't need to say anything. Su Feiguang once again gave Lu Chen 5 million.
Having given a total of 15 million consecutively was quite a hit to Su Feigang's finances. But fortunately, every time Lu Chen asked for 5 million, he at least brought in 50 million in returns.
This made Su Feiguang very willing to pay the money. Soon, Bai Xiefeng was resurrected. No matter how many times he saw it, Su Feiguang thought this ability was amazing. At the same time, he felt even more fortunate about the decision he made that morning. Hadn't it only been a few hours since he successfully subdued the Bai family and the Yi family? Lu Xianxue, what should we do next?
We can no longer deceive others with the excuse of the child-killing murderer. The last time we held a gathering, the incident with the Yi family being robbed has made others unwilling to attend gatherings at this time.
Su Feiguang recounted the previous gathering. Because the Su family held a gathering, the Yi family was robbed.
This incident caused quite a stir at the time. Of course, it wasn't that they thought the Su family was up to something, but they simply didn't dare to leave their sons for even a moment.
After hearing Su Feigang's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "If Uncle Su and the others aren't coming, does that mean we can't go?" "What do you mean?"
"Now, including you, we already have 4-star Radiance 9th stage powerhouses. We can completely take the initiative instead of being so passive." Lu Chen stood up from his chair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and said, "This time, we'll collectively go to the Chun family.
He definitely won't expect us to take action on his territory. What a brilliant plan." Su Feiguang laughed heartily. He really was getting old, completely not as sharp as Lu Chen. Indeed, with Lu Chen's miraculous methods, plus the 4 of them being Star Radiance 9th stage experts, the entire Illusory Sea City was at their mercy. Since the other major families weren't coming, why not pay them a visit?
After all, they had no idea about the situation here. With that thought, Su Feiguang immediately called Chen Yongwen under Lu Chen's suggestion.
After a brief wait, Su Feiguang spoke first. "Brother Chen, are you at home right now?" Chen Yongwen, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Yes, is there something going on?"
"Old Yi, Old Wang, Old Bai, and I think that regarding the attack on the heirs, we need to form an information-sharing alliance to cooperate in capturing that mysterious murderer. Knowing that it's inconvenient for you to go out, the 4 of us plan to visit your residence.
Do you have time?" Su Feiguang stated his purpose.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yongwen initially wanted to refuse. After all, the 10 major families were in competition with each other, and there was no need for an alliance.
However,
the recent incidents of heirs going missing or dying had indeed made every family head very worried.
It hadn't happened to their own children yet, but who could guarantee it wouldn't happen in the future? They couldn't guard their children for a lifetime.
Considering this, plus the fact that Su Feiguang and the others were coming to visit, Chen Yongwen thought for a moment and agreed, "Alright, it just so happens that it's close to mealtime. You can come to my residence, and we can discuss the details of our cooperation while we eat."
"No problem, see you in an hour." Su Feiguang smiled and hung up the phone. Since he was on speakerphone, Lu Chen heard everything clearly. Learning that Chen Yongwen not only agreed to their request but also kindly offered to treat them to a meal, Lu Chen expressed that he was truly overwhelmed. Soon, the group of 5 set off for the Chen family estate. Su Ming, having been stimulated by Lu Chen, stayed at home to start living off his parents. There was no other way. If he didn't start living off them now, he would soon be unable to keep up with Lu Chen's shadow. Su Feiguang and the others were already seasoned actors. Even without Lu Chen's guidance, they knew how to act. However, there wasn't much to perform. As long as there were no people around Chen Yongwen, they could simply take him away in an instant. For people of their level, it was easy for Chen Yongwen to send his companions away. After about half an hour, Lu Chen and his group arrived at the Chen family estate. Chen Yongwen and his wife were already waiting at the entrance. After all, with 4 family heads arriving, the Chen family had to come out to greet them. As soon as Su Feiguang and the others got out of the car, Chen Yongwen smiled and embraced them.
At first, when he hugged Su Feiguang, Chen Yongwen felt nothing unusual. But when he hugged Yi Xiaolua, he asked with some confusion, "Brother Yi, why is your body so cold? Are you injured or sick?" The temperature of a living dead person is lower than that of a human. However, it's generally hard for ordinary people to notice. Unexpectedly, Chen Yangwen's perception was so sharp. This was something Lu Chen and Su Feiguang had not anticipated. Fortunately, aside from the low body temperature, there was no difference between the living dead and real people. Without needing Lu Chen's instruction, Yi Xiaolua turned his gaze to Bai Xiafeng and said irritably, "You should ask Brother Bai about that. He just touched on a painful subject and couldn't help but release some cold air, but he didn't freeze us to death."
Yeah, look at my hand.
As soon as Yi Xiaolua finished speaking, Wang Defa immediately grabbed Chen Yangwen's hand to support him. Bai Xiafeng, understanding the cue, let out a cold snort and released some more cold air. Seeing this, Chen Yongwen immediately dismissed his doubts. He then turned his gaze to Lu Chen, who was at the back of the group. He curiously asked, "Who is this young brother?"
"This one?
He is our informant. He knows some information about the murderer in this case. We specifically brought him here today to share this information," Su Feiguang explained.
Lu Chen smiled politely and cupped his hands, saying, "I've met the Chen family head."
Hello, Chen Yongwen replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
He had no interest in someone without a reputation.
The smile he gave was merely out of respect for Su Feiguang and the others.
Chen Yongwen shifted his attention back to Su Feiguang and the others, asking, "Shall we eat first, or discuss matters first?"
"Let's discuss first. After we finish talking, we can enjoy a drink, right?" Su Feiguang said, pretending to seek the opinions of the other three. After all, Chen Yongwen, this old fox, was inherently suspicious. If it was just Su Feiguang making the decisions and the other three family heads followed him, that would be too strange.
In this regard, Su Feiguang was indeed thoughtful.
Yi Xiaolua and the others pretended to think for a moment and all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Yongwen cheerfully said, "All right, then let's move to the conference room." Under his lead, they quickly arrived at a conference room. As soon as they entered, Su Feiguang immediately said, "Brother Chen, the matters we are about to discuss are quite private, so you're..." He glanced at the subordinates and waitstaff around.
Chen Yongwen understood and waved his hand to dismiss them.
After all, this was his Chen family's territory, so he didn't need to worry about anything happening.
Once the subordinates left, Chen Yongwen sat in the main seat and looked at Lu Chen and the others, asking, "Do you have any thoughts to share? My son is currently safe.
But we should indeed be cautious. Let's have our young nephew Lu speak about this," Su Feiguang suggested.
Lu Chen immediately stood up from his seat, holding a stack of papers as he walked towards Chen Yongwen. This action did not raise Chen Yangwen's vigilance.
After all, in his view, someone Lu Chen's age was just a rookie.
How could anything unfavorable happen?
However, it was precisely because of his underestimation that the unfortunate events that followed occurred. When Lu Chen walked up to him, Chen Yongwen keenly noticed that Lu Chen was holding a flyer for a coconut leak.
In an instant, Chen Yongwen realized something was off.
But at that moment, Lu Chen had already activated his speed enhancement and touched Chen Yangwen's hand.
"Let me in." As the words fell, Chen Yangwen's body instantly vanished from his seat.
Lu Chen calmly clapped his hands and smiled at Su Feiguang, saying, "Old rule, leave a breath for me."
"No problem." Su Feiguang nodded knowingly. Even if Lu Chen hadn't said it, he could probably guess. Only those personally killed by Lu Chen could be resurrected by him. Moreover, there were certainly other unknown benefits. But Su Feiguang knew he couldn't ask, nor dared to. The more one knew, the faster one might die. This time, Chen Yongwen was even more unfortunate. He had just woken up for less than 3 minutes when he was subdued by Su Feiguang and the others. Lu Chen didn't waste any more words with him and directly ended his life with a sword. "Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being and your ability has been automatically extracted. Hell of water flow. With this skill, you can manipulate water elements and transform the energy within your body or external water elements into a special hellish water. This water element cannot be dispersed, resembling jelly in its medium. Once a target is trapped, it will be very difficult to break free, making them truly experience the hell of water flow. Here, 5 million. Su Feiguang gave Lu Chen another 5 million. They had formed a tacit understanding. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, although he already had an astonishing 20 million in cash. Who would say no to more money? He used the 5 million given by Su Feiguang to resurrect Chen Yongwen. After that, Lu Chen employed the same trick again, asking Su Feiguang and the others to continue calling and contacting others, requesting visits. This process went very smoothly. No one expected that this group was coming to kill, so everyone was killed by Lu Chen and Su Feiguang. By the time night fell, everything was operating normally, but no one anticipated the entire structure of Huanhai City had undergone a tremendous change because of Lu Chen alone.
The once invincible 10 great families were completely eradicated within a day by a young man who had only recently arrived in the main city, becoming a part of history.
And today, Huanhai City welcomed its true master Lu Chen.
At this moment, in the Su family conference hall, the heads of the 10 great families were all seated as guests.
Su Feiguang was also seated as a guest. The main seat was given to Lu Chen.
Originally, Lu Chen had refused, but Su Feiguang insisted repeatedly.
Lu Chen then stopped pushing back.
As for the others, they were all Lu Chen's living dead puppets, so naturally, they had no objections. Once everyone was seated, Su Feiguang cleared his throat twice and looked at Lu Chen with excitement, saying, "Young Master Lu is truly impressive. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that in just one day the power structure of Huanhai City could be broken." The smile on Su Feigang's face was one that he couldn't hide. In just one day, the other 9 people who had once been on equal footing with him had all turned into Lu Chen's living dead puppets.
This is what it means to choose sides. This is luck.
Su Feiguang indeed had good fortune, having a decent son who helped him when Lu Chen was in trouble.
This led to the current situation.
In fact, at the beginning, Su Feiguang was also afraid that Lu Chen would turn against him. Lu Chen might not have had much strength at first, but once he had numerous living dead puppets, Su Feiguang did worry about being abandoned after crossing the river.
After all, he had already wiped out 9 families. What difference would one more make? In the face of immense benefits, anyone could turn against you. But later he realized, Lu Chen's ambitions were not focused here at all. Huanhai City was merely a stepping stone for him. The vast world outside was the true stage for this young man. The reality was just as Su Feiguang had thought.
Huanhai City was too small, merely a low-level gathering place. It couldn't even catch Lu Chen's eye, let alone the fact that he had no interest in managing a city. He listened to Su Feigang's words and smiled faintly. All of this is Uncle Su's choice, otherwise how could I possibly have so many puppets? At this point, Lu Chen understood what Su Feiguang was worried about. He smiled and said, "Uncle Su, don't worry. In the future, the entire Huanhai City will be managed by your Su family. I have no attachment to this place, I just need my dividends distributed according to our previous agreement each month." That's only natural, Su Feiguang said, his happiness evident in his smile. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked, "By the way, Lu Xianzi, now that we have completely taken control of Huanhai City, are we still holding the martial arts competition in a few days?" "No, let's cancel it." Lu Chen thought for a moment and chose to cancel the competition. He had never been interested in such contests meant for children. His desire to participate was only for the money and rewards, as well as the possibility of the system unlocking a divine skill. Now that Lu Chen held 60 of the resources and wealth of Huanhai City, he had no interest in those rewards at all. Moreover, the competition's rewards weren't exclusive to the first place. The second and third places also received rewards. Where did these rewards come from? Of course, they were provided by the 10 great families. Now, 9 of those families were under Lu Chen's control, so wouldn't that mean he was just giving money to these people? He certainly wouldn't do such a good deed. As for the potential unlocking of divine skills by the system, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hadn't Su Feiguang mentioned that after winning an internal spot, they would still need to represent Huanhai City in battle a month later? At that time, it wouldn't be too late to unlock divine skills. Upon hearing this, Su Feiguang immediately nodded in agreement. Then I'll find an opportunity to unite with others to issue a cancellation statement, but I estimate they might have significant objections, as this concerns many people's interests. It's fine, from now on, these puppets will follow your orders. You don't need to consult me about your ideas, just instruct them directly. Lu Chen pointed to the 9 living dead puppets and said. He had no interest or experience in such management. He didn't want Su Feiguang to have to ask him about everything he wanted to do. That would be too troublesome and inefficient. As for whether Su Feiguang would betray him, sometimes people fear betrayal from friends because of insufficient strength. Lu Chen had already demonstrated absolute power. As long as Su Feiguang wasn't lacking in common sense, he wouldn't do anything detrimental to himself. Moreover, weren't there still 9 puppets watching over him? So, Lu Chen felt relatively at ease about this. With Lu Chen's delegation of power, Su Feiguang confidently said, "Rest assured, Lu Xianzi. With the help of these puppets, I believe that within a week, the entire Huanhai City will be completely reorganized." You can handle these matters, Uncle Su, Lu Chen said as he stood up from his seat, yawning. "If there's nothing going on recently, don't look for me. I plan to enter seclusion for a while." "Alright, I understand. I'm heading back to my room." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he left the conference room. Since he had decided to represent Huanhai City in the competition a month later, Lu Chen also planned to use this month to enhance his strength. Back in his room, Lu Chen began to check today's gains. After a day of decapitation actions, Lu Chen had spent not a single penny. Instead, he had earned 37 million in pocket money. This money was contributed by the 9 family heads. In addition to this cash, Lu Chen's divine space also contained many soul orbs. After a brief count, he found that there were a total of 585 ancient bronze 6-colored soul orbs, the blue jade soul orbs, a total of 563. The blue and jade 2-colored soul orbs, a total of 322. The blue and jade 3-colored soul orbs, a total of 183. The blue and jade 4-colored soul orbs, a total of 26. Additionally, what concerned Lu Chen the most was the abilities extracted from this operation. Energy absorption, merging with darkness, water flow hell, wind god's blessing, ice funeral x2, earth rhythm, corrosive hand, magnetic field, heavenly fire descending, blood control. Among these, heavenly fire descending, being an advanced version of fire control, directly absorbed the level 2 fire control after extraction, becoming a level 3 fire type ability. As for the others, Earth Rhythm is an Earth-type ability that can manipulate soil elements and trigger tremors within a certain range. Corrosive Hand is a Poison-type ability that allows one's hands to be covered in highly corrosive energy, which can then corrode enemies or objects, and can also be attached to weapons. The Magnetic Field ability is relatively easy to understand. It creates a magnetic field within a certain range, where any object within that range can be manipulated by attraction and repulsion. Blood Control is a rather overpowered ability, allowing one to manipulate their own blood as a weapon or for defense, and later even control the blood of enemies. This operation not only yielded a huge amount of money and a large number of soul orbs but also so many abilities, directly turning the entire illusory sea city into his own backyard. Lu Chen expressed that it was truly exhilarating. After tallying the rewards, Lu Chen was ready to start processing them. First and foremost, he naturally began to absorb the soul orbs. The quality of these soul orbs was exceptionally high, with the lowest being ancient bronze 6-colored. This was far superior to the murky 5-colored and 6-colored orbs Lu Chen usually absorbed. It should be noted that the energy contained within soul orbs does not simply add up. The higher the quality of the soul orb, the greater the energy it contains. Generally speaking, a newly awakened 7th-tier extraordinary being like Lu Chen would be unable to absorb ancient bronze 6-colored soul orbs. The overwhelming energy would cause the user to explode if it could not be absorbed. But Lu Chen was not an ordinary person. Absorbing a soul orb was just a matter of having hands. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately picked a soul orb and crushed it. Energy surged wildly into Lu Chen's body. Just as Lu Chen was reveling in the pleasure of this power boost, feeling extremely comfortable, the next second, Lu Chen's entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Damn, that really blew up. At this moment, Lu Chen's body had been obliterated. But his consciousness was remarkably clear. Looking at the room filled with blood mist and chunks of flesh, Lu Chen truly felt speechless. He never expected that absorbing less than half of an ancient bronze 6-colored soul orb would lead to such an explosion. 1 minute later, Lu Chen's body automatically regenerated. He looked at the soul orbs in the divine space, feeling a surge of anger. This damn thing is visible but not edible. I can only absorb less than half before it blows me up. This is really troublesome. I don't believe it can defeat me. Lu Chen was also getting angry. He decided to fight these soul orbs to the end. After all, absorbing just a third of the energy still far exceeded those lower-level soul orbs. What's death, anyway? When has Lu Chen ever been afraid? Without a second thought, Lu Chen picked up another soul orb and began to absorb it. This time, he lasted 10 seconds longer. But still, the massive energy caused his body to explode again. Lu Chen did not feel discouraged. He began his third attempt. During this process, Lu Chen noticed that each time he tried, he could last a little longer than the last. This was a very good trend, as it meant he would grow through continuous absorption. Sure enough, when Lu Chen was blown up for the 5th time, his level finally reached Awakening Tier 8. Upgrading not only enhanced Lu Chen's physique but also significantly improved his absorption efficiency. Starting from the 6th time, Lu Chen was already able to absorb more than half of the energy. The 7th time, the 8th time. After Lu Chen had exploded countless times, he finally managed to completely absorb the 6-colored soul pearl of ancient bronze. At this point, his level had reached Awakening level 9, just a step away from Firefly level 1. Let's take a break. I didn't even notice it was dawn, Lu Chen said, glancing at the brightening sky outside. Feeling a hint of fatigue, he wanted to take a nap. However, the entire room was a mess of shredded flesh and blood from his self-explosions, making it impossible to sleep. With no other choice, Lu Chen had to trouble Xiao Qing. When Xiao Qing opened the door and saw the hellish scene, she was shocked and exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, how many people did you kill last night to make this place look like this?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you, this is all my blood," Lu Chen replied honestly. But clearly, Xiao Qing did not believe him. A normal person would have had grass a meter high on their grave after losing this much blood. Seeing that Xiao Qing was skeptical, Lu Chen felt helpless.
In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. However, Xiao Qing didn't ask too many questions and quietly began to clean the room.
It took her about half an hour to renovate the room.
Lu Chen thanked her and went back to rest. He slept until nightfall. When he woke up,
Lu Chen instructed Xiao Qing to bring him some food and continued his journey of absorbing soul pearls. Since he no longer self-exploded, the absorption process was much more efficient. After absorbing more than 20 pearls, Lu Chen's level finally crossed into the awakening stage and reached Firefly level 1. This time it was a qualitative leap. Lu Chen could feel that the energy within him had doubled compared to when he was at awakening level 9, an astonishing improvement. In the following time, Lu Chen's life was quite simple. The affairs outside were handled by Su Feiguang and Su Ming, so he didn't have to worry at all. He stayed alone in his room, continuously absorbing soul pearls. He stayed like this for half a month. When the 15th day arrived, Lu Chen finally finished absorbing all the soul pearls. At this point, his level had reached the terrifying Star Radiance level 5. In less than a month, Star Radiance level 5, if there were a ranking for upgrades,
I would definitely be first. Lu Chen felt the surging energy within him and couldn't help but smile slightly. No wonder the rewards from that last battle were so generous. Just absorbing the soul pearls took Lu Chen a full half month.
This was only after processing one reward. In terms of money, during this half month, Su Feiguang consolidated the accounts of the other 9 families and brought Lu Chen over 60 million.
This brought Lu Chen's current finances to an unprecedented small target.
Normally, having this much money serves only one purpose, to purchase high-quality soul pearls or weapons and equipment. However, in terms of weapons, this city currently had no good ones.
This was something Su Feiguang mentioned later.
The weapons they used were of medium-quality blue jade, and even those had to be custom-made in outside cities.
Weapons of this quality cost at least 1 million each.
The one Lu Chen bought before, which was supposed to be impressive, was merely a replica. With a quality at most of medium ancient bronze, not even in the same league.
There were no superior blue jade weapons in the entire illusory sea city.
One could only say that Lu Chen, being inexperienced at the time, was deceived by the shop. Now let's see what I can do with all this money, Lu Chen thought, fully aware that he could play by his own rules. Others needed to buy expensive soul pearls to level up, but he didn't. Others needed to buy expensive weapons to use, but he didn't need those either. With that in mind, Lu Chen released Shitian. As soon as Shitian appeared, it affectionately pressed against Lu Chen.
During this time, Lu Chen had been busy leveling up and hadn't spent much time with Shitian. Alright, once we leave this place, you won't have to be locked up anymore. Lu Chen gently patted Shishan's head and smiled. Previously, he couldn't protect Shitian, which was why he had kept it hidden. Now, with his strength, he could confidently say he was invincible at the Star Radiance level. Even a mid-level full moon transcendent might not be his match.
Others focused on the countering of abilities, but for Lu Chen, it was all about the diversity of abilities. He basically possessed abilities of more than half the attributes. If he couldn't win, he could always escape. He wasn't afraid at all. After chatting with Shitian for a while, Lu Chen began to get down to business. This time, he summoned Shitian to level it up. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately started his crazy enhancement journey. Shitian was currently at level 5, needing 600,000 to reach level 6, 700,000 for level 7, 800,000 for level 8, 900,000 for level 9, and 1 million for level 10. Starting from level 11, the price doubled again to 2 million, level 12 was 3 million, and thereafter each level increased by 1 million. By the time he reached level 20, it jumped from 8 million at level 19 to 10 million. Level 21 was 12 million, level 22 was 14 million. Lu Chen raised Shitian from level 5 to level 22, which was roughly equivalent to a human at level 3 of Star Radiance, spending a whopping 74,200,000 in total. At this point, the classification of soul beasts is adjusted to match that of humans. Indeed, no matter how much money one has, it's never enough to spend. The effect of universal enhancement is not as simple as just leveling up. The so-called enhancement upgrade combines enhancement with leveling up. Lu Chen could feel that during each enhancement upgrade, Shitian received significant boosts. For example, if Shitian normally leveled up, its attributes would increase by 1. However, after the universal enhancement upgrade, the attributes would increase by about 1.5. This means that Shishan's true combat power should have reached the level of a human at level 9 of Star Radiance. Moreover, this was just the enhancement of physical functions. Most importantly, during this enhancement process, Shitian successfully awakened 3 skills: Death Tier, Moonlit Frenzy, and War Roar. It's important to note that skills are only found in high-level soul beasts. This was one of the reasons Lu Chen initially decided to adopt Shitian, as this breed inherently possessed a high bloodline and the talent to awaken skills. Awusher Tian, feeling its changes, excitedly pressed against Lu Chen. It knew that its transformation was all thanks to its father, so it gratefully licked Lu Chen. After playing for a bit, Shirtian obediently lay at the door, not disturbing Lu Chen's work. Previously, enhancing Shirtian had cost over 74 million. Now, Lu Chen had about 26 million left. He planned to use this money to enhance his weapon. Weapons in other major cities were also quite expensive, and their quality was not guaranteed. So, Lu Chen intended to create a perfect weapon himself. This time, the initial weapon Lu Chen used was not the previous one that relied on virtue, but a knife he had taken from Wang Defa. According to Wang Defa, this knife was of low-grade blue jade, specially customized from a big city. So Lu Chen estimated that it should have a decent foundation. Tang Hung Knife Low-Grade Blue Jade, enhancement cost 5 million. Do you wish to spend money to enhance it? 5 million for one level? That's not too expensive. Previously, Su Feiguang had mentioned that even the worst low-grade blue jade would cost 1 million. So, the mid-grade blue jade would definitely be more than 5 million. The price given by the system was quite cost-effective. Lu Chen glanced at it and chose to enhance. A flash of white light symbolizing an upgrade appeared, and the knife in hand upgraded to a blue jade mid-grade. Tang Horizontal Knife Blue Jade Mid-Grade, enhancement cost 7 million yuan, would you like to spend money to enhance it? Continue. Tang Horizontal Knife Blue Jade Upper Grade. Enhancement cost 10 million yuan, would you like to spend money to enhance it? I can do it one more time. Lu Chen checked his balance and chose to continue once again. Congratulations, enhancement successful. You have obtained Tang Horizontal Knife Secret Silver Lower Grade and gained an additional attribute Never Wears Out. Oh. Lu Chen looked at the system prompt, instantly overjoyed. He never expected that after enhancing he would actually receive an attribute. Lu Chen couldn't wait to click to view it. Never wears out. This weapon will not suffer wear from any form of damage. Damn, this is like a little cow going to the hospital. It's incredible. With this attribute, this weapon was practically comparable to a divine artifact, right? A knife that wouldn't break no matter how it was used or attacked. Truly amazing. This 22 million was worth it. Although Lu Chen felt a pang in his wallet, the birth of this weapon excited him even more. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided to name it Great Xia. This was also to commemorate his past life. Up until now, Lu Chen had finally finished processing the rewards from the last beheading operation. After completing all this, Lu Chen opened the door to his room, breathing in the fresh air after a long time. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiao Qing watering the flowers in the yard. Before he could greet her, he noticed Xiao Qing's face suddenly turn pale. In the next second, Xiao Qing disappeared without a trace. Lu Chen looked on, bewildered. He hadn't gone out today. Could it have turned terrifying? But when he saw a tall devourer following him, he understood why Xiao Qing had suddenly run away. Devourer, you go back to the soul beast space first. Lu Chen helplessly patted the devourer's lowered head and returned it to the soul beast space. After that, Lu Chen called Su Feiguang, who immediately brought Su Ming to the conference room. Brother Lu, you've come out of seclusion? Su Ming asked curiously as soon as he saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, saying, haven't you also been in seclusion for a long time? How's it going? What stage have you reached now? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Su Ming smiled proudly and said, hey, don't be surprised, I've now reached Firefly 9th stage, just one step away from Starshine stage. Wow, it seems Uncle Su has been quite generous in supporting you? Lu Chen was indeed taken aback by Su Ming's growth rate. Although Su Ming hadn't reached Starshine stage, his speed was still impressive. The reason Lu Chen could level up so quickly, aside from his top-tier talent, was also due to the inheritance from 9 family heads. That was how he reached Starshine 5th stage. Su Ming reaching Firefly 9th stage was definitely because Su Feiguang had given all his resources to Su Ming. And that was indeed the case. Seeing through Lu Chen's insight, Su Feiguang generously smiled and said, you young people are the future. I no longer have ambitions. My goal for the rest of my life is to help my nephew Lu manage this city well. Su Feiguang's words were very straightforward. He had already considered himself Lu Chen's steward. To this, Lu Chen did not refute. He smiled and said, with Uncle Su managing Huanghai City, it won't be long before it can squeeze into a level 2 gathering place. The entire Federation's gathering places are divided into levels 1 to 10. The larger the gathering place, the greater the jurisdiction of the city, and the more extraordinary beings gather. Although Huanghai City is only a level 1 gathering place, its strength is not actually weak. It was just that without a unified management after the 10 great families, it had been unable to advance to a level 2 gathering place. But now, Lu Chen helped Su Feiguang to subdue the other 9 major families. Under the unified backdrop of Huanhai City, becoming a secondary gathering place was just around the corner. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Feiguang introduced Lu Chen to the achievements of the past half-month.
During this time, Su Feiguang had basically resolved the internal issues of the other families. Under his orders, the heirs of each family, including direct relatives, had mostly been assassinated. All dissenters had also been killed by the living dead puppets. At the beginning of establishing power, iron-fisted methods were inevitable. This world is that cruel. The victor is king, and the vanquished die. Once there were no opposing voices, controlling everything naturally became very simple. After listening, Lu Chen gave a thumbs up in appreciation. I knew Uncle Su had extraordinary methods, truly impressive. You flatter me, Lu Xianzi. Su Feiguang smiled, seemingly recalling something, and said, by the way, we have received the formal invitation regarding that matter we discussed last time. At this point, Su Feiguang paused, took out an invitation letter from a spatial accessory, and handed it to Lu Chen. The largest level 5 city nearby Baiwu City has officially invited us to participate in their annual ability conference in half a month. Oh, it's finally here? Lu Chen opened the invitation letter with interest. Level 5 city Baiwu City is the only level 5 gathering place in this area. It is named after the perilous Baiwu forest surrounding it. One must know that the soul beasts in Baiwu Forest have reached the terrifying star radiance level, and it is perpetually shrouded in white mist, making it very easy to get lost inside. In the past, Huanhai City would first determine the participating team internally, then the leading family head would lead the team, hiring bodyguards from Baiwu City at high salaries to safely traverse Baiwu Forest and enter Baiwu City. But this time, with the miraculous man Lu Chen around, Su Feiguang declined Baiwu City's protection invitation and chose to go to Baiwu City on his own. After all, wouldn't the money saved be better spent on Lu Chen? That's fine, as long as the team can enter the top 10, not only will the participants receive rewards, but the city they belong to will also gain additional resource rewards and continuous exposure, attracting more talent. This competition is a win-win for us, Lu Chen said, his face full of smiles after reading the invitation letter. This competition seemed tailor-made for him. Breaking into the top 10 would not only earn him good rewards but also benefit the city he ruled. It was truly a win-win situation, wasn't it? Of course, even without these reasons, Lu Chen would still participate in this competition because he wanted to win the championship and continue unlocking divine skills. With that thought, Lu Chen immediately asked, how far is it from here to Baiwu City? Su Feiguang had anticipated Lu Chen's question and took out a prepared map, spreading it out as he said, our Huanhai City is located at the southernmost part of Baiwu City. According to the speed of a Firefly level 9 team, it would take about 10 days to walk there, assuming we don't encounter other teams or get lost. At this point, Su Feiguang suddenly stopped, his gaze towards Lu Chen revealing a hint of hesitation. Seeing his expression, Lu Chen knew what he wanted to ask and generously replied, now my level has reached Star Radiance level 5. If I were to go alone, I could make it in at most 2 days. Even leading a team, 10 days would be sufficient. Ha, I knew Brother Lu would be impressive. Although Su Ming was shocked, it wasn't that surprising. After all, Lu Chen had inherited so many family heads' legacies, it would be hard to believe if he hadn't reached Star Radiance. The only concern for him and Su Feiguang was that Lu Chen, at his previous level, might not be able to absorb higher-level soul pearls. Now that they knew Lu Chen's level, their biggest concern was gone. Then for the next couple of days, you should prepare the team, my dear nephew. We can only send 5 people to represent us in battle. Now that the Illusory Sea City is under our control, we can choose whoever we want to participate in the competition, Su Feiguang said. After hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, let's leave this matter to Su Ming. I'm not really interested in it anyway, bringing anyone along would just be a burden. Let's get someone who can shout 666. After saying this, Lu Chen noticed the air had become a bit quiet and then realized there was something wrong with his words. He looked at Su Ming and smiled kindly, saying, of course, what I said doesn't include you, Brother Su. Su Ming replied, thank you for saying that. Although he was speechless, it was an undeniable fact. Those who could participate in such a high-level competition were all under 30. In a small city like Illusory Sea City, it would be impressive to have even one person at the Star Radiance first level. But for larger cities, reaching Star Radiance 9th level by 30 was quite common. So was Lu Chen wrong in what he said? No, without everyone at Star Radiance 9th level, they were just a bunch of useless people. Although Lu Chen himself was not at Star Radiance 9th level, he had already taken down 9 of them. This was when he was still at the awakening stage. Now that Lu Chen was at Star Radiance 5th level, his true combat power was completely unknown. In the end, Lu Chen and the Su family discussed and decided to let the 3 monkeys participate. Their levels were a bit lower, but Lu Chen indicated he could still manage. Departing from Illusory Sea City to Misty Fog City, they would encounter many battles along the way, and he would just let them use the soul orbs. After all, Lu Chen didn't care much for those low-level soul orbs anymore. Alright, they'll give you an hour to prepare.
Once you're ready, well, set off for Misty Fog City, Lu Chen said, glancing at the time and addressing Su Ming. He was someone who could leave at a moment's notice, but Su Ming and the monkeys needed some preparation. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Su Ming brought the 3 monkeys to Lu Chen. Su Feiguang also took out the specially prepared uniforms and handed them to Lu Chen and the others, saying, "This is our team uniform from Illusory Sea City, made with special craftsmanship, and it's generally hard to damage." Lu Chen took the uniform and looked at it. The overall color scheme was black and red, and it looked quite good. After changing into the uniform on the spot, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The comfort level is indeed nice. Of course, this uniform costs 300,000. Su Ming explained as he also changed into the outfit. To this, Lu Chen acknowledged that expensive clothes had their reasons for being costly. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lu Chen bid farewell to Su Feiguang, saying, "Then Uncle Su, I'll leave the city to you. Wait for our competition live stream. Don't worry, my dear nephew, I'll take care of things here. Just be careful outside, and please bear with any troubles that may arise," Su Feiguang said. As he spoke, Su Feiguang took out 10 million from his own pocket for Lu Chen, fearing he might encounter situations outside that required Su Sheng's help, and specially prepared this for Lu Chen. To be honest, the assets of the major families were mostly real estate, and there wasn't much cash available. Su Feiguang continuously taking money out of his own pocket for Lu Chen could be seen as a sign of gratitude. "Alright, let's set off," Lu Chen said as he took the money and left the Su family estate with Su Ming and the 4 others. After about half an hour, the vehicle stopped at the city gate. Lu Chen and the others got out and walked through the city gate. Once outside, Su Ming took out a map, carefully identifying the direction and said, "The direction to Misty Fog City is this way. Well, follow this road, but we'll encounter a few dangerous spots along the way." As he spoke, Su Ming handed the map to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at it casually and summoned the devouring sky. When Shirtian emerged this time, it truly frightened Su Ming and the others. They could feel Shishin's incredibly powerful strength. 15 days had passed. Not only was Lu Chen immensely strong himself, but even his contracted soul beast was equally formidable. For a moment, everyone was puzzled. Why was there such a vast difference among humans? Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't just stand there. We need to get moving." "Oh, right," everyone quickly responded and started walking ahead. This time, Lu Chen didn't deliberately avoid people and soul beasts like before. Encountering people in the wild was generally very dangerous. But this was the vicinity of Huanghai City. Upon seeing Su Ming, everyone dared not entertain any ill thoughts. Moreover, Shishin's powerful aura made these people so frightened that they fled. As for encountering soul beasts, Lu Chen didn't even need to take action. The monkey and the others readily dealt with them. After all, the soul beasts here were of a relatively low level. As they continued on, they could only play dead. The 5 of them and the wolf walked for over 2 hours and finally left the outskirts of Huanghai City. Up ahead is probably the first major challenge, the Death Swamp. The team stopped. Lu Chen took out the map and continued. This Death Swamp is a path entirely made of marshes, where not only are there many soul beasts, but the marshes can easily trap you if you're not careful. You won't have an easy time here, so just rest in my divine space for a bit. "I think that's a good idea." Su Ming was the first to express his agreement. There was no way to avoid this death swamp. Aside from using special abilities, it was nearly impossible to get through. Although Lu Chen had not demonstrated any abilities to cross the death swamp, he knew he had plenty of trump cards, so he agreed without a second thought. The others had no objections either, as their abilities were indeed not suitable for traversing this swamp. Seeing that everyone was on board, Lu Chen gathered them all into the divine space. He then also stored Shirtian away. Although Shirtian was powerful, it wouldn't fare well against such a natural hazard. After doing all this, Lu Chen looked at the swamp not far away. In fact, he had many options to safely pass through this area. The first was to use ice burial to freeze the path ahead. The second was to fly with the rock, leaving the area from above. The third was to use wind blessing to ride the wind. Among these 3 methods, only flying with the rock consumed the least energy. Although Lu Chen currently had no shortage of energy, he ultimately chose to fly based on the principle of not wasting resources. With wings unfurled behind him, Lu Chen leaped into the sky. It had been a long time since he had used his flying ability. But one must say, flying was always useful. It was very dangerous to fly high in the wild. Just as Lu Chen ascended, swarms of flying soul beasts came to attack him. If it were before, Lu Chen would have had to rely on his immortal body to withstand these soul beasts at the 5th or 6th rank. But now, Lu Chen didn't need to go through such trouble. Wind slash, Lu Chen said with a slight smile. In the next second, the group of flying soul beasts that had come to attack him were all neatly decapitated. Instant kill. Lu Chen's strength was that formidable. With a thought, the severed heads immediately flew in front of Lu Chen. Now, the power and range of his telekinesis had greatly increased, so manipulating these heads required hardly any energy. Without digging for soul orbs, Lu Chen continued flying forward.
He was not the only one in the sky.
After flying for about 2 minutes, Lu Chen's ears twitched and he looked to his left rear. There, a dirigible was rapidly approaching. The outside world is truly fascinating, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. With the enhanced vision of the rock, Lu Chen could clearly see that there were quite a few extraordinary beings on the deck of the airship, likely responsible for taking down the attacking soul beasts.
Judging by the setup and the display, Lu Chen estimated that the owner of this airship was at least from a top-tier second-level power. Without deliberately increasing the distance, Lu Chen found himself getting closer to the airship. At that moment, the pilot of the airship also noticed Lu Chen flying. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and spoke to the person in charge of the airship. "My DUI, we've spotted an extraordinary being flying ahead, dressed in what seems to be the uniform of Huanhai City. What should we do?
Is it a competitor? How many people are there on the other side?"
A hoarse voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. It was clear that the captain had murderous intent towards Lu Chen. The pilot had his co-pilot look around, and after confirming, he said, "There's only one person. I didn't see any other competitors from Huanhai City."
"One person?"
The person on the walkie-talkie was clearly surprised to hear that there was only one. After all, this was the Death Swamp area. The soul beasts here were all around levels 5 or 6, and an ordinary person couldn't possibly fly alone in the sky like this.
So, reasoning backward, anyone brave enough to fly here alone must be a big shot.
Realizing this, Ma Guobao immediately changed his mind and said, "This person is not simple, don't provoke him, just move on."
Understood. The pilot received the order and flashed the lights at Lu Chen. This signal indicated that they were friendly and there was no need to worry about a fight. Although Lu Chen couldn't understand the signal, he had already heard their conversation through his keen hearing and knew they meant no harm, so he didn't pay them any mind. Soon, the airship flew past Lu Chen and sped ahead. Ma Guobao came to the deck and looked at Lu Chen, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, and couldn't help but be astonished. At such a young age, he dared to fly alone over this death swamp. Whether in courage or strength, it was truly admirable. Ma Guobao estimated that this person had likely reached the star radiance level of power. This was quite remarkable for a first-level gathering place. It seems that this year's competition, Huanhai City, will definitely become a dark horse. Ma Guobao sighed as he watched Lu Chen's disappearing figure. After the airship vanished, the surrounding soul beasts gathered again. Lu Chen once again used wind cutting to harvest this batch of soul beasts. In fact, at his speed, he could have quickly crossed this swamp area. But to help his teammates improve their strength and to experiment more with the abilities he had previously acquired, Lu Chen took his time. What should have taken 2 hours of flight time to exit the swamp area, Lu Chen took nearly 3.5 hours. Along the way, he used the 3 newly extracted abilities, Wind's Blessing, Flowing Hell, and Ice's Funeral, to crazily harvest the flying soul beasts here. By the time he landed, Lu Chen estimated that he had slain over 600 flying soul beasts. If this achievement were known to others, it would surely shock them. After all, these soul beasts were not mere targets. They could run and dodge, but under Lu Chen's powerful strength, they were mostly instant kills. After neatly arranging the heads, Lu Chen released Shirtian and Su Ming and the others. As soon as they came out, Su Ming and the others couldn't hold back because they saw the ground covered in soul beast heads. Lu Chen looked at their stunned expressions and smiled lightly. "What are you staring at? Open the boxes and check. How many soul orbs you can dig out depends on your skills." "Brother Lu is so generous. Everyone, let's get to work," Su Ming said with a grin, taking the lead to start digging for soul orbs. Seeing that there was nothing for it to do here, Shirtian decided to go out for a buffet. With its current strength, there was no one or soul beast in this area that could match it. So Lu Chen wasn't worried and let it go. The 4 of them had been digging for about half an hour and had unearthed 260 ancient bronze 6-colored soul orbs. This income could be considered quite good. Su Ming and the others wanted to hand the soul orbs over to Lu Chen, but he showed no interest in these low-level soul orbs and instead distributed them among the 4 of them. Just as everyone began to absorb the soul orbs, an unexpected event occurred on Shishin's side. "God, there's actually a Shirtian werewolf here, and it's an adult. Looks like we're going to make a big profit. I feel like this Shirtian werewolf is very powerful. Maybe we should just forget it? What are you afraid of? We have the first-tier Haoyue Chen with us. We don't need to fear this Shirtian werewolf at all." One of the girls, dressed like a rich heiress, smiled proudly. She then turned to a middle-aged man beside her and playfully said, "Chen Xian, could you help me subdue this Shirtian werewolf? I want to keep it as a pet." "Of course, miss." Chen Xian nodded and smiled, then stepped forward. He could see that the Shirtian werewolf not far away had terrifying strength, probably reaching the 9th tier of human star brilliance. Although it would be somewhat tricky to deal with, since his young lady wanted it, he, as her servant, had to help her get it.
With that thought, Chen Xian took out his weapon and signaled everyone to step back. He approached the Shirtian alone.
Shirtian had actually noticed these people long ago, but having grown up alongside Lu Chen, it held no real hostility towards humans. Moreover, with its own formidable strength, it was already doing well by not provoking them, never thinking these humans would dare to approach it.
But now, someone was getting close. Shirtian had to be on guard against an attack. Ah!
Shirtian bared its teeth, trying to scare off the approaching Chen Xian.
However, Shirtian had been too well protected by Lu Chen and didn't realize how dangerous humans could be. Just as it was about to scare off the intruder, Chen Xian suddenly moved quickly. It was then that Shirtian saw his weapon suddenly entwined with clear water. In a flash, he was in front of Shirtian. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian swung his greatsword straight down.
As long as he didn't kill this Shirtian werewolf outright, the healer in the team would be able to restore it. Moreover, this Shirtian werewolf was not as easy to deal with as imagined. As it turned out, Shirtian hadn't expected that this human would not only dare to attack it but also be so fast. However, it had undergone multiple enhancements through universal strengthening, and its attributes had long surpassed those of soul beasts of the same tier. Almost the moment Chen Xian arrived in front of it, Shirtian immediately activated its skill death tier. The glinting claws clashed with the water-wrapped great sword. The tremendous force made Shirtian take several steps back before it could stop. For the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared on Shishin's handsome wolf face. Because of that recent exchange, it felt the power of this human. Pure strength was not frightening. What was truly terrifying was that after engaging with this man, Shirtian felt as if its hands had been weighted down. There was nothing physically wrong, but it felt like it couldn't lift its hands properly. On the other hand, Chen Xian was not feeling well either. Although he had done his best to block Shishin's attack, its speed and strength completely exceeded his expectations. As a result, during their initial clash, he was still scratched on the abdomen by Shishin's death tier. Fortunately, just as he was injured, the healer behind him began to treat Chen Xian.
In just a few seconds, the scratch on his abdomen was completely healed. The next second, Chen Xian launched another attack,
continuing to increase the weight on Shirtian. This time, the exchanges between the two sides were back and forth.
Shishin's strength caused Chen Xian, a first-tier Hauya, to be continuously scratched.
Originally, with such a back and forth, Shirtian should have been at an advantage. However, Chen Xian's abilities made it increasingly difficult for Shirtian to lift his hands.
Moreover, behind Chen Xian, there was a healer treating him.
As a result, less than a minute into their confrontation, Shishin's hands were completely immobilized, as if they had been filled with cement. Looking at Shirtian, who was filled with anger but did not flee, Chen Xian felt a bit puzzled. If this Shirtian werewolf wanted to run, he would have to expend even more effort.
But he couldn't understand why this Shirtian werewolf, knowing he couldn't win, didn't escape.
Regardless of the reason, Chen Xian's goal was nearly achieved. The Shirtian werewolf, having lost the ability to use his hands,
could be considered no different from trash.
Next, he just needed to subdue it and let his young lady sign a contract with this Shirtian werewolf. With that thought, a smile crept onto Chen Xian's lips as he walked towards the Shirtian werewolf. As he walked, he said, "I know you can understand me. Be a good pet for my young lady, and you won't suffer any physical pain, nor will you have to eat those soul beasts outside.
If you agree, just nod your head. If you don't, what if I don't agree? If you don't agree, you will naturally die." Halfway through Chen Xian's words, he suddenly reacted. Just as he was about to look up, he suddenly heard a thunderclap. The next second, dozens of lightning bolts, as thick as water buckets, descended from the sky in an instant. "Heavy water shield!" Chen Xian shouted loudly, swinging his weapon in a wide arc.
A shield of flowing water appeared above him.
Normally, such a suicidal defense would be a negative example. Water conducts electricity. This is common knowledge. But Chen Xian's water ability was a special kind of water. This water not only did not conduct electricity but could also intercept lightning attacks. Boom! Lu Chen's attack was blocked by Chen Xian.
At this moment, for safety's sake, Chen Xian did not stay any longer but quickly left the scene while blocking the attack and returned to his team.
This reaction was very professional.
Just moments ago, Lu Chen had been contemplating whether to capture some hostages. However, seeing that Chen Xian had returned, Lu Chen dismissed that idea and slowly descended from the air. His gaze coldly swept over the team ahead. There were a total of 8 people. 5 of them looked to be under 30, both men and women, dressed in matching uniforms. Although their clothes bore the insignia of a faction, Lu Chen did not recognize them. The remaining 3 were older and appeared to be bodyguards. The one who had blocked his attack and injured Shirtian was the head of the bodyguards. This person's strength was formidable. Lu Chen estimated that he was at least at the pinnacle of Star Radiance Tier 9.
although it seemed that the other side was not to be trifled with. So what? Anyone who dared to lay hands on his contracted beast was an enemy. Lu Chen never showed mercy to his enemies. Who cared who they were?
With that thought, a hint of killing intent flowed through Lu Chen's cold gaze.
He sneered in question. So you are the ones coveting my contracted beast, huh? People from Huanhai City? Chen Xian looked at Lu Chen in confusion. He knew about Huanhai City. It was a first-tier gathering place. The most powerful ruler there was only at Star Radiance Tier 9. But now, the young man standing before him seemed to have already reached Star Radiance Tier 9. The most terrifying part was that if this young man wasn't lying, then he had already displayed 3 types of abilities up to this point. This made Chen Xian feel a bit troubled. A genius of this level must have a powerful background. Thinking this, he was about to explain to Lu Chen that it was a misunderstanding. But before he could say anything, the young lady beside him Han Yiji interrupted, saying, "Hey, stranger, you, a mere level 1 city dweller, dare to snatch what we have our eyes on? Are you tired of living? Exactly, we are the Hong family of Woyue City. If you know what's good for you, kneel and bow to Miss Hong quickly. Who knows, if our Miss Hong is in a good mood, she might let you go. Yeah, kneel down." It was clear that these people were used to being overbearing and had no idea what it meant to be low-key. In their eyes, someone from a level 1 force simply did not deserve to appear before them, let alone daring to snatch their prized possessions. That was truly courting death. However, unlike their loud bravado, Chen Xian's face turned pale upon hearing his lady and the accompanying companions speak this way. Originally, it was just a misunderstanding. They truly did not know that the sky-devouring wolf had an owner. Perhaps if he explained, this misunderstanding could be resolved. But now, with their shouting, the problem would not be so easily settled. Truly, it's not the godlike opponent that's frightening, but the pig-like teammates. Hanija and those similarly privileged companions were indeed pig-like teammates. Just as Chen Xian thought, upon hearing their arrogance, Lu Chen couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. You people are really funny. Relying on a bit of strength to openly rob others, just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed for your ancestors. But because this world is so ridiculous, I don't have to indulge you fools anymore. After saying this, Lu Chen stored the sky-devouring wolf in the soul beast space and said to the strongest among them, "Chen Xian, I'll give you a chance. As long as you kill those behind you, I can spare your life. What do you think? Need to think it over? Are we really going to war? I can apologize on behalf of my lady." Chen Xian pondered for a moment and said this. Before Lu Chen could respond, Hong Yijia erupted in anger. "Chen Xian, what nonsense are you talking? I, the young lady of the 3rd level force Hong family of Woyue City, why should I apologize to someone from a level 1 force? The young lad's strength is very strong. Stronger than you? You came out with us just to protect us in Bye Bye City. If you can't even handle this, then we might as well not go to Bye Bye City and just head back home." Hong Yijia roared again. This scene made Lu Chen clap in amazement. It was the first time he had seen such a young lady who was completely oblivious to the evils of the world. A 3rd level force was indeed impressive. You could be so arrogant within the city. But in the wild, not knowing to be low-key, not understanding that there are always greater forces. One could only say that this girl's parents must have spoiled her immensely. Seeing this, Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing and said to Hong Yijia, "You really don't need to go to Bye Bye City, just sleep here forever." With that, Lu Chen stopped wasting words. He directly locked his gaze on Hong Yijia, and with a thought, the originally loudmouthed Hong Yijia began to move uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chen Xian's face changed dramatically, because this was the 4th ability Lu Chen had unleashed. But now, he couldn't be surprised by Lu Chen's strength. Seeing his lady being controlled, Chen Xian immediately charged at Lu Chen. The only way to interrupt such an ability was to attack the extraordinary person up close. One had to admit, Chen Xian's combat experience was quite rich. This was already the 2nd time he made the right judgment. If it were a normal person, they would indeed be interrupted by this. But Lu Chen was far from a normal person. Seeing Chen Xian rushing over, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. The psychic power was not cancelled. Instead, in the next moment, a fierce wind arose. Countless wind blades crazily attacked the team from Woyue City. "Defend!" Chen Xian saw this and immediately took a step forward to stand in front of Hong Yijia. He once again used the heavy water shield technique from before. At the same time, he was shouting for his teammates in the back to defend. Chen Xian's level as a transcendent and his ability level were far above Lu Chen's. So this time, he still managed to block the attack of the wind blades. Seeing that he really had no good way to deal with him, Lu Chen had no choice but to temporarily cancel the use of his psychic power, instead transforming the energy within his body into fire elements. Take this combo move, Groin Strike Great Castration Egg. Fire Release, Great Flame Bullet. Lu Chen placed his left hand by his mouth and blew hard. In the next second, the scorching heavenly fire surged forward with the strong wind towards Chen Xian and the others.
The combination of the strong wind and the indomitable heavenly fire was not simply a matter of 1+1. Even against a water-type transcendent, the power of this move made Chen Xian, who had been handling things with ease, feel pressure for the first time. Damn it, this is already the 6th type of ability. How many types of abilities does this guy have? Damn. Chen Xian cursed inwardly while struggling to hold on. In the duel of transcendent beings, the strength of abilities and energy is crucial. The relationship of mutual restraint is also very important. Chen Xian could clearly feel that the young man opposite him had lower energy and ability levels than himself, but he simply couldn't withstand so many abilities. Just like now, the combination of fire and wind was a complete qualitative change. Moreover, Lu Chen's fire was not ordinary fire, but a kind of heavenly fire that was hard to extinguish. If this stalemate continued, it would likely be him who couldn't hold on first. He could endure, but those behind him definitely couldn't. Under Lu Chen's overwhelming combo attack, the guards in the back cried out in pain. Captain Chen, think of a way, we can't hold on much longer. Even though they had blocked the flames and wind blades, the terrifying high temperature was slowly burning their bodies. The guards in the back were only around the 5th tier of star radiance and strength. They simply couldn't withstand Lu Chen's monstrous output. Hearing this, Chen Xian also wanted to help, but he couldn't spare a hand at all, because at that moment, that monstrous Lu Chen moved again. Chen Xian wanted to compete with Lu Chen in energy consumption, but Lu Chen had no intention of being that foolish. Chen Xian's level was higher than his, and simply competing in energy consumption would definitely result in his defeat. But was it necessary to compete in energy consumption? The answer was naturally no. With so many abilities, did Lu Chen still need to compete with others in energy? Please. This traditional method was really too boring. Lu Chen maintained his output while walking towards Chen Xian and Hong Yijia. This action made Chen Xian very nervous, because he completely didn't understand how many abilities this approaching young man had left. But he had no way to act. Lu Chen's output kept suppressing his movements. If it weren't for Hong Yijia being here, it wouldn't be a big deal. But once he withdrew his defense, the strength of Hong Yijia, who was only at the 2nd tier of star radiance, would definitely be injured. This put Chen Xian in a difficult position. At this moment, Hong Yijia also realized she had provoked a tough opponent. Although she felt that Lu Chen wouldn't dare to do anything to her, she, not wanting to lose, proactively said, "I'll retreat, you go all out in battle. Miss, be careful." Seeing Hong Yijia say this, Chen Xian didn't think much and directly agreed. Then, he explosively unleashed his physical energy, forcibly creating a retreat path for Hong Yijia. At this moment, Lu Chen also reached in front of him. Looking at the unusual water shield, Lu Chen placed his hand on it. In the next second, the invincible defensive water shield instantly vanished without a trace. The sudden incident took Chen Xian by surprise. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he felt a chill sweep over him. Centered around Lu Chen, the ground began to freeze rapidly. Chen Xian, who had just wanted to move, and Hong Yijia, who was still fleeing, were both caught off guard by Lu Chen's ice funeral, which delayed their steps. This change was so abrupt that Chen Xian and Hong Yijia had no time to react before being frozen in place by the ice funeral. Although Chen Xian quickly regained his composure and released energy to resist the invading ice elements, at that moment, Lu Chen had already reached his side and placed his palm on Chen Xian's body. What happened next filled Chen Xian with immense terror. Lu Chen's palm felt like a black hole. As soon as it touched him, it began to frantically absorb the energy within him, to the point where Chen Xian wanted to use his abilities but found himself unable to do so. Along with that, even his stamina was being drained, and the situation was extremely critical. At this moment, a deep fear appeared on Chen Xian's face. Being overpowered by someone stronger is not terrifying, but being crushed by someone with lesser strength yet an endless array of abilities made Chen Xian truly feel like he was doomed. "See you later," Lu Chen said with a mysterious smile, and then the great xia appeared in his hand. With a flash of the blade, Chen Xian's head fell to the ground. Thus, Chen Xian, a first-tier powerhouse, was killed by Lu Chen. Congratulations on killing the extraordinary being. Your ability has been automatically extracted gravity water. Due to the repeated extraction of ability types, the hell level of water flow 1, increasing the effect. Targets hit by the water will have their weight increased, and the more times they are hit, the more weight they gain. To resurrect this target, a payment of 8 million yuan is required. Do you wish to resurrect the target? Revive him, Lu Chen said with a wicked smile. Then, he performed a resurrection on Chen Xian, whom he had just killed. In less than 10 seconds, the headless Chen Xian was miraculously revived, completely unharmed. The revived Chen Xian had lost all loyalty to Hong Yijia and directly knelt before Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Hong Yijia, who had already harbored dissatisfaction towards Chen Xian, exploded in anger, shouting, "Chen Xian, you traitor! Who allowed you to kneel before the enemy? Ah! Just as Hong Yijia finished her words, several blood spikes suddenly shot out, accurately piercing her long, slender legs. Instantly, blood gushed from her thighs, and in pain, she cried tears of anguish. "You damned bitch! If you dare to hurt me, the Hong family will definitely take revenge." Hong Yijia screamed hysterically. She had never been injured in her life. Today, she was actually hurt by someone from a first-tier force. Lu Chen looked at the frenzied Hong Yijia and shook his head in amusement. This woman was on the brink of death and still shouting? With that thought, Lu Chen directly ignored the screaming Hong Yijia and turned his gaze to the kneeling Chen Xian, saying, "Go break this woman's legs, leave her a breath, and I'll kill her." "Yes, master." Hearing Lu Chen's command, Chen Xian stood up from the ground. He dragged his great sword and walked towards the injured and frozen Hong Yijia. Seeing this, fear filled Hong Yijia's eyes for the first time, but as the apple of her father's eye, she refused to beg for mercy from a servant, from a country bumpkin from a first-tier force. So when she saw Chen Xian approaching, she continued to curse, "Chen Xian, are you crazy? If you dare to touch me, I will make my father." Swish! "Ah! My leg! I will have my father kill you all." Before Hong Yijia could finish her words, the great sword in Chen Xian's hand directly severed her long, beautiful legs, without hesitation, without holding back. The intense pain caused Hong Yijia to let out a heart-wrenching scream, but it did not evoke any mercy from Chen Xian. Without a word, Chen Xian raised the great sword in his hand again and swung it towards his former master. This time, the sharp sword cleaved Hong Yijia in half. Instantly, her intestines spilled onto the ground. A strong smell of blood filled the space. Hong Yijia fell to the ground in immense pain, her gaze beginning to fade. She still couldn't understand why Chen Xian had betrayed her. Even more so, she couldn't comprehend why Lu Chen, this trash from the first-tier city, dared to lay a hand on her. Didn't they fear their parents? The answer remained unknown. At that moment, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of her, sneering before ending the life of this young lady. "Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Soul Beast Contract. Due to the extraction of a duplicate ability, Soul Beast Contract Level 1. Kill the rest as well, but remember to leave one breath for me." "Yes." Chen Xian nodded expressionlessly and walked towards the few remaining stunned individuals. "Chen Xian, you will face retribution. I curse you, Chen Xian. I won't let you go even as a ghost." Ah. A few minutes later, the screams ceased. This team, which had set out from a third-tier force, had only been out for 2 days, and because they had provoked Lu Chen, they were completely annihilated. Fire from the sky, weaving electric nets, butter hands, Earth's power, beastly bipedal birds, healing holy light, these abilities are basically duplicates. Lu Chen glanced at the skills of the 6 he had just slain. Aside from butter hands and healing holy light, the rest were duplicates and were directly used as enhancement materials. Only these 2 abilities were retained. Though there were 2, in reality, only healing holy light was useful. It was the ability used to heal others' injuries. As for butter hands, this ability allowed one's hands to turn into butter, making them slippery and immune to physical attacks and melee ability damage. You could say it was useful, and it indeed had some utility. But you could also say it was useless, as it didn't help at all. Lu Chen was already immortal, so why bother blocking attacks? However, infinite extraction would eventually yield trash abilities, so Lu Chen didn't mind. At worst, it would just gather dust. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, Chen Xian had already come to his side, handing over all the collected spatial accessories to Lu Chen. Lu Chen probed with his mind and was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Wow, people from a third-tier force are indeed different. These 5 actually brought 30 million in cash and over 300 ancient bronze 6-colored soul beads?" This was an unexpected windfall for Lu Chen. Not only had he revived a first-tier fighter, but he had also gained 30 million in wealth. It made Lu Chen consider whether he should become a robber in this outer area. However, after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea. After all, he was a principled person. Could Lu Chen really do something like robbery? Turning around, Lu Chen instructed Chen Xian, "From now on, you go around and look for teams from other cities. If you feel you can win, break their legs, but don't kill anyone, and take all their spatial accessories. Do you understand?" "Understood, master," Chen Xian replied without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. After all, if Chen Xian was robbing, what did it have to do with him, Lu Chen? It wasn't convenient for Lu Chen to take Chen Xian along, so he might as well leave him here to rob passing teams. This way, when the Hong family investigated, it wouldn't lead back to him. After all, Chen Xian was wearing the uniform of Woyue City. After receiving the order, Chen Xian left alone. Lu Chen also set a fire to burn the scene. Afterwards, he returned to Su Ming and the others. At this moment, they had just finished absorbing the previous soul orbs. Seeing Lu Chen return, Su Ming hurriedly asked, "Brother Lu, you left in such a hurry, did something happen?" Indeed, something did happen, but it has been perfectly resolved. Lu Chen did not elaborate further but took out all the soul orbs he had just obtained from the divine space. Come on, continue to absorb them and strive to raise your levels to the Starfire rank before entering the city. Ah! This. The others were left dumbfounded. They had not expected Lu Chen to bring so many soul orbs again. It made them feel a bit embarrassed. But they also knew that if they didn't quickly improve themselves, they wouldn't be able to help Lu Chen in the future. They would just be a burden. Thinking of this, everyone began to absorb diligently. This time, the absorption went smoothly. No one came to cause trouble. After about an hour, Su Ming and the others had absorbed all the soul orbs. Lu Chen checked the time and continued to lead everyone forward. After Lu Chen's help during these two instances, the monkey and the others had reached the 7th or 8th rank of Firefly, and Su Ming had successfully broken through to the 1st rank of Starfire. After the breakthrough, they did not continue to ask Lu Chen for help but wisely started to fight ahead on their own. Occasionally, Tian would help kill some soul beasts they couldn't handle. In contrast, Lu Chen became the most relaxed. Walking at the back of the group, he snacked on seeds while guiding their battles. Thus, the group walked, stopped, ate, and slept. Under Lu Chen's deliberate avoidance of people, they traveled for 7 or 8 days, finally arriving at the greatest natural barrier outside White Mist City, the White Mist Forest. At this time, the vast majority of teams had gathered here. The White Mist Forest is only safe for about 3 days each month, which is during the time of the bloodshed. It is well known that bloodshed occurs once a month. On this day, wild soul beasts would enter human territory through the appearing teleportation arrays. Therefore, during the bloodshed, the wilds are actually the safest place. Coincidentally, it had been almost a month since the last bloodshed, so everyone gathered here, waiting for the bloodshed to arrive in the next 2 or 3 days. When they arrived, Lu Chen had already put Tian away in advance. Thus, their team from a first-tier force did not attract much attention. They casually found a corner, sat down, and began to assess the results of the past 7 or 8 days. During these days, Su Ming reached the 3rd rank of Starfire, the monkey reached the 1st rank of Starfire, Yu reached the 1st rank of Starfire, and Lu Cha reached the 9th rank of Firefly. It wasn't that their distribution was uneven, but because Lu Cha had a lower talent, so even after absorbing the same soul orbs, he only reached the 9th rank of Firefly, while the others reached the 1st rank of Starfire. However, this result was about right. After all, Lu Chen had never expected them to deal much damage, just keeping themselves alive was enough. Otherwise, if there were casualties in the team Lu Chen led, that would be a disgrace. Just as Lu Chen and the others were preparing to rest, a discussion not far away caught Lu Chen's attention. With his hearing, he could pick up even the smallest sounds in this range. Listening closely, Lu Chen almost burst out laughing. Hey, have you heard? There's a guy from Woyue City outside who's gone completely mad. He doesn't care who you are, if you can't beat him, he breaks your legs. This guy is really strange, he only breaks legs and robs spatial accessories, nothing else. What do you think this guy from Woyue City is up to? I don't know. You say Woyue City is a 3rd-tier power, and anyone who can represent Woyue City must be a direct relative of the rulers. Do people like that lack money? There's absolutely no need to provoke other forces for money. Wouldn't that just invite public outrage? I have the most say in this matter. Our team encountered this madman from Woyue City, and without saying a word, he broke our legs and stole several spatial accessories. Fortunately, our team had a healer, otherwise, we would have really died on the way. I've already decided that when I get back, I must tell my dad to go to Woyue City and demand an explanation. Exactly, take me with you when you go. Let's go to Woyue City together to defend our rights. The vast majority of people were complaining about the actions of Woyue City. This made Lu Chen almost laugh out loud. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, it seems that Chen Xian has had quite a good harvest during this time. This was actually quite predictable. After all, Chen Xian was a 1st-tier powerhouse, and there were only a few in the nearby 3rd-tier cities. How many teams could compete with a 1st-tier Chen Xian? Moreover, Lu Chen had already given Chen Xian instructions to only engage with those who seemed beatable. Those who looked unbeatable should not be provoked. So after 7 or 8 days, not only did Chen Xian not encounter any problems, but he also robbed quite a few teams. So far, he had successfully incited everyone's anger towards Woyue City. When the Hong family of Woyue City learns that their daughter has been killed with so many enemies, how could they possibly find them in such a vast sea? One could say this plan was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Chen was almost enchanted by his own cleverness. Lu brother, why do I see you so happy? Did you think of something joyful? Su Ming, who was beside him, asked curiously upon seeing Lu Chen so pleased. But Lu Chen did not respond. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, I accomplished something big. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't press further. The group had dinner and waited for nightfall. In this temporary gathering place, everyone was very restrained.
because those who could be here were all direct relatives of the rulers of major forces. Even for a first-tier force like Huanhai City, if you saw them in the wild, you could kill them, but under everyone's watchful eyes. No one would dare to do so. However, even in this relatively peaceful setting, it didn't mean there were no disputes. Just then, Lu Chen and the others were quietly hiding in a corner, setting up tents to prepare for sleep, when a group of people approached them. The leader was a burly man who looked to be in his late 20s. As soon as he arrived in front of Lu Chen and the others, he spoke arrogantly, "Who's in charge here? Stand up, I need to discuss something." Look at this attitude. It was hardly a discussion. It was more like ordering his subordinates. Su Ming glanced at the other party's team uniform and whispered to Lu Chen, "This is the team uniform of the second-tier force Nanya City. They probably have their eyes on our location." Since Lu Chen and the others had arrived early, their position, although somewhat off to the side, was still within the second or third ring, so Su Ming guessed that the other party was eyeing this spot, which is why they came to provoke them. After all, their surroundings were mostly second-tier forces. Some first-tier forces could only stay in the farthest corners. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded lightly. He did not stand up but looked at the burly man and said, "Brother, are you interested in my piece of land?" Upon hearing this, the burly man was clearly taken aback. He didn't expect the person opposite him to be so direct. But that was fine. He didn't like beating around the bush either, so he nodded generously and admitted, "Yes, give this spot to me, Li Kuei. A first-tier force should have its own circle. This is not a place for you to stay. While I'm being nice and talking to you, you should quickly leave, or else." "Or else what?" Lu Chen was not intimidated at all, still wearing a faint smile on his face. It seemed calm and unperturbed, fearless in the face of danger. As soon as Li Kuei heard that Lu Chen was completely disobedient, he immediately became furious. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen and warned in a harsh tone, "Kid, I see you're asking for trouble. This is your last chance. Will you give way or not?" "I will," Lu Chen replied with a grin. Just when Li Kuei thought this fool had finally come to his senses, Lu Chen added, "You give me 10 million, and he'll give you this spot. Otherwise, I suggest you get lost, and by the way, you definitely haven't brushed your teeth these past few days, so don't talk to me, it's really disgusting." "You!" Li Kuei was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He immediately reached out, wanting to grab Lu Chen. But before his hand could touch him, Su Ming had already slashed over with a knife. The speed was so fast that it startled Li Kuei. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and withdrew his hand. Otherwise, that slash would have definitely cost him something. Su Ming stood in front of Lu Chen, coldly saying, "Who allowed you to lay hands on our captain? You think you can just do as you please?" With Su Ming's words, the others, including the monkey, immediately entered a combat stance. Li Kuei hadn't expected this, but he quickly reacted. A fierce battle between the two sides seemed imminent. It must be said, Su Ming's move was something even Lu Chen hadn't anticipated. Usually seeing Su Ming smiling, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless when it came to fighting. The scene of both sides clashing drew the attention of everyone around. After all, everyone was bored here and needed some entertainment. "Fight! Brothers from Nanya City, don't embarrass us as a second-tier force. They're already shitting on your face, don't come at me with peace." "Exactly. Let the first-tier force's trash see the strength of our second-tier force. If you don't fight, he'll look down on you, Nanya City. Brothers from Huanhai City, well done. It's been a long time since I've seen such spirited people. I support you in smashing Nanya City, go for it." In an instant, everyone began to cheer. Originally, Li Kuei didn't want to fight Lu Chen and the others. After all, they were about to enter the White Mist Forest soon. At this critical moment, fighting with another team would drain their energy whether they won or lost. It was completely an impulsive event that wasn't worth it. Rationality told Li Kuei this, but living in this world, one must fight for dignity. With so many people watching the joke, Li Kuei had reached a point where he had to act. Thinking of this, Li Kuei sneered and said to Lu Chen and the others, "Very well, you have successfully challenged our dignity. I now represent the Li family of Nanya City to formally challenge the team from Huanhai City. Unknown 5 and 5, you can decide. Do you have the guts to accept? What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Chen shrugged, smiling confidently, "Let's skip the 5 and 5 and make it 1 against 5. You 5 against me alone, how about that? Well, settle the score and the stakes." Arrogant. Even Beethoven couldn't play Lu Chen's arrogance. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded for a full 3 seconds. No one expected a person from a first-tier force would dare to say such a thing. 1 against 5. Even people from a third-tier force wouldn't dare to say that. Just when everyone thought a one-sided duel was about to begin, the sky suddenly turned blood-red. The long-anticipated blood-red slaughter finally descended at this moment. The blood-red slaughter has arrived. "So, do you want to continue the duel?" Lu Chen wore a confident smile, looking provocatively at Li Kuei. It was clear that if Li Kuei wanted to continue, Lu Chen would definitely accompany him to the end, but Li Kuei didn't have time to waste with Lu Chen here. Seeing that the onlookers had all entered the white mist forest, he snorted coldly and said, "Kid, you're quite arrogant. I was going to let you know what the gap in strength feels like, but this time you're lucky. The blood arrival saved you. You better watch yourself and don't let me run into you later." With that, Li Kuei turned and left without looking back. His teammates quickly followed suit and left the area. Lu Chen noticed that Li Kuei had no intention of fighting and shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. However, it wasn't the right time to stir up trouble. Although the blood slaughter was said to last for 3 days, as long as someone significantly killed soul beasts and summoned the Blood Lord, it could end early. In a big city like White Mist City, it was uncertain how long the blood slaughter would last. Lu Chen was confident he could navigate the White Mist Forest alone, but being so close to White Mist City, he didn't want to expose himself too much. Following the crowd was the best choice. "Let's go." While head in too, Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to move forward. Su Ming and the others then sheathed their weapons and followed Lu Chen ahead. With someone clearing the path in front and due to the blood slaughter, any stray soul beasts had likely been wiped out by the teams ahead. Thus, Lu Chen and the others smoothly arrived at the city gate of White Mist City. A level 5 power, indeed a level 5 power. When the blood arrival occurred, White Mist City didn't even close its gates. As soon as they arrived, they could see the extraordinary beings inside the city engaged in fierce battles against the invading soul beasts. This blood slaughter was completely different from what Lu Chen had seen before. For a level 5 power capable of establishing itself on the edge of the White Mist Forest, the soul beasts within, ranging from levels 7 to 8, were not there to invade but to provide experience. A large number of extraordinary beings were essentially blocking the entrance. As soon as the soul beasts dared to show their heads, they would be blasted to bits by a variety of abilities. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a level 5 power is impressive." Because the city was in the midst of a fierce battle with the soul beasts, to ensure resources and prevent the Blood Lord from being snatched by outside forces, the guards were not allowing the competing teams to enter the city at this time. Everyone was quite well behaved and didn't cause any trouble. After all, this was the territory of a level 5 power. Their formidable strength meant they didn't need to discuss diplomacy with you. They could kill you and then pin an unfounded crime on you. Even if an heir of a level 3 power was killed, they wouldn't dare to utter a word. In this area, one could say that White Mist City was like heaven. Everyone quietly waited for the blood slaughter to end. During this process, more and more people arrived from behind. Clearly, when everyone saw the blood arrival, they quickly rushed towards the White Mist Forest. Seeing this, Lu Chen called his teammates over to a corner and said, "No need to wait for them to open the gates. This blood slaughter will last 3 days here in White Mist City." "Ha? Are we just supposed to wait outside?" Yu asked, somewhat confused. Before Lu Chen could respond, Su Ming jumped in to explain, "Isn't this normal? If you were the ruler of White Mist City, as a level 5 power, what's wrong with making us low-level powers wait outside for 3 days? Would you pass up such a good opportunity to assert your dominance?" "I'm not a decision-maker, so I can't understand such profound issues," Yu chuckled awkwardly, indicating his inability to comprehend. Indeed, with different social classes, mutual understanding was impossible. It was like how a wealthy person could spend hundreds of thousands on a meal, while an ordinary person would have to save and scrimp for years to accumulate that much. The reality was just as Lu Chen had thought. White Mist City was deliberately slowing down the pace, allowing the blood slaughter to last a little longer. The reason was simple: that's an experience package delivered right to your door. Wouldn't it be a waste to finish it in just 1 day? So, Lu Chen and his group were lucky because they discovered this early and secured a good position, while others found out too late and didn't even have space to lay down. As for the position-grabbing behavior outside the White Mist Forest, it was impossible to happen outside White Mist City. The reason? Those who understand, understand. On the night 3 days later, with a loud roar, the Blood Lord finally appeared. But this Blood Lord hadn't even been around for a minute before being blasted into bits by a group of extraordinary beings. It must be said, humans just can't learn to unite, otherwise, they might have already reclaimed all the land occupied by soul beasts. With the death of the Blood Lord, it wasn't long before an imposing elder walked from the blood-soaked street to the city gate and said, "Thank you all for waiting outside the city for so long. To express our apologies and welcome, White Mist City has decided that all your expenses inside the city will be at a 30% discount. The elder's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. Upon hearing this, everyone actually wanted to complain. A mere 30% discount felt like a monumental favor, but they didn't dare to say anything. Instead, they all pretended to be happy, clapping and cheering. The elder nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The battlefield is currently being cleared, and it should be finished in about an hour. You can choose your living area then."
Additionally, the Extraordinary Abilities competition will start at 8 a.m. 3 days from now. Please remember this time, latecomers will not be able to register.
Everyone nodded in agreement. After confirming that everyone understood, the elder left.
About an hour later, the corpses and blood of the soul beasts on the street were all cleaned up. At this time, the guards of Cloud Mist City began to let people in. The crowd that had been blocked at the gate quickly surged into the city, resembling a group of bargain hunters rushing into a supermarket for discounts. Initially, Lu Chen didn't think much of it, but Su Ming, seeing Lu Chen unmoved, hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, let's hurry in. Otherwise, all the good hotels will be taken, and we'll have to sleep on the street."
Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately rushed forward with his teammates. Joining the throng he had just looked down upon, heading towards White Mist City. Thanks to Su Ming's timely reminder, when Lu Chen and the others arrived in the city, they managed to secure a relatively good hotel. The room was over 70 square meters, and after the discount, it cost 30,000 a night.
Once they had money, no one wanted to suffer. Lu Chen was certainly no exception.
If this had been before, he wouldn't have minded sleeping on the street to save more money for life-saving items. But now, with a net worth of several hundred million, he didn't care about the 30,000 a night room. For the 5 of them, it was only 150,000 for the night. This was no different from an ordinary person spending $100 on a hotel. Moreover, he represented the face of Illusory Sea City, so they naturally couldn't skimp on appearances.
After presenting their extraordinary credentials, Lu Chen and the others quickly checked in.
They enjoyed a delicious dinner together before heading back to catch up on sleep. The next morning, Lu Chen found Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming, who hadn't fully woken up, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I plan to stroll around White Mist City. How about it?
Interested in joining me?"
With 2 days left until the competition began, Lu Chen, feeling bored, decided to check out what was being sold by the level 5 forces. Upon hearing this, Su Ming naturally became interested. He quickly went back to his room to change clothes and left the hotel with Lu Chen. The management of this city is indeed very good. Lu Chen glanced at the city and couldn't help but sigh. Last night, while walking on the streets, he noticed how prosperous this city was. This prosperity wasn't measured by the number of people or how splendidly they were dressed,
but rather by the tall buildings lining the streets and alleys.
Airships and flying soul beasts constantly soared in the sky. It's important to note that these soul beasts were not wild, they had been tamed by extraordinary individuals, becoming qualified human-powered aircraft. From this perspective, the entire Misty City didn't seem like a product of a great catastrophe, but more like a city of the future.
Su Ming nodded in agreement and then added from another angle, "Brother Lu, you probably don't know why they became a level 5 power, do you?"
"I really don't know," Lu Chen replied. "Actually, every city's administrator receives rewards from the Federation based on the size of the city they manage. For example, our Illusory Sea City can receive around 300 million in funding each year, along with a large number of soul orbs.
This is the benefit of establishing a gathering place. Additionally, there's another point.
Generally, the areas near gathering places are rich in resources, such as mines and rare elements. I heard my father say that the reason Misty City could grow into a level 5 power so quickly is related to their possession of a special metal."
"Metal?"
"Yes, this metal is the main material for crafting weapons of dark gold grade and above, which is why they could transform from a level 1 gathering place to a level 5 gathering place so rapidly, supported by higher level individuals." Su Ming shared all the gossip he knew with Lu Chen.
After listening, Lu Chen nodded in understanding. It was actually quite normal. Otherwise, who could establish such a city on the side of the Misty Forest?
Indeed, his understanding of the world was still too limited. Even above this level 5 city, there were even larger cities. With this thought, Lu Chen suddenly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. He shook his head and didn't dwell on it further. The two continued walking and chatting, soon arriving at Weapon Street.
Lu Chen didn't need any weapons,
but Su Ming wanted to take a look, so Lu Chen accompanied him.
The weapons here were all at least of low-grade blue jade quality, each priced around 3 million.
The same quality of weapons sold for more in level 2 and 3 cities, not because of higher prices in big cities but due to the different materials used. After browsing for about an hour, Su Ming finally spent 13 million to buy a high-grade blue jade longsword. Ever since he started following Lu Chen, Su Ming had become much wealthier. Spending 13 million was something he could do without a second thought now. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even imagine it.
Lu Chen also helped the monkey buy some firearms and ammunition.
He had noticed during their previous collaboration in the wild that the monkey's ability was a terrifying output machine. The only downside was the cost.
But now, Lu Chen didn't lack this little money.
So he casually spent over 10 million to equip the monkey with some weapons and ammunition. After they finished shopping, it was already noon.
Su Ming suggested, "Shall we go for a drink?" No problem, Lu Chen smiled and agreed. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt someone watching him from a corner. He thought for a moment and said to Su Ming, "Wait for me here, they'll be back soon." With that, Lu Chen walked away without looking back. This action left Su Ming stunned. Although he wanted to follow and see what Lu Chen was encountering, he knew that he wouldn't be able to help and might even become a burden. So he could only wait quietly by the street. At that moment, Lu Chen arrived in a dim alley and finally saw the person who had been watching him. It was none other than Chen Xian, who had been sent out to hunt by Lu Chen earlier. Now that most teams had already entered the city, Chen Xian had naturally come to Misty City from the wild, because Lu Chen and the undead puppet could sense each other. Chen Xian was able to find Lu Chen's location just now. "Master, the task you assigned this time has been completed. Here are the spoils from this mission, a total of 70 space accessories. I haven't checked the items inside." Chen Xian reported his achievements over the past few days and handed over many space accessories to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was astonished by the quantity. 70 space accessories, calculated based on a team of 7 people. Does that mean Chen Xian had robbed a total of 10 teams in these few days? This efficiency was indeed beyond Lu Chen's expectations, and he praised him with some surprise. Good, as expected of you. You must have been in the divine space these days. It wouldn't be good if someone in White Mist City noticed your association with me." Yes. As an undead puppet, Chen Xian had no objections to any requests from Lu Chen. Seeing him agree, Lu Chen took him into the divine space. After looking around and confirming there were no surveillance or people, Lu Chen followed him in. His purpose for entering was to check Chen Xian's gains. Upon seeing the results, Lu Chen instantly burst into joy. 70 space accessories contributed a total of 130 million in cash, over 3,600 ancient bronze 6-colored soul orbs, over 1,600 blue jade 1-colored soul orbs, 832 blue jade 2-colored soul orbs, and 343 blue jade 3-colored soul orbs. This achievement truly amazed Lu Chen. Immediately, Lu Chen returned to Su Ming's side and smiled, saying, "The plan has changed, let's go back to the hotel." "What's going on, Brother Lu?" Su Ming looked completely bewildered. Lu Chen went out for a while and now wanted to head straight back to the hotel. This should have been a bad thing, but Lu Chen's face was still smiling, which left Su Ming utterly confused. Lu Chen didn't explain but smiled and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Looking at Lu Chen's mischievous smile, Su Ming quickly shook his head. "Don't say it, I really don't want to know." Let's go, it's a good thing." Lu Chen patted Su Ming on the back and then walked towards the hotel. Su Ming watched Lu Chen walk ahead and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing, "What an unpredictable person." With that, Su Ming quickly followed. The two returned to the hotel, and Lu Chen asked Su Ming to gather the other 3. At that moment, in Lu Chen's room, he took out all the large number of soul orbs that Chen Xian had plundered. This scene startled everyone. "Damn, Brother Lu, did you rob the treasury of White Mist City?" "Boss Lu, this is too exaggerated, really too exaggerated." "Ahem, I just want to know, are these soul orbs a gift from you to us, Team Lu?" Listening to everyone's questions, Lu Chen simply smiled lightly and said, "These things were donated to me by kind-hearted people. I have no use for them personally, so I'm giving them to you." As he spoke, Lu Chen took out the weapons and ammunition he had bought for the monkey from the divine space and said, "I've already put the food right in front of you. If your performance is still poor, then I really won't know what to do. Brother Lu, don't worry, we definitely won't let you down." Su Ming cheerfully began distributing the soul orbs, confidently declaring as he did so. The other 3 also expressed their determination, each one patting their chests to guarantee that Lu Chen's kindness would not go to waste. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he hadn't taken out everything to distribute. He had kept the blue jade 2-colored and 3-colored soul orbs for himself, giving Su Ming and the others only the items he had no use for. Soon, after receiving the soul orbs, everyone returned to their rooms to absorb them. Liu Chen also took this opportunity to further enhance his strength. First, Lu Chen took out his weapon Dasha. A good weapon significantly boosts combat effectiveness. Given that enhancing his own abilities with universal reinforcement is quite expensive, what Lu Chen needed to do was to enhance this non-personal combat power. Tang Hangdao low-grade secret silver, enhancement cost 20 million yuan. Do you wish to spend money to enhance it? Let's do it. Lu Chen currently had about 160 million yuan. According to his calculations, he could upgrade the weapon to the dark gold level. For the first enhancement, he spent 20 million, but no new attributes appeared. For the second enhancement, he spent 40 million, and still no new attributes. For the third enhancement, he spent 60 million. This time, a new attribute finally appeared. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. You have obtained Tang Hangdao low-grade dark gold.
and gained an additional attribute Destroyer. A weapon with this attribute can easily shatter weapons and armor of lower quality, and against weapons of higher quality, it will also cause damage as the number of attacks increases. Awesome.
Lu Chen looked at the effect of this attribute and smiled with satisfaction.
It may seem useless at first glance, but in reality, people in big cities possess extremely strong armor.
Ordinary weapons find it hard to directly harm the body. However, with this attribute, he could easily kill his targets.
When dealing with weapons of higher quality, the more his weapon collided with the opponent's, the more damage it would inflict. In contrast, with the indestructible Dasha, he would not suffer any damage at all. With this back and forth, Lu Chen's Dasha could truly be called a divine weapon. The next enhancement would cost 80 million, but Lu Chen currently had no money left.
After finishing with the weapon, Lu Chen released Shirtian again and enhanced it once more. Shirtian was currently at level 22, requiring 16 million to upgrade to level 23 and 18 million to level 24. Lu Chen calculated the money in his pocket and found he had just enough to upgrade Shirtian to Star Radiance level 5. After the upgrade, Lu Chen went from being a billionaire to having only 6 million left. Looking at his shriveled wallet, Lu Chen sighed again. Money really isn't enough. After dealing with these matters, Lu Chen began to absorb the soul orbs. The blue jade 2 or 3 color soul orbs were still a great supplement for him. Over the next 2 days, Lu Chen and Su Ming, along with others, worked hard to enhance their strength. After absorbing all the soul orbs, Lu Chen's team's surface strength was no longer inferior to that of a team from a tier 3 force. Team leader Lu Chen, level reached Star Radiance level 6, combat power unknown. Team pet Shirtian, level Star Radiance level 5, combat power comparable to Star Radiance level 9. Vice Captain Su Ming, level reached Star Radiance level 4. Team members Yu and Monkey, level reached Star Radiance level 2. Healer Lu Cha, level reached Star Radiance level 1. Since it was a highly anticipated competition, Lu Chen did not plan to showcase too many abilities. Initially estimating that with an audience present, Lu Chen intended to use 2 to 3 abilities. Among them, Shirtian, as the most powerful single target means, would naturally be brought out. For the second ability, Lu Chen planned to use the most familiar thunder power, which was not only fast but also had tremendous destructive power, making it very useful in combat. The third ability was tentatively set as energy absorption, to be used as a last resort. This ability was a good choice for both offense and defense. Of course, this was Lu Chen's self-restriction to avoid drawing attention when people were around. If he were in a place without anyone, Lu Chen would not hold back. On the day of registration, after Lu Chen and the others discussed their battle plan, they left the hotel and headed to the registration area for the competition White Mist Square. By the time they arrived, the vast White Mist Square was already packed with people. Over 500 contestants from hundreds of cities were here to register and gather. Led by the staff, Lu Chen and the others approached a window. After checking their documents, the staff member asked, "You've been successfully registered, but we need a team name. Have you thought of one?" "Need a team name?" Lu Chen quickly thought and casually said, "Let's call ourselves the idiots downstairs." As soon as he said this, the staff fell silent. And Su Ming and the others also went quiet. It was easy to imagine the public outrage if this team name was used and their ranking was below that of other teams. To confirm that Lu Chen wasn't joking, the staff member asked again, "Sir, are you sure you want to choose this name?" "Yes, that's the one." Upon hearing Lu Chen's confirmation again, the staff could only register the name and silently wish Lu Chen and the others good luck. After successfully completing the registration, the staff handed several copies of the competition rules to Lu Chen and the others. The entire ability competition was divided into 2 major phases. The first phase, the Great Elimination. All participating teams would head to another location outside White Mist City for a 3-day outdoor hunting battle. The top 128 teams with the most loot would advance to the second phase. The second phase, the ability competition. Teams entering this phase would draw lots to determine their opponents, with matches conducted in an unknown format following a best-of system. Team members could continue to challenge until eliminated, and the first team to win 3 matches would be considered to have successfully advanced, continuing until the final champion was determined. It could be said that this rule was quite similar to the previous competition rules in Illusion Sea City, with the only difference being the opponents. Additionally, the survival competition was moved up. After understanding the rules, Lu Chen confidently chuckled to himself, "Champion, divine skills, here I come." The official start time for the competition was 10 in the morning. At this time, there was still some preparation time. After registering, Lu Chen began to scan the surroundings. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed to be looking for something, Su Ming smiled knowingly and said, "Brother Lu, are you looking for the betting odds?" "Hey, you got it. Have you seen any?" Lu Chen replied without denying it.
In his mind, with such a large competition, there must be many people setting odds. Even the organizers of White Mist City wouldn't miss such a lucrative opportunity. Lu Chen's idea was simple: to bet all the money he had on his own team. As a first-tier force, their odds should be quite good. This way, he could easily walk away with a lot of money in the end. However, after searching for a long time, Lu Chen didn't see a single person setting odds, which puzzled him greatly. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Ming explained, "This city's technology is quite advanced. They don't use such traditional methods." As he spoke, Su Ming took out his phone and opened a page. It prominently displayed the basic information of all teams and fluctuating odds. "Is this an app?" Lu Chen said, somewhat surprised. Such app technology was not uncommon in his past life, so he was naturally familiar with it. But in this world, it was indeed the first time he had seen it. Su Ming was a bit surprised that Lu Chen knew about it, considering he had only learned about it from a waiter when he went out last night. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to seem so familiar with it. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't need to explain further and directly said, "People in big cities use this to place bets. As long as you bind a federal digital card, you can directly transfer money to place bets." As he spoke, Su Ming also explained to Lu Chen what a federal digital card was. This city is indeed very advanced. After hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Then he handed the remaining 6 million to Su Ming and asked him to help deposit it. Su Ming's previous identity was not simple. Once when he visited a third-tier city, he conveniently opened one of these cards that allowed real-time deposits and withdrawals. This type of bank card was not the kind you see in the commoner districts that requires going to an ATM to withdraw money. Instead, it was like a spatial accessory capable of automatically depositing and withdrawing money. Moreover, during this process, any changes in the amount would be reported in real time to the Federal Central Bank. It could be said to be an extremely convenient tool. This method had already exceeded Lu Chen's understanding, but he also realized that in this world, even supernatural abilities existed. So, something like this shouldn't be too strange, right? Soon, Su Ming deposited Lu Chen's money into the digital card. The number on the card instantly changed from 20 million to 26 million. Then, Su Ming searched on his phone and found the location of his team. Downstairs are all big fools from the first-tier city of Illusory Sea City. Currently ranked in the top 128 with odds of 130, maximum bet 100 million. Championship odds 1:100, maximum bet 100 million. Guliolu. After seeing these odds, Lu Chen excitedly swallowed. He never expected that the odds for his team would be so terrifying. Just for making it into the top 128, betting 10 million could yield a full 300 million. If betting on the championship, 10 million could even earn 1 billion. To be honest, these odds were quite normal, because Lu Chen and the others were a team from a first-tier power. Who would believe they could make it into the top 128? And who would believe this team would win the championship? The answer, of course, was no one believed. If no one believed, then no one would bet money. If no one bet money, they could only use high odds to attract people to give money. This was a common trick in casinos. However, such high odds just happened to benefit Lu Chen. He and Su Ming exchanged glances, both knowing what the other was thinking. Without hesitation, Su Ming placed all the money on his team to win the championship. Upon receiving the successful betting notification, Lu Chen and Su Ming smiled at each other, both understanding without words. By the time the competition ended, the organizers would probably cry their hearts out, right? If it weren't for the concern of winning too much and being unable to leave White Mist City, Lu Chen would definitely have liquidated all the spatial accessories and seized weapons from the god space and then bet wildly on his team. But doing so would attract the attention of White Mist City, which was something Lu Chen did not want to see. In life, one should be greedy when it's time to be greedy and not be greedy when it's not. Lu Chen had a good grasp of this balance. Not long after placing the bet, the old man who had appeared outside last time came again. He stood on top of a 3-story building, his gaze sweeping over every participating team present, then spoke. "I believe you understand the rules well enough. The location for the first phase of the Great Selection has been determined. Please look here." As soon as the old man's words fell, a holographic projection appeared in front of him. This kind of technology was something you wouldn't even dream of seeing in Illusory Sea City, let alone in some third-tier cities. But everyone's attention was not on being surprised by this thing. Their focus was entirely on the image projected. It was a rough map, marked with the levels and activity ranges of the soul beasts. The old man, while showing everyone the map, said, "This is the Sunset Valley outside White Mist City, where the soul beasts reside, ranging from the 5th to the 9th rank. You will be randomly teleported to a location in this valley shortly. 3 days later, your scores will be determined based on the number of soul beast heads you collect. For specific scoring, refer to the list projected above." I won't elaborate further. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone remained silent, clearly having no questions. Seeing this, the old man passionately announced, "Then I will give you 10 minutes to prepare. Once the 10 minutes are up, the 30th Extraordinary Ability Competition will officially begin."
10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
Everyone was busy saving the information from the projection, and nothing particularly noteworthy happened. When the clock struck 10 in the morning, the old man waved his hand gently, and the entire square began to glow with a faint white light. Everyone knew this was the so-called random teleportation array. Based on the badges given by the staff earlier, each team would be randomly teleported to a location in Sunset Valley, and the outdoor hunting battle would commence.
No one resisted, and soon everyone was teleported away.
When Lu Chen regained his vision, he found himself in a forest.
He glanced around.
Su Ming and the monkey were still sitting on the ground, their consciousness hazy. "Wake up, we've been teleported," Lu Chen kicked Su Ming.
Su Ming immediately came to his senses, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, and asked, "Brother Lu, have we completed the teleportation?"
"Yes, go wake up the monkey and the others."
"Okay." Su Ming nodded and called the monkey and the others awake.
At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell on his competition badge. He could sense the mechanical sounds coming from it. So if he wasn't mistaken, this badge had a recording function.
The contestants' abilities in battle scenes would be recorded by this badge.
Although it might be used to prevent some contestants from cheating, for some reason, Lu Chen felt that Whiteness City had other purposes for recording this. Thinking of this, Lu Chen activated silence and reminded Su Ming and the others, "Be careful with your words and actions. These badges are monitoring us."
Everyone nodded upon hearing this.
In fact, their abilities didn't matter much, but they needed to be cautious about their speech.
After all, Lu Chen had many secrets. If they accidentally let something slip, it would definitely affect him. After a brief exchange, Lu Chen cancelled the effect of silence.
Then, he looked around and signaled everyone to head north.
Lu Chen had already scouted this area.
There were more than 10 soul beasts of the 4th rank wandering here. After his ability level increased, Lu Chen's Dapeng bird ability provided enhanced hearing and vision once again. This time, the enhancement allowed him to see and hear the rank of soul beasts, and even gauge the danger level posed by humans. It could be said that this ability had become much more practical. Lu Chen pointed the way, and the others followed closely behind.
The team coordinated perfectly, with no unnecessary chatter. After walking for about a minute or two, Lu Chen signaled everyone to stop.
Not far from them, in a muddy area, a dozen ugly monsters with 7 or 8 tentacles were wandering near the mud.
Tentacle venom monsters, roughly at the 4th rank, worth 120 points each.
Their tentacles are highly toxic. If struck, they can quickly induce paralysis, rendering one unable to fight, and they are very effective against close combat. So, this will be left to you two, Monkey and Su Ming. You and I will prevent the tentacle venom monsters from getting close, while Lu Cha will be on standby to heal us.
Lu Chen analyzed as he spoke.
Although he could easily handle these monsters alone, but because of the badge, Lu Chen decided to temporarily hide his strength. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. On the way to Whiteness City, everyone had already honed their teamwork to perfection. Of course, when we say teamwork, it actually means there was no need for Lu Chen's cooperation.
Because when Lu Chen made a move, it was an instant kill,
and there was no need for any coordination.
Soon, everyone was ready for battle.
Su Ming was the first to strike. His gaze quickly swept over the more than 10 tentacled venom monsters ahead.
In the next second, those tentacled venom monsters began to show abnormalities.
Some had their vision stripped away, some spat out blood, and some even lost their lives outright. Su Ming's ability was always astonishing to behold. It seemed useless at first glance, as it couldn't directly cause the target's death. But as long as he set his eyes on someone, their body would immediately sustain injuries, and the more severe cases would be killed instantly. This ability was actually quite terrifying. The fluctuations of his power also caught the attention of the tentacled venom monsters. They charged wildly towards Lu Chen and the others.
At that moment,
the monkey sprouted 20 pairs of arms. Each pair held energy firearms. These firearms were designed to deal with soul beasts and extraordinary beings, and they posed no problem against these soul beasts at all. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots of pure energy bullets, 3,600 turns in a breath, great compassion, and mercy to save the world. After reciting a line Lu Chen taught him, the monkey simultaneously pulled the trigger.
Da-did-day-day-day.
Accompanied by the symphony of gunfire, more than a dozen tentacled venom monsters were immediately turned into sieves. The bullets in the energy firearms were specially made, containing power energy. They could easily penetrate the bodies of extraordinary beings and soul beasts, causing terrifying internal damage. In just a few seconds, this group of 4-star tentacled venom monsters was completely wiped out. Lu Chen signaled the monkey to stop attacking. Yuyo, standing by, wisely went to dig for soul orbs. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly frowned. The Devourer, which had been in the Soul Beast space, suddenly appeared in front of him. Without Lu Chen's command, the Devourer immediately shot towards Lu Chen's rear.
In less than a second, the cries of soul beasts came from behind, and after more than 10 seconds, the sounds ceased.
The Devourer slowly returned, dragging the corpses of 8 soul beasts. Shadow Monkey, 5-star, 200 points, good at hiding in the shadows and ambushing. We just started and have already earned 3,280 points. This opening is quite good. Lu Chen calculated the soul beasts he had killed and smiled in satisfaction. There were a total of 14 tentacled venom monsters, worth 120 points each, totaling 1680 points. There were 8 shadow monkeys, worth 200 points each, totaling 1,600 points. This opening was definitely explosive. After all, shadow monkeys were difficult to kill. They would only hide in the shadows and observe, striking only when the opportunity arose, otherwise, they would flee directly. It was really hard for ordinary people to spot them. Plus, with the shadow monkeys' incredible speed, even if someone did spot them, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Only someone like Lu Chen, a freak, could discover and kill them so quickly. Soon, Yu-Yo and Lu Cha had cut off the heads of the slain soul beasts. Meanwhile, everyone's badges recorded this scene. On the major screens in White Mist City, a team that no one expected quickly rose to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Downstairs Are All Big Fools, 3280 points. Second place, Mechanical City, 2400 points. Third place, The Strongest in Liyuan City, 1800 points.
Damn, which Forces team is in first place? Their name is so arrogant.
Aren't they afraid of being beaten up? Click, click, click. You should take a look at how they're already in first place. Their strength must be the best among all the competing teams.
Are they afraid of being ganged up on? Let's first surpass their points and then talk. Quick, show us a replay.
They scored 3,280 points right from the start. How on earth did they manage that? As soon as the leaderboard updated, Lu Chen's team shot up to the top position.
This phenomenon naturally caught the attention of many.
As the ruler of the organizing party, the White Mist City, Liang Yangyi also noticed this matter. He pulled out some documents and studied them carefully for a while, his eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. What he held in his hands was the information on the team known as Downstairs Are All Big Fools, led by Lu Chen. First of all, they came from the first-tier force, Phantom Sea City, which shocked Liang Yangyi greatly. First-tier forces typically cannot retain people. Unless they are direct relatives, even super geniuses tend to leave. So generally, inviting people from first-tier forces to participate in the ability competition is merely to fill the numbers. But unexpectedly, this team from Phantom Sea City made a strong impression right from the start. The team name, combined with this performance, it was as if they already knew their team would firmly hold a leading position. Suddenly, Liang Yangyi developed a strong interest in this team. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to pull up the kill replays of Lu Chen and the others. On the big screen, the footage of Lu Chen and his team appeared. They didn't know if it was luck or some other reason, but shortly after starting, they encountered a group of tentacle venom monsters, and the subsequent situation was a perfectly coordinated kill of these soul beasts.
At this point, Liang Yangyi's gaze never left the monkey. After all, the monkey's ability was not particularly powerful. But when paired with expensive energy firearms and ammunition, it transformed into a killing machine. It could be said that the swift resolution of those soul beasts was largely due to this person who resembled a monkey. Originally, Liang Yangyi thought that the reason this team was so impressive was solely due to this one person's contribution with the Gatling gun. But soon, he realized how shallow his understanding was. Because just after they finished off the tentacle venom monsters, the next moment, a sky-devouring werewolf appeared on the screen. Then came the scene of the sky-devouring werewolf charging out and dragging back 8 shadow monkeys. Upon seeing this, Liang Yangyi looked at Lu Chen's information in his hand, his brows slightly raised, and he muttered in surprise, "I didn't expect that." Besides awakening the lightning element, he also awakened a contract ability, and the key is that the soul beast is the rare sky-devouring werewolf. This team is indeed not simple. Awakened dual-element extraordinary beings are not that rare in this 5th-tier force. However, coming from a first-tier force made Liang Yangyi very curious. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this young man appeared to be handling everything with ease. He probably had many more trump cards yet to be revealed. City Lord, look, the leaderboard has changed again. Just as Liang Yangyi was reviewing Lu Chen's kill replay, a subordinate suddenly reminded him.
Liang Yangyi looked up and saw that the first-place team, Downstairs Are All Big Fools, had once again skyrocketed from 3,280 points to 6,000 points. They had gained nearly 3,000 points in one go.
Liang Yangyi was completely stunned by this change in points. It wasn't because he was surprised by Lu Chen and their attack power. Rather, it was because this team was just too lucky, encountering 3 batches of soul beasts in just over 10 minutes. Liang Yangyi picked up the documents again and muttered with some confusion, "Could it be that among these people, there is someone who can summon enemies? Or is it that this young man named Lu Chen has reached a high level of contractability and can share the powers of the sky-devouring werewolf? But in any case, this team is a dark horse. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Valley, Lu Chen and the others were heading towards their next destination. During their walk, Su Ming came to Lu Chen's side and made a shushing gesture, seemingly wanting to say something. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately activated silence, smiling as he said, "Are you trying to say that if we charge directly into the Soul Beast group it will raise suspicions in White Mist City?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "Indeed, I was going to mention this. After all, we haven't wasted any time heading to our destination, and the people in White Mist City must have seen our information. I'm afraid they might have some doubts. Of course, we are fine, mainly you, Brother Lu." Su Ming didn't finish his sentence. But Lu Chen understood that Su Ming was worried about him being targeted. In response, Lu Chen simply smiled lightly and said, "I've already considered this issue, otherwise, how would I have exposed my contractability? The purpose is to lead them to think that my searching ability is related to the sky devouring. If I'm not mistaken, they should believe this is the effect of a high-level contractability." "I see." Su Ming showed a look of realization. He had been worried about Lu Chen being targeted, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Seeing that Su Ming had no other questions, Lu Chen released the effect of silence. After walking for a few minutes, Lu Chen suddenly signaled everyone to stop and be quiet. Then, he quickly moved his ears and changed the plan, saying, "We've encountered acquaintances, let's change direction." "Acquaintances?" As soon as Su Ming spoke, he immediately realized and laughed. "Is it that group of guys?" "Yes, let's go meet them." Lu Chen smiled as well. Then led everyone to change direction. With the sky devouring as cover, Lu Chen could confidently find his target. Using silence to mask their sounds, Lu Chen and the others walked for about 5 or 6 minutes before arriving behind a hidden spot. Not far ahead, 5 people were engaged in a fierce battle with a group of soul beasts. These 5 were none other than Li Kuei and his group, who had previously come to trouble Lu Chen outside the White Mist Forest. Seeing this, Lu Chen and Su Ming exchanged glances and smiled, saying, "We all know what to do, right?" The others nodded in understanding. "Of course we do." Lu Chen asked, "What is our slogan?" The group replied, "Stir up trouble, stir up trouble, stir up more trouble." After hearing this, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go for it. Tomorrow is the weekend and I plan to write 6 chapters to entertain the family. As usual, those with money can support financially, and those without can support with their presence. Please urge for updates and leave good reviews. Thank you. The competition rules dictate that killing is not allowed. Because there are monitors present, if one wants to kill, it must be done in front of so many spectators in the city, which is very unfavorable for Lu Chen. However, while killing is not allowed, annoying people is fair game. If they want to kill me, then self-defense is also an option. So Lu Chen decided to have some fun with this acquaintance. "Yu, control their weapons." Lu Chen quickly issued the command and Yu immediately sprang into action. Just as Li Kuei and the others were about to strike down a soul beast, suddenly, a tremendous pulling force seized their weapons. This sudden change caught Li Kuei and the others completely off guard, and in the blink of an eye, their weapons slipped from their hands, all floating in the air, without weapons. The soul beast's counterattack became even fiercer. In an instant, the previously decent defense line was under immense pressure. At this moment, Li Kuei had already reacted first. He turned around with wide eyes, glaring at Lu Chen and the others who were laughing not far away, and shouted angrily, "You from Huanhai City, are you looking for death? Hurry up and cancel your abilities, return our weapons, or else once we deal with these soul beasts, it will be your death day." "Oh dear, so scary," Lu Chen replied with a cheeky smile, then gestured for Yu to place the weapons in front of him, continuing to taunt the furious Li Kuei. "We'll just leave the weapons here, if you have the guts, come and take them." WDNMD. Li Kuei was truly enraged, his killing intent unabashed. Although he wanted to kill Lu Chen, he currently had no way to trouble him. Because without weapons, that group of soul beasts was launching a frenzied counterattack. Neither he nor his teammates could escape from the soul beasts. It could only be said that the guys from Huanhai City had appeared at the most disgusting time possible. If they had killed this group of soul beasts, they wouldn't dare to provoke like this. They would definitely break all 3 of their legs. Watching Li Kuei and the others, who were half dead from anger and could only seethe in frustration, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm dying of laughter. Coming from a second-tier force, is your sense of superiority this strong? Even these soul beasts take forever to kill. Do you want me to help you? I beg your mother." Li Kuei was instantly furious upon hearing this. So much so that he lost focus and almost got scratched by a soul beast. Seeing this, Lu Chen laughed even more wildly. The few people on Li Kuei's side were all extremely agitated. They each swallowed their anger, thinking that once they finished off the soul beasts, they would definitely teach Lu Chen and his group a good lesson. But would Lu Chen let them have their way?
After achieving the first step, Lu Chen immediately arranged the next step. Lu Cha, heal these soul beasts' injuries. As soon as this was said, Li Kuei and his group immediately erupted in curses. Damn it, Huanhai City, have a little conscience. Healing the soul beast's injuries. Do you want to completely become enemies with us from Nanya City? If you dare to heal the soul beasts, I'll be the first to kill you. Bro, listen to me, leave a line for future encounters. Don't anger us, or else the entire Huanhai City will pay for your actions. At this point, they had already started to threaten. After hearing this, Lu Chen found it particularly amusing. Clearly, they were in a disadvantageous position, yet they didn't beg for mercy or peace, but instead threatened him? That made things easier. With this thought, Lu Chen gave Lu Cha a knowing glance. And Lu Cha smiled in understanding. Then, a fragrant aroma wafted from Lu Cha. As the soul beasts caught a whiff, their injuries began to heal, and even the stamina they had exhausted from fighting for so long quickly returned to peak condition thanks to Lu Cha's abilities. This action instantly infuriated Li Kuei and the others. Now that they were without weapons, the soul beasts they had worked so hard to weaken were all restored to their best state by Lu Chen's group. This was bullying taken to an extreme. MLGB, let's fight them. Li Kuei was immediately furious, unable to endure this humiliation. He directly issued orders for his teammates to ignore the soul beasts and instead turn around to attack Lu Chen and the others. Seeing this, Lu Chen not only did not panic but instead revealed a scheming smile and said, "You are the ones attacking me. If anything happens, you can't blame me. I'm just acting in self-defense." This statement was not meant for Li Kuei and the others, but for the powers that be in Baiwu City. What was Lu Chen afraid of? He wasn't afraid of a second-tier force like Nanya City. He was afraid of being arrested by the high and mighty Baiwu City for murder. But now, in front of so many people, if Li Kuei and the others want to kill me to silence me, then I can't be blamed for what happens next. After all, I was terrified at that moment. If I accidentally lost control and killed someone, it can't be my fault, right? At this moment, Li Kuei also noticed the change in Lu Chen's expression and suddenly realized this issue. But it was already too late. Because his subordinates had already begun to attack Lu Chen and the others. Flame from the sky, water prison, ice seal, colorful abilities surged towards Lu Chen and the others. At this moment, Shirtian moved. Seeing Li Kuei and the others daring to attack Lu Chen, it instantly erupted in fury. Its claws glimmered with a cold light as it suddenly crossed its hands to unleash a cross slash. A terrifying cross-claw strike instantly shattered all the incoming abilities. Even though Star Level 4 soul beasts would take a long time to fight back, how could they possibly be a match for Shirtian, whose combat power had reached the peak of Star Level 9? All abilities, upon contact with this deadly tearing strike, were instantly ripped apart and vanished without a trace. Shishin's immense power left Li Kuei and the others in shock, because this was at least the strength of Star Level 9. They never expected that a contracted soul beast could be this formidable. How powerful must Lu Chen, who had tamed this Shirtian werewolf, be? In that instant, Li Kuei immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. The reason Lu Chen and the others acted that way was entirely to provoke him, to make him attack them, thus creating a false impression of being forced to defend. Thinking of this, Li Kuei immediately shouted, "Retreat, scatter and retreat." Just as he finished shouting, Li Kuei turned and ran. But just as he turned around, he suddenly heard Lu Chen's voice beside him. "When did I allow you to run?" The voice was not loud, but it felt like the whisper of a demon to Li Kuei. Before he could react, the next second, thunder rumbled. And then, there was no more after that. Boom! In the sky, thunder rolled. Countless bolts of lightning fell in an instant. The next second, Li Kuei, who was still lively and ready to escape, was instantly blasted to nothing. Lu Chen's strength had already reached Star Level 9. He was simply not someone like Li Kuei, who had just reached Star Level 5, could withstand. This strike not only killed Li Kuei but also wiped out the other 4 members of the South Asia City team, along with those soul beasts. In just one strike, Lu Chen single-handedly annihilated the representative team of South Asia City. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being, and your ability has been automatically extracted. Perfect crime. Perfect crime. As long as you are committing a crime, you can use this ability to erase all criminal records. For example, if you kill someone in front of another person after using the ability, that witness will not know you killed anyone, and even electronic devices can be tampered with. There were a total of 5 people, and only Li Kuei's ability was somewhat useful. The others were all repetitive types. However, this ability was indeed interesting. It was practically born for crime, wasn't it? Lu Chen arrived at the scene of Li Kuei and the others' deaths. Although they had been blasted to nothing, the spatial artifacts were completely unharmed. Lu Chen collected the 5 spatial artifacts into the divine space, and just as he was about to call Su Ming and the others to leave, he found them standing there, dumbfounded. Lu Chen asked with some confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No.
It's just that you're too terrifying,
Su Ming said with a somewhat awkward smile. They were actually completely stunned by Lu Chen's terrifying strength. That was a whole team, and they had been so easily taken down by Lu Chen in one move. It can be seen how deeply Lu Chen usually hides himself, right? To this, Lu Chen just smiled faintly. If they knew that he had killed a first-tier powerhouse from the Haoyue faction, Su Ming and the others would probably be even more surprised, right? Due to the surveillance, he couldn't say too much. After packing up the spatial accessories of Li Kuei and the others, he signaled for them to leave. Meanwhile, in Misty Fog City, damn, he really killed them. Today's big news, the first-tier force, Illusory Sea City, actually wiped out the team from the second-tier force, South Asia City. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from South Asia City? Even if South Asia City struck first, publicly killing people is a bit too much. Damn, are you out of your mind? Didn't you see that young man took out the South Asia City team with one move, and there's that terrifying sky-devouring werewolf? You tell me, would someone like that be afraid of retaliation from South Asia City? Exactly. I think Illusory Sea City will definitely be the most dazzling dark horse this year. Hurry up and place your bets, this is way better than anything else. Lu Chen's overwhelming kill shocked everyone in Misty Fog City. Everyone was discussing this matter, but the public opinion overwhelmingly supported Lu Chen. There's no way around it, because in this world, strength is always respected. When Lu Chen displayed his overwhelming power, he had already won the applause of all the spectators. At this moment, everyone hurried to place bets on the downstairs or all big fools team, but unfortunately, the betting channel had already been closed by Liang Yangyi at the first opportunity. In Misty Fog City, the castle, Liang Yangyi had also witnessed Lu Chen's performance. When he saw Lu Chen's abilities, he couldn't help but stand up from his seat, somewhat surprised, and said, "The power of this ability is truly remarkable. This young man is indeed formidable. He might be the biggest dark horse this year." As a 9th-tier Radiant Sun and a 3-system extraordinary being, Liang Yangyi knew better than anyone that the more abilities one has, the slower the level of those abilities increases. Sometimes, people of the same level might have their abilities at level 10, while a dual-system extraordinary being might only have one ability at level 5. This is because when there is only one ability in the body, all the energy is supplied to that ability. When there are two abilities, the energy supply is split in half. Naturally, the level of the abilities increases more slowly. At first, Liang Yangyi thought that the contract was Lu Chen's main ability because his performance while traveling revealed the state of sharing the sky-devouring werewolf. But now, this lightning strike made Liang Yangyi realize he had guessed wrong. This young man named Lu Chen actually had both abilities at a high level. This made Liang Yangyi completely unable to believe that Lu Chen was someone from a small city. To directly say he was a young master traveling from a level 5 or 6 force would be completely believable. It was from this moment on that Liang Yangyi's gaze could not leave Lu Chen. At this time, although Lu Chen was unaware that he was being watched, he knew what kind of reaction he would provoke. But there was nothing he could do. Lu Chen was a petty person. If you didn't provoke him, there would be no issue. But if you did provoke him, you must pay with your life. Previously, Li Kuei and the others not only came to provoke Lu Chen but also threatened him. So when Lu Chen had the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let them off. Moreover, showcasing his strength was something Lu Chen wanted to do. After all, according to his leveling speed, he was not suited to stay in Illusory Sea City. If he wanted to enter a bigger stage, then Misty Fog City was a stepping stone. Naturally, he needed to show some strength. This is also why Lu Chen wanted to expose himself as a dual or even triple system extraordinary being here. Similarly, using all his strength to crush Li Kuei and the others was for the same reason. Only with powerful strength would he attract the attention of the higher-ups in Misty Fog City. This place would then become his new stepping stone. Therefore, being noticed by Misty Fog City could be said to be something Lu Chen hoped for. In the time that followed, Liu Chen accurately led Su Ming and the others to find the soul beasts, and then let Shi Tian and Su Ming's group kill these soul beasts. Without wasting a moment and with their overwhelming strength, Lu Chen managed to pull ahead of the second place by over 10,000 points in just 2 hours. It could be said that even if Lu Chen stopped now, the second place would probably need several hours to catch up. Lu Chen originally planned to let everyone take a break, giving the following teams some time to catch up, but there was no way around it. In Lu Chen's view, this wilderness survival competition was just child's play. Others could find soul beasts as accurately as Lu Chen, but their strength configuration simply couldn't match his efficiency. The same amount of time spent finding them, one team took 10 minutes, while Lu Chen's took 2. The difference was clear. As for other capable teams, they wouldn't have such personnel configurations. Because beast transformation, unless it was a powerful ancient species or a phantom beast, was basically useless. Strong teams simply wouldn't bring such people. Thus, by a twist of fate, Lu Chen became this special existence.
How lonely it is to be invincible. Lu Chen hummed a tune in a good mood, sitting on a rock and saying to everyone, "Let's take a break, otherwise, the people behind us won't even catch up to our leftovers. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for them? Ha, if others heard you, Brother Lu, they might just die of anger." Su Ming laughed at Lu Chen's words. Yu, standing nearby, also chuckled, although what Captain Lu said is a bit boastful, it's also the truth. Since we came in, we've been continuously slaying soul beasts. Except for the time we spent with the people from Manhwa City, which delayed us a bit, we can basically say we've taken down a soul beast every 5 minutes. I don't think anyone can catch up to us at this speed. Although everyone was unaware of the situation of others, they were very clear about their own. Normally, when encountering a group of soul beasts, a typical team would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. In contrast, Lu Chen's side, with Su Ming, Shirtian, and the monkey's frenzied output, could resolve ordinary soul beasts in about 5 minutes. If they encountered slightly stronger soul beasts, Lu Chen, being a freak, would also step in to attack, and it would still take around 5 minutes to finish the battle. This efficiency was something others simply couldn't compare to. Therefore, Yu had reason to believe that Lu Chen's team was definitely in first place at that moment. Lu Chen gave Yu a thumbs up for his analysis. Then, while eating something, he said, "As long as we continue at this speed, we should be able to advance to the next round in first place, so everyone should rest as needed and not feel too much pressure." Everyone nodded. After all, with Lu Chen, there was no need to worry about not advancing. The group rested for a full hour before getting up to continue hunting. They hadn't walked long when Lu Chen's ears twitched again, pointing in a certain direction. The others nodded in understanding, and the group quickly headed southeast. Not long after, a spectacular battle of abilities erupted ahead. Lu Chen glanced at the two sides engaged in combat, then turned to Su Ming beside him. "Which faction is this team from?" Su Ming's eyesight wasn't as good as Lu Chen's. He stared for a while before recalling. "Both teams are from secondary factions. The one on the left is from Haibian City, and the one on the right is from Bianhai City. These two factions are archenemies and will usually start fighting as soon as they meet." "I see, one is called Haibian and the other Bianhai. It's clear they are sworn enemies." Lu Chen commented on the names, then said, "But enemies are easier to deal with. What's on your mind, Brother Lu?" "Of course, it's about making money." Lu Chen chuckled and gestured for everyone to follow him. Su Ming and the others looked confused, not knowing what Lu Chen was planning, but they still followed him, coming into the line of sight of both battling sides. As soon as both teams saw a third party appear, they immediately stopped their attacks. They created some distance, all on guard against Lu Chen's side. Seeing this, Lu Chen cheerfully raised his hand and said, "Listen to me, both sides. You won't be able to kill each other like this. Even if you do manage to kill the other side, you'll be heavily injured yourselves. So I have a proposal. Whichever side pays me more, they'll help you take down the other side. How about it? Not a bad proposal, right?" The captain of Haibian City, Gong Meng, immediately agreed upon hearing this and said, "Brother, they'll give you 50 million to help me wipe out these damned beasts." Lu Chen couldn't help but grin widely at this, nodding in satisfaction as he shouted, 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second, 60 million. As soon as Lu Chen began counting, the captain of Bianhai City, Mog, finally spoke up. Initially, he didn't want to get involved in this farce. The best method would have been for both sides to unite and drive this third party away. But unfortunately, the people of Haibian City didn't think so. Since the other side made a bid, if they didn't respond, this newly appeared first-tier force would help them deal with their own side, something Mog didn't want to see. 60 million, are there any more bids from the folks at Haibian City? Don't let the other side look down on you. Lu Chen timely provoked the people of Haibian City. Upon hearing this, how could they hold back? Gong Meng directly called out, 100 million. Wow, it's reached 100 million. Folks from Bianhai City, you're not cowards, are you? The other side has offered 100 million, you can lose, but you can't lose face. Damn it, 120 million. Mog was indeed goaded by Lu Chen, directly adding another 20 million. Upon hearing Mog's new bid, Gong Meng didn't need Lu Chen to say anything and immediately added another 20 million. Clearly, the competition had shifted from a physical fight to a contest of wealth. At this moment, Lu Chen had transformed into the top auctioneer, continuously stimulating the competitive emotions of both sides. This scene left Su Ming and the others behind him utterly stunned. They never expected that Lu Chen, besides having overwhelming combat power, also possessed such talents. A minute passed. The current bid had reached 220 million. This bid was made by the people of Haibian City, and upon hearing it, the people of Bianhai City fell silent. Clearly, this bid had left them somewhat at a loss. Lu Chen didn't care about that. Seeing that the people of Bianhai City were silent, he casually called out, 220 million for the first time, 220 million for the second time, 220 million for the 230 million. Just as Lu Chen was about to say it for the last time, Emoji shouted out another bid. However, after calling out the bid, he added, "This is already our final limit. I advise you to think carefully. If they raise the bid again, they are completely deceiving you. The people of Hybian City are best at going back on their word. They want to use you to kill us, and then kill you." You make a valid point. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and countered, "So you want use us then?" "Of course not, we from Bianhai City disdain to do such things. I can give you the money first, can they?" Saying this, Emoji took out a digital card from his spatial accessory and tossed it directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked it up and saw that it indeed displayed a balance of 230 million. Seeing this, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards Gong Meng, revealing a refreshing smile as he said, "Now the pressure is on your side." Gong Meng's expression turned extremely grim upon witnessing Moji's actions. Just as Moji had said, he simply didn't have that much money. The reason he had been continuously raising the price was that he completely looked down on Lu Chen. As long as he could use Lu Chen and the others to kill Moji and his group, he would force Lu Chen to give up this money. In his view, a team from a first-tier force was nothing to be afraid of. But now that Moji had exposed him, Gong Meng found himself in a difficult position. He awkwardly chuckled and forced an explanation, saying, "We indeed didn't bring that much money, but our Hybian City is also an established second-tier force. We can afford a mere 200 million. At this point, Gong Meng's eyes suddenly darted around, and he proposed to Lu Chen, "My friend, look at how much cash the people from Hybian City are carrying. If you join us in taking them down, not only can you obtain the cash intact, but you can also become our friend in Hybian City. Isn't this deal more attractive to you?" As soon as Gong Meng finished speaking, Moji's heart skipped a beat. Even he thought this proposal was quite good. At that moment, he feared that Lu Chen would be swayed by Gong Meng. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen gave a thumbs up. "That's a great proposal, but the fact that you can say this proves you're a cunning person, so I've decided to help Hybian City instead." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Meng had already taken action. He shouted, "Retreat!" And he and his team began to flee with all their might. But how could Lu Chen let them have their way? Without needing to give any orders, Shirtian and Su Ming, who were behind Lu Chen, instantly sprang into action. Su Ming's gaze quickly swept over Gong Meng and the others. The next second, they all faced a certain deprivation. Some had their vision taken away, some had their abilities stripped, and some had their legs rendered useless. Among the five, only Gong Meng, who was at a higher level than Su Ming, was unharmed. The other four could be said to have been incapacitated with just a glance from Su Ming. Damn, how can they be this strong? Gong Meng caught a glimpse of his companions out of the corner of his eye. He never expected that this suddenly appearing first-tier force would be so formidable. Their captain hadn't even made a move, and they had already lost 4. This bizarre ability left Gong Meng in awe. But it wasn't over yet. The moment Su Ming made his move, the most terrifying among the team, Shirtian, had already arrived behind Gong Meng. With a direct deathly claw, he lunged at Gong Meng. Countless threads. Gong Meng felt a deathly aura closing in on him. Without any hesitation, he activated his ability. In an instant, countless threads appeared, blocking Shishin's claws, forming a dense defensive net. This was Gong Meng's ultimate skill. Although they were just thin threads, they were indeed made of energy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a 7th or 8th tier soul beast couldn't cut through these threads. However, before Gong Meng could take pride in his ability, Shirtian easily severed all of his proud threads. How is this possible? Gong Meng couldn't even finish his sentence before Shishin's claws had already torn his face apart. The excruciating pain made Gong Meng let out a miserable scream. At this moment, Lu Chen had already finished off the 4 people and approached Gong Meng, smiling. "Sorry, I had no grievances with you, but the other side offered too much money." With that, Lu Chen delivered a fatal blow to Gong Meng, not giving him a chance to speak. "Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being, and your ability has been automatically extracted energy threads. Utilizing the energy within oneself to generate various types of threads, their strength depends on your energy intensity. If the opponent's energy is lower than yours, then the threads cannot be destroyed. This ability is not bad," Lu Chen thought to himself. Among these 5, only Gong Meng's ability was useful. The other 4 had redundant abilities. After killing Gong Meng and the others, Lu Chen found a federal digital card among their spatial accessories, which had a balance of just over 90 million. This left Lu Chen somewhat speechless. How could the gap between people be so vast? Not knowing the card's withdrawal password, Lu Chen took out Gong Meng's phone. After unlocking it with a fingerprint, he transferred the entire balance from the card to Su Ming's card. Using a bank card was a bit troublesome, unless you knew the password. Transferring money required fingerprint authentication to proceed with the transfer via phone. This added several unnecessary steps to the act of killing and looting. Fortunately, there were no withdrawal limits like in modern society, otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome.
After completing all this, Lu Chen turned his attention to MOG. At this moment, MOG was already stunned by the strength of Lu Chen and the others. The people they couldn't take down for half a day were all eliminated in less than a minute. This terrifying power left MOG and the others too afraid to even breathe. When he met Lu Chen's gaze, MOG forced himself to calm down, squeezed out a smile, and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, my friend, for your assistance. If Hai Bian City comes to trouble you, we in Bian Hai City will definitely not stand by and do nothing." After saying this, MOG felt something was off. How could someone who could so easily eliminate Gong Meng and the others be afraid of retaliation from a second-tier force? But regardless, his attitude had already been conveyed to Lu Chen. Now he just hoped that Lu Chen wouldn't kill him to silence him. Lu Chen naturally knew what MOG was thinking. He smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a demon, I don't enjoy killing. Now that I've helped you deal with the people from Hai Bian City, can the money on this card be transferred to me?" "Of course it can," MOG sighed in relief after hearing Lu Chen's words. He hurriedly transferred all the money to Su Ming's card through a mobile app. It's worth mentioning that these cards were all anonymous. Even if MOG transferred money to Su Ming's card, he wouldn't know Su Ming's name. If he entered the wrong name, it would be his own misfortune. Fortunately, MOG wasn't so frightened by Lu Chen's terrifying strength that he entered the wrong number. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. "The money has arrived," Su Ming said, glancing at the notification. Seeing the money had arrived, Lu Chen patted MOG on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "All right, it was a pleasure working together." Pleasure working together. MOG reluctantly shook hands with Lu Chen. Lu Chen could feel MOG's tension, as the guy's palms were all sweaty. Luckily, Lu Chen wasn't a killing machine. He only killed those who provoked him and those who deserved to die. After receiving the money he was owed, he signaled to Shi Tian and Su Ming to leave. However, as they were leaving, Lu Chen unleashed a newly acquired ability, Perfect Crime. Once this ability activated, all images of Lu Chen were directly erased from everyone's minds. Perfect Crime. This ability was a special use power extracted when Lu Chen killed Li Kuei. This ability didn't enhance his combat power but was incredibly effective in covering up criminal acts. After Lu Chen used this ability, all facts regarding his killings were completely altered. Originally, everyone had seen Lu Chen's sky-high demands and the fact that he killed Gong Meng due to the badge, but when Lu Chen used this ability, everyone who witnessed the scene, including the footage recorded by the system, would all be altered. Under the influence of this ability, Lu Chen and his companions would vanish. They had never been to this place, had not taken money from MOG, and certainly had not killed Gong Meng. Everything was done by MOG himself. Even those present, including MOG and others, firmly believed that Gong Meng was killed by them, with no involvement from Lu Chen and his group. The effect of this ability was perfect. Even Liang Yangi, who had been monitoring Lu Chen, suddenly felt a blur in his vision and couldn't help but exclaim, "Strange, why do I feel like I've forgotten something very important?" Liang Yangi furrowed his brows, trying to recall carefully. He had a feeling that he had forgotten something, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what it was. At that moment, his gaze fell on Lu Chen, who was aimlessly wandering, and he suddenly had a strange feeling, muttering to himself, "Could it be that this kid is up to something?" Although he had committed the perfect crime, in reality, Lu Chen himself didn't know just how perfect it could be. So, for safety's sake, Lu Chen did not seek trouble with other teams. After all, the badge in front of him was, in Lu Chen's view, always a big hassle. If he destroyed it, the White Mist City would also find out. Robbing and killing in its presence would easily give White Mist City a handle on him. Considering all this, it didn't seem particularly meaningful. So, for the time being, Lu Chen led Su Ming and others, avoiding other teams while continuing to hunt soul beasts. By the end of the day, the team he led, Downstairs Are All Big Fools, had already opened a significant gap from the second place. At this time, it was already evening. Lu Chen and the others were by the river, having a picnic to replenish their energy. Suddenly, Su Ming's phone rang. Su Ming took it out, and immediately, with a mix of laughter and tears, handed the phone to Lu Chen, saying, "Brother Lu, the latest rankings are out." "Oh, there's this feature, let me see." Lu Chen took the phone and glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Downstairs Are All Big Fools, points 43,680. Second place, Mechanical City, points 24,400. Third place, The Strongest from Liyuan City, points 11,200. Seeing this ranking, Lu Chen laughed heartily. "You guys tell me, how's the name I came up with? It's good, but there are many from the third-tier forces below us. I wonder if they'll be so angry after seeing this ranking and our team name that they won't be able to sleep tonight," Su Ming said, once again with a mix of laughter and tears. Being first place wasn't a big deal, but the name of this team was simply at the peak of mockery. In fact, just as Su Ming thought, when this leaderboard was updated, everyone below Lu Chen was furious. especially the team from Mechanical City, who were so enraged they nearly exploded on the spot.
Damn it, who is this first place? Such an arrogant name, aren't they afraid of provoking everyone's anger?
A hot-tempered member of the Mechanical City team started cursing. The others also looked extremely displeased. As a third-tier force, they rarely encountered such situations.
The name of the first-place team was like a slap in the face. Air Bao, check the information on this team. Fourth-tier forces and the White Mist City teams directly enter the second round and guarantee a spot in the top 16.
The teams participating in the first round are mostly only third-tier forces.
I want to see which third-tier force is so arrogant to eye in the crowd.
A red-haired woman began issuing commands. She was the captain of Mechanical City Wei Lan.
The name of Mechanical City itself indicated that it was a high-tech city.
The reason they could distance themselves from the third place by so much was due to their collection of strange energy gadgets. Although they were currently outside the city, they could still access information about the first place. After Wei Lan gave her orders, a little girl, barely 1.50 meters tall, immediately pulled out a computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. In less than 5 minutes, Air Bao found the information on the first place. However, as soon as the information appeared, Air Bao's expression became quite dramatic. Sister Lan, this team is not from a third-tier force.
Not a third-tier force? Could it be a fourth-tier force participating in the first round?
Wei Lan said, somewhat surprised. If it really was a fourth-tier force, she would have to swallow her pride. Because even though there was only a one-tier difference between forces, that one tier was like heaven and earth.
It's no exaggeration to say that a fourth-tier force could eliminate a third-tier force without spending too much time or effort.
Hearing Wei Lan's words, the girl named Air Bao shook her head and said with a bitter smile, the team in first place is from the first-tier force, Illusory Sea City.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
As soon as Air Bao finished speaking, Wei Lan exclaimed in shock.
A team from a first-tier force could dominate so many third-tier forces and sit firmly at the top of the hunting leaderboard? Wasn't that telling them that all of them together were just worthless, trampled underfoot by a team from a first-tier force? How could Wei Lan believe this?
Air Bao knew that Wei Lan wouldn't believe her,
so she immediately displayed the information on the computer for Wei Lan and the others to see.
After everyone looked at the information on the screen, they all fell silent because Air Bao was right. It really was a team from Illusory Sea City, shitting on top of so many third-tier forces. Just thinking about this made Wei Lan sneer several times as she issued a command, Air Bao, find out the location of this team. I want to meet them in person and see what capabilities they have to lead us by such a wide margin. As an heir of a third-tier force, Wei Lan could not tolerate a team from a first-tier force ranking above her.
Although this team might indeed be formidable, so what? How far could people from a first-tier force really go?
But while Wei Lan was very proud, she was not a fool.
She understood that the first place was strong.
If her team encountered the first place, regardless of who would win or lose, both sides would suffer significant damage. Wei Lan would not engage in a situation where the clam fights and the fisherman benefits. So she picked up her phone and contacted several other top-ranking teams. After finishing, Wei Lan looked at the direction Air Bao had found and sneered. I originally didn't want to win this way, but if a first-tier force has touched a cake they shouldn't have, then it's just bad luck for you. After saying this, Wei Lan immediately called her teammates and headed towards the direction where Lu Chen was. At this moment, Lu Chen was still unaware that he had become a target. He was happily eating barbecue, praising the monkey. Your skills have indeed improved a lot. It was worth it for me to teach you my exclusive barbecue recipe.
The monkey's ability was thousand-handed guanyin.
This ability not only had impressive output during battles but was also very convenient for cooking.
For instance, right now,
the monkey was managing several pieces of barbecue alone, flipping them while adding seasoning, timing everything perfectly. The meat roasted this way is both crispy and flavorful, so after the last collaboration, Lu Chen handed over his ancestral barbecue recipe to the monkey. This way, aside from leading the way and needing to step in during some high-stakes situations, Lu Chen could just sit back and enjoy the results at other times. This is the benefit of having people around. Some trivial matters don't require personal involvement. The monkey chuckled and flattered, saying, it's all thanks to your recipe and barbecue skills, Brother Lu.
In just following your instructions, it's nothing impressive.
Ha, the monkey can flatter now, Su Ming joked from the side, teasing him. Everyone burst into laughter at once, making the monkey feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Chen also smiled, but not for long. He suddenly signaled for everyone to be quiet. Everyone immediately restrained their smiles.
Even their breathing became cautious.
Once everyone was quiet, Lu Chen's ears perked up.
He caught snippets of some discussions. Is everyone here?
Not yet. There are a total of 45 teams from the third-tier forces participating, and only less than 10 have arrived so far. That's normal. I only contacted 15 team leaders, and I didn't notify the others I'm not familiar with.
Captain Wei Lan, is what you said true? The first place is definitely just a first-tier force team? We don't want to provoke a force of the same level. Don't worry, once you see this team, you'll know if they're from a first-tier force. Ha, a mere first-tier force dares to take such a name, trampling us all underfoot. Captain Wei is right, we must unite and eliminate this first-place team. Right, let's eliminate them. After listening to their conversation, Lu Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Su Ming, seeing Lu Chen frown for the first time, cautiously asked, "Brother Lu, did you notice something?" Lu Chen, prompted by the question, came back to his senses and said, "We're in trouble. What's going on?" As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback. They knew very well what level of combat power Lu Chen possessed. Even if he encountered a third-tier force team, Lu Chen probably wouldn't find it troublesome. But under these circumstances, if Lu Chen said he was in trouble, how serious could it be? Seeing everyone looking at him with tense expressions, Lu Chen didn't keep them in suspense and directly said, "It seems that after this ranking update, we've attracted the attention of those third-tier forces. One of the forces has found our location and is uniting with other third-tier forces to come and cause us trouble." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone's faces turned grim. They knew it was a third-tier force that was coming to hunt them. A single third-tier force might be something Su Ming and the others thought Lu Chen could handle. But if they directly united with other third-tier forces to cause trouble, the lightest outcome would be their points being divided among these people, and the worst could be that they might die right here in the Sunset Valley. The people from the third-tier forces wouldn't care what first-tier force you were from. If they wanted to kill, they would kill. It was that easy. In this world, only power is king. Although they were scared, everyone remained composed. Su Ming looked at Lu Chen, who was deep in thought, and asked, "So what do we do now? Should we avoid them or fight back?" "Let me think." Lu Chen didn't rush to give an answer. In fact, Lu Chen wasn't very afraid of these so-called third-tier force alliances. The strongest among them might not even match his strength. No matter how many of such people came, they wouldn't be his opponents. But the crux of the problem lay in the badge on him. This badge would be monitored by White Mist City. If he displayed all his strength, Lu Chen estimated that the people from White Mist City would definitely take action against him. Moreover, offending so many third-tier forces at once will surely leave hidden troubles for the future. So theoretically speaking, the best method might be to avoid these people. Lu Chen could hear voices from a distance, and it would be easy for him to evade them. With this thought, Lu Chen immediately stood up and said, "While they are still some distance away, let's avoid them for now. If they continue to pursue us relentlessly, then we'll deal with them." The others nodded in agreement and quickly extinguished the fire before following Lu Chen away. Just as Lu Chen and the others left, Wei Lan and her group received the news. On Airbao's computer screen, Lu Chen and the others' movement trajectory appeared accurately. She hurriedly reminded, "It seems the other side has discovered us and is leaving quickly. No wonder these guys have so many points. It looks like they have some special means," Wei Lan said, immediately issuing orders. "We can't wait any longer. If we do, those in first place will escape. Let's chase them down now, and if they don't hand over what they have, we'll kill them." The group had already reached a consensus, and now there were no objections. Under Wei Lan's leadership, 8 teams, including the Mechanical City faction, marched vigorously toward Lu Chen's direction. "Are they chasing us?" Lu Chen frowned again as he listened to the sounds coming from behind. He genuinely didn't want to deal with these people. However, he had overheard Wei Lan and the others' conversation. The pursuers had a clear objective. They wanted him to hand over the spoils of the hunt. If he didn't cooperate, they would resort to murder and plunder. Understanding their intentions, Lu Chen decided he wouldn't tolerate it any longer. He had always been the one to rob others. Now, someone actually wanted to rob him. With this thought, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and said angrily, "Don't run, we've already been locked onto." "Are we preparing to fight now?" Su Ming asked. Lu Chen nodded, directly removing the badge from his body and using the silent whisper, saying, "You all stay in my space. Since they want to provoke us, I'll make sure they come and go without return." Seeing Lu Chen's determination, the others didn't say much more. Without hesitation, Lu Chen pulled Su Ming and the others into the divine space. Shi Tian was sent to the soul beast space. In less than a few seconds, only Lu Chen remained here. When was Lu Chen at his strongest? The answer was when he was alone. That was when Lu Chen was at his most powerful. He glanced back, a smirk on his lips, and coldly laughed. "So you want to chase me? This is so much fun. I'll definitely make sure you enjoy it a little." Lu Chen wasn't without ways to keep others unaware of his killings. He was gambling now. He was betting that after he killed the pursuers behind him, the perfect crime would help him conceal the truth. If that were the case, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Of course, if the perfect crime didn't work, Lu Chen wasn't afraid of being wanted by the White Mist City, because in this world, no one had yet been able to do anything to him. With that thought, a swarm of small insects suddenly flew out from Lu Chen's body.
These were insects he had collected over time, kept hidden in the divine space when not in use. After stroking these insects, Lu Chen controlled them to fly toward Wei Lan and the others. At this moment, Wei Lan and her group had not yet realized that danger was approaching. Only Air Bao glanced at the computer and said with some confusion, "Sister Lan, there's only one signal left among the 6 ahead, be careful, they might have." Before Air Bao could finish her sentence, a sudden, violent explosion erupted within the ranks. In an instant, several flying insects close to the explosion were killed, while those further away also suffered varying degrees of injury. No one had expected that the inconspicuous little insects would suddenly become terrifying bombs. Lu Chen used just one combination move to directly kill 5 people from a team of 40, injuring 27, while the remaining 8 were only slightly hurt due to their strength and distance. At that moment, Wei Lan was the first to cover her head and stand up from the ground. Her ears were still ringing, but she endured the pain and shouted, "Healing team, hurry up and heal. Those who can still move, stay alert and be careful of enemy attacks." When she said these 2 sentences, Wei Lan was almost hysterical. She had not sustained 2 serious injuries due to her distance from the explosion. Nevertheless, her body was covered in blood and she was in pain all over. Under her command, the remaining support-type extraordinary beings immediately began to heal the injured. At that moment, the second wave of flying insects was rapidly approaching. With the experience from the first wave, Wei Lan and the others would definitely not let the insects get close again. Wei Lan, enduring the pain in her body, quickly redirected the energy within her. In an instant, 2 Gatling guns appeared behind her. These Gatlings were not ordinary energy weapons but were Wei Lan's supernatural ability Energy Gatling, a terrifying ability that could convert the energy within her body into Gatling guns and bullets. Bang! The Gatling guns behind Wei Lan began to fire wildly at the insects. Those explosive flying insects turned to ashes before they could even get close. The massive explosions once again created a thick cloud of smoke. While Wei Lan protected the team, the remaining 34 injured individuals also regained their combat effectiveness. With everyone back in action, the 8 healing extraordinary beings immediately began to heal Wei Lan. Not a second was wasted. Wei Lan's injuries were instantly healed. At that moment, Lu Chen was watching this scene from a hidden spot. After seeing the strength of Wei Lan and the others, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of a team sent by a level 3 force, they're so powerful. I need to find a way to deal with those healing extraordinary beings." Anyone who has played games knows that in any game, healers must die first. Otherwise, unless you can kill the opponent outright, as long as they have even a breath left, the healer can bring them back. If one healer is like this, there are 8 healers on the opposing side. If they aren't dealt with first, what's the point of playing? But the problem is, the healers are hiding in the middle of the team, making it quite difficult to kill them. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Lu Chen did not give up. Instead, a bold idea emerged in his mind. The river water I collected last time has not had a chance to be used, and this time it's just right to deal with these people. Lu Chen smirked and immediately used silent flight to soar into the sky. Looking down at Wei Lan and the others not far below, he smiled coldly. Then, Lu Chen took out the river water he had stored and poured it down. In the next second, a torrent of river water fell from the sky. This commotion naturally caught the attention of Wei Lan and the others. They saw a handsome man looking down at them from the sky. Then came the torrent of river water. Defend! Don't let that water get close. Although Wei Lan didn't know what trick Lu Chen was playing, her intuition told her that they absolutely could not let that water get close. Let us handle it. With Wei Lan's command, in the next second, several individuals with wind-type abilities took action. The ground was filled with howling winds. They wanted to use the strong wind to disperse the river water. This idea was good, but soon they were horrified to discover the strong winds they created could not disperse the water falling from the sky, because Lu Chen had already transformed the water's texture into gravitational water when it began to pour. This water, which carried gravity, could not be blown away by the wind during its descent. This also meant that Wei Lan and the others lost their chance for a second reaction. This delay has cost time. The water has already fallen. Although some people have begun to defend themselves with protective shields, it is ultimately too late. Splash! The river water crashing down hit Wei Lan and the others hard. The water hitting their bodies was painful, but it was just pain. It wouldn't cause any substantial harm to Wei Lan and her group of high-level extraordinary beings. Of course, Lu Chen didn't expect to defeat them with this river water. When the water struck them, Lu Chen smirked and casually uttered 4 words, "Funeral of Ice." After Lu Chen spoke those words, a bone-chilling cold rapidly filled the air. Everyone soaked by the river water was quickly frozen into ice. Although Lu Chen's level was not as high as theirs, due to the nature of his ability, he easily froze them all.
Knowing that this move wouldn't hold them for long, Lu Chen dove forward the moment he cast the Funeral of Ice, arriving in front of the 8 healers he had already locked onto. No, don't kill me, my family is. Swish! Lu Chen's dasha swiftly sliced through the girl's neck. A terrified head flew up. In the faint distance, Lu Chen seemed to hear her say something about her family. What did that have to do with him? Even if her family was some unheard-of clan, it didn't matter. Anyone who wanted to kill him had to die. After killing her with a single stroke, Lu Chen didn't linger. He quickly moved to the next woman. Without a word, he beheaded her again. At this moment, Wei Lan finally reacted. She shouted, "Stop him. His goal is to kill all the healers." Although Wei Lan could use her ability to attack Lu Chen at this point, her power was of the large area attack type. She could see that Lu Chen was very agile. If she launched an attack, it was highly likely that she would kill the healers before she could kill Lu Chen. In her desperation, she could only remind others to protect the healers. After Wei Lan's reminder, those who were still planning to protect themselves immediately reacted. At once, Lu Chen felt several energies locking onto him. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not deliberately avoid it. He immediately converted the energy within his body into energy absorption that could counter long-range abilities. Just then, scorching flames, violent lightning, and even telekinesis struck Lu Chen. However, a strange scene unfolded. Those attacking abilities, the moment they touched Lu Chen's body, all sank into the sea without making a single splash. Seeing this, the onlookers' expressions immediately turned grim. It's energy absorption. Damn it, how many abilities does this guy have? What kind of demon have we provoked? Energy absorption is highly effective against output-type abilities. In fact, Lu Chen wasn't without injuries, it was just that after the energy absorption filtered through, the remaining power barely harmed his skin before being completely healed by his immortal body. This also gave others the illusion that their abilities couldn't harm Lu Chen at all. While they were attacking Lu Chen, he had already successfully killed the 5th healer. With only 3 left, suddenly, a man broke free from the Funeral of Ice. His body rapidly expanded, his height growing from over 1.7 meters to over 2.5 meters, his entire body muscular, with a pair of jet black horns on his forehead. Damn demon, let me be your opponent. The man's name was Xuefengyu, and his ability was the enhancement type, Bull Demon King. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuefengyu lunged forward, instantly appearing in front of Lu Chen. He raised the double-sided axe in his hand and swiftly swung it towards Lu Chen. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. Speed enhancement. Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his immortal body, so this time he chose to take it hidden. After enhancing his speed to improve his reaction time, Lu Chen's dasha instantly blocked the path of the double-sided axe's attack. Clang! The sound of the weapon colliding was extremely loud. Xuefengyi's immense strength made Lu Chen's hands feel a bit numb, but fortunately he managed to block the blow. Now it's my turn. Lu Chen sneered, using telekinesis to control Xuefengyi's movements. With the enhancement, Lu Chen couldn't fully control him. He could only use telekinesis to delay his actions. But that was enough. The moment Xuefengyu was delayed by Lu Chen's telekinesis, Lu Chen quickly struck at Xuefengyi's heart. Zila! In the next second, Lu Chen's hand suddenly erupted with a wave of green corrosive liquid. Xuefengyu, who had been very confident in his physical defense, was directly dissolved by Lu Chen's corrosive hand. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Chen had pulled out the still-beating heart from his body and smiled at the terrified and stunned Xuefengyu, saying, "Goodbye." Pa! With a gentle squeeze, Xuefengyi's heart was crushed by Lu Chen. Congratulations, you have killed a transcendent being. And your ability has been automatically extracted. Beast Transformation, Bull Demon King. Beast Transformation, Bull Demon King. Using this ability grants a significant enhancement to the physical body, increasing physical attributes by 100, gaining immense strength, obtaining the weapon double-sided axe, gaining self-healing effects, gaining tough skin effects, gaining endurance enhancement effects, gaining resistance to abilities, and growth attributes will increase with the level of the ability. This person really died unjustly. Lu Chen glanced at this person's ability. The Beast Transformation, Bull Demon King, was quite powerful. Not only would it grant a decent weapon, but it would also significantly enhance the body. This was why Lu Chen couldn't keep up with his speed even without using speed enhancement earlier. The key point was that this Bull Demon King had a certain self-healing effect and very strong dual resistances. These two combined made it almost immortal. If it were a normal person, it would indeed be difficult to deal with this ability. But Lu Chen didn't play by the rules at all. He stacked several abilities together, directly preventing Xuefengyu from even having a chance to resist, and easily killed him. Of course, the main contributor here was the corrosive hand. Lu Chen hadn't used this ability since he obtained it. But with his upgrades and the extraction of abilities from killing other similar transcendent beings, this ability's level had reached a height of level 6.
That's why he could so easily break through Shui Fengjia's skin defenses. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. And just after Shui Fengyu was killed, Lu Chen's ice funeral could no longer hold up. Wei Lan and the others had all broken free from their restraints. From the start of the battle until now, Lu Chen had killed a total of 14 transcendent beings. But even so, Wei Lan's 5 teams still had as many as 26 transcendent beings. At this moment, these transcendent beings were surrounding Lu Chen with angry expressions. A more intense battle was about to erupt. Trap him. With Wei Lan's command, immediately a transcendent being used their ability to create an energy barrier, trapping Lu Chen in an isolated space. At this moment, behind Wei Lan, 2 energy Gatling guns appeared. Other transcendent beings also began to gather energy to prepare to attack Lu Chen. In an instant, the energy in the entire space became violently chaotic. Liu Chen stood at the center of the storm, not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he sneered and said, "Just right. I've never fought against so many superhumans before. Let me see where my limits lie today." What an arrogant kid! You want to test your limits with us? I see today as your day of doom. Wei Lan also sneered. Just as she was about to give the order for her companions to attack, suddenly, a violent explosion struck again. This time, the explosion came without warning. Moreover, the distance of the explosion was closer, directly killing 10 superhumans. The others were also caught in the blast, each one either dead or severely injured. Wei Lan was still fortunate enough not to be killed. But this time, the shockwave from the explosion had blown off her right leg. At that moment, she lay on the ground in agony, completely bewildered. Why was there another explosion? Clearly, there were no bugs nearby. At that moment, Wei Lan suddenly thought of something, her face turning extremely pale with terror. Blood, it's this blood. Wei Lan finally understood. She had been deceived by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's explosive ability was not from those damned bugs, but could attach to anything. But clearly, it was too late to realize this now. At the moment of the explosion, Lu Chen had already absorbed energy, breaking through the energy barrier that controlled him. And just as he broke through the barrier, Lu Chen used blood manipulation to turn the splattered blood from the recent explosion into deadly weapons. Aside from the 10 unfortunate souls who were directly killed, Lu Chen, in less than a minute, easily finished off 8 more with blood manipulation. Out of the 26 superhumans, only 8 remained. They lay on the ground, each one missing limbs. Without a healer to treat them, they had become mere lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Looking at the remaining 8, Lu Chen felt a bit bored and scratched his ear. "See, my limit in killing you hasn't even been reached. This is really dull. Big boss, I was wrong. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can be your dog. I can do anything for you." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a girl who was relatively close to him quickly crawled to his side. But she wasn't there to kill Lu Chen. Instead, with tear-filled eyes, she clung to Lu Chen's thigh, pleading incessantly. Lu Chen looked down at this woman who, though dirty, was still beautiful, and smiled faintly. "All right, open your mouth. I'm a bit in a hurry." The woman, realizing what Lu Chen wanted, slowly opened her mouth. It was indeed quite tempting. Lu Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch her lips. The next second, the Daxia sword pierced through the back of the woman's head. The woman never understood until her death why, after agreeing, did he still kill her? Looking at the woman's unblinking eyes, Lu Chen, feeling a bit merciful, told her, "I said I was in a hurry to kill you. You might have misunderstood my meaning. If the people from White Mist City arrive, it won't be good." Saying this, Lu Chen suddenly raised the Daxia sword in his hand, directly slicing the woman's head in half. A demon. Everyone thought Lu Chen was a demon. They were so frightened by this scene that they forgot to even cry. That was a stunningly beautiful woman. That was an heir of a 3rd-tier power. But in front of Lu Chen, it seemed that everything was equal and everything could be killed. If you provoked him, then you must die. Lu Chen didn't keep the others waiting too long. Using telekinesis to control the Daxia sword, he directly performed a sword technique to kill. The remaining few also gave up resisting. They seemed to feel that being killed was a kind of liberation. Everyone was dead. Only Wei Lan remained. Lu Chen had deliberately kept her alive until the end. At this moment, Lu Chen approached Wei Lan with a smile. Looking at her tear-streaked face filled with fear, Lu Chen lifted her chin with a finger and said, "Thank you for letting me know that even when facing so many of you, I can easily slaughter you. You so-called geniuses are truly mediocre." The phrase "killing to the heart" described Lu Chen perfectly. Not only had he killed so many geniuses from the 3rd-tier forces, but he had also rendered their lives worthless with his words. Without wasting any time, after saying this, Lu Chen directly split Wei Lan in half. Thus, this time, the 8 teams that attacked Lu Chen, a joint army from the 3rd-tier forces, after a fierce battle lasting 20 minutes, were all slaughtered by Lu Chen. In this battle, Lu Chen gained a lot. Just in terms of abilities, he acquired 40 powers. Among them, there were 8 healing abilities, which raised the healing holy light from level 3 to level 11, enhancing its effects from merely healing injuries to also restoring mental energy and even allowing the body to self-heal for a period after treatment, making it a perfect healing ability. There were 10 fire-type ability users, and Lu Chen's heavenly fire descended level rose from the original level 6 to a terrifying level 16. There were 5 lightning-type ability users, and the level of thunder power increased from level 8 to level 13. There were 2 mental-type ability users, and telekinesis rose from level 8 to level 10. There were 3 water-type and 3 wind-type ability users, with water flow hell and wind god's blessing both increasing from level 6 to level 9. There were 4 earth-type ability users, and earth rhythm rose from level 6 to level 10. Finally, there were 5 independent abilities: Bull Demon King, Energy Gatling, Big Dipper Satellite, Energy Barrier, and Memory Manipulation. The Bull Demon King needs no introduction, being a powerful enhancement-type ability. Energy Gatling is a special group attack ability. Energy Barrier is also a relatively easy to understand ability that can transform one's energy into various types of barriers, protecting oneself and teammates, and can also be used to control enemies. The Big Dipper satellite is the culprit that led Lu Chen to be located by Wei Lan and others. This device launches a satellite into space, monitoring every move below. Its functions include but are not limited to surveillance positioning, signal jamming, signal transmission, and signal eavesdropping. Since it operates in outer space, it is a field that most people cannot access. It can be said to be a very effective surveillance ability. The last one, memory manipulation, is quite interesting. As the name suggests, it allows the manipulation of a target's memories, enabling reading and writing. The simplest effect is to alter the memories of soul beasts, making them believe they are companions of humans, leading to their mutual slaughter. Or, during interrogations, extracting the memories of criminals. Alternatively, when framing someone, modifying another person's memories to make them take the blame. This is somewhat akin to a perfect crime, resembling a type of ability. Although it does not enhance one's combat power, it can yield impressive results at certain critical moments. After dealing with all this, Lu Chen took all the useful items from these people's spatial accessories. As for the other beast heads and various random items, he left them untouched. This was because Lu Chen strongly suspected that the soul beasts here had been embedded with chips. Otherwise, how could the external leaderboard be updated in real time? Finally, Lu Chen used his ability again Perfect Crime and quickly left the place. In fact, Lu Chen had used Perfect Crime right at the beginning of the attack. The reason for launching the attack first was to define this battle as one initiated by him. Such an act is what constitutes a crime, only then can it be perfectly concealed by the crime. If Wei Lan and the others had attacked first, it would have been considered self-defense. However, Lu Chen was not clear about the effects of this ability, so he was somewhat conflicted about whether to leave this place or not. Didn't I just gain that Beidou satellite ability? Maybe I can use it to monitor the movements of White Mist City. Just as Lu Chen was in a dilemma, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That was to use the newly acquired ability the Beidou satellite to check the situation in White Mist City. The Beidou satellite ability was also quite special. It was different from the insect network that monitored using insects. Instead, it monitored directly from outer space. This kind of monitoring had a much larger range than the insect network and was much more covert. The only drawback was that it couldn't track people or objects closely like the insect network. With this in mind, Lu Chen immediately activated his ability. A small satellite quickly ascended into the sky. Before long, a satellite perspective appeared in Lu Chen's mind. After adapting slightly to the usage of the ability, the scenes from White Mist City appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. At that moment, the spectators were discussing the sudden deaths of many people. Damn, a competition accident? Did a powerful Lord-level soul beast appear in Sunset Valley? Why did so many teams from Tier 3 forces get completely wiped out? Didn't you see? Those teams seemed to gather to challenge some powerful soul beast, and then the scene shifted and they were all wiped out. The ones with that kind of strength must at least be high-level soul beasts, right? Are we going to face a beast tide in White Mist City? But why do I feel like things aren't that simple? No matter how I think about it, I can't figure out what's wrong. Sight, forget it. I guess the city lord is having a headache now, having to explain how so many heirs from Tier 3 forces died. Yeah. This might be the highest death toll since we started holding the ability competition in White Mist City. A full 40 people from Tier 3 forces just died like that. Lu Chen listened to everyone discussing this matter, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. If what those people said was true, it was highly likely that the effect of the perfect crime had taken effect right from the moment he started attacking. Moreover, now that Lu Chen calmed down and thought about it, if the people of White Mist City had already discovered that he was the one killing, given their Tier 5 force strength, the city lord must at least be a 9th tier existence, right? With such a short distance, it probably wouldn't take even a minute for them to appear in front of him and stop him from continuing to slaughter those from Tier 3 forces. But after fighting for more than 10 minutes, no one from White Mist City had come, so there was only one possibility. The perfect crime ability had perfectly concealed the fact that he committed the crime. Even the people from White Mist City couldn't see through it. With this thought, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief and released Shirtian and Su Ming and the others. Miraculously, not only did outsiders have no memory of what had just happened, but even Su Ming and the others, who could be considered participants, completely forgot that they had been chased. Their memories were still entirely stuck at the barbecue. This made Lu Chen marvel in surprise. The perfect crime ability truly was amazing. Meanwhile, in White Mist City, at the City Lord's castle, Liang Yongyi stared blankly at the surveillance screen. He clearly remembered that he was observing Lu Chen's every move, but once again, it felt like a dream. He felt like there was something he hadn't done, but he couldn't remember it at all. City Lord, not good. 8 teams from third-tier forces were almost simultaneously wiped out, and the surveillance footage did not capture the battle process suspected to have been interfered with.
At this moment, a subordinate rushed into Liang Yangyi's room in a panic.
Upon hearing this, Liang Yangyi immediately felt a headache. He finally remembered what he had intended to do earlier. He had wanted to stop the coalition of these 8 third-tier forces, but for some reason he had forgotten about it. In the blink of an eye, these teams had been completely annihilated? This was very bad news for Liang Yangyi. Immediately notify all participating teams that the first round of the competition has ended early and have them all stand by in place without moving around. Additionally, send the White Mist Guardians to bring back the remaining participants. Publicly declare that a Soul Beast Lord has appeared near Sunset Valley. And the 8 teams violated regulations by leaving the Sunset Valley area to challenge the Soul Beast Lord, resulting in their annihilation.
This has nothing to do with White Mist City. Liang Yangyi truly lived up to being the ruler of a 5th-tier force.
Upon hearing the news, he promptly issued several orders in an orderly manner. He even directly attributed his own miscalculation to the actions of the 8 teams leading to their annihilation. In reality, Liang Yangyi was just talking nonsense. He couldn't even remember why he wanted to stop those 8 teams. He also knew that there were no soul beasts nearby capable of wiping out this coalition. This was merely his public relations strategy. Since the incident had already occurred, he could only find a way to resolve it. Once this explanation was made public, he would compensate the few third-tier forces that lost their heirs out of humanitarianism, and everything would be perfectly resolved. For third-tier forces, receiving compensation from a 5th-tier force was already a significant achievement. Even if they had doubts, they could only accept this outcome. A child can be reborn after death. However, if they challenged the authority of the 5th-tier force because of this incident, it could lead to a crisis of extermination for their clan. Weighing the pros and cons, Liang Yangyi believed that those people would understand.
After issuing the orders, Liang Yangyi's gaze fell on Lu Chen and the others who were barbecuing, not knowing what else to think. A few minutes later, Liang Yangyi shook his head and left the room.
Attention all participants, due to the discovery of a Lord-level soul beast outside Sunset Valley, the first round of the competition has ended early.
Please remain in place and do not move. Our White Mist City guards will come to protect you back to the city.
I will repeat, a Lord-level soul beast has been discovered outside Sunset Valley. The first round of the competition has ended early.
The announcement from White Mist City echoed from the badges of each participant.
It was only at this moment that many began to understand. It turned out that every move they made was being monitored by White Mist City through this badge. Naturally, Lu Chen and the others also received the news. Listening to the announcement from White Mist City, Lu Chen was even more convinced that he had not exposed himself. The deaths of Wei Lan and the others were entirely attributed to the non-existent Soul Beast Lord. If his guess was correct, when the people from White Mist City saw so many stab wounds on the bodies, it would likely set them on fire.
Just as Lu Chen thought of this, a sudden loud explosion echoed from a distance. The next second,
a raging fire ignited at the place where Wei Lan and the others had fallen.
Everything was exactly as Lu Chen had imagined. This towering inferno also made everyone dare not act recklessly.
They became even more convinced of the existence of the Soul Beast Lord.
Not long after, a team riding soul beasts and wearing White Mist City uniforms arrived in front of Lu Chen and the others. Downstairs are a bunch of idiots, right? But cough cough, we come on the orders of the city lord to protect you back to the city. When the captain mentioned the name of Lu Chen and his team's squad, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Whoever came up with that name was simply a genius.
He could already imagine how miserable it would be if his own team ranked below them.
Lu Chen and the others exchanged glances and followed them to the soul beasts. On the way back to the city, Lu Chen did not let his guard down. He used the Beidou satellite to observe every move within the city as he traveled back. This ability was truly a divine skill for long-distance, large-scale surveillance. With just a thought, he could monitor almost anywhere. Once he confirmed that this was not a trap, Lu Chen completely relaxed. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen and the others safely returned to White Mist City. By the time they returned, many teams had also made it back to the city. Lu Chen and the others did not leave but waited there for everyone to gather. After another 10 minutes or so, the last batch of teams was escorted back to the city. At this time, the old man from before appeared again. His gaze swept over everyone, and then he said, due to some teams violating regulations and leaving the boundaries of Sunset Valley without permission, resulting in accidental deaths, the rankings on the leaderboard have been updated. As he spoke, a virtual screen appeared in front of the old man. The recent rankings had changed significantly. The main change was that the 8 teams that Lu Chen had wiped out had disappeared, and the subsequent teams filled in automatically. Who the hell are these idiots downstairs? They killed so many soul beasts on the first day. Is that even scientific? I want to see which force this team comes from. No need to think, it must be a tier 1 force, otherwise how could they be so strong? When the latest rankings came out, everyone began to discuss again. Unlike the previous wild guesses, at this stage, the champion was about to be revealed. They were all curious about which force this miraculous team came from. After the crowd finished discussing, the old man continued, "It's time for the settlement. Please hand over the heads of the soul beasts you hunted to the transfer point. May I invite the first place team, downstairs are all idiots, to be the first to hand over." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze began to search around. At this moment, Lu Chen and the others, who had completely gone unnoticed, walked out from the crowd. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, they arrived at the transfer point, taking out the heads of the hunted soul beasts one by one from the divine space. What the hell? The first place is a tier 1 force. This is insane. A tier 1 force actually crushed everyone to take first place in the hunting competition? I'll sleep a bit longer, wake me up later. Can someone shout insider info? I really don't want to believe this. The revelation of Lu Chen and the others' identities was unacceptable to all the teams present. The tier 2 forces were okay, it wasn't that hard to accept. But a team from a tier 3 force was completely beyond their comprehension. Their first thought was the same as Wei Lan and the others. A team like this surviving was a challenge to their status. If they weren't already in the city, they might have done the same as Wei Lan and the others. Of course, not everyone thought this way. For example, the team that had encountered Lu Chen in the Death Swamp had already recognized him at this time. Back then, Ma Baoguai had said that this team from Illusory Sea City would become a dark horse, warning them not to provoke this team. Now it seemed that Ma Baoguai was completely right. The strength of this team truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Soon, Lu Chen handed over all the beast heads. The transfer personnel counted them and gave an okay gesture to the old man. The old man immediately announced, "Congratulations to this force from Illusory Sea City for achieving first place in the first phase of the hunting competition with overwhelming strength. I hereby declare that the downstairs are all big fools team is directly promoted to the top 16. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to discuss again. They never expected that the first place would directly advance to the top 16. Teams that can directly advance to the top 16 are at least level 4 forces. How could a team from a level 1 force be granted such a privilege? Isn't this just another way to trample on them? Although everyone was quite dissatisfied, the decision of White Mist City was not something they could oppose just because they were unhappy. Regarding this decision from White Mist City, Lu Chen felt quite satisfied. To be honest, he had no interest in playing house with these trash. Being able to directly advance to the top 16 saved a lot of unnecessary battles. This was very beneficial for him. As for the dissatisfaction of others, so be it. Lu Chen didn't care about their thoughts at all. If they were really so unhappy, they could just work hard to reach the top 16 and face him. With this thought, Lu Chen looked at the group of dissatisfied teams, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I just love seeing you all looking upset with me, yet unable to do anything about it. Struggle hard, they'll be waiting for you to challenge me in the top 16. Furious. Everyone was so enraged by Lu Chen's provocation that they gritted their teeth, but they couldn't vent their anger now and could only glare at Lu Chen. To this, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly, and after obtaining the old man's consent, he left the scene. Since Lu Chen and the others had already secured their spot in the top 16, and now there was an unexpected development. The old man informed Lu Chen and the others that their next match would likely be in a week. So after the handover was completed, Lu Chen and the others returned to the hotel. In the room, Lu Chen released many insects, deploying them around the hotel. In such a closed space, the effect of the Beidou satellite was greatly diminished, while the insect network was much more useful.
After monitoring the entire hotel, Lu Chen checked the room again, confirming that no one was watching him before he began to tally the spoils from this time. The side from Flat Sea City sent over 230 million, and the side from Sea Flat City contributed 90 million. That made a total of 320 million. Next, the 40 extraordinary beings from the level 3 forces contributed 1,300 million in total. This was still the case even with most people's phones being destroyed, resulting in these numbers. It could be said that it was quite considerable. Because aside from going to the bank, the only way to operate transfers was through mobile phones, so if they were destroyed, transfers couldn't be made. Lu Chen estimated that they probably lost about 1 billion here. Because during wartime, they couldn't afford to keep anyone around. So if there was waste, then so be it. Adding the two incomes together, Lu Chen's current assets reached a terrifying 1,350 million. With this in mind, Lu Chen prepared to strengthen himself once again. Previously, he had focused on strengthening Shirtian and Daxia, mainly considering that his talent level was very high and his efficiency in absorbing soul orbs was much higher than that of ordinary people. Plus, strengthening himself was quite expensive. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to strengthen other combat powers like Shirtian and Daxia. But now, Shishin's level was sufficient and Daxia's level was also adequate. So this time, Lu Chen planned to strengthen himself. This way, if he encountered some crises, he wouldn't be without the power to fight back. Strengthening target, Lu Chen, current level star radiance level 6, number of abilities 28, cost to strengthen to the next level, 130 million. What? Is it that expensive? This was Lu Chen's first time planning to strengthen himself. He didn't expect that it would cost 130 million just to level up once. Moreover, from this hint, the reason for such a high cost should be related to the number of one's abilities. This left Lu Chen feeling a bit conflicted. After all, with 1.2 billion, he might only be able to enhance one ability to level 5 or 6. Forget it, let's give it a try, Lu Chen thought, deciding to attempt it. After all, enhancing Devourer would make it far surpass its peers. Enhancing Great Xia would yield miraculous effects. So enhancing himself should also provide additional benefits. With that in mind, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and directly enhanced himself. Enhancement successful, congratulations! Your level has risen to Star Radiance level 7. All ability levels increased by 1. To enhance to the next level requires 160 million. As expected, all abilities are upgraded. When Lu Chen saw the number of abilities displayed above, he roughly guessed the effect of this enhancement. Although it was indeed worth the price, Lu Chen still felt there was no surprise. Let's try again, there should be a special effect. Enhancement successful, congratulations! Your level has risen to Star Radiance level 8. All ability levels increased by 1. To enhance to the next level requires 190 million. Enhancement successful, congratulations! Your level has risen to Star Radiance level 9. All ability levels increased by 1. To enhance to the next level requires 530 million. Jumping a major level requires an additional 300 million? Lu Chen was shocked by the amount needed for the next upgrade. So far, he had already spent 480 million. According to this hint, the remaining money was barely enough for one last time. I don't believe it, there won't be a special effect? Lu Chen's stubbornness flared up, and he chose to upgrade once more. The next second, 530 million was deducted by the system, and the long-awaited special effect finally appeared when he upgraded to a major level. Enhancement successful, congratulations! Your level has risen to Crescent Moon level 1. All ability levels increased by 1. During the enhancement process, your eyes mutated and evolved into the all-knowing eye, allowing you to see all information about the target. To enhance to the next level requires 670 million. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and his vision briefly disappeared for a few seconds. When he could see again, his eyes displayed specific information when gazing at surrounding objects. Eagerly, Lu Chen approached the window, focusing on the pedestrians below. He casually looked at a man in ancient attire carrying a long sword, and information about him immediately appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Name, Li Xiaoyao, gender, male, age, 32, identity, resident of White Mist City. No body record, level, Crescent Moon level 7, ability, Wine Sword Immortal level 23. The more wine he drinks, the stronger he becomes. Drinking 1 liter of wine can increase strength by 20, maximum limit 200, others. Wow, this function is amazing. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement as information appeared in his mind. Not only could he obtain the target's name, level, and abilities, but he could also know if the person had a bounty. If he wanted, he could even find out if he had done anything bad last night. It could be said that the enhancement of his eyes left Lu Chen very satisfied. The expensive cost was worth it after so many enhancements. Retracting his gaze, Lu Chen currently had only 340 million left. He didn't plan to touch this money for now, as he intended to use it for significant matters after his journey in White Mist City concluded. After finishing the rewards here, all that was left was the soul orbs. This time, the soul orbs obtained from the robbery were not many, as most had been used up by those people. Only a few hundred blue J3 to 5 colored soul orbs had no effect for Lu Chen at his current level. So, Lu Chen threw all these soul orbs to Devourer for absorption. After doing all this, Lu Chen took a shower and went to bed. The next day, with nothing to do, Liu Chen rarely had the chance to sleep in. By 10 in the morning, his keen senses picked up someone inquiring about his room number at the hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately woke up. Just as he was preparing for a confrontation, a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Young friend Lu, our city lord wishes to invite you to his residence for a chat."
The city lord is looking for me? Lu Chen instinctively felt that it couldn't be anything good.
But clearly, the person wasn't here to cause trouble. Although he didn't open the door, Lu Chen could tell from the voice that it was the old man from yesterday.
With that thought, Lu Chen quickly got dressed and opened the door. Sure enough, it was the same old man from yesterday.
Name, Kuyu, gender, male, age, 67, identity, chief steward of White Mist City, no bounty record, level, 9th tier of Bright Moon, ability, mirror space, level 35, effect, slight, target has no hostile intent towards you, others. Lu Chen wanted to know if this Kuyu held any hostility towards him, so the all-knowing eye displayed that there was none. One could say that this all-knowing eye was truly impressive. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It is my honor to meet the city lord. I hope you can introduce me, elder." "Just call me Old Ko," Kuyu replied with a smile, then led Lu Chen out of the hotel. As soon as they stepped outside, a luxury car was waiting. The moment Lu Chen got in, he saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. After a brief glance, another piece of information appeared in his mind. Name, Liang Yangyi, gender, male, age, 45, identity, ruler of White Mist City. No bounty record, level, 9th tier of Radiant Sun, number of abilities, 3, average level, 35, target has no hostile intent towards you, others. The city lord of White Mist City. Lu Chen was clearly taken aback by this information. He never expected that the city lord of White Mist City would be in the car. Fortunately, this guy had no hostile intent towards him, otherwise, he might have been knocked out as soon as he got in. At that moment, Kuyu also got into the car and introduced Lu Chen, saying, "Young friend Lu, this gentleman is our ruler of White Mist City, the city lord." Lu Chen pretended to be surprised and quickly bowed his head, saying, "It is truly an honor to see the true face of the city lord today."
Spare me." Liang Yangyi gently lifted Lu Chen's hand and smiled. "Did you think I didn't notice? The moment you got in the car, you probably recognized me." At this point, Liang Yangyi asked curiously, "I've never been to Illusory Sea City. And there's no portrait of me on the streets of White Mist City. How did you recognize me?" Seeing that his excellent acting had been seen through, Lu Chen remained calm and replied with a smile, "To be honest, I don't know you, city lord, but the only one who could instruct old Ko to find me in this car, besides you, would be no one else. You little rascal, quite clever, aren't you?" Liang Yangyi chuckled in appreciation, then changed the subject, asking, "Your performance yesterday was quite impressive. It completely caught us off guard that it came from a first-tier power's territory. I wonder where you, young Lu, hail from in Illusory Sea City?"
After dealing with the incident involving Wei Lan and others yesterday, Liang Yangyi had sent someone to investigate Lu Chen's background. He knew Lu Chen wasn't from one of the 10 major families of Illusory Sea City, but due to distance, he couldn't find out where Lu Chen was from.
Hearing Liang Yangyi's words, Lu Chen replied without hesitation. "To be frank, I come from the Commoner District.
By a stroke of luck, I entered the main city, and now I have a cooperative relationship with the Su family of Illusory Sea City."
Oh. Lu Chen's words shocked both Liang Yangyi and Kuyu.
They never expected that such a super genius did not come from the training of the rulers but was an ordinary person who awakened his abilities by chance. The probability of such a thing happening is even lower than being struck by a meteor. Realizing his own lapse, Liang Yangyi cleared his throat twice and said, "You truly are the child of destiny. I've been in this White Mist City for over 20 years and have never seen a strong person like you rise from the Commoner District."
His eyes showed no concealment of admiration for Lu Chen.
Lu Chen looked at him, unsure of what he meant. Just as he was about to use his omniscient eye to check his thoughts, Liang Yangyi suddenly said, "I won't say much more.
I'm a rather impatient person, and the purpose of this conversation is to entrust you with a task. I wonder if you're interested in learning more. You have a task for me?" Lu Chen was beginning to doubt his own ears.
A city lord of a level 5 power must have plenty of talented subordinates.
Why would he come to find him for a task?
Seemingly sensing Lu Chen's confusion, Liang Yangyi further explained, "I know you must be thinking, with so many talented people under me, why do I need you for this task?"
"Because my people aren't suitable." "Are you saying, you need a fresh face to complete this task?" Lu Chen understood. Liang Yangyi nodded appreciatively and continued, "You're right. The target of the task is well known to my subordinates. If I let them carry it out, the task will most likely end in failure, so I need you. Are you interested in learning more? If I'm not interested, will the city lord kill me to silence me?" Lu Chen replied evasively. Liang Yangyi was taken aback for several seconds. Then he burst into laughter, saying, "Kid Lu, do you think our White Mist City is a den of bandits? This is a commission, not an order. If I didn't allow you to refuse, why would I bother asking for your opinion? The observation target is not lying, and there is still no hostility." After receiving this information, Lu Chen looked at Liang Yangyi and chuckled twice, saying, "That's true, but I have one question. I wonder if the city lord can clarify it for me." "Go ahead. Can I understand that the task you want to entrust to me is not a suicide mission?" "Of course. I have no grievances with you, so why would I send you on an impossible suicide mission?" At this point, Liang Yangyi thought for a moment and continued, "However, this task does carry certain risks. If you get captured but not killed, I will find a way to rescue you privately. If you are directly killed, I can only promise to avenge you. As tasks always come with risks. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Lu Chen nodded, "I understand. So what about the task reward?" "Oh." When Liang Yangyi heard Lu Chen ask about the reward, he knew Lu Chen was interested and immediately said, "As long as you complete this task, you can ask for anything you want. I can satisfy you. I will definitely satisfy you." "All right then." Lu Chen smiled and nodded, saying something astonishing, "If I complete this task, I need you to help me take control of 2 level 3 powers. If that's possible, I'll accept your commission. If not, just consider that I never came." Goodness. Liang Yangyi wondered if he had misheard. A young man in his 20s actually asked for control of 2 level 3 cities right off the bat? One must say, Lu Chen's audacity and ambition are truly great. This is not something Liang Yangyi could just give. It requires the elimination of the rulers of the level 3 powers to smoothly take over. This means that, in the process, at least 100 people would need to be killed to achieve this outcome. Moreover, since it would be done personally, even if there were any issues, it wouldn't have anything to do with Lu Chen. One must say, Lu Chen's condition is quite impressive. After a few minutes of silence, Liang Yangyi finally spoke up and agreed, "I promise you, as long as you successfully accomplish this task, I will prepare 2 level 3 cities for you to take over. Can we discuss the task details now?" The observation target did not lie, and there is still no hostility. "You agreed to this?" Hearing Liang Yangyi's acceptance of his request, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It felt a bit like haggling over a price when shopping. You make a cut, and the other side agrees. It gives a sense that you might still be able to make further demands. But Lu Chen was not a greedy person. He understood that Liang Yangyi's agreement to this condition was not because it was easy to fulfill. Rather, the task he had to complete must be of great importance to him. If he were to ask for too much, the other party might consider silencing him. With that thought, Lu Chen nodded and said, "All right, then I'll listen. What kind of task is worth such a high price from you, the city lord? I knew you would agree." Liang Yangyi smiled first, then took a deep breath, suppressing his smile, and spoke with a tone filled with anger and murderous intent. "A few years ago, my wife and child were brutally murdered outside. I spent years tracking down leads, and the one who killed them is the younger brother of the ruler of Qingcheng, Xiahou. His level is only Star Radiance level 9, a debauched young master. But he is always surrounded by a team of Hauyu level bodyguards. Your task is simple: infiltrate Qingcheng, kill him and his wife and children, and record it for me to see. Of course, if you can bring them to me alive, I can double the conditions you just mentioned." Liang Yangyi's words left Lu Chen in silence. He knew about Qingcheng, which was also a level 5 power, but it was not in the same region as White Mist City. Lu Chen had considered the task to be difficult, but he had not anticipated it to be this hard. It was equivalent to asking someone to break into the enemy's stronghold and kill heavily protected individuals. But now he understood why Liang Yangyi entrusted this task to him. Because the simpler the background of a person, the less likely they would raise suspicion from others. Lu Chen's background as a lowly commoner from a level 1 power district would not attract any investigation. Moreover, his own strength was not formidable. So others would not suspect Lu Chen to be an assassin. It could be said that apart from Lu Chen, there really was no one else capable of taking on this task. After understanding the situation, Lu Chen quickly had a question and asked directly, "Did the people from Qingcheng not pay attention to this side during the competition? If I win the championship, will they find out?" "Don't worry about that, Lu Xiaoyu. We hold so many competitions to find suitable candidates, so we have always taken meticulous precautions to ensure that the information about the competition does not leak," Kuyu confidently replied. Liang Yangyi nodded in agreement and said, "For now, you should prepare for the competition. After the competition is over, I will provide you with the information about Qingcheng. Can you show me the information on Xiahou Wen and his family now? Alright. Liang Yangyi did not expect Lu Chen to be so invested. Although surprised, he instructed Kuyu to provide the information to Lu Chen. As the chief steward, Kuyu was responsible for gathering intelligence. Upon hearing Liang Yangyi's words, Kuyu handed over the information on Xiahou Wen to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a look at it. Xiahou Wen had 3 wives and 2 sons and 1 daughter. The strongest, Xiahou Wen, was at Star Radiance level 9. His 3 wives also had the same level of strength. Their power was not terrifying, but the key point was that Xiahou Wen was often protected by a 10-member Haoyue team. The average level of this team was Haoyue level 3, and with their complementary abilities, their combat power was extremely formidable. Then, the wife and children were basically all at Xiahou Wen's residence. The security there was equally strict. If discovered, it would be very difficult to escape. One could say that the difficulty of this task was quite high. Lu Chen looked at it and felt a bit of a headache. But thinking about it, if the task wasn't difficult, why would Liang Yangyi agree to Lu Chen's conditions? Seemingly aware that Lu Chen was in a bit of a bind, Liang Yangyi said, under normal circumstances you definitely wouldn't be able to complete this task, but next month, Xingqiang will also hold a supernatural competition. At that time, Xiahou Wen and his family's defensive power will be at its weakest. When the time comes, you can take action, and the death warriors I arrange over there will cover your retreat. The observation target did not lie, and there is still no hostility. Lu Chen once again used the all-knowing eye to check Liang Yangyi's thoughts. After discovering that he was not lying, Lu Chen nodded and agreed, alright, I understand. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Liang Yangyi extended his hand and sincerely shook hands with Lu Chen. Lu Chen could feel that he truly wanted to avenge his wife and children. After accepting the task, Lu Chen got out of the car and left. As he was leaving, Liang Yangyi gave Lu Chen a spatial accessory. According to him, this contained some deposit he was giving Lu Chen. It could also be considered as preparation funds for Lu Chen. Originally, Lu Chen thought there wouldn't be anything good. After all, he had promised himself that the reward was the control of 2 level 3 cities. But unexpectedly, people from level 5 forces are quite generous. This spatial accessory contained a full 5,000 blue jade 6-colored soul beads. The cash was piled up like a mountain. But after Lu Chen counted it carefully, well, it was only 200 million. One could only say that cash piled up indeed has a shocking effect. After receiving this money, Lu Chen's current funds returned to 540 million. Back at the hotel, Lu Chen tossed these soul beads to Shirtian for cultivation. Originally, Liang Yangyi thought Lu Chen's star level was too low, so he gave him so many resources for cultivation. But in reality, he didn't know that Lu Chen had already reached the first level of the Bright Moon last night. Once reaching the Bright Moon level, blue jade quality soul beads became useless. So, all of these were given to Shirtian. Lu Chen then lay on the bed, using the Beidou satellite to monitor Qingsheng. This was also why he wanted to obtain information on Xiahou Wen in advance. The Beidou satellite ability was very suitable for observing distant targets. Under Lu Chen's control, as long as he wasn't indoors, Xiahou Wen's every move was under Lu Chen's satellite surveillance. This included how his guards protected Xiahou Wen during work hours and where they went to drink after work. Lu Chen observed and recorded everything. Of course, these things couldn't be seen in just one day. During the waiting time for the competition, Lu Chen kept observing the movements in Qingsheng. One could say he had almost figured out Xiahou Wen and the bodyguard's movements. Time quickly reached the 8th day. Early that morning, Lu Chen and the others were notified that the top 16 had been decided. Excluding Lu Chen's team and the teams from 5 level 4 forces, there were a total of 10 teams from level 3 forces that entered the competition for the top 16. So they headed to the competition venue early. If nothing unexpected happened, the final champion would be decided today. During this week, Shishin's level had reached the 9th level of the Star Radiance, and Su Ming's level had also reached the 9th level of the Star Radiance. Yu Yu and the monkey were a bit behind, only at the 7th level of the Star Radiance. But even so, their actual combat power had already reached a relatively high level. As a healer, Lu Cha had no combat power, which was similar for other teams, so it could be ignored. Overall, just looking at the paper strength, the team led by Lu Chen might have good luck making it to the top 8, but reaching the top 4, or even higher, is basically impossible. However, if we talk about real combat power, that terrifying man Lu Chen would probably be able to take on everyone with ease. Soon, the car arrived at the competition venue. As Lu Chen and the others got out of the car, they encountered several teams. The faces of these teams were unfamiliar. With a casual glance, Lu Chen could tell that these people were all from 4th level forces. Hey, brat, what are you staring at? While Lu Chen was observing the other teams, a tall and muscular man shouted fiercely at him. Lu Chen glanced at the burly man and replied nonchalantly, "What's it to you?" This retort immediately angered the muscular man. He was about to charge over to teach Lu Chen a lesson when a man holding a fan stepped in front of him, raising a hand to block the burly man. A biao. Calm down. The people in front of you are this year's biggest dark horse, having been directly promoted to the top 16 competition under the name of a first-level force. They are a formidable team. Oh, so this is that first-level force team? I think it's called Huanhai City. Where is that city? I've never heard of it. If you ask me, this dark horse nonsense is just because the third-level forces are too weak, allowing even a first-level force to ride on their heads and take a dump. As soon as the man's words left his mouth, the others around couldn't help but burst into laughter. As a fourth-level force, they had the right not to participate in the first round. So they hadn't come to White Mist City until the last couple of days. Upon arriving, they heard about Lu Chen, this dark horse, who, under the identity of a first-level city, had won the championship in the first stage. Of course, in their eyes, the reason Lu Chen and the others could win was that 8 teams encountered unexpected events, leading to the early end of the first round. Otherwise, after 3 days, who would know who the real first place was? Lu Chen paid no attention to everyone's mockery. His gaze was fixed on the fan-wielding youth. This guy had 2 types of abilities, which could be considered talented. But what surprised Lu Chen the most was not the number of his abilities, but his level, which had actually reached the first moon stage. Not only him, but the captain of another nearby team had also reached the first moon level. If it weren't for the all-knowing eye, Lu Chen probably wouldn't have known that these people were hiding their strength. This had a significant impact on troop deployment. Seemingly flustered by Lu Chen's gaze, the fan-wielding man waved his fan, trying to attract Lu Chen's attention. May I ask how to address you, brother? Before asking for someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Lu Chen replied with a smile, showing no change in attitude just because the other party was the heir of a fourth-level force. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gloom passed through the fan-wielding man's eyes, but it quickly vanished as he forced a smile and said, "Sorry, I thought my name was known to everyone. I forgot you all came from the countryside." Oh, a mediocre man, huh? There are quite a few of those these days, especially some people who wave fans pretending to be elegant, not realizing that to outsiders, they are just dressed-up beasts. Lu Chen retorted without backing down. This statement instantly infuriated the fan-wielding man, who released his energy, ready to attack at the slightest provocation. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Ming and the others immediately entered a combat stance. Just as it seemed a brawl might break out, Kuyu walked out from inside, coldly reprimanding. "This is White Mist City. Anyone who fights privately will be sentenced to death. I wonder who among you wants to challenge the authority of White Mist City." Upon hearing this, the fan-wielding man immediately calmed down. He forced a smile and bowed slightly to Kuyu, saying, "My nephew Zhou Tairan pays his respects to Elder Ku." With that, the others from the fourth-level forces greeted Kuyu in turn. Lu Chen, not wanting to reveal his acquaintance with Kuyu, also offered a greeting. However, unlike the others, he stood straight and smiled as he did so. Kuyu nodded subtly at Lu Chen and then said, "No need for formalities, the draw for the top 8 competition is about to begin. Team leaders, follow me, the rest of you please enter the arena and wait." "All right." Zhou Tairan and another team leader responded and immediately followed Kuyu out. As the team leader, Lu Chen naturally followed behind. Zhou Tairan walked up beside Lu Chen and whispered, "I hope your opponent in the match is me. At that time, I'll show you what it means to have the capital to be arrogant. Useless dogs should keep their mouths shut or they'll end up as dog stew." "Well, then why are you still talking? Isn't that contradictory?" Lu Chen retorted without holding back. This statement made Zhou Tairan grit his teeth in anger. As the heir of a fourth-level force, he had never been treated this way. If someone dared to speak to him like that, he would have had them chopped up and fed to the dogs. But now, he had no way to deal with Lu Chen. That was infuriating. So Zhou Tairan decided to stop making a fool of himself, fell silent, and returned to the front. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a conference room. By the time Lu Chen and the others arrived, all 16 team leaders were present. Kuyu took out a paper box from a spatial accessory and said, "Each person draws a number, no using abilities, or it will be treated as a failure." Then, let's start the draw. Who goes first? Kuyu's gaze swept over the 16 team leaders present. Soon, a team leader from a third-level force stepped up to the box first and reached in to grab a number. With the first one leading the way, the others followed suit without needing Kuyu to urge them, each drawing their numbers in an orderly fashion. Lu Chen was 8. He reached in and randomly grabbed a number, which read 8. According to Kuyu's explanation, those with the same number would be opponents in this round. So far, Lu Chen had not seen any team that had also drawn number 8. "I'll go next." After Lu Chen finished, Zhou Tairan immediately followed. As he passed by Lu Chen, Zhou Tairan couldn't resist making a throat-cutting gesture. Then, he approached the box and drew a number.
Whether it was fate or coincidence, the number Joe Tyran drew was, astonishingly, also 8.
Ha, it seems your luck ends here.
Seeing that he had drawn the same number as Lu Chen, Joe Tyran smiled excitedly, feeling confident of victory. In response, Lu Chen merely shook his head and coolly uttered 2 words, idiot. This statement nearly sent Joe Tyran into a rage, but when Kyu lightly coughed, he immediately quieted down and returned to his position. Before long, everyone had drawn their numbers and knew their opponents. At this point, Kyu said, you all now know your opponents for this round. Next, I will explain the rules of the competition. The first and most important point is, no killing. You can fight as fiercely as you want in the arena, but killing is not allowed.
If there are uncontrollable risks, I will intervene in your battles.
The second point is that the competition follows a 1v1 rule. As long as you feel you can still fight after defeating one opponent, you can choose to challenge the next opponent until one side reaches 3 victories to advance to the next round. The third point is that as long as one side does not admit defeat or fall out of the ring, the match will continue, no matter how serious your injuries are. As long as you step down, you will be healed. That's all there is to it.
Do you all understand?
After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding.
In fact, what Kyu said was quite simple. You cannot kill.
After all, those who can participate in the top 16 are heirs of level 4 and level 3 forces. From your own perspective, killing someone in front of so many people, even a level 4 force would not condone it. From the perspective of White Mist City, killing someone in front of them would also be a loss of face for White Mist City. So Kyu's solution was that you could torture your opponent as much as you want.
As long as they cannot admit defeat and you do not kill them, you can do whatever you want to them. After all, they will be healed once they step down, as long as they don't die in White Mist City.
Seeing that everyone understood, Kyu smiled and nodded, saying, your matches will start simultaneously. The numerical codes correspond to the match venue numbers, so please follow the staff back to your respective venues. As he spoke, several staff members came in to lead Lu Chen and the others to their respective venues.
On the way, Joe Tyran provocatively said again, did you hear what Oldka said? As long as you don't kill you, you can torture you however you want. Let me tell you, kid, later I will cut off your and your teammates' tongues and then slowly peel your skin off so you know what happens when you provoke me. Joe Tyran.
Oh. Lu Chen replied lightly, then revealed a playful smile and said, thank you for providing me with ideas.
I will do exactly as you said to you later. You little brat, just keep talking tough. Let me see if you can still be tough later.
Joe Tyran sneered and then stopped talking. Under the guidance of the staff, the two quickly arrived at the number 8 arena. The members of both teams were already waiting there.
Lu Chen did not waste words with Joe Tyran and returned to his team's standby area. Once back, Lu Chen said, the opponent is a level 4 force stronger than you, so you all don't need to participate in this match. When we encounter a level 3 force in the future, it will be up to you.
In the entire team, except for Su Ming, the strength of the others was completely insufficient. Lu Chen initially brought Monkey and the others just to make up the numbers. Although they had leveled up along the way, their overall strength was only enough to deal with level 3 forces. Only Lu Chen could handle a level 4 force like Joe Tyran. Everyone understood this reasoning and nodded in agreement. Soon, the 5-minute preparation time passed.
Lu Chen and Joe Tyran almost simultaneously stepped onto the arena.
Seeing his first opponent was Lu Chen, whom he most wanted to torture, Joe Tyran revealed a perverse smile and said, I thought you would let your teammates go up first to die.
I admire your courage in this regard. Why do you have so much to say? Were you a mute in your last life? Why are you chattering non-stop in this life? Lu Chen said impatiently while digging in his ears. He was truly fed up with Joe Tyran. So what if he was a dual system extraordinary being at the first level of the Bright Moon? He kept flaunting an undeserved sense of superiority. He himself was a 27 system extraordinary being, also at the first level of the Bright Moon. Was he supposed to be proud?
After being retorted by Lu Chen, Joe Tyran fell silent.
He let out a cold laugh and then took out his weapon. At that moment, the referee came between the two and asked, Are both of you ready? Joe Tyran, absolutely no problem. Lu Chen, let's start. Seeing both nod in response, the referee left the arena and announced, Then I declare the match begins.
Tremble, hand of the earth. At the moment the match began, Joe Tyran erupted with terrifying energy. In an instant, the ground of the arena started to crack. The fissures began at Joe Tyran's feet and quickly spread to Lu Chen's. Dozens of hands made of stone surged up from the ground, reaching out to grab Lu Chen. If caught by these hands, the earth element would petrify and immobilize him. Unless the energy intensity exceeded Joe Tyran's, there would be no way to break free. Joe Tyran's energy level was at the first tier of the Bright Moon. In his eyes, as long as he caught Lu Chen, that damned country bumpkin would become a lamb ready for slaughter. Watching Lu Chen, who still hadn't reacted, Zhou Tairan's lips curled into a smug smile. However, just as he fantasized about how to torture Lu Chen, what happened next left Zhou Tairan utterly dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Tairan's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. Just moments ago, his ability Earth's hand had struck Lu Chen. The unmoving Lu Chen was instantly grabbed by dozens of hands. Just when he thought the battle was about to end before it even began, those earth hands that touched Lu Chen's skin instantly shriveled away until they disappeared. Is this your strength? Lu Chen dusted off his clothes, revealing a contemptuous smile. This bizarre scene left Zhou Tairan in shock. He was about to say something when suddenly he felt a life-threatening crisis. He immediately leaped backward. Just as his front foot left the ground, the next second, dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the sky. They directly blasted a massive hole where he had been standing. But that wasn't the end. Before Zhou Tairan could stop, he quickly retreated again. With each step he took back, lightning struck down. Although his reflexes and speed were extraordinary, the lightning couldn't hit him for now. However, due to static electricity, his hair stood up like a lightning rod, and he looked nothing like his previous suave self, only a picture of utter disarray. At this moment, the scene was quite comical. Lu Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, making no moves at all. In contrast, Zhou Tairan, who had been so confident at the start, was now dodging around like a stray dog. If given another chance, he probably wouldn't have said such grandiose words at the beginning. Just as the match reached a temporary stalemate, Liang Yangyi was in a private box. Watching Lu Chen's match, he was somewhat surprised. Not because Lu Chen's strength had skyrocketed, as he had given Lu Chen so many soul orbs, making it possible for him to reach the 9th tier or even the Bright Moon tier. What surprised him was that Lu Chen had already displayed 3 abilities. The one that blocked the earth hands was likely an energy absorption ability. The thunderous power he was now unleashing was the ability Lu Chen had registered. And Lu Chen still had a powerful sky-devouring wolf that he hadn't released. This proved that Lu Chen was actually a 3-system extraordinary being. How could Liang Yangyi not be astonished? Seeing Lu Chen's strength so formidable, he smiled with great satisfaction. The stronger Lu Chen became, the higher his chances of revenge. Just at that moment, a change occurred in the standoff of the match. It seemed Lu Chen had grown bored. He yawned and looked at Zhou Tairan, who was running around from his attacks, saying, "You were so fierce before the match started, and now this is all you can do? Do you have any improvements? If not, I'm going to end this match." Hearing Lu Chen's taunt, Zhou Tairan nearly stumbled. He now understood just how strong Lu Chen was. That terrifying thunderous power was completely on par with his own, not to mention there was that strange ability in play. To be honest, if this continues, he will most likely be struck by thunder first. So, Zhou Tairan gritted his teeth and decided to no longer hold back his strength. With that thought, the energy around Zhou Tairan instantly became violent. This time, he did not dodge Lu Chen's lightning but instead picked up his fan and swung it fiercely at Lu Chen. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind tore through the air and slashed towards Lu Chen. A mere trick, Lu Chen scoffed again with a sneer. Zhou Tairan's second ability was the Wind of Rupture. By using the fan, he could amplify the power of this ability somewhat. This thing might be very effective against others. After all, the speed of the wind is extremely fast combined with its tearing attribute. Most people simply cannot dodge it and can only withstand it with their bodies or abilities. At that time, Zhou Tairan would use the Hand of the Earth to trap his enemies once more. Lu Chen had already seen through Zhou Tairan's thoughts clearly. But unfortunately, Lu Chen's body was blessed by the Wind God, which included a passive effect, that is, damage from wind attributes would be reduced. Even if he did not use this ability, his body had long been modified. Moreover, with Lu Chen's energy absorption level, it was 1 or 2 levels higher than Zhou Tairan's Wind of Rupture. Even if this Wind of Rupture was enhanced by the fan, it could not harm Lu Chen in the slightest. Out of confidence in himself, Lu Chen only extended one hand. With just one hand, he effortlessly absorbed Zhou Tairan's proud Wind of Rupture. He couldn't even delay Lu Chen for a few seconds. Is that all? Lu Chen sneered, and then countless arcs of electricity flashed across his body. The next second, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhou Tairan, using the dasha to sever Zhou Tairan's legs. "Ah, my legs!" Zhou Tairan cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, not even seeing how Lu Chen had gotten there. Just as he shouted this, Lu Chen pointed a finger, and a current instantly struck Zhou Tairan's mouth. This current was not very harmful, but it paralyzed Zhou Tairan's tongue, mouth, and throat, preventing him from uttering a complete sentence. At this moment, Lu Chen leisurely walked in front of him, revealing a bright smile and said, "Before the match, you told me how to deal with you, and now I am here to fulfill my promise." Saying this, Lu Chen raised his foot and stomped heavily on Zhou Tairan's. In an instant, all the men present felt a chill in their groins.
Joe Tyran rolled on the ground in agony. He wanted to say he surrendered, but at this moment he couldn't even speak. Not even a painful wail could escape his lips. Lu Chen showed no mercy, watching Joe Tyran rolling on the ground. He laughed while grabbing Joe Tyran, continuously dragging the dasha across Joe Tyran's body. No matter how Joe Tyran pleaded with his eyes, Lu Chen completely ignored him. One slash after another. It was as if he were a demon. This extremely bloody and cruel scene left all the spectators in silence, because they had never imagined that this match would end in such a way. Even more unexpected was that a first-level force team would dare to mutilate the heir of a fourth-level force in front of so many people. One could only say that everyone greatly admired Lu Chen's courage. But in reality, offending someone means you must offend them to the end. After all, according to the usual thinking of fourth-level forces, being defeated by a first-level force is a great humiliation. When they leave White Mist City, the fourth-level force will definitely ambush Lu Chen and the others outside the city. So why not go a little further? Besides, Lu Chen was not afraid at all. It was a matter that could be resolved with a perfect crime. How could he have any psychological burden? Referee, hurry up and stop him. At that moment, Joe Tyran's teammates, who had been paralyzed by fear under Lu Chen's control, finally snapped back to reality. They immediately ran to the referee to protest. Referee, please stop this match immediately. This is no longer a competition. This is a blatant act of abuse and humiliation. Exactly, please stop the opponent's violence at once. Upon hearing their protests, the referee was also at a loss. He wasn't blind. He could naturally see that Lu Chen was tormenting Joe Tyran in the ring. However, the rules of the match stated that unless a contestant conceded defeat or was on the verge of death, the referee could not stop the match. Despite the bloody scene in the ring, Lu Chen even kindly used lightning to help Joe Tyran stop the bleeding. Each cut was quite shallow, not enough to be fatal. So unless he received orders from above, it was difficult for him to intervene. At that moment, Lian Yangyi watched Lu Chen's match and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. He thought Lu Chen was being too bold. How could he dare to make a fourth-level power heir look foolish in front of so many people? But he did not stop the match, because that would be completely unfair to Lu Chen. Thus, the scene continued for more than 10 minutes. The referee ignored them, and the protests were in vain. Joe Tyran in the ring had already fainted 2 or 3 times, but each time he was kindly awakened by Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen was like a demon, deeply implanting his terror into the deepest parts of everyone's hearts. That's enough. Lu Chen glanced at the weakly breathing Joe Tyran before stopping his hands. He kicked Joe Tyran, who had no intact skin left, off the stage. At the moment he kicked him down, Lu Chen secretly used the perfect crime. In an instant, everyone was momentarily stunned for a few seconds. Then, everyone erupted in surprised shouts. What the hell just happened? Why did Joe Tyran end up like this? I don't know, I just know that Joe Tyran seemed to charge at Lu Chen, and then he turned into this. It's terrifying. He doesn't have a single inch of intact skin left. This must be energy going out of control, right? It can probably only be explained by energy going out of control. Otherwise, how could he end up like this? What a pity. I thought the Zhou family kid was going to win the match. Isn't that right? I bet 50 million on the Zhou family kid, and now it's all gone to waste. After Lu Chen used the perfect crime, all images of him tormenting Joe Tyran vanished without a trace. In everyone's subconscious, Joe Tyran's condition was due to energy going out of control. No one remembered that this injury was caused by Lu Chen. In the ring, Lu Chen listened to everyone's conversations and smiled with satisfaction. After his ability level increased, the effect became more and more powerful. In reality, Joe Tyran's injury could not possibly be caused by energy going out of control. However, after the perfect crime leveled up, it could modify reality to a certain extent. So at this moment, everyone was very certain that Joe Tyran's injury was caused by energy going out of control. Although it seemed full of loopholes, no one would doubt it. Even Lian Yangyi, who had just been worried about Lu Chen, looked bewildered at this moment, because he felt like he had forgotten something. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Referee, can we start the next round? Lu Chen glanced at the dazed referee and reminded him. Only then did the referee react, nodding and saying, yes, the next challenger, please come to the stage. At the same time, the 4 people who were originally protesting beside the referee now wore blank expressions. They had completely forgotten why they had come to find the referee. When they heard the referee say it was their turn to take the stage next, the burly man who had confronted Lu Chen immediately walked towards the ring. Looking at Lu Chen, who had his hands in his pockets and seemed to regard him with disdain, the burly man coldly laughed. Kid, you were lucky in the last round, our captain lost control of his energy. But this round, you won't be so fortunate. Ah, right.
Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to engage with this idiot and gestured to the referee. Hurry up and announce the start, I'm in a rush.
The referee nodded upon hearing this and then looked at the burly man. Sang Biao, are you ready?
Ready to crush my opponent, Sang Biao grinned menacingly. Once the referee confirmed both sides were ready, he immediately announced, then the second round of the match officially begins. Kid, get ready to die, enhanced green.
Boom! Sang Biao's words were cut off. In the next second, countless bolts of lightning engulfed him. Lu Chen felt that using even one more second to deal with a trash like a 9th-tier star radiance was a waste.
The perfect crime from earlier had concealed Lu Chen's immense strength, so Sang Biao had no idea that Lu Chen had just been chasing Zhou Tairan.
If he had remembered, he definitely wouldn't have started with any formalities.
Lu Chen's gaze fell on the battered and weakened Sang Biao, and he said to the shocked referee, "Referee, be professional, please bring out the next one."
Go!
The referee swallowed hard and said to the equally bewildered others, "Next contestant, please come to the stage."
With the referee's announcement, the audience erupted for the first time. Holy crap, a one-hit kill!
A first-tier power took out a fourth-tier power in an instant. This is even more ridiculous than my dad keeping a young boy on the side.
30 seconds, I want all the information on this Lu Chen.
From now on, I'm a fan of Lu Chen, not even Jesus can stop me from supporting him. This is too exaggerated. A 9th-tier star radiance was taken out in a second. Although there was some element of surprise, the power of that lightning is terrifying. One hit left the opponent unable to stand.
Has Lu Chen's strength already surpassed the 9th-tier star radiance? It wasn't just the audience in the arena who couldn't believe their eyes.
Even Liang Yangyi, the Lord of White Mist City,
couldn't believe what he was seeing.
He looked at Lu Chen, who stood on the stage looking a bit drowsy, and couldn't help but mutter, "This kid, although I gave him some special treatment, it shouldn't have allowed him to break through to the Crescent Moon tier.
It seems this kid is hiding something deep." Although he suspected Lu Chen was concealing his strength, Liang Yangyi had no other thoughts. Instead, he felt even happier.
Because this way, the probability of Lu Chen completing the task would rise significantly. For Liang Yangyi, who was solely focused on revenge, the stronger Lu Chen became, the happier he was. Meanwhile, under the referee's urging, the third contestant took the stage. This time, it was a female contestant. As soon as she appeared, she seemed very nervous. Clearly, the two strongest members of the team had already been defeated. She knew she was no match for Lu Chen. But in front of so many spectators, she represented the dignity of a fourth-tier power, so it was impossible for her to back down without a fight. Lu Chen looked at the nervous young lady across from him and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Don't be so afraid of me, I'm not a devil." As soon as he said this, the young lady rolled her eyes. "If you're not a devil, then how did Zhou Tairan lose control of his energy? You are not a devil. At the start, you turned Sang Biao into charcoal." Clearly, the young lady did not believe a single word that came out of Lu Chen's mouth. In response, Lu Chen felt helpless, shrugged his shoulders, and fell silent. At that moment, the referee approached the two of them and asked, "Are you both ready?" They both nodded. Just as the referee announced the start of the match, Lu Chen moved again ahead of time. However, this time he did not unleash lightning to strike anyone. Instead, he once again executed that unfathomable acceleration. Before the young lady could react, she found that all her limbs had been severed. Then, with a kick, she was sent tumbling off the stage, another instant kill. The venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers once more. The victor is the team from Huanghai City, let us congratulate them. This time, the referee was very professional. He announced the result almost the moment the young lady was kicked off the stage. Lu Chen single-handedly challenged a level 4 force. At this moment he had completely become the focus of the entire arena. Amidst the cheers, Lu Chen jumped down from the stage. That extreme acceleration move was not actually the effect of the thunder power. Instead, it was an illusion created by Lu Chen using the thunder power. The reason for his incredible speed was that Lu Chen had utilized his speed enhancement ability. At its current level, this ability significantly increased Lu Chen's speed after use. Naturally, his opponent, who was already inferior to Lu Chen, couldn't even react in time. The reason he chose this method to deal with that woman was that through the all-knowing eye, Lu Chen saw that her ability was also lightning-based, which could largely immunize her from lightning attribute damage, hence he used this move. Drawing attention with lightning while quietly executing speed enhancement allowed him to achieve an unexpected effect. Back in the resting area, Su Ming and the others immediately surrounded him.
"Awesome, Brother Lu. Truly invincible at the same age."
Su Ming excitedly praised Lu Chen.
This opponent was from that lofty level 4 force, but even against such a team, Lu Chen's inexplicable ability went out of control, and the other two were instantly killed as soon as the match began. His strength was simply unbeatable. Moreover, they knew that Lu Chen hadn't even used his full power. If Lu Chen had gone all out, how terrifying would that be?
In response to Su Ming's praise, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. If it weren't for the special conditions to unlock that divine skill, he wouldn't even bother participating in such matches, because fighting these people was a complete waste of time. He couldn't kill them to seize their abilities, and he had to hide his strength from drawing attention. This made Lu Chen quite annoyed and bored. But there was no choice, everything was for the sake of unlocking the divine skill. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was still fiercely contested and had not yet ended, so Lu Chen and the others waited in place. After about 10 minutes, the referee came over and said to Lu Chen and the others, "Your next round opponent has been decided. It is the level 3 force from Kangzhuang City. Please wait here for a moment, they are on their way."
Okay. Lu Chen and the others nodded.
Upon hearing it was a level 3 force, Su Ming eagerly volunteered, "Brother Lu, let us take this round. The next round might be level 4 forces. And our role will be even smaller."
Lu Chen thought for a moment.
After the first round, they were already in the top 8. This round faced a level 3 force, and the next would likely only be level 4 forces. With that in mind, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Alright, I'll leave this round to you.
Wait for me to arrange the order of appearance."
Everyone was excited to hear Lu Chen's agreement and nodded enthusiastically. They had received a lot of help from Lu Chen along the way, although those were things that Lu Chen did not want, they were a blessing for them. So Su Ming and the others also wanted to help Lu Chen share some burdens, rather than just being a lazy fish shouting 666.
A few minutes later, the team from Kangzhuang City arrived at the number 9 arena.
As soon as they entered, Lu Chen felt that these people looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them. After all, those who had encountered or provoked him were all dead, so he couldn't remember where he had seen this team.
However, the people from Kangzhuang City knew Lu Chen.
Upon seeing that their opponent was Lu Chen, they not only felt no joy but instead wore very grim expressions. Not only because Lu Chen had just taken out someone from a level 4 force in seconds, but also because they knew from the start that the team led by Lu Chen was no weaker than any level 4 force. "Forget it, reaching the top 8 is already quite good, let's just go with the flow," the captain of Kangzhuang City said with a bitter smile. As a level 3 force, they had done well to get this far. As for defeating Lu Chen and his team, it was simply impossible.
Lu Chen naturally overheard their conversation.
Since they were so casual about it, he didn't need to worry too much.
In the first round, Su Ming, who was eager to try, was sent in. The opponents sent out a transcendent who used lightning abilities.
As soon as the match began, under Lu Chen's pre-match reminder, Su Ming perfectly dodged the lightning strike. Then, that unfortunate guy was merely glanced at by Su Ming.
The next second, his right leg suddenly vanished into thin air.
Su Ming had rich combat experience, and at the moment his opponent lost balance, he quickly charged in and sent the opponent flying off the arena, securing victory. One could only say that Su Ming's ability was truly bug-level in unknown combat.
Unless it was someone like Lu Chen who possessed energy absorption, otherwise anyone who caught his eye would lose something.
Those with good luck wouldn't be affected in battle, but those with bad luck would probably be taken out in an instant. After easily defeating his opponent, although Su Ming still had combat power, he chose to step down to let someone else take the stage, considering those who had yet to appear.
After the people from Kangzhuang City realized that Lu Chen did not intend to take the stage, the second to compete was their captain Kang Jianwei.
Kang Jianwei was quite formidable, with a strengthening type ability akin to a steamroller. Once he powered up, he would become tough and resilient, with attacks that carried terrifying strength. So in this round, Lu Chen sent Monkey to challenge him.
Although Monkey was slightly weaker than Kang Jianwei, he was relatively effective against such close combat transcendent beings, and with the support of money, fighting above his level was not impossible.
As soon as the match began, Monkey immediately pulled out over 30 firearms and unleashed a barrage of fire on Kang Jianwei. This terrifying firepower suppression made Kang Jianwei, who had the advantage in strength, dart around helplessly. Unable to close the distance, he was just a moving target.
Originally, Kang Jianwei wanted to endure and wait for Monkey's bullets to run out.
However, Monkey had already stocked up on enough ammunition for this match.
In the end, after a full half-hour of bombardment, Monkey successfully defeated Kang Jianwei without any danger.
Lu Chen didn't even take the stage, they had defeated 2 competitors from level 3 forces purely with their own strength.
The consecutive losses made everyone re-evaluate the first level force of Huanghai City.
The third round of the match was also unsurprising. Yu Yu's opponent was a girl. Although Yu Yu usually didn't talk much, she was fierce in battle. She didn't care whether her opponent was male or female, she just pinned them down and gave them a good beating. This led to the girl being beaten to the point where even her mother probably wouldn't recognize her. It wasn't that Yu Yu did it on purpose, it was that he and that girl were evenly matched in strength, and coupled with his metal abilities,
which favored defense over offense, that led to the earlier scene. Thus, without Lu Chen stepping onto the stage, Su Ming and the others achieved a perfect victory in their round, successfully advancing to the top 4. After these 2 battles, no one would underestimate Lu Chen's team anymore. So, when Lu Chen and the others finished their match, their next opponent Jianghua Si Cheng was holding a serious strategy meeting. Listen, I just gathered information on their abilities. Their captain, Lu Chen, should be the strongest among them, easily taking down Sang Biao and Pu Shan. His strength should have reached the first tier of the Bright Moon level, and what's worse is that this guy has 2 abilities, both at a very high level, making him quite difficult to deal with. Zhang Shizai, the captain of Jianghua Si Cheng, said with a grim expression. Although Zhou Tairan hadn't directly confronted Lu Chen, he could sense Lu Chen's power. At this moment, they could no longer treat him as a first-tier force but rather as an equal 4th-tier force. The others nodded in agreement. They had just watched the video of Lu Chen's battle. The terrifying lightning strikes were incredibly powerful and fast. They all imagined if they had been in that position, could they have successfully avoided Lu Chen's attacks? The answer was naturally no. Even if they could dodge, they couldn't do so safely. In other words, they would be heavily injured even if they didn't die. Zhang Shizai, observing everyone's expressions, continued, "Leave Lu Chen to me. My ability can immunize me against lightning damage, but I can't guarantee I can defeat him. If I lose..." At this point, Zhang Shizai glanced around at his teammates and said, "Healy, you'll be the next to go on stage." Healy nodded in response. Seeing Healy agree, Zhang Shizai began to arrange the order for the next matches. What he didn't know was that everything he said and thought was clearly known to Lu Chen. Rock Giant, Energy Shield, these 2 abilities maximize defense. At this moment, Lu Chen was looking at Zhang Shizai's information, pondering how to deal with this person. Zhang Shizai was also a dual-system extraordinary being and had reached the first tier of the Bright Moon level. The Rock Giant ability allowed him to transform into a rock giant, significantly enhancing his defense and immunizing him against the paralysis effects of lightning. This meant that after using his ability, lightning would basically have no effect on him. If it was just a simple strike, it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Then there was Zhang Shizai's second ability, Energy Shield. As the name suggests, this ability adds a layer of shield to himself. This kind of turtle-style defense was somewhat difficult for Lu Chen to deal with, given the abilities he could currently use. "I can only use Disya," Lu Chen muttered to himself. Soon, the referee signaled that the match could begin. Lu Chen and Zhang Shizai were both undoubtedly the first to take the stage. Zhang Shizai didn't harbor much hostility towards Lu Chen. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he said, "I really didn't expect your team to be this strong, but even if we lose, it won't be unjust. Let's have a good fight." "I have no objections," Lu Chen replied with a smile, taking out Disya from the Godspace. This was a move he hadn't made in previous matches. To others, Lu Chen's action seemed to give Zhang Shizai face. However, only Lu Chen knew, the reason he brought out Disya at the start was not to give Zhang Shizai face, but because he wanted to end the battle quickly, aiming to heavily injure Zhang Shizai the moment the match began. Just then, the referee announced the official start of the match. The moment the referee's words finished, both Lu Chen and Zhang Shizai moved simultaneously. Energy Shield. Zhang Shizai activated the Energy Shield at the first moment, knowing Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen also knew that Zhang Shizai would activate the shield immediately. So, he quickly used Energy Absorption on Daxia. As a low-grade dark gold weapon, Daxia was already far superior for this stage. Coupled with Lu Chen's Energy Absorption, Zhang Shizai's Energy Shield didn't even last a second. As soon as Daxia made contact with the Energy Shield, it shattered it completely. The incredibly sharp blade instantly severed Zhang Shizai's arm and, without any obstruction, sliced through his body. If Lu Chen had wanted to kill, Zhang Shizai would have been dead by now. But since this was a competition, killing was not allowed. Lu Chen stopped his movements just as he approached Zhang Shizai's heart. At that moment, Zhang Shizai, who had danced on the edge of death, pale-faced, conceded, "Thank you for sparing my life. I have lost." Instant kill. No matter who the opponent was, Lu Chen would directly eliminate them. All the spectators were captivated by Lu Chen's overwhelming strength. Without drawing a weapon, he could eliminate a Star Radiance level 9. With a weapon, he could instantly take down a level 1 Hao Yue. At this point, it was clear to the discerning that Lu Chen was able to ignore the protection of the Energy Shield and directly slay Zhang Shizai entirely because of the weapon in his hand. Even the ever-composed Liang Yangyi couldn't help but stand up in astonishment upon seeing Lu Chen's weapon, exclaiming, "Is this weapon Lu Chen's trump card? A dark gold level weapon is indeed impressive." Previously, Liang Yangyi had always felt that Lu Chen was hiding his strength, but he never expected that the hidden strength was actually a dark gold level weapon. It should be noted that at his level, he could only use dark gold level weapons. What level was Lu Chen to possess such a weapon?
However, more than being surprised by Lu Chen's dark gold level weapon, Liang Yangi was more curious about how someone from a level 1 city like Lu Chen obtained such a weapon.
If he didn't know Lu Chen's background, he might even suspect that Lu Chen was an undercover from another level 5 city or even a larger city.
On the other side, Jiang Shizai accepted his defeat wholeheartedly.
Even with all his preparations, he still couldn't withstand even a second.
So, after returning to his team, he regretfully announced, "Let's surrender, none of us can last a single move against Lu Chen. He will become the champion of this competition, there's no need to waste time adding to our suffering." Jiang Shizai's words were hurtful, but they all knew it was the truth. If Lu Chen hadn't held back just now, Jiang Shizai would already be dead. Although the reason for this was not solely because Lu Chen was much stronger than Jiang Shizai, but rather because of that seemingly high-grade weapon. But a weapon is also part of strength. Unless Lu Chen was prohibited from using his weapon, who among all the competing teams could be his opponent? So the question arose. Everyone was competing fairly. On what grounds could White Mist City prohibit Lu Chen from using his weapon? Thus, Jiang Shizai directly asserted that the team led by Lu Chen would become the champion of this ability competition. Upon hearing Jiang Shizai's words, the others nodded helplessly. If there had been even a glimmer of hope, they wouldn't have given up. But faced with Lu Chen and that terrifying weapon, they saw not even a shred of hope. In the end, the healed Jiang Shizai approached the judge and regretfully said, "We forfeit." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone sighed in regret. But there was nothing they could do. It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Lu Chen's strength was overwhelming. He could single-handedly take on an entire opposing team without needing anyone else to step in. But then again, aside from Lu Chen, the team from Huanhai City was only at the level of a third-tier power. One could say that their advancement to the finals was entirely due to Lu Chen's efforts. They couldn't understand why a place like Huanhai City, a remote corner, would produce a genius like Lu Chen. How could such a high-level weapon even exist? Almost everyone had a theory in their minds. Lu Chen might be the young master of some major power-out training. Because only in this way could the discrepancies between Lu Chen and a first-tier power be perfectly explained.
Lu Chen naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He actually found this misunderstanding quite beneficial. This way, some people would think twice before causing him trouble.
After hearing that Jiang Shi was waiting for someone to forfeit, Lu Chen returned to his team, waiting for the final match.
After about half an hour, the two fourth-tier powers finally determined a winner. When the victor heard that their opponent in the finals was Lu Chen, they surrendered without a fight. As a fourth-tier power, they were proud, but they weren't fools. After learning that Lu Chen had defeated two fourth-tier powers, no one would underestimate him anymore. Especially after Lu Chen's recent strike, which shattered their last shred of pride. They all knew how disgusting Jiang Shi's defense was, being old rivals. But even that freakishly strong defense couldn't withstand Lu Chen's blow. What could they possibly use to fight Lu Chen? Not to mention Lu Chen's bizarre energy absorption ability and his monstrous lightning powers. It was better to concede than to go up and embarrass themselves. After receiving this news, the referee notified Liang Yangi. As the Lord of White Mist City, Liang Yangi appeared on the competition stage in a flash and announced, "Due to Amber City surrendering, I declare that the ultimate winner of this year's White Mist City ability competition is the team from Huanhai City, the Downstairs Are All Big Fools team." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although most people lost money this time, witnessing the rise of a super dark horse made them all feel delighted. Especially Lu Chen's powerful strength, which conquered everyone's hearts. In every world, the strong are respected. Amidst the applause, Lu Chen and his team walked onto the stage with smiles to receive their awards. When Liang Yangi saw Lu Chen on stage, he spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "You kid are impressive, hiding so deeply that even I couldn't see through it. But the stronger you are, the happier I am." After the award ceremony, "Wait for my news." Lu Chen wasn't skilled in this kind of conversation, so he could only nod subtly. Seeing this, Liang Yangi didn't continue but smiled and presented the awards, saying, "Congratulations on winning first place in this competition. Here are your rewards and medals, please accept them." With that, Liang Yangi took out 5 rings from his spatial accessory and handed them to Lu Chen and the others. Then, he took out 5 medals and personally placed them around Lu Chen and his team's necks. And at the very moment Liang Yangi put the medal on Lu Chen, the long-awaited system prompt appeared before Lu Chen. Detected that the host has won the championship of a large-scale competition for the first time, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the God-level skill Universal Transformation. Please continue to work hard to unlock more skills. Universal Transformation. From now on, you can upgrade any target, including but not limited to abilities within your body, weapons, contract beasts, etc., which will produce some unexpected effects depending on the consumed items.
Sure enough, I've gained another divine skill. Lu Chen looked at the system's prompt box, his heart blooming with joy. As he had guessed, unlocking a divine skill would happen upon winning the championship. From the literal meaning, this universal transformation seemed quite interesting. However, with so many people present, Lu Chen couldn't conduct any experiments. Soon, Liang Yangyi placed medals around everyone's necks and smiled, saying, I believe that from today, Huanhai City will surely become a legend in our region, and your names will leave a significant mark in the history of Baimu City. Now, I declare that this extraordinary abilities competition is officially over. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by warm applause and fireworks. The competition concluded perfectly. All the audience and contestants left the venue at that moment. Lu Chen and the others followed suit. His meeting with Liang Yangyi was still set for outside the hotel. As they walked, Su Ming's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and instantly froze in place. What's wrong? Lu Chen also stopped, looking at Su Ming with confusion. At that moment, Su Ming, trembling, held his phone out in front of Lu Chen and said in an excited but quiet voice, Lu, brother, the prize money has arrived, a whopping 2.6 billion. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that before the competition started, he had bet the remaining 6 million on himself to win first place. The odds at that time seemed to be 1:100. So, 6 million instantly turned into 600 million? Just thinking about it made Lu Chen laugh heartily. As expected, this is the money-making method written in the criminal law. The speed of making money is indeed impressive. Captain Lu, what is criminal law? The monkey, hearing a new term, couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Chen then realized that this world didn't have criminal law, so he chuckled and casually fabricated, it's just a very effective way to make money, I just made it up. The monkey and the others nodded in confusion, still not understanding what it meant, but feeling it sounded quite impressive. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly said, Brother Lu, the total prize money is 2.6 billion, they'll keep 600 million, and the remaining 2 billion is all yours. After all, you were the one who led us into the finals, so please don't refuse. Right, and our rewards, the soul orbs and weapons, I think Captain Lu wouldn't want them, so we'll give you 100 million in cash as a thank you for leading us to victory. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the monkey, representing the other two, also said they wanted to give the cash to Lu Chen. The rewards this time were quite good. 3,000 blue jade 4-color soul orbs, 2,000 blue jade 5-color soul orbs, 1,000 blue jade 6-color soul orbs, a set of high-quality blue jade weapons and armor, and a cash reward of 100 million. As they said, Lu Chen, now at the Haoyue level, had no need for blue jade quality soul orbs. He didn't need weapons or armor either. The only thing he could use was cash, so they all spontaneously decided to give all the cash to Lu Chen. To this, Lu Chen did not refuse but smiled contentedly, alright, then I won't be polite. After all, Su Ming and the others were absolutely right. Whether it was the money bet or the first place reward, they were all thanks to Lu Chen leading them to victory. Su Ming and the others' gratitude made Lu Chen very satisfied. When they returned to the hotel, Su Ming and the others transferred their money to Lu Chen as agreed. This brought Lu Chen's wealth to a terrifying 3.4 billion. However, this time, Lu Chen didn't rush to spend it. Liang Yangyi had already informed him that he was waiting for him downstairs. Lu Chen bid farewell to Su Ming and the others and went downstairs to get in the car. As soon as he got in, Liang Yangyi smiled and said, You little brat are quite the hidden gem, even having a dark gold level weapon that makes me envious. Liang Yangyi pretended to be evil and said, Aren't you afraid he'll take your weapon? Seeing his poor acting, Lu Chen smiled and replied, City Lord, has anyone ever told you that your acting skills seem rather lacking? Hee, only you aren't afraid of me, Liang Yangyi chuckled. In reality, he had no interest in snatching Lu Chen's weapon. He already possessed dark gold level weapons. The wealth he owned in the entire city could buy dozens of dark gold weapons. Why lower himself to rob a junior's weapon? Of course, this was Liang Yangyi's thought. Lu Chen dared to take it out because he had the all-knowing eye. Knowing that using it wouldn't attract Liang Yangyi's scrutiny, Liang Yangyi didn't pursue the weapon issue further but instead took out several documents and handed them to Lu Chen, saying, These people are my undercover agents in Qingqing over the years. If you can't make progress or need cover when you get there, look for them. Although their strength may not match yours, they still have some influence locally in Xinjiang. Lu Chen took the documents, glanced at them, and nodded, saying, No problem, I'll act accordingly when I get there. You can handle these matters yourself. Also, the road from Whiteness City to Qingcheng is very dangerous. There are eyes and sentries from Qingqing everywhere. I can't send a large force to escort you, but with your current strength, you should be able to travel alone. At this point, Liang Yangyi took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Chen, continuing, Inside is a little compensation from me, along with a forged identification. With this ID, you won't attract attention when entering Qingcheng. This is all I can do, now I just wait for your good news. Lu Chen probed the spatial ring. Inside were 3,000 soul orbs of secret silver, divided into 3 colors, with 1,000 of each hue.
One had to admit, Liang Yangyi was generous. The secret silver soul orbs were not easy to obtain for White Mist City. Although the highest was only 3 colors, it was enough to show Liang Yangyi's generosity.
However, Lu Chen's attention was temporarily not on these soul orbs. He took out the ID and glanced at it. The information was all his real details, with only the update date and extraordinary level differing slightly. Seemingly aware of Lu Chen's confusion, Liang Yangyi preemptively explained, "If you don't go for an update, your ID will be forcibly updated when you enter Qingcheng. At that time, if you appear as a young person who has reached the Haoyue level, you will be closely monitored even if you enter the city. So I helped you update it to the Starshine 5th stage in advance, so no one will suspect you."
Lu Chen nodded in understanding but then curiously asked, "Isn't the Extraordinary Association under the jurisdiction of the Federation? Can this ID really get into Qingcheng?"
It was no wonder Lu Chen didn't understand. After all, he was just a country bumpkin born in a first-tier power, completely unaware of how White Mist City could obtain such fake documents. To this, Liang Yangyi merely smiled lightly and said, "In this world, there is no absolute fairness or loyalty, there are only interests and strength. The Extraordinary Association does belong to the Federation, but a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. You understand this principle, right?" "I see."
Lu Chen nodded in realization.
The reason Liang Yangyi could have the local Extraordinary Association forge documents was that his strength was too formidable. Even the Extraordinary Association, which was directly under the Federation, had to listen to him in White Mist City. If that were the case, then blending into Qingcheng would indeed be much easier.
"Thinking about it," Lu Chen said, "the competition in Qingcheng is starting soon, so I plan to leave White Mist City for Qingcheng in a day or 2.
At that time, I will need you, City Lord, to help escort my team back to Illusory Sea City. I'm afraid some people might feel unbalanced after losing the competition and ambush them on the way, although this time's competition had completely subdued everyone except for Zhou Tairan and his team. Based on my understanding of these people, there is a high possibility they will ambush Lu Chen and the others on the way back to Huanhai City. If Lu Chen were here, he wouldn't be afraid of their attack.
But this time, Lu Chen is tasked to complete it alone.
So I can only ask Liang Yangyi to help escort Su Ming and the others back to the city." To this, Liang Yangyi naturally had no reason to refuse, and he generously said, "No problem, I will send someone to ensure their safe return.
However, I think they won't dare to provoke you anymore.
Although people from high-level forces love to look down on others, they are not fools. After all, your strength has already gained everyone's recognition.
Who knows? Human hearts are the most difficult things to understand in the world."
"Ha,
I like your cautious personality." After the two continued to discuss the task plan, Lu Chen returned to the hotel.
After gathering Su Ming and the others, Lu Chen said, "The city lord has some matters that require my attention, so you all need to return to Huanhai City on your own. But don't worry. I have already arranged for the city lord to send someone to escort you back."
Su Ming was the first to sense Lu Chen's true intention and asked reluctantly, "Brother Lu, you don't plan to return to Huanhai City, do you?"
To this, Lu Chen did not deny it but smiled and nodded. "There is no banquet that does not end. Huanhai City is too small and completely unsuitable for my development, so it is time for us to part ways." Whether it was Su Ming or the monkey, their growth rate could not keep up with him at all. Therefore, they were no longer suitable to continue exploring the world with him. Su Ming and the others also knew that Lu Chen was not an ordinary person and that one day they would part ways with him. But they did not expect that this day would come so quickly. Although it was very reluctant and regrettable, Su Ming still hugged Lu Chen gratefully, saying, "Meeting Brother Lu in this lifetime is my greatest honor. After returning to Huanhai City, my father and I will strive to govern Huanhai City better so that you can gain more resources." Lu Chen also patted Su Ming's back and smiled, "I have high hopes for you." Soon after, Lu Chen and the monkey hugged each other as well. Then, he notified Liang Yangyi that he could come to pick them up. Not long after, Kuyu personally arrived at the hotel to take Su Ming and the others back to Huanhai City. After Lu Chen bid farewell to them one by one, Kuyu took them away. Back to being alone again, Lu Chen sighed as he watched Su Ming and the others leave. Humans are social creatures. Although Su Ming and the others were not as strong as him and were more like deadweight in some battles, the feeling of having someone to chat with made Lu Chen truly enjoy the time spent together. It's just a pity that his growth rate was too fast and there was no one who could keep up. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gently sighed. Indeed, geniuses are always lonely. Shaking his head, Lu Chen immediately shifted his focus to the newly acquired divine skill Universal Transformation. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to study this ability because Liang Yangyi had come to talk to him. Now that he was undisturbed, Lu Chen immediately began to ponder. Since it claims to be able to transform anything, let's try the Soul Pearl first. Lu Chen took out the Soul Pearl that Liang Yangyi had given him.
After staring at it for a few seconds, a transformation interface appeared. This interface was similar to a game interface. The transformation target, along with 5 material slots. The mithril 3-color soul pearl could be used as a transformation item, allowing at least 3 items to be added to the material slots. With no clue at all, Lu Chun used the 6-color quality soul pearl he won from the competition and added 5 as materials. Just as he was about to select the transformation, suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. If this is done, 5 blue jade 6-colored soul beads will grow on the body of the secret silver 3-colored soul bead, becoming a soul bead with 6 heads. Additionally, the total amount of energy after the transformation will be a certain improvement compared to absorbing them separately. Is this a hint from the all-knowing eye? Lu Chen felt a bit surprised by the information in his mind. If the all-knowing eye could be used, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to waste materials? Immediately, Lu Chen chose to proceed with the transformation. As the 5 blue jade 6-colored soul beads disappeared, the secret silver 3-colored soul bead, which was used for the transformation, indeed grew 5 small blue beads on its silver-white body. Everything was exactly as the all-knowing eye had said. Realizing that the all-knowing eye was effective, Lu Chen immediately began searching for things that could be transformed. The first item he took out for transformation was the Devourer. Using the all-knowing eye, he contemplated how to transform the Devourer, and soon got the answer. There are 3 types of transformations currently suitable for the Devourer werewolf. The first type, using the Great Xia and armor as materials, the Devourer werewolf will gain a battle armor form. Its claws will absorb the quality and attributes of the Great Xia, becoming indestructible and invulnerable, surrounded by armor, significantly increasing defense and attack power. The second type, using abilities as materials, the Devourer werewolf will gain an ability form. For example, combining fire-type abilities with 3 soul beads as materials, the Devourer werewolf will transform into a flame Devourer werewolf, emanating an unquenchable fire that causes devastating damage to enemies. The third type, using soul beads as materials, the Devourer werewolf will gain a soul bead form, allowing it to pull out soul beads of the same quality as the transformation materials at intervals. Additionally, the transformation can be changed at any time, but the transformation materials cannot be refunded. What a comprehensive introduction! Lu Chen looked at the information provided by the all-knowing eye and couldn't help but praise it. He knew the all-knowing eye was impressive, but he didn't expect it to be this impressive. It provided 3 feasible plans in such a short time. This not only reduced material loss but also allowed the transformed item to quickly reach its most perfect form. This made Lu Chen feel a bit excited. What kind of body enhancement would he receive during the next major promotion? Not wanting to think too much further, Lu Chen focused on the options before him. The first option of using the Great Xia and other armor as transformation materials for the Devourer was unrealistic. Those high-quality blue jade armors were fine, but Lu Chen didn't need those at all. However, the Great Xia, being a dark gold level weapon, could absolutely not be used as materials for the Devourer. After all, Lu Chen still wanted to transform the Great Xia himself. So, after considering this option, Lu Chen felt it was not very reliable. The second option of using abilities as materials to allow the Devourer to gain the effect of merging with abilities was quite interesting, as he could say that obtaining abilities for himself was essentially free. Even if he used one ability for the Devourer, he could just go somewhere to grab another one. So Lu Chen thought this was a bit more reliable than the first. As for the third, Lu Chen looked at it and completely lost interest. What nonsense soul bead form, or generating soul beads by pulling? He couldn't accept it. He absolutely couldn't accept it. So after looking for a while, Lu Chen decided to let the Devourer undergo an ability transformation first. What ability should I use to transform the Devourer? Lu Chen stroked his chin and thought carefully. Currently, he had learned 28 types of abilities, some of which were commonly used, while others he hadn't even used before. So Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to list the less commonly used abilities. Then he would consider which ones were suitable for the Devourer and would enhance its strength. The abilities I haven't used yet are Magnetic Field, Butterfingers, Energy Threads, Earth Rhythm, Target Weakness, and Healing Holy Light. The abilities I just obtained but haven't had the chance to use are Bull Demon King, Energy Gatling, and Energy Barrier. Let's take a look with the all-knowing Yi. Liu Chen found himself in a bit of a dilemma. So he decided to use the all-knowing eye to see if he could understand the effects of the transformation. With this question in mind, he began to observe the Devourer. The all-knowing eye indeed provided Lu Chen with some data. Butterform, the Devourer's entire body becomes slippery. When physical attacks hit its body, the skin will split open.
making it difficult for physical attacks to land. Thread form. The Devourer can release energy threads, which can be manipulated to strike enemies. Earth form. The Devourer's attacks cause tremors in the ground, and its defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. Target weakness form. When the Devourer's attacks hit, they inflict a weakness buff on the target, with each hit increasing the severity and duration of the weakness. Healing form. The Devourer can provide healing and restore mental strength to itself or others, granting the healed target a self-healing buff for a period of time. Bull Demon King form. The Devourer gains the Bull Demon King's blessing, significantly enhancing all attributes, greatly boosting defense and resistances, and providing a certain degree of self-healing. Gatling form. The Devourer sprouts 210 energy Gatling guns from its back, capable of attacking enemies from all directions. A barrier form. The Devourer can release an energy barrier for more effective defense against attacks and can use the barrier to restrict the target's movements. Looking at these transformed effects, Lu Chen fell into contemplation once again. Some abilities were of no use to the Devourer, such as the Bull Demon King, Energy Barrier, and Earth Tremor, which offered little unexpected enhancement. Although the others could still be utilized, they didn't seem particularly impressive. Lu Chen was most interested in the Gatling form and Butter form. The Butter Hand ability was completely useless to Lu Chen. Moreover, when used by a person, only the hands could deflect attacks. But if used on the Devourer, it could deflect physical attacks from its entire body, and since the Devourer wouldn't self-heal, it seemed fine to use it. The second, Gatling form, could greatly enhance the Devourer's attack power, potentially allowing it to obtain up to 10 energy Gatling guns as its level increased, which was quite impressive. One person could form an army. Defense or offense? Lu Chen took just 2 seconds to choose offense. Fixing his gaze on the Devourer, he opened the transformation panel. He selected his ability Energy Gatling and added 4 silver 3-colored soul orbs as materials for the transformation. In the next moment, the Devourer's body emitted a series of white lights. Lu Chen also felt that he had lost one of his abilities. Not long after, the glow around the Devourer faded. At the same time, 4 light blue Energy Gatling guns appeared behind it. Whoa! The Devourer was clearly very pleased with its transformation. It gently rubbed its face against Lu Chen's. Lu Chen patted its head and smiled. Why don't you go adapt to this form in the Soul Beast space? I still need to modify my weapon and can't play with you right now. The Devourer obediently nodded and was then taken into the Soul Beast space by Lu Chen. After transforming the Devourer, Lu Chen began to ponder about the Great Xia. The weapon transformation was actually quite similar to that of Soul Beasts. It was also divided into 3 types. The difference was that weapons had ability forms, transformation forms, and battle armor forms. The ability form was easy to understand. Like a contracted soul beast, it simply added an ability effect to the weapon. The transformation form allowed the weapon to consume other weapons and change into different styles. For example, if Great Xia was a knife, using a sword as material would not only grant it the sword's attributes and characteristics but also transform Great Xia into a sword. Consuming an axe would turn it into an axe. Consuming a wolf fang club would turn it into a wolf fang club. But Lu Chen felt that this form was a bit mediocre. The last form, battle armor form, was actually the most interesting. That is to say, after Daxia is transformed using the soul pearl, it will gain vitality. In other words, Daxia will become a being with a soul. When Lu Chen needs it, Daxia will turn into a weapon. When Lu Chen does not need it, it can act independently and become a person. The only drawback is that it occasionally needs to be replenished with soul pearls. Otherwise, it won't be able to maintain this form. But fortunately, in this form, Daxia's consumption is very low. Under conditions of fighting all day, about 1 secret silver tricolor soul pearl is sufficient. If there is no intense battle, then 1 secret silver tricolor soul pearl can support Daxia's operation for a week. With such consumption in this form, what more could one ask for? So Lu Chen, without any hesitation, transformed Daxia into battle armor form. When the white light on Daxia disappeared, what was originally just a knife gradually donned battle armor, becoming a humanoid creature fully wrapped in armor. Just gaining consciousness, Daxia immediately knelt half down on the ground and said in a mechanical voice, very respectfully, Daxia, thank you, master, for the gift of creation. Aha, how amazing. Lu Chen looked at the armored Daxia in front of him, unable to help but marvel. From the outside, Daxia looked like an ancient general clad in armor. Its face was also obscured by a thick helmet, revealing only its bright red pupils. Notably, its hands and feet were identical to those of a human. However, when it came to battle, they would all transform into sharp blades. The most crucial point is that the blades formed from its hands and feet possess the same strength as the weapon Daxia. This means that the armored Daxia form can simultaneously wield 4 sharp blades. This was what satisfied Lu Chen the most. Lu Chen instructed Daxia to rise and, observing its peculiar structure, curiously asked, "Can you take off your helmet? I want to see what's inside."
The armored Daxia nodded and removed its helmet. However, there was no flesh inside. It gave Lu Chen the feeling as if a head had been removed. In fact, it was just that. Daxia's voice came from the helmet. My armor is equivalent to human skin, but there is no flesh inside. Master can understand that my soul is attached to the armor. I see. Lu Chen nodded in understanding and then instructed Daxia to return to its original form. With a thought, Daxia transformed back into a knife, appearing in Lu Chen's hand. This transformation took only 2 or 3 seconds, so if he really encountered a situation where he needed Daxia, it would be completely timely to revert it back to its original form. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this situation. Now that both Daxia and Shirtian had been transformed, Lu Chen turned his attention to himself. However, as soon as he focused on himself, the all-knowing eye displayed a prompt. It is not recommended to modify your own body, as doing so will result in the universal enhancement not strengthening your body when breaking through the major tier. Do not pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen quickly dismissed the thought. The major tier reward for universal enhancement is the most powerful transformation. Didn't he see how strong the all-knowing eye was? If he lost the mutation of universal enhancement because of this modification, it would truly be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Thinking of this, Lu Chen completely withdrew. The utility of modifying abilities is not great, it can only fuse 2 abilities together. But because of infinite extraction, Lu Chen can originally store abilities infinitely within his body and release 2 or even more abilities at any time, so it didn't matter to him whether he modified or not. After finishing the modifications, Lu Chen began to absorb the soul pearls. Of course, before absorbing, Lu Chen also used universal modification to alter them a bit. This way, he could absorb more energy. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat in this regard. Lu Chen wouldn't waste a bit. This absorption lasted a full 2 days. It was only on the night of the second day that Lu Chen finished absorbing all the soul orbs he had obtained this time. His level had risen from first moon to second moon. After finishing the absorption, Lu Chen didn't head straight to Qingchen. Instead, he waited until the daytime of the third day, bought some daily necessities, and left the hotel without saying goodbye to Lianyangyi, exiting White Mist City. Once outside the city, Lu Chen released Shirtian. He was accustomed to using Shirtian to conceal his abilities. Moreover, training soldiers for 1,000 days is for 1 moment of use. He had invested a large amount of resources into Shirtian. Now its combat power was off the charts, capable of handling wild soul beasts on its own. This way, Lu Chen could be a hands-off manager, leaving all combat matters to Shirtian. Holding the map, he carefully identified the direction. Lu Chen set his target on a sun and moon canyon located on the outskirts of White Mist City. The soul beasts there had reached the moon level. It was the second step of Lu Chen's plan. The reason he agreed to the task from White Mist City was entirely to obtain the rewards. That's right. The goal was to gain control of a level 3 city. According to Lu Chen's understanding, if the number or level of cities he controlled reached a certain amount, there was a high chance of unlocking a divine skill. So he asked Lianyangyi for the control of 2 level 3 cities. If he guessed correctly, when he obtained the control of these 2 level 3 cities, he should also unlock a divine skill. Therefore, Lu Chen's plan was as follows. Step 1. Complete the task and take control of 2 level 3 cities. Step 2. Build his own undead soul beast army. This is also why Lu Chen had over 3 billion in funds but wasn't using it. He wanted to use this money to form an undead legion. With this legion, he would reclaim other cities and territories. No one knew that Lu Chen's ambition was this great. His goal was never to be a city lord, but to conquer this planet, this world. This is actually quite understandable. Lu Chen could have Lianyangyi capture 2 level 3 cities for him, but he could only stop there. To control a level 5 city or above, there was no way to achieve it peacefully. Therefore, he could only rely on a strong offensive to gain control of large cities. So what he needed was an army. And powerful soul beasts would be the best choice. After leaving the surveillance range of White Mist City, Lu Chen released Daxia and Chen Xian. He seemed to confirm that no one was watching him. He had also used the Beidou satellite and insect Skynet to carve out a route without anyone. Thus, the journey went very smoothly for Lu Chen. Basically, whenever a soul beast appeared, it was killed by Shirtian or Chen Xian. Daxia was responsible for digging up soul orbs due to the energy consumption from fighting. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was just snacking and relaxing. This was also why he needed to cultivate other combat powers. There were so many wild soul beasts. If it weren't for Shirtian, Chen Xian, and Daxia clearing out these small fry, Lu Chen might encounter a group of soul beasts every few hundred meters. Just like mosquitoes that can be easily swatted, they came in endless waves, persistently bothering him. This feeling was particularly annoying.
Those soul beasts that were not as strong as Lu Chen were just like bothersome mosquitoes.
And Shirtian, Chen Xian,
and Da Xiao were the mosquito exterminators.
Lu Chen only needed to stroll leisurely and enjoy the scenery while they dealt with those annoying soul beasts. Moreover, if needed, they could also lie down and earn soul orbs. This kind of enjoyable feeling was the true meaning of becoming stronger.
Striving to become stronger, is it all just to avoid doing things one doesn't like? If a person becomes stronger but still insists on doing everything themselves, then Lu Chen would find that quite sad. Originally, a journey that would take a day was completed in just over half a day thanks to the efforts of Shirtian and Chen Xian. At this moment, Lu Chen was in an open area, eating roasted meat while using the Beidou satellite to observe the entire Sun and Moon Canyon. In such a vast place, the Beidou satellite was incredibly effective.
In less than 5 minutes,
it marked the locations of all the soul beasts and humans within the Sun and Moon Canyon for Lu Chen. The distribution of soul beasts in the entire canyon ranges from the 1st to the 5th rank of the Bright Moon. With Shirtian's strength, dealing with the 1st and 2nd ranks is manageable, but handling the 3rd to 5th ranks is a bit lacking. However, with Da Xia and Chen Xian as a meat shield, we should be able to handle the vast majority of soul beasts. This time, Lu Chen mainly wanted to test the combat capabilities of Shirtian and Da Xia. On the way here, Shirtian hadn't used the energy Gatling gun at all, and Da Xia hadn't made a move either. According to Lu Chen's predictions, they should be able to deal with those soul beasts when combined.
As for the number of humans, there were only 3 small teams of 5 here.
As long as they avoided them and used the silent sound to mask their noise, they shouldn't attract the attention of that group.
With that thought,
Lu Chen finished the last piece of roasted meat in one bite, stood up, and patted himself down, saying, "Alright, I've rested enough.
Next is the real battle. Let's see where your limits are."
Roar!
Understood, Master.
Shirtian and Da Xia both responded. Seeing this, Lu Chen had Chen Xian extinguish the fire. Then, he led Shirtian and Da Xia towards the nearest gathering place of soul beasts. After walking for a few minutes, a group of skywing tigers appeared not far from Lu Chen and the others. These tigers were at the 2nd rank of the Bright Moon, numbering around 20.
Lu Chen activated silent sound and then said, "These tigers can fly and are incredibly fast. Chen Xian, you assist Shirtian in blocking damage. If they take to the air, Shirtian, you use the Gatling to output damage. Da Xia, you have free rein, let me see your strength." Shirtian and Da Xia nodded. After making the pre-battle arrangements, Lu Chen waved his hand to signal, "Then let's begin." With Lu Chen's command, 4 energy Gatling guns immediately appeared behind Shirtian. Without Lu Chen giving further orders, the Gatlings behind him began to spin wildly. Da-da-day. The massive gunfire echoed through the canyon. The energy Gatling consumed internal energy, and each bullet carried tremendous power. The rapid-fire strikes hit the group of skywing tigers. Before they could react, 7 or 8 of them were instantly turned into sieves. The remaining 10 or so skywing tigers realized an enemy was attacking and immediately prepared to take to the skies for combat. But at that moment, Da Xia moved. Its hands and feet transformed into sharp blades. Then, at an unbelievable speed, it quickly vanished from its original spot. This speed left not only the skywing tigers dumbfounded but even Lu Chen was taken aback. Da Xia, being a weapon, had no direct comparison to measure its strength level. Before it fought, no one knew how strong it was, but judging by this speed, Lu Chen felt it was even faster than his own speed enhancement. It was truly a surprise. When Da Xia reappeared, 7 or 8 skywing tigers were directly sliced in half. In just a few seconds, more than 10 of the 22nd rank skywing tigers were taken down by Shirtian and Da Xia. The remaining few skywing tigers, still in shock, were shot to pieces by Shirtian, who had turned its gun around. The battle ended completely in 34 seconds. The speed of this operation shocked Lu Chen. He couldn't help but laugh joyfully. "Awesome. You guys really borrowed a little cow to help me plow the fields. Let me be awesome too." Master is joking. No matter how powerful we are, it's all thanks to you, Master. If we are to talk about who is truly awesome, it should be you, our master, the real little cow connected to Wi-Fi infinitely awesome. The battle armor, Da Xia, humorously replied. This response almost made Lu Chen laugh. He didn't expect that this weapon, transformed into a soul, would even understand the little cow. Shaking his head, Lu Chen chose not to say anything further. He approached the slain soul beasts and began to resurrect them. At this moment, Chen Xian had already extracted the soul pearls from their bodies. The benefit of resurrecting soul beasts is that even if their soul pearls have been taken, they can still be brought back to life. However, after resurrection, the soul beasts will no longer produce soul pearls. In fact, Lu Chen had always thought that creatures killed by his contracted beasts could not be resurrected. But on the way here, Lu Chen learned about this through the all-knowing eye. So he didn't bother to finish them off himself. To resurrect the target, a payment of 20 million is required. Do you wish to proceed with the resurrection? Chen Xian, at the first tier of the Bright Moon, initially only required 8 million, but the second tier Tiani Tiger demanded 20 million. It can only be said that the higher the level, the more it costs. However, even at 20 million each, Lu Chen still felt it was worth it. After all, money can be earned again, but once these soul beasts are resurrected by him, they become immortal beings. Lu Chen had been relatively low-key before, but after arriving in Misty City, he became much more high-profile. One reason was to win the championship. It was essential to expose his strength, so he chose a flashy name. The other reason was that he now had enough capital. There was no need to keep a low profile anymore. So this time, he needed a large undead army. If the number of humans was insufficient, he would use soul beasts to make up the difference. In the wild, there were thousands of soul beasts. As long as he had enough money, he could easily assemble a powerful team. Soon, the first Tiani Tiger was resurrected. Next came the second, third. In total, Lu Chen spent 400 million on 20 Tiani Tigers. Looking at the 20 powerful Tiani Tigers before him, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. To save some time, Chen Xian, take the Tiani Tiger squad to hunt in the west. Shirtian and Daxia, you go hunt in the north and try to complete this mission before dark. Understood, Master. Awu. Chen Xian, Shirtian, and Daxia all responded. They then rushed off to their respective tasks while Lu Chen sat there, using the Beta's satellite and mental communication to direct them in finding targets and avoiding humans. Once they killed their targets, he would go over to resurrect them. Ever since Shirtian became stronger and the battle armor Daxia appeared, he finally could break free from the vicious cycle of having to do everything himself. Lu Chen sat by the river, using his Beidou satellite to observe the battlefield in the distance. At this moment, both teams encountered third-tier soul beasts. As soon as the battle started on Shishin's side, it was a barrage of 4 Gatling guns. It must be said that if we disregard the consumption of bullets, firearms are undoubtedly the kings of all weapons. The 4-barrel energy Gatling opened fire and instantly wiped out 7 or 8 soul beasts. It completely validated that saying. Under the cover of firepower, all beings are equal. Whether you are second tier or third tier, there was no way to withstand this terrifying firepower output. Meanwhile, the battle armor Daxia performed excellently again. With a single strike, it was another instant kill, completely like bullying weaklings. Thus, Shirtian spent more time walking than fighting. In less than a minute, he had already dealt with more than 10 third-tier Haoyue soul beasts. After marking the locations of the corpses, Lu Chen let them continue to challenge the 4th-tier Haoyue soul beasts. In contrast, Chen Xian's side was having a bit of a rough time. Although the Tiani Tigers were numerous, their level was 1 tier lower than the 3rd-tier Haoyue soul beasts. At such high levels, there is a significant gap between each tier. So, it was no surprise that they fell into a hard battle. However, both Chen Xian and the group of Tiani Tigers could completely ignore damage and fight recklessly. Thus, it just took a bit more time, but they still managed to resolve the battle smoothly. After finishing the fight, Lu Chen did not let them continue to seek trouble with the 4th-tier Haoyue soul beasts. Instead, he instructed them to bring the corpses to his location. After more than 10 minutes, the group of Tiani Tigers brought over the bloody executioners they had just killed. These bloody executioners were humanoid soul beasts, and from their appearance, they seemed to be a variant of mantises. They had ugly insect heads and sharp blades for hands. Lu Chen shared the location where he had just slain the soul beasts with the Tiani Tigers, instructing them to bring the corpses from that area as well. Then, Lu Chen began to resurrect these bloody executioners. Reviving a 3rd-tier Haoyue soul beast required 30 million. The 15 3rd-tier Haoyue soul beasts killed by Shirtian also cost 30 million each. The total number of kills on both sides was 25, costing Lu Chen a total of 750 million. Just after he finished resurrecting these soul beasts, Shirtian encountered a group of 4th-tier Haoyue soul beasts. The strength of this group of soul beasts was clearly much greater than that of the 3rd-tier Haoyue. Shirtian and Daxia took a full 10 minutes to slay 20 of them. Since they were quite far away, Lu Chen led this group of soul beasts to where Shirtian and Daxia were located. After about 10 minutes of travel, Lu Chen met up with Shirtian and Daxia. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt good and began the resurrection process. To resurrect this target, a payment of 45 million is required. Do you wish to proceed with the resurrection? Resurrect. Although the price had increased again, this time by an additional 5 million, Lu Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately proceeded with the resurrection. Shirtian and Daxia had killed a total of 20. Thus, Lu Chen spent another 900 million. At this point, Lu Chen had just over 1 billion left. Even though he had spent over 2 billion, he now had 20 1st-tier Haoyue soul beasts, 25 2nd-tier Haoyue soul beasts, and 24th-tier Haoyue soul beasts under his command. This terrifying number could easily flatten a Tier 3 city. However, even so, Lu Chen still felt unsatisfied. So, he closed his eyes, carefully sensed his surroundings, and then looked in a certain direction, saying, "Let's go. We are now going to capture the 5th tier Hao US soul beasts." Just now, when Shirtian and Daxia were dealing with the 4th tier Hao US soul beasts, they had already shown signs of struggle. Daxia's combat power was still terrifying, but Shirtian was only at the 9th tier of Xingmeng. Although he had received countless resources from Lu Chen for strengthening, challenging the 4th tier Hao US soul beasts was truly his limit. Therefore, to deal with the 5th tier Hao US soul beasts next, it would require Lu Chen, the monstrous powerhouse, to take action personally. With the assistance of the beta satellite and auditory enhancements, Lu Chen quickly arrived at the location of the 5th tier Hao US soul beasts. Not far away, there were a total of 15 mother nurturers. This type of soul beast was a variant of spiders, but their strength was exceptionally strong. Some of the higher bloodline mother nurturers had even awakened the skill corrosive venom. It could be said that although they were not numerous, no extraordinary team of the same level could take down these mother nurturers. Through the all-knowing eye, Lu Chen naturally understood the power of this group of soul beasts. However, he was an immortal being, so there was no need to fear him. Transforming the Daxia into weapon form, Lu Chen stepped out from the grass. Well then, let's get started. After resting for so long, Lu Chen was indeed feeling a bit restless. Looking at the group of nurturing mothers with their numerous eyes, Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. Then, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground. In an instant, the earth shook violently. The nurturing mothers swayed, and even with their 8 long legs, they couldn't maintain their balance. At that moment, wings appeared behind Lu Chen. In a flash, he appeared in front of one of the nurturing mothers. The Daxia in his hand slashed diagonally. But the 5th tier soul beast, despite its strength, reacted immediately, spitting out silk threads at Lu Chen the moment he struck. The other nurturing mothers seized the opportunity to attack Lu Chen as well. The vast majority of the nurturing mothers spat out silk threads, while a couple of them released corrosive venom. Facing these nurturing mothers alone was indeed very dangerous. Lu Chen knew that these silk threads were extremely hard and had a strong stickiness. Under normal circumstances, once a weapon came into contact with them, it would lose its power, and a person caught would become a turtle in a jar. But the Daxia wouldn't, and neither would Lu Chen. The sharp Daxia instantly severed the silk threads in front of him, cutting the overly confident nurturing mother in half. At the same time, an energy barrier appeared around Lu Chen, blocking all the attacks aimed at him. But that wasn't the end. The moment he blocked the attacks, flames erupted around Lu Chen. He calmly uttered 4 words, "Heavenly fire descends." The next second, the flames quickly burned along the spider silk they had shot at him. In an instant, all 12 nurturing mothers were ignited by the heavenly fire. The unquenchable heavenly fire scorched them with intense heat. The nurturing mothers let out sharp and piercing wails. Just then, a flash of light passed by. Lu Chen used telekinesis to control the indestructible Daxia, swiftly harvesting those nurturing mothers scorched by the flames. At this moment, the other 3 nurturing mothers that could spit corrosive venom, realizing they were no match for this terrifying human, immediately abandoned their companions and prepared to flee. However, how could Lu Chen let them escape? In the magnetic field, the 3 nurturing mothers couldn't move at all. In just a thought from Lu Chen, they flew in a row to his side. Looking into the terrified eyes of the nurturing mothers, Lu Chen revealed a charming smile and said, "Welcome to my world, precious nurturing mothers." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand, infused with the power of thunder, instantly pierced through the 3 nurturing mothers. Congratulations, you have killed a high bloodline soul beast, and the ability has been automatically extracted for you. Corrosive venom, X3 due to the repeated extraction of ability types, corrosive hand level 3, and the effect can now spray corrosive venom from the hand. Detected that the host's cumulative kill count has reached the standard, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the god level skill absolute drop rate. Please continue to work hard to unlock more skills. Absolute drop rate. From now on, when you kill soul beasts, you will have a 100 chance to drop soul orbs. Equipped with an automatic pickup function. Each time you kill a soul beast, it will drop corresponding soul orbs based on the beast's level, which will be automatically collected into your divine space. If you kill an extraordinary being, space accessories will be automatically picked up. Wow, I've unlocked a divine skill again. This time, the unlocking of the divine skill completely caught Lu Chen off guard. In the past, every time he unlocked a divine skill, there were 2 important words, first time. But this time, it had turned into cumulative. Lu Chen couldn't remember how many creatures he had killed. Anyway, since the system provided it, he happily accepted it. Why bother with so much? He didn't think too much about it. Lu Chen carefully examined this newly appeared divine skill. The absolute drop rate ensured that Lu Chen and his subordinates, contract beasts, undead puppets, and the armored Daxia would drop soul orbs whenever they killed soul beasts.
and these orbs would automatically be collected into Lu Chen's divine space. This effect was absolutely stunning, breathtaking even, especially since the targets killed by the undead puppets would guarantee a 100 drop of soul orbs. So, wouldn't his immortal soul beast army immediately have a place to shine? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mouth curled into a wild grin and he immediately began to resurrect the deceased mother brood. To resurrect this target, a payment of 60 million is required. Do you wish to proceed with the resurrection? The price has gone up by 15 million each, so expensive. Lu Chen couldn't help but complain as he looked at the prompt. The 4th tier Haoyue was 45 million each and the 5th tier was 60 million each. At this rate of price increase, to have an invincible immortal soul beast army would require an immeasurable amount of money. But thinking of the power and wealth they could bring, Lu Chen still felt it was worth the expense. With that in mind, Lu Chen began the resurrection. Resurrecting 15 mother broods cost Lu Chen a total of 900 million. By now, his funds had dwindled from 3 billion to just 140 million. I'm out of money for now. Lu Chen glanced at his shriveled little treasury and couldn't help but lament that he didn't have enough to spend. He originally wanted them to be useful after he returned from Qingchun. But now, due to the unexpected awakening of the absolute drop rate, this group of immortal soul beasts could play their role right away. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at the 80 immortal soul beasts in front of him and waved his hand to issue orders. From now on, you need to slaughter all soul beasts in this canyon, but avoid humans. If any humans pursue you relentlessly, make sure none of them escape. Is that clear? Roar! Squeak! All the soul beasts let out their unique cries in response to Lu Chen's orders. At the same time, Lu Chen left Chen Xian here. Your intelligence is relatively high. Stay here to prevent attacks from human experts. Understood, Master. Chen Xian nodded and immediately agreed. The reason for having Chen Xian lead the immortal soul beast army to avoid those humans was not that Lu Chen was worried they couldn't handle it. Rather, the extraordinary beings that could come here were mostly from major powers. Killing these humans would definitely prompt the major powers to send people to investigate. At that time, the immortal soul beast army would be discovered by the major powers, leading to them being captured for research. If that happened, Lu Chen's plans would be ruined. So avoiding humans was the first option. Of course, if there were indeed humans who were oblivious and kept pursuing them, Lu Chen would also let the immortal soul beast army kill these foolish humans. At that point, it would be up to Chen Xian to make the judgment. He had a rough understanding of the insignias of the major powers, and if they killed such people, Chen Xian would immediately lead the army to leave the Sun and Moon Canyon. Once everything was arranged, Lu Chen let Chen Xian take the immortal soul beast army away. As for himself, he took Shirtian and Daxia, heading towards the target of this mission Qingchun. After leaving the Sun and Moon Canyon, most of the soul beasts outside were merely star-level weaklings. Shirtian and Daxia once again took care of all the soul beasts. But this time, it was different from before due to the existence of the absolute drop rate. Every soul beast that came to attack Lu Chen would contribute a blue jade quality soul orb to him, which was quite nice. Even though Lu Chen no longer needed these soul orbs, he could still sell them. Each orb wasn't worth much on its own, but selling them in piles would bring in money quickly. Therefore, Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to travel. Instead, he let Shirtian and Daxia hunt the surrounding soul beasts. According to Lu Chen's estimation, by the time he reached Qingchun, the soul orbs automatically accumulated in the divine space would be worth at least 10 to 20 billion. When he completed his task and returned to the city, he could also resurrect some Haoyue soul beasts. Along the way, Lu Chen walked slowly, deliberately avoiding some crowds. His trip to Qingchang was a secret operation and he preferred not to interact with people. For this reason, Lu Chen took a detour. Even so, when he arrived at the outskirts of Qingchun, it only took him 4 days. This was almost half the time of the original 7-day plan. Of course, this did not include the time spent on the road. If he had just wanted to rush, Lu Chen could have reached Qingchang in less than a day. At this moment, Lu Chen stopped at the outskirts of Qingchun. The outskirts also had a perilous area similar to the White Mist Forest Qingchang Mountain. The entire Qingchang Mountain was filled with poisonous soul beasts. By the time he reached here, he had already entered the surveillance range of Qingchang. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Chen recalled Shirtian and the armored Daxia. Moreover, since his credentials indicated he wasn't very powerful, entering Qingchang Mountain alone could easily raise suspicions. So he circled around the outskirts of Qingchang Mountain and found a team that was recruiting members, joining them as a lightning-type extraordinary being. Along the way, the team Lu Chen was in encountered several other extraordinary teams. If they were in the wild, they would usually end up fighting upon meeting. But here, everyone was very restrained. Even when disputes arose, they wouldn't easily resort to violence.
Everyone knew that entering Qingcheng Mountain meant being monitored by the rulers of Qingcheng. Unless one was a fool or from a prominent family, they learned to keep a low profile on someone else's turf. After spending most of the day, Lu Chen's team finally arrived at the entrance to Qingcheng. Then we part ways here, the team leader said, eagerly entering Qingcheng. The people in front of Lu Chen left one after another. Lu Chen smiled and waved at them, not in a hurry to head to the city gate. Although Liang Yangyi had said that using the credentials he provided would allow easy entry into Qingcheng, Lu Chen was a cautious person. In a situation where the entire city could be considered an enemy, he didn't fully trust Liang Yangyi's words but relied more on his own judgment. Thinking this, Lu Chen immediately closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation at the city gate. The Beidou satellite ability was generally hard to detect. Even extraordinary ability detectors found it difficult to sense the fluctuations of extraordinary powers. It was like observing the ground from outer space with a telescope. Naturally, one couldn't detect extraordinary fluctuations. After observing for a few minutes and confirming there were no special checks, Lu Chen approached the city gate and handed the credentials given by Liang Yangyi to the guard. "The credentials are fine, you can go in," the guard said. Probably due to the upcoming extraordinary competition, there were many contestants arriving from various places, so the guard simply scanned the credentials with a device and, feeling a bit impatient, urged Lu Chen to hurry and not block the way. After retrieving his credentials, Lu Chen smoothly entered the city. Qingcheng, like White Mist City, was filled with high technology on the streets. Lu Chen didn't rush to complete his task but wandered aimlessly through the streets. As mentioned before, after obtaining information about Xiahou Wen, Lu Chen monitored Xiahou Wen and his family daily using the Beidou satellite.so. Even while shopping, he could keep track of Xiahou Wen's movements. Just as Liang Yangyi said, Xiahou Wen always had bodyguards closely following him when he went out, and his wife and children stayed at his residence, rarely going out. Anything they needed was bought by servants. Therefore, Lu Chen had no opportunity to act for the time being. The real breakthrough point would likely be during the ability competition, as he had arrived relatively early. Lu Chen casually found a hotel to stay at by the street. He released Shirtian and took out the soul orbs, saying, "You've worked hard these days, these are your rewards." He gave Shirtian the blue jade 6 color and the secret silver 1 color soul orbs. During these days, the immortal Soul Beast Legion, under Chen Xian's leadership, had killed over 1,000 moonlight-level soul beasts. Due to the effect of the absolute drop rate, each soul beast would drop corresponding soul orbs. This also resulted in Lu Chen's divine space accumulating an extra 1,000 soul orbs ranging from secret silver 1 color to secret silver 3 color. Additionally, on the way to Qingcheng, Lu Chen had specifically instructed Shirtian and Dasha to kill many starry 9-level soul beasts. This led to a few thousand blue jade 6 color soul orbs as well. If these were used for Shirtian, it shouldn't take long for Shirtian to break through to moonlight level. Lu Chen also took out secret silver 2 color and 3 color soul orbs to absorb. At this stage, the soul orbs were a significant boost for Lu Chen. The absorption took 2 days. After Shirtian finished absorbing everything, he successfully advanced to Moonlight 1 level. Lu Chen's first absorption did not lead to an advancement to Moonlight 3 level. However, during these 2 days, the immortal Soul Beast Legion had killed another 1,000 Moonlight level soul beasts. This allowed Lu Chen to successfully advance to Moonlight 3 level. In terms of strength improvement, Lu Chen had been constantly breaking records. It was easy to break through in the early stages, but even at Moonlight level, his breakthrough speed remained astonishing. If anyone knew about Lu Chen's upgrade speed, they would probably think he had lived like a dog all these years. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Chen got up early from the soft bed. Tomorrow was the day the ability competition would start. If nothing unexpected happened, it would also be the day Lu Chen would take action to complete his task. Therefore, he had something very important to do today. That was to find an auction house in Qingcheng to deal with the soul orbs he had. Soul orbs below secret silver were completely useless to Lu Chen. He planned to convert them all into money. Lu Chen left his room and went to the front desk, asking, "Hello, beautiful, I have something I'd like to ask you." "Please go ahead," the front desk lady smiled politely. Lu Chen expressed his question, "I'm not familiar with Qingcheng and would like to know where the largest auction house is. I want to see the world." "Oh, just a moment, please," the front desk lady replied, then took out a flyer from the drawer, saying, "Our largest auction house in Qingcheng is this Jubapan auction house. It will take you 20 minutes to walk there and about 7 or 8 minutes by taxi." Lu Chen took the flyer, glanced at it, and then smiled gratefully, "Thank you." After that, Lu Chen left the hotel and took a taxi to the Jubapan auction house. Due to a bit of traffic, it took Lu Chen 10 minutes to arrive. It must be said that this auction house was indeed very impressive. The building itself was quite luxurious. At the entrance, there were even 2 Moonlight 6-level extraordinary beings as security. At first glance, it gives off a feeling of someone who has stumbled in without money. As Lu Chen got out of the car, a butler approached him, bowing and saying, "Welcome to the Treasure Pot Auction House. This auction house is the largest in the city. Whether you are selling or buying, it will be your best choice. May I ask, sir, do you need to buy something or sell something? Selling something, do you accept Blue Jade Soul Orbs?" Lu Chen stated his purpose directly. Upon hearing that it was Blue Jade Soul Orbs, the butler showed a hint of surprise. It wasn't because Blue Jade Soul Orbs were rare, but rather because they were too ordinary. According to their auction house's purchasing price, one orb would only be worth around 100,000 to 500,000. If the quantity was large, it would be fine, but if it was small, it would be completely meaningless. However, it was clear that this ordinary-looking young man did not seem like someone who possessed a large number of Blue Jade Soul Orbs. Nevertheless, the butler had seen all kinds of people. Although he didn't believe Lu Chen could produce a large quantity, he still put on a polite smile and said, "We do purchase Blue Jade Soul Orbs, but generally, we require a minimum of 500 orbs. May I ask how many Blue Jade Soul Orbs this guest intends to sell?" In reality, the auction house had a rule that 100 orbs could be sold. However, the butler felt that this wouldn't yield much profit, so he unilaterally raised the purchasing threshold. He originally hoped that Lu Chen would back down upon hearing this. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen's next words instantly dropped his jaw. After listening to the butler, Lu Chen thought for a moment and then astonishingly said, "It's not that many, I guess. Combining all colors, I have about 6,000 orbs. Can you accept that?" 6,000 orbs. The butler stuttered upon hearing Lu Chen's words. His expression quickly shifted from shock to visible delight. He quickly regained his composure, excitedly grabbing Lu Chen's hand and saying, "We can accept that. At our treasure pot auction house, we can accept anything. Alright, how do we proceed with the transaction?" Lu Chen smiled at the butler. The quantity of soul orbs he had was too large for an ordinary person to handle, so selling them in bulk to such a large auction house was definitely the best choice. The butler immediately gestured for Lu Chen to follow him and led the way, saying, "Please follow me to the VIP room inside for a detailed discussion." "Okay." Lu Chen nodded and followed behind the butler. They passed through quite a crowd before finally arriving at an independent luxurious room. The butler first served Lu Chen high-quality coffee and desserts, then sat across from him and said, "Are you familiar with the prices we offer for Blue Jade Soul Orbs?" Lu Chen shook his head, indicating that he was not familiar. In reality, he hadn't looked into it, but he could know the market price through the all-knowing eye. So he wasn't worried about the butler trying to cheat him. Seeing Lu Chen shake his head, the butler considered whether to try to swindle him, but then thought again. Someone who could acquire so many Blue Jade Soul Orbs was probably not someone easy to deal with. So the butler abandoned the idea of cheating and spoke honestly. "It's like this, our pricing is very transparent. 1 color Blue Jade is 100,000, 2 color Blue Jade is 150,000, 3 color Blue Jade is 200,000, 4 color Blue Jade is 250,000, 5 color Blue Jade is 350,000, and 6 color Blue Jade is 500,000. If you are satisfied with this price, you can hand the items over to me, and after counting them, you will receive your payment." Lu Chen, through the all-knowing eye, knew that the butler was not lying. The entire treasure pot auction house had clear pricing. The butler might try to cheat you out of money, but they did not accept haggling from clients. So the price he quoted was the final transaction price. Liu Chen saw that there was no room for negotiation, so he took out a spatial accessory from the divine space and placed it on the table, saying, "Everything I want to sell is here, please check it." "Alright, sir, please have some snacks and wait for me for 10 minutes. With that, the butler happily picked up the spatial accessory and left the VIP room. After confirming that the coffee and pastries were not poisoned, Lu Chen began to eat while waiting. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the butler returned to the room and presented a list, saying, "In your spatial accessories, there are a total of 1,862 Blue Jade 4-color soul beads, 2,321 Blue Jade 5-color soul beads, and 2,137 Blue Jade 6-color soul beads, totaling 6,320 beads. According to the quote I gave you earlier, the total is 2.34635 billion. As he spoke, the butler handed the list to Lu Chen for review. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the butler added, "If the quantities above are correct, please present your federal digital card and we will transfer the money to you right away." Lu Chen simply glanced at it and confirmed that the quantities were correct. In reality, he hadn't counted them at all. But he didn't need to, the Eye of Omniscience knew. After receiving confirmation from the Eye of Omniscience, Lu Chen took out a federal digital card from the divine space and handed it to the butler, saying, "That will do." "Alright. Please wait a moment." The butler took the federal digital card and immediately swiped it on a device.
In no time, the balance on Lu Chen's card reached 2.48635 billion. After the transfer was completed, the butler returned the card to Lu Chen with both hands and introduced, "Sir, your funds have been credited. Please confirm, and by the way, our auction house has a variety of rare items for auction. I wonder if you would be interested in taking a look." As he spoke, the butler didn't wait for Lu Chen's response and immediately handed him an auction list. This was the usual tactic of the auction house. After selling something, they would show you the auction list. The money given out by the auction house would be earned back through auctions. Unfortunately, the butler was dealing with a desireless Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't even look at it and shook his head, saying, "No need, I'm not interested in these things. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and look forward to our next cooperation." With that, Lu Chen stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the butler didn't say much. After all, Lu Chen had sold so many items, which brought him a nice commission. So he respectfully walked ahead, leading the esteemed guest Lu Chen. "Sir, here is my business card. If you have anything you need to sell next time, you can contact me and I will strive to get you a higher selling price within my capabilities." "Alright, got it." Lu Chen exchanged pleasantries, took the business card, and then left. After getting into the car, Lu Chen tossed the business card away. He wouldn't be coming back to Qingqing for a while. He had the driver take a detour. After confirming that no one was following him, Lu Chen instructed the taxi driver to take him back to the hotel. Now that the final matters were settled, Lu Chen lay on the bed and began to monitor Xiahou Wen's movements using the Beidou satellite. At this moment, the Lord of Qingcheng, Xiahou Lon, happened to arrive at Xiahou Wen's house. The two did not have their discussion indoors but instead enjoyed the sun and drank together in the yard. This allowed Lu Chen to overhear their conversation clearly. "This competition, like the previous ones, will temporarily borrow some of your security personnel due to insufficient vigilance, so you should stay home for the next few days. You haven't been back for so long, so take the time to catch up with your siblings, understood?" Xiahou Long said while drinking, casting a disappointed look at his younger brother, Xiahou Wen. His brother was not very old, only in his 30s, because his brother is the Lord of Qingcheng. Xiahou Wen usually has no time to level up, spending his days indulging in women. Any beautiful woman he fancies in the city would be forcibly taken away by Xiahou Wen. Those who are a bit luckier are merely subjected to physical torment before being released. Those who are less fortunate end up being toyed with to death by Xiahou Wen. A few years ago, due to his lecherous behavior, he even captured the wife and daughter of the Lord of Baimu City who was visiting for tourism, and played with them. By the time Xiahou Long found out, it was already too late. Liang Yangi's wife and daughter, having resisted fiercely, were left without a complete corpse. In the end, Xiahou Long had to clean up the scene and enlisted the help of people from a 6th-level force to guarantee the situation was somewhat calmed down. But his brother showed no signs of repentance, still refusing to work on leveling up, and whenever he saw a woman outside, he would forcibly take her away. If it weren't for their father's dying wish, repeatedly urging him to take better care of his brother, Xiahou Long would have truly wanted to kill this beast with his own hands. To this, Xiahou Wen was completely unconcerned. But he seemed to know he had no choice but to comply, so he grinned and said, "I'll follow your arrangements for the next few days and won't go out on my own. But, brother, I'm already tired of that old woman at home, so could you send a few women over for me to play with? I would really appreciate it, respect. You." After hearing Xiahou Wen's words, Xiahou Long couldn't help but feel furious. But after the anger subsided, he shook his head helplessly. "I understand, you stay at home, and I'll find a few women for you, but you must ensure no one dies." "Got it, big brother, I'll take good care of them," Xiahou Wen replied with a lewd grin. Seeing his brother like this, Xiahou Long immediately lost all his mood. He put down his wine glass and got up to leave. After Xiahou Long left, Xiahou Wen, in a drunken stupor, grabbed a nearby maid and began his post-meal exercise. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen felt a bit of a sting to the eyes and exited observation mode. From this observation, he had basically confirmed that tomorrow would be a day to take action. Although Xiahou Wen would be staying in a guarded home, with the powers of the God Space, Silent Sound, merging into darkness, and the Beta satellite, under the influence of these 4 abilities, it could be said that capturing a few people when the guards were not so strict would be much easier than the last time he infiltrated the Yi family. As long as he grabbed the people and left Qingqing at the right time, the mission would be complete. After drafting the battle plan, Lu Chen took a nap. When he woke up in the evening, he strolled around Qingqing. After tasting some local delicacies, he returned to the hotel. At this time, all of Xiahou Wen's personal guards had been reassigned. Even so, Lu Chen discovered through the Beidou satellite that the entire estate was filled with cameras, ability detectors, and patrolling guards. Just as he was about to exit the satellite and prepare to act tomorrow, a message suddenly appeared in his mind.
If you want to take action, it's best to do it now. Tomorrow, a traitor from Baimu City will reveal the assassination plan of Baimu City to the Lord of Qingcheng, Xiaolong, and you will be unable to complete your mission in a short time. Lu Chen looked at this message, utterly bewildered. He never expected that a traitor had appeared in Baimu City. If that's the case, could his movements have been exposed as well? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately continued to observe the entire estate with this question in mind. The all-knowing eye also provided immediate feedback. The one who leaked this plan was not an insider from Baimu City, but rather one of the spies planted in Xinjiang. He does not know your identity, but he will strengthen the guards around Xiahou and may even hide him away. Has the spy here been turned? Lu Chen muttered to himself, although he was eager to know who the spy was. However, since the spy did not appear in this manner, he could not find out who it was while observing the estate. Lu Chen also had no time to search for the spy now. After all, it was better to visit Xiahouwen's manor than to look for the spy. Then, under the cover of darkness, he could leave Qingqing overnight. With this thought, Lu Chen went to the front desk to check out of his room. Soon, he vanished quickly into the darkness. Half an hour later, Lu Chen arrived outside Xiahouwen's manor. Along the way, he used the hearing of the rock to successfully avoid all pedestrians, drawing no attention from others. The location he was at had already been scouted using the Beidou satellite. Digging from this position would not attract anyone's notice. Without wasting time, as soon as Lu Chen arrived, he began to dig using the divine space. This move was a perfect ambush technique. He had used it the last time he infiltrated the Yi family. However, this time, he did not need to listen for sounds to determine the direction. It was more convenient to use the Beidou satellite to observe while moving. Just as he entered underground, Lu Chen heard some unpleasant sounds. Even though he did not see it with his own eyes, he knew what Xiahouwen was doing. The noise from Xiahouwen's side is too loud, the entire manor can hear it. If I act first and the sound suddenly disappears, it will definitely attract the guard's attention. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately changed his battle plan. It was definitely not feasible to capture Xiahouwen first. So, he shifted his target to capture his wife and children first. Lu Chen had been observing Xiahouwen's wife and children through the Beidou satellite for many days, so he knew they generally lived in the far west of the manor, which was in the opposite direction from where Xiahouwen was currently located. Lu Chen guessed that his wife might have considered this, as it would significantly reduce the noise coming from Xiahouwen's side. With a clear target in mind, Lu Chen quickly arrived beneath the western house. Unable to see the situation inside, he listened carefully. He could clearly sense 5 steady breaths above. If he was not mistaken, it was Xiahouwen's wife and 4 children. They should have already fallen asleep. With this thought, Lu Chen began to ascend. But he did not rush out. Instead, he listened for sounds as he went up. After confirming that there were no ambushes in the room, Lu Chen absorbed the last piece of earth and entered the room. As he had guessed, Xiahouwen's wife and 4 children were sound asleep on the bed. They probably never expected to encounter an assassin in the Xiahou family of Qingcheng, right? Lu Chen did not hesitate, quietly approaching them. With a gentle touch, he placed everyone into the divine space. So far, everything had gone smoothly without drawing anyone's attention. After confirming that the door was locked from the inside and that no one would suddenly come in, Lu Chen returned the way he came, retracing his steps underground. Below ground, Lu Chen arrived beneath Xiahouwen's location. All he could do now was wait for Xiahouwen to finish. Once Xiahouwen returned to his room or stopped making any strange noises, Lu Chen could then go up and take the target away. This wait lasted for 4 hours. It had to be said that Xiahouwen's habits were indeed somewhat perverse. Although Lu Chen did not see the scene, however, having heard the sounds, he could reconstruct every movement above. But he didn't meddle. Instead, he waited until the sounds above came to an end. Only then did Lu Chen perk up, muttering to himself, "Looks like it's finally time to act. I almost fell asleep waiting." Lu Chen complained a bit, then immediately followed the sound of Xiahouwen. After about a minute of walking, Lu Chen heard Xiahouwen talking to the guards on the ground. At that moment, Xiahouwen was happily stretching and said to the guards, "I'm going to sleep now. Don't come in to disturb me without my orders. Also, go take care of those women. My brother said not to let them die. If they die, you'll be the ones to answer for it." "Understood, Lord Xiahou," the guards replied and immediately headed towards the torture chamber. Seeing the guards leave, Xiahouwen entered the room and locked the door behind him. However, just as he turned around, he was shocked to find someone standing behind him. Before he could even shout a word, in the next second, Xiahouwen vanished without a trace. Seeing his target in hand, Lu Chen immediately began to retrace his steps. Hours of waiting, but the action only took a few minutes. Before long, Lu Chen left Xiahouwen's manor and arrived on an empty street. Everything went smoothly, and he encountered no unexpected situations. To be honest, Lu Chen could have left directly at this point. But then he thought the person who knew about the White Mist City plan must die. Otherwise, if the people from Qing City found out it was the White Mist City folks, they would trace it back to him. Of course, Lu Chen could also execute a perfect crime and eliminate the entire kidnapping process. But if he caught the traitor, he could still ask Liang Yangyi for more money when he returned. With that in mind, Lu Chen used the Beidou satellite to start checking the list of spies provided by Liang Yangyi. He didn't even need to research who the traitor was. He just needed to use the Beidou satellite to check the locations of all the spies. Then, with the thought of who the traitor was, he could use the all-knowing eye to observe the rooms they were in. There were a total of 10 spies cultivated by Qing City and White Mist City, and Lu Chen randomly looked through them one by one. The first wasn't it, the second wasn't either, until he reached the 7th person, when the all-knowing eye finally provided feedback. This spy has been turned by the Lord of Qing City, Xiahou Long. With that simple sentence, Lu Chen found the traitor of White Mist City. Looking at the young woman named Ji Manhen, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Found you. Lu Chen estimated the distance and time, then immediately slipped into the darkness. Meanwhile, Ji Manhen had just received instructions from Liang Yangyi telling her to be ready at all times in the coming days, as assassins from White Mist City were about to make their move soon. Upon receiving this news, Ji Manhen couldn't help but smile widely. After so long, I've finally waited for an opportunity to make a contribution. If I tell Lord Xiahou about this, I can settle down in Qing City for good. In fact, not long after she arrived, she was found by Xiahou Long's subordinates who used threats and temptations to make her a double agent. Xiahou Long instructed Ji Manhen to report all the information she obtained directly to him. But unfortunately, Liang Yangyi was naturally cautious and hadn't given her any further instructions for several years after sending her to Qing City. He hadn't even mentioned who the other spies were. This left Ji Manhen, having been turned for so long, without any decent intelligence. This time was no different. Although Liang Yangyi told her that assassins would be making a move in the coming days, he didn't tell her who the assassin was. This left Ji Manhen feeling a bit regretful. Otherwise, if she could personally capture this person, it would earn her even more recognition from Xiahou Long. It's so late. Lord Xiahou should be asleep. The assassins from Misty Fog City will definitely wait until tomorrow to act. As long as I tell Lord Xiahou about this first thing in the morning, it will be fine. Ji Manhen glanced at the time, which was already 2 in the morning, and decided against disturbing Xiahou Long's sleep at this hour. From the time the information was sent and the content, she deduced that the assassins would wait until tomorrow morning, or even tomorrow night, to make their move. Thus, she ultimately missed the chance to stop Lu Chen. Woken up in the middle of the night by the news from Misty Fog City, Ji Manhen found herself unable to fall back asleep. She took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. Lying in the bathtub, she began to fantasize about how she would gain Lord Xiaohu's favor if she brought in this news. Unconsciously, the tone of her thoughts began to shift. At that moment, Lu Chen had already arrived at Ji Manhen's location. Hearing that sound, he was momentarily speechless. It was one thing to hear it at Xiahou Wen's place, but how could he still hear such sounds here? Listening closely, Lu Chen realized there were no other breaths in the room. In other words, Ji Manhen was actually by herself? How desperate could she be? Although it might be a bit impolite to disturb Ji Manhen at this time, Lu Chen decided to act swiftly. He blended into the darkness and slipped through the crack of the door into Ji Manhen's room. With Ji Manhen's status, her home would definitely not be equipped with any ability detectors. So, Lu Chen didn't need to go through the trouble of launching an underground attack. Everything was just as Lu Chen had imagined. Ji Manhen's home indeed had no ability detectors. Lu Chen entered without any hindrance through the door crack. As soon as he entered, he witnessed a rather indecent scene. Seeing her unguarded, Lu Chen quickly moved through the shadows to a spot not far from Ji Manhen. Estimating the distance in his mind, he figured he could take her down directly afterward. Lu Chen immediately activated his silent and soundless ability. The next second, he suddenly appeared right in front of Ji Manhen. At that moment, Ji Manhen was still with her eyes closed, continuing her pleasurable activities, completely unaware that someone had suddenly appeared before her. Noticing her lack of reaction, Lu Chen reached out his hand and touched Ji Manhen's shoulder. The instant he made contact, she looked at Lu Chen in sheer terror. But before she could activate her abilities for defense, the next second, she vanished into the bathtub. Lu Chen succeeded again and immediately left Xingchen without delay. After leaving, he didn't forget to use his perfect crime ability. This way, whether it was a mistake he discovered or one he didn't, everything would be perfectly resolved under the influence of this ability. After doing all this, Lu Chen quickly disappeared into the night, completely breaking free from Qingcheng's sphere of influence. When Lu Chen finally stopped, the sky was beginning to brighten. At this point, he had left Qingcheng Mountain, completely out of Qingcheng's surveillance range.
Confirming that there were no other humans around, Lu Chen's wings suddenly appeared behind him. Then he leaped into the air, quickly flying towards the Sun and Moon Valley.
Lu Chen did not plan to return directly to Misty Fog City to report.
Instead, he intended to head to Sun and Moon Valley first. Chen Xian and the Undying Soul Beast Legion had killed a large number of Hauyuetier Soul Beast corpses there.
As long as he went over, he could resurrect them, saving a lot of time and effort. Traveling at full speed, Lu Chen's flying speed was remarkable. Along the way,
any flying soul beasts that came to attack him were all instantly killed by Lu Chen using telekinesis. Thanks to the effect of absolute drop rate, he didn't even need to pick up the corpses of those soul beasts. Plus, there were basically no people in the wild at night, so he wasn't worried about attracting anyone's attention.
This feeling, this efficiency, it was just exhilarating.
After flying for a few hours, Lu Chen arrived at the location of the Sun-Moon Canyon. Along the way, he had even killed over 1,000 soul beasts, collecting more than 1,000 blue jade soul beads. Upon finding the location of Chen Xian and the others, Lu Chen immediately descended from the sky. Sensing Lu Chen's arrival, Chen Xian, who had been sleeping, and the undead soul beast army immediately got up and bowed their heads to welcome him. When Lu Chen arrived, he had already instructed Chen Xian to organize the corpses of the 5th-tier Hauyu soul beasts. So by the time Lu Chen got there, those corpses had already been arranged nearby.
Lu Chen patted Chen Xian's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Well done.
When I return, they'll assign you to manage a 3rd-tier city as a reward."
"Thank you, Master."
Chen Xian's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Although he was now a living dead puppet and had no thoughts of power or desire, being recognized by Lu Chen was the greatest honor for him.
Lu Chen didn't continue talking to Chen Xian, he approached the corpses.
This time, the undead soul beast army had killed 38 5th-tier Hauyu soul beasts.
The resurrection cost was still the same as before, 60 million to revive one. So Lu Chen spent 2.28 billion to resurrect these 38 soul beasts.
Calculating it all, Lu Chen was left with just over 200 million. But the good news was that Lu Chen's undead soul beast army had now expanded to 118 members, with more than half being 5th-tier Hauyu soul beasts. This terrifying combat power was more than enough to take on any 3rd-tier force.
Let's leave it at that for now.
Lu Chen was completely out of money, so he planned to end this expansion journey here. After returning to take over those 3rd-tier forces, he would continue to quietly accumulate his undead soul beast army. With that thought, Lu Chen stored them one by one into the divine space.
Carrying such a large group of soul beasts was too conspicuous on the road, so he temporarily put them away.
After doing all this, Lu Chen thought for a moment and released Xia Howen. As soon as Xia Howen came out, he was horrified to find himself no longer in the room. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Chen had already punched him in the abdomen. How powerful was Lu Chen now? Just a 9th-tier Xingmong Xia Howen, after taking this punch, fell to the ground and couldn't get up.
Lu Chen also took out the ability suppressor and rope, binding Xia Howen.
At this moment, Xia Howen finally regained his composure and, with a pained expression, said, "Who are you?
Why are you doing this to me?" "Me?" Lu Chen chuckled casually and said, "A bounty hunter commissioned to capture you." "Capture me?"
Upon hearing this, Xia Howen seemed to realize something, and his face turned extremely ugly as he screamed in terror, "You were sent by Baimu City." "Ahu, you guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize."
Lu Chen clapped his hands in a mischievous manner at Xia Howen's cleverness.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's confirmation, Xia Howen's face grew even uglier, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Brother, since you're a bounty hunter, you're not from Baimu City.
Let's negotiate. How much did they offer you? If you let me go back, they'll have my brother give you double, okay?" Lu Chen looked at Xia Howen with interest and asked, "Is that true?"
"Of course. I can swear on my life and my brother's that whatever Baimu City offered you,
Xinchang will definitely give you double, I promise."
Xia Howen seemed to see hope and quickly swore to the heavens. Seeing this, Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing and said, "Liang Yangi wants to hand over the management of White Mist City to me, and you and your brother want to hand over Qingqing to me, and now you want to give me another level 5 force?" Upon hearing this, Xia Howen was instantly stunned. Even if he said he was willing, the young man in front of him wouldn't believe it, right? After all, anyone who isn't a fool knows this is an impossible situation. He was still thinking about how to fool Lu Chen when suddenly he received a punch and passed out cold. Lu Chen snatched the federal digital card and spatial accessories from him, transferred 430 million, and then sent Xia Howen into the divine space. Immediately after, Lu Chen released Xia Howen's wife and children. Since they were asleep when he took them, Lu Chen easily tied them up. During this process, Xia Howen's wife woke up. She immediately realized that she was probably doomed. She pleaded with Lu Chen to let her children go, but this request was denied.
Because Liang Yangi specifically wanted Xia Howen's family, which included these 4 children. Lu Chen knew they were innocent, but who told them to be so unfortunate to have such a husband? So Lu Chen didn't meddle. No matter how heartbroken Xiahou Wen's wife cried, he remained unmoved. After putting them back into the divine space, Lu Chen released the last Ji Manhen from the divine space. As soon as she came out and saw Lu Chen standing in front of her, she didn't care that she wasn't dressed and immediately unleashed her ability Ice and Snow. In an instant, heavy snow fell from the sky. However, before the attack could form, Ji Manhen's body involuntarily flew to Lu Chen's front. The next second, Lu Chen slapped her face. With his left hand, he grabbed Ji Manhen's left breast and began to absorb her energy. Ji Manhen's powers instantly collapsed and she quickly slumped to the ground. Who are you, and why are you capturing me? Ji Manhen, bound by Lu Chen, looked at him with a fearful gaze. After being grabbed by Lu Chen, she quickly lost all her strength. After that, she thought she would suffer Lu Chen's frenzied assault. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen only tied her up and put on an ability suppressor. To her question, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "My original task wasn't to capture you, but after discovering you betrayed White Mist City, I decided to take you back to White Mist City to hand over to the city lord. I don't know how much money I can get for you." White Mist City. Upon hearing this, Ji Manhen's face changed dramatically. If she guessed correctly, this young man in front of her was the assassin sent by White Mist City to kill Xiahou Wen. Then her plan was exposed. And it was very likely that Xiahou Wen had also been captured. Thinking of this, she crawled to Lu Chen's feet, rubbing her beautiful face against his thigh, pleading, "Hero, you said I'm not your prey, so please let me go. As long as you let me go, I will give you money, my body, I can do anything for you, okay? Please." Ji Manhen knew that if she was taken to White Mist City, the only thing waiting for her was death. So she could only place her hopes on Lu Chen. As long as this man in front of her didn't hand her over, then she could leave here safely. Unfortunately, the conditions she proposed held no appeal for Lu Chen. "If you don't want to die, you wouldn't want to betray White Mist City. I have no grievances with you, but if I hadn't discovered your plan in time, you would have already caused me to fail my mission." As he said this, Lu Chen smiled coldly and said, "To cut off someone's wealth is like killing their parents, so you must die without a doubt." With that, Lu Chen struck Ji Manhen with a knife hand, knocking her unconscious. He then stored her back in the space of the gods. The reason for binding these people was to prepare for the handover later. If they were unharmed and not bound, Liang Yangyi would become curious about his abilities. At this moment, Lu Chen couldn't fully trust Liang Yangyi, so he had to prepare in advance. After completing all this, Lu Chen was ready to set off back to White Mist City. However, he wouldn't return directly, instead, he planned to kill his way back. Thinking this, Lu Chen released Shirtian and battle armor Daxia, smiling as he said, "From here on out, they'll be relying on you again. This time, we'll take a different route home." The path they had taken before was mostly cleared of soul beasts by Shirtian and Daxia. So this time, Lu Chen intended to take a different route back to White Mist City. Killing his way back, he expected to earn at least 2 billion. He certainly wouldn't let this income slip away. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to return, right? So this time, Lu Chen took a full 7 days to walk back to White Mist City. It's worth mentioning that on the third day after Lu Chen left Xincheng, Xiahou Long discovered that Xiahou Wen was missing. This incident plunged the entire Xincheng into chaos. All the contestants had their identities verified. Xiahou Long even searched every corner of Xincheng. But even so, he couldn't find any trace of his brother and his family. It was as if they had suddenly evaporated from the world. Lu Chen, feeling bored on the road, listened to their conversations. Although Xiahou Long suspected that White Mist City was behind it, he had no evidence at all. So he could only silently swallow this bitter loss. This situation was exactly like when Liang Yangyi's wife and child went missing years ago. One could only say that the cycle of karma is just. Who can escape the heavens? As for Lu Chen, after completing this job, he had used perfect crime. So no one suspected him at all. If it weren't for Liang Yangyi commissioning this task, he might have even forgotten that it was Lu Chen who did it. Since he received this news, he hadn't once asked Lu Chen what the situation was. So Lu Chen estimated that if he didn't bring it up, Liang Yangyi would probably really forget that he was the one who had asked him to do it. However, in order to receive the reward, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't let this matter go unmentioned. But this also gave him some opportunities for observation after entering the city. He used the all-knowing eye along with the Beidou satellite to observe whether Liang Yangyi would kill him to silence him after completing the task. The result was negative. So on the second day after entering the city, Lu Chen dialed Liang Yangyi's phone. Beep. After a brief ringing, the call was finally connected. Lu Chen spoke first. "It's me." Upon hearing this, there was a clear silence on the other end of the line. It seemed that Lu Chen's words had flipped some switch. The usually calm Liang Yangyi suddenly asked excitedly, "Lu kid, you called me. Does that mean you've safely left the city?" I've arrived at White Mist City, still at the same hotel as before, and I brought the target alive. City Lord, come to my room, I have an extra gift for you, Lu Chen said with a smile. What? Lian Yangyi exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Lu Chen's words. To be honest, as a master and the lord of a 5th level power, he had seen all kinds of storms. But Lu Chen said he had brought Xiahou Wen and his family from Qingqing to White Mist City. This completely shattered the usually composed Lian Yangyi. He even stammered, "You wait for me there, it'll be right over." After saying this, Lian Yangyi hung up the phone and rushed towards the hotel where Lu Chen was. At this moment, Lu Chen had already released Xiahou Wen and Ji Manhan, who had been tied up from the space of the gods. Since they had entered in a daze, they did not wake up immediately after being released. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen heard a lot of people outside. He opened the curtains and saw that the guards of White Mist City had surrounded the hotel. Before long, Lian Yangyi anxiously knocked on his room door. As soon as the door opened, Lian Yangyi grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder and asked urgently, "Lu kid, where is that bastard Xiahou Wen?" Lu Chen gently brushed Lian Yangyi's hand away and pointed to the room behind him. The latter took a quick step and kicked open the door to the room. Looking at Xiahou Wen, the man he wished to drink his blood and eat his flesh, Lian Yangyi's killing intent erupted uncontrollably at that moment. When Lian Yangyi saw Xiahou Wen lying on the ground unconscious, his killing intent surged forth like a tangible force. The walls and floor around them began to crack under this terrifying aura. The immense, cold killing intent also startled the previously unconscious individuals awake. The few children were immediately frightened by this horrifying scene and began to cry loudly. But just as their cry started, 2 of the loudest crying children were silenced by a glare from Lian Yangyi. With just a glance, the heads of the 2 children exploded instantly. White and red splattered all over the room. The other 2 surviving children, perhaps scared out of their wits, rolled their eyes back and fainted. "My child." At this moment, seeing her child's head explode, Xiahou Wen's wife charged at Lian Yangyi like a madwoman. But even without her hands bound and with her ability suppressor on, she could not harm Lian Yangyi in the slightest. She had barely taken 2 steps when Lian Yangyi accurately grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the ground. Although the woman kicked Lian Yangyi's vital areas with her long legs, he was wearing dark gold level armor. Not only did her kicks fail to hurt him, but after a few kicks, her toes were all broken from the recoil. Seemingly annoyed by the woman before him, Lian Yangyi seized her left leg and forcibly tore it off. The immense pain made the woman scream in agony. Xiahou Wen and Ji Manhan were both terrified upon hearing this. It wasn't that they had never seen such a bloody scene, but they knew they would face the same fate. After tearing off the woman's left leg, Lian Yangyi ignored her struggles. He tossed the white, bloody thigh in front of the already terrified Xiahou Wen and said word by word, "From now on, I will ask you a question and you will answer me one question. If you don't answer, I will tear off your wife's right leg and give it to you, then her left hand, right hand. Do you understand?" Gulp. Xiahou Wen was already scared silly, he could only swallow hard and agree. Seeing him agree, Lian Yangyi said expressionlessly, "Why did you torture and kill my wife and child back then?" "No, I didn't." As soon as Xiahou Wen began to deny it, Lian Yangyi tore off his wife's right leg and threw it in front of Xiahou Wen, still expressionless as he asked, "Continue with the previous question, why did you torture and kill my wife and child?" This time, Xiahou Wen did not speak, his wife could no longer endure it. She looked at Xiahou Wen with a pleading expression, and due to being choked, she struggled to speak. "Husband, for the sake of our marriage, please just answer honestly. I beg you." The pain from her torn legs made her wish for death. She had no doubt that if Xiahou Wen refused to admit it, this person in front of her would truly torture her bit by bit. And not just her, the 2 remaining children would also become targets of abuse. Yet even as she pleaded with Xiahou Wen, he remained unmoved. He knew very well that once he admitted to this matter, he would fall into endless torment. According to his understanding of punishment, if he confessed after being tortured, Lian Yangyi would have a therapist heal his injuries only to continue torturing him, making him unable to live or die. So he would absolutely not admit it. Xiahou Wen was an extremely selfish person. He didn't care about the feelings of others, even if they were his wife and children. So, he turned his head away, no longer looking at his wife, and still replied, "I didn't do this." This action left his wife feeling as if her heart had turned to ashes. Even knowing that this matter had nothing to do with Xiahou Wen's wife, even knowing that Xiahou Wen's wife was merely a breeding tool, Lian Yangyi had no intention of letting this poor woman go. As the saying goes, hate the house and the crow. When Xiahou Wen tortured Lian Yangyi's wife and children, this outcome was destined. Lian Yangyi was a ruthless person, otherwise, how could he possibly sit in the position of a ruler of a level 5 power? How Xiahou Wen treated his wife and children, he would treat Xiahou Wen's wife and children the same way. The scenes that followed were too bloody. Under Xiahou Wen's constant denial, Lian Yangyi, according to his agreement, vivisected Xiahou Wen's wife alive. Next were his children. But no matter what Liang Yangyi did, Xiahou was resolute in his denial. When the last child also died, Liang Yangyi lost his patience, looking at the still unyielding Xiahou, and said with a murderous glare, "Do you think that if you don't admit it, I will kill you quickly? You really are delusional." Saying this, Liang Yangyi took out the prepared razor and, looking at the terrified Xiahou, said, "I want to see how many cuts you can endure before you admit your sins." What followed was a long process of skinning and bone scraping. Xiahou remained stubborn. He was skinned in SC by the time it was nearly 11 at night. Liang Yangyi had finally snapped back to reality from his earlier emotions. He took a deep breath and returned to the living room. Looking at Lu Chen, who was still sound asleep in such an environment, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Is he just carefree, or does he have nothing to fear? In reality, Lu Chen hadn't fallen asleep at all, he was simply too bored. So he used the Beidou satellite to check on the movements in Qingcheng. Upon seeing Liang Yangyi execute Xiahou, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Liang Yangyi, who had a calm expression, and said, "City Lord, please accept my condolences. It's already in the past." Liang Yangyi forced a bitter smile and then gratefully said, "Lu Kid, being able to take revenge on my enemy this time is entirely thanks to you. This favor, I, Liang Yangyi, will remember for a lifetime. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. Even after I die, I can leave Baimu City to you." This was not just idle talk from Liang Yangyi. His wife and children had died years ago, and he had never remarried or had more children. Once he passed away, Baimu City would be left without a master. If Lu Chen had any thoughts about it, then he would indeed entrust Baimu City to him. After hearing this, Lu Chen knew Liang Yangyi was speaking the truth. However, he didn't take it to heart because he didn't want to wait until Liang Yangyi died to take over a level 5 power. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's just a small effort. If anything comes up in the future, I won't hesitate to ask the city lord for help." "Hee, you little rascal." Liang Yangyi chuckled and shook his head, then looked at the unconscious Ji Manhen in the room and asked, "You brought Ji Manhen back, did something happen to her?" "About that, she has already been turned by Xiahou. I almost failed my mission because of her, so I thought I could exchange for some reward from you, city lord. And brought her back as well." Lu Chen directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing that Ji Manhen was a traitor, the anger that had already subsided in Liang Yangyi was instantly reignited. If it weren't for Lu Chen's cleverness and capability in completing the task ahead of time, his revenge plan would have been ruined by that damn Ji Manhen. Thinking of this, Liang Yangyi couldn't help but admire Lu Chen to be able to bring back Xiahou and his family under such unexpected circumstances. Not only that, but he also directly found this traitor and captured her as well. This made him even more suspicious that Lu Chen's true background was not from a lowly district. However, despite his shock, Liang Yangyi was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Lu Chen had done him a favor, and he wouldn't send someone to investigate Lu Chen. So after thinking for a moment, Liang Yangyi said to Lu Chen, "Since this was urgent, they'll send you a reward later. Also, regarding the 2 level 3 cities I promised you, do you have any specific ones in mind?" Let's say Wuyue City counts as one, and the other level 3 city can be random, but it's best if the 2 cities are close to each other." Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied. The reason he chose Wuyue City was that Chen Xian was from there. Since he had promised to let him manage a level 3 power, his hometown, Wuyue City, would be a better choice. Moreover, Wuyue City was relatively close to Huanhai City. In that case, that entire area would become his possession, which would be more beneficial for his next steps. Liang Yangyi listened, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "No problem, the city closest to Wuyue City is Yangsu City. Give me 3 days, and after that, you can take over these 2 cities." Speaking of this, Liang Yangyi suddenly thought of something and reminded him. "There's one thing I need to tell you in advance. Although this area is under the jurisdiction of our White Mist City, don't forget that there's still a federation above us. So whatever you plan to do, don't go too far. If the federation finds out, even I won't be able to survive in this world." What he meant was quite simple: don't kill indiscriminately, especially not on a large scale. Otherwise, if the federation gets wind of it, a warrant for your arrest will definitely be issued. Lu Chen naturally understood Liang Yangyi's words. He smiled and said, "What kind of person do you think I am? All I want is the money from a level 3 power, not to take over a city and kill everyone inside. I know you're not that kind of person, but some things need to be said up front. Otherwise, if something really happens to you, as the manager of this area, I would also bear some responsibility." Understood. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Once Liang Yangyi saw that Lu Chen understood, he took him away. As they left, Lu Chen saw some people bringing many poisonous snakes into a room. Then, the sound of Ji Manhen's screams echoed from inside. It wasn't hard to imagine how tragic Ji Manhen's fate would be in that room. After leaving the hotel, Liang Yangyi took Lu Chen back to the White Mist Castle.
After arranging a guest room for Lu Chen, Liang Yangyi went back to collect the reward for capturing the traitor and tossed it to Lu Chen. You can wait here for news over the next few days. I've already informed the guards in the castle. You can go anywhere in White Mist City. Just tell the servants what you want to eat. Don't mess with the meat. Lu Chen made an okay gesture and closed the door. He couldn't wait to check the reward Liang Yangyi had given him, and it certainly didn't disappoint. 1 billion in cash. 1,001 color soul orbs. 602 color soul orbs. 303 color soul orbs. This reward was quite generous. No wonder Liang Yangyi was so generous. He casually brought back a traitor and rewarded him so much. In the next 3 days, Lu Chen only went out once, which was to take the soul orbs to the auction house for sale. The prices in White Mist City were exactly the same as those in Qingcheng. The blue jade soul orbs he had sold for a total of 2.83 billion. After receiving this money, Lu Chen's wealth once again reached a terrifying new high of 4.46 billion. Since he needed to form an undead soul beast legion, he didn't use this money to upgrade himself. Mainly because upgrading was too expensive right now. Upgrading from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier of the Bright Moon required a full 1 billion in funds. So the current priority was to form the undead soul beast legion. Then, using these creatures, he could create even more wealth. Just thinking about this made Lu Chen feel that he was truly good at living life. 3 days later, Liang Yangyi successfully fulfilled his promise. Early that day, Liang Yangyi came to the room to find Lu Chen. Lu kid, I've completed the tasks you assigned. The ruling families of Woyue City and Yangsu City have all unexpectedly perished. My people are temporarily in charge. When will you take over? The city lord is really punctual. 3 days as promised. Lu Chen said with a smile, then thought for a moment and said, let's go now. I don't have anything else to do for the time being, so I won't keep bothering the city lord here. Hey, you make it sound like I'm rushing you out. Ha, should I stay a few more months then? Get lost, hurry up and take over your city. The two laughed and joked, as if they were old friends. After chatting for a bit, Lu Chen still planned to take over the level 3 power right away because he was eager to unlock the next divine skill. Liang Yangyi learned of Lu Chen's thoughts and did not continue to persuade him. He told Lu Chen to find him if he needed anything and then went off to handle his own matters. Although there was no evidence from Qingcheng, they continued to protest to the Federation. Liang Yangyi still had to deal with these issues in the coming days. After he left, Lu Chen packed his belongings and left Misty City. After confirming that no one was following him, Lu Chen spread his wings and flew quickly. Due to the urgency of his journey, it didn't take long for Lu Chen to arrive at the first city, Woyue City. Before he even entered the city gate, the guards at the entrance recognized him. City Lord Lu, you have returned. This title made Lu Chen pause slightly. He was curious about how Liang Yangyi had managed to win over the city. So he approached the guard and used memory manipulation on him. This ability could read and rewrite a person's memories. As soon as Lu Chen used his ability, he sensed something was off with the guard's memories. However, from the perspective of simply using his ability, there didn't seem to be any major issues. It was only when he looked through the all-knowing eye that he discovered Liang Yangyi's subordinates had altered the memories of everyone in the city. In their memories, the Hong family had entrusted Woyue City to Lu Chen after leaving, so no one had any objections to Lu Chen's seamless takeover. Instead, they felt that this position rightfully belonged to Lu Chen. What a grand move, Lu Chen thought to himself after reading the memories. Indeed, a level 5 power was different. This was the first time he had seen such a large-scale memory alteration. It must be said that this ability to modify memories was quite impressive. If it weren't for the all-knowing eye, Lu Chen would have never noticed anything amiss. Lu Chen patted the guard on the shoulder and entered the city. Along the way, everyone who saw Lu Chen greeted him with great respect. When Liang Yangyi's subordinates altered memories, they had also elevated Lu Chen's image significantly. Therefore, the residents of the city held Lu Chen in high regard. He soon arrived at the city lord's mansion, which had already been fitted with a new plaque under Liang Yangyi's arrangements. As soon as Lu Chen arrived, a middle-aged man approached him with a smile. Greetings, City Lord Lu. I am Ho Jing, a subordinate of City Lord Liang. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Ho, Lu Chen replied with a smile, then directly asked, now that I am here, can the City Lord's seal be handed over to me? Of course, please this way, City Lord Lu, Ho Jing said, leading Lu Chen into the mansion. It was completely empty inside. There were no servants, cooks, or housekeepers. Ho Jing seemed to know that Lu Chen had some regrets. He smiled and said, there were originally some staff here, but I have dismissed them. After all, this will be your territory, City Lord Lu, and you can recruit your own personnel. That's prudent, Lu Chen replied with a satisfied smile. People from large powers are indeed meticulous. Even if there were servants here, Lu Chen wouldn't dare to use them, as this city was ultimately conquered by Liang Yangyi. As the saying goes, one must always be wary of others.
Although Lu Chen knew that Liang Yangyi wouldn't harm him for the time being, he also didn't want any spies planted by Liang Yangyi around him. So, Ho Jing's actions greatly increased Lu Chen's goodwill towards him. Soon, Ho Jing arrived at a room and took out a City Lord seal from a drawer, presenting it with both hands. This is the City Lord seal of Woyue City. The seal is registered with the Federation, and only those with the seal are the legitimate City Lords. If the seal is lost, the Federation has the right to reclaim the city's management rights. City Lord Lu, please be careful not to lose it. Lu Chen nodded and took the City Lord's seal in his hand. Just as his hand touched the seal, the system prompt appeared as expected. Detected that the host has created a power for the first time, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the God-level skill King's Territory. Please continue to work hard to unlock more skills, King's Territory. From now on, the subjects within your domain will be unconditionally loyal to you. Everyone's talent will increase by 1 level, resources within the territory will double, the experience required for leveling up will be reduced by 30. And for every subject you have in your territory, you will receive a one-time tax of 1,000 yuan. Additionally, any enemy invading your territory will be unable to kill your subjects, and any enemy with a higher level than yours will be forcibly assimilated to your level, with no exceptions. Involuntary entry is invalid. Currently, you have 2 cities and a population of 2.57 million, which will provide you with a one-time tax of 2.57 billion. Accompanied by the system's prompt, suddenly 2.57 billion appeared in Lu Chen's digital bank account. This money was actually a reward from the system and would not affect the city's finances. Although the compensation was substantial, this effect was the least impressive among the skills of King's Territory. Lu Chen took a closer look. The first point was that all subjects within the territory would not betray him or do anything detrimental to him, even if subjected to forced memory searches or any other methods. They would not betray him or the faction. Just this point alone made this skill worthy of being called a divine skill, because it completely eradicated the possibility of traitors appearing in the territory or being used by others to cause destruction in the city. Then came the next effect. The resource output in the territory would double, all subjects' talents would increase by 1 level, and the experience required for leveling up would be reduced by 30. This effect was practically another divine skill, because it could be said that everyone in the territory would become a soldier. Those who originally could not awaken special abilities would now be able to do so. Those with poor talents and slow leveling would now have their talents increased by 1 level and level up faster. Although the effects were not immediately visible, if the time frame were extended to 10 or 20 years, under the influence of this effect, the territory governed by Lu Chen would undoubtedly be a place of talent and a strong army. At that time, overthrowing the Federation's rule would not be a dream, would it? These effects were impressive. However, in the face of the last effect, they were completely overshadowed. The most impressive effect of the entire King's Territory for Lu Chen was undoubtedly the last one. Invaders cannot kill subjects, and invaders' levels are assimilated. The first part is easy to understand. As long as they are Lu Chen's subjects, invaders cannot kill them within Lu Chen's territory. As for the second effect, it can be said to be the capital for declaring war on the Federation. Because even if a world-destroying giant enters his territory with hostile intent, their level will be forcibly changed to match Lu Chen's own. What does this represent? It represents Lu Chen being invincible at the same level. He can kill any giant whose level has become the same as his within his territory. The only regret is that he cannot use the divine space or other means to bind people to his territory to kill them, because involuntary entry will not be affected by this effect. But even so, at this moment, Lu Chen still wanted to say, "This is like a little cow's mother taking a son, so damn impressive." Temporarily suppressing the joy in his heart, Lu Chen stored the City Lord's seal in the divine space and thanked Ho Jing, saying, "Thank you, Lord Ho, for taking care of everything here. I'll definitely treat you to a couple of drinks when I go to White Mist City next time." City Lord Lu is too polite. "I'll be waiting for you in White Mist City." Ho Jing understood that Lu Chen was sending him off, so he tactfully suggested returning to White Mist City. To this, Lu Chen naturally would not refuse. He escorted Ho Jing to the door, watching him leave. Once Ho Jing was completely out of sight, Liu Chen checked the Lord's mansion for any other surveillance. After confirming there were none, he released Qin Xian and smiled, saying, "Are you familiar with this place?" Qin Xian listened to Lu Chen's words, glanced around, and soon exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the Lord's mansion of Woyue City?" Lu Chen nodded and cheerfully replied, "Remember I said I would give you a city to manage? From now on, Woyue City will be under your management." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian immediately knelt down in excitement, saying, "Thank you, Master. I will definitely manage this city well and not let you down." Lu Chen helped him up and patted his shoulder. "Work hard to boost the city's economy. You don't need to consult me on everything, just make your own decisions."
Whether it was Huanhai City or Woyue City, Lu Chen had no interest in managing these cities. What he cared about was wealth alone. After briefing Chen Xian on some matters, Lu Chen left again. He had just taken over Woyue City and there was still Yangsu City left to take over. But before heading there, Lu Chen planned to return to Huanhai City first.
It is worth mentioning that Huanhai City was also counted as part of Lu Chen's territory by the system.
However, because it had not been unified before, they had not applied for the Lord's Seal. Later, after Lu Chen helped the Su family unify, they applied for the Lord's Seal but had not yet received it. Therefore, when unifying Huanhai City, Lu Chen had not unlocked this divine skill. But now that Huanhai City was counted under his command by the system, the Su family was also very loyal to him. This time, Lu Chen went to Huanhai City to bring Su Ming and the butcher to Yangsu City. Su Ming, as the lord of Yangsu City, and the butcher as the food distributor among the three cities. After all, Lu Chen had promised the butcher to provide him with more low-priced soul beasts. Now that the food distribution for the three cities was given to the butcher, it could be considered fulfilling his promise. Since this journey was mostly within Lu Chen's territory, he had no need for concealment and directly spread his wings to fly away within the city. After flying for about 3 to 4 hours, Lu Chen arrived at Huanhai City. On the way, he had already greeted Su Ming and the butcher. When Lu Chen reached the city gate, he found the two waiting there. Boss Lu, Brother Lu. They both greeted Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded in response and got straight to the point. As I mentioned earlier, I obtained 2 level 3 cities from Baimu City, and I plan to hand one over to you, Brother Su, to manage. Lu Chen hadn't specified what it was before, and upon hearing this, Su Ming was immediately stunned. He looked at Lu Chen with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, "Brother Lu, are you joking?" "Of course not," Lu Chen smiled. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately hugged Lu Chen in excitement, swearing, "I may not be talented, but I will definitely not let Brother Lu's expectations down. I believe you can do it, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you," Lu Chen said with a smile. He then turned his gaze to the butcher and said, "I promised you before that I would sell you soul beast corpses at a discount, but that won't be possible now. However, as compensation, you will be the food distributor for all the cities I manage from now on. I think this will allow you to earn a lot, right?" "Thank you, Boss Lu." The butcher immediately clasped his fists in gratitude upon hearing this. Those were 2 level 3 cities. Lu Chen had entrusted him with the food distribution for these 2 cities, which far exceeded the promises made years ago. Seeing that both agreed, Lu Chen directly brought them into the divine space and then headed to the last city, Yangsu City. By the time Lu Chen arrived at Yangsu City, it was already past 9 in the evening. The situation in Yangsu City was similar to that of Woyue City. Everyone's memories had been extensively altered by Liang Yangi's subordinates. Therefore, Lu Chen's takeover went very smoothly. After taking over, Lu Chen also received a one-time tax revenue of 1.34 billion due to the population of Yangsu City. At this point, Lu Chen's wealth had reached a staggering 8.37 billion. This amount was just what had been directly accounted for. The small treasury of the 2 cities had not yet been tallied. Lu Chen estimated that by tomorrow, after the statistics were completed, his wealth would reach an unprecedented height. After the handover was finished, Lu Chen released Su Ming and the butcher, allowing them to act freely. As for Lu Chen himself, he found a place to sleep. The next morning, Su Ming organized the finances of the storeroom and came to Lu Chen's room. "Brother Lu, according to your instructions from last night, I have tallied the accounts. The total cash in Yangsu City is 17.8 billion, of which 12.2 billion is needed for daily maintenance, leaving 5.6 billion as the personal funds of the city lord. Do you want to withdraw this amount?" Thank you for your hard work." Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to take the money. After all, taking this amount wouldn't affect the city's operations. Under the influence of yesterday's effect from the king's territory, the city's output had doubled starting today, so there shouldn't be any major issues. After hearing this, Su Ming seemed to have anticipated Lu Chen's decision. He transferred the prepared funds into Lu Chen's account. "The money has been transferred. Yesterday, I estimated that our Yangsu City can generate about 30 billion in funds each month, with your share being around 13 billion. This is the current situation, and in a few months, it should increase by about 50 per month." After transferring the money, Su Ming recounted the situation in Yangsu City to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction after listening. 130 billion a month? That's not bad. In the morning, Chen Xian transferred 6 billion to Lu Chen and also reported on the situation in Woyue City. The situation in Woyue City was similar to that of Yangsu City, providing Lu Chen with about 14 billion each month. If we calculate based on 10 billion per city, accumulating several cities would make a monthly income of 1 trillion completely feasible. Just thinking about this reignited Lu Chen's motivation. "I'll leave things here to you. I've rested for a day, and it's time for me to take action."
After hearing Su Ming's report, Lu Chen said lazily. Su Ming curiously asked, Brother Lu, do you have any tasks? This wasn't Su Ming being nosy, he felt that Lu Chen, now the ruler of 3 cities, didn't need to work so hard anymore. After all, the money received each month was enough for Lu Chen to purchase soul orbs for upgrades. Since his subordinates wouldn't betray him anymore, Lu Chen honestly replied, I've recently formed an Undying Soul Beast Legion and plan to use this legion to conquer the surrounding Tier 3 cities, then use the conquered cities to continue forming more Undying Soul Beast Legions. Lu Chen's words were so astonishing that Su Ming was momentarily stunned. How long had it been? This person who had come from the commoner district was now starting to target Tier 3 powers? Just thinking about this, Su Ming suddenly smiled wryly and said, Brother Lu, your current level. Just the Horde Tier 3, Lu Chen said nonchalantly, leaving Su Ming feeling utterly embarrassed. The higher the energy level, the more difficult it was to upgrade. Otherwise, Su Feiguang wouldn't have been stuck at the Star Radiance Tier 9 for so long without being able to reach the Horde tier. But such obstacles seemed completely non-existent for Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen's combat power had surpassed the Star Radiance tier recently, his energy level was still similar to Su Ming's. However, after Lu Chen left the team, he had already become unattainable, with his paper strength already at the 3rd tier of the Bright Moon level. How strong must Lu Chen's true combat power be? Now Su Ming understands why the Lord of Misty City sought him for a task and why he gifted Lu Chen 2 3rd-tier cities. I don't really know what to say, but Brother Lu, just be careful, Su Ming said, still unaware that Lu Chen possessed an immortal body. Therefore, he was quite worried about Lu Chen's safety. After all, receiving a 3rd-tier city from Liang Yangyi was one thing, but attacking a 3rd-tier city himself was another. The rulers of 3rd-tier forces are generally at least at the 5th tier of the Bright Moon level. Given Lu Chen's strength, Su Ming felt confident he could handle any unknown fight. However, battles between extraordinary beings are not merely about brute strength. For martial artists, a high-tier individual can take on a dozen lower-tier opponents. But extraordinary beings might not be able to do the same. For instance, a 9th-tier fire-type extraordinary being might struggle against 7 or 8 extraordinary beings of the 6th tier or higher who possess abilities that counter his. Similarly, Lu Chen is indeed powerful, with countless abilities at his disposal. But this time, he is challenging an extraordinary being of a city, which makes Su Ming very worried. Lu Chen understood Su Ming's concerns, patted his shoulder, and smiled confidently, saying, Don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. After saying that, Lu Chen bid farewell to Su Ming. He approached the window, spread his wings, and in the next moment, soared into the sky, disappearing from Yangsu City. Watching Lu Chen's disappearing figure, Su Ming clenched his fists and silently vowed, I must work hard, otherwise, I won't even be able to look up to Brother Lu's back in the future. After leaving Yangsu City, Lu Chen did not rush to challenge the 3rd-tier forces. He arrived at a place where Bright Moon-level soul beasts gathered and released the army of soul beasts from the divine space, then instructed Shirtian to lead the charge, starting to clear out every soul beast they encountered. The main soul beasts in this area were at the 3rd to 5th tiers of the Bright Moon level. Naturally, the 3rd and 4th tier soul beasts were no match for the army of immortal soul beasts. Essentially, the army was at the front killing, while Lu Chen was at the back reviving them. Now, he had a lot of money and could spend it freely without concern. Along the way, Lu Chen and his army moved like a steamroller, leaving no soul beast unscathed. In just 2 hours, the army of immortal soul beasts had eliminated over 300 soul beasts. Lu Chen also revived these 300-plus fallen soul beasts, including 154th tier and 183rd tier soul beasts, costing a total of 12.15 billion yuan. Although the money was spent quickly, Lu Chen's army had expanded significantly. Up to now, Lu Chen had stopped reviving soul beasts below the 4th tier of the Bright Moon level. After killing a few hundred more, he revived only 104th tier soul beasts, costing another 4.5 billion yuan. Only 3.3 billion left? Lu Chen looked at the balance in his card. He had previously saved 19.97 billion. After reviving so many soul beasts, he was left with about 3.3 billion. Although the money was spent fast, Lu Chen's legion was expanding even faster. Now, he had 274th tier soul beasts alone. It is no exaggeration to say that this number could easily overpower any 3rd tier city. The economic benefits brought by this are immeasurable. Lu Chen did not stop but instead had Shirtian lead the army to continue hunting 5th tier soul beasts. Previously, dealing with 5th tier soul beasts required Lu Chen to take action personally. But now, that was no longer necessary. First, Shishin's strength was already sufficient to take on a small number of 5th tier soul beasts alone. Secondly, his hundreds of immortal soul beasts could completely crush any 5th tier soul beast. The 5th tier Horde soul beasts are already dominant beings in this area. Their numbers are not many. Thus, the army of immortal soul beasts took over an hour to kill 50 of them.
Naturally, these 50 were revived by Lu Chen, costing 60 million each, totaling 3 billion.
At this point, Lu Chen was left with only 300 million. That should be enough.
Looking at the dense crowd of soul beasts before him, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. He then took some time to place these soul beasts into the divine space. After that, he spread his wings and soared again. After flying for about 3 to 4 hours, Lu Chen's figure paused in midair. Not far below him was a large city.
Towering city walls and bustling buildings all indicated that this was a thriving hub. Here, it was the third-tier city of the Qingqing area, Wolfing City. It was also the first stop of Lu Chen's ambitions.
Watching the bustling third-tier city below, Lu Chen waved his hand. Instantly, hundreds of Haoyuetier soul beasts appeared on the ground. At the same time, with a thought, Lu Chen activated the signal jamming function of the Beidou satellite.
This was the first time Lu Chen used this effect.
It could jam all signals within a certain range,
rendering radios and electronic devices completely ineffective.
The range would vary with the user's energy level.
Lu Chen's current level barely allowed the signal jamming area to cover the entire Wolfing City.
This also meant that the entire area where Wolfing City was located had, at this moment, completely entered a signal vacuum.
Strange, why is there no signal on the network?
Yeah,
this is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Not only is there no network signal, but I can't even make phone calls.
I have several 100 million in business to discuss with the lady.
Give it a rest, who doesn't know your business is shady?
But the lack of signal is indeed strange. I've been in Wolfing City for years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation.
Oh well, it should be back to normal soon.
Inside Wolfing City, the vast majority of the populace had noticed the signal issue. While they were discussing it, they failed to see the essence of the matter. In the Lord's mansion, Wu Qifeng also discovered this problem. However, compared to those ordinary people, Wu Qifeng clearly realized that the issue was not so simple. Communication signals are uniformly set up by the Federation. Major cities need to pay high communication fees for various communication levels to obtain authorization from the Federation. Although Wolfing City had the lowest level of communication authorization, it had been a full 13 years since they received it, and there had never been a situation where the signal was unusable. While this could be a random event, Wu Qifeng had a bad premonition in his heart. Just then, a guard rushed in from outside in a panic. "Lord, something big has happened." "What is it, rushing in like that?" Wu Qifeng, already in a bad mood, said impatiently upon seeing the guard's frantic state. The guard, disregarding Wu Kaifeng's anger, said in terror, "It's a beast tide. A group of Haoyuetier soul beasts has surrounded Wolfing City." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qifeng instantly exploded with rage, stumbling as he asked, "How many are there?" "At least 500. Hearing the guard's words, Wu Kaifeng's body went limp and he muttered in a daze, "Heaven wants to destroy Wolfing City. What does it mean to be surrounded by over 500 Haoyuetier soul beasts?" Wu Qifeng himself was only at the 9th tier of Haoyue. There were only a little over 200 Haoyuetier individuals in the entire Wolfing City, and most of them were only 1st or 2nd tier transcendent beings. If it were a one-tune situation, there might still be a chance of victory. But the army of soul beasts has a number that is more than double that of the forces in Wolfing City. This is definitely a city-destroying situation. However, very soon, Wu Qifeng discovered another problem. That is, there are simply not that many Haoyue-level soul beasts near Wolfing City. Where did these Haoyue-level soul beasts come from? With such a massive beast tide, how could there be no news from other cities? Could it be? Recalling the earlier signal being blocked, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in Wu Kaifeng's mind. Everything is connected. It's a deliberate signal blockage, and then the beast tide is manipulated to surround the city. Yes, it must be. If it weren't for human manipulation, then why are the soul beasts not attacking the city but merely surrounding it? Just as this thought appeared in Wu Kaifeng's mind, another guard rushed in from outside in a panic. "Report. There is an extraordinary being outside the city wall who wishes to see you." Extraordinary being, outside the city wall. These two terms completely confirmed Wu Kaifeng's earlier speculation. He let out a slight sigh, then stood up from the ground and said, "Let's go meet this esteemed person." In Wu Kaifeng's heart, someone capable of such things is definitely someone he cannot afford to offend. Regardless of the other party's intentions, he must go and meet them. As soon as Wu Qifeng stepped out the door, he saw a remarkable young man in the sky above the distant city wall, waving a pair of black wings, hovering in the sky outside Wolfing City. This person was Lu Chen. Wu Qifeng hurriedly ran to stand beneath Lu Chen, cupping his hands in apology and saying, "I am Wu Qifeng, the city lord of Wolfing City. I did not know that a noble person would pass by today, and I failed to welcome you properly. May I ask how to address you? I will immediately arrange for the city chef to host a welcoming feast for you." "No need for a welcoming feast, I am not here to do good deeds.
At this point, Lu Chen looked down at Wu Qifeng like a king, speaking indifferently. Now I give you two choices. 1. Hand over the city Lord Seal and make Wufeng City my subjects. The other, become my enemy. My army of soul beasts will destroy Wufeng City. The choice is yours. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but every person present heard it clearly. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone panicked, because they could lose their lives due to a single word from Wu Qifeng. In an instant, everyone urged Wu Qifeng to calm down and think carefully before speaking. As the focal point of the pressure, Wu Qifeng was already drenched in sweat. He never expected that the young man's purpose for coming was to seize control of Wufeng City, but he did not understand why someone with such power would want control over a third-tier force. He also did not understand why, if Lu Chen was truly a person of great power, he could easily take any third-tier city with just a word. Why go through so much trouble to surround the city with so many soul beasts? Although Wu Qifeng was filled with doubts, he did not dare to gamble on whether Lu Chen would dare to destroy the city. But in the face of life and power, he naturally knew what to choose. Thinking of this, Wu Qifeng sighed and took out the City Lord Seal from his spatial accessory. This is the City Lord Seal of Wufeng City. I hope you will keep your promise and not harm the citizens within the city. Seeing this, Lu Chen slowly descended from the sky and came to Wu Qifeng's side. Looking at Wu Qifeng, who was half kneeling on the ground in submission, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and took the City Lord's seal from his hand. After obtaining the City Lord's seal, Lu Chen's account received an additional 1.52 billion in one-time taxes. At the same time, in that instant, the people of Wufeng City were all affected by the effect of the king's territory, each one from the bottom of their hearts, completely loyal to Lu Chen. Looking at the now restored Wufeng City, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction, his gaze falling on Wu Qifeng, who was still kneeling before him, and instructed, "Get up. From now on, Wufeng City will still be managed by you. For now, hand over the city's small treasury to me." "Yes, City Lord," Wu Qifeng replied, immediately taking out a digital card to start the transfer. Before long, Lu Chen's card received a transfer of 4.7 billion. After receiving the money, Lu Chen's assets returned to 5.52 billion. This was just the beginning. Lu Chen's goal for today was to strive to take down all nearby Tier 3 cities. A meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and a journey must be taken step by step. Once these Tier 3 forces were subdued, he could then set his sights on the Tier 4 forces. According to Lu Chen's understanding of Tier 4 forces, their rulers were generally around the Radiant Sun Tier 3. The armed forces within the city, at the Crescent Moon tier, numbered about 1 to 2,000. These individuals were mostly around Crescent Moon tier 6 or 7. With the current scale of the Undying Soul Beast army, it was actually possible to wear them down. Since the Soul Beast army wouldn't die as long as the battle lasted long enough, Tier 4 forces could also be taken down. But the problem lay in the fact that the duration of such actions should not be too long. Otherwise, the people of Xinjiang and other cities would discover it, and Lu Chen might end up being globally wanted. Therefore, Lu Chen was not particularly anxious. In any case, according to the current speed of accumulating wealth, it wouldn't be long before he could reach the Radiant Sun tier. After instructing Wu Qifeng to work hard to make money, Lu Chen led his army to the next location. This time, the destination was the city closest to Wufeng City. Lu Chen employed the same method, blocking signals, using the soul beasts to surround the city, then forcing the other side to hand over the City Lord Seal. After completing the handover, he collected the money and moved on to the next city, repeating the process. Throughout this journey, Lu Chen had been very smooth sailing. After all, those who could become rulers were not fools. In the face of life and power, they all knew what was more important. Everyone cooperated fully and handed over the City Lord's seal. By the time night fell, including Wufeng City, Lu Chen had already controlled 10 Tier 3 cities. Moreover, he had collected a one-time tax revenue of 18.3 billion and a city treasury of 56 billion. Adding in some small change, Lu Chen's wealth reached a terrifying new high of 80 billion. At this moment, Lu Chen was resting in the last city he had conquered. He took out a map and examined it carefully. In the territory governed by Xinjiang, there were a total of 20 Tier 3 cities. Among them, 10 had already come under his command. Of the remaining 10, 9 were adjacent to Xinjiang. Attacking such cities carried a higher risk, so after some consideration, Lu Chen decided to hold off for now. Based on an average of 13 billion in funding provided by each city per month, Lu Chen currently had 12 Tier 3 cities under his command, which could provide 156 billion in funding in a month. He only needed to wait for 1 month, at most 2 months, and he could basically push through the Tier 4 forces and directly take action against Xinjiang. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to change his approach moving forward. Besides hunting higher-tier soul beasts, he also needed to level up himself. Early the next morning, Lu Chen left the city and headed to the area with the highest level of soul beasts, the Neon Island ruins.
This place was said to have previously been contaminated with nuclear wastewater, inciting the wrath of other countries.
In the end, it was covered by countless firepower and completely turned into a wasteland.
Decades later, the monsters polluted by the sea transformed into soul beasts, thus occupying this island ever since. The soul beasts on the island range from level 5 to level 9 under the bright moon. Beasts of this level have generally learned skills. Additionally, the long-term exposure to radiation here has caused the bodies of the soul beasts to undergo some special changes, making them stronger than their counterparts of the same level outside. Similarly, due to the radiation, extraordinary beings generally do not dare to hunt soul beasts here.
This, however, provided Lu Chen with a good hunting environment. While others feared the radiation, he was completely unafraid.
After confirming that there were no people around using the Beidou satellite, Lu Chen descended from the sky and arrived at the infamous Neon Island.
As soon as he landed, more than 10 oddly shaped soul beasts surrounded him from all directions.
They stood on 2 legs like humans but had disgusting pig heads, with 4 sharp tusks protruding from the corners of their mouths. They looked quite formidable. Lu Chen had never seen these soul beasts before, but after taking a closer look, the all-knowing eye provided a hint. Mutated Tusk Warrior, long-term exposure to radiation has caused mutations in their bodies, energy level reaches level 7 under the bright moon, actual physical quality comparable to human level 9 under the bright moon, and their bodies are filled with radiation, making it difficult for injuries caused by attacks to heal. Of course, you are an exception. Skills, War Trample, Savage Charge. Just as the all-knowing eye provided the hint, the group of Tusk Warriors simultaneously launched a Savage Charge at Lu Chen.
Skills and abilities are somewhat different.
Skills are a fixed form of effect, and if they are active skills,
they cannot be used continuously.
For example, the Savage Charge of these Tusk Warriors. When they activate this skill, it greatly increases their sprinting speed and enhances the penetrating power of their tusks. But once this skill is activated, they must use their tusks to charge at Lu Chen.
Lu Chen did not dodge.
He allowed these Tusk Warriors to stab their sharp tusks into his body. Once they were all embedded, Lu Chen smiled at them. "You finished attacking, now it's my turn."
Heavenly fire descends. Lu Chen softly uttered 4 words. The next second, the bodies of all the Tusk Warriors were engulfed in unquenchable heavenly fire.
They were clever enough to realize that to stop the ability, they needed to kill this human in front of them.
So they frantically attacked Lu Chen one by one. But no matter how hard they tried, Lu Chen stood there as if nothing was wrong.
Their proud tusks and radiation had no effect on him at all.
Instead,
under the continuous burning of the heavenly fire, the Tusk Warriors began to fall one by one, until they were finally reduced to charred remains.
A few minutes later, all the Tusk Warriors were burned to death.
Congratulations, you have killed a soul beast, and the ability has been automatically extracted for you. Beast transformation. Tusk Warrior, X15. What a piece of junk.
Lu Chen looked at this prompt and couldn't help but complain.
He found it completely unacceptable to turn into the form of this pig head. It would be better to let this ability gather dust. Shaking his head, Lu Chen crouched down to resurrect them. To resurrect this target, a payment of 120 million is required.
Do you wish to proceed with the resurrection?
The price has gone up quite a bit, but this mutated Tusk Warrior is stronger than an ordinary level 9 soul beast under the bright moon, and charging only the fee for level 7 is completely acceptable.
With this in mind,
Lu Chen did not hesitate and immediately proceeded to resurrect the mutated Tusk Warriors.
The 15 mutated Tusk Warriors cost Lu Chen 1.8 billion.
For someone with a fortune of 80 billion, this was not a significant expense, but it couldn't be said to be completely painless either.
After the resurrection, Lu Chen released the battle armor of the Great Xia. Due to the radiation here,
he did not let the Devourer out. The Great Xia, being a weapon, also has this indestructible attribute. So releasing it won't cause any issues and can even provide some assistance. The soul beasts on this island are basically all superior to their counterparts outside. Just now, Lu Chen wasn't trying to show off his immortality, he simply had no other way to evade.
Even with energy barriers and telekinesis, he couldn't stop all the Fangtooth Warriors' attacks.
So he decided to endure it with his immortal body and then eliminate them with maximum output.
This was just a 7th tier soul beast.
There are quite a few 9th tier soul beasts on this island. Lu Chen had just summoned the battle armor of Great Xia when he immediately sensed a group of soul beasts rapidly approaching.
"Get ready for battle," Lu Chen commanded.
The battle armor of Great Xia immediately prepared the Fangtooth Warriors for defense. Before long, a group of over 30 fish-headed, human-bodied soul beasts surrounded them from all sides.
As soon as they met, the battle began.
15 Fangtooth Warriors charged forward, using war trampling and barbaric charges.
Those fish-headed soul beasts were no pushovers either.
Their surfaces were incredibly smooth, making it difficult for the Fangtooth Warriors to hit them. Most attacks merely grazed their skin, leaving only minor injuries.
Meanwhile, whenever a fangtooth warrior passed by them, those fish-headed soul beasts would trip them with water elements. Then, the long spears in the fishmen's hands would strike down the fangtooth warriors. After just one round of confrontation, nearly all 15 fangtooth warriors had died at least once. In contrast, out of the 30 fishmen, only 3 were killed and 9 were lightly injured, the rest were completely unscathed. The 3 that were killed were taken down by the battle armor of Great Xia. After all, its blade wouldn't be affected by the slippery skin. Lu Chen could see that there were also restraining relationships among these soul beasts. The fangtooth warriors, who only dealt physical damage, were completely outmatched by this group that could reduce physical attack damage. So even though both sides were 7th tier, the battle was almost one-sided. Fortunately, the fangtooth warriors wouldn't die. After suffering fatal attacks, they launched a frenzied counterattack. Those fishmen were probably encountering this situation for the first time. Even though they had been struck in vital areas, these fangtooth warriors were completely unharmed. In a moment of carelessness, several fishmen were killed by the fangtooth warriors. Originally, Lu Chen didn't plan to intervene, but perhaps the fact that the fangtooth warriors had just been killed yet wouldn't die scared this group of fishmen. They actually abandoned the fight and began to retreat from the area. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You come when you want and leave when you want. Do you think this is a hotel? Stay here, all of you. Energy barrier. As his words fell, an energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of the group of fishmen. They never expected this, so they crashed into it unprepared. Instantly, the remaining 20 or so fishmen were left dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, the fangtooth warriors and the battle armor of Great Xia seized the opportunity of their brief stupor and directly slaughtered them one by one. Watching as 36 secret silver 4-colored soul orbs appeared in the space, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Hunting these soul beasts was great. Not only did they drop corresponding quality soul orbs 100 of the time, but he could also spend money to turn them into his subordinates. This kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was particularly nice. Moreover, the key point was that when these fishmen died, they would also grant Lu Chen water attribute abilities. 36 water attribute abilities directly boosted Lu Chen's water flow hell to level 53. This was already the most powerful ability Lu Chen possessed. Spending 4.3 billion, Lu Chen resurrected all 36 loach fishmen. With this, he now had 51 7th tier soul beasts under his command. If I level up the water flow hell to the max, will I unlock an achievement? Lu Chen looked at the lively loach merman beside him and suddenly had a bold idea. The maximum level for abilities is 100. For an ordinary person to reach level 100, they would need their energy level to be at least at the 5th tier of the celestial realm to elevate their ability to that height. However, Lu Chen, with his infinite extraction, only needed to kill soul beasts with water attribute abilities to easily raise his ability level. Logically speaking, achieving the maximum level for the first time must unlock some divine skill, right? With that thought, Lu Chen immediately decided to give it a try. After all, maxing out an ability wouldn't be a loss for him. You are familiar with the island. Take me to the place with the most water attribute soul beasts, Lu Chen said to the loach merman beside him. The group of loach mermen nodded immediately and led the way ahead. Normally, mermen live at the bottom of the water, making it difficult to locate them using the Beidou satellite. But with the loach mermen guiding them, Lu Chen and his group quickly arrived at a green lake. As soon as they got there, the all-knowing eye popped up a message. Your subordinates really love you. There are over 100 fishmen from the 7th to 9th tier of the bright moon below. If it weren't for your immortal body, I would suggest roasting your subordinates to eat. Over 100. Lu Chen was also startled by this number. Just then, as if sensing the presence of humans, the originally calm lake surface suddenly showed huge waves. Fishmen of various shapes appeared on the surface of the lake. One fishman that looked like a crocodile began to babble something unintelligible. In the next second, one fishman after another jumped from the lake onto the land, launching an attack charge towards Lu Chen and the group of soul beasts. You all step back, let me handle this. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not hesitate at all. After ordering the battle armor of the Great Xia and the soul beasts to retreat, energy surged wildly within Lu Chen's body. In an instant, the originally clear sky began to rain. The surrounding water elements rushed towards Lu Chen's body. Watching the approaching group of fishmen, Lu Chen sneered and calmly uttered 4 words, water flow hell. With the appearance of these 4 words, in the next second, all the fishmen standing in front of Lu Chen were surrounded by an unbreakable water element. This is the power of the 53rd level water flow hell. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen trapped over 100 fishmen. Although they were fishmen and could breathe underwater, Lu Chen's control over them was not to let them suffocate inside. Because water flow hell had evolved, all targets hit would continuously experience increased gravity, which means that as long as they were trapped in water flow hell, they would be constantly attacked. causing their body weight to increase until the moment Lu Chen released them, that would be the end of their lives. High-level abilities naturally enhanced their power. Originally, Lu Chen couldn't control so many fishmen, but because the level of water flow hell increased, his control range also became larger. Of course, Lu Chen's current energy level couldn't unleash the full power of water flow hell, but even so, he could easily control these fishmen for over 10 minutes. However, these fishmen, let alone 10 minutes, would exceed their bonus load in just 5 minutes. At that time, once Lu Chen cancelled the effect of water flow hell, they would crash to the ground, crushed into meat paste by the unbearable gravity. At first, those fishmen were indifferent. But when they were trapped for a minute, fear appeared on their faces one by one, because they could clearly feel that the weight on them had begun to exceed their limits. But no matter how they struggled, they could not break through Lu Chen's water flow hell. At that moment, the crocodile lord leaped out of the water. It understood very well that its little brothers were in danger. If it did not stop that human, it was highly likely that its little brothers would die, and as the big brother, it would naturally not escape unscathed. As the only active merman at that moment, it rushed towards Lu Chen as soon as it reached the shore. In its impression, such abilities that trapped people were always sustained by humans. As long as they were interrupted, its subordinates would be rescued. However, the initial water flow hell did indeed require the user to continuously use their ability. But a water flow hell above level 50 no longer needed that. As long as there was energy left in the body, or if the effect was voluntarily cancelled, otherwise, this water flow hell would continue indefinitely, and during this time, Lu Chen could also use other abilities. Seeing the crocodile lord approaching him, Lu Chen smiled faintly. In an instant, centered around Lu Chen, a fierce wind rose. Countless wind blades struck directly at the crocodile lord, but the effect Lu Chen had anticipated did not occur. Those wind blades hit the crocodile lord, producing a clanging sound. Although they hindered the crocodile lord's speed, they did not cause any substantial damage. The surface armor of the crocodile lord can significantly reduce physical and ability attacks, making it a very troublesome lord-level soul beast. With your current energy level and means, it is difficult to inflict any damage on this crocodile lord unless you upgrade on the spot or use the destruction effect of Dasha. So that's how it is. Lu Chen glanced at the prompt from the all-knowing eye and smiled knowingly. His level was Crescent Moon Tier 3. And although he could fight across levels and kill Crescent Moon Tier 7 and even Tier 8 soul beasts by relying on the diversification of his abilities, it had been mentioned before. The soul beasts on Neon Island originally possessed strength far beyond their level. Moreover, this crocodile lord was an even more powerful lord-level soul beast. Although its paper stats were Crescent Moon Tier 9, its actual combat power was probably around Radiant Sun Tier 2. Coupled with the crocodile lord's damage reduction characteristics, it was no wonder the all-knowing eye said, with his current means, he could not harm this crocodile lord at all. In fact, the water flow hell could inflict damage on the crocodile lord. But the key was that according to the calculations of the all-knowing eye, to make the crocodile lord reach an unbearable weight with water flow hell would require more than half an hour. However, with Lu Chen's current energy level, using this level of water flow hell could only be maintained for 1015 minutes. So the last two possibilities were to use universal enhancement upgrades on the spot or to utilize Daxia's characteristics to inflict damage on the crocodile lord. While using his abilities to prevent the crocodile lord from getting closer, Lu Chen quickly thought it over and decided to use Dasha to deal with this crocodile lord. Dasha, restore to weapon form. Okay, master. The battle armor Dasha responded and quickly moved towards Lu Chen. When it got close to Lu Chen, it emitted a burst of bright light. The next second, Dasha, which was still in battle armor form, had transformed back into weapon form, now in Lu Chen's hand. Then, let's start a melee battle. Lu Chen looked at the crocodile lord desperately trying to approach him, a wild grin spreading across his face. It had been a long time since he had engaged in hand-to-hand combat, because ordinary enemies simply could not get close to him. Holding Dasha, Lu Chen charged directly at the crocodile lord. This action made the crocodile lord ecstatic. It had been worried about how to get close to Lu Chen, but unexpectedly, this human had foolishly come over on his own. Immediately, the crocodile lord brandished its bone knife and slashed at Lu Chen's body. The speed of this strike was very fast. Before Lu Chen could react, the bone knife had already struck deep into his left shoulder. The powerful blow caused Lu Chen's left shoulder to begin to crack downwards, from the shoulder to the hip. Under normal circumstances, this strike would render a person incapable of resistance. But unfortunately, Lu Chen was not a normal person. Although his left side was incapacitated, Lu Chen felt no pain and showed no signs of hesitation. His right hand swung the Dasha fiercely towards the crocodile lord's head. To prevent the crocodile lord from dodging, Lu Chen also employed telekinesis simultaneously. However, the crocodile lord had no intention of evading. It believed that this human could not harm it in the slightest. Clang! As expected, Lu Chen's strike did not inflict any damage. The Daxia hit the Crocodile Lord's hard scales, producing a dull thud, leaving only a white collision mark. With this blow, the Crocodile Lord's massive jaws lunged directly at Lu Chen's head. Crack! The Crocodile Lord's sharp teeth instantly bit off half of Lu Chen's head. However, just as the Crocodile Lord thought it had killed this human, the next second, the half of Lu Chen's head that remained quickly regenerated. He smiled at the astonished Crocodile Lord and said, "Now it's my turn." With that, Lu Chen continued his previous tactic, swinging the Daxia at the Crocodile Lord once more. This time, the Crocodile Lord attempted to dodge. But Lu Chen had already activated telekinesis and weakened the target, significantly slowing the Crocodile Lord's speed. Clang! The Daxia struck the Crocodile Lord's scales again, producing another dull sound. But this time was different from the last. The Crocodile Lord's once impenetrable scales actually cracked under this strike. Although the crack was small, it was indeed a crack. Seeing this, the Crocodile Lord realized that this weapon was extraordinary and once again opened its mouth to bite at Lu Chen. This time, it aimed to completely bite off Lu Chen's head. Fearing that Lu Chen would revive again, the Crocodile Lord chewed Lu Chen's head into bits and swallowed it whole. Yet even after doing so, Lu Chen's body still did not fall. In less than 10 seconds, the headless corpse grew a new head. Lu Chen smiled at the Crocodile Lord again. "Come on, let's keep hurting each other." Seeing this human revive unscathed once more, the Crocodile Lord was genuinely frightened this time. It swore that it had never seen such an absurd human in its life. Its head had clearly been chewed to pieces. And it had clearly swallowed it. Why could it still revive intact? However, just like before, as soon as Lu Chen revived, he used telekinesis and target weakening on it, preventing the Crocodile Lord from escaping. Lu Chen caught up and delivered another slash against the Crocodile Lord's scales. Crack! This time, it was the sound of scales breaking. The Crocodile Lord's proud scales finally broke under the third strike of the Daxia. Blood splattered. Although the wound was not deep, it had indeed been breached. Seeing this, Lu Chen grinned mischievously. "Looks like your defense isn't invincible after all." Killing with intent, that was Lu Chen. The Crocodile Lord was enraged. It swung its tail, quickly striking at Lu Chen. But this time, Lu Chen did not let the tail get close. He understood that the Crocodile Lord's goal was not to kill him, but to use the force of its tail to fling him away, making it easier for it to escape. With this thought, Lu Chen suddenly shouted, "Energy barrier!" As the words fell, several energy barriers appeared along the trajectory of the tail's attack point. One might not be able to block, but several can perfectly block. In fact, just as Lu Chen thought, the Crocodile Lord's attack broke through 3 energy barriers in one breath. However, in front of the 5th barrier, it had already lost all its power. At this moment, Lu Chen was not idle either. The Great Xia suddenly slipped from his hand and swiftly slashed towards the Crocodile Lord. This was a sword attack using his telekinetic abilities. Under Lu Chen's control, the Great Xia moved like a seasoned swordsman. Even though the Crocodile Lord desperately dodged, it was still hit several times. With each successful strike, the Crocodile Lord's scales had completely lost their effectiveness. At this point, the Crocodile Lord was already covered in blood. It no longer had its previous majesty, wanting to escape but unable to do so. Lu Chen's abilities still couldn't harm it. But there was no problem in delaying its speed. As the standoff continued, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the more than 100 fishmen. The standoff phase had already lasted 5 minutes. At this moment, those fishmen trapped in the water flow hell were all gasping for breath under the pressure of gravity. Lu Chen also felt that his energy was running low. So he waved his hand and cancelled the water flow hell. Just as it was cancelled, the next second, over 100 fishmen fell to the ground in unison. Bang! Clap! Countless sounds of bodies breaking echoed by the lakeside. Those once lively fishmen were all crushed into meat patties the moment they hit the ground under the unbearable gravity. In front of Lu Chen, countless notifications popped up. Those were soul orbs entering the divine space, the sound of the water flow hell upgrading again and again. In less than a minute, Lu Chen's water flow hell reached level 100, maxed out. Detected that the host has raised their ability to max level for the first time, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the god level skill Space Master. Keep up the good work to unlock more skills Space Master. From now on, you can dominate space, including but not limited to, any spatial abilities will be ineffective in your presence, no one can escape your spatial blockade, and no place can prevent your spatial teleportation within line of sight or teleportation array range, etc. It really came. Lu Chen looked at the notification that appeared before him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. The skill's effect description was brief, but its actual effect was incredibly powerful. In simple terms, Lu Chen had acquired an all-encompassing spatial ability above max level. What does above max level mean? Generally speaking, the level of an ability represents its priority. The energy level represents the power and range of the ability. For example, if everyone is a transcendent who manipulates spatial elements, the one with a higher ability level can deprive the one with a lower ability level of spatial energy. This is easy to understand, right? The stronger side absorbs the surrounding spatial energy, and the weaker side naturally cannot utilize spatial elements. But if everyone is at max level, both sides would be in a state of equal strength, unable to restrict each other's attacks, and the competition would be based on understanding, application of abilities, and other factors like energy levels. However, Liu Chen was different. In front of him, even the top experts of the spatial system could not harm a single hair on Liu Chen with their spatial energy. In fact, Liu Chen could, with a thought, draw away all spatial energy, causing this top expert to completely lose their spatial abilities? Such an impressive effect was just the first type. Generally speaking, abilities also have different effects. For instance, while both water flow hell and gravity water are water-type abilities, the effects they produce are different, but the Space Dominator that Liu Chen obtained is a top-tier spatial ability of all capabilities. It encompasses the highest abilities of all spatial systems. One could say that this Space Dominator truly lives up to its reputation as a divine skill. Alright, it's time to deal with you seriously. Liu Chen focused his attention on the already battered Crocodile Lord. While he was lost in thought earlier, he hadn't given up on attacking the Crocodile Lord. As a result, the Crocodile Lord had gone from an advantage to an equal footing, and finally to a disadvantage. At this moment, the Crocodile Lord could no longer move its legs and could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Liu Chen stopped his attack, picked up the dasha, and approached the Crocodile Lord with a smile, saying, "You're strong, I like you, see you later." With that, Liu Chen used the dasha to directly sever the Crocodile Lord's head. Congratulations, you have killed a Lord-level soul beast and its abilities have been automatically extracted for you. Energy Scales. Energy Scales generates a full covering scale armor on the surface of your body using energy, effectively reducing physical damage and damage from abilities. To resurrect this target, a payment of 480 million is required. Do you wish to resurrect the target? That's quite a multiple. Liu Chen wasn't sure if it was the Lord-level soul beast that was so expensive or if the Haoyue 9th-tier soul beast was so costly. But to be fair, the combat power of the Crocodile Lord was indeed exaggerated and worth the price. So Liu Chen just made a remark and immediately proceeded to resurrect the Crocodile Lord. After resurrecting the Crocodile Lord, Liu Chen went on to resurrect the 125 dead mermen. Among these mermen, 73 were Haoyue 7th tier and 52 were Haoyue 8th tier. The 7th tier was indeed 12 million each, while the 8th tier had doubled to 24 million each. After all these were resurrected, Liu Chen spent 21.72 billion. Currently, Liu Chen had spent a total of 27.52 billion, leaving him with 52.48 billion. This money was what Liu Chen intended to use to build his army, so spending it wasn't too painful. After resurrecting this group of mermen, Liu Chen decided not to take action himself. He let the Crocodile Lord and the Battle Armor Dasha lead the team to kill all the soul beasts they encountered on this island. Soon, the Battle Armor Dasha and the Crocodile Lord set off with the army of soul beasts. Once they left, Liu Chen began to quietly absorb soul orbs. After the earlier confrontation with the Crocodile Lord, Liu Chen realized that his current level was somewhat insufficient, so he planned to go on a leveling spree in the coming days. There were many soul beasts on this island, and with the absolute drop rate, Liu Chen estimated that by the time the army of soul beasts flattened the island, he should be able to smoothly reach Haoyue 9th tier. At that time, he would use Universal Enhancement to break through to the Radiant Sun 1st tier. With that thought, Liu Chen began to quietly absorb soul orbs. The island was undisturbed, which was very nice. Liu Chen sat by the lake absorbing orbs, sitting there for an entire day, because the undead soul beast army was slaughtering wildly ahead. Liu Chen's absorption speed couldn't keep up with the influx of soul orbs. It must be said that this absolute drop rate is indeed a divine skill among divine skills. So much so that after sitting for a whole day, Liu Chen's backpack still contained hundreds of silver secret soul orbs. He couldn't use them all. Not at all. Now Liu Chen's level had risen from Haoyue 3rd tier to 4th tier. Feeling that the slaughter was too slow, Liu Chen used the Big Dipper satellite to locate the corpses killed by the undead soul beast army during the day. With a thought, he quickly disappeared and arrived at the location seen through the Big Dipper satellite. Looking at the ground covered in corpses, Liu Chen began to resurrect them again. After going back and forth a few times, Liu Chen had resurrected 150 soul beasts of the Haoyue 7th rank, 80 soul beasts of the Haoyue 8th rank, and 3 lord-level soul beasts of the Haoyue 9th rank, spending a total of 38.64 billion, leaving him with 13.84 billion. After the resurrection, Lu Chen ordered them to set off in another direction. As a result, the originally expected 5-day sweep of Neon Island could now be completed in about 3 days. After finishing all this, Lu Chen continued to use the soul orbs. Since he had an overwhelming number of soul orbs, he also gave some to Shi Tian. The man and the wolf crazily absorbed them together. However, even with such a consumption rate, it was still far less than the killing speed of the 2 major soul beast legions. By the time the third night arrived, the soul beasts on the entire Neon Island had been completely exterminated by the tireless and deathless army of soul beasts. At this moment, Lu Chen's level had also reached Haoyue's 7th rank, while Shishin's level had reached Haoyue's 5th rank. In the divine space, there were still at least 10,000 or so silver soul orbs left. Have they been exterminated already? Lu Chen looked at the quiet Neon Island and revealed a serene smile. After eliminating these soul beasts, Lu Chen not only obtained a large number of soul orbs but also gained a significant boost in his abilities. Aside from the water flow hell, which had long reached max level, the abilities of heavenly fire descending, thunder power, corrosive hand, beast transformation of the rock, beast transformation of the bull demon king, ice funeral, wind god's blessing, and energy scaled armor had all reached max level after defeating so many soul beasts. Additionally, various useless beast transformations had also reached max level. After killing so many soul beasts, Lu Chen's number of abilities had reached 40. In addition to the previous 27 abilities, he gained 13 new ones. Among them, energy-scaled armor was somewhat useful, while the others were mostly trash transformations, though it can't be said they were all trash. For example, the transformation of the merman allowed Lu Chen to breathe underwater. It can only be said to be useless most of the time, but it might be somewhat useful in specific situations. Overall, the gains from this endeavor were quite high. Lu Chen did not continue to absorb soul orbs here. The task of the Undying Soul Beast Legion was complete, and now it was his turn to work. Utilizing the Beidou satellite, Lu Chen continuously traversed among the corpses of soul beasts in various locations. Fortunately, with the skill of Space Master, Lu Chen no longer needed to touch each corpse individually to collect them into the divine space. He could now use spatial abilities to collect all the corpses in one go. Of course, this method was ineffective against resistant targets and could only be used to batch collect non-resistant ones. Even with this convenience, the sheer number of corpses and their scattered locations made it challenging. By the time Lu Chen had collected all the corpses into the divine space, it was already the afternoon of the next day. After storing the last soul beast corpse into the divine space, Lu Chen let out a long breath. It would be great if there were a divine skill that could automatically resurrect monsters after killing them. Dealing with them one by one is too troublesome. Complaints aside, Lu Chen was genuinely very happy inside. Because this time, he had collected a total of 37,000 corpses. If he could resurrect them all, just imagining the scene was exhilarating. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt that his fatigue was worth it. After tidying up these corpses, Lu Chen stored away his undead puppet. Then, using the vision of the Beidou satellite, he instantly returned to Wufeng City. The distance from Neon Island to Wufeng City was unknown. Lu Chen estimated that flying would take at least a day and a night. But now, Lu Chen only needed a second to easily cross this distance. It must be said, this skill was indeed impressive. Returning to Wufeng City, Lu Chen instructed Wu Qifeng not to disturb him, then went back to his exclusive lord's room to peacefully absorb the soul orbs. This process took Lu Chen a full 5 days. During this time, he encountered the monthly bloodshed, but since Lu Chen had told Wu Qifeng not to bother him, and given that Lu Chen had taken the city without large-scale slaughter, every city under his jurisdiction passed through the bloodshed safely. That afternoon, both Lu Chen and Shi Tian reached the 9th tier of the Bright Moon level. Originally, there were about 17 to 18,000 soul orbs, but now only 6,300 remained. Looking at his level now at the 9th tier of Bright Moon, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly as he excitedly murmured, "I wonder if this time I can get another organ mutation from the enhancement. I really look forward to it." Enhancement target, Lu Chen, current level Bright Moon 9th tier, number of abilities 40, to enhance to the next level requires 10 billion. Lu Chen looked at this number and couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. The cost of each enhancement had skyrocketed. Previously, Lu Chen thought it was because the number of abilities had increased that so much money was needed. But in reality, that wasn't the case at all. According to the introduction of the all-knowing eye, this amount of money was discounted based on how many soul orbs the overseer needed. For example, upgrading from Bright Moon 9th tier to Radiant Sun 1st tier. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen would need tens of thousands of secret silver 6-colored soul orbs to level up. Converted into money, it would amount to hundreds of billions. Then the system gave a discount, which ultimately turned into this figure of 10 billion. Of course, all of this was calculated by the all-knowing eye. The specific amounts and values, aside from the system, no one else knew. But even so, the amount given by the system was still much cheaper than before. Moreover, perhaps when breaking through to a higher tier, an additional mutation might be granted. Thinking of this, Lu Chun chose to enhance without hesitation.
Enhancement successful. Congratulations on your level rising to Radiant Sun first tier. All ability levels increased by 1. Your hands underwent a mutation during the enhancement process, evolving into invincible hands. The right hand can absorb all attacks, and the left hand can rebound the absorbed attacks. To enhance to the next level requires 20,070,000,000. Wow!
Awesome!
Seeing his body had indeed mutated once again, Lu Chen was overjoyed. This time, the mutated hands allowed the right hand to absorb any attack, while the left hand could rebound the absorbed attacks. At first glance, it seemed somewhat useless. After all, Lu Chun himself was already immortal and no attack could harm him.
But, with these invincible hands, no attack could hurt Lu Chen, which was secondary. The key point was, Lu Chen could rebound the enemy's attacks intact. This was impressive.
For instance, if Xiahou Long came to kill him, he originally couldn't do anything about it.
He could either annoy him and then escape or hide in the god space to waste time with him.
But with these invincible hands, it was different. As long as he caught Xiahou Long's attack with his right hand, he could return the attack with his left hand. The power of the returned attack would be exactly the same as the power of Xiahou Long's attack. This way, if he encountered someone he couldn't defeat, he could use this method to counterattack. Now that I'm already at Radiant Sun first tier and Shirtian is at 9th tier, this kind of leaping tier is better enhanced with universal enhancement, so the secret silver soul orbs in the space are no longer useful. I should sell them to Liang Yangi. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to sell all the soul orbs he had. After advancing to the Radiant Sun tier, the secret silver 6-colored soul orbs were somewhat insufficient.
Keeping them to absorb wasn't as good as selling them for money.
After all, money was more useful to Lu Chen than soul orbs. With this in mind, Lu Chun used the Beidou satellite to check the scene of the White Mist Forest.
The next second, he vanished from the room.
When he reappeared, he was already at the exit of the White Mist Forest. At this moment, the White Mist Forest was shrouded in thick white fog, making it impossible for ordinary people to discern direction. However, this fog had never posed a challenge for Lu Chen, and now it was merely a decoration.
If it weren't for the fear of attracting Liang Yangi's attention, Lu Chen could have easily teleported directly into White Mist City. He left the White Mist Forest with great ease. The guard at the entrance of White Mist City saw Lu Chen appear and immediately greeted him warmly with cupped fists, saying, "Mr. Lu has arrived. I will notify the city lord right away. I can go find the city lord myself." "Sure, the city lord has instructed that White Mist City is your home. You can go anywhere you like." The guard nodded and smiled, clearly having received some instructions from Liang Yangi.
Upon entering White Mist City, Lu Chen headed straight for the city lord's mansion.
It seemed Liang Yangi had also received the notification.
As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the mansion's entrance, he saw Liang Yangi waiting for him. He greeted Lu Chen enthusiastically with a hug and then curiously asked, "Lu kid, what brings you here?" "Of course, I have a good business proposition for you, city lord,"
Lu Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liang Yangi immediately became very interested.
The only person whose strength was lower than his yet remained inscrutable was Lu Chen. So, when he heard that Lu Chen had a good business deal for him, Liang Yangi promptly took Lu Chen to a conference room and asked, "Lu kid, what is this good business you speak of?" He. Lu Chen smiled mysteriously, then took out a secret silver 6-colored soul orb from the divine space, holding it up and saying, "A few days ago, I accidentally discovered some treasures on an island.
I have no use for them myself, so I wanted to ask if the city lord would be interested in buying them."
"Treasures?"
Liang Yangi looked at Lu Chen with a smile.
Although he didn't speak, they both understood what was implied. What kind of treasure would have secret silver soul orbs? Only a fool would believe Lu Chen's words. However, he knew Lu Chen didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't press further and instead asked with a smile, "Lu kid, are you not keeping this kind of soul orb for yourself because you're too strong, or is it that you're too short on money?"
"Of course, it's because I'm too short on money," Lu Chen replied candidly.
Upon hearing this, Liang Yangi wasted no time and said directly, "Just so happens I'm planning to increase military expenditures recently. I'll buy the soul orbs at 20 above market price.
Whatever you have, I'll take it all."
Lu Chen knew Liang Yangi was deliberately offering a high price, and he smiled gratefully, saying, "It's not much, just 4,000 secret silver 5-colored soul orbs and 2,300 secret silver 6-colored soul orbs.
If the city lord wants them, we can trade right now."
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words,
Liang Yangi was instantly dumbfounded. Not because he couldn't afford it, but because the quantity Lu Chen held was simply too staggering. 6,300 high-grade secret silver soul orbs. What kind of concept is that? Just for White Mist City itself, over 6,000 high-grade secret silver soul orbs would require a hunting team and several years of effort to accumulate. Assuming 10 soul beasts yield 1 soul orb, this means Lu Chen must have killed over 60,000 soul beasts of the 8th rank or above? Not to mention Lu Chen couldn't possibly achieve that. Even Liang Yangyi himself would find it difficult to do so. How many days had it been since Lu Chen returned from the Qingqing mission? Just over 10 days in total. Unless all these soul beasts gathered together and were attacked as a target without fleeing. Otherwise, how could he possibly kill so many soul beasts in just over 10 days? At this moment, Liang Yangyi couldn't help but start to believe that Lu Chen might have truly stumbled upon a treasure. But regardless of how it was, because Lu Chen helped him take revenge, Liang Yangyi, even upon hearing that Lu Chen had so many soul orbs, did not have a single impure thought. He calmed his emotions slightly and nodded in agreement, saying, "I'll take them all." According to the market price, the 5-colored soul orbs of secret silver are 5 million each, totaling 200 billion for 40,000 orbs. The 6-colored soul orbs of secret silver are 8 million each, totaling 184 billion for 2,300 orbs. Altogether, that's 384 billion. As I mentioned earlier, with a 20 markup, the 5-colored soul orbs are 240 billion and the 6-colored soul orbs are 220,800,000. Together, that's 460 billion 800 million. Can you check if there's any mistake? Liang Yangyi listed everything out and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at it briefly, nodded, and said, "The city lord is generous. Let's trade at this price." As he spoke, Lu Chen took out the spatial accessory he had prepared earlier and placed it in front of Liang Yangyi. Liang Yangyi didn't check it but instructed his subordinates to fetch the money. During the wait, Liang Yangyi looked at Lu Chen with a curious gaze. After pondering for a long time, he finally asked, "Lu kid, I've always regarded you as a benefactor. There are some things I know are better left unasked, but am really damn curious. I wonder if you can answer a few questions for me." From the very beginning, he knew Lu Chen was lying. He had originally planned not to ask so clearly, but after learning that Lu Chen had so many soul orbs, he really couldn't hold back. His intuition told him that Lu Chen was playing a big game. So after much hesitation, Liang Yangyi decided to ask. If Lu Chen really didn't want to say, then that was fine. Seeing Liang Yangyi's restless demeanor, Lu Chen found it amusing. However, he didn't rush to answer the question. Instead, he used the all-knowing eye to predict how Liang Yangyi would react if he revealed his plans. This is the brilliance of the all-knowing eye. In a sense, it could briefly foresee the future. After confirming that revealing his plan wouldn't have any adverse effects, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I know what you want to ask, City Lord, but you need to think carefully. If you know my plan, we'll be in the same boat." Upon hearing this, Liang Yangyi hesitated a bit. But curiosity drove him, and he inexplicably nodded. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't hide anything and laid it all out. "Alright, since you're so interested, I'll reluctantly tell you. In fact, I've already taken half of the 3rd-tier cities under Qingqing's jurisdiction in the past few days, and my goal is clear, to take over the entire area managed by Qingqing." "Damn, you kid." Upon hearing this, Liang Yangyi felt a headache coming on. He really hadn't expected it. This young man in front of him had quietly taken half of Qingqing's 3rd-tier forces? This matter hadn't stirred anyone at all, neither his spies nor the people from Qingqing had any reaction. At this moment, Liang Yangyi really wanted to ask how Lu Chen had done it. To this, Lu Chen simply replied, "If you want to know more detailed information, then you'll need to pay a price, City Lord. You want me to help you deal with Qingqing, right?" Liang Yangyi smiled, seeing through Lu Chen's intentions. To this, Lu Chen nodded without hesitation. "That's right. I know it's inconvenient for you to act, but as long as you support me with some money, I can take down Qingqing myself." In reality, what Lu Chen displayed was not just confidence, but a kind of disdain. This was easy to understand. Lu Chen could easily destroy Qingqing, and similarly, he could easily destroy Whiteness City, after Lu Chen revealed his plan. Liang Yangyi was left with only 2 choices. One was to become Lu Chen's friend, and the other was to become his enemy. Naturally, Liang Yangyi understood this principle. He also recognized Lu Chen's mystery and strength. Not to mention, just the fact that Lu Chen could seize control of half of a 3rd-tier city right under the nose of Qingqing. This was something Liang Yangyi himself could not accomplish. Therefore, he felt no surprise at Lu Chen's intention to attack Qingqing. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Yangyi suddenly asked seriously, "Money is easy to discuss, but young man Lu, you need to answer me one last question. What is your goal?" "My goal?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then blurted out, "To dominate the world." Those 4 brief words left Liang Yangyi utterly shocked. It was as if he saw a younger version of himself in Lu Chen. Once upon a time, he too had dreamed of dominating this world, trampling everyone beneath his feet. But that dream felt too distant, too unrealistic. Ever since he came into contact with the people of the Federation, he understood what it meant that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens.
Yet, for some reason, looking at Lu Chen as he spoke those words, Liang Yangyi suddenly felt that this kid could achieve it. Maybe I should let go. Liang Yangyi suddenly said something inexplicable. Then, he revealed a relieved smile and said to Lu Chen, this time, when you attack Xincheng, I will fully support you. If you can successfully take Xincheng, then I will hand over Baimu City to you. Don't let me down. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. The reason he confronted Liang Yangyi was that he saw with the eye of omniscience that he wouldn't harm him. Instead, he could borrow a large sum of money from him, even resurrecting the soul beasts' corpses in the divine space. Lu Chen had never anticipated that after hearing his words, Liang Yangyi would make such an astonishing decision. He had previously mentioned that he could hand over Baimu City, but that was supposed to be after his death. What could have prompted Liang Yangyi to want to retire now? Seemingly guessing Lu Chen's confusion, Liang Yangyi smiled generously and said, actually, after you helped me take revenge, I had already thought about retiring. The reason I have remained in this position is that I couldn't let go. I was thinking about avenging my deceased wife and children. But your appearance has given me no reason to persist. If you can take Xincheng, it means this era belongs to you, and handing Baimu City over to you will only make things better, not worse. Moreover, if you really break the Federation's rule and dominate this world, then by joining you so early, wouldn't I become an elder figure in the future? I think this deal is worth it. At this point, Liang Yangyi paused slightly, then continued, however, all of this has one prerequisite. You must take Xincheng. Young man Lu, do you have the confidence to do it? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled broadly and confidently replied, of course, no problem. As long as there's enough money, they'll kill the gods for you. Hearing Lu Chen's confident response, Liang Yangyi did not mock him but instead smiled sincerely. Then he asked, so, tell me, how much do you need? Lu Chen calculated carefully. There were 37,000 soul beasts in the divine space. Among the Haoyue 7th tier soul beasts, there are 23,000, with a resurrection cost of 120 million each, totaling 2.76 trillion. For the Haoyue 8th tier soul beasts, there are 11,000, with a resurrection cost of 240 million each, amounting to 2.64 trillion. The Haoyue 9th tier soul beasts number 3,000, with a cost of 480 million each, totaling 1.44 trillion. To resurrect all these soul beasts would require a staggering 6.84 trillion. Even if we sold Baiwu City, we might not be able to raise that amount. So Lu Chen thought for a moment and conservatively said, give me 200 billion, and I can take Xincheng. How much? Just 200 billion. The city lord can't possibly not have that, right? I want to kill you. Liang Yangyi rolled his eyes instantly after hearing Lu Chen's offer. One dares to say it, and the other dares to ask. 200 billion is no small sum, even for Baiwu City, a level 5 city. Coming up with that amount all at once would be a significant strain. But from Lu Chen's mouth, it seemed like it wasn't enough. Liang Yangyi shook his head in disbelief and then said, you really are asking for a lot, but since I promised you, I will do it. This amount is a bit much. Give me 3 days, and I will have the 200 billion for you. Hey, then he'll thank Uncle Liang in advance. At this moment, Lu Chen changed his form of address, but Liang Yangyi did not object. Instead, he smiled appreciatively and said, you little rascal, before I agreed. You called me city lord so stiffly, but now you've changed your tune. Such a sly one. After saying that, Liang Yangyi handed Lu Chen the previously promised 46.08 billion. He then left to gather the funds. After Liang Yangyi left, Lu Chen did not leave Baiwu City but returned to his exclusive room to begin his resurrection plan. By the next evening, Liang Yangyi arrived with the 200 billion to find Lu Chen. He did not inquire how Lu Chen intended to use the money but spoke earnestly, this time, to help you. I've nearly exhausted my resources, but I can only help you this much. I won't say more. I'll wait for your good news. Don't worry, Uncle Liang, there won't be any mishaps. Lu Chen accepted the 200 billion with a grateful smile. Liang Yangyi patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and left. Lu Chen returned to his room to continue his resurrection plan. This process took a day. Lu Chen used a total of 246 billion to resurrect 500 Haoyue 9th tier soul beasts. Limited funds had to be spent wisely. The strength of the Haoyue 9th tier soul beasts far exceeded that of the 7th and 8th tiers. Therefore, Lu Chen did not resurrect those soul beasts. After finishing, Lu Chen bid farewell to Liang Yangyi and left Baiwu City. This time, he directly teleported to a level 4 city named Judian City. This city is under the jurisdiction of Xincheng. As soon as Lu Chen arrived, he released all his undead soul beast army. In an instant, over 1,000 soul beasts rushed towards Judian City. The guards at the entrance were the first to spot the soul beasts and immediately broadcasted, emergency notice, beast tide detected, all personnel enter combat mode. Upon hearing the guards' announcement, everyone in Judian City entered combat mode. Unlike level 3 cities, there were many permanent extraordinary beings here. the sturdy city gates closed and the city instantly transformed into a steel fortress.
At the first moment, combat personnel began their attack.
Countless abilities rained down on the undead soul beast army below.
Violent explosions instantly engulfed the group of soul beasts.
However, just when they thought this attack would at least kill dozens of soul beasts, a sharp-eyed person shouted in horror,
"Look, the soul beasts are healing themselves."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They followed the direction the person pointed to and saw that the previously injured soul beasts had actually healed themselves in the next moment. This bizarre occurrence was something they had never encountered before.
At this moment,
more people noticed that the hundreds of soul beasts at the very front of the pack were completely unharmed despite the bombardment.
No way, could these be the 9th-tier soul beasts from the bright moon?
I've never seen such soul beasts before, and why do I feel like my body is reacting strangely as soon as they appeared, as if something is damaging my bodily tissues?
I feel the same way. Green skin, strange creatures. Damn, I remember who they are. They are the irradiated monsters from Neon Island. Someone in the crowd recognized these soul beasts.
As soon as everyone heard they were from Neon Island, they all stepped back in fright.
Because everyone in this area knew that the soul beasts from Neon Island were highly radioactive.
This radiation could severely affect human bodies, even leading to incurable diseases. This was also the reason why Qingcheng had not ventured to Neon Island for so long.
At this moment,
the army of soul beasts stopped. They did not attack the city but gathered under the giant palace tower.
This unusual behavior puzzled the extraordinary beings present. Just then, Lu Chen's figure appeared, coming closer.
He hovered above the army of soul beasts, his gaze cold as he looked at the group of extraordinary beings on the city wall, and said coldly, "Which one of you is the lord of Giant Palace City? Step forward." As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, a middle-aged man immediately approached the city wall. He exuded an aura of authority without anger, looking at Lu Chen without a trace of fear, and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I am Yu Hongyu, the lord of Giant Palace City.
May I ask who you are and what brings you to Giant Palace City in such a manner?" "Very well."
Seeing Yu Hongyu step forward, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "According to custom, I now give you two choices. The first is to submit to me.
The second is to become my enemy. You choose." Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, several energy chains shot towards him. These energy chains had the effect of sealing abilities.
Even a mere touch would prevent the release of abilities.
It could be said that Yu Hongyu had made a very good calculation. However, his opponent was Lu Chen.
When he saw the energy chains coming, Lu Chen showed no signs of defense. He simply raised his right hand gently, placing it in front of himself. In the next moment, all the energy chains were completely absorbed by Lu Chen's right hand. Not even a ripple was caused. Lu Chen's cold gaze fell on the shocked Yu Hongyu, and he sneered, "It seems you chose to seek death, then I shall grant you that." With that, Lu Chen waved his hand and issued an order to the army of soul beasts below, "All troops, attack. Kill everyone who dares to attack." With Lu Chen's command, the army of soul beasts immediately began their assault.
At this moment,
Yu Hongyu was also stunned. He never expected that his third-tier level would fail to successfully ambush a little brat. This was simply absurd, completely incomprehensible. But upon hearing Lu Chen's command, he quickly reacted and shouted to the extraordinary beings around him, "Collective defense.
Don't be intimidated by this monster.
I've notified Qingqing for support. They could arrive at any moment." This sentence is obviously a lie. Because when Lu Chen launched his offensive, he had already sealed off communications and movement in this area. Yes. In the past, he could only use the Beidou satellites to block communications in this place, preventing the people of the Giant Hall City from calling for help. But this method could not stop the people of Giant Hall City from teleporting or flying to Qingqing for assistance. After all, Giant Hall City is a level 4 power, and it is quite normal for them to have teleportation arrays.
However, the divine skill Lu Chen obtained last time, Master of Space, perfectly filled this gap.
From the moment Lu Chen appeared, the entire space of Giant Hall City was completely sealed off. Without Lu Chen's permission, no method could get out, nor could any method get in. So what Yu Hongyu just said was either foolish or malicious. Of course, Lu Chen would not expose his clumsy lie, because he had neither the leisure nor the necessity to do so. The war between both sides was about to break out. This time, the Undying Soul Beast army was no longer passively taking hits. The Ace Soul Beast squad soul beasts with skills, upon receiving Lu Chen's orders, unleashed their skills, launching a fierce assault on the city gates and the extraordinary beings on the walls. The remaining miscellaneous soul beast squad, lacking skills, charged madly at the city gates. The power of soul beasts was inherently above that of humans. They had just suffered losses and did not understand teamwork. But under Lu Chen's command, this issue was perfectly resolved. Each member of the Ace Soul Beast squad was above the 7th rank of the Bright Moon, with more than 500 at the 9th rank, their average level several ranks higher than the extraordinary beings on the city walls. Not to mention, the Soul Beasts in Neon Island far surpassed their counterparts outside. The true combat power of this Ace Soul Beast squad far exceeded their actual levels. In just the first round of engagement, the extraordinary beings on the walls suffered heavy casualties. However, this was not the most despairing part. The most despairing part was that human attacks could not harm the Soul Beasts at all. Even if some Soul Beasts were bombarded by a storm of abilities, they could quickly recover from all injuries in just a few seconds. Yes, no matter how severe the injuries, they could be restored in an instant. Damn, how the hell are we supposed to fight this? It's one thing to recover from injuries, but after we finally kill a few Soul Beasts, they can just respawn right there. At this rate, we humans will all be dead, and not a single Soul Beast down there has died. We have no chance of winning. Damn it, we've all been fooled by that bastard Yu Hongyu. We can't send out a distress signal here, we surrender, damn it. The terrifying self-healing ability of the Undying Soul Beast army, along with their even more terrifying attack power, left all the defending troops utterly hopeless. One by one, they gave up resistance and knelt on the ground. In less than 2 minutes of combat, all the defending troops surrendered. Get up, he won't let you go. Yu Hongyu, frustrated, still wanted to PUA the defenders. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Stop the attack. Do not kill the innocent." As soon as these words were spoken, the Soul Beast army, which was about to storm into the city, halted. Lu Chen was not a fool. Killing these people would still cost money to resurrect them, so why do that? As for destroying this city, it might yield a considerable one-time income, but the long-term income that a level 4 power could bring was what Lu Chen valued. So after seeing that everyone else had surrendered, Lu Chen ordered the Soul Beast army to stop the attack. Then, Lu Chen teleported and suddenly appeared behind Yu Hongyu, extending his left hand forward. The energy chains that had been absorbed quickly bound the still unresponsive Yu Hongyu. How is this possible? Yu Hongyu stared in shock at Lu Chen, who had suddenly appeared behind him. This man could not only fly and control these Soul Beasts, but he could also teleport? That would have been enough. After all, Yu Hongyu already knew that the young man before him was no ordinary person. But the fact that Lu Chen used the same supernatural ability as him completely shattered Yu Hongyu's defenses. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that this guy was a god. Yes, I am a god. Lu Chen, through the eye of omniscience, saw Yu Hongyu's thoughts and smiled playfully. This simple statement left Yu Hongyu utterly stunned. Because in front of Lu Chen, he couldn't even hide his thoughts. Yu Hongyu completely gave up, sighed, and said, "I am willing to hand over the City Lord's seal and become your servant." "Very well, then cut off one of your hands to show your loyalty." With that, Lu Chen released the energy chains binding Yu Hongyu, signaling him to begin. Now that he had subdued a person, there was no way for them to betray him. So unless absolutely necessary, Lu Chen preferred not to kill someone and then resurrect them. That would simply be a waste of money. However, since Yu Hongyu had dared to resist him earlier, he had to be punished. At this moment, Yu Hongyu faced only two choices. The first was to attack Lu Chen. The second was to obey and comply. After Lu Chen had read his previous thoughts, Yu Hongyu no longer had any intention of resisting. He sighed, picked up a knife, and severed his left arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yu Hongyu knelt on one knee and presented his left arm to Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. From now on, maintain this appearance. If you dare to restore your severed arm, you know the consequences." "Yes, my lord." Yu Hongyu did not dare to defy Lu Chen's words and could only obediently nod in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now hand over the City Lord's seal." Yu Hongyu did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately presented the City Lord's seal with one hand. After Lu Chen took the seal, those who had been trembling in fear of him just moments ago instantly transformed into loyal subjects who adored their king. Even Yu Hongyu, who had been extremely reluctant before, now looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of admiration. It was as if Lu Chen asking him to sever his arm was a perfectly reasonable thing to do. The territory of the king is indeed powerful. Lu Chen looked at Yu Hongyu before him and smiled with satisfaction. In Yu Hongyu's heart, he was a fervent believer and Lu Chen was an omnipotent god. He regarded severing his left arm as an act of fervent faith, harboring not even a hint of resentment towards Lu Chen. "You will still manage the city, but first give me all the available funds." "Yes, my king." Upon hearing Lu Chen's command, Yu Hongyu immediately left the city wall. Before long, he returned to Lu Chen with a bank card, respectfully saying, "My king, here are all the funds currently available in the Giant Hall City, totaling 56.2 billion. Please check." No problem." Lu Chen glanced at the balance on the card and nodded in satisfaction.
Just now, he had acquired a one-time tax revenue of 2.4 billion from taking over Giant Hall City. With this additional 56.2 billion, it could be said that his income was quite substantial. Lu Chen immediately entered the god space, spending some time resurrecting 122 9th-tier soul beasts, nearly exhausting all the money he had. Alright, let's start the next one. After summoning these soul beasts, Lu Chen immediately left Giant Hall City. Within the jurisdiction of Qingcheng, there were only 6 level 4 cities in total. Lu Chen's goal was simple: to conquer all these level 4 cities and then gather the strongest forces to attack the level 5 city Qingcheng. According to his understanding, Qingcheng's defensive strength was incredibly strong. Just the Haoyue 9th tier troops numbered over 2,000. The total number of other Haoyue tier extraordinary beings added up to several thousand more. These were actually quite easy to deal with. However, what troubled Lu Chen the most was the extraordinary beings of the Yaoyang tier, which numbered over 100. Among them, the city lord, Xiaoholong, was even at the Yaoyang 9th tier. This was an insurmountable mountain for Lu Chen. Therefore, he had to take down all the level 4 cities before attacking Qingcheng. Only then would he have enough capital to tackle this tough bone to chew. It must be said that level 4 cities were quite arrogant. There was hardly a city that Lu Chen could conquer without a fight. The moment they saw the soul beasts, they would launch a fierce offensive. Only after witnessing the terror of the immortal soul beast legion would they obediently surrender one by one. During this process, Lu Chen killed some people and gained 10 abilities. However, Lu Chen now hardly needed to take action himself, so he wasn't too concerned about acquiring abilities. By the time Lu Chen took down all the level 4 forces, it was already evening. At this moment, Lu Chen was in the city lord's mansion of the recently conquered level 4 force, counting the spoils of war from the day. 6 level 4 cities contributed a total of 464.4 billion in funds, of which 400 billion revived 833 Haoyue 9th tier soul beasts, leaving 64.4 billion remaining. Currently, the number of Haoyue 9th tier soul beasts had reached a terrifying 1,455. This number of soul beasts could completely match the defensive strength of Qingcheng's Haoyue tier. So Lu Chen also stopped the resurrection. Because no matter how many soul beasts of this level were revived, they couldn't shake the defensive strength of the Yaoyang tier. With the remaining 64.4 billion, Lu Chen planned to strengthen the Shirtian and Daxia. Then let's get started. Lu Chen first took out Daxia. The quality of Daxia was low-grade dark gold, roughly equivalent to a Yaoyang first-tier extraordinary being. However, since it didn't possess abilities, in close combat it was at the Yaoyang first tier, and if controlled, it could become useless. Therefore, to allow Daxia to stand firm against Yaoyang tier beings, Lu Chen planned to further enhance its quality. Let's see if he could produce an impressive attribute. Tang Hengdao low-grade dark gold, enhancement cost, 180 million. Do you wish to spend money to enhance it? Enhance. As a weapon, Daxia required very little funding for enhancement. So Lu Chen proceeded without much hesitation. From low-grade dark gold to mid-grade dark gold was 180 million. From mid-grade dark gold to high-grade dark gold was 360 million. From high-grade dark gold to low-grade purple gold for the third time was 720 million. And just as Daxia reached low-grade purple gold, the familiar system prompt appeared again. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. You have obtained Tang Hengdao low-grade purple gold and gained an additional attribute breaker. A weapon with this attribute can easily resist the extraordinary abilities corresponding to the current level current Yaoyang tier. No matter what ability it is, it can be broken by Daxia with a single strike. I didn't expect it to come out so soon. Lu Chen looked at this prompt, unable to contain his joy. He was betting that such an attribute would appear after the enhancement. He didn't expect it to come out so quickly. However, Lu Chen did not stop there. Instead, he continued to enhance Daxia. From low-grade purple gold to mid-grade purple gold was 2.16 billion. From mid-grade purple gold to high-grade purple gold was 6.48 billion. From high-grade purple gold to low-grade blood moon was 19.44 billion. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. You have obtained the Tang Hengdao blood moon, inferior grade, and gained the attribute healing curse. Healing curse. Targets harmed by weapons possessing this attribute will receive a healing curse, preventing their wounds from being healed by any means for 1 hour. This is... Lu Chen looked at the prompt, immediately feeling a bit shocked. This attribute could be said to be invincible. Targets harmed by Daxia cannot be healed by any method within an hour. Isn't this just a simplified version of an instant kill? With this attribute, Daxia's combat power has significantly increased. Let's stop here. Lu Chen glanced at the screen. This time, Daxia spent 29.34 billion. The remaining funds would need to be used to enhance Shirtian. Setting Daxia aside, Lu Chen summoned Shirtian again. Shishin's combat power had already improved rapidly, but it still couldn't keep up with Lu Chen's ambitions.
Fortunately, Lu Chen had plenty of ways to greatly enhance Shishin's combat power.
Enhancement target, Shirtian, current level, Bright Moon, 9th tier. To enhance to the next level requires 3 billion. Not bad, much cheaper than enhancing myself.
Lu Chen's last enhancement cost 10 billion, but Shirtian was relatively cheap at only 3 billion. Enhancement successful. During the enhancement process, Shirtian triggered a critical hit, elevating Shishin's level from the originally planned Radiant Sun, 1st tier, to Radiant Sun, 3rd tier, and gained 2 skills.
It actually triggered a critical hit?
Lu Chen looked at the prompt in front of him, somewhat surprised.
Because when he enhanced Shirtian before, he didn't gain any extra benefits.
It was just that after the enhancement, Shishin's physical quality would be slightly higher than others of the same level, and it could learn more skills. He didn't expect that this time, during the leap to a higher tier, Shirtian actually triggered a critical hit. Although it wasn't a particularly special effect, it allowed Shirtian to gain 2 tiers for free, which was better than nothing.
The money saved can be used for further enhancements. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and chose to enhance again. Upgrading from Radiant Sun, 3rd tier to 4th tier requires 5 billion.
From 4th tier to 5th tier requires 6 billion.
From 5th tier to 6th tier requires 8 billion. From 6th tier to 7th tier requires 10 billion.
When Shirtian was enhanced to Radiant Sun, 7th tier, Lu Chen only had 3.06 billion left. Since upgrading from 7th tier to 8th tier requires 15 billion, he decided to give up.
After all this enhancement,
the battle armor Dacia reached the quality of Blood Moon, inferior grade, with combat power equivalent to a human Radiant Sun, 9th tier, while Shirtian reached Radiant Sun, 7th tier, with real combat power also equivalent to Radiant Sun, 9th tier.
The emergence of these two generals made Lu Chen's high-end combat power less frustrating.
But even so, to attack Qingcheng, he still lacked something. That was Lu Chen himself, who had not yet been enhanced. Although Lu Chen's real combat power was already around Radiant Sun, 4th tier, it was still not enough in front of a Radiant Sun, 9th tier expert like Xiaolong. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sent a mass message to the city lords under him, asking them to transfer half of the reserved funds from their cities to his account. The cities originally had reserved funds, which were meant to ensure normal operations.
But Lu Chen urgently needed money,
so he could only temporarily consolidate a sum of funds.
Because of their absolute loyalty and faith in Lu Chen,
all the cities quickly transferred funds to him. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen received a total of 157 billion in huge funds.
Then, let's get started. Lu Chen immediately began to enhance himself. Upgrading from Radiant Sun, 1st tier to 2nd tier requires 20 billion.
From 2nd tier to 3rd tier requires 30 billion. From 3rd tier to 4th tier requires 40 billion. From 4th tier to 5th tier requires 50 billion. Don't be fooled by the appearance of over 100 billion being a lot. It only allowed Lu Chen to upgrade from the 1st level of Yaoyang to the 5th level.
Looking at the remaining 100 billion in funds, Lu Chen sighed. Upgrading is indeed expensive.
Complaints aside, Lu Chen knew that if he relied on absorbing soul orbs to level up, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to reach the 5th level of Yaoyang. Being able to upgrade directly with money was still quite convenient and quick. Just like how Xiaolong would never have imagined that the person who had previously captured his entire family was now powerful enough to wipe out the entire Qingcheng.
First, let's meet with Uncle Liang. The 5th level forces might have other secret weapons I'm unaware of. For safety's sake, Lu Chen planned to discuss things with Liang Yangyi first.
When he attacked the 4th level forces before, Lu Chen had actually encountered some trouble. There was a 4th level force that, although not many in number, had very advanced technology. They possessed a type of war vehicle that could unleash tremendous destructive power. If it weren't for the fact that the Undying Soul Beast Legion was immortal, that battle could have been won. But the losses would have been severe. So Lu Chen was worried that there might be similar weapons in Qingcheng. Of course, pure weapons weren't terrifying. He mainly wanted to find out if there were any special weapons. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen arrived outside Baimu City. He was still quite cautious and respected Liang Yangyi.
Otherwise, Lu Chen could have directly teleported to Liang Yangyi's bedside.
He made his way to the Lord's mansion.
Liang Yangyi had been waiting for him there. Seeing Lu Chen return shortly after leaving, Liang Yangyi joked, "What's wrong? Did you go out to practice and find it too difficult, so you decided to give up? How could that be?" Lu Chen smiled and then astonishingly said, "I've already taken down all the 4th level forces under Qingcheng's jurisdiction and have prepared the troops to attack Qingcheng. I came to ask Uncle Liang if the 5th level forces have any technological weapons?"
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words,
Liang Yangyi was momentarily stunned. How long had Lu Chen been gone? He had quietly taken down all the 4th level forces within Qingcheng's jurisdiction?
Although he had long known that Lu Chen was impressive, hearing this news again still left Liang Yangyi utterly shocked. Thinking of this, Liang Yangyi self-deprecatingly chuckled and said, I thought I had already overestimated you, but it turns out I still didn't see through you.
Let's go to the conference room. Okay, Lu Chen followed Liang Yangyi into the conference room. As soon as they sat down, Liang Yangyi asked, I assume you came to ask me about this because you encountered technological power while attacking the 4th level forces? Lu Chen nodded and candidly replied, yes, I saw a peculiar type of war vehicle. The operators inside weren't high-level, but they could make the vehicle exert several times its power. That's the Apocalypse Tank, a type of war weapon developed by the Federation.
Liang Yangyi moved his finger, and an image of the Apocalypse Tank appeared on the table in front of Lu Chen.
Yes, that's the thing. Lu Chen recognized it at a glance. In fact, he could also obtain some information through the all-knowing eye.
However, when Lu Chen used the Beidou satellite all-knowing eye to check Xinjiang, he concluded that there were some products of Federation technology, but the specific quantity and types were completely invisible.
This was because the items were hidden in someone's spatial accessory.
Unless the all-knowing eye directly viewed this spatial ring, there was no way to obtain the answers.
That was why Lu Chen came to ask Liang Yangyi how much technological power the 5th level forces actually had. After receiving Lu Chen's confirmation, Liang Yangyi smiled slightly and said, this is just the most basic war weapon. As long as there are enough soul orbs, ordinary people can unleash tremendous energy.
I'm not sure how many of these tanks Xinjiang has, but in our Misty City, we have 1,000 of these Apocalypse tanks. As long as you insert the corresponding quality of soul orbs, they can unleash terrifying power.
The secret silver 6-colored soul orb is equivalent to a full moon 9th tier extraordinary being? Lu Chen asked.
Liang Yangyi nodded and continued, as I mentioned earlier, this is just the most basic war weapon. The difference between our 5th tier forces and 4th tier forces lies in our ability to purchase more powerful war weapons. As he spoke, Liang Yangyi's fingers moved again, and the scene before Lu Chen changed.
A virtual image of a humanoid mech appeared before Lu Chen.
War weapon Hades, this is a weapon that our 5th tier forces can purchase from the Federation. It also only requires soul orbs to unleash energy that surpasses that of extraordinary beings.
Liang Yangyi introduced this humanoid mech to Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately felt a headache. Because when he saw this thing, the all-knowing eye provided some information. This thing was different from the previous Apocalypse Tank. The Apocalypse Tank was equipped with secret silver soul orbs, which would only unleash the power of the full moon tier. No matter how many you loaded, it couldn't unleash power beyond the full moon tier. But this mech called Hades was different. It could not only significantly amplify the energy of the soul orbs but also stack them. What does that mean?
It means that Hades' firepower is fixed at the Radiant Sun 9th tier.
This is the same as the Apocalypse Tank.
However, Hades can stack the energy of the soul orbs. Generally speaking, the power of the Radiant Sun tier corresponds to the dark gold 6-colored soul orbs. Such soul orbs are rare for 5th tier forces. It is impossible to use them to load this war weapon.
However,
Hades has a conversion device inside that only requires a large number of low-tier soul orbs to integrate the energy and unleash the energy of the Radiant Sun 9th tier. This perfectly resolves the awkward situation of having no usable energy.
What Liang Yangyi said was consistent with the information from the all-knowing eye.
After hearing this, Lu Chen not only felt no worries but instead excitedly asked, Uncle Liang, how many of these mechs are there in your 5th tier forces? I don't know how many there are in Xinjiang, that's a secret only the city lord knows.
But in our Misty City, we don't have outdated products like the Apocalypse Tank.
There are 100 different forms of Hades mechs combined.
Besides this Hades mech, there are no other weapons, right?
Of course not.
How could I listen to you? Aren't these Hades mechs enough to make you retreat?
These broken machines aren't even qualified, Lu Chen said with a smile.
It sounded like a joke.
But Liang Yangyi knew it wasn't. Originally, he said so much to make Lu Chen retreat. After all, even if Misty City wanted to take down Xinjiang, it might not be able to do so, and even if it did, it would have to pay a painful price. When he supported Lu Chen with money earlier, he just thought it would be good if Lu Chen could take down all the 4th tier forces. At that time, he would step down and hand Misty City over to Lu Chen. If Lu Chen really wanted to attack Xinjiang, he could take some time to develop, using the power of Misty City to attack Xinjiang later.
In reality, he never thought that Lu Chen could take down Xinjiang with that little money.
But he never expected that when Lu Chen heard there were 100 mechs, he was not shocked at all. Instead, his face was filled with excitement.
100 Hades mechs, if we can defeat them hidden, we might unlock another achievement. After all, this is a very meaningful thing. After hearing this news, Lu Chen immediately had this thought in his mind.
For him, no matter how powerful these machines were, they would not be his opponents. The only difference was whether the war would last a little longer or a little shorter.
There was no way around it.
His subordinates were the undying soul beasts and he himself was immortal.
Simple firepower suppression could not kill Lu Chen at all. Wasn't this a battle that was bound to be won?
Therefore, Lu Chen's initial focus was whether he could continue to unlock divine skills through this war. Seeing that Lu Chen really had no intention of giving up, Liang Yangyi asked in surprise, "I thought you came to borrow the Underworld King mecha this time."
Looking at you, even knowing King Cheng's trump card, you still have confidence in winning?
After hearing this, Lu Chen did not hide anything but revealed a mysterious and confident smile, saying, "I said I could take Qingcheng.
So I definitely can take Qingcheng.
Although it might not sound good to say so, Uncle Liang, you should still prepare for your retirement life."
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Liang Yangyi burst into hearty laughter. "Alright, then I'll wait for your good news."
"Just wait," Lu Chen replied with a smile, then stood up to bid farewell. "I'll take my leave now. Uncle Liang, you stay in White Mist City and wait for my good news." After saying that, Lu Chen said goodbye to Liang Yangyi and left White Mist City.
As Lu Chen's confident figure disappeared without looking back, Liang Yangyi couldn't help but sigh for a long time. Truly mysterious and unpredictable. It seems I need to prepare for retirement and live the life I've always dreamed of. On the other side, after Lu Chen left White Mist City, he immediately returned to the front lines. This time, he did not call upon the proxy city lords of the 4th level forces to participate in the battle, because they were not undead puppets. If they suffered any fatal injuries, they could easily die. Lu Chen planned to bring the Undying Soul Beast Legion, along with Shirtian and the battle armor of Daxia, to directly confront a 5th level force with explosive power.
With that thought, Lu Chen teleported to the interior of Qingqing Mountain.
Looking at the bustling Qingcheng, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. In fact, he could have solved it in a simpler way. But Lu Chen wanted to take a city in a fair and square manner because he felt that this could unlock another divine skill. After all, defeating a 5th level force Heaton was meaningful in itself. Although it might not necessarily unlock anything, it was worth a try. After all, he had plenty of confidence to win this battle. With this in mind, Lu Chen's figure began to ascend rapidly. At the same time, all the Undying Soul Beast army was being transferred out in bulk from the divine space. Woo! Just as Lu Chen released the soul beasts, the Qingcheng alarm sounded for a beast tide. The piercing broadcast echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. What on earth is happening? Why did the beast tide alarm suddenly go off? I don't know, there shouldn't be a beast tide gathering near Qingcheng. I feel like something bad is about to happen. According to the news just received, a large number of soul beasts suddenly appeared in the direction of Qingqing Mountain. According to the machine's feedback, there are over 1,000 of these suddenly appearing soul beasts, all of which are 9th order Hao-US soul beasts. My god, how could this happen? There aren't even that many 9th order Hao-US soul beasts within the entire jurisdiction of Qingcheng. Could it be that the soul beast group from the abandoned Neon Island has come out? Regardless, although this beast tide is powerful, our Qingcheng's defensive forces are even stronger. Quickly go to the city walls to defend. In the sky, Lu Chen could clearly see that as soon as the beast tide alarm sounded, the gates of Qingcheng quickly closed. Countless extraordinary beings rushed to the city walls one by one. With such extreme reaction speed, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a level 5 city. This response speed is completely beyond what a level 4 city can compare to." After saying this, Lu Chen immediately sealed off the space of Qingcheng and blocked its signals. Although Qingcheng might not seek outside help, Lu Chen mainly wanted to prevent the Federation from remotely monitoring his strength. After doing all this, Lu Chen waved his hand and issued the command, "Attack freely, kill all enemies that attack you." Roar! Thousands of undead soul beasts began to roar frantically. The sound was deafening and incredibly shocking, startling the Qingcheng defenders who were several kilometers away. At that moment, the city lord, Xiahou Long, also rushed to the city wall. He looked at the dark mass of soul beasts, his face turning ashen. Although these soul beasts could not destroy Qingcheng, the sheer number of them, especially with more than half being level 9 Hao-US soul beasts, made Xiahou Long realize that the situation was not simple. Sure enough, after searching the distance for a moment, he spotted a young man with black wings smiling at him from the sky in the distance. Is he commanding the beast horde? Xiahou Long looked at Lu Chen with some surprise. Lu Chen was far too young. How could someone so young command so many soul beasts? But regardless, after confirming Lu Chen's position, Xiahou Long immediately soared into the air and flew quickly towards Lu Chen. One of his abilities, air control, allowed him to manipulate all the air within a certain range. Seeing Xiahou Long flying towards him, Lu Chen revealed a playful smile and murmured, "Capture the thief first, capture the king? Good idea. But you've chosen the wrong target." With that thought, Lu Chen immediately raised his hand. The next second, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and howling winds. The originally clear night sky changed in an instant the moment Lu Chen raised his hand. The terrifying energy fluctuations made Xiahou Long feel the presence of death.
He hurriedly halted his actions, staring in shock at Lu Chen not far away, and said in a somewhat astonished tone, "What level of ability is this? It already has the power to destroy the world." Answering him instead was an uncountable number of lightning bolts. Thunder power. Lu Chen lightly uttered those 4 words. The next second, countless bolts of lightning swiftly struck towards Xiaolong. The speed was so fast that Xiaolong didn't even have time to react before being completely engulfed by the lightning. The terrifying lightning, carrying immense power, struck Xiaolong one after another. Witnessing this scene, everyone in Xincheng gaped in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. The Xiaolong, who seemed omnipotent in their eyes, was actually overwhelmed by the attack without even having a chance to react. Moreover, the most critical point was that the terrifying lightning gave a sense of utter despair, creating the illusion that no one could survive within that lightning. "It's over, Xincheng is finished. Such a large-scale lightning attack must be at least level 70 or above. Perhaps that young man is at max level. He must be at max level. To upgrade an ability to max level, he must at least be a world-destroying level powerhouse. With such a strong opponent attacking us in Xincheng, what can we do? The city lord is definitely doomed. Should we just surrender?" As everyone saw Xiaolong being engulfed by the terrifying lightning, they had already lost the will to fight, because someone had pointed out that the terrifying lightning was at least a level 70 ability, which was beyond what they could handle. Rather than going to their deaths, it was better to surrender. Just when everyone's morale was at a low point, suddenly a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Buzz! Amidst the endless lightning, the silhouette of a golden giant dragon emerged. The terrifying power of the lightning struck the golden dragon and left not a single mark of injury. "Look, it's Lord Xiaohu's 5-clawed golden dragon. Lord Xiaohu's dragon is fine, haha, it seems we were all wrong. Despite the overwhelming thunder, it couldn't even harm Lord Xiaohu's dragon, so it definitely isn't a world-destroying transcendent being. We can still fight. Kill. Fight for Xincheng." As soon as Xiaolong appeared, the morale of the previously demoralized crowd surged instantly. At this moment, the army of undead soul beasts had already arrived at the city walls. They began to rely on the defensive mechanisms of the walls to engage in battle with the soul beast army below. Countless abilities clashed with the skills of the soul beasts. The sky was filled with explosions echoing from below. Besides the transcendent beings, the city walls of Xincheng also had protective functions. Their abilities could directly strike the Undead Soul Beast Legion. However, the skills of the Undead Soul Beast Legion could only first hit the protective shield of Xincheng. The siege here was no different from ancient sieges. The involvement of the transcendent beings at the Radiant level had already halted the advance of the Undead Soul Beast army. In less than a minute of battle, the Undead Soul Beast army had already suffered heavy casualties. In contrast, on the human side, aside from a bit more energy consumption, there were no other losses. However, just when everyone thought this beast tide could be easily eliminated, those soul beasts that should have been killed were resurrecting one after another, full of vitality. This bizarre scene caught everyone off guard. If they had been severely injured and healed, it would have been understandable. But the vast majority of low-tier soul beasts had been completely obliterated in the first round of bombardment. In such a situation, how could they still resurrect? What kind of situation was this? Had they encountered a cheat? Or were they facing ghosts? But no matter what they thought, there was nothing they could do now. Because once the undead soul beasts resurrected, they began to launch a fierce counterattack. On the other side, Lu Chen looked at Xiaolong, who was completely unharmed, and felt no surprise. He had long known through the all-knowing eye that Xiaolong's second ability was the most elite existence in the enhancement category, the mythical beast 5-clawed golden dragon. This mythical creature inherently possessed immunity to elemental attacks. Even Lu Chen's max-level thunder power had no way to harm the already transformed 5-clawed golden dragon of Xiaolong. Lu Chen had just tried it out of disbelief. As expected by the all-knowing eye, even max-level thunder power could not injure Xiaolong, who had already become the 5-clawed golden dragon. Well, if it dies in one hit, then this war would have no meaning at all. Lu Chen looked at Xiaolong not far away and revealed a playful smile. Thinking this, Lu Chen beckoned to Xiaolong, who had just shaken off the lightning, and provocatively said, "Let me see how strong a top-tier enhancement ability really is." "You will find out," Xiaolong replied coldly. In the next second, Xiaolong's body swiftly darted through the air. It was hard to imagine that a creature over 10 meters long could move so quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xiaolong, who had been a kilometer away, suddenly appeared not far in front of Lu Chen. At the same time, countless wind blades appeared without warning, rushing rapidly towards Lu Chen. This strike was very sudden, and with such incredible speed, Lu Chen estimated that even Liang Yangyi wouldn't be able to dodge Xiaolong's attack from this position. But comparing elemental attacks with Lu Chen, He was a freak who had maxed out all common elements. Faced with this strike, Lu Chen didn't even move, he merely tilted the corner of his mouth slightly. In an instant, countless sharp wind blades all changed direction, reflecting back towards the shocked Xiaolong. Ding ding dang dang. Xiaolong never expected that Lu Chen could reflect his own wind blades. Fortunately, after transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon, the scales on his body were immune to all elemental attacks, so these wind blades had no effect on him at all. Otherwise, caught off guard like this, he could have been killed by Lu Chen again. You're still a bit green when it comes to elemental control compared to me. Lu Chen didn't rush to attack but provocatively said a word. What about physical attacks? Xiaolong also knew that elemental attacks wouldn't work against Lu Chen, so after his shock, he immediately appeared in front of Lu Chen, his sharp claws tearing through the air as he clawed down at Lu Chen. This strike looked ordinary, but it contained immense power. Lu Chen estimated that without a weapon, he wouldn't be able to withstand this move. But don't forget, Lu Chen's right hand had mutated and could absorb any attack. This naturally included physical attacks. Seeing Xiaolong's claw coming down, Lu Chen immediately used his right hand to block, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Upon seeing Lu Chen use his hand to block instead of a weapon, a smirk appeared at the corner of Xiaolong's mouth. In his view, this arrogant young man would be torn apart by him in the next second. However, when his sharp claw touched Lu Chen's right hand, a bizarre scene occurred. The invincible claw strike was actually blocked by Lu Chen's small palm. That was a claw strike capable of tearing the earth apart. How could it be stopped by a young man with just one hand? Xiaolong swore that he had never encountered anything as strange in his life as what he was experiencing today. Lu Chen looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon before him, slowly extended his left hand, and smiled, saying, "Now it's my turn." As his words fell, in the next second, Xiaolong, who had taken 2 major hits without injury, was instantly torn apart. The force he used to attack Lu Chen was now met with an equally heavy counterattack. The invincible claw strike instantly ripped Xiaolong's body apart. In an instant, he let out a painful roar. This mournful dragon's cry shocked all the warriors of Qingqing below, because they could see that their lord, Xiaolong, now had a large gash torn open on one side of his body. A large amount of blood fell from the sky. Although they didn't know what had just happened, just looking at the current scene, the young man was smiling, completely unharmed, while Lord Xiaolong looked pained, his injuries severe. The 9th-tier Xiaolong actually couldn't defeat a young man. This result was something they found hard to accept. One elder, seeing that this couldn't go on, quietly left the battlefield. Not long after, within Qingcheng, a large number of energy fluctuations appeared. Countless missiles surged from the rear of Qingcheng. In the next second, an incredibly violent explosion occurred within the Undying Soul Beast Legion. It's the Underworld King Mecha. Haha, Manager Wang has finally released the Underworld King Mecha. Kill. I want to see how long these soul beasts can survive under the firepower of the Underworld King Mecha. You fool, prioritize attacking that person in the sky with the Death King Mecha. Otherwise, if the city lord loses, what good will it do if we win here? The appearance of the Death King Mecha sent everyone into a frenzy once again. This was a war weapon exclusive to level 5 forces. As members of the defending army, they understood very well. One Death King Mecha was equivalent to a 9th-tier transcendent being. Its power was indeed formidable. In just the first round of attacks, it completely destroyed Lu Chen's Undying Soul Beast Legion. When the smoke from the explosions cleared, the once dense swarm of soul beasts was left in ruins, not a single one remaining. However, the power of the Death King Mecha exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. But the Undying Soul Beast Legion was even more beyond everyone's imagination. The ground, which had been perfectly clean just a second ago, saw the soul beasts resurrecting right back in place the next second. This scene made everyone curse under their breath. What kind of freak was this that couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried? At that moment, noticing the situation below, Xiaolong immediately shouted, "It's useless. As long as their master isn't killed, these soul beasts won't die. Everyone stop attacking and switch to delaying tactics. Death King Mechas, follow me to kill the thief." As he said this, Xiaolong had already distanced himself from Lu Chen. He was genuinely frightened by the young man before him. Not only did he possess strange methods and could unleash powerful multiple abilities, but even his soul beasts couldn't be killed no matter how they tried. So he didn't want to be reckless anymore. He aimed to gather all the power of the Death King Mechas to forcibly eliminate Lu Chen before him. To this, Lu Chen remained unfazed and said appreciatively, as expected of the Death King Mecha, "Its combat power is indeed top-notch." At this point, Lu Chen suddenly paused, his gaze turning to Xiaolong, and he smiled calmly. "I suppose this is all your tricks, right? So what if it is, and what if it isn't? If it is, then I can use my full strength. If it isn't, I can wait a bit longer." Lu Chen said this with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong nearly spat blood in anger. Wasn't Lu Chen's remark simply a stab to the heart? I've already exerted all my strength. And you can still face this so calmly? You can even afford to wait for me to make a move? Is this just showing off, or do you really have that kind of strength? Xiahou Long had no idea what Lu Chen was thinking, but he certainly didn't dare to attack recklessly. Seeing that Xiahou Long didn't respond, Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders in apparent boredom. It seems you have no more improvements left, so let's enjoy what despair truly means. With that, Lu Chen teleported, disappearing right in front of Xiahou Long's space system teleport. Xiahou Long immediately recognized Lu Chen's ability. His gaze quickly searched, and then he was horrified to discover Lu Chen's figure had already appeared right in front of the group of Death King mechas. Just when Xiahou Long thought Lu Chen was going to destroy these mechas, Lu Chen waved his hand and conjured a wolf and a human out of thin air. It was Gatling the Devourer in battle armor Dasha. I'll leave this to you too. Oh, understood, master. The Devourer and battle armor Dasha responded in unison. The wolf and the blade immediately launched an attack. 12 energy Gatlings appeared behind the Devourer, and with the increase in level, the number of Gatlings began to rise. As soon as they appeared, they started firing wildly. The surrounding 100 Death King mechas were all large targets. In an instant, quite a few Death King mechas were severely damaged. However, due to their protective shields, not a single mecha was destroyed. At this moment, the group of Death King mechas also reacted. They crazily began shooting at the Devourer. Countless bullets, shells, and supernatural attacks poured down upon them. Shirtian was not a living dead puppet. If hit by these attacks, it would be completely obliterated. But at that moment, the battle armor Dasha, standing in front of Shirtian, instantly transformed into an all-powerful guardian. Whether it was the incoming shells or other supernatural attacks, all were effortlessly deflected by its agile movements. The battle armor Dasha even humanely touched its nose and confidently said, "As long as I'm here, no one can harm Shirtian." No matter what kind of supernatural ability it was, the battle armor Dasha could nullify it with just a light touch. This was the brilliance of its attribute, the Lawbreaker. Coupled with its corresponding level, which had already reached above the 5th tier of the celestial realm. Whether it was attacks from behind or in front, the battle armor Dasha could easily withstand them. The fact that no one could harm Shirtian meant that Shirtian could attack freely. At this moment, Shirtian had gone completely berserk. It let out a roar, activating the skills Moonlight Frenzy and War Roar. In an instant, its level rapidly soared from the 7th tier of the Radiant Sun to the 1st tier of the celestial realm. This was the effect of Moonlight Frenzy, which could elevate its level by 3 tiers under the full moon. Even if it was a major tier, it could be easily crossed temporarily. But that wasn't all. War Roar would also double the energy within its body for a short period. This meant that at this very moment, Shirtian already possessed the strength of the 2nd tier of the celestial realm. For these King of Hell mechas, which only had the combat power of the 9th tier of the Radiant Sun, this was a complete nightmare. Originally only able to injure them, Shirtian now directly exploded several King of Hell mechas in an instant. But that wasn't the end. With its greatly enhanced power, Shirtian coordinated with the battle armor Dasha. One wolf, one blade, moving and fighting simultaneously. Sometimes Shirtian would block attacks while the battle armor Dasha would strike and slay the King of Hell mechas. If Shishin's attacks could still be blocked by the group of King of Hell mechas, then the damage from the battle armor Dasha was a guaranteed kill. As soon as it made contact, the King of Hell mechas would be instantly scrapped, with no chance of survival. In less than a minute, the once promising and powerful group of King of Hell mechas had lost over a dozen units. In the sky, Xiahou Long could no longer sit still upon seeing this. He immediately roared and charged towards Lu Chen. But in the next second, Lu Chen's figure vanished again, this time appearing directly above Xiahou Long. Looking down at Xiahou Long beneath his feet, he said, "Did I allow you to move? Water flow hell." Lu Chen softly uttered these 4 words. In the next second, Xiahou Long's body, over 10 meters long, was instantly surrounded by flowing water. At this moment, Xiahou Long scoffed disdainfully, "Elements are ineffective against me, have you forgotten? That may be true, but what about gravity? What do you mean?" Before Xiahou Long could finish his sentence, he felt his body begin to weigh down. Considering Lu Chen's words, he suddenly became a bit terrified. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Lu Chen's water flow hell. Just because the elements couldn't harm him didn't mean they were completely ineffective. Originally, Xiahou Long could have controlled the water element to break the water flow hell effortlessly, but his supernatural ability level was completely beneath Lu Chen's. All control over the elements was firmly suppressed by Lu Chen. This led him to be like the group of fishmen back then, clearly able to breathe in the water, yet unable to break free from this water flow hell. If it were just a simple entrapment, it wouldn't be anything special. But the increasingly heavy gravity made Xiahou Long feel the arrival of death once again.
Damn it, if this continues, I'm done for. Xiaolong was extremely anxious at this moment. Among the 3 battlefields, only the one on the city wall held an advantage. He himself was being pressured by Lu Chen, and his original trump card, the Underworld King Mecha Group, was also being overwhelmed by a wolf and another creature. Yet the only battlefield that held an advantage was the most useless one. No matter how many soul beasts they killed, they couldn't be eliminated, while the energy of the extraordinary beings on their side was rapidly depleting. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire fighting force of Qingcheng would be completely defeated. He was eager to know who Lu Chen really was. Why was such a powerful young man targeting his Qingcheng? Standing on top of Xiaolong, Lu Chen sensed his thoughts. Bored, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Are you curious why I have my sights set on your Qingcheng? Although Xiaolong didn't speak, his eyes clearly expressed his desire for an answer. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. Actually, there isn't much reason. My friend is from Baiwu City, so the enemy is your Qingcheng. Blame it on me not knowing you from the start, or blame it on Lian Yangyi from Baiwu City who hit it off with me at first sight. Baiwu City. Did you also do something to my brother's family? Upon hearing the name Baiwu City, Xiaolong immediately realized. Lu Chen nodded without denying it. Your brother deserved to die, so I handed them over to Baiwu City, but you won't have the chance to accompany him. What do you mean? Xiaolong completely didn't understand what Lu Chen was saying, but Lu Chen didn't answer that question. He didn't continue on that topic but instead turned his gaze to the battlefield of Shirtian and Daxia. In just a few minutes, the Underworld King Mecha Group had already lost more than half of its numbers. The more they decreased, the faster their combat power diminished. In fact, Lu Chen was quite pained by the loss of these Underworld King Mechas. However, for the potential unlocking of divine skills, he could only let Shirtian and Daxia destroy these expensive high-tech war machines. Otherwise, he could have used the divine space to deal with these mechas. Now he could only hope that when these mechas were completely annihilated, a system prompt would appear before him. Boom! Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, the protective shield of Qingcheng was finally breached. The Undying Soul Beast Legion, after not knowing how many times they had been wiped out, finally broke through the protective shield of Qingcheng. This also meant that Qingcheng had lost its last line of defense. Surrender, we surrender. As soon as the protective shield of Qingcheng was shattered, the extraordinary beings on the city wall abandoned their resistance, kneeling on the ground in complete surrender. In their eyes, their lord was being beaten mercilessly, with no defensive power. The Underworld King Mecha Group, which was supposed to be their trump card, was now rapidly falling apart. On the other hand, the invading side, led by Lu Chen, not only suffered no injuries but, to exaggerate, his clothes weren't even wrinkled. The 2 newly appeared freaks, Shirtian and the battle armor Daxia, were facing 100 with just 2. With such a terrifying numerical disadvantage, this wolf and blade had still managed to destroy more than half of the mechas. Even the last hope, the protective shield of Qingcheng, had been breached. So what was there left to fight for? If that freakish young man from the sky came down to join the battle, what would they fight with? If the terrifying werewolf and that mysterious battle armor creature came over to join the fight after finishing off the Underworld King mechas, what would they fight with? The protective shield was down, and the soul beasts were entering the city. Even if they wanted to exchange their lives for a life, the soul beasts wouldn't agree. Faced with this group of soul beasts that could resurrect infinitely, what the hell were they still fighting for? Surrender. Surrender was the only way out for these people. They might not die if they surrendered, but if they didn't surrender, they would definitely die. Now they finally recognized the situation of the battle. From the very beginning, the invaders had not used their full strength. Otherwise, with the terrifying power of the invaders now, Qingcheng might have unknowingly changed masters. Lu Chen looked at the extraordinary beings kneeling below and shrugged his shoulders in boredom. It always ends up like this. Being invincible is truly lonely. This wasn't him showing off, but rather a fact. Every time these people resisted, they would surrender once they realized their own strength. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It just made Lu Chen feel that it was too easy. But still, as he said, he had no interest in killing these people only to resurrect them. So when the extraordinary beings below surrendered, Lu Chen signaled the Undying Soul Pearl Legion to cease their attack. At that moment, the people below finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that Lu Chen was a murderous maniac who would slaughter the entire Qingcheng at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, they had bet right. Seeing his subordinates give up the fight, Xiaolong could no longer hold on. He sighed heavily. I surrender as well. I hope this esteemed lord can spare my life. I refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen rejected Xiaolong's surrender. It wasn't that he had a grudge against Xiaolong, but rather that Lu Chen had set his sights on Xiaolong's top-tier abilities. Don't go too far. Xiaolong was furious upon hearing Lu Chen's refusal.
However, he now seemed more like a powerless roar, as he couldn't break free from Lu Chen's water flow hell, let alone continue battling him. Hearing Xiahou Long's threat, Lu Chen scoffed dismissively and said in a contemptuous tone, "Did you think that as long as you don't attack me, I wouldn't be able to harm you? How do you know?" Xiahou Long looked at Lu Chen in shock. Just moments ago, that was exactly what he was thinking. The only injury he had sustained was from the rebound of his own attack against Lu Chen. In Xiahou Long's view, as long as he didn't fight Lu Chen, he could still leave. So he felt immense anger at Lu Chen's refusal of his surrender. He just hadn't expected that Lu Chen could see through his thoughts so easily. Looking at the astonished Xiahou Long, Lu Chen didn't waste any more words. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The next second, Xiahou Long, trapped in the water flow hell, suddenly began to struggle violently. Why is my blood flowing back to my bladder? This time, Xiahou Long was genuinely scared. He could clearly feel the blood in his body rapidly flowing towards his bladder. Blood shouldn't flow like this, it was clearly Lu Chen's doing. To this, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. "Let me see how elastic your bladder is." "What do you— Stop, it's going to burst, it's really going to burst." Xiahou Long's words were cut short as Lu Chen once again manipulated the blood, directing it swiftly towards Xiahou Long's bladder. Visibly, Xiahou Long's abdomen began to swell rapidly. The next second, a muffled sound echoed from his abdomen. Accompanied by the sound, Xiahou Long suddenly began to spit out blood in large gulps, and he lost control of his bowels as well. Wrapped in the water flow hell, he couldn't expel the waste, so the entire water flow hell instantly became murky. "It stinks." Lu Chen could hardly stand it and immediately cancelled the effect of the water flow hell. At that moment, with his bladder bursting, Xiahou Long fell heavily to the ground under the acceleration of gravity. Even with his top-tier physical defense, this impact caused him to spit out blood in large quantities. Xiahou Long's face visibly turned pale. He dragged his incredibly heavy body up from the ground and shouted madly at Lu Chen, "I want to kill you. I must kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I will kill you. Why are you so noisy?" Lu Chen snorted coldly. In the next second, a massive surge of mental power erupted. Xiahou Long's gaping mouth opened involuntarily, and then his tongue was forcefully severed by Lu Chen's telekinesis. Now in a weakened state, Xiahou Long was no match for Lu Chen. With just a thought, Lu Chen could easily harm him. Looking at Xiahou Long, who lay on the ground like a stray dog, Lu Chen teleported in front of him and said with a heart-piercing tone, "You think I can't hurt you? The truth is, I just couldn't be bothered to lift a finger, not because you're so powerful." After saying this, Lu Chen placed his hand on Xiahou Long's body. In the next second, Xiahou Long's transformed state quickly vanished, reverting back to his weak human form. At this moment, Xiahou Long was truly terrified. He now fully understood that what Lu Chen said was entirely true. If he had used teleportation along with this move from the very beginning to forcibly cancel his transformation, what would he have left to be arrogant about in front of him? "Now, let's see how you block my attack." Lu Chen suddenly smiled and pointed his finger at the sky. In an instant, a terrifying scene reappeared. The sky was once again filled with thunder and lightning, a horrifying sight of the apocalypse. The full-level power of thunder could already trigger phenomena in the world. It should be noted that full-level abilities are exclusive to world-destroying extraordinary beings. What does world-destroying mean? It refers to extraordinary beings with the power to annihilate the world. If it weren't for the insufficient energy within Lu Chen, the simple strike could easily destroy the entire Qing city. But even so, the destructive power of Lu Chen's strike was still astonishing. Xiahou Long wanted to beg for mercy, but he could no longer speak. However, just as Xiahou Long despairingly closed his eyes, knowing he was doomed, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, immediately cancelled his ability, and said to Xiahou Long with a smile, "Almost forgot, hand over the city lord's seal, and I can spare your life." At this moment, Xiahou Long wanted to curse. "I had already prepared myself for death, and you say you want to kill me? Do you know how uncouth that is?" But naturally, no one wants to die if they can avoid it. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Xiahou Long immediately presented the city lord's seal with both hands. But just as he took out the city lord's seal, Lu Chen smiled apologetically, said nothing, and directly used telekinesis to snap Xiahou Long's neck. At this moment, just before his death, Xiahou Long could only say one thing: "I finally trusted you once, and you made me lose so completely. Damn, congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being, and the ability has been automatically extracted for you. Beast Transformation 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Beast Transformation 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Using this ability, transform your body into a 5-Clawed Golden Dragon, capable of controlling the 6 major elements: wind, fire, water, thunder, ice, and wood.
The dragon scales that envelop your body after transformation can immunize against physical damage of the same level and any level of elemental damage, allowing survival in any environment not immortal. Congratulations, you have killed an extraordinary being, and the ability has been automatically extracted for you. Air control. Manipulate all the air within the surrounding area, allowing yourself to fly, and can disrupt the enemy's flight through air currents, reaching the highest
level to deprive enemies of the air around them.
That was close. Just now, Lu Chen almost got carried away and directly killed Xiahou Long. Although he could still resurrect him, the spatial accessories on Xiahou Long could not withstand the power of his skills at all. So Lu Chen temporarily stopped his actions and first had Xiahou Long hand over his City Lord Seal. Then he switched to a gentler method to kill Xiahou Long. However, even so, he did not take the City Lord Seal, because once he took the City Lord Seal, this battle would come to an end. Over there, Shirtian and the armored Daxia were still clearing the remaining underworld mechs. In fact, others did not understand why Lu Chen still wanted to destroy the underworld mechs, because Lu Chen had already won, and the underworld mechs could easily be kept as his own weapons, so there was no need to wipe them out completely.
But Lu Chen did this, essentially gambling.
He was betting that if he wiped out these high-tech forces of the Federation, it might unlock a special skill.
Shirtian and Daxia did not make Lu Chen wait too long. 3 minutes after Lu Chen killed Xiahou Long, Shirtian and Daxia also destroyed all the underworld mechs. And this time, Lu Chen won the gamble. When he took over the City Lord Seal from Xiahou Long, a system prompt appeared as expected. Detected that the host has broken the Federation military forces for the first time, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the God-level skill ability Automax level. Keep up the good work to unlock more skills. Ability Automax level. From now on, all your ability levels will be maxed out with one click, and every time you gain a new ability, it will automatically be maxed out. Ability Energy Absorption has reached max level. Ability Telekinesis has reached max level. Ability Explosion is Art has reached max level. Accompanied by the system prompt, the next thing was a frenzy of notifications. All of Lu Chen's abilities were upgraded to max level at that moment. What the hell? Lu Chen looked at the scrolling notifications, unable to contain his excitement.
This time, the God-level skill left Lu Chen completely stunned.
Ability Auto Max level. With this God-level skill paired with infinite extraction, wouldn't that mean he could unleash a variety of powerful moves right away? Lu Chen was very clear about the power of max-level abilities. This damn God-level skill was just too damn powerful.
This time, Lu Chen indeed made the right bet. It wasn't because he took down a level 5 force that he unlocked this God-level skill, but because he defeated the Federation military forces that he obtained this skill. If he hadn't destroyed those underworld mechs, he probably wouldn't have unlocked it this time. Although he felt a pang of regret for losing those mechs, obtaining this God-level skill could completely make up for the loss.
Alright, revive him.
Lu Chen turned his gaze to Xiahou Long's corpse and spent 5 billion to bring him back to life.
Master. Xiahou Long knelt halfway before Lu Chen, showing his submission.
Even though he knew Lu Chen was the one who killed him, and even though he knew Lu Chen was responsible for the death of his entire family, at this moment, he still wholeheartedly regarded Lu Chen as his superior. Lu Chen patted Xiahou Long's shoulder and smiled. From now on, you will manage the city, so do a good job. He still had no interest in managing the city. He just needed it to continuously provide him with money. With that thought, Lu Chen had Xiahou Long transfer all the funds of Qingqing over. Previously, to attack Qingcheng, Lu Chen had used the city's operational funds. So at this time, he needed to replenish those funds. Before long, Xiahou Long presented the usable funds of Qingcheng with both hands. As a level 5 city, the funds were quite substantial. Just the usable funds alone amounted to 800 billion.
This surprised Lu Chen a bit, because the last time he asked Liang Yangyi for money, it was clear he had taken too little. However, Lu Chen was not a greedy person. Without Liang Yangyi's support, this attack plan would have been delayed for at least more than a month. Moreover, Liang Yangyi had unconditionally handed over Misty City. With that thought, Lu Chen suddenly smiled. I should inform Uncle Liang about this. With that in mind, Liu Chen gave instructions for the people of Qingqing to repair the city. Then, he took Xiahou Long and teleported to White Mist City. This time, Lu Chen had no intention of hiding anything. He directly brought Xiahou Long to the Lord's mansion of White Mist City. Liang Yangyi was startled at first because he sensed that 2 people had arrived at the Lord's mansion. But soon, he relaxed because Lu Chen's voice echoed throughout the entire mansion. Uncle Liang, are you going to retire? Lu Chen's voice was loud enough for the whole mansion to hear. At that moment, Liang Yangyi approached Lu Chen, and when he first saw Xiahou Long, he was stunned, thinking that Lu Chen had brought Xiahou Long to force him into retirement.
However, seeing Xiahou Long silently following Lu Chen, not daring to even breathe,
He was shocked to realize that his old rival seemed to be intimidated by Lu Chen. With this thought, Liang Yangyi curiously asked, "Kid, what's going on with this Xiaoholong?" This is to prove that I have already conquered Qingcheng, so I specially brought Xiaoholong to show you, Uncle Liang," Lu Chen replied. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaoholong cooperatively said, "Our Qingcheng has already submitted to Huaxia, and I also serve Lu Chen as my lord, becoming a responsible and diligent subject." "What is Huaxia?" Liang Yangyi asked, somewhat confused. At this moment, Lu Chen cheerfully took over the conversation, saying, "Huaxia is the name of my power. All the cities I have conquered will be managed under Huaxia, and Whiteness City will also become a part of Huaxia in the future." At this point, Lu Chen paused slightly. His gaze turned to the window, and he said with unwavering determination, "It won't be long before I make the name Huaxia known throughout the world." Make the name Huaxia known across the world? Liang Yangyi was moved by Lu Chen's words. He pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems you already have your own plans, so I have nothing more to say." With that, Liang Yangyi took out the Lord's Seal of Whiteness City from his spatial accessory and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "This is what I promised you. From now on, you will be the master of Whiteness City." Lu Chen did not rush to take the Lord's Seal but looked at Liang Yangyi and asked, "What about you, Uncle Liang? What are your plans next?" "Me?" Liang Yangyi looked out the window and smiled casually, "Maybe you'll go travel a bit. I once promised my wife and kids that if I ever retired, I would take them to see the world. Now that I'm handing over White Mist City to you, I can fulfill that promise. Not considering joining me to defeat the Federation? You little rascal." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Liang Yangyi shook his head and laughed. "Your ambitions can be heard from 10,000 miles away. Wait for me to come back. If you still need me then, I will do my best to assist you." After hearing this, Lu Chen smiled happily. "All right, then I wish you a pleasant journey, Uncle Liang." With that, Lu Chen took the Lord's Seal from Liang Yangyi's hand. After receiving the Lord's Seal, the entire Whiteness City, along with Liang Yangyi himself, came under Lu Chen's command. If Lu Chen needed to, he could have ordered Liang Yangyi not to leave, but he did not do so. After Liang Yangyi handed over the accounts of Whiteness City and a special spatial ring containing the Underworld King Mecha to Lu Chen, he set off on his promised journey that very night. Now only some finishing touches are left. Now, all the level 4 cities in the Qingcheng management area had been incorporated into Lu Chen's Huaxia. Previously, there were still 10 level 3 cities and countless level 2 cities that had not been included. For this part, Lu Chen gave Xiaoholong 2 days to resolve it on his own. In the area managed by Whiteness City, since it was Liang Yangyi managing before, Lu Chen did not take any action regarding the 3rd level and 4th level cities. Now, with Whiteness City belonging to Huaxia, Lu Chen naturally would not allow people from the Federation to exist in his territory. So he ordered the battle armor Daxia to take the Underworld King Mecha to subdue those cities overnight. Because the beta satellite was already at full level, Lu Chen did not need to be present, he only needed a thought to block the signals of the targets in sight. To avoid some trouble, Lu Chen directly blocked the signals of all cities in the area that had not joined him. After doing all this, Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. In the next 2 days, Lu Chen rested in Whiteness City. On Xiaoholong's side, since Lu Chen had already taken down most of it himself, and the most difficult 4th level force had already been subdued by Lu Chen, his recovery journey went very smoothly. In just 1 day, he captured all the cities in the Qingcheng area. The battle armor Daxia encountered some trouble. Those 4th level cities were filled with arrogant individuals. Although they saw the Underworld King Mecha, they still wanted to delay time to contact the Federation. In their view, Whiteness City wanting their city Lord's Seal was completely against the Federation's regulations. Such actions would not receive support from the Federation, so they defined Whiteness City as a rebel force. From this perspective, the people of those 4th level cities did not want to accompany Whiteness City to their doom, as they understood deeply how terrifying the Federation truly was. But Lu Chen had already given the battle armor Daxia the order that if those people did not want to surrender, they should be killed directly. Now that Lu Chen had many capable subordinates, he did not care about the lives of these people. So when the battle armor Daxia encountered someone trying to delay, they killed several city lords of the 4th level cities and forcibly took control of the 4th level forces. After spending most of the day capturing all the 4th level cities, the recovery journey of the battle armor Daxia became much smoother. The 3rd level forces did not dare to resist, let alone the 2nd level and 1st level forces. So by the evening of the next day, the battle armor Daxia unified all the cities under the jurisdiction of White Mist City. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Chen sat on the throne of White Mist City, listening to the reports from the battle armor Daxia and Xiaoholong, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, now the 2 regions have been completely incorporated into our Huaxia territory. The next step is to declare war on the Federation. At this point, Lu Chen paused and continued, but before that, there are a few things to do. Master, are you saying that we are finally going to start the Underworld King manufacturing plan? Xiahou Long asked excitedly. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, affirmatively replying, "That's right, my research over the past 2 days has been successful. Next, you will lead the team to kill all the soul beasts in the territory. Those soul pearls will be very useful." "Yes. Understood." The battle armor Daxia and Xiahou Long both responded and then left the audience hall. During these days he had not been idle but had been using the all-knowing eye to dismantle the Underworld King mecha. This powerful war machine could provide terrifying firepower. If it could be mass-produced, then he could declare war on the Federation without pressure. So Lu Chen had been researching this thing for the past 2 days. The materials for producing the Underworld King mecha were only available within the Federation's 7th level forces. Normally, forces below the 5th level could not replicate it at all. However, Lu Chen had the all-knowing eye and the universal transformation, 2 divine skills. After days and nights of research, Lu Chen finally found a substitute solution through the dismantling of the all-knowing eye. By repeatedly using the universal transformation to modify the materials, he could create perfect substitute materials. According to the estimation of the all-knowing eye, the resources within the entire Huaxia territory, 1,000 Death King mechas can be manufactured. This is equivalent to artificially creating 1,000 powerful beings at the 9th rank of the Radiant Sun. Of course, this is not all. Lu Chen's universal modification can also perform another type of growth transformation on the complete form of the Death King mecha. As long as there are enough soul orbs, the energy level can be increased indefinitely. This is also why Lu Chen decided to exterminate all the soul beasts within his territory. After arranging everything, Lu Chen began to modify the materials. This process was extremely long and tedious. But for the upcoming full-scale war, Lu Chen patiently worked day and night on the modifications. This period lasted a full week. During this time, all the soul beasts in the territory of Huaxia were wiped out. Just as Lu Chen and the all-knowing eye had predicted, he successfully manufactured a total of 1,000 Huaxia version mechas. Finally completed. Lu Chen looked at his masterpiece from the past week and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Such strength could definitely not compare to a 6th level force, let alone shaking the entire Federation. But a meal must be eaten one bite at a time, starting with taking down the 5th level forces and gradually encroaching on the 6th and 7th. Lu Chen believed that it wouldn't be long before he could overthrow the entire Federation. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen immediately summoned his generals. Xiahou Long, Shirtian, Battle Armor Daxia, and some proxy city lords from the 4th level cities came to pay their respects. In the audience hall, Lu Chen sat on the throne and smiled as he announced to everyone, "Our improved Huaxia mechas have been completed. Now, who is willing to take the new product and establish the first military achievement? I, my lord, let me go. Please grant me this honor, my lord. My lord, as long as you lend me the Huaxia mecha, I can take down a 5th level force in just 3 hours. Owo, owo, owo." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, everyone scrambled to seize this honor. In their eyes, this was an easy honor to earn. The Huaxia mechas personally modified by Lu Chen must possess immense combat power, because everyone absolutely believed that they could flatten any 5th level force in a very short time. Seeing everyone so confident, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Yu Hongyu, saying, "This task is entrusted to you. You're not a living dead puppet, so be careful not to get beheaded by the enemy." "I understand, my lord," Yu Hongyu replied excitedly, showing no fear. Seeing that Yu Hongyu did not back down, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and tossed him the spatial ring containing the Huaxia mechas. Yu Hongyu caught the ring with one hand and asked, "My lord, when can we set off?" "Of course, right now." Lu Chen smiled and stood up from the throne. With a wave of his hand, everyone in the audience hall instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in midair. Even though they couldn't fly, at that moment, they were all standing in the air. This was Lu Chen's air control ability, turning the air beneath their feet into a solid substance. This magical scene left everyone in awe, especially those proxy city lords who had not been turned into living dead puppets. Each one deeply admired Lu Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Chen paid no attention to their thoughts, pointing down at the city below and saying, "The city below is the 5th level for Xiangjiang City. This battle belongs to you, we are merely spectators. If you fail and get killed, I won't stop it, understand?" "Understood, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations." Yu Hongyu nodded heavily and replied. Lu Chen had already given him an invincible army. If he lost, it would be his own problem. Even if Lu Chen wanted to save him, Yu Hongyu would not want Lu Chen to do so. Seeing that Yu Hongyu had already made up his mind, Lu Chen sent him to the surface. At the same time, Yu Hongyu took a deep breath and released all 1,100 modified Huaxia mechas. Such a terrifying wave of energy instantly triggered the alarm in Yangjiang City. In an instant, Yangjiang City entered a state of combat. Countless extraordinary beings rushed to the city walls. When they arrived, none of them seemed to care about the situation. As a level 5 force, they had no opponents around. In their view, this alarm was probably due to a beast tide. It was completely a good opportunity to gain experience. However, when they reached the city walls and saw the invaders below, one by one, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't that the underworld king Mecha? My god, how can there be so many? The paint on them, why is it all red? What force does that divine dragon's flag belong to? I've never seen it before. Could it be the army of a level 6 force? But I heard that level 6 forces only have less than 1,000 underworld king mechas. The appearance of the Huaxia Red Mecha army immediately scared the people of Yangjiang City into not daring to move. The strength of the underworld king mecha was equivalent to a level 9 extraordinary being. Below, the dense mass of underworld king mechas represented a dense mass of level 9 extraordinary beings. Was this something they could act recklessly against? At this moment, the lord of Yangjiang City Liang also arrived at the city walls. Like everyone else, he was completely shocked when he saw so many underworld king mechas below. Yangjiang City only had 100 underworld king mechas. How many were down there? At least 1,000. To be honest, Li Yang's legs felt weak at that moment. But as the lord of Yangjiang City, he had to stand up. So, Li Yang took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and shouted down, "This is Yangjiang City, belonging to the Federation. Which city are you from, and what is your intention in bringing your army to our gates?" Hearing this, Yu Hongyu, at the center of the mecha group, smiled and said, "I am a nameless little general under the Huaxia dynasty. I have come to your city to advise you to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, to leave the Federation and join our Huaxia dynasty. I know this is a difficult consideration. I can give you 3 minutes to think it over. If you have no answer when the 3 minutes are up, we will meet on the battlefield." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't hold back. They had never heard of any Huaxia dynasty. In the entire human world, there was only the Human Federation. So this force claiming to be the Huaxia dynasty, was it the so-called Revolutionary Army? Upon hearing this, Li Yang instantly felt a headache coming on. He had originally fantasized that this was some large city's troops wanting to pass through his area, but now that fantasy was shattered. This group below was the Revolutionary Army, and they had already completely surrounded the city before the alarm even sounded. In an instant, cold sweat began to flow down his back. Taking advantage of the time to consider, Li Yang immediately took out his communication device to contact the Federation, hoping to get them to send support. But at that moment, Li Yang was shocked to discover that his communication device was completely non-functional. Damn it, it seems the other side came prepared. Li Yang cursed under his breath and immediately called over a space-type extraordinary being, commanding, "You need to leave our area as fast as possible, then use this phone to contact someone in the Federation, telling them we are encountering the Revolutionary Army and need urgent support." Understood, Lord. The space-type extraordinary being stammered, immediately took the phone and used teleportation. It should have been foolproof. But the next second, Li Yang's eyes widened bigger than copper bells because he saw his subordinate, after using teleportation, get knocked out cold by the recoil, blood streaming from his head, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, how could Li Yang not know what had happened? Looking at the confident enemy below, Li Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a real mess. At this moment, Li Yang was extremely conflicted. Because if he surrendered, he would become an enemy of the Federation. As a ruler of a level 5 power, Li Yang understood the terror of the Federation better than anyone else. Despite the many mechas below that were comparable to the 9th tier extraordinary beings of Yaoyang, these things were merely the most useless items in the Federation. But if he didn't surrender now, he had no confidence in defeating the people below. In the end, the outcome would be death. It was just a matter of dying early or dying late. Just as Li Yang was in turmoil, Yu Hongyu below glanced at the time and reminded him 30 seconds left. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Li Yang panicked. His gaze turned to Yu Hongyu among the mechas, a shadow passing through his eyes. As long as I can kill this person, I can stop these mechas. I wonder what his strength is. At this moment, Li Yang clearly intended to take a gamble. He couldn't win in a direct confrontation, but betraying the Federation was unrealistic. So Li Yang decided to take a chance, betting that this commander didn't have enough strength. Otherwise, why would he only dare to hide in the center of the mecha group? Thinking of this, Li Yang immediately jumped down from the city wall and approached the mecha group, raising his hands high. "I surrender. We will leave the Federation's jurisdiction and join your Huaxia dynasty. I hope the brothers will come over for a discussion." Upon hearing Li Yang's surrender, Yu Hongyu was overjoyed. He also knew there might be danger, so he called over 2 Huaxia mechas to accompany him for the handover. Seeing that only 2 mechas had come, Li Yang's mind raced. He was very familiar with Huaxia mechas.
Although these mechas used special materials that could immunize them against certain energy-based metal control abilities and lightning abilities, they had a fatal switch. Attacking these switches would cause the mechas to stop functioning instantly.
One of Li Yang's abilities was Ghost Hand, an invisible ability attack. As soon as Yu Hongyu and the two mechas entered the attack range, he would use his Ghost Hand to strike these switches, turning the two bodyguard mechas into useless junk in an instant. By that time, Li Yang was confident he could capture this general of the Huaxiao dynasty, because judging by the fact that he needed bodyguards to come over, this guy's personal ability was definitely not as good as his own. Li Yang's thinking was completely correct. Yu Hongyu knew that his abilities were insufficient, so he didn't let his guard down. At this moment, in the sky observing the battle, Lu Chen watched the two people about to make contact below, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "It seems a good show was about to begin." "Master, are you saying that the Lord of Yangjiang City is up to something?" asked the curious armored daxia beside him. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, explaining, "This person has thought it through. He guessed that Yu Hongyu's strength is not as good as his, so he wants to attract Yu Hongyu over by pretending to surrender, capturing him as a hostage. But Yu Hongyu isn't careless either. He brought two mechas as bodyguards. Is the Lord of Yangjiang City confident in his own strength? Or does he have a special ability?" The armored daxia continued to ask in confusion. Hearing this question, Liu Chen did not respond. Next to him, Xiahou Long took over and explained, "That's because as the lord of a level 5 power, he understands the structure of the Huaxia mechas quite well. This type of mecha has a hidden switch. If you attack here, the mecha will stop functioning. This is also a safety mechanism to prevent the mecha from being taken by others." After hearing this, the armored daxia nodded in understanding. "So, this person plans to attack this mechanism to stop the mecha and ultimately capture Yu Hongyu?" "Yes, his ability allows him to do this easily, but unfortunately, he doesn't realize that this secret door has already been repaired by me," Lu Chen said with a smile. Meanwhile, below, Li Yang finally began to act. As Yu Hongyu entered his attack range, Li Yang immediately unleashed a burst of energy. Dozens of invisible tentacles shot towards the two Huaxia mechas' critical points. Due to their invisibility, the two Huaxia mechas had no reaction and were instantly struck at a weak point known only to the level 5 power lord. "Ha ha ha, come to me." Li Yang laughed maniacally upon seeing his attack hit. At the same time, he began to control his ghostly hands surrounding Yu Hongyu. These ghostly hands had the ability to absorb energy, essentially an upgraded version of Yu Hongyu's energy chains. It was easy to imagine that if Yu Hongyu were hit by these ghostly hands, he would likely be captured without any resistance. However, just as these ghostly hands were about to touch Yu Hongyu, the two Huaxia mechas that were supposed to stop functioning sensed Li Yang's hostility. In an instant, both mechas released energy barriers that covered the area, blocking all the invisible ghostly hands outside the energy shield. At this moment, the Huaxia mechas that sensed the hostility activated their fire control radars. In an instant, Li Yang's face turned pale. "No, this is impossible." He had just uttered these words when, in the next second, countless firepower rained down, instantly overwhelming Li Yang. In that moment, Lu Chen utilized a newly acquired max-level ability Heavenly Thief to steal the spatial accessories from Li Yang. This ability allowed Lu Chen to take anything without being detected by others or triggering any ability detectors. With the information advantage of the all-knowing eye, Lu Chen could perfectly steal anything. A thunderous explosion echoed outside Yangjiang City. How fierce was the output of over 1,000 Huaxia mechas? The shockwave from the explosion alone destroyed the protective shield of Yangjiang City. Those on the city walls, although prepared for defense, suffered heavy casualties from the aftermath of the explosion. In front of Lu Chen, extraction prompts kept popping up. Those were some unfortunate souls killed by the explosion's shockwave. As for Li Yang, who was at the center of the explosion, he was reduced to nothing. Just as everyone marveled at the terrifying power of the Huaxia mechas, Lu Chen took out a City Lord seal from the spatial accessories he had just stolen. The moment he revealed the City Lord seal, the severely injured extraordinary beings below momentarily forgot what had just happened. Miraculously, as long as they were not dead, they were instantly healed. This is one of the effects of the king's territory. No one but Lu Chen could kill them within the territory. However, unfortunately, those who had died could only rest in peace. "Let's see if they can be revived." Lu Chen flashed down to the ground and casually grabbed a handful of dirt. He originally thought that those who had been blown to bits could not be revived, but unexpectedly, the system still provided a prompt. To resurrect the target, a payment of 5 billion is required. "Do you wish to proceed with the resurrection? Consider yourself lucky." Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to resurrect Li Yang. After all, the matters in this area still needed to be handled by Li Yang. Soon, the shattered Li Yang quickly reformed into human shape before Lu Chen. After about 10 seconds, he returned from debris to human form.
When he was just revived, he still bore a look of fear. But in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal.
He knelt on one knee before Lu Chen and declared, "Li Yang, thank you for the grace of resurrection, master.
Get up, I have a task for you." Lu Chen gestured for Li Yang to rise and then instructed, "Within a week, no matter what method you use, make sure all the cities in your managed area submit their city lord seals.
Those who do not comply will be destroyed. Do you understand?"
"Yes, I understand, master." Li Yang immediately agreed and began to gather his troops to set out. Seeing Li Yang take action, Lu Chen focused his thoughts and immediately used the Beidou satellite to block all signals in the area. After that, he approached Yu Hongyu, smiled appreciatively, and said, "Well done, I allow you to restore your arm." Previously, Yu Hongyu had his arm severed for resisting Lu Chen, but now, seeing his achievement, Lu Chen granted him a special pardon to restore his arm. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongyu was immediately excited and knelt down in gratitude. To this, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the Huaxia mechas were stored in the divine space. After completing all this, Lu Chen led Yu Hongyu and others to the next level 5 city.
This is why the Space Sovereign is considered a divine skill. It allows Lu Chen to ignore any distance in space, reaching anywhere in the world in just a second. Originally,
the level 5 forces were very far apart.
But for Lu Chen, there were no distance limitations at all.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared over another level 5 city. Just like before, all he needed to do was showcase the 1,100 Huaxia mechas.
Capturing the level 5 city was as simple as taking candy from a baby.
In just one day, Lu Chen captured 13 level 5 cities.
Otherwise, why would they say the Space Sovereign is a divine skill?
Each level 5 city was separated by a distance of 100,800 miles, and there were many level 2, 3, and 4 cities blocking the way. Without the Space Sovereign skill, it would have taken Lu Chen at least over a month to conquer these 13 level 5 cities, and during that time, he would have easily been discovered by the Federation. But with the Space Sovereign, no matter how far the distance, he could bring people there in a second.
In just one day,
he captured all the level 5 cities of the Federation.
Yes, there were only 15 level 5 cities in the entire Federation.
At this moment, they had all completely fallen under Lu Chen's control.
That's about enough.
Lu Chen looked at these cities, all flying the Huaxia flag, and smiled with satisfaction.
These 15 level 5 cities basically encompassed all the economy of the Federation.
By capturing them, Lu Chen had essentially acquired more than half of the Federation's wealth. If he were to continue attacking, given his current strength, it was still insufficient and the cost-effectiveness was extremely low.
So Lu Chen decided to hold off for now. After a month or two, he would be able to declare full war on the Federation. With this thought, Lu Chen executed a perfect crime.
This ability could fill in some gaps.
Once it reached full level, it could modify reality.
Originally, those who witnessed this event would have all their memories and thoughts altered.
Now,
at full level, the effect was that it could change the memories and thoughts of everyone in the world. In simple terms, it became absolutely perfect. After executing it, Lu Chen returned to Misty City with his army. Now all he had to do was wait for time to pass. According to the calculations of the all-knowing eye, the total income from all the cities under Lu Chen's command was approximately 22 trillion a month. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before he could rely on his enhancements to dominate the globe, because he had the perfect crime as a cover. The fact that Lu Chen attacked 13 level 5 forces in one day went unnoticed by others. In the following week, all the lower-level forces within the level 5 territories were also brought under the banner of Huaxia. At this time, the Federation was still unaware that their territory had been encroached upon by Lu Chen. During this period, Lu Chen was not idle. He sent Shirtian and the Undying Soul Beast Legion to designated locations to hunt soul beasts. He instructed the battle armor of Daxia to take the Huaxia mechas to another location to hunt soul beasts. He had Xiahou Long and others clear all soul beasts from their territory. Lu Chen himself was busy manufacturing Huaxia mechas. Whether against level 6 forces or higher level 7 or 8 forces, the Ming Wang mecha, capable of exerting the power of the 9th tier of Yaoyang, had always been the main combat force in the war. Moreover, the Huaxia mechas modified by Lu Chen could theoretically unleash the power of the 9th tier of Zhangqiang by relying on energy stacking.
Thus, Lu Chen was continuously manufacturing Huaxia mechas. This was something only he could do.
On this day, a full month had passed since Huaxia took control of 15 level 5 cities. During this month, Lu Chen's Huaxia dynasty was conducting its activities in an orderly manner, without attracting the attention of the Federation or others. At this moment, Lu Chen stretched in his workshop. In front of him were 3 specially made space rings. Each space ring contained exactly 1,000 Huaxia mechas.
Lu Chen had spent a month manufacturing 3,000 invincible Huaxia mechas.
A month has passed, Lu Chen said cheerfully as he glanced at the time, putting down his work and leaving the place.
He went to the audience hall. The first thing Lu Chen did was check his finances. During this month he hadn't spent any money. He had instructed each city to directly submit their income to the finance department. So the first thing he did upon coming out was to check how much money had been saved. To his surprise, he was taken aback. In the dedicated storage account, the income for this month was 25 trillion. That was a full 3 trillion more than the previously estimated 22 trillion.
Seeing this, Lu Chen's mouth broke into a wild grin, and he murmured excitedly,
"Finally, I can start the next step."
Seeing that so much money had accumulated in his account, Lu Chen's smile widened. Without hesitation, he enhanced himself. Previously, it was said that soul orbs were used to enhance lower tiers, while universal enhancements were used for higher tiers. But now, 99 of the soul orbs needed to be used for Huaxia mechas.
So Lu Chen could only use the universal enhancement to directly boost his own level.
Enhancement target, Lu Chen, current level Yaoyang Tier 5, to enhance to the next level requires 80 billion.
Enhancement target, Lu Chen, current level Yaoyang Tier 6, to enhance to the next level requires 120 billion. Enhancement target, Lu Chen, current level Yaoyang Tier 7, to enhance to the next level requires 170 billion.
Enhancement target, Lu Chen, current level Yaoyang Tier 8, to enhance to the next level requires 230 billion.
Enhancement target, Lu Chen, current level Yaoyang Tier 9, to enhance to the next level requires 500 billion. Enhancement successful, congratulations. Your level has been upgraded to Tsangqiong Tier 1, to enhance to the next level requires 580 billion. Not mutated, your body is already invincible and can no longer undergo mutation.
The intended mutation effect was on your legs, which would have granted you the ability to traverse the void, but since you have already mastered spatial dominion, that effect has been cancelled, and consequently, the amount required for future enhancements has decreased.
The all-knowing eye provided Lu Chen with an explanation. This made Lu Chen suddenly realize that because he was too invincible, there was nothing left to mutate. According to Lu Chen's own estimation, this effect, when fully enhanced, would probably just be the effect of immortality, right?
Regarding this, Lu Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, he was indeed very invincible at the moment.
However, looking at the amount required for the next level of enhancement, Lu Chen couldn't help but complain, is this the discounted amount? Why does it feel like it hasn't changed at all? That said, Lu Chen understood that it was already quite cheap. His current level was, after all, the celestial level. A transcendent at this level could easily destroy a city with their abilities.
So spending 58 trillion to upgrade was still very cost-effective.
Of course, that was because Lu Chen had too much money, otherwise, this would be an astronomical figure.
From the 5th stage of the Radiant Sun to the 1st stage of the Celestial level, Lu Chen spent a total of 1.1 trillion in funds. Currently, he still had 1.4 trillion left, and Lu Chen did not continue to enhance. Continuing would only allow for 2 more levels of enhancement, which could be said to be not very significant. But if used in other areas, the effect could be greatly improved. Thinking this, Lu Chen closed his eyes and searched for a moment. Before long, he found his gaze directed towards a human forbidden zone. Here, there was a terrifying soul beast, the frost giant dragon. This colossal creature was at the 9th stage of the celestial level, with real combat power unmatched by any within the 3rd stage of disaster. Not only did it possess a defense as powerful as that of the summer marquee dragon, the 5-clawed golden dragon, but it could also unleash a world-destroying absolute zero blizzard. It could be said that even the Federation would be reluctant to provoke such an existence. Lu Chen's target this time was this king of soul beasts. Currently, Huaxia lacked combat power, but high-end combat power was extremely scarce. Basically, there was only Lu Chen alone, along with the battle armor of Daxia and the Devourer, which could grow. Others, including the summer marquee dragon, were basically unable to grow anymore. Lu Chen also didn't have enough soul orbs or money to help them break through their level shackles. So the best method was to target these kings of soul beasts. As long as he could subdue them and make them his subordinates, the high-end combat power issue could be perfectly resolved. With this thought, Lu Chen's mind moved, and he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the frost giant dragon's lair. The lair of the frost giant dragon was not a cave but an entire snow-covered mountain peak. The frost giant dragon, over 10 meters long, was coiled up and sleeping along the mountain range. Although it was called the frost giant dragon, it was not a western lizard but rather a long, robust eastern dragon, similar to the 5-clawed golden dragon. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, the frost giant dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide, staring intently at Lu Chen not far away, and spoke in human language with some caution.
"Human, you have crossed the line." The frost giant dragon did not directly attack Lu Chen because it had no idea how he had appeared.
This indicated that the human before it was either extremely powerful or possessed very strange abilities. Whichever it was, the frost giant dragon could clearly tell that this human was not simple. Lu Chen also did not expect the frost giant dragon to speak human language. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Chen stepped into the void, rising to the same height as the frost giant dragon, and politely smiled at it, saying, "I have only one purpose in coming here, and that is to ask if you are interested in becoming my contract beast?" Impudent! When the frost dragon heard this, it let out a thunderous roar. Never had a human dared to make it a contracted beast. Even those old geezers in the Human Federation didn't have the right to make such demands. Now, being insulted by a mere young brat, the frost dragon couldn't care less about any human spirit-beast friendship treaties and unleashed a suffocating energy. Its murderous eyes glinted with a hint of cold light. In the next second, heavy snow began to fall across the land and the temperature in the air plummeted. Lu Chen could clearly feel the air around him freezing. Even his body began to ice over rapidly. Is its level the same as mine? Lu Chen attempted to disperse the ice elements around him but found he couldn't. This meant that the colossal creature before him had reached the same maximum level of ice element control as he had. In cases of equal levels, the comparison naturally came down to the level of energy within. In this regard, the frost dragon far outclassed Lu Chen. So, after a brief attempt, Lu Chen gave up on competing with the frost dragon over ice element control. With a thought, scorching flames erupted around Lu Chen. This move was his max-level ability Heavenly Fire Descends. As the heavenly fire appeared, the cold air in the atmosphere was rapidly evaporated. The cold air that had frozen Lu Chen's body began to melt under the flame's scorching heat. Indomitable heavenly fire versus freezing cold air. This was a top-tier showdown between elements. The sky was filled with flames battling against the cold air. For a moment, the entire sky seemed to be split in two. This time, the frost dragon was shocked. It never expected that this seemingly overly young human possessed such powerful abilities. No matter how it exerted itself, it couldn't gain any advantage. In fact, due to the elemental counterbalance, Lu Chen even held some upper hand. This was something the frost dragon could not tolerate. It roared loudly, as if issuing commands. In the next second, a group of sky-level flying spirit beasts rushed towards Lu Chen from behind. Well, can't win, so call for help. Lu Chen looked at the frost dragon's actions, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who said spirit beasts were simple? This frost dragon was clearly a master of cunning, but its intentions were good. It just happened to run into Lu Chen. Since Lu Chen dared to appear here alone, he was completely unafraid of any spirit beast in the vicinity. Fine, just in time for me to test the power of my abilities. Ever since his abilities reached max level, he hadn't had much time to use them, because there really wasn't anyone worth Lu Chen going all out against. Now, with a 9th-tier beast king in front and a group of about 100 sky-level spirit beasts behind, this situation was perfect for Lu Chen to unleash all his strength. With this thought, Lu Chen used his heavenly fire descends to suppress the frost dragon's absolute zero. Turning around, he looked at the diverse group of sky-level spirit beasts charging at him and coldly smiled, air deprivation. As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, the group of spirit beasts showed signs of pain. In less than a few seconds, the entire group of sky-level spirit beasts plummeted from the sky. Seeing this scene, the frost dragon could no longer hold its composure. One ability was blocking it, and another ability had taken out its subordinates in an instant. At this moment, the frost dragon wanted to ask, who exactly was Lu Chen? It seems this air control is indeed impressive. Lu Chen looked at the spirit beasts that had fallen to the ground, struggling in their death throes, and revealed a satisfied smile. What he had just used was the air control extracted from Xiaolong, which before reaching max level could only be used for showy flying, but after reaching the maximum level, one can easily strip the air around the target, causing them to experience suffocation. As long as they do not leave this area, they cannot obtain oxygen. Those soul beasts just now fell victim to an unexpected attack. So when they lost oxygen, they all collapsed to the ground. In the end, because they failed to escape in time, one by one they suffocated to death. After dealing with that group of soul beasts, Lu Chen turned around and looked at the shocked frost dragon, smirking provocatively. What else do you have to enhance? If not, I'm going to get serious. Human, you are too arrogant. The frost dragon roared in anger. Then, the surrounding ice elements went berserk again. The cold air that had been suppressed began to counterattack wildly at that moment. There was a faint momentum that suppressed the heavenly fire. But that wasn't the end. The frost dragon, which had originally remained stationary, suddenly soared into the clouds. It roared and charged towards Lu Chen. Since others are unreliable, then rely on oneself. The frost dragon is immune to all elemental attacks, including Lu Chen's heavenly fire. It released absolute zero while passing through Lu Chen's heavenly fire. Wherever it went,
Even the scorching heavenly fire was frozen for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the frost dragon was in front of Lu Chen, its claws striking down with absolute zero. Good timing. Lu Chen, seeing this, was not too shocked. The previous elemental energy contest was merely a warm-up for both sides. The frost dragon's strength lies in its powerful defense and attack. Similarly, Lu Chen's strength is not just a single ability but a series of maxed-out abilities under the system's influence. Butter Hands. Facing the frost dragon's claw strike, Lu Chen immediately activated Butter Hands. He had hardly used this ability because, with his immortal body, he was practically fearless of attacks. However, Lu Chen wanted to defeat this terrifying frost dragon without relying on his immortality. So, he used this ability that could ignore any physical attack. At the same time, he enhanced his speed. In an instant, Lu Chen's speed surpassed that of the frost dragon. His hands, now like butter, slid past the frost dragon's claw strike. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's left hand transformed into corrosive hand. Taking advantage of the frost dragon's attack pause, he quickly reached for its abdomen. This move was not an elemental attack. The frost dragon's scales could not completely immunize against the power of the maxed-out corrosive hand. Just as his left hand touched the scales, the next second the frost dragon let out a painful howl. "Human, I will kill you." Who? In an instant, Absolute Zero reappeared. Lu Chen's body, being very close to the frost dragon, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. However, just as Lu Chen was frozen into an ice sculpture, the heavenly fire quickly burned on him, melting all the ice. Similarly, the reduced range of heavenly fire could completely counter the frost dragon's Absolute Zero in an instant. Seeing the attack ineffective, the frost dragon used its tail swipe. Its massive tail, accompanied by a heavy sound, whipped towards Lu Chen at high speed. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the tail was in front of Lu Chen. The wind generated by the attack tore some of Lu Chen's clothes and skin. It's not hard to imagine that if hit by this strike, Lu Chen would most likely trigger his immortality. Teleport. With a thought, Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished. The frost dragon's tail struck empty air, and it looked around in confusion for Lu Chen's shadow. At that moment, Lu Chen's voice came from above the frost dragon's head. "Take this, energy threads." As Lu Chen's words fell, countless energy threads surged from his body. In just a few seconds, Liu Chen had tied the frost dragon up like a zongzi. But that wasn't the end. The max-level energy threads would absorb the energy of the trapped being. As the frost dragon was ensnared by these energy threads, its internal energy was continuously drained. The frost dragon wanted to struggle, but at that moment, Lu Chen had already unleashed his telekinesis, firmly suppressing the frost dragon's body. For a time, the man and the dragon rolled around in the air. If anyone had been watching, they would have seen that the frost dragon had already lost the strength to resist. As time passed, 10 minutes later, the energy within the frost dragon was completely absorbed and its massive body plummeted rapidly from the sky. Bang! The enormous form, over 10 meters long, crashed heavily to the ground, causing quite a tremor in the surrounding area. At this point, the frost dragon was utterly exhausted. Lu Chen was also panting heavily, canceling his powers. Although he was gasping for breath, his face was filled with excitement. In a flash, Lu Chen appeared atop the frost dragon's head, looking down at the dragon he had subdued with a victorious stance, and asked again, "So, do you submit or not?" "I submit, I truly submit." The frost dragon finally lowered its proud head, completely surrendering to Lu Chen. There was no other choice. This human before it was just too monstrous. Even with its incredibly strong defense and powerful attacks, it was utterly helpless against this human. Between submission and dignity, the frost dragon chose to submit. After all, having reached this level, wouldn't it be a pity to die? Seeing the frost dragon submit, Lu Chen smiled faintly and placed his hand on the dragon's head. In the next second, a long-lost halo enveloped the space between Lu Chen and the frost dragon. Before long, Lu Chen had established a soul beast contract with the frost dragon. "From now on, I'll call you Little Ice." "Yes, master." The frost dragon clearly wasn't willing, but it knew it couldn't resist. The reason Lu Chen chose to contract it instead of killing it and reviving it was partly because he thought it would be a waste of money and partly because he wanted to see if having more contracts could unlock divine skills. After all, with the frost dragon's defense, no one below the third tier of disaster could take it down in one hit. Making it a living dead puppet would only limit its growth. But I should still modify you a bit. With that thought, Lu Chen immediately used universal modification on the frost dragon. The frost dragon had powerful defense and impressive attack power, so for the modification, it was suitable to give it a healing ability for better sustainability. Without hesitation, Lu Chen arranged for the max-level healing holy light to be bestowed upon the frost dragon. A flash of white light passed. At that moment, the frost dragon had transformed into a healing form.
Not only could it help others and creatures heal their injuries, but it also possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities and resistance to various negative states.
In Lu Chen's view, it was already a little immortal.
Thank you, Master, for the gift of rebirth. The frost dragon felt the changes in its body and gratefully rubbed against Lu Chen.
In response, Lu Chen, in a good mood, patted its head and issued a command. I have a task for you.
Make all the soul beasts of the sky tier here submit to me, and then bring them to my territory to sign contracts with humans.
Understood, Master. What about those who refuse? What do you think? Either beat them into submission or just kill them. Got it. The frost dragon nodded in understanding and agreed.
Seeing it comply, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. He thought that killing one and reviving one was too time-consuming. So just now, he had a sudden inspiration and came up with a highly profitable method, that is to let the residual power of the frost giant dragon, the king of soul beasts, control and coerce the soul beasts.
Either fight for humanity or become a contract beast for humans. Anyway, according to Lu Chen's estimation,
there are at least 100,000 contract extraordinary beings within the entire territory of Huaxia, if not 1,000,000.
Utilizing this portion of power is much more efficient than reviving them one by one, right?
After arranging all this, Lu Chen closed his eyes again, searching for the next target.
One must say, the beta satellite is quite useful.
With this ability, the whole world is under surveillance. Whether it's the ocean, underground, caves, forests, or places shrouded in mist, everything is within Lu Chen's line of sight.
Coupled with the spatial dominion that allows him to ignore distance and teleport, it couldn't be more convenient.
After a brief search, Lu Chen found his next target.
With a thought, Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished from his original spot.
When he reappeared, he was already in a bizarre space. This space was composed of green
land, green trees,
green swamps, but it was not as environmentally friendly as it appeared on the surface. In reality, the reason these things were green was that the air here was filled with deadly poison. Any creature that could survive here was already saturated with toxins, including their blood. Yes, this was the human forbidden zone that the entire Federation feared, the peak of deadly poison. Lu Chen came here to find the ruler of this place, the Poison Emperor, who also reached the 9th level of the sky, the Death Black Widow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not long after Lu Chen appeared, a strange sound came from behind him.
Almost instantly, Lu Chen used teleportation to leave his original position. Just as he teleported away, a poison arrow struck the spot he had just vacated. The originally hard ground instantly made a sizzling sound and quickly dissolved into a large hole. At the same time, a gigantic dark green spider appeared before Lu Chen. You, a fearsome Poison Emperor, actually resort to ambushing me? Isn't that a bit shameful? Lu Chen looked at the Death Black Widow not far away with a teasing expression.
The Death Black Widow before him was at least 4 meters tall, with a body almost entirely in shades of black and green. It had a woman's face but 6 crimson eyes, 18 thick long legs, and an enormous abdomen. Overall, it looked extremely terrifying. Seeing a human in front of her daring to mock her like this, the Death Black Widow snorted coldly and spoke in human language. Does it matter how a prey that intrudes into my territory dies? As soon as she finished speaking, the Death Black Widow opened her mouth again and several poisonous arrows shot towards Lu Chen. This time, she still ambushed him without any martial ethics.
What a hothead! Lu Chen shook his head, calmly extending his right hand.
The next second, several poisonous arrows were all absorbed by Lu Chen's right hand. Witnessing this scene, the face of the Death Black Widow was filled with shock. Her venom contained various lethal toxins. With powerful corrosiveness and the deadliest poison, even soul beasts of the same poison attribute could not withstand her attacks, but this human in front of her actually absorbed the toxins just like that? This was 100 times more shocking than when Lu Chen dodged her attack earlier. Here you go. Just as the Death Black Widow was in shock, Lu Chen's voice suddenly appeared behind her. At that moment, she realized that Lu Chen was no longer in front of her. As she turned her head back, the Death Black Widow saw Lu Chen extending his left hand. The next second, the absorbed poisonous arrows shot out from Lu Chen's left hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several poisonous arrows accurately struck the Death Black Widow's rear, producing a corrosive sound. But the result was somewhat unexpected. The poisonous arrows were absorbed into the body of the Death Black Widow moments later. However, Lu Chen did not expect this to defeat it. He had long known through the all-knowing eye that the Death Black Widow was composed of toxins itself, and its skin had long since become immune to all poisons and corrosion. Even its own attacks would not be effective. Therefore, Lu Chen did not place any hope on this attack. Instead, after releasing this attack, he quickly expanded and grew larger. In the blink of an eye, a majestic golden dragon appeared between heaven and earth. A 5-clawed golden dragon. This was Lu Chen's favorite beast transformation. In fact, he could fully beastify. Long ago, when he awakened the rock, Lu Chen could transform completely into a gigantic bird.
However, he had never used it. He thought that turning into a bird was ugly. But the five-clawed golden dragon was not ugly at all. On the contrary, it perfectly matched Lu Chen's aesthetic. A fully leveled five-clawed golden dragon was several times stronger than Xiao Long. Not only did it reach over 20 meters in length, but its appearance was also more majestic and powerful. Its abilities in defense, elemental attacks, and physical attacks all reached the highest level. Just after transforming into the five-clawed golden dragon, a terrifying pressure made the Death Black Widow feel a heavy burden. It was a suppression from the species. Although Lu Chen's level was much lower than hers, the five-clawed golden dragon was at max level. This would also have a certain negative impact on the Death Black Widow. Looking at the shocked Death Black Widow, Lu Chen beckoned to her with his finger, provocatively saying, "Come on, let me see if you are worthy to be my contract beast. Human, you are seeking death." For some reason, these soul beasts became easily enraged when they heard Lu Chen mention contract beasts. The frost giant dragon was like this before, and now the Death Black Widow was the same. This made Lu Chen somewhat curious. Did these soul beasts really think of themselves as humans? Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, the Death Black Widow launched another attack. This time, she shot out dozens of poisonous arrows in one breath. But that wasn't all. Perhaps knowing that the poisonous arrows would have little effect on Lu Chen, the Death Black Widow shot out the arrows while her massive rear end also spewed out green threads towards Lu Chen. These threads have the ability to absorb energy. If unnecessary, it is best not to get entangled in them, or else the energy within will be completely absorbed. I see. Lu Chen looked at the prompt from the all-knowing eye, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen indeed did not pay attention to these spider threads, as they posed less threat compared to the poisonous arrows. The Death Black Widow probably used this point, deliberately shooting out the threads last, giving the impression that she was out of options and resorting to using threads as a last resort. But in reality, these inconspicuous threads were her true trump card. Unfortunately, such a hidden trump card was completely seen through by Lu Chen. Fire! Lu Chen uttered 2 words calmly. In an instant, scorching flames appeared around his body. This flame was not heavenly fire, but the five-clawed golden flame that came with the five-clawed golden dragon. Although its properties were not as indestructible as heavenly fire, its temperature was the highest among all flames. As soon as the flames appeared, all the spider threads were instantly melted by the high temperature. At the same time, a fierce wind whipped up around Lu Chen, preventing the poisonous arrows from getting close. At this moment, seeing both attacks blocked, the Death Black Widow was furious. She took a deep breath, and her abdomen quickly expanded. The next second, the Death Black Widow exhaled a cloud of poisonous mist. Instantly, the entire space was enveloped in green poisonous mist. All the plants that came into contact with this mist instantly withered and died. It was not hard to imagine how devastating the power of this move was. Just a trivial skill, and you dare to show off in front of me. Lu Chen soared into the sky and suddenly blew a breath. A fierce wind of level 8 instantly wreaked havoc on the ground. However, the effect left Lu Chen quite astonished. Because the poisonous mist spat out by the Death Black Widow couldn't be blown away by the strong wind. "Human, take my move." The Death Black Widow emitted an unpleasant sound. As its voice fell, the poisonous mist began to transform. In less than a few seconds, the mist had turned into at least 1,000 poisonous arrows. With a thought, the Death Black Widow sent these arrows shooting towards Lu Chen again. "Is that all you've got?" Lu Chen sneered, unleashing the maximum energy within him. In an instant, thunder and lightning erupted. Lu Chen's body began to release arcs of electricity continuously. Countless bolts of lightning shot out from him, pouring down on the rain of poisonous arrows. In that moment, on one side was the powerful corrosive rain of arrows, and on the other was the astonishingly destructive lightning storm. The energies of both sides collided violently in the sky. Each bolt of lightning precisely intercepted a poisonous arrow. The sky erupted with a cacophony of explosions. After the arrows were disintegrated, the venom fell to the ground, each drop corroding the earth into a hole. In just a moment, the ground beneath the battle was already riddled with holes. At this time, the Death Black Widow had run out of tricks. Its strength was far greater than Lu Chen's, but what use was a strong attack if it couldn't hit him? It found itself in such an awkward position. Because its prideful poison couldn't reach Lu Chen in the sky, so the Death Black Widow gave up. Seeing its ultimate move completely blocked, it did not launch another attack but instead advised, "Human, I admit you are strong, but you can only keep defending against my attacks, you can't hurt me at all. Continuing to fight is meaningless, I suggest you leave. I will pretend nothing happened and won't make things difficult for you." "Thank you, you're quite nice." Lu Chen chuckled at the Death Black Widow's words. What did it mean that he could only defend and couldn't hurt it? Lu Chen had merely been using the Death Black Widow as a sparring partner. If he wanted to, he could have subdued this big spider long ago. Seeing the Death Black Widow so confident, Lu Chen decided to stop playing with it. With that thought, Lu Chen suddenly reverted to his human form and said to the Death Black Widow below, "That was your attack, now it's my turn." After saying that, Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanished from the air. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the Death Black Widow, his right hand summoning thunder as he pressed down hard on it. The next second, 5 thunders struck. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, directly hitting the Death Black Widow. The intense pain made the Death Black Widow emit a wretched scream. At that moment, it remembered, this human could teleport and unexpectedly appear anywhere. Although in pain, the Death Black Widow quickly launched a counterattack. Enduring the damage from the lightning, it once again spewed out a cloud of poisonous mist. The speed was so fast that it instantly enveloped Lu Chen. At that moment, the lightning assault abruptly stopped. Visibly, Lu Chen's body was disintegrating in the poisonous mist. He melted away like ice cream the moment he touched the mist. At this time, the Death Black Widow let out a hysterical laugh. "Ha ha ha, you deserve it, you're really asking for death." In its view, Lu Chen's actions were completely suicidal. Just when it was worried about how to hit him, he had delivered himself right to its door? Although he had taken a lightning strike, this injury was totally worth it. It just kept laughing. The laughter of the Death Black Widow suddenly stopped because it saw that the man who should have died had actually resurrected on the spot. "Looks like your poison mist isn't that impressive after all," Lu Chen provocatively smirked. Then, flames erupted from his body. The scorching fire directly ignited the Death Black Widow's body. At that moment, Lu Chen's body melted again. However, the heavenly fire did not disappear with Lu Chen's death, to the extent that the Death Black Widow was burned by the heavenly fire, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. Although it was in great pain, the Death Black Widow had its own persistence. It saw Lu Chen die again. So it endured the pain and continuously released poison mist, wanting to compare with Lu Chen to see who would die first, whether it would be poisoned by its own venom or burned to death by him. However, the result was disappointing for the Death Black Widow. Lu Chen had barely melted for a moment before he returned to his original form. Although he would melt again shortly, it was as if Lu Chen felt no pain at all, and each time he resurrected, he even posed in a way that seemed to mock the Death Black Widow. The standoff between the man and the spider lasted for 5 minutes. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, the Death Black Widow pleaded for mercy, saying, "I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please put away your powers, my lord." At this point, the Death Black Widow had no strength left to release poison mist. So Lu Chen also stopped resurrecting, standing there unscathed while eating sunflower seeds. Seeing the Death Black Widow begging for mercy, he said with interest, "No, I liked how arrogant you were just now. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong." The Death Black Widow was genuinely frightened. In just those brief 5 minutes, Lu Chen had died at least a dozen times, each time resurrecting completely unharmed. This sense of despair was truly devastating for the spider. What was most infuriating was that while Lu Chen remained unscathed, the Death Black Widow was continuously being burned. At first, it didn't cause any fatal damage, but this fire just wouldn't go out. No matter how the Death Black Widow tried to extinguish it, it couldn't put out the flames, so it really couldn't hold on any longer. If it continued to be roasted, it would likely turn into a roasted spider. Alright then. After hearing its plea for mercy, Lu Chen smiled in satisfaction and said, "If it weren't for your strong combat power, I really wouldn't have had any interest in you. Since you know you were wrong, just immediately become my contract beast." With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, directly dispersing the heavenly fire. Then, he used his contract ability again to begin signing a contract with the Death Black Widow. The frightened Death Black Widow did not try to play tricks. Although it was unwilling in its heart, it still signed the contract with Lu Chen to save its life. The contract was successful. The Death Black Widow respectfully called out, "I hope my master will take care of me in the future." "Don't worry, you'll definitely do much better than now," Lu Chen replied with a faint smile. He then used his universal transformation ability to modify the Death Black Widow. This time, the ability he granted to the Death Black Widow was the insect web ability that Lu Chen often used before. After battling with the Death Black Widow, Lu Chen found that its attack power was indeed off the charts. Because of his corrosive hand ability, his poison resistance was maxed out. However, the Death Black Widow's poison mist could still instantly dissolve him. So Lu Chen's idea was to maximize this characteristic. By granting the insect web ability to the Death Black Widow, the insects it released would carry such poison mist or toxins, making it a true natural disaster. After the modification was complete, Lu Chen gave the Death Black Widow the same order, instructing it to subdue all the celestial stage soul beasts within its territory. Without any hesitation regarding the command, the Death Black Widow immediately agreed. At this moment, Lu Chen's words were like a decree from heaven to it. It was a holy order that it would fulfill at any cost, even if it meant death. After completing all of this, Lu Chen once again used the beta satellite to begin searching for the next target.
This time, his purpose was simple: to replenish his high-end combat power. The next step was to declare an all-out war on the Federation, so Lu Chen not only needed a large number of mid-tier combat forces but also needed to supplement his high-end combat power. The Beast King of the 9th tier of the firmament was his target. Soon, Lu Chen locked onto another target. With a thought, he vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, Lu Chen had arrived in an incredibly dark space. This place was quite special. Although it was broad daylight outside, it was shrouded in darkness year-round. As a result, the creatures here were all difficult to see with the naked eye. The moment Lu Chen appeared, his body was directly subjected to a heart extraction. An invisible hand grasped Lu Chen's heart. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the heart beating was particularly jarring in this quiet space. The next second, that invisible hand crushed the heart right in front of Lu Chen. Ah, a long-lost instant kill. Just when the invisible soul beast thought the battle was over, Lu Chen, whose heart had been crushed, suddenly revealed an excited smile. This scene was truly bizarre. A person whose heart had been crushed could still remain unharmed. That was already exaggerated enough. What was even more exaggerated was that this person could still smile. However, just as the Shadow Soul Beast was about to tear Lu Chen apart, Lu Chen suddenly smiled at the Shadow Soul Beast lurking in the darkness. The Overlord of the Night, Absolute Darkness King of Night, your name is indeed imposing. Seeing this bizarre human in front of it, who could see itself, the King of Night dropped the pretense and spoke directly. Name. That's just what you humans call it. You came to my space for a reason, didn't you? If not, then leave. The King of Night vaguely sensed Lu Chen's extraordinary nature. Not only could he disregard death, but he could also see himself in the darkness. It should be known that no one could see it in the night. Not even calamity-level or world-destroying beings could do that. Lu Chen was the first person who could see it without strong light. In response, Lu Chen simply smiled faintly and said, I do have a reason for coming here. I want you to become my contract beast to assist me in conquering the human world. At this point, Lu Chen paused slightly, then asked again, let's not waste time. Just tell me, are we going through the motions, or are we going straight to battle? Let's go straight to battle. As soon as the King of Night's words fell, its figure vanished once more. In fact, Lu Chen couldn't see it. It was just that the all-knowing eye had given a prompt. However, Lu Chen himself didn't need to see it. Seeing the King of Night's figure disappear, Lu Chen also merged into the darkness, causing himself to vanish quickly. This action surprised the King of Night. It stopped, its gaze constantly searching for Lu Chen. The King of Night was astonished to find that it couldn't locate Lu Chen at all. It was as if this person had vanished into thin air. But at the same time, it had a feeling that Lu Chen had not left this area. Instead, he was searching for it in a place it couldn't see. In fact, this was true. While the King of Night was searching for Lu Chen's voice suddenly appeared in the King of Night's ear. In the night, you are not the only king. As the words fell, Lu Chen gripped the lightning with one hand and smashed it directly towards the back of the King of Night. Boom! The fully leveled thunder power smashed directly through the back of the King of Night. Under the dazzling lightning, Lu Chen saw the face of the King of Night for the first time. This guy was a monster made of shadows, lacking any biological appearance. Not to mention in this pitch-black space, even hiding under the sunlight, no one could see it, let alone the fact that this King of Night could independently create darkness. For an ordinary person, it was indeed a very difficult existence to comprehend. Unfortunately, it encountered him, fully leveled and merging with darkness, possessing the same effect as the King of Night. Creating darkness, merging with darkness, unless faced with strong light, it would definitely not be discovered. So even the King of Night, who also controlled darkness, could not detect Lu Chen, who had merged with darkness. The King of Night lacked this means and could only become Lu Chen's prey. Compared to its powerful concealment and attack power, the defense of the King of Night was quite inadequate. Lu Chen continuously unleashed his thunder power with just one move. Before long, the King of Night begged for mercy, saying, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If this goes on, I'm going to be beaten to death. So, are you willing to be my contract beast? When Lu Chen said this, he did not stop his electric therapy. The King of Night was once again in unbearable pain from the shocks, crying out, stop shocking me, I'm willing. Alright, since you are so willing, I will reluctantly accept. Lu Chen grinned shamelessly, then cancelled his lightning and switched to using his contract ability. Perhaps truly frightened by Lu Chen's electric shocks, the King of Night had no ulterior motives during this process and obediently signed the contract with Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen patted the King of Night's shoulder with satisfaction and said, you're actually quite good, I have high hopes for you to continue breaking through. Now, let's go to the next place. The place where the King of Night was located was quite special, with no other soul beasts around. So Lu Chen did not let it capture other celestial tier soul beasts but instead had the King of Night follow him. There weren't many beast kings of this level to begin with. After taking down the Frost Giant Dragon, the Death Black Widow, and the King of Night, there were less than 5 beast kings left in other places. As for the higher tier disaster level and annihilation level beast emperors, Lu Chen believed he did not have the strength to take them down. So he took the King of Night to capture the remaining 5 beast kings. Lu Chen alone could handle these beast kings. Not to mention he had the King of Night with him. Basically, within 5 minutes of starting the battle, Lu Chen and the King of Night defeated the first beast king, the Sun Lion. Following that were the second, third, fourth. After capturing the King of Night, Lu Chen took less than an hour to conquer the soul beast kings located around the world. Ice, Dragon type. Frost Giant Dragon. Poison type, Death Black Widow. Dark type, King of Night. Light, Fire type, Sun Lion. Water type, Blood Sea Mad Shark. Earth type, Earthquake Bear. Wood type, 10,000 Year Tree King. Electric type, Thunder Kuanpung. Rock, Earth type, Mountain Titan. Undead type, Death Bone Dragon. Each of these 10 beast kings could stand alone and were incredibly powerful. Not to mention, except for the King of Night and the Blood Sea Mad Shark, the other beast kings, at Lu Chen's request, went to capture a large number of celestial tier soul beasts, with an average of over 500 soul beasts ranging from Celestial 1 to Celestial 5 captured by each of the 8 beast kings. The total number here added up to 4,500. This quantity greatly surprised Lu Chen, because after signing contracts with humans, they would become very powerful allies. That's enough. We can go home now. Lu Chen glanced at the massive army he had formed and smiled with great interest. Low-end combat power, the Undying Soul Beast Legion, the numbers haven't changed from before, they can serve as both forwards and meat shields. Regular combat power, Huaxia mechas. I built 4,000 myself, and other level 5 cities contributed 600, totaling 4,600. Mid-tier combat power, the Celestial Contract Army. There are 4,500 of them, each incredibly powerful, crushing the defensive forces of level 6 powers, comparable to the defensive forces of level 7 powers. One could say they are quite formidable. High-end combat power, 8 Celestial Tier 9 Beast Kings. This number completely overwhelms the high-end combat power of level 7 forces, matching that of high-end combat power in level 8 forces. A simple calculation shows that at this point, Lu Chen already possesses the strength to challenge level 7 to level 8 forces. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately teleported all the soul beasts back to White Mist City. Upon returning, Lu Chen promptly instructed Su Ming to gather all the extraordinary individuals with contract abilities. This process lasted about 3 days. After 3 days, over 6,000 extraordinary individuals with contract abilities gathered in the capital of Huaxia, White Mist City. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the extraordinary individuals below, and he smiled slightly, saying, "Among you, 4,500 will become powerful beast masters. Now, you will compete through rock, paper, scissors. Don't be disheartened if you aren't selected, as another opportunity will come soon." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone found it quite absurd. They had seen competitions held for duels, and they had seen insider manipulation that allowed favored individuals to advance. But no one expected that a game of rock paper scissors based on luck would be used. However, since this was the rule set by Lu Chen, they naturally followed it unconditionally. Soon, strange sounds began to echo throughout the square. The 1,000-person rock paper scissors tournament officially began. This process didn't last long. In just about 2 hours, 4,500 individuals were successfully selected. Those who lost had no regrets or complaints because Lu Chen's rock paper scissors game was truly the fairest and most casual competition. They lost simply due to lack of skill or bad luck, with nothing to complain about. Moreover, Lu Chen had also said that losing might not necessarily be a bad thing. So after the winners were determined, the losers temporarily left the stage. At this moment, Lu Chen stood up from his throne, looking down at the crowd with satisfaction, signaling, "Please step back a bit, I am about to release your contract beasts." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively stepped back more than 10 meters. Once there was enough space, Lu Chen released all 4,500 soul beasts. As soon as these soul beasts appeared, the terrifying pressure frightened the aspiring beast masters. After all, the highest level among them was only the Crescent Moon tier, with an average level of just the Starlight tier. Naturally, they would be quite scared facing a group of soul beasts, all at least Celestial tier 1. However, when they saw that the soul beasts had no intention of harming them, they gradually regained their composure. At this moment, seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lu Chen slowly spoke, "Now, each of you can choose the soul beast you wish to contract. Don't worry, they have already been tamed and will not attack you." After hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone looked at each other, their faces showing some hesitation. But soon, the first brave individual stepped out from the crowd. He approached a seemingly powerful soul beast and nervously asked, "Do you want to become my contract beast?" Awo the soul beast immediately nodded in response. This made the extraordinary individual so excited that he danced with joy. Soon, the contract halo enveloped them.
With the first person demonstrating, others rushed forward one after another. There were only so many beloved soul beasts. If they didn't rush, they would be gone. Seeing the smooth progress of the contract below, Su Ming enviously said, "You're really too strong. We haven't seen each other for long, and Brother Lu, you've already become powerful enough to contract soul beasts of the celestial level for your people." Originally, Su Ming should have addressed Lu Chen as king, but Lu Chen didn't like that title, so he allowed Su Ming to refer to him as a brother instead. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. Once all these people complete their contracts, we in Huaxia will officially declare war on the Federation. By then, the entire Federation should soon be incorporated into Huaxia's territory." I'm fortunate to witness this scene. It's a blessing accumulated from my past life, Su Ming said with a grin. At this moment, he truly felt grateful. When Lu Chen needed help, he stood by his side. Otherwise, the Su family might have already become history. Soon, the contracts below were completed one after another. Although their levels as beast tamers were not high, they experienced a leap in strength due to contracting celestial-level soul beasts, showcasing the power of contract abilities. As long as they had powerful soul beasts, they could become incredibly strong. Once they all finished their contracts, Lu Chen willed it, summoning back all those working outside, including Shirtian, Daxia, and Xiaolong. At this moment, Lu Chen stood up from his throne and passionately announced, "From now on, we in Huaxia officially declare war on the Federation. Our first target is the celestial-level city, Wushan City. Now, let's go." With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the prepared teleportation array began to function. In an instant, everyone present, all soul beasts, and all mechas left White Mist City. In less than 2 seconds, Huaxia's main force appeared at Wushan City, which was an unknown distance away. At the same time, Wushan City, this celestial-level city, sounded an invasion alarm that hadn't been heard in many years. "Warning, warning, a large amount of energy detected. All combat units please proceed to the city walls immediately. Repeat, all combat units please proceed to the city walls." As this alarm sounded, the previously peaceful Wushan City immediately entered a level 1 combat readiness state. I can't believe it, Wushan City can receive an invasion alarm? Are the Beast Kings attacking? I think it's just an inconspicuous little beast tide. I'll go ahead to the city walls and scout the situation. No matter what it is, our defensive forces in Wushan City can easily crush the invaders. Even if we really can't win, we have other celestial level and 8 level cities nearby. When support arrives, I want to see who dares to come to Wushan City to seek death. Well said, let's meet the invaders. At this moment, the protective shield of the city walls activated, and countless people climbed up the walls. As the Lord of Wushan City, Zhao Wu, who was at disaster level 4, also arrived at the city walls immediately. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Because they saw, not far from Wushan City, 4,600 red mechas lined up in formation. In front of the mechas, there were thousands of soul beasts of various strengths and appearances. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that in the sky, 8 colossal figures stood. They were the kings of soul beasts that Lu Chen had tamed. Just standing there, they exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. In an instant, almost everyone was nervously watching these 8 colossal beings. It's actually the Beast Kings. Why are they here, and what's with these red underworld mechas? As the lord of the celestial level city, Zhao Wu immediately recognized the Beast Kings in the sky. Their power had long been heard of by the higher-ups of humanity. But these soul beasts were generally scattered across the world. Who would have thought they would gather here today? What kind of force could control these Beast Kings? With this thought, Zhao Wu's gaze fell upon the paint job on the mecha of Huaxia below. It was a majestic and imposing giant dragon, accompanied by 5 pentagrams and a splash of red that gave the entire image a sense of authority and nobility. Although he was reluctant to admit it, compared to this design, the federal emblem was nothing but a pile of dog poo. At least in terms of taste, this unknown enemy had completely outclassed them. Just as Zhao Wu was lost in thought, Lu Chen stepped forward from the back of the line, looking at Zhao Wu on the city wall, and smiled as he said, "I am the Emperor of Huaxia Lu Chen. I have come here today to formally declare war on the Federation through your Wushan City, so without further ado, let us begin the battle." This time, Lu Chen had no unnecessary words. After saying this, he signaled the army to start the attack. Now, he no longer wanted to secretly nibble away at the Federation but chose to engage in a full-scale, formal war. As Lu Chen's words fell, the entire army began to attack. In an instant, 4,600 Huaxia mechas, all at the 3rd tier of the celestial level, activated their energy cannons for a bombardment. This caught Wushan City completely off guard. They had never expected that this new force called Huaxia would launch an attack right away. This was a level 7 city of the Federation. With no defenses in place, just one round of attack shattered the proud energy shield of Wushan City in an instant. At this moment, Zhao Wu finally reacted, furiously issuing attack orders. Go, kill them. Accompanied by Zhao Wu's command, thousands of extraordinary beings unleashed their abilities. Huaxia was not to be outdone. Groups of soul beasts and Huaxia mechas quickly exchanged energy blasts. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with continuous explosions. Meanwhile, the technological forces within Wuxiang City also mobilized. 3,000 underworld mechas and 500 Sea King mechas joined the battle from the rear of the city. The underworld mechas could only exert the power of the 9th tier of the sun level. However, the Sea King mechas could unleash the power of the 5th tier of the celestial level. The fighting forces on both sides were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine a winner at that moment. But at this time, Lu Chen waved his hand to the 8 beast kings behind him, issuing the command, "Go, slaughter these people." "Yes, master." The 8 colossal beings responded in unison. In the next second, they quickly charged towards Wuxiang City. Seeing this, Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel a headache. This force called Huaxia, although comparable in numbers, had these powerful beast kings that he had no way to deal with. In the entire Wuxiang City, he was the only one who had reached the 4th tier of the calamity level. The next were 10 legion commanders at the 7th tier of the celestial level. And the strength of these beast kings was all at the 9th tier of the celestial level. Their true combat power even reached the calamity level. For Zhao Wu to hold off 2 of them was already considered very strong. For others, even to hold off 1 with 3 was already quite good. But even so, the 8 beast kings had only been held back by 5. The other 3 were rampaging through the crowd. With this thought, as Zhao Wu charged forward to engage, he immediately used a special signal device to report the situation here to the Federation. Meanwhile, within the main city of the Federation, the on-duty Federation speaker Wu Di received a distress signal from Wuxiang City. This signal was a local network signal, not belonging to satellite signals, so it would not be blocked by Lu Chen's Beidou satellite signal. The design of this special signal was initially intended to deal with situations where satellite signals were maliciously blocked. Although it hadn't been used for decades, it was now proving useful. When Wu Di saw the images transmitted from Wuxiang City, his expression changed dramatically. The 7th level city was classified as an important city. Therefore, the Federation conducted scans and monitoring of 7th level cities every hour to ensure that no abnormal events occurred. However, the recent scan had completely failed to detect any attack on Wuxiang City. Coupled with the fact that Zhao Wu had sent a distress signal using a special signal source, Wu Di felt that things were getting serious. With this thought, Wu Di immediately contacted several other council members. In the blink of an eye, 12 council members, including Wu Di, gathered in the conference room. "Wu Di, why the rush to call us? Has something special happened? It can't be that those beast emperors are attacking us, right? No matter who comes, our federation is not to be trifled with." The 12 council members represented the most powerful force in the entire federation. Each of them was a super powerhouse at least at the 5th level of world destruction. What does world destroying level mean? It means that with a single move, they could easily annihilate the world. It can be said that as long as they were present, the federation would not fall. Wu Di signaled for everyone to quiet down, then displayed the images of Wuxiang City for all to see. As soon as the images appeared, everyone fell silent because what they saw was not the few incredibly powerful beast emperors but an entirely new force they had never encountered before, unilaterally crushing Wuxiang City. Upon seeing this, everyone was silent. They had no idea that such a powerful new force had emerged within the Federation's territory. Even if their strength was at most on par with the defensive forces of a 7th level city, it was completely intolerable for these high-ranking individuals. With this thought, a council member named Yi Wuling suddenly stood up. "Damn it, this is truly outrageous. They dare to attack our 7th level city. Let me go meet them and see who they really are." Saying this, Yi Wuling didn't wait for anyone else's response. He waved his hand and tore through space. He was a powerful space-type extraordinary being. Although the main city of the Federation was very far from Wuxiang City, it was just a moment's travel for Yi Wuling. As he tore open the spatial rift, Yi Wuling angrily stepped inside. No one paid much attention to this action, not even Wu Di, the speaker, who merely instructed, "Remember to leave one alive." For them, Yi Wuling, a super powerhouse at the 6th level of world destruction, could annihilate this new force in less than a minute. Rather than worrying about Yi Wuling getting into trouble, they were more concerned that he might accidentally go too far. Leaving no one alive would be the real headache. However, just as Yi Wuling, as usual, stepped into the torn space, an unexpected situation occurred that no one had anticipated. As soon as Yi Wuling entered the spatial rift, he was immediately bounced back out. Yes, the super powerhouse Yi Wuling, who excelled in space-type abilities and was at the maximum level, this time, when trying to reach Wuxiang City, was rejected by space itself. Taking several steps back and nearly crashing into the wall, Yi Wuling's expression was extremely serious. He didn't believe it and tried again. This time, the result was still the same. He was rejected by space once more. It was as if something was blocking the spatial passage to Wuxiang City. Even Yi Wuling, with his max-level space abilities, could not reach Wuxiang City through teleportation. At this moment, Yi Wuling finally realized the seriousness of the problem and said with a grim expression, "I think we're in trouble." "Haha, what's wrong, old Yi? You didn't get so drunk last night that you forgot how to use your spatial abilities today, did you? It should be fine. The people of Wuxiang City are still waiting for our rescue." "Yeah, you better not say that someone can block your spatial teleportation and prevent you from going to Wuxiang City for support. Stop joking around. Hurry up and support Wuxiang City." Everyone wore smiles to mask their worries. They weren't fools. It was clear to see why Yi Wuling had been bounced back twice. But, as world-destroying level transcenders, they didn't dare to admit the answer in their hearts. So they voiced their doubts in a joking tone. At the same time, they hoped that Yi Wuling was joking with them too. But ideals are full, while reality is stark. After listening to everyone, Yi Wuling shook his head regretfully and said astonishingly, "I cannot teleport to Wuxiang City. This force called Huaxia has a spatial transcender stronger than me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned grim. It is well known that under the same level of abilities, what is compared is the energy level of the user. Yi Wuling is a world-destroying level 6 transcender, and the other side can refuse Yi Wuling's spatial teleportation to Wuxiang City. Then it can indeed be considered that there is a spatial transcender on the Huaxia side who is at a higher level than Yi Wuling. This conclusion was something everyone found hard to accept. Wu Di, the rotating chairman, was the first to speak after a moment of silence, saying, "Actually, it's not unexpected. If Huaxia didn't have someone of this level, how would they dare to be so brazenly against us? How could they have secretly built such a force without us knowing for so long?" His words made sense. And the others nodded unconsciously. But soon, they had another doubt. A female counselor named Tang Yi was the first to voice her confusion, asking, "But in today's world, there are no spatial transcenders more powerful than Old Yi. Even the Void Emperor from the Soul Beast side cannot stop Old Yi from teleporting." Tang Yi's words once again silenced everyone present. Indeed, spatial abilities are extremely rare, and basically, each one is a key training target. However, a spatial transcender who could surpass Yi Wuling does not exist in this world. Even the Void Emperor, one of the 5 Beast Emperors, cannot stop Yi Wuling from teleporting. So who could possibly do that? No matter who the other party is, as long as we go together for support, if they are really that reckless, they wouldn't restrict space and prevent us from teleporting over. At this moment, Yi Wuling's words awakened everyone. Indeed, if the other party's strength was truly formidable, they wouldn't just attack a level 7 city but would directly assault the federal main city. It's precisely because their strength is insufficient that they sneakily restrict space and block signals. Thinking this way, everyone's originally tense hearts relaxed a bit. Old Yi is right. We should teleport to the vicinity of Wuxiang City immediately. Although we may not be able to save Wuxiang City, it will be impossible for the other side to leave. Wu Di stood up and said, and the basic plan was set. The others had no objections. Seeing this, Yi Wuling immediately adjusted the teleportation coordinates and was the first to step in. Meanwhile, the battle in Wuxiang City had already moved from outside the city to inside. At this moment, the defending soldiers were in utter despair, each one feeling extremely uncomfortable. How the hell are we supposed to fight? The enemy's mecha strength is comparable to that of the Sea King mecha. And the soul beasts charging at the front can't be killed no matter what we do. We're just flesh and blood. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. The most critical issue is that those beast kings are unrestrained. 3 beast kings are slicing us up like vegetables. City Lord, please think of a way. What about the Federation? Didn't they already send a distress signal? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? City Lord, have we been abandoned? Should we just surrender? All the defending soldiers were terrified. In a clash of technological power, the Huaxia mechas were superior. But that part of the strength was also somewhat restrained. At least it prevented large-scale deaths among the defenders. However, just as Zhao Wu had worried earlier, 8 Beast Kings invaded. Zhao Wu intercepted 2, and his 10 subordinates managed to stop 3. The remaining 3 moved through the defending camp like it was an unguarded territory, slaughtering at will. At first, the guards could hold their ground. But with the addition of the Beast Kings, they quickly suffered massive casualties. Originally, there were over 10,000 defenders, but now there were fewer than 5,000 left. In contrast, on the Huaxia side, their attacks were mostly absorbed by the Undying Soul Beast Legion at the front. In this level of battle, the Undying Soul Beast Legion served as a meat shield. Their attack power was limited, and they could only use their bodies to shield the contract beast army behind them from damage. So after more than 20 minutes of fighting, the death toll on the Huaxia side was practically negligible. The most critical point was that anyone who died would soon be resurrected by Lu Chen. It could be said that Huaxia suffered virtually no losses. This scene not only left the defending soldiers in a state of panic but also made Zhao Wu, who was battling two Beast Kings, feel a mix of irritation and anger. He was annoyed that the two Beast Kings were just too strong. Although they couldn't harm him, he also couldn't do anything to them. It was impossible to quickly determine a winner and help others. On the other hand, he was furious, angry that he had been calling for help for so long, yet the Federation hadn't sent anyone to assist. This gave him a bad premonition. Just then, a terrifying and awe-inspiring pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Wuxiang city. Including Lu Chen, everyone stopped what they were doing, turning to look in the direction from which the pressure came. In the distance, in the sky, 12 imposing figures emerged from a torn space rift. At the forefront were Yi Wuling, who used spatial teleportation, and Wu Di, the speaker. As soon as these 12 appeared, just standing there, Lu Chen felt a kind of mournful wail in the sky. It was not hard to imagine how powerful they must be. At this moment, the surviving soldiers saw the newcomers and erupted in excited cheers because they knew they were saved. The figures in the sky were none other than the 12 most powerful individuals in the entire Federation. The defenders of Wuxiang City unconditionally believed that this one-sided war would finally come to an end at this moment. Have they finally arrived? Lu Chen's gaze turned to the 12 figures in the distant sky. In reality, although he had made thorough preparations, he still knew that the Federation would be aware of his attack plans. At the same time, he hadn't deliberately tried to hide it from the Federation. Lu Chen understood that attacking a level 7 city or a level 6 city would always be under the Federation's surveillance. So rather than sneaking around, it was better to confront them directly. After all, Lu Chen now had the capital of invincibility. Even if a world-destroying level individual came, no one could easily take him down. Not to mention anything else. Just this space restricted by himself, let alone these top-tier powerhouses being unable to enter, even their abilities cannot penetrate this spatial limitation. Therefore, Lu Chen felt no fear at all. He merely glanced at them and instructed his subordinates, continue the attack, ignore their reinforcements. At this point, Lu Chen let out a cold laugh that was both murderous and heartless. They can only fret outside, they have no way to enter here and cannot threaten this place. In just a few words, he stirred up 1,000 waves. On the side of Huaxia, morale soared after hearing this. On the side of Wuxiang City, everyone was dumbfounded after hearing it. It wasn't that they completely believed Lu Chen's words. It was because everything was just as Lu Chen had said. The federal counselors did not teleport directly to the battlefield. Instead, they were transported to the outskirts, about 1 or 2 kilometers away from Wuxiang City. Furthermore, after they arrived, aside from releasing their pressure from the outside, they made no other moves. This gave them reason to suspect that Lu Chen's words were true. At this moment, Wuxiang City should be completely isolated. The reality was indeed as Lu Chen had said. When Wu Di and the others appeared, they launched an attack on the Huaxia forces in Wuxiang City, which was why there had been that powerful pressure earlier. However, something strange happened. All their attacks were rejected by the space. At this moment, everyone of Wu Dis group had a grim expression. They had lived for so long and had never seen such a bizarre occurrence. Old E, you are a space-type extraordinary being. I remember your ability shouldn't be able to do this, right? None of our attacks can enter the space? Tang Yi, standing next to Yi Wuling, asked with a grim face. Yi Wuling, with a similarly grim expression, shook his head and said helplessly, unfortunately, I have never heard of such a spatial ability. Wuxiang City is now completely sealed off, and we have no way to deal with the thieves inside. With Yi Wuling saying this, the others had even less of a way to act. They could only watch helplessly as the guards inside were killed. At this moment, Wu Di was the first to lose his composure. He didn't waste energy attacking the space ahead. Instead, he took a deep breath and shouted at Lu Chen, who was clearly the commander, "Where is the leader of Huaxia? I am Wu Di, the rotating chairman of the Federation. Please stop the attack and come over for a discussion." This shout was the last method Wu Di could think of. If possible, he wanted to talk to the Huaxia people and see what they truly wanted. However, in response to Wu Di's words, Lu Chen showed no reaction at all. The foundation of negotiation is strength. Without demonstrating sufficient strength, what do you have to negotiate with others? On this basis, Lu Chen completely ignored the shouting of the counselors behind him. This action made Wu Di and the others' faces turn dark with anger. This kid is too arrogant. He really thinks of himself as someone important, doesn't he? Damn it, if it weren't for this damn spatial restriction, I would definitely beat this so-called Huaxia person to a pulp. You little brat, turning back now could still salvage the situation. If you continue to be so arrogant, I guarantee you and your so-called Huaxia will definitely need a thorough end. A group of counselors who should have been respected were infuriated by Lu Chen, acting like shrews cursing in the street.
However, in the face of their threats, Lu Chen showed no reaction at all, as if he couldn't hear them at all. This made Wu Di and the others, who were getting more and more furious, nearly suffocate with rage. Just as they were about to explode with anger, the war in Wuxiang City had basically come to a pause. Upon seeing that the counselors and others could not enter, the guards of Wuxiang City completely gave up. One by one, they laid down their weapons and ceased their futile resistance. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Zhao Wu sighed. It seems we can only surrender for now. With that thought, he stopped his attack, raised both hands, and shouted, "Guards of Wuxiang City, listen up! All cease resistance and surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, those who were still holding out completely abandoned their fight. Lu Chen did not kill them. Upon seeing their surrender, he ordered his subordinates to stop the attack. He then walked towards Zhao Wu, stepping into the void under the watchful eyes of the 12 counselors. Looking at Zhao Wu, who was half kneeling on the ground in submission, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said something astonishing. "I advise you not to do anything foolish, or you will surely regret it." This statement seemed completely out of context. However, when Zhao Wu heard Lu Chen's words, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat, because just a moment ago, the thought of attacking Lu Chen had flashed through his mind. In his view, if he could capture this young man before him, he might be able to turn the tide for Wuxiang City. But he never expected that this thought would be completely seen through by the young man standing in front of him. Zhao Wu looked up at the confident young man before him and ultimately dismissed the idea of an attack, sighing, "I truly have lost, but how will you face those counselors outside?" "You don't need to worry about that," Lu Chen replied with a faint smile, then extended his hand and said, "Hand over the city lord's seal." Although Zhao Wu was very reluctant, he still took out the city lord's seal. The moment Lu Chen's hand touched the seal, all the injured people instantly returned to their original state. But that wasn't all. The guards, who had once harbored intense hatred towards Lu Chen and his group, now looked at him with deep respect and admiration, as if they had always been subjects of Huaxia. Those who had been fighting fiercely just moments ago now seemed like lovers, wishing to be close to each other. This miraculous scene left Wu Di and the others in disbelief. They had never witnessed such a method before. Meanwhile, as Wu Di observed this scene, he seemed to understand something. The entire Federation had no idea how much territory had been eroded by Huaxia using this method. "It's about time to deal with that group," Lu Chen said after taking the city lord's seal, turning his gaze towards the 12 shocked individuals. The purpose of this attack was to declare war on the entire Federation. Since their strongest forces had arrived, how could he not go and greet them? He had felt he lacked the capital before, but now that he had taken Wuxiang City, Lu Chen felt he had the capital to talk to them. With that thought, Lu Chen teleported in front of Wu Di and the others. This move astonished Yi Wuling. He had originally thought that the spatial blockade was created by a superpower stronger than him, but after seeing this young man use teleportation, Yi Wuling suddenly realized that this terrifying spatial restriction might have been created by the young man before him. Wu Di and the others shared the same thought. With their high strength, they were certainly not fools. Although they couldn't understand why this young man had so many strange methods, strength was strength, and that was an undeniable fact. At that moment, no one underestimated Lu Chen because of his age. Seeing their change in attitude, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. If they were fools, there would be no need for negotiation. But it seemed these people were not as foolish as he had imagined. Given this, Lu Chen was the first to speak. "My name is Lu Chen, the ruler of the Huaxia dynasty. I know you have many questions, but am not interested in answering them all. What I want to say is just one thing. That is, our goal in the Huaxia dynasty is to unify the entire world. You, the Federation, are merely our first target. So if possible, I hope you will surrender." Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, several hot-tempered council members immediately interrupted him. "You brat are quite arrogant, asking us to surrender. Do you even know who we are?" "Exactly, saying such things is laughable. We acknowledge that you are quite strange, but the depths of the Federation are not something a young person like you can grasp. I advise you to surrender obediently. Considering your strong abilities, we will give you preferential treatment, and you can become an important figure in our Federation. Isn't that the purpose of your resistance against us? Who told you to interrupt?" After hearing their words, Lu Chen snorted coldly. In the next second, an invisible hand swiftly struck the faces of those who had spoken. Slap! The sound of the slap was not loud, but it silenced the entire world. No one expected that Lu Chen would dare to take the first action against the Federation's highest combat power. Even more unexpected was that Lu Chen chose to use such an insulting attack. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The 3 council members who had been slapped immediately erupted in fury. "MLGB, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human." One of them, a council member named Zhao Tua, was the first to be enraged. He erupted with violent energy. In an instant, the entire sky was ignited. Countless flames directly covered the whole sky.
Without a second thought, Zhao Tuo unleashed his world-destroying flames from the sky. However, in the face of such overwhelming energy, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. It seemed he was not worried at all that this attack could hit him. In fact, that was the case. When those flames approached the spatial barrier around Lu Chen, they all vanished without a trace. Damn it, I don't believe this evil. Another council member, Li Jingye, who had also been slapped by Lu Chen, joined the battle at this moment. His ability was lightning. He raised both hands high, and in the next second, the sky changed dramatically. Countless bolts of lightning rained down. Also a max-level ability, but in Li Jingye's hands, lightning could truly unleash world-destroying power. There was no doubt. If these abilities landed on the ground, they could instantly destroy a level 7 city. However, such a powerful attack, when it entered Lu Chen's spatial barrier, all sank like a stone in the sea, not a single splash was made. World-destroying level transcendent, just so-so? Lu Chen looked at the two furious council members and couldn't help but mock them. This made the third council member, Yen Yu, who had yet to take action, furious. You little brat, if you have the ability, come out and fight me Onion. Hiding inside doesn't make you a hero. This was quite amusing, but it also revealed his helplessness. Lu Chen hiding in that space left them with no way to deal with him. Two world-destroying level powerhouses attacked with all their might, yet not even a splash was made. Yen Yu knew that continuing to join in was useless. After hearing Yen Yu's words, Lu Chen immediately laughed. This is my barrier, and you don't allow me to stay inside? If you're so capable, why don't you come in and fight me, you fool? After saying that, Lu Chen didn't forget to make a contemptuous gesture towards the Federation Council members. This truly left them furious, with no outlet for their anger. Wu Di, witnessing this scene, held his head in pain. Unsure of what to do next, this young man not only has the ability to create such spatial restrictions but can also strike Li Jingye, Zhao Tuo, and Yen Yu in an instant. This bizarre technique truly gives him a headache. They hadn't anticipated the previous attack, but they also had to admit that they couldn't react to such an assault. It can be said that if Lu Chen had murderous intent and sufficient attacking power just now, Li Jingye and the others would have been severely injured, if not dead. Thinking of this, Wu Di helplessly said, "Stop it. If this continues, you won't be able to hit him, and it will only make you look too pathetic." Upon hearing this, Li Jingye and Zhao Tuo, though very reluctant, ceased their attacks. In fact, they understood in their hearts that their attacks were completely ineffective against Lu Chen. It was just hard to swallow their pride. Since Wu Di had given them a way out, the two stopped their assault. After calming down, Wu Di took a step forward and approached Lu Chen. Although there was no wall blocking him, he couldn't advance any further. At this moment, he sighed again and said to Lu Chen, "If you want us to surrender, it's not impossible, but you at least need to show your strength. The rules of this world are very simple. As long as your strength is greater than ours, we will naturally be willing to respect you as our leader. But right now, you're just hiding. To be honest, that doesn't convince us." Wu Di's words were very genuine and not directed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen naturally understood this reasoning. He smiled faintly and astonishingly said, "That's why I'm here to negotiate with you, rather than directly annihilate you. Now, I give you two choices. The first is a full-scale war. We, Huaxia and the Federation, will go to war and see who can laugh last and become the leader of humanity. The second is to resolve it through strength. 6 months later, we will hold a top-level showdown between Huaxia and the Federation. Each side will send 12 representatives for the ultimate duel. The first side to win 8 matches will be declared the victor, and the losing side will unconditionally bow down." At this point, Lu Chen paused slightly, looking at Wu Di with a smile in his eyes, and continued, "The choice is yours." Silence. After Lu Chen finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Of course, compared to the previous suggestion of surrendering, this was not as shocking. However, Wu Di and the others were still very astonished, because this young man before them truly wanted to fight to the death. Looking at Lu Chen's serious expression, Wu Di remained silent for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance, we need to discuss it for a while. Please wait for us." "No problem," Lu Chen smiled and replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Di and the others immediately left the place. They returned to the previous conference room. And Yi Wuling was the first to speak. "This kid is quite sinister. We can't treat him like an ant. I think we should seriously consider his proposal." Yes, today he took Wuxiang City, and in the previous moment, the Wuxiang City guards, who were filled with hatred, completely changed their demeanor after he took the city lord's seal. "I suspect many cities within our federation may have been taken over by this Huaxia." Tang Ru also added her opinion. What they witnessed today was truly beyond imagination. Therefore, a large portion of the people felt that Lu Chen's proposal was worth considering. After listening, Wu Di pondered for a moment and analyzed carefully. "Let's analyze it one by one. First, regarding the first proposal, it says we will go to war, but we don't even know where Huaxia's territory is. Moreover, this young man named Lu Chen possesses terrifying abilities.
I think this plan might put us in a very passive position. Wu Diske's turned to Yi Wuling.
And after a moment of thought, he asked, "Do you have a way to stop them from leaving?"
Yi Wuling shook his head regretfully and said, "I just tried. The space where Lu Chen is located is beyond my control at night, so if he wants to leave, he can do so directly, and I have no way of tracking his whereabouts." Hearing this, Wu Di helplessly shook his head and continued, "Oldie just mentioned that we have no way to deal with Lu Chen in terms of space.
We can't even break his spatial restrictions.
As long as he continues to encroach like today, we have no means to counter him, so I think the first proposal is not feasible." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. As Wu Di had just analyzed, in a total war, you must have a target, right? The Huaxia is in the dark, while the Federation is in the light.
They have no way to deal with Huaxia's territory.
Conversely, as long as Huaxia continues to teleport over like today and seal all spaces,
they can only stand outside and stare blankly.
So, while they talk about total war, in reality they are just passively taking hits. After the first proposal was deemed unfeasible, Wu Di began to analyze the second proposal. The second proposal is that Lu Chen's goal is also very clear. He wants to develop peacefully for half a year. He shouldn't be a fool, he knows our strength. So even if he is confident, he will use this half year to reach our level.
If he alone can reach that level, I can understand it.
After all, this kid named Lu Chen is very young. Although the awakening of abilities does not depend on age, he is so powerful at such a young age that he probably just awakened not long ago and has already reached his current height. So it wouldn't be surprising if he reaches our level in half a year. However, to say he can gather 12 equally powerful individuals, I think that's impossible.
Another council member analyzed. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Indeed.
In today's world, apart from the Beast Emperors, there are no world-destroying level extraordinary beings left.
This is because the soul orbs that can promote to the world-destroying level are all controlled by the Federation.
This means that unless one pledges allegiance to the Federation, it is difficult to promote even to the disaster level, let alone the world-destroying level.
Lu Chen's second proposal is clearly to challenge the 12 of them. So counting Lu Chen himself, where would he find the remaining 11 world-destroying level powerhouses?
He wouldn't want to subdue the Beast Emperors, would he?
Yi Wuling said, causing those present to change their expressions. Indeed.
Today, Lu Chen's team included a few familiar entities. Those are the Beast Kings located in restricted areas around the world. These Beast Kings do not pose a threat to Wu Di and the others.
But, if Lu Chen can subdue these Beast Kings, does that mean he could also subdue the Beast Emperors in the future? It is known that those Beast Emperors are incredibly powerful. If they all attacked, Wu Di and the others would be unable to withstand it. Thinking of this, Wu Di stroked his chin and quickly brainstormed. After about a minute of contemplation, he spoke. In any case, this proposal is still the best option. Once the situation here is resolved, we can just greet a few Beast Emperors, and that should avoid these issues. His words were met with general agreement. Of course, this was also a reluctant move. Although Lu Chen's strength may not have reached the world-destroying level yet, even now, Wu Di and the others have no way to deal with him. So they could only agree to this proposal. Alright then, let's vote by raising hands.
Wu Di's gaze swept over the 11 people present. The Federation's system requires everything to be voted on. As long as more than half of the people oppose it, the proposal will be invalidated. Soon, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Seeing this, Wu Di looked towards Yi Wuling. Yi Wuling nodded in understanding, tearing through the void once more, arriving outside the restrictions of Wuxiang City. At this moment, Wuxiang City had already raised the national flag of Huaxia. When Lu Chen saw Wu Di and the others return, he instantly teleported in front of them, grinning as he asked, "It seems you have made your decision. So, what is your final choice?" "Our choice is to let you develop in peace for half a year. After 6 months, we will hold the decisive battle at the top of the Forbidden City. You and your people will face our 12. Regardless of which side loses, they must unconditionally submit to the other." Wu Di finally gave Lu Chen an answer. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled in satisfaction and said, "No problem, but if you attack us in the meantime, don't blame me for counterattacking."
"Rest assured, that won't happen," Wu Di replied, glancing back.
Tang Yi stepped forward from the crowd, producing a seemingly precious scroll and said, "This is an extremely valuable oath scroll. After writing some content on it, we can sign the Heavenly Tao Treaty. Any party that violates the treaty will face the sanctions of the Heavenly Tao." Lu Chen used his omniscient eye to take a quick look, confirming there were no hidden traps, and nodded, "Alright, let's do it this way." The two sides discussed some details of the competition across the spatial restrictions. Due to the oath scroll, both sides made efforts to fill in some loopholes.
The Federation side mainly stipulated that Lu Chen could not breach the contract. If he lost the competition, he must bow down and submit. However,
They still saved face and did not say that Lu Chen must become a lackey if he lost. Instead, they agreed to give Lu Chen a position as a counselor, but without voting rights. They saved face, and naturally, Lu Chen did not go too far. He also agreed that if he won the competition, these counselors would be given important roles. In reality, whether to sign or not was irrelevant, because once they submitted, whether to kill or torture was entirely up to Lu Chen. The heavenly Tao was worthless in front of the system. Besides this, Lu Chen was mainly concerned about the issue of infringement. Both sides were not allowed to attack each other within 6 months. This was quite important to Lu Chen. As for any ulterior motives, Lu Chen was already aware of them. These few people had just been talking, and nothing escaped Lu Chen's ears. He understood very well what they were trying to do, but he could only say they were too naive. Did they think reminding those beast emperors could stop him? That was clearly impossible. The communication between both sides lasted for 2 hours. Once all the treaties were confirmed, Wu Di, as the current speaker of the Federation, was the first to sign and stamp the oath scroll. Originally, Lu Chen wanted to use his max-level steel skill to directly swipe the seal. However, obtaining this seal alone would not allow him to take the main city of the Federation. He had to make the 12 counselors submit or eliminate them all. So Lu Chen gave up on that idea. Soon, after Wu Di finished stamping, he said to Lu Chen, "It's effective on my side now, you just need to sign and drop your blood." As he said this, the 11 people behind him subtly shifted their positions. Why? Of course, they planned to immediately capture Lu Chen the moment he stepped out. But their scheme was completely transparent to Lu Chen's omniscient eye. Seeing the hint from the omniscient eye, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. The next second, the oath scroll in Wu Di's hand vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen signed with a drop of blood while chuckling, "At your age, still playing little tricks, it's really unbecoming." Upon hearing this, Wu Di and the others all had remarkable expressions on their faces. At the same time, they were also quite shocked. This was not the first time. Just moments ago, Lu Chen had used some means to defeat Zhao Tuo and the others. If they had been unprepared before, now they were intent on capturing Lu Chen, each of them focused intently on his every move. Yet even in such a situation, the oath book in Wu Di's hand was instantly taken away by Lu Chen. This left them all puzzled. Just how mysterious was this young man named Lu Chen? While they were still in shock, Lu Chen had already completed signing the oath book. At that moment, several beams of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Chen and Wu Di. This was the manifestation of the oath book taking effect. From now on, both parties had to abide by the oaths written in the book. Seeing this, Lu Chen waved his hand, lifting the spatial restrictions, and with a grin, looked at Wu Di and the others, saying, "So, how about a handshake to celebrate our agreement?" "Let's skip the handshake, you're too mysterious." "Well, meet again in half a year," Wu Di replied, looking at the self-assured Lu Chen, and finally shook his head. After saying this, he instructed Yi Wuling to take them away. Now that the oath book had taken effect, it was meaningless for them to stay here. Rather than endure the humiliation, it was better to leave early. As for shaking hands, they really didn't dare to have too much physical contact with the mysterious Lu Chen. Who knew what might happen after shaking his hand? "Goodbye, come again next time." Lu Chen waved cheerfully to bid farewell to Wu Di and the others. Once they had all left, this battle concluded with Lu Chen's complete victory. Looking down at the 7th level city, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Next up is the 6-month development period. By then, the entire Federation will fall into my hands, and I will become the ultimate leader of humanity. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt extremely excited. How many people dared to dream of such a thing? From a lowly commoner to the ruler of humanity. This process, even for a super genius, would take at least several decades, if not 100 years, right? Yet Lu Chen had done it in less than a year, directly challenging the Federation's highest combat power. In 6 months, he was even confident he could defeat them and become the true ruler of humanity. Just thinking about how his name would leave a significant mark on this world made Lu Chen feel immensely proud. Meanwhile, after signing the oath book with Lu Chen, Wu Di and the others returned to the conference room. They each took their seats, waiting for Wu Di to speak. Once everyone was seated, Wu Di organized his thoughts and said, "Now that we have signed a contract with this so-called Huaxia, we cannot just sit back and wait. From now on, everyone should take out their best soul pearls and upgrade with the strength of the nation as much as possible." At this point, Wu Di's gaze turned to Yi Wuling, continuing, "Oldie, please notify those beast emperors and tell them that a human might come to capture them. I think those proud beast emperors probably won't believe us at all, right?" Yi Wuling said, somewhat troubled. Regarding this issue, Wu Di merely smiled faintly, took out a pre-prepared video and tossed it to Yi Wuling, saying, "This is the footage of Lu Chen attacking Wuxiang City just now. All those beast kings surrendered to Lu Chen. I think the beast emperors might not be aware of this." With this, we can give it a try, Yi Wuling said, taking the item and immediately got up to leave. For people like them, the greatest threat posed by Lu Chen was actually the potential to subdue those beast emperors. The power of the soul beast emperors far exceeded human imagination. Even for those at the pinnacle of humanity, they wouldn't dare claim they could defeat a beast emperor of the same level in an unknown fight. If Lu Chen truly managed to subdue one, it would be extremely deadly for the upcoming showdown at the Purple Forbidden Peak in 6 months. Therefore, this was an urgent matter, a critical vulnerability that needed to be filled quickly. While they were taking action, Lu Chen also began to move. He released all of his contracted beasts. The 8 Beast Kings, Shirtian, and the battle armor Daxia were all present before Lu Chen. His gaze swept over them, and he smiled as he spoke. You all must have heard about the duel I agreed to with the Federation. I'm not one for idle chatter. They all think I'm going to capture a beast emperor, but that's not the case. Master, do you mean? The King of Night was so excited by Lu Chen's words that it blurted out a question, but it stopped mid-sentence. It didn't dare to speculate on Lu Chen's intentions. However, Lu Chen was no tyrant and wouldn't get angry over this matter. Instead, he smiled and nodded, saying, You guessed correctly, my goal is to train you all to become beast emperors. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, excitement spread across everyone's faces. The title of Soul Beast Emperor was such an unattainable concept. Not to mention Shirtian, even these beast kings had never thought they would one day become top-tier beast emperors. But they understood very well that as long as Lu Chen was willing, this was not a big deal at all. At that moment, the battle armor Daxia suddenly raised a question, Master, am I not also a soul beast called a beast emperor? As soon as this was said, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You can be called the Blade Emperor. Once I enhance you to the highest level, you will definitely be the most formidable existence among all weapons. Hee, then thank you, Master. The battle armor Daxia gratefully responded with a cheerful demeanor, behaving just like a human. Lu Chen hadn't expected that this soul could be quite humorous at times. He shook his head with a smile and gave all the soul orbs he had originally intended for the Huaxia mecha as fuel to Shirtian for upgrades. Since large-scale warfare was no longer needed, the soul orbs meant for the Huaxia mecha could now be used by the lowest-level Shirtian. As for the 8 Beast Kings and the battle armor Daxia, Lu Chen planned to enhance them directly to the highest level. It wasn't that Lu Chen was boasting. Huaxia could now provide 30 trillion each month. This was just the current single source of income. If all other resources were converted to money, it would be around 50 trillion a month. Over 6 months, that would amount to 300 trillion. This figure was just shy of allowing Lu Chen to elevate himself to the annihilation level. However, it could elevate 1 or even 2 or 3 of them to the annihilation level. Thinking this, Lu Chen closed his eyes and used the Beidou satellite to lock onto a location. The next second, he transferred the battle armor Daxia and the 8 Beast Kings to a terrifying continent. As soon as they appeared, a cacophony of furious beast roars erupted around them. More than 10 terrifying and ferocious soul beasts immediately surrounded Lu Chen and his group. It seemed that sensing the intimidation of the 8 Beast Kings, these soul beasts did not launch an immediate attack but instead watched Lu Chen and his companions with great vigilance. The frost dragon furrowed its brow slightly, and a tremendous dragon might emanated from its body. However, the once invincible dragon might had no effect on these soul beasts, leaving the frost dragon somewhat shocked. At this moment, Liu Chen smiled and explained to everyone, Xiao Bing, your dragon might is useless against these soul beasts. Although their bloodlines aren't as high as yours, they are protected by a ruler of an even higher bloodline. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone still looked somewhat confused. At that moment, the Death Black Widow glanced around the territory and, recalling Lu Chen's earlier words, suddenly remembered something extremely terrifying. With a look of panic, she said, I just realized, no wonder this place looks so familiar, it's the territory of the Hell Lord Rascal Hell. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the Beast Kings turned to sheer terror. The Hell Lord, one of the top 10 Beast Emperors. A terrifying soul beast that controls fire and death. No, rather than calling it a soul beast, it has already transcended that category. It is a terrifying creature that can destroy the world upon its birth. Not to mention, the Hell Lord's subordinates include many disaster-tier soul beasts. Although these soul beasts don't have bloodlines as high as those of the kings, their strength is by no means inferior. They never expected that Lu Chen would bring them to such a terrifying place. Seeing their fearful expressions, Lu Chen smiled and asked, What's wrong? Are you all scared? This time, they all fell silent in response to Lu Chen's words. It wasn't that they were afraid, but rather a primal instinctive fear. Just as Lu Chen was about to feel disappointed in them, the Sun Lion was the first to step forward and say, What are we afraid of? As long as the Master is here, whether it's a Beast Emperor or the Hell Lord, they can all become our nourishment. Right, trust the Master. What are we scared of? Let's kill them. The Beast Emperor is nothing, the Master is invincible. With the Sun Lion taking a stand, one by one, the Beast Kings overcame their fear.
At that moment, the surrounding soul beasts began their attack.
There was no need for Lu Chen to say anything. The Beast Kings all spontaneously fought back. These soul beasts were all at the 9th tier of the sky, but their actual combat power was lower than that of the 8 Beast Kings.
Lu Chen didn't interfere with them and directly isolated this space.
He did this to prevent the Hell Lord from causing trouble. Although Lu Chen was not afraid of the Hell Lord, to be honest, he also had no way to deal with it. So, Lu Chen planned not to provoke it and instead let the 8 Beast Kings accelerate their battle armor in its territory to carry out slaughter. Because of the absolute drop rate, as long as they killed here for 2 or 3 months, the levels of the 8 Beast Kings could be significantly raised. By then, combined with money for reinforcement, they could definitely create 11 world-destroying tier powerhouses in half a year. Just as Lu Chen had finished setting up the spatial restrictions, a terrifying energy appeared around him and his group the next second. A humanoid creature clad in pitch-black armor, emanating flames, approached Lu Chen and his group. It was the ruler of this hellish wasteland, one of the top 10 beast emperors of the Blue Star, the Hell Lord. With a single wave of its hand, a torrent of flames surged toward Lu Chen and his group in an instant. Before the flames even arrived, the scorching temperature evaporated all the air. However, just when the Hell Lord thought it could easily annihilate these intruders in its territory, an unexpected surprise left this world-destroying 8th-tier Super Emperor utterly astonished. How is this possible? The Hell Lord's incredulous words rippled through the entire space. The reason was simple. Its flames were completely rejected by Lu Chen's spatial restrictions. Even though its level had reached the 8th tier of world destruction, it still couldn't break through Lu Chen's spatial limitations. At this moment, seeing the shocked expression of the Hell Lord, Lu Chen teleported into its line of sight and smiled, saying, "I've long heard of the great name of the Hell Lord, but I didn't expect you to look quite human." The Hell Lord, regaining its composure upon seeing Lu Chen, asked with a somewhat unfriendly tone, "Who are you, and why have I never seen you before?"
"Me?" Lu Chen smiled lightly and introduced himself. "I am the Emperor of the Human Xia dynasty, soon to become the Emperor of Humanity. You can call me Emperor Lu.
I will be chatting with you for a while, so please take care of me."
"What nonsense is this? I haven't been out for over a decade, and all those strong ones in the human world are dead?"
They are not dead yet, but they will soon become my subordinates." At this point, Lu Chen suddenly smiled and looked at the Hell Lord, saying, "But before that, perhaps you will first become my servant."
"It all depends on your decision. You audacious human, do you know who you are talking to?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Hell Lord instantly flew into a rage. Flames erupted all around. But this time it was no different from the last. No matter how furious the Hell Lord was, its attacks could not harm Lu Chen in the slightest. At this moment, the defiant Hell Lord increased its output again. Although energy could not enter, a high temperature made the 8 Beast Kings under Lu Chen unable to bear it. These flames were not ordinary fire but possessed a terrifyingly high temperature, just like the flames in the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. If this continued, Lu Chen wouldn't mind, but his Beast Kings would get hurt. This made Lu Chen shake his head regretfully. "I said, whether you or those in the Federation submit first depends on your decision. It seems you choose to take a step back first, then I will grant you that." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen quickly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Hell Lord. "Ha, human, do you want to die faster?"
The Hell Lord sneered coldly upon seeing Lu Chen emerge.
Originally, Lu Chen was hiding in that space, and nothing would happen. But now, this human dared to step out of that mysterious space? Wasn't that just asking for a quicker death?
Without saying a word, the Hell Lord used its unique hellfire to condense into a fiery dragon.
It rushed towards Lu Chen at an incredible speed. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the air. This strike could be said to be world-destroying. As soon as the fire dragon formed, the scorching heat instantly evaporated everything around it. Faced with this terrifying attack, Lu Chen was not afraid at all. He simply extended his right hand lightly. The next second, that terrifying fiery dragon was instantly absorbed into Lu Chen's body.
What? The Hell Lord was once again shocked by Lu Chen. It was a super beast king of the 8th level of world destruction.
And this strike could easily annihilate a first-level existence.
Even beings of the same 8th level of world destruction could not absorb their own attacks without consequence.
What are you thinking?
Just as the Hell Lord was in shock, Lu Chen had already teleported behind it and quickly extended his left hand.
Roar! The sound of the fiery dragon reappeared. But this time, its target was the Hell Lord itself. Bang! A huge explosion echoed in this space. The originally handsome Hell Lord was instantly blasted away by its own attack for dozens of meters. This attack completely caught the Hell Lord off guard, and it had no defense at all, taking its full force strike. Fortunately, it was naturally immune to fire, so the injury was not particularly severe. But even so, the shockwave from the explosion caused the Hell Lord to spit out a mouthful of blood. It hadn't even touched the hem of Lu Chen's clothes before it was inexplicably injured. This experience, in all its long life, was truly quite frustrating. So, what do you think? Shall we continue? Lu Chen did not pursue the advantage, as he simply couldn't harm the Hell Lord. So he didn't waste his energy, instead standing still with his hands in his pockets, acting nonchalant. The Hell Lord wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, retracted its disdainful gaze, and spoke with a tone full of killing intent. Human, you've successfully angered me, but do you think you've won? As soon as the Hell Lord finished speaking, its figure vanished without a trace. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, unable to react in time. The next second, the Hell Lord's right hand pierced through Lu Chen's chest. The strike was too fast. The speed of the 8th tier of annihilation, while not comparable to teleportation, was still beyond Lu Chen's ability to respond. He could only watch helplessly as the Hell Lord seized his heart. Aren't you quite powerful? Why not try being a bit more arrogant? The Hell Lord sneered at Lu Chen, then directly crushed his heart. Immediately after, Lu Chen's body ignited in searing flames. Just 1 second of contact, and Lu Chen's entire body was reduced to ashes. Looking at the ashes that were once Lu Chen, the Hell Lord snorted coldly, muttering disdainfully, "What a so-called emperor of Huaxia, at best just a human with a few tricks, daring to challenge me in my territory, how laughable." After saying this, the Hell Lord was about to descend and clean up the 8 beast kings under Lu Chen. However, just as it was about to move, suddenly, Lu Chen's body rapidly restored itself. Seeing the astonished expression on the Hell Lord's face, Lu Chen flashed a charming smile. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that?" "Then listen again." The Hell Lord reacted swiftly, and almost as soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, it pierced through Lu Chen's heart once more. It didn't understand why Lu Chen could revive. But as long as it kept killing this human, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. After all, this human's reaction speed was far too slow. He was no match for it. As long as it kept using the same trick, it believed this human would eventually die. However, the plan was good, but Lu Chen was not without countermeasures. Just as it prepared to use the same trick again, setting hellfire to burn Lu Chen to death, the next second, the Hell Lord found that Lu Chen had vanished. It hadn't even reacted yet when it was completely trapped by Lu Chen's spatial restrictions, losing its freedom. "Damn human, what have you done?" At that moment, the Hell Lord was instantly terrified. It realized that no matter how it attacked, it couldn't escape the spatial restrictions set by Lu Chen. This situation was something it had never encountered as a Beast King. Lu Chen looked at the Hell Lord trapped by him, clapped his hands, and smiled faintly. "I said I'd be chatting here for a while, so you just stay in there." After saying this, Lu Chen turned and returned to the ground, lying down to sleep. This action infuriated the Hell Lord, which erupted with energy from within. But no matter whether it attacked or charged, it was completely unable to break free from the spatial restrictions set by Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the Hell Lord, who was going crazy above, and revealed a proud smile. The space he had restricted was absolutely impenetrable by any creature or attack. Unless Lu Chen left this area, even spatial beings would be forever trapped inside, unable to escape by any means, and the Hell Lord was no exception, forced to stay inside obediently. This function was actually similar to the space of the gods, but with some differences. Creatures trapped in the space of the gods are not disturbed by the passage of time. Simply put, they cannot die while they remain trapped. Creatures confined within spatial limitations, however, are affected by the flow of time. If Lu Chen is willing to spend the time, he could exhaust this Hell Lord to death. Of course, a soul beast of this level no longer needs to eat. As long as there are elements present, it can survive indefinitely. Spatial limitations cannot restrict elements, so it would likely take decades, if not longer, to wear down this Hell Lord, which is far too long for Lu Chen. He could just keep the Hell Lord locked up here and wait until he finishes dealing with the soul beasts before releasing it. After all, within half a year, these lofty monarchs will all become his defeated foes. After dealing with the Hell Lord, Lu Chen paid it no further mind. At that moment, the 8 Beast Kings had also slain the dozen or so first-tier disaster soul beasts. In Lu Chen's space of the gods, several Blood Moon tricolor soul orbs appeared immediately. This was the first time Lu Chen had obtained soul orbs of this level. Without any hesitation, he took one out and began to absorb it. Contract beasts can absorb energy by consuming corpses. Although this portion of energy is certainly not as much as what the soul orb provides, Lu Chen prioritized absorbing these high-level soul orbs. Thus, the 8 Beast Kings wasted no time and began their buffet. After about 10 minutes had passed, the Beast Kings finally noticed the Hell Lord above in the sky. The Sun Lion was the first to laugh proudly, saying, "See? I told you that as long as the Master is here, nothing unexpected will happen. What of the Beast Emperor? Isn't it just standing there in punishment, watching us devour its subordinates? Beast Emperor? In front of our Master, it doesn't even count as a fart. Hey, you know what? This feeling is just too exhilarating. Following the master 3 meals a day for 3 days. The Beast Kings did not intentionally lower their voices. On the contrary, the feeling of having the Beast Emperor watch them brought immense satisfaction to their hearts. So they even spoke loudly on purpose, wanting the trapped Hell Lord above to hear them. In fact, they succeeded greatly. The Hell Lord heard the conversation below and was instantly enraged to the point of exploding. Once upon a time, with a single command, it could easily slaughter these soul beasts below. But now, it could only be mocked within the spatial limitations set by Lu Chen. The Hell Lord was furious, but it was helpless. At this moment, Lu Chen had also finished absorbing all the soul orbs. He waved at the Hell Lord above and said, "Just stay here at ease. Within a month, I will release you. Of course, if you decide to become my subordinate, I can let you out early. Human, don't get too cocky too soon. I want to see who can outlast whom." The Hell Lord was also defiant. In its view, this powerful spatial limitation surely wouldn't last long. As long as it could endure this period, it would regain its freedom. So it chose not to accept Lu Chen's offer of surrender and planned to continue enduring with him. Unfortunately, it did not know that if Lu Chen wanted, he could indeed trap it for a lifetime. Regarding the Hell Lord's response, Lu Chen shrugged indifferently. He knew that it was impossible to persuade it to surrender, so he did not take it to heart and instead left with his subordinates. During this process, Lu Chen spent some money to enhance the quality of the battle armor of the Great Xia. Upgrading the low-grade Blood Moon to mid-grade cost 58.32 billion. Upgrading the mid-grade Blood Moon to high-grade cost 174.96 billion. Upgrading the high-grade Blood Moon to low-grade Rainbow Brilliance cost 699.84 billion. Congratulations on your successful enhancement. You have obtained the Tang Hengdao 7-colored Brilliant low-grade and gained the attribute Breakthrough Limit. Breakthrough Limit. The soul that was originally restricted has been completely liberated. From now on, the battle armor Dasha truly possesses life, and due to the quality elevation, its level has risen to the world-destroying 3rd stage. What the hell? Accompanied by the system's prompt, the body of the battle armor Dasha emitted a fierce glow. In the next second, a massive pressure appeared. The battle armor Dasha, which originally had strength comparable to the celestial stage, rapidly soared in power, until a few seconds later, its strength reached the terrifying world-destroying 3rd stage. Thank you for your cultivation, Master. I feel invincible now, ha ha ha. The battle armor Dasha felt its transformation and laughed joyfully. This unexpected delight was something Lu Chen had never anticipated. Originally, even if the battle armor Dasha reached its maximum level, it would only have the strength of a human disaster at the 9th stage. After all, it was a weapon, and its maximum power could only be unleashed when held by someone. But now, with this breakthrough limit attribute, the level of the battle armor Dasha directly matched that of a human at the world-destroying 3rd stage. This made Lu Chen very pleasantly surprised, and he laughed out loud twice. Indeed, the goddess of luck is on my side, ha ha ha. After the significant level increase of the battle armor Dasha, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's mind. He looked up at the Hell Lord in the sky, chuckling mischievously, not knowing what bad idea he was concocting. At this moment, Lu Chen continued to plan to enhance the battle armor Dasha. According to his thoughts, if he enhanced it 2 more times, the battle armor Daxia's strength could reach the world-destroying 9th stage. Wouldn't that mean he could immediately take action against those beast emperors? This idea was not wrong. However, when Lu Chen prepared to enhance the battle armor Dasha again, to be honest, he was completely shocked by the price. Battle armor Dasha 7-colored Brilliant low-grade enhancement requires 70 trillion. Do you wish to spend money to enhance it? Because of the breakthrough limit, the enhancement target shifted from the previous Tang Hengdao to the battle armor Dasha, and the money required for enhancement had grown exponentially. Of course, this price wasn't actually very expensive. But the key was that Lu Chen didn't have that much money right now. Seeing this, Lu Chen had no choice but to give up. However, Lu Chen also wanted to test the current combat power of the battle armor Dasha. So he still said to the battle armor Dasha, "How about it? Are you interested in sparring with that beast emperor up there?" Of course. The battle armor Dasha smiled confidently. It knew it wasn't a match for the Hell Lord, but similarly, due to the attribute boost, the Hell Lord couldn't wear down the battle armor Dasha by any means. So it was eager to test its newly enhanced strength. Seeing the battle armor Daxia's confident demeanor, Lu Chen smiled appreciatively, then waved his hand and immediately sent the battle armor Dasha into the Hell Lord's domain. And because the original restrictions were small, preventing the two from fighting, Lu Chen kindly released the restriction range. The Hell Lord didn't know what trick Lu Chen was playing, but upon seeing him send in a person, it immediately found an outlet for its rage. The Hell Lord roared loudly, and endless flames surged toward the battle armor Dasha. Hee hee, bring it on. The battle armor Dasha was unafraid and laughed heartily. In the next second, its hands and feet transformed into sharp blades. The whole person spun rapidly in place like a top. This move was the battle armor Daxia's self-created ultimate technique Blade Storm. The blades on its limbs, due to the rapid spinning, stirred up a whirlwind. With the enhancement of Breaker, any supernatural ability or skill would be directly shattered by it. It can be said without exaggeration that at the level of the world destruction stage, there is basically nothing that the armored Great Xia cannot cut through with a single strike. But the Hell Monarch does not think so. It is the Beast Emperor, the ruler that instills fear in all creatures. Not just any random cat or dog can provoke it. That mysterious human was one thing, but could this unknown creature also withstand its hellfire? The Hell Monarch absolutely could not believe that. But soon, it could no longer hold itself together, because when its proud flames approached the blade storm of the armored Great Xia, that hellfire, which was invincible and would instantly melt any target it touched, was surprisingly extinguished quickly by the armored Great Xia. How is this possible? The Hell Monarch had lost count of how many times it had said this phrase. This day had brought it more unbelievable events than it had seen in its entire life. Who exactly are this human and his subordinates? Why had it never heard of them before, and why were they so bizarre and powerful? However, it could no longer think deeply about all this, because the armored Great Xia had already come to its side. Hellfire summon. This time, the Hell Monarch did not underestimate its opponent at all. Faced with the armored Great Xia, which could easily crush its flames, it chose not to confront it heed. Instead, with a wave of its hand, it conjured two tall flame summons. These monsters, composed of green flames, each possessed the strength of the world destruction second stage. This was the true terror of the Hell Monarch. It could create terrifying world destruction soul beasts in the blink of an eye. These terrifying world destruction soul beasts completely embodied the characteristics of the Hell Monarch. Their flames were also difficult to extinguish and possessed the terrifying high temperatures of hellfire. Awesome, this ability, Lu Chen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of this skill. One must admit, the Beast Emperor truly lived up to its name. Not only was it powerful itself, but it could also instantly summon equally formidable subordinates. No wonder the Federation had so many strong individuals yet still couldn't deal with these Beast Emperors. However, Lu Chen was not worried about the Great Xia. Instead, he was a bit curious. If he killed these hellfires, would he obtain soul orbs? If so, then the Hell Monarch would be like a perpetual motion machine. If the Hell Monarch knew Lu Chen's thoughts, it would probably be half dead from anger. It was a dignified Beast Emperor, yet it was being treated by a human as a soul orb farming machine. How absurd. At this moment, the armored Great Xia had already engaged with the summons. As soon as they met, a fierce battle erupted. The two summons attacked the armored Great Xia with their fiery fists, while the armored Great Xia slashed at the bodies of the summons with its blades. In the first round of confrontation, the armored Great Xia found itself at a disadvantage. Not because it couldn't defeat the two summons, but because their bodies were composed of flames, making them completely immune to the armored Great Xia's attacks in a certain sense. Of course, since the armored Great Xia couldn't harm them, their attacks couldn't harm the armored Great Xia either. Whether it was immense power or terrifying hellfire, when it struck the armored Great Xia, it was as if it had sunk into the sea, not inflicting even the slightest injury. This scene left the Hell Monarch dumbfounded. Not only did the attacks miss, but even when they hit, they couldn't harm this person. What the hell was going on? Fortunately, its summons had also blocked this freak. For the time being, they posed no threat to it. However, just as this thought crossed the Hell Monarch's mind, it hadn't even been a second to in the midst of battling the summoned creatures, the armored Daxia suddenly smiled humanely, immune to physical attacks? There's nothing in this world that Daxia cannot cut down. After saying this, the armored Daxia abruptly stopped its attacks, allowing the summoned creatures to strike at it. It simply closed its eyes and stood there like a punching bag. A few seconds later, the armored Daxia suddenly opened its eyes wide, squinting as it raised its dual blades high. In the next second, it slashed through the air with a fierce strike. At first glance, it seemed no different from its usual attacks. However, with this slash, the entire space was instantly severed. Those two summoned creatures, which the armored Daxia had no way to deal with, were instantly cut in half by this strike. Oh, it actually comprehended a skill? Lu Chen, possessing the Eye of Omniscience, naturally noticed the difference in the armored Daxia. The previous slashes were just ordinary attacks, but that last strike was a genuine skill. Yes, the armored Daxia had temporarily comprehended a skill void slash, an invincible strike capable of severing the void, which could easily eliminate those two summoned creatures. Meanwhile, in Lu Chen's divine space, two brilliantly colored soul orbs indeed appeared. This discovery made Lu Chen instantly overjoyed, laughing excitedly. Aha, it really can produce soul orbs, that's fucking awesome. According to the original situation, these summoned creatures shouldn't have soul orbs.
but Lu Chen estimated that it must be due to the absolute drop rate, and killing these summon creatures was the only way to obtain soul orbs. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately shouted at the Hell Lord, "Hey, Hell Lord, are you even capable? You can't deal with me, fine, but even my subordinates are stronger than yours? That's hilarious. If you can't do it, just summon more subordinates, otherwise, I really will look down on you." Upon hearing this, the already furious Hell Lord became even angrier. It knew that this was quite embarrassing, and all the energy within its body erupted wildly as it roared in anger. "Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that." With that, countless flames gathered once more. In an instant, 5 identical summoned creatures were created by the Hell Lord. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but applaud, because these summoned creatures would provide him with 5 top-tier soul orbs. The armored Daxia and Lu Chen were in sync, naturally understanding what their master meant. It also enjoyed the process of battle. Without a second thought, it engaged with these summoned creatures. A void slash was unleashed, instantly cutting 2 of the summoned creatures in half. Meanwhile, the fiery fists of the other 3 summoned creatures struck the armored Daxia. Even with one more creature, the armored Daxia remained completely unharmed. This left the Hell Lord, not far away, utterly shocked. However, this time, it did not intend to watch from the sidelines. Instead, taking advantage of the armored Daxia's attack interval, it accelerated to the back of the armored Daxia. With green hellfire ignited in its hand, it lunged for the armored Daxia's heart. The Hell Lord's speed was swift, and its timing was exceptionally clever. So much so that the armored Daxia had not yet reacted before it was struck. However, while the process went smoothly, the result was that the Hell Lord's attack was directly blocked by the armored Daxia's armor. No matter how hard the Hell Lord tried, no matter how much the hellfire burned, the armored Daxia remained unfazed, even smiling at the Hell Lord and saying, "My master said, it's not time to deal with you yet, please stay aside." After saying this, the armored Daxia turned around and slashed to push back the Hell Lord. Then, without paying any attention to the Hell Lord, it continued to chase after the summoned creatures. This attitude of ignoring others infuriated the Hell Lord. Unwilling to back down, it continued to attack the armored Daxia several times, but everything was perfectly blocked by the indestructible. At this moment, the remaining 3 summoned creatures were also killed. In Lu Chen's divine space, he successfully acquired 5 soul orbs. Seeing that there was nothing left to kill, Lu Chen mocked, "Hell, old thief, you can't even harm my subordinates. So why not summon some more creatures to hold the fort? Otherwise, it's truly pathetic that a beast emperor can't even defeat my subordinates. Sigh, have you really lived like a dog all these years? You." The Hell Lord nearly spat out old blood upon hearing this. However, it wasn't a fool, it could let the first provocation slide, but this time, the Hell Lord seemed to understand Lu Chen's intentions. It did not take the bait but coldly looked down at Lu Chen and said, "Don't think I don't know your thoughts. I want to continue summoning creatures for you to kill. If you have the ability, just kill me." Although it didn't understand why Lu Chen was doing this, its instincts told it that it absolutely could not follow this human's thoughts. Otherwise, it would regret it for a lifetime. Seeing that the Hell Lord was no longer falling for his tricks, Lu Chen felt a bit bored. There was no way to force the Hell Lord. So he gave up on that matter. He summoned the battle armor of the Great Xia and continued to confine the Hell Lord in a small space, saying, "Since you were so uncooperative, then just stand here as punishment." After saying that, Lu Chen left with the Beast Kings and the battle armor of the Great Xia, truly leaving the Hell Lord alone here. "Damn human, I will never let you go." The Hell Lord roared in anger as it saw Lu Chen leave. But no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape Lu Chen's constraints. It could only remain trapped here, not knowing when it would be freed. Meanwhile, Yi Wuling had already persuaded the vast majority of the Beast Emperors. He was different from Lu Chen. Lu Chen's teleportation didn't require energy. However, his long-distance teleportation consumed a lot of energy. Plus, persuading the Beast Emperors took some time. So even though he set off earlier than Lu Chen, he didn't encounter him. At this moment, he had just persuaded the last Beast Emperor and arrived at the hellish wasteland. As soon as he got here, he noticed the Hell Lord standing in the sky. This piqued his curiosity, and he wondered aloud, "Hell Lord, were you specifically waiting for me, or have you encountered some trouble? Do I look like I'm waiting for you?" The Hell Lord replied irritably. At this moment, Yi Wuling noticed the corpses of soul beasts below. Even the Hell Lord itself looked extremely angry, as if it had just suffered a great insult. However, Yi Wuling didn't dwell on that and directly stated his purpose. "I came to find you this time because I have something to discuss. Our human society has produced a..." "I know, it's Lu Chen." The mention of Lu Chen made the Hell Lord furious. This gave Yi Wuling a very bad premonition, and he asked, "He hasn't come yet, has he?" The Hell Lord nodded angrily, gritting its teeth as it said, "Stop with the nonsense. This human has confined my freedom with spatial restrictions. You see if you can let me out from the outside."
If you can, we will go together to kill that damned human. Sometimes, it must be said, it was quite amusing. Those high and mighty beings, fearing their power being usurped, chose to collaborate with their mortal enemies. The Beast Emperors. Yi Wuling was just that kind of person. When he heard that Lu Chen could now restrict the Hell Lord, his first reaction was not to rejoice for humanity's victory, but to worry that Lu Chen's rise would lead to the disappearance of his own power. So without a second thought, he immediately nodded in agreement. Let me help you. Yi Wuling chose to assist the Hell Lord without hesitation. At that moment, he closed his eyes and began to carefully sense the spatial fluctuations around him. Just like before in Wuxiang City. This time the space restricted by Lu Chen was still impossible to break through by any means. However, Yi Wuling planned to try a combined effort from both inside and outside. The strength of both him and the Hell Lord was undoubtedly at the top level. Although Yi Wuling's own strength was slightly lacking, his control over space could make up for it. If they could attack a single point with combined force, theoretically, the space could be broken. With this thought, Yi Wuling organized his words and said to the anxious Hell Lord, I can't break this spatial restriction on my own, but if we work together to attack a single point, I believe this restriction won't hold. Then stop talking and let's get started. The Hell Lord said impatiently, clearly lacking the patience to continue the conversation. Yi Wuling didn't delay either. He nodded and began to search for the weakest point. In less than a minute, Yi Wuling pointed in a direction and said, let's both use our full strength to attack here. If it still doesn't work, you wait here while I go get others to rescue you. Okay. The Hell Lord nodded, now solely focused on killing Lu Chen. Even collaborating with the disgusting humans was completely acceptable. The two reached an agreement. Soon, under Yi Wuling's command, one person and one soul beast launched their attack simultaneously. Crack! A faint sound surprised both the Hell Lord and Yi Wuling. They almost simultaneously realized that this move was effective. As long as they attacked a single point from both inside and outside, the spatial restriction would produce cracks. But soon, both of them were utterly disappointed. The attack did indeed create some cracks in the spatial restriction, but they were just cracks. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't quickly expand the cracks. Or rather, the cracks opened at an extremely slow pace, and even Yi Wuling, who was proficient in spatial techniques, couldn't use this crack to get the Hell Lord out. The two persisted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the Hell Lord was completely exhausted. It gasped for breath and waved its hand, saying, I can't go on, let's take a break. Summoning those world-destroying soul beasts earlier had already consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Now, after attacking with all its might for over 10 minutes, it was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Seeing this, Yi Wuling also stopped his attack. He looked at the almost motionless crack and said with a grim expression, this Lu Chen is indeed formidable. Just the spatial restriction alone can stump everyone. Although this attack was effective against the restriction, with just the two of us, I'm afraid it would take about a month to create a crack large enough for you to get out. Yi Wuling had previously felt that Lu Chen was quite extraordinary. After witnessing this new application of the spatial restriction, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If Lu Chen had trapped them all at that time, could he have directly exhausted them to death? In reality, Yi Wuling didn't know that it wasn't that Lu Chen didn't want to do so, but rather that he couldn't. A group of world-destroying beings locked in a spatial restriction could easily break free from the inside. This spatial restriction was invincible from the outside, but relatively weak from within. Therefore, it was simply impossible to trap so many people. Upon hearing Yi Wuling's words, the Lord of Hell immediately deflated. You go get reinforcements. As long as you can get me out, I will definitely remember your kindness. At that moment, the Lord of Hell had no temper left. Two world-destroying experts were unable to break Lu Chen's restriction. This made it fully aware of Lu Chen's strength. Even if it were released now, the Lord of Hell wouldn't dare to seek trouble with Lu Chen alone. It could only communicate with the Human Federation first to see if they could cooperate to kill Lu Chen. Yi Wuling also understood the Lord of Hell's thoughts, so he immediately tore through the void and returned to the Federation's main city. He informed the other council members about this matter. Upon hearing Yi Wuling's report, Wu Di covered his forehead and said with a bit of a headache, I really didn't expect this. Lu Chen acted so quickly and even trapped the Lord of Hell. That's a world-destroying beast of the 8th rank. I realize we really underestimated him. Isn't that right? None of us in the Federation could kill the Lord of Hell, yet Lu Chen managed to lock it down by himself. If we cooperate with him, perhaps all the Beast Emperors could be killed. Do we really have to be enemies with him? At that moment, Tang Yi spoke out a truth that everyone else dared not say. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell completely silent. In fact, everyone knew that the best plan for humanity was to cooperate with Lu Chen. Lu Chen could lock down the Beast Emperors, and they could provide powerful firepower. It could be said that as long as both sides reached an agreement, those arrogant Beast Emperors would be defeated.
However, not everyone was willing to place themselves beneath another, especially those council members who were already accustomed to being on high. So after a brief silence, Jia Tuo, who had been slapped by Lu Chen, was the first to stand up and oppose. Do you know what Lu Chen is really after? If we cooperate with him, what will happen when he crosses the river and tears down the bridge? I think old Zhao is right. Lu Chen is too ambitious. Even if we sign a sacred contract, we cannot let our guard down. He can violate any common sense of spatial control, so he might also break free from the constraints of the sacred contract. Li Jingye chimed in at the right moment. As soon as the two of them spoke, the others nodded in agreement. I think we should take the initiative and not give Lu Chen half a year's time to develop. Just as everyone was discussing, Yan Yu, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. When he said this, everyone turned their attention to him. Seeing everyone looking over, Yan Yu astonishingly said, although the sacred contract has already taken effect, we indeed cannot directly oppose Lu Chen, but there are still ways to prevent his development. Wu Di was the first to react and asked, are you suggesting that the Beast Emperors join forces? They were all old foxes and naturally understood Yan Yu's meaning. There are many ways to kill without getting one's hands dirty. One of the most effective methods is to incite a conflict between Lu Chen and the Beast Emperors, making them join forces against Lu Chen. In response, Yan Yu smiled and nodded, if there were no Lord of Hell. This proposal might be a wild fantasy, but now, isn't there a perfect negotiator? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If it were before, there would have been no hope of persuading those Beast Emperors, because they were all enemies who would see each other and turn red with anger. The internal affairs of humanity, one would think, the Beast Emperors would not interfere. But this time, Lu Chen actively provoked the Lord of Hell, and according to Yi Wuling's report, the Lord of Hell seemed to be quite wary of Lu Chen. With this negotiator, to persuade the Beast Emperors to join forces against Lu Chen, it was likely not a problem at all. Just thinking about this, Wu Di immediately nodded in agreement. This plan is feasible. I believe most of you understand that relinquishing power after so many years is a difficult task. Joining forces with the Beast Emperors to deal with Lu Chen, if we really manage to kill him, then our relationship with the Beast Emperors won't change. If we still can't handle Lu Chen, then there's no need for the competition afterward. Lu Chen's combat power far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not to mention 6 months from now, even now, Lu Chen might already possess an incredibly strong 1v1 capability. The Hell Monarch was no match for Lu Chen, who among them could be a rival. So, after realizing Lu Chen's true strength, Wu Di still chose to confront him. In this situation, Tang Yu was intentionally opposed, but seeing everyone blinded by power, she hesitated to speak up. Soon, Wu Di initiated a vote. 11 agreed to deal with Lu Chen in advance. Only Tang Yu chose to abstain. Once upon a time, the purpose of establishing the Federation was to deal with those Beast Emperors. But now, in order to avoid losing power, they chose to cooperate with those Beast Emperors. Tang Yu felt some resistance to this. However, her thoughts went unnoticed by others. After everyone unanimously passed the proposal against Lu Chen, Yi Wuling tore through the void, taking Wu Di and his group to rescue the Hell Monarch trapped by Lu Chen. In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived at the Hell's scorched earth. They saw the weary Hell Monarch without any mockery. Wu Di, representing the Federation, stepped forward and said, we just discussed and planned to cooperate with you to deal with that traitor Lu Chen. However, before we rescue you, we need to establish 3 rules. First, you will represent us to persuade the other Beast Emperors. Second, you guarantee that if you kill Lu Chen, you will not infringe upon humanity for 100 years. Third, you guarantee that you won't burn bridges after crossing them. If you swear on your life, we will work together to rescue you. Upon hearing this, the Hell Monarch was somewhat unwilling. As a dignified 8th-tier Beast Emperor, why should it swear its life to humans? But thinking of that detestable Lu Chen, after a moment of struggle, it nodded in agreement. Alright, I swear on my life to meet all your demands. If I fail, I willingly accept the punishment of the Heavenly Tao. With the Hell Monarch's oath, Wu Di and the others felt a trace of Heavenly Tao energy in the air. This was the Hell Monarch's vow, which had fully taken effect. At their level, they could already communicate with the Heavenly Tao and use some of its power to make a simplified oath. So when Wu Di saw the oath take effect, he immediately smiled in satisfaction. I'm glad to cooperate with you, we will rescue you right now. Saying this, Wu Di looked at Yi Wuling. Yi Wuling nodded and immediately pointed in a direction. A breach has just opened here, so if we work together from this point, we have a high probability of rescuing the Hell Brother. Everyone nodded and immediately, under Yi Wuling's command, focused their attacks on the recent crack. In an instant, violet energy filled the entire space. Under the combined efforts of many world-destroying experts, Lu Chen's spatial restrictions finally created a human-shaped gap. At this moment, the Hell Monarch hurriedly ran out, laughing maniacally. I'm finally out. It had been so suffocating. Really too suffocating.
As a beast emperor, it had been locked up by a human. It needed the help of another group of humans to escape this cage. This matter, the Hell Monarch would not let go so easily. It first clasped its hands in gratitude to Wu Di and the others for their assistance, then immediately patted its chest and assured, "We'll go persuade the other beast emperors, but I need Yi Wuling to take me there." "Don't worry, leave this matter to me," Yi Wuling replied with a smile. Seeing this, Wu Di and the others also smiled happily, as their goal had been completely achieved. To avoid being disrupted by Lu Chen, after rescuing the Hell Lord, Yi Wuling immediately took them away from there. Meanwhile, after the spatial restrictions were broken, Lu Chen, who had been absorbing the soul orbs, snapped back to reality. "Someone has broken my spatial restrictions?" Lu Chen frowned slightly, and the scene in his eyes immediately switched to the Hell Lord's side. The Hell Lord, who had originally been locked away by him, had now vanished without a trace. The spatial restrictions he had set up had been blasted open, leaving a human-shaped gap. At that moment, the all-knowing eye provided Lu Chen with the answer he sought. Wu Di and others from the Federation, through a combined internal and external attack, jointly broke your spatial restrictions and just left here 10 seconds ago. Ha! Lu Chen was amused by this news. Even he had not expected that Wu Di and these human leaders would actually collaborate with their mortal enemies, the Beast Emperors. This was truly a case of a small knife pulling at the buttocks, opening Lu Chen's eyes. They were using any means necessary to deal with him, weren't they? It seems that the Federation and the Beast Emperors have indeed reached a cooperation. This is quite troublesome. The earlier oath he had signed had left Lu Chen unable to take action against the Federation. As for the Beast Emperors, while he could take action, the interference from the Federation meant that the situation where he could defeat them one by one might never occur again. This left Lu Chen feeling quite distressed. Forget it, let's face whatever comes our way. There's no use in thinking too much right now. Let's see how the Federation and those Beast Emperors make their moves, and then think of a solution. Lu Chen's thoughts were quite simple. There are always more solutions than difficulties in any situation. He himself would not die, and neither would the citizens in his territory. So there was no need to be troubled. He could calmly wait for the enemy to make a move. Or rather, this could make things more interesting. Otherwise, would he really just obediently wait for half a year? Those people from the Federation would not be his match at all. With this thought, Lu Chen actually felt a bit of anticipation. After all, what kind of moves would the two most powerful forces in the world come up with to deal with him? Just as Lu Chen was realizing this, Yi Wuling had already taken the Hell Lord to visit the Beast Emperors. The relationships among the Beast Emperors were such that none would submit to the other, otherwise they would have long since wiped out humanity. So for their first stop, the Hell Lord chose the Abyssal Eye, with which it had a somewhat better relationship. Under Yi Wuling's guidance, the Hell Lord quickly arrived at the Fear Abyss. As soon as it arrived, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, staring intently at it. This enormous eye in the sky was one of the top 10 Beast Emperors, the ruler of the entire Fear Abyss Abyssal Eye. The entire eye was its body. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was just an eye. It could emit terrifying instant death rays. It truly embodied the concept of killing with a gaze. To be honest, Yi Wuling was most afraid of this Beast Emperor, especially when facing it alone. One misstep could lead to not just death but also disability. He hadn't even had the chance to seek out the Abyssal Eye before he encountered the Hell Lord. So Yi Wuling was very afraid that the Abyssal Eye would see him as an intruder. If that happened, it would really be game over. However, it seemed that upon seeing the Hell Lord here, the Abyssal Eye did not immediately launch an attack but instead spoke with a hostile tone. "Hell, you have fallen." Actually mingling with humans, the Lord of Hell, upon seeing this, did not get angry but instead chuckled and said, "Magic Eye, you have been asleep for too long. Haven't you noticed what has been happening outside? There is a kid named Lu Chen who has risen to power in the human world. He not only wants to dominate humanity but also wishes to rule over us." Before it could finish, the Abyssal Magic Eye impatiently interrupted. "That's a human matter. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with us? Have you forgotten that we are mortal enemies with humans?" Yi Wuling played the video he had secretly recorded earlier for the Abyssal Magic Eye to watch. It showed the Lord of Hell being trapped and ultimately rescued by humans. Upon seeing this footage, the Abyssal Magic Eye was stunned, and the Lord of Hell's face darkened. The Abyssal Magic Eye was shocked to realize that what the Lord of Hell said was true. Meanwhile, the Lord of Hell had never expected that these humans would record such an embarrassing moment of itself. However, it had already reached an agreement with the humans. As long as it could kill Lu Chen, what was there to fear about a moment of embarrassment? Thus, the Lord of Hell seized the opportunity and said, "Now you believe it, right? This human's ambition is vast, and his methods are extremely cunning. Not only can he trap me, but he can also come back to life. Isn't such an opponent more terrifying than this group of foolish humans?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wuling felt somewhat offended. He was sure that the Lord of Hell was doing it on purpose.
Just now, he had shown it the video of its embarrassment and now it was retaliating with words. However, Yi Wuling found himself unable to refute it. If it weren't for the fear of Lu Chen, why would he want to collude with these beast emperors? Naturally, the abyssal magic I could see through their thoughts. It did not pay attention to their little schemes but quickly contemplated the matter. If they allowed this human named Lu Chen to rise unchecked, it would spell a terrifying disaster for the entire soul beast realm, especially in a situation of disunity. This time, the Lord of Hell was lucky to encounter Yi Wuling, who came to advise caution. Under normal circumstances, humans would not enter the territory of the beast emperors. So if it remained alone in its domain, it was indeed very likely to be picked off by Lu Chen one by one. With this in mind, the abyssal magic eye pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Let's do as you say. This human is indeed a hidden danger that must be dealt with now. Ha, Brother Magic Eye is indeed reasonable. The Lord of Hell immediately smiled happily upon hearing the abyssal magic eye's agreement. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Once one was persuaded, the rest would be much simpler. However, before the Lord of Hell could fully enjoy its happiness, the abyssal magic eye quickly added, "Don't misunderstand, I am not going to join the humans, but rather we will use our own strength to kill this human." At this point, the abyssal magic eye immediately glared at Yi Wuling and disdainfully added, "You humans better recognize your position and not think of playing any tricks or schemes in this matter, or else we will be the first to wipe you out. That is certain. Our goal is very simple, to kill Lu Chen, and then we will rely on our own abilities. Of course, if we can develop peacefully, that would be the best." Yi Wuling rubbed his hands, lowering his attitude significantly. There was no other way. The reason he could threaten the Lord of Hell to swear was that he had done it a favor. There is simply no way to deal with something like the abyssal eye of magic. Moreover, its power is incredibly strong, and Yi Wuling alone is no match for it, so naturally, his attitude became very obsequious. When he saw that the human had agreed to him, the abyssal eye of magic finally revealed its true form. A gigantic eyeball, with hundreds of tentacles behind it, just floating in the sky gave off a terrifying feeling. The Hell Lord, seeing the abyssal eye of magic appear, smiled, and said to Yi Wuling beside him, "Don't just stand there, let's head to the next destination." "Let me think." At this point, the Hell Lord's gaze turned to the abyssal eye of magic, asking, "Brother Eye, which old fellow should we persuade next?" The abyssal eye of magic rolled its eyes. In reality, how could the Hell Lord not know where to go? The reason for asking was merely to involve itself in the decision. However, since it had agreed to join, it should contribute a bit. Without thinking, the abyssal eye of magic spoke up, "Let's go to the Clown Emperor. If we can successfully persuade it, then the other beast emperors will basically have no objections." "Ah, Brother Eye, your insight is still unmatched." The Hell Lord laughed heartily, then said to Yi Wuling beside him, "Let's do as Brother Eye suggests, well go persuade the Clown Emperor." Let's go." Yi Wuling nodded and smiled, then tore through space to take them away. Meanwhile, while Yi Wuling was carrying out the persuasion action, Lu Chen was not idle either. After sending the armored Daxia to take the Beast Kings for a buffet, he was the first to teleport back to Wuxiang City. Ever since conquering this city, Lu Chen had turned it into the capital of Huaxia. He arrived at the audience hall and immediately summoned Su Ming. Since the establishment of the Federation, Lu Chen had arranged for Su Ming to come to Wuxiang City to serve as the vice-governor of Huaxia, which is equivalent to the position of chancellor. This honor is much higher than that of a city lord. As for the position of governor, Lu Chen had reserved it for Liang Yangyi. However, he had not returned yet, so all matters big and small in Huaxia were currently managed by Su Ming. "Brother Lu, what's the matter? Didn't you take Daxia and the others out hunting? Why are you back so urgently?" Su Ming asked with great concern upon seeing Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded and astonishingly said, "Those people in the Federation are truly useless. They actually went to collaborate with the Beast Emperors, planning to unite them against me." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's face instantly turned grim. He was no longer the country bumpkin from a first-level city. He understood what the Beast Emperors represented. Although he knew Lu Chen was powerful, just hearing that the Beast Emperors and the Federation were joining forces against Lu Chen made Su Ming extremely worried, because those were the two most powerful forces in this world. Such powerful forces were targeting Lu Chen. How could he, as a friend and subordinate, not be concerned? Seeing Su Ming's worried expression, Lu Chen naturally understood what he was thinking. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "There's really nothing to worry about. I have plenty of ways to deal with these people. That's why I came back this time, for this matter." After hearing this, Su Ming took a few deep breaths to quickly calm himself and asked, "Brother Lu, what should we do?" "Within a day, have all the citizens in the territory donate all their money. As long as we have enough money, Huaxia will be invincible." Lu Chen laid out his plan. Huaxia currently has over 50 million citizens. If each person contributes $1 million, it would easily amount to 5 trillion. If each person donates 100,000, it seems difficult, but it is entirely achievable. This is just the first step. After finishing the first step, Lu Chen immediately said, additionally, reduce all expenses in every city to the minimum and have the city lords submit all their funds. After hearing this, Su Ming nodded. If there's a faster way to gather money, it's undoubtedly through the finances of the major cities. The money Lu Chen had taken before came from the city lords' small treasuries. Maintenance costs account for over 50% of each city's income. If this portion of the expenses is collected entirely, it would definitely allow for a quick accumulation of a large sum of money. After noting Lu Chen's request, Su Ming hurriedly said, is there anything else? If not, I will notify them now to gather as much money as possible. Nothing else, just give the order. The sooner this is done, the better. I estimate they will launch a fierce attack on us within a day at most. Understood. Su Ming accepted the order and left. Lu Chen sat on the throne, using the Beidou satellite to monitor the actions of Yi Wuling and the others. Their every move, even their conversations, were completely under Lu Chen's observation. Thus, he was fully aware of their plans. The Federation wants to reap the benefits by using the Beast Emperor to encircle me? A good idea. Lu Chen looked at Yi Wuling and the others who were persuading the Beast Emperor, revealing an expectant smile. In reality, he could stop all of this, but Lu Chen felt it was unnecessary. Because he had absolute confidence in his ability to face any challenge. Taking advantage of the current calm, Lu Chen began absorbing soul orbs again. His level had now reached the 5th stage of the celestial realm. The targets that the war armor of the Great Xia had killed were all disaster and world-destroying level soul beasts. The soul orbs produced were all from the top tier. Originally, Lu Chen couldn't absorb soul orbs of this level, but due to the previous universal enhancement, his physical quality had greatly improved, allowing him to perfectly absorb higher-level soul orbs. This also accelerated Lu Chen's level advancement. He stayed there for an entire day. By the next day, when Su Ming returned with the money, Lu Chen had just come out of his absorption state. Brother Lu, this time we gathered a total of 250 trillion in funds. I wonder if this is enough. Su Ming handed the card to Lu Chen and explained the situation. All the citizens in the territory contributed nearly 70 trillion, and all the city finances were submitted, totaling 180 trillion. It could be said that after paying this money, all of Huaxia was left impoverished. Originally, it was expected to gather 300 trillion in half a year, but at this rate, it was absolutely impossible. However, Lu Chen did not regret it, because without doing this, they wouldn't last half a year. Accepting the bank card, Lu Chen smiled gratefully and said, thank you for your hard work. Once this battle is over, we will be the most powerful force in the world. Yes, I believe you can do it. Su Ming chuckled, his eyes full of trust. Only by witnessing Lu Chen's growth did he realize just how formidable this man truly was. If even Lu Chen couldn't unify this world, then it was impossible for the Federation, a group of people who sold out human society for power, to achieve it. It could be said that if Lu Chen failed, the extinction of humanity would be highly probable. One thing the Federation members had never considered was that the Beast Emperors were not originally united. Their territories spanned the globe. Generally, they wouldn't unite or have the means to do so to attack a particular force or person. But now, with the help of humans, they had united. So, the question is, if they really killed Lu Chen, who would be next? The answer is almost self-evident. Therefore, it can be said that the actions of the Federation members are harming all of humanity. For their own selfish desires, they disregard all of humanity, yet those federal legislators now seem completely oblivious to this issue. One can only say they are utterly blinded by their own arrogance. Lu Chen thought the same, so he decided to bring the decisive battle forward. Since those Beast Emperors want to take the lead in dealing with him, then they should be prepared to be counterattacked. With this thought, Lu Chen focused his mind just as he was about to leave Wuxian City. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Report, there is a woman outside claiming to be a federal legislator, insisting on seeing Emperor Lu. A woman? A federal legislator? Lu Chen, who was about to leave, paused upon hearing this news and decided to stay for the time being. Among all the federal legislators, there was only one woman. That was Tang Yu, who had brought forth the oath book to sign a contract with him. What does this woman want with me? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised by Tang Yu's visit. However, since she had come, it would be rude not to invite her in. With this in mind, Lu Chen immediately instructed his subordinate, let her in. Yes. Soon, the subordinate took his leave to carry out the order. After a few minutes, Tang Yu, guided by Lu Chen's subordinate, arrived in the audience hall. As soon as she entered, Lu Chen, sitting on the throne, smiled and asked, what brings you, Counselor Tang, to my humble abode? With your vast powers, don't you know why I am here? Tang Yu replied with a smile, countering his question. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's all-knowing eye immediately provided an answer. Federal Legislator Tang Yu, a world-destroying level 6 powerhouse, a four-system extraordinary being, feels that the actions of Federal Speaker Wu Di and others have completely forgotten the original intention of establishing the Federation. After some deliberation, she intends to talk to you, and if possible, she will defect to your side. Wow, such a good thing? Lu Chen looked at the prompt from the all-knowing eye, and his heart immediately soared with joy. A world-destroying level 6 powerhouse voluntarily coming to pledge allegiance? Lu Chen had never imagined such a stroke of luck. However, this also indicated that not all federal legislators were fools. With this thought, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said something astonishing. I know your purpose for coming here is because Wu Di and others have allied with the Beast Emperors to deal with me, violating the original intention of the Federation and the interests of all humanity. So you are here to ask me how to fend off the Beast Emperor's attacks, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Tang Ye's face instantly froze. She had only casually mentioned it, not expecting Lu Chen to actually guess it. Tang Yu let out a bitter laugh, incredulously saying, "Are you really a deity descended to Earth?" Although this sounded ridiculous, it was enough to express Tang Ye's astonishment. Because Lu Chen not only knew what she was thinking, but even knew that Wu Di and others were uniting with the Beast Emperors to deal with her. This was the first time in all her years of growing into a legislator that she had encountered someone as extraordinary as Lu Chen. So perhaps only the term deity descended to Earth could highlight Lu Chen's power and mystery. To this, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly, pretty much. After hearing this, Tang Yu shook her head with a smile, then reined in her expression and said seriously, "As you said, I am here because I am dissatisfied with Wu Di and their actions. But you also know they are uniting the Beast Emperors against you. Even if I join you in Huaxia, it won't help you escape this predicament. Instead, it would put me at risk. So I want to know, what methods do you have to deal with the united assault of the Beast Emperors?" That question, Lu Chen rose from his throne and walked in front of Tang Yu, smiling as he said, "Why not see for yourself, and you'll know the answer. What does it mean?" Tang Yu looked at Lu Chen with some confusion, and the next moment she was completely stunned. She saw Lu Chen holding a weapon, quickly chopping off his own head. Because the distance was very close, the scalding blood splattered onto Tang Yu's face. Lu Chen's action shocked Tang Yu greatly, leaving her utterly perplexed and shaking her worldview. But the others, like Su Ming, showed no reaction at all, as if this were not a big deal. At that moment, Lu Chen held his head in front of Tang Yu and smiled. "This is my greatest asset. Do you want to give it a try too?" Tang Yu looked at the head in front of her and unconsciously swallowed. Previously, she had heard the Lord of Hell say that Lu Chen could resurrect. But in reality, this wasn't anything new. Some extraordinary beings could indeed achieve super-speed self-healing. As long as the head was intact or there was no immediate death, they could use super-speed self-healing to remain unscathed. When the Lord of Hell mentioned it, everyone didn't take it seriously, because human extraordinary abilities were far more miraculous than the skills of soul beasts. But now, seeing Lu Chen actually able to talk after chopping off his head, to be honest, it was enough to shock Tang Ye's mother for 100 years. She shook her head, rejecting Lu Chen's proposal, and excitedly asked, "Can you resurrect infinitely, or does it consume energy?" "Infinite, undying, and unextinguishable." Lu Chen said this astonishing statement with a calm demeanor, and the confidence on his face was the best persuasion. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Tang Yu knew this was not a lie. At the same time, she clearly understood in her heart that it was precisely because Lu Chen had an immortal body that he could develop so quickly, boldly provoke the Federation, and trap the Lord of Hell. At this moment, Tang Yu already had an answer in her heart. Because she understood that Lu Chen would not die, and Huaxia would not die. Whether it was the Federation or the Beast Emperor, the two top forces in this world would eventually become stepping stones for this young man to dominate. Lu Chen's strength did not make Tang Yu feel afraid. On the contrary, she felt genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Because wasn't this the purpose of her coming to find Lu Chen? Thinking of this, Tang Yu immediately showed a happy smile and said, "Since that's the case, I will entrust my life to you. From now on, I will no longer be a member of the Federation, but a part of Huaxia." As she said this, Tang Yu seemed to remember something and added with a smile, "Of course, if you are willing to accept my allegiance." "Of course I am." Lu Chen agreed immediately without a second thought. With their conversation, it seemed the system recognized Tang Yu's allegiance. The next second, Tang Yu instantly became very admiring of Lu Chen. Feeling the change in their relationship, Lu Chen smiled happily and said to Tang Yu, "You will definitely not regret joining Huaxia." At this point, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, "The people of the Federation shouldn't know about your coming here, right?" "Naturally. They still don't know that I have pledged allegiance to you, Emperor Lu." Tang Yu replied cheerfully, her words full of pride in joining Huaxia. After hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth slightly curved up as he said to Tang Yu, "In that case, I have a task for you now. Please give your orders, Emperor Lu."
Because I signed the oath of heaven with the Federation, I cannot take action against them, but you are different, you are not bound by this oath. Emperor Lu, do you mean for me to attack other cities of the Federation? Liu Chen smiled and nodded, saying, your task is to go and plunder the wealth of other cities in the Federation, gather as much money as possible, and leave the rest to me. I won't let them disturb you. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu nodded in understanding. Understood, Your Majesty Lu. Seeing Tang Yu agree, Liu Chen immediately sprang into action. He had previously calculated that to elevate himself from his current level to the 9th tier of world destruction, he would need to expend about 40 trillion. Currently, the Huaxia side had contributed 25 trillion. The remaining 15 trillion, Liu Chen planned to have the Federation pay for. They had been scheming against him, and he certainly couldn't swallow that. Besides directly defeating the Beast Emperor's coalition, he had to make them pay a price now. When he signed the oath book before, it only restricted Liu Chen himself. In reality, no one else could act against the Federation besides Liu Chen. But now it was different. Tang Yu's allegiance had sparked Liu Chen's thoughts. If he could plunder the remaining cities of the Federation, wouldn't the 15 trillion be easily obtained? One level 5 city could provide several trillion, and Wuxiang City alone could exceed 20 trillion. There were 6 level 7 cities like Wuxiang City, which could be calculated at 14 trillion. There were also 4 level 8 cities, each estimated at 30 trillion. Totaling 12 trillion. Even if these estimates were halved, it would be enough for Liu Chen to complete the upgrade to the maximum level. So Liu Chen was eager. He immediately took Tang Yu and left Wuxiang City. When they reappeared, they were already hovering over a level 7 city. At that moment, the energy alarm was triggered, and the Lord of Destruction City, Ouyang Wang, arrived in the air at the first opportunity. When he saw Tang Yu, his initial anger subsided, and he respectfully said, Destruction City Ouyang Wang, I greet you, esteemed counselor. Counselor? Tang Yu scoffed at the title, actively rebutting, I am no longer a counselor of this corrupt federation, but a member of the Huaxia dynasty. My purpose here is simple, hand over all the money in your city to me, or I will personally destroy your city. Make your decision. This. Ouyang Wang was taken aback, completely unsure if he was hearing correctly. A powerhouse at the world destruction level had actually betrayed the Federation? And what was this Huaxia nonsense? What on earth was it? The Federation had not made a fuss about the incident in Wuxiang City because they were clearly present but could not help at all. To avoid causing panic and to preserve their reputation, they not only stopped the spread of this incident but also helped cover up some sources of information. Thus, throughout the Federation, aside from those counselors who knew about Huaxia, other cities were completely unaware of it. However, looking at Tang Yu's indifferent expression, Ouyang Wang understood that her words were not a joke. Despite appearing to be under 40, Tang Yu had actually lived for nearly 100 years. No one knew her true age, they only knew she was a top powerhouse at the world destruction level. Based on this, after a moment of hesitation, Ouyang Wang chose to pay to save his life. I understand, I will prepare the funds right away, please wait a moment. Just as Ouyang Wang finished speaking, energy fluctuations once again resonated in the sky. At this moment, the remaining 10 counselors led by Wu Di rushed to the scene. They were still blocked outside the spatial restrictions. Wu Di looked at Tang Yu standing beside Liu Chen. His face darkened as he asked, Tang Yu, what are you doing? Seeing an old acquaintance, Tang Yu, who had been holding back her anger, was instantly ignited. She quickly reached the edge of the limit, furiously roaring at Wu Di and the others. What are you asking me for? I want to ask you what on earth you are thinking. Joining forces with the Beast Emperor against Liu Chen? Is power more important than the lives of all humanity? Do you know why the Beast Emperors haven't wiped out humanity? It's because their territories are scattered all over the world and they can't gather together at all. You all are something else, actually sending Old E to gather them all in one place? Even if you really kill Liu Chen, the result will be that humanity will be completely slaughtered within a year. I, Tang Yu, do not want to bear the infamy of causing the extinction of humanity, nor do I want to collude with you pretentious people, so I joined Huaxia and became a part of the Holy Huaxia. I advise those of you who still have a conscience to quickly abandon the darkness and embrace the light. The future of the Federation is dark. Only by joining Huaxia and becoming subjects of the Lu Emperor can we continue to shine for humanity. Tang Yu's words were loud enough that the entire city was stunned by the shocking news. What's going on? These people seem to be the top brass of the Federation? Are they infighting? Who cares if they're infighting? The key is the content. The high-ranking officials of the Federation are actually colluding with their mortal enemies, the Soul Beasts, to set up a trap to eliminate geniuses? Is this what we humans should be doing? I've been saying for years that humanity has stabilized its footing, yet no powerful beings have emerged, and it's been over a decade since anyone has even heard of someone advancing to the world-ending level. Turns out it's all because of these idiots and the Federation blocking humanity from getting stronger? No matter what, teaming up with soul beasts against humanity, these Federation officials are just a bunch of big fools. After Tang Yu finished speaking, the entire city erupted into discussions. These voices made Wu Di and the others' already grim faces turn even uglier. Tang Yu's betrayal and the public's opposition made Wu Di and the others furious with shame. Tang Yu, we've been colleagues for so many years. I never expected you to be a traitor to the Federation. What benefits do you get from being with Lu Chen? He's just a dying man. Being with him means waiting to die together. Slap. Zhao Tu was the first to curse again, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen, who had been silent, used his ability again. An invisible hand, combined with the teleportation of the Space Master, gave Zhao Tu a resounding slap. Whose face is itching? Go ahead and keep talking. I want to see how many slaps you can take before you learn to listen quietly to others. Lu Chen said this calmly while digging in his ear. Naturally, taking action against the Federation people would incur punishment. However, the punishment from this slap was completely painless. So, under the prompt of the all-knowing eye, Lu Chen finally slapped Zhao Tuo. Unexpectedly, even Zhao Tuo, who was slapped, dared not make a sound. Lu Chen's slap didn't actually hurt. But they knew that no matter how angry they were, they couldn't touch even a hair on Lu Chen within the spatial limits. Instead, his bizarre attack left Wu Di and the others defenseless. In front of everyone, being slapped by a young man and not being able to retaliate? This kind of humiliation was worse than being killed. So at this moment, these high-ranking Federation officials truly didn't dare to let out a single fart in front of the young Lu Chen. They originally thought that only the people of the city would know about this matter. Afterward, they would find an opportunity to silence this city. But they didn't know that from the moment Tang Yu confronted them, Lu Chen had already used the Big Dipper satellite to project everything happening here onto all the screens in other cities of the Federation. In other words, the entire human world basically knows that the Federation has betrayed humanity. And the Rising Xia is the ultimate refuge for mankind. My lord, the money is here. As Lu Chen, Tang Yi, and Wu Di confronted each other, the Lord of Destruction City, Yongwang, returned to Lu Chen's side with the money. He had heard their entire conversation. At this moment, he had just handed over the bank card to Lu Chen and immediately asked, "My lord, is what you just said true? Do these Federation members really intend to join forces with the Beast Emperors to eliminate you?" Yongwang was not a fool. From their earlier dialogue, he had already realized that the young man before him was Lu Chen, the target of the Federation members, so his attitude towards Lu Chen became extremely respectful. Because if he wasn't mistaken, this person before him was the king of Xia. In response, Lu Chen did not answer directly but smiled and said, "I know there's a saying that seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. As for whether what just happened is true or false, you can see for yourselves." As soon as he said this, Wu Di and the others' expressions changed drastically again. They all had a vague, extremely bad premonition in their hearts. Sure enough, not long after Lu Chen finished speaking, the next moment, an image appeared in the skies of major cities. In the image, Yi Wuling was talking with 5 Beast Emperors and another Beast Emperor. Their conversation was very simple. A great threat had emerged in the human world. Lu Chen, the Human Federation, decided to reach an agreement with the Beast Emperors, with the Federation providing Lu Chen's location and gathering the Beast Emperors together, ultimately having them strike to kill Lu Chen, thus achieving a false peace between both sides. This image completely exposed the Federation's intentions to the world. Ordinary people might not recognize Yi Wuling, but the lords of level 7 and 8 cities all knew that this image was entirely real. As a result, the entire Federation erupted in intense protests. Damn it, these stupid fools in the Federation really sold us out. Not only are they sabotaging the growth of human geniuses, but they've also gathered those terrifying Beast Emperors together. They're out for our lives. Isn't that right? You're still young and haven't experienced the Great War decades ago. Just one Beast Emperor is enough to wipe us out. These fools in the Federation think they can gather 10 Beast Emperors to deal with Xia? I see it as a fight against all humanity. No need to say more. I have just one thing to say: the Federation is doomed, and Xia will surely win. Under Lu Chen's maneuvering, the Federation's plan was completely exposed to the public eye. If there were a public opinion poll, it would be evident that the Federation's approval was plummeting. Everyone began to support Xia, hoping that Lu Chen and Xia could survive this calamity. At this moment, Wu Di and the others realized that Lu Chen had always known about this matter, and that their actions had been completely grasped by Lu Chen. Let's go. Wu Di and the others knew the situation was lost, so they no longer wanted to embarrass themselves here. They didn't know what Lu Chen was doing. But even if he took all the Federation's territories, in Wu Di and the others' eyes, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive against the United Beast Emperors. Of course, even if they knew what Lu Chen was planning, they would be completely powerless. Because right now, they were like street rats, everyone wanted to beat them.
However, Lu Chen clearly had no intention of letting them off so easily. He utilized the Beidou satellite and, in front of everyone, kindly reminded lords of other cities, be careful.
These desperate counselors might kill you to prevent you from siding with me. Of course, I will keep a close watch on their movements. If they make any moves, I will rush to save you at the first opportunity. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Wu Di and the others were infuriated once again. In fact, they had just been thinking that if they couldn't stop Lu Chen, they would first kill the lords of other cities. This way, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to take the cities and would have no way to smoothly expand his territory through Tangyu. But now that Lu Chen had said this, it was clear they couldn't proceed. Because Lu Chen could teleport, taking only a second regardless of the distance, they had no advantage in speed. So after hearing this, Wu Di could only snort coldly and retort with a formal remark, no matter what you do now, surviving is what truly matters. I wish you luck in surviving amidst the alliance of the Beast Emperor. Since the mask had been torn off, Wu Di didn't hold back and openly admitted it. In response, Lu Chen just smiled and shrugged, saying to Wu Di, don't worry, in half a year, I will personally take your life. I'll be waiting for you. Wu Di shot back with a harsh remark and then left with the others. At this point, the situation between the Federation and Huaxia was already known to the world. After Wu Di and the others left, Ouyang Wang immediately expressed, the actions of the Federation are really outrageous, so I have decided that from now on, Destruction City will join the territory of Huaxia. What does everyone think? Great! Lord's decision is fantastic. Damn it, let us join Huaxia and let the people of the Federation go eat shit. Ouyang Wang's words garnered overwhelming support from everyone. They weren't fools. Although Lu Chen and Huaxia seemed to be at a disadvantage, the fact that the high and mighty counselors of the Federation were willing to betray humanity to ally with the Beast Emperor against Lu Chen showed that Huaxia had a significant chance of winning in the upcoming war. So when Ouyang Wang announced the intention to join Huaxia, the city erupted in deafening cheers. In response, Lu Chen naturally accepted with pleasure. He hadn't expected such good fortune today. First, Tangyu came to pledge allegiance. And then he successfully exposed the disgusting faces of Wu Di and the others to the rest of the Federation. This way, not only could he gather the remaining 15 trillion smoothly, but he might also gain even more extra wealth. With this in mind, Lu Chen accepted Ouyang Wang's Lord Seal. In an instant, the entire Destruction City became Lu Chen's territory. Don't worry, it won't be long before the Federation becomes history, Lu Chen assured the people of Destruction City. Then, he took Tangyu and continued to the next city. Due to the previous footage, aside from the main city of the Federation, the other lords had recognized the true face of the Federation after watching and had all turned to Huaxia. Therefore, along the way, Lu Chen's process of collecting money went very smoothly. Basically, as soon as they arrived at a city, the lord there would present the Lord Seal with both hands. This was a result Lu Chen had never anticipated. He and Tangyu took less than an hour to successfully take over all the cities of the Federation except for the main city, and as a result, they collected a staggering 40 trillion. When the last level 8 city unconditionally pledged allegiance to Huaxia, Lu Chen used the Beidou satellite to observe that the entire human world was under Huaxia's rule and excitedly issued his command, all cities, obey orders, and raise the flag of Huaxia high. In an instant, the entire human region raised the red national flag. Through the aerial view of the Beidou satellite, Lu Chen laughed with satisfaction. How long had it been, and he had truly accomplished it, let the name of Huaxia spread across the world. At the same time, Lu Chen looked at the balance on his card with excitement. Previously, Huaxia contributed 25 trillion. And now the entire Federation contributed a whopping 35 trillion. This means that Lu Chen now has 60 trillion in his possession. This was something Lu Chen had never anticipated. Now, let's start the enhancement. Without a second thought, Lu Chen immediately began to enhance himself. From Sky Level 5 to Sky Level 6 requires 900 billion. From Sky Level 6 to Sky Level 7 requires 980 billion. From Sky Level 7 to Sky Level 8 requires 1,160 billion. From Sky Level 8 to Sky Level 9 requires 1,240 billion. Up to this point, Lu Chen spent 4.28 trillion. Next, from Catastrophe Level to Annihilation Level, Lu Chen spent a full 14.6 trillion. The money flowed like water, completely effortless to spend. However, Lu Chen did not stop, he continued to enhance. Each level of Annihilation Level requires over 20 billion. Fortunately, Lu Chen had plenty of money now, otherwise, it would have been impossible to spend like this. He spent nearly 18.2 trillion. Lu Chen finally reached the maximum level. At the same time, a system prompt popped up before him again. Detected that the host's level has reached the maximum, triggering specific conditions. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the God level skill instant death command. Keep up the good work to unlock more skills.
Instant death command. Just say the instant death command to your target and it will cause any target to die instantly, unable to be blocked by any means, and cannot be resurrected by anyone other than you.
Invincible.
Lu Chen looked at this newly unlocked divine skill, his lips curling into a wild smile. Although he could now completely defeat those beast emperors with his own abilities, this divine skill could directly kill any target.
The feeling of overwhelming combat power was truly too cool. Why do I feel like you're different from before?
Tang Yu looked at Lu Chen in front of her, suddenly feeling a sense of fear, not an emotional fear, but a shudder from her soul.
As a newcomer to Huaxia, she did not know Lu Chen's miraculous nature. She could only vaguely sense. Lu Chen's aura was continuously rising. By now, she even felt a bit afraid of Lu Chen. This feeling was really quite strange.
In response, Lu Chen simply smiled faintly and said astonishingly, "Now, I have reached Annihilation Level 9.
What? Lu Chen's words shocked Tang Yu. What does it mean to be at maximum level? There wasn't a single Annihilation Level 9 powerhouse in the entire human world.
Even those lofty beast emperors were only around Annihilation Level 7 or 8.
Now Lu Chen was telling her that he had reached maximum level? When did breaking through become so easy? Just standing there and breathing could level up to maximum? Tang Yu looked at Lu Chen's serious expression, unable to help but swallow hard, speaking in a tone of surprise and shock. Then can we go deal with those beast emperors now?
Of course.
Lu Chen smiled faintly and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared.
When he reappeared, Lu Chen was beside the battle armor Daxia, saying to it, "So, are you interested in fighting alongside me against the top beast emperors in this world?"
Of course I am.
The battle armor Daxia and Lu Chen were in sync, knowing his current strength. Without saying a word, it transformed back into weapon form held in Lu Chen's hand. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the other beast kings and said, "You all wait here for a moment, soon you will become spectators, witnessing the birth of a miracle and the rise of an era." After saying that, Lu Chen's mind moved, and he collected all the beast kings.
Then, with a flash, he arrived at the location where Yi Wuling was.
Yi Wuling had already brought 9 beast emperors to the lair of the last beast emperor, the Deathbone Dragon, and had basically reached an agreement with it. Just at that moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared in the land of bones. Looking down from above, he revealed a provocative smile at the 10 beast emperors and said, "I heard you all planned to deal with me together, and now I'm here."
Lu Chen! Yi Wuling and the Lord of Hell exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Chen.
The other beast emperors had only seen Lu Chen in images, so they didn't recognize him immediately.
However, with Yi Wuling and the Lord of Hell's reminder, they realized who had arrived.
"Heh, I didn't expect this human to come knocking on my door," the Deathbone Dragon sneered immediately. Perhaps because this was its territory, it felt the need to show off its might first. So, the next second after speaking, the massive body of the Deathbone Dragon soared into the air,
opening its enormous mouth to bite down on Lu Chen. Don't you understand the saying about the bird that sticks its head out getting shot?
Lu Chen shook his head helplessly as he saw the Deathbone Dragon flying towards him. Originally, he wanted to kill the Lord of Hell, but since this big fool had come to him, he might as well try out the divine skill he had just acquired. With that thought, Lu Chen's lips curled into a wild smile, and without making any other move, he fixed his gaze on the Deathbone Dragon and calmly uttered a few words, "Please meet your death." These were just 4 ordinary words. All the beast emperors present had no idea what Lu Chen meant by that.
However, in the next second, the once arrogant Deathbone Dragon suddenly changed its expression. "No, why is this happening? I am immortal. Why is my life force rapidly draining? What is happening?" Accompanied by the Deathbone Dragon's wails, its body visibly withered away.
The Deathbone Dragon was composed of countless skeletons. In a sense, it was already a dead thing.
Unless it suffered fatal damage from a divine ability, it wouldn't die.
Yet, with just 4 words from Lu Chen, this so-called immortal bone dragon's life force began to drain rapidly. In less than a minute, the Deathbone Dragon, originally over 20 meters long and at the 8th level of world destruction, was completely reduced to a pile of bones scattered on the ground, utterly devoid of life.
At this moment, Lu Chen sneered contemptuously and mocked, "What level are you to dare claim immortality like me? Aren't you dead now, you counterfeit?" Silence, a deathly silence.
All the beast emperors were left speechless in shock at this scene. They were fully aware of the Deathbone Dragon's characteristics. But now, the hardest to defeat, the one that should never die, had turned into a pile of bones,
completely losing its life. Was this all because of just one sentence from Lu Chen?
This was truly too shocking. The remaining 9 beast emperors turned into mute statues, not daring to utter a word. At this moment, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the 9 beast emperors below and provocatively said, "Don't just stand there.
Weren't you going to come kill me?
Come on, let me see how much stronger you are than that broken dragon."
"Human, don't be too arrogant.
Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a beast emperor with a human face and a serpent's body began to retort. But before it could finish its words, Lu Chen spoke again, uttering a few words, die. This time, he only used 2 words. After those 2 words were spoken, the human-faced Snake Emperor, like the recently slain Bone Dragon, seemed to sense its life force rapidly fading. Its face instantly turned pale. Knowing its time was short, the human-faced Snake Emperor anxiously shouted to the surrounding Beast Emperors, "Quick! Everyone attack together, kill him. Otherwise, we will each be killed by this human." After uttering these words, the human-faced Snake Emperor was completely finished. 2 words, and once again, a Beast Emperor was killed in an instant. This terrifying record filled the faces of all the Beast Emperors with a deep fear for the first time. However, the human-faced Snake Emperor's words reminded these Beast Emperors. If they did not swarm to attack Lu Chen at this moment, they would truly be picked off one by one. Just thinking of this, the Hell Lord immediately roared, "Everyone, don't be afraid, let's kill this human together." With that, the remaining 8 Beast Emperors rushed forward. They understood this principle well. As long as they had the numbers, they could kill this human. The idea is good, but unfortunately, the strength is too low. Seeing the Beast Emperors rushing in, Lu Chen showed no signs of panic, his demeanor still one of disdain. This time, he did not use the instant death command but instead took out the Great Xia from the divine space, looking at the Hell Lord with a smile and saying, "You killed me twice before, now I'll return the favor once." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Hell Lord. The Great Xia in his hand swung down in an instant. This strike completely exceeded everyone's understanding. The already fast speed, combined with the bizarre teleportation, left the Hell Lord unable to defend at all. It could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen aimed for its back. However, it also knew in its heart that Lu Chen's strength was not to be feared, so the Hell Lord merely strengthened its defenses, preparing to counterattack Lu Chen fiercely later. Yet, this time it had completely miscalculated. With the 9th level of world destruction, Lu Chen, combined with the brilliantly colorful low-grade Great Xia, was nothing short of a terrifying killing machine. Without any pause, the Great Xia instantly severed the Hell Lord's body in half. "Ah!" The Hell Lord cried out in pain, letting out a sound of immense suffering. It had never expected that its defenses would not even hold for a second. At this moment, it seemed to realize the problem, its face filled with terror as it said, "Could it be, you have already reached the 9th level of world destruction? Correct, I reward you with death." Lu Chen smiled generously. The next second, countless world-destroying thunderbolts rained down from the sky. The Hell Lord, with only half a body left, was instantly engulfed by the storm of lightning. All the Beast Emperors could feel that the life force of the Hell Lord had completely vanished. "I surrender, I surrender." In less than a minute since Lu Chen appeared, he had killed 3 top Beast Emperors. This terrifying strength made the other Beast Emperors surrender one after another. They had lived for so long and did not want to be killed just like that. In the face of absolute strength, dignity was nothing but a joke. With the first Beast Emperor surrendering, the others followed suit. At this moment, they had long lost their pride as Beast Emperors, only hoping that this terrifying human would take their surrender into account and not make things too difficult for them. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen shook his head in boredom. He had also looked forward to a thrilling battle, but unfortunately, his strength simply did not allow it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen put away the Great Xia and looked down at the 7 kneeling Beast Emperors, asking, "Since you are ready to surrender, let's sign a contract." Yes. The Beast Emperors agreed to Lu Chen's request without a second thought. Seeing this, Lu Chen began to make the contract with them. Meanwhile, the news of Lu Chen defeating 10 Beast Emperors and subduing 7 of them was broadcasted by the Beidou satellite. In an instant, the entire human world entered a frenzy. My God! Emperor Lu has accomplished a miracle that no one in the Federation has achieved in a century. It's truly unbelievable. Long live Huaxia, long live Emperor Lu. Haha, leaving the Federation to join Huaxia was definitely the best choice we've ever made. Even the top 10 Beast Emperors are no match for Emperor Lu. I can't wait to see what those foolish Federation senators can do now. Even from 100,000 miles away, I can imagine those senators are probably on the verge of tears right now. Ha, they deserve it. Just like the global populace, they were analyzing the situation. The federal main city naturally saw the scene of Lu Chen subduing the Beast Emperors. Wu Di and the others stared with their mouths agape, unable to express their current feelings as they watched Lu Chen's strength soar in just one day. If they had known that Lu Chen's power would rise so dramatically, they would have done everything to destroy those cities before Lu Chen could get to them yesterday. But now, it was truly too late. Just a single miscalculation led to the birth of the invincible Lu Chen. Even the top 10 Beast Emperors couldn't last 2 minutes against him. What about those whose strength was still inferior to the Beast Emperors? If they surrendered now, would Lu Chen show mercy? This was the most pressing question on the minds of Wu Di and the other Federation senators. Why is this happening? In just one day, Lu Chen can annihilate the beast emperors like this.
Am I seeing things, or is my vision really failing? Can someone tell me why this is happening? I want to know too.
Is Lu Chen pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Or has he used some kind of sorcery to reach the 9th level of world destruction so quickly?
Why does leveling up seem as easy as drinking water for him?
Seeing the scene of Lu Chen annihilating the beast emperors, Wu Di and the others could no longer sit still.
They were all baffled. Why had Lu Chen's strength become so formidable in just one day? Regarding this question, Wu Di sighed heavily. It's probably because of the cities. He wasn't a fool. Lu Chen's strength yesterday could not have been this powerful. But after Tang Yi's betrayal, Lu Chen attacked other cities in the Federation.
It was likely this action that propelled his strength to new heights. Although Wu Di couldn't fully understand why, he could roughly guess that this was the main reason for Lu Chen's sudden increase in power. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tuo immediately regretted it deeply. If they had known yesterday that Lu Chen was enhancing his strength by subduing cities, they would have done everything to destroy the other cities. But now, it was too late, and continuing to regret was pointless. With this thought, Zhao Tuo was the first to turn his gaze to Wu Di, asking in despair, "What should we do now? What to do? What else can we do?" Wu Di looked at Lu Chen, who was signing contracts with the beast emperors on the screen, and sighed again. "We can only surrender now. We can only pray that Lu Chen won't go all out against those who surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned grim. But at this point, this was the best solution. They were envious of Tang Yi, because Tang Yi's betrayal had significantly boosted Lu Chen's strength. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Yi would surely become a high-ranking official in Huaxia in the future. But for those of them who were forced to surrender, their lives depended on Lu Chen's mood, let alone hoping to enter the upper echelons of Huaxia. After all, having subdued the Beast Emperor and unified humanity, Huaxia has become the undisputed overlord of this planet. Whether or not they, the world-destroying tier individuals, are spared is completely irrelevant. In fact, killing them is quite normal. Wu Di and the others knew the consequences of surrendering, but there was no other path left for them. They never imagined that they would face such a day. Meanwhile, after subduing the surviving Beast Emperor, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the trembling Yi Wuling beside him. Although due to the Oath Heavenly Book, Lu Chen could not harm Yi Wuling, the clever Yi Wuling understood that if he ran away without Lu Chen's permission, the next time he was caught, it would be a dead end. So, after witnessing Lu Chen's terrifying strength, he had not dared to escape on his own. Now, seeing Lu Chen looking over, Yi Wuling immediately knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and pleaded, "Your Majesty Lu, I know I was wrong. I am willing to surrender to Huaxia. Please, Your Majesty, do not hold a grudge against an old man like me." Looking at the federal counselor who had been so high and mighty just a while ago, now kneeling before him, Lu Chen felt a sense of pride. He teleported from the sky to stand before Yi Wuling and said with a smile, "I accept your surrender, but let me make one thing clear, I hold grudges, so..." As Lu Chen spoke, he drew out a weapon and severed Yi Wuling's left leg. At that moment, Yi Wuling endured the intense pain, not daring to utter a sound. He knew that if he cried out in pain, Lu Chen would not hesitate to kill him. Just as Yi Wuling thought, seeing that he remained silent, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, not a sound. I respect you as a man. From now on, you are a part of Huaxia, but your leg cannot be restored. Do you understand?" "I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty Lu," Yi Wuling managed to say with great difficulty. With those words, the relationship between him and Lu Chen was solidified. In an instant, Yi Wuling became Lu Chen's fervent admirer, just like the previously dismembered Yu Hongyu. He bore no resentment towards Lu Chen, but instead felt it was a gift from him. Seeing Yi Wuling surrender like this, Wu Di and the others far away in the federal capital breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, Lu Chen was still willing to accept their surrender. Just then, Lu Chen had already disappeared from the screen and appeared before Wu Di and the others. Lu Chen looked at Wu Di and the others with a smile, jokingly asking, "What's wrong? You all seem not to welcome me?" No, we were just thinking about how to contact Your Majesty Lu. We didn't expect you to arrive just in time." Wu Di was the first to speak up. After saying this, Wu Di also knelt down, saying, "We were wrong before and offended Your Majesty Lu. Now we realize our mistakes and hope that Your Majesty can spare our lives, considering we have protected humanity for so many years." Upon hearing this, the others quickly knelt down as well. They didn't even dare to look up at Lu Chen, completely intimidated by him. In response, Lu Chen did not make it difficult for them, but rather said lightly, "You can escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is unavoidable. It is true that you have protected humanity for so many years, but it is also a fact that you conspired to kill me. I won't make it hard for you, one leg each, and I will reluctantly spare you." Although these people were despicable, they had indeed protected humanity. As long as they surrendered to Huaxia, their thoughts and actions would change. So Lu Chen gave them a chance to live. As soon as Wu Di and the others heard this, they showed no hesitation. One by one, they took out their weapons and severed a leg.
In the face of survival, this punishment was nothing. Seeing their appearance, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Very good.
From now on, you will atone for your crimes and make contributions in Huaxia.
Yes, Your Majesty Lu. Wu Di and the others replied in unison. At this moment, Lu Chen's relationship with them was also recognized by the system. All the federal councillors completely submitted to Lu Chen, submitted to Huaxia. At this very moment, the entire planet revered Lu Chen, revered Huaxia. In just a few short months, Lu Chen transformed from a lowly commoner in a slum into the sole ruler of this world. From now on, the name of Lu Chen and the name of Huaxia will be eternally remembered.